Beep, beep. Warning, warning. The life support system has encountered a malfunction. Please repair it as soon as possible. Current oxygen supply will last for 10 minutes. Current temperature is 15 degrees Celsius, which will drop to 55 degrees Celsius within 5 minutes. Please expedite the repairs quickly. While my peers have traversed back to ancient times, wielding technology and knowledge to dominate the natives, I, on the other hand, have been transported thousands of years into a future of interstellar exploration, a time of technological explosion. Is that reasonable? And now I must fix this? I feel like a primitive man. What do I know? Lin Yang trembled from the cold, staring at the array of glowing components beneath the control panel, feeling overwhelmed. Just moments ago, he had taken a brief nap, and upon awakening, he found himself in an entirely different realm, not the technologically and cognitively backward past, but a high-tech world engaged in interstellar navigation. He was trapped in a disabled shuttle. Peering out of the observation window, it appeared that a fierce space battle had just occurred, with numerous wrecked starships floating nearby. The 10-meter-long shuttle housed only him. The main propulsion was damaged and could not fly. The life support system was also severely compromised. He faced the perils of weightlessness, frigid temperatures, and oxygen deprivation. I'm done. This is too much stress. This journey is a disaster. Ding. Due to the host's limited knowledge and understanding, the system has activated guidance services. A system? At that moment, he grasped the meaning of a lifeline. System, quickly provide me with the ultimate package. Godly techniques, divine elixirs, unparalleled artifacts. Don't hold back. I am your host. Current world is non-fantastical. The items requested by the host are unavailable. Please be more realistic and open the beginner's package first. Well, at least there's a beginner's package. Open it. Was a buzzing sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Lin Yang's consciousness detached and fused with the shuttle, and as the sound faded, his awareness returned to his body. Congratulations! The host has opened the beginner's package and achieved consciousness symbiosis with the shuttle. Upon the shuttle's destruction, the host will also perish. System U, is this truly a beginner's package? What a scam! This shuttle is on the brink of collapse. Please remain calm, host. You are now able to comprehend the shuttle and repair its malfunctions. This shuttle is a pinnacle creation of a high-dimensional divine civilization. Incomparable to the ordinary, you will gradually discover its wonders. A gift from a high-dimensional divine civilization? I take back what I just said. Once he stabilized his emotions, Lin Yang indeed found the shuttle no longer felt foreign. It was akin to understanding the structure of his own body. He comprehended the functions of the control units beneath the panel, detaching the damaged gravity return valve, temperature regulation fuse, and air circulation unit. He retrieved new replacements from the spare box. After installing them, he slowly descended from a floating state back into his seat. The temperature rose rapidly, and the air circulation resumed. The blaring alarms in the cabin ceased. Lin Yang left his seat and proceeded to the engine control panel. Upon opening it, he discovered several transparent card-shaped components had been burned out. He found identical replacements in the spare box and installed them. In the next moment, the shuttle's engine roared back to life. Brilliant! He was astonished by his own repair efficiency. He hadn't anticipated that after merging with the shuttle's consciousness, the repairs would be so straightforward. Just as he was about to investigate how to pilot it, a wave of fatigue washed over him. I'm so tired I could really use a nap. What's going on? Host, the shuttle consumes the life energy of its symbiont to sustain its evolutionary functions and consciousness operations. System U, this is outrageous. Please endeavor to evolve it into a large warship. Once its energy is sufficiently amplified, it will reciprocate by providing the host with boundless life energy. Alternatively, you may recruit crew members, adding 10 points of life energy for each recruit. Current energy, 100 normal human level. How do I evolve it? I may have spoken too loudly. May I inquire, system, how can I evolve it? How do I recruit crew members? And how can I return to a human base? The system fell silent for a moment before presenting a text panel. The host may now undertake mainline, growth, and challenge tasks. Completing tasks or destroying warships will yield evolution points necessary for purchasing items and upgrading the warship. Mainline Task 1. Return home. Make your way back to the asteroid belt of Ceres base to register as a drifter and officially become a free individual. Evolution points 50. Growth Task 1. Initial evolution evolved the shuttle to possess offensive capabilities. Evolution points 50. Challenge Task 1. First Blood destroy a starship in your first battle. Evolution points 100. Current evolution points 10. The system merely outlined the tasks without providing instructions on how to complete them. Lin Yang had no choice but to explore on his own. Fortunately, after merging consciousness, he gained detailed insight into the shuttle. He accessed the control panel screen and displayed the star map. Clicking on the coordinate identification revealed that he was adrift in the vast expanse between Jupiter and the asteroid belt. At the shuttle speed, it would take 15 days to return to the asteroid belt. Time was not the issue, the lack of food was. Lin Yang activated the radar and navigated the shuttle through the wreckage of starships, hoping to find sustenance. His initial experience piloting a spacecraft through the void felt akin to swimming in water. With consciousness merged, the shuttle felt like an extension of his own body. He envisioned himself as a fish gliding through the depths. Damaged energy modules, defective anti-gravity generators, half-finished shield engines. The identification results left Lin Yang shaking his head in disappointment. Suddenly, a line of text caught his attention. Dragonfly K-type missile. In this interstellar age, they still have missiles? Shouldn't be all lasers by now? Guided weapons possess attributes unmatched by lasers, including ultra-long range, automatic tracking, agility, evasion capabilities, and even faster than light travel, making them indispensable for combat vessels. The system promptly clarified Lin Yang's doubts. If I can salvage and evolve this, wouldn't that complete a task? Lin Yang's spirits lifted. He swiftly piloted the shuttle to salvage the item. Soon, he detected a complete Cobra D-type ion pulse cannon. After collecting it with a mechanical arm, an evolution option appeared on the screen. Detecting usable evolution materials, Dragonfly K-type missile, Cobra D-type ion pulse cannon. Would you like to evolve? Upon clicking the evolution button, he discovered that the ion pulse cannon required 20 evolution points and would take 20 minutes to evolve. While he only had enough points for the Dragonfly missile, Combat Module Evolution in Progress. Duration: 10 minutes, consuming 10 evolution points. During the 10 minutes of evolution, Lin Yang remained active and successfully scanned for food. Survival ration package, bean bundle, vegetable pack, cooked meat pack, vitamin tablets, pure water. Upon retrieval, he found a plastic box with a large hole, containing only 10 ration packs, enough to last him for 10 days if he rationed carefully. Before he could inspect further, a light cruiser approached. When it was still 500 meters away, it suddenly emitted a tractor beam, locking onto the shuttle. A video of a menacing man appeared on the screen. To the occupant of the shuttle, "Shut down your engines immediately, or I will open fire. You are now my prisoner, and from this moment forth, your soul belongs to me." Lin Yang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this technologically advanced world, embracing the age of interstellar exploration, still retained remnants of an archaic slave system. Ding! Evolution completed. Dragonfly K-type missile is ready for deployment. Congratulations, host. You have completed Growth Task 1. Initial evolution. Evolution points 50. Current evolution points 50. It seems I can now complete another challenge task. Instead of shutting down the engines, Lin Yang immediately pressed the missile launch button. Chapter 2. Recruiting the first mate. How absurd. How could a shuttlecraft launch missiles? The personnel aboard the opposing light warship were utterly unprepared. The Dragonfly K-type missile travels at an astonishing speed of 100 Mach, exceeding 120,000 kilometers per hour. Coupled with the tug of the warship's tractor beam, the speed becomes even more formidable, leaving no time for the enemy to react. A resounding boom echoed as a blinding flash illuminated the scene. The shuttlecraft was sent flying backward by the shockwave of the explosion. In the vacuum of space, sound does not carry. However, the energy of the blast radiated outward, akin to a shockwave. The subsequent tremor that shook the shuttlecraft allowed Lin Yang to indirectly experience the immense power of the explosion. Moments later, he managed to stabilize the tumbling shuttlecraft. You have destroyed a Razor-class light fighter. Evolution points 100. Congratulations, host. You have completed challenge task 1. First Blood. Evolution points 100. Current evolution points 250. Growth task updated. 2. Comprehensive evolution. Achieve comprehensive evolution in the propulsion system. Combat system. energy system, auxiliary system, and ship system to reach saturation state of a shuttlecraft. Evolution points 100. Challenge task updated. 2. Cooperative combat. Command at least 1 crew member to coordinate in battle. Destroying at least 3 enemy warships. Evolution points 200. Lin Yang pondered over the tasks. Besides enhancing offensive firepower, he needed to evolve defensive shields to fully develop the combat system at that moment. There were no available evolution materials amidst the wreckage of the battlefield, nor any food to be found. He had no choice but to open the evolution marketplace in search of opportunities. The marketplace interface displayed 10 showcase slots filled with items that dazzled him. The Cheetah B-type pulse engine, Black Rhino A-type shield generator, wide-eared Bat L-type radar. All of these were essential for the evolution of the shuttlecraft. He noticed that the various components were named after animals from Blue Star. The habits and characteristics of these animals corresponded with the functions of the components. Moreover, the later the letter in the model designation, the higher the version and better the performance. The power of the Black Rhino A-type shield was not as substantial as that of the B-type. The evolution marketplace refreshes every 30 days, or one can spend 500 evolution points to refresh it immediately. The first refresh was free. Lin Yang contemplated and decided to take a gamble. Transform my bicycle into a motorcycle. Give me something powerful. Refresh. Congratulations. Host has struck luck. A legendary item has appeared in the evolution marketplace. Hey. Am I feeling lucky? In the marketplace, a golden item appeared. Kirin X-type pulse engine, a conventional power engine suitable for medium to small-sized vessels. With a maximum speed of 200 Mach, 245,000 km/h, and an acceleration of 10,000 kilometers in 2.5 seconds. Wow. Faster than a missile. I could return to Ceres in 3 days. Please do not be overly optimistic. Current energy output of the shuttlecraft can only utilize 10 of the Kirin engine's capabilities. Well, that's still better than nothing. I'll take it, considering the urgent need to return to the Ceres base in the asteroid belt. Lin Yang promptly spent 200 evolution points to purchase the Kirin X-type small pulse engine. He then spent 50 minutes and 50 evolution points to facilitate the evolution. Lin Yang first set the course back to Ceres, and upon reaching maximum speed, he shut off the engine and continued to coast on inertia. After 50 minutes, while Lin Yang was reviewing information about contemporary human society, a prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Evolution successful. Kirin X-type small pulse engine installed and compatible. Maximum speed 200 Mach. Acceleration of 10,000 kilometers in 2.5 seconds. Current energy output insufficient. Maximum speed can only reach 20 Mach. Growth task, comprehensive evolution. Completion. 30. The obsolete hamster C-type ion engine is fully functional. The host may choose to sell it at the base or recycle it in the evolution marketplace. Lin Yang first raised the speed to its maximum. At this rate, he would return to Ceres in just 10 days. Finally, he need not worry about food. Upon checking the marketplace again, he found that the obsolete engine was worth 20 evolution points. He immediately opted for recycling. The 20 evolution points he received were just enough to evolve the Cobra D-type ion pulse cannon. 10 days later, famished and parched, Lin Yang was reclining in the pilot's chair, dozing off. Suddenly, the communicator blared to life. Hamster-class modified shuttlecraft. Please identify yourself and your origin, or you'll be prohibited from entering the defense perimeter of Ceres. Refugee Lin Yang. My transport ship, a humpback whale-class vessel, was destroyed by interstellar pirates. I barely made it back on the remnants of my food supplies. Lin Yang felt a surge of excitement. He had finally returned to the base. Over the past 10 days, he had familiarized himself with the structure and level of civilization in the current world. He also learned from navigational reports that the space debris he had emerged from was a destroyed mining transport ship. The communicator paused momentarily before inquiring, "How did you manage to modify your shuttlecraft like this? This is a pirate's maneuverable craft. I seized it. Were you originally a miner?" "Yes, I was not registered with any faction, but now I possess my own vessel. I am a free person, no longer an anonymous miner. N01 will seize your shuttlecraft. Please dock at berth B7 for refugee registration. In this world, the status of miners was lowly. They were not protected by the governments of Blue Star, Mars, or the asteroid belt. Their names did not appear in the records of the Human Alliance. However, whether miner or slave, possessing one's own spacecraft allowed one to become the lowest tier of free individuals, known as drifters. Once one became a free person, they could freely enter and exit the bases on Mars and in the asteroid belt. Those without proper identification were vulnerable to capture by free individuals, who would then sell them into slavery. Lin Yang lamented the harsh realities of this world while simultaneously feeling fortunate to have crossed over in such a guise, thus avoiding much scrutiny. The asteroid belt government registered his shuttlecraft and issued him a free person's identification badge that a prompt echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have completed the main storyline task. 1 return voyage. Evolution points 50. Current evolution points 50. Main storyline task updated. 2 first mate. Recruit a first mate to embark on a stellar journey. Evolution points 100. You are quite fortunate, my friend. You've turned the tide and are no longer a minor. How about joining the transport fleet? We split profits 50-50. Thank you, but I do not require it for now. Ceres is a dwarf planet in the asteroid belt with a diameter of merely 950 kilometers. The primary economic resource here is mining. Most of the transport fleet's tasks involve the transportation of ores. Lin Yang left the registration office and made his way directly to the mercenary dock. Upon arrival, he found a piece of paper and quickly scribbled an advertisement. Seeking a first mate for a warship. Generous benefits, limitless prospects to captain's personal recruitment, sincerely inviting you to join. He raised the sign for quite some time, with many passers-by, but no one paying him any heed. With his stomach growling from hunger and thirst, he reluctantly squatted down. Hey, are you still hiring? Indeed, we were just waiting for you. Lin Yang looked up to see a stunning girl in her 20s, with captivating eyes that sparkled like the Milky Way. She wore elegant attire, exuding a somewhat aloof demeanor. At first glance, she appeared more like a pampered young lady than someone with combat prowess. What? Am I not qualified? No. Your presence is most welcome. May I ask your name, age, and expected salary? Lin Yang thought to himself that it was already fortunate to have someone willing to apply. He shouldn't be picky. My name is Huang Yueshi. Age confidential. Salary is irrelevant, as long as I have a place to stay and enough food to eat. Your demands are rather high, aren't they? What? Never mind. Let's go eat uppy by the way. Miss First Mate Huang Yueshi, do you happen to have any money on you? What? Joining your warship and I still have to treat you to a meal? Well, you may be thinking too much. The meal is to build rapport and get to know each other. Gurgle. Huang Yunjing glanced at Lin Yang's stomach, feeling as though she had been deceived that a flicker of coldness flashed in her eyes. Without further ado, she said, let us go. I hope you truly have a warship. Otherwise, this will be your last meal. Chapter 3. The treasure first mate. The two devoured a meal that amounted to 5 servings. With Lin Yang consuming 3 and Huang Yueshi 2. It was evident that both were famished. Lin Yang also realized the deeper meaning behind Huang Yueshi's words about this being their last meal. She had run out of money, having spent her last 50 star coins entirely. Captain, you've eaten 3 servings and still look so weak. Isn't that a bit excessive? Yueshi, I'm not pretending that I've been on a 10-day journey with little sleep. In truth, the shuttlecraft had been draining his life energy, and no matter how much he ate, it could not alleviate his fatigue. Well, that is how it is. Why is the warship only manned by you? I was the only captain to begin with. You are my first recruited crew member. Look, the ship equipped with the Cobra D-type ion pulse cannon over there is our warship. Huang Yueshi abruptly halted. Her fists clenched. That is a small shuttlecraft. You call that a warship? A vessel capable of combat is a warship. ISNT it. Hey, don't get angry. I used it to destroy a Razor-class fighter. Huang Yueshi was speechless. With no money and no place to call home, aside from boarding Lin Yang's makeshift ship, she had nowhere else to turn. Wandering around the dock would likely result in capture by bounty hunters, who would sell her into the mines. What bad luck. Let us go inside and take a look. Lin Yang let out a sigh of relief. He had managed to bluff his way through. Now, he needed to complete the main storyline task first. Currently, he had nothing but his wits. Upon entering the shuttlecraft, Lin Yang activated the control panel. I have yet to bestow a name upon the warship. You have any splendid suggestions? None. I am not particularly interested. Then we shall discuss it another time. Come, Let us register your genetic information to unlock your first officer privileges. Huang Yueshi placed her index finger upon the genetic registrar. Upon extracting the genetic strand from her epidermal cells, Lin Yang hurriedly added her name to the first officer column. Congratulations, host. You have completed the main quest. To first officer. Evolution points 100, current evolution points 150. Successfully recruited crew member 1. Life energy permanent 10. Current energy 110. In an instant, Lin Yang felt a surge of wondrous energy coursing through his body. The fatigue that had previously engulfed him dissipated entirely. His dark circles vanished. His sunken cheeks filled out, and his hunchback straightened with newfound vigor. This sensation, incredible. What are you doing? Huang Yueshi gazed at him in astonishment. Moments ago, he appeared half dead, and now he seemed brimming with life. Oh, nothing. That I suddenly feel that the future is bright. It is time to head to the dock and seek some work, ideally to recruit additional crew members along the way. Main quest, 3. The path of survival. Go to the labor or bounty dock to accept an E-rank commission task and complete it. Earning labor fees or bounty. Evolution points 200. Lin Yang could hardly contain his eagerness to visit the dock. Huang Yueshi shook her head in exasperation. The two of them couldn't even scrape together a single star coin. Besides me, no one is willing to join. By the way, I have something to say. Speak. Once you perish, this small shuttle will belong to me, correct? Ahem. Lin Yang furrowed his brow. Firstly, this is a colossal starship, not a mere shuttle. Secondly, you are not my wife and thus cannot inherit my. Noticing the icy glare from Huang Yueshi, Lin Yang smirked dismissively. Can't you recognize a jest? If I were to die, you, as the first officer, would undoubtedly be the primary inheritor. I merely wanted to give you a heads up, not seek your opinion. Captain, your colossal starship is actually... Just as Huang Yueshi was preparing to deliver a mocking retort, she inadvertently opened the shuttle schematic. Upon seeing Qilin X small pulse engine on the screen, her heart jolted. This is the legendary engine of the Pinnacle Qilin fleet. It's a medium-sized model. No need to get overly excited. Lin Yang replied, quite pleased with himself. Even as a medium-sized model, one engine could trade for 10 Razor-class light fighter ships, and this is the high-version X-type, a veritable legend. Oh, is it that precious? Such engines are coveted in the reconnaissance and exploration circles. So this is your trump card. I have many trump cards. You will come to understand them in due time, just as you two possess undisclosed secrets, do you not? Lin Yang had already discerned that Huang Yueshi was no ordinary individual. A seemingly delicate girl devoid of weapons could wander and scathe in the dock, opting not to apply for positions on large warships, but instead hiding in his shuttle. Moreover, she had an impressive understanding of the legendary Qilin fleet's engines. Her origins shrouded in mystery, likely on par with his own. Huang Yueshi smiled calmly. Let us proceed, Captain, to the bounty dock. I ask that not why you are my first officer. We both think alike. Working is not an option. We shall be bounty hunters. The labor dock merely posts labor or recruitment notices. All bounty-related tasks concerning combat are published at the bounty dock, ranging from the highest SSS rank with generous rewards and extreme danger to the lowest E rank, which includes escorting, defense, or clearing space debris. After registering the warship, Lin Yang accepted a task to escort spinach for a space farm from Ceres to Vesta, with the transport team responsible for food and energy battery consumption. The transport captain, upon seeing the shuttle, could not help but complain. Are you jesting? With such firepower and modification style, are you hoping to amuse the interstellar pirates? Lin Yang replied, whether I amuse them to death or they perish. My guarantee is simply your safe passage that I do not impose conditions on you. So please do not impose conditions on me. Wrap up this jest swiftly. Go cancel the task. We need to switch personnel. 20 days for merely 5,000 star coins. The task has been posted for 7 days without anyone accepting, and you intend to prolong it further? If this drags on, your farm may very well go bankrupt. Just do not blame us if you perish along the way. Let us set forth. One last inquiry. Does anyone wish to join me? Joining now would be akin to acquiring original shares. I still have positions for a chief engineer, safety officer, and communications officer available. Does your tiny shuttle even have an engine room? Please be quiet, brother. I feel embarrassed for you. Huang Yueshi hurriedly tugged at Lin Yang's clothing. Please stop. This is indeed somewhat humiliating. TCH, Lin Yang remained unfazed. Soon, the transport team and shuttle departed the port. .5 Razor-class light fighters subsequently set out from the bounty dock, pursuing their flight path. Peter, are you certain that Shuttle is the one that killed Cure? There is no doubt. Cure went to that battlefield to scavenge and boast of having captured a slave. The video featured this very shuttle, albeit with an added ion cannon. Once we exit the Sirius Star area, notify the transport team. Our focus is solely on that shuttle, not the pirates. Understood. Half an hour later, as the transport team exited the current star area, suddenly, 5 light fighters closed in. Captain, we are being targeted. The opposing side has initiated video communication. Upon connection, a fierce bounty hunter appeared. Kid, prepare to meet your end. Cure, whom you killed earlier, was a member of the Vulture hunting group. Dare to offend us, and you shan't leave the asteroid belt alive. Zing, several bursts of ion cannon fire were unleashed. Lin Yang maneuvered the shuttle, executing a rapid roll to evade. Simultaneously, Huang Yueshi in the co-pilot seat retaliated with the Cobra D-type ion pulse cannon. Zing! After the ion energy projectile was launched, it rapidly expanded, becoming larger than the shuttle itself. With just a single shot, it pierced through the opponent's warship shield. Boom! A flash of light erupted as the foremost fighter exploded. And the shockwave swiftly approached. My heavens! The pulse cannon possesses such formidable power. Host, the power of the Cobra D-type ion cannon is not this great. Currently, the energy projectile has been amplified by several times. And the reason lies with First Officer Huang Yueshi. I can hardly believe it. My treasure of a first officer. She is glowing. Chapter 4. The battle against the Vulture hunting group. Where are you looking? Huang Yueshi's cheeks flushed. You are glowing. How could I possibly not notice? Focus on piloting the ship. Leave the combat to me. Huang Yueshi suddenly pulled out a necklace from beneath her clothing. It was an oval-shaped pendant, roughly the size of a coin, in blue and white. With each discharge of the ion pulse cannon, the pendant on her chest radiated a dazzling white light, and the ion energy mass exiting the cannon instantly amplified several times. This pendant is my trump card. When the time is right, I will explain it to you. Boom! The shuttle shook violently as another enemy fighter was obliterated. Following that, a flash of white light signaled yet another shuttle's destruction. Congratulations, host! You have completed the challenge task 2 cooperative combat. Evolution points 200. Destroyed Razor-class light fighter 3. Evolution points 300. Current evolution points 650. Challenge task has been updated. 3. Rooting out the problem. Annihilate the entire Vulture hunting group to establish your reputation. Evolution points 1,000. They fled. The remaining 2 fighters retreated in a panic. Captain, there are 96 members in the Vulture hunting group, with 25 warships. The leader, known as Vulture, is named Joyce, a disciple of the legendary Martian hunter Gus. They may not have a high reputation in the asteroid belt, but they are a troublesome adversary backed by the high-ranking Gus hunting group. Yueshi, how do you know so much? Do you not surf the internet? Such insider information is difficult to find online. Well, I stumbled upon it by chance. Then I hope you frequently stumble upon valuable insider information. Lin Yang perceived, without directly addressing it, that he then communicated with the transport team. The crisis has been averted. Should you detect any anomalies in the future, I hope the captain will notify me promptly. You understand my radar range is limited, unlike your transport ships. Mr. Lin has misunderstood. Just now, I was playing cards in the aft cabin and truly did not notice the warships approaching. After this task is completed, may I offer you an additional 3,000 star coins as compensation? Having witnessed the terrifying combat prowess of the shuttle, the transport team no longer looked down upon them, fearing Lin Yang would blame them for failing to inform him of the Vulture hunting group's presence. They hastily proposed increasing the payment. Excellent. I appreciate collaborating with those who uphold their word. Let us continue at full speed. Lin Yang closed the communication, leaned back in his seat, and closed his eyes while browsing through the evolution shop. The Black Rhino C-type shield generator, the Wild Buffalo D-type enhanced energy source, the Wide-eared Bat L-type radar, and a River Otter A-type steam shower room. Accounting for evolution costs, it was just enough. This will do. What are you mumbling about? Huang Yueshi inquired, puzzled by Lin Yang's demeanor. You shall find out shortly. Would you care to share the origins of your necklace? it is best you do not inquire. It is for your own good. Knowing too much may lead to peril, for its secret could impact all of humanity. Likewise, do not pry into my matters. I have set the autopilot. Once the battle concludes, let us rest. The two settled into their seats, closed their eyes, and each took a moment to recuperate. Ding. Evolution complete. Otter Type A steam shower room installed and compatible. Black Rhino Type C shield installed and compatible. Recycling Hamster Type A shield, evolution points 20. Wild Buffalo Type D energy booster installed and compatible. Recycling Hamster F-class energy adapter, evolution points 20. Wide-eared Bat Type L radar installed and compatible. Recycling Hamster D-class radar, evolution points 20. Congratulations, host, on completing growth task. 2 comprehensive evolution. Evolution points 100. Current evolution points 160. Growth task updated. 3 transformation. Evolve the whole frame of the shuttle into a light fighter. Evolution points 500. 2 hours later, a notification echoed in Lin Yang's mind. The next evolution posed a slight challenge. He had yet to encounter a whole frame in the evolution shop. It seemed he would need to accumulate evolution points to refresh the shop. Hiss, the co-pilot, Huang Yueshi, suddenly gasped. She was jolted awake by the slight shudder of the evolving shuttle. Upon accessing the control screen to check the hull details, her eyes widened in disbelief. The basic shield, originally capable of withstanding space debris or small rocks, had transformed into a combat-grade Black Rhino shield. The power of the energy adapter had doubled. IT could now unleash 20 of the Chilean engine's potential instead of just 10. The maximum speed had reached an astonishing 40 Mach, or 49,000 kilometers per hour. The radar had also been upgraded to a battleship level. Most astonishingly, a steam shower room had inexplicably appeared in the cabin. Huang Yueshi stared at Lin Yang in shock. What exactly is his trump card? No wonder the heart of the galaxy guided me to him. It seems I have indeed found the right person. Lin Yang yawned and rose, smiling. Aside from the essentials, we no longer need to board the transport fleet ship. We can shower aboard the sun and moon. Satisfied? The sun and moon? Yes, deriving from your name, Yue for moon. And mine, Yang for sun. This grand starship is named the Sun and Moon. A smile graced Huang Yueshi's face. What a lovely name. Thank you for considering me a friend, Lin Yang. You only just realized? I regarded you as a friend from our very first meeting. A week flew by, and they had completed 70 of their route. On this day, Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi were engrossed in discussing the unique challenge customs of the Sirius aliens when suddenly, 7 bright spots appeared on the radar interface. 3 Scimitar-class medium fighters and 4 Razor-class light fighters were approaching them. Let us keep this under wraps. The transport fleet is unaware of our radar upgrade. Let us see if they will warn us this time. Yes, soon as Lin Yang finished speaking, the transport fleet's captain sent a voice message. Mr. Lin, 7 warships are flying towards us. They belong to the Vulture hunting group. They claim they will not rob us, but seek vengeance. If you could make it easy for us and engage from a distance. Thank you for the heads up, Captain. Rest assured, we won't implicate you. Whoosh! The shuttle suddenly accelerated to a speed of 40 Mach, overtaking the transport fleet and charging straight toward the Vulture hunting group, leaving the captain astounded. Is it really this fast? Is this the speed a shuttle should have? Captain, the firepower is also beyond what a shuttle should possess. It seems we have encountered a remarkable individual. Let us seek him out for our next mission. The Razor-class light fighters measured about 30 meters in length and could be piloted by a single person, while the Scimitar-class medium fighters spanned 50 meters, requiring at least 5 to operate effectively. Their firepower and shields were formidable. The Vulture hunting group had dispatched 3 medium and 4 light fighters, clearly intent on eliminating Lin Yang and his companion without delay. However, as soon as both sides entered range, 2 light fighters were destroyed and 1 medium fighter shield was penetrated. Lin Yang and the shuttle achieved a mental symbiosis. Closing his eyes and entering deep symbiotic mode, he felt as if he had become one with the vessel. The shuttle moved with the grace of a fish in water, deftly evading attacks, while Huang Yueshi launched counterattacks. Each discharge of the ion cannon was amplified tenfold by her enhancements. The shields of the Vulture hunting group's fighters could not withstand the onslaught. A single shot would breach a light fighter's shield, and 2 shots would obliterate it. Medium fighters could not endure more than 3 shots. Moreover, the Sun and Moon shuttle's energy, shields, and power had all been elevated to the level of light or medium fighters. Coupled with its compact size, making it even harder to target, in mere seconds, the battle concluded. You have destroyed Razor-class light fighters 4, evolution points 400, Scimitar-class medium fighters 3, evolution points 600, current evolution points 1160 Yueshi. Scan the battlefield for valuable wreckage. I'm going to take a nap. Are you that weak? Just a few seconds of combat, and you need rest. Yueshi, if you can't hold a conversation. Don't force it, Lin Yang retorted. Irked, he was not weak at all. The truth was he needed to refresh the evolution shop as quickly as possible. Refresh, hurry up and refresh. It's infuriating. Congratulations, the host has struck fortune. And a legendary item has appeared. Chapter 5, Triangular Spike Legendary Fighter. After spending 500 evolution points to refresh, 10 new items appeared in the shop. One golden light fighter caught his attention. Triangular Spike Class Light Fighter Hull Frame. Legendary Class Fighter. A technological marvel of blue star humanity. Length 30 meters, width 10 meters, height 5 meters. Equipped with a double-deck structure. Currently a rough hull frame with no room planning. Hull material. Diamond W-type titanium alloy. Observation window material. Hard crystal Y-type tempered aluminum. Laser weapon slots. 8 empty. Missile weapon slots. 4 empty. Shield slots. 2 empty. Tractor beam slot. Empty. Lin Yang was in dire need of a hull frame and was astonished to find a legendary one. Unfortunately, the cost was too high at 1,000 evolution points. With only 660 points remaining, he planned to escort the transport fleet to complete their round trip to accumulate more points. The next 3 days passed rather uneventfully. He wondered what kind of counterattack the Vulture hunting group was planning. Soon they arrived at Vesta, which was slightly smaller than Ceres. Before unloading, the transport fleet's captain transferred 8,000 star coins into his account. Captain, we still have half a return trip to complete. Why are you settling the payments so quickly? Mr. Lin, I hadn't anticipated your enmity with the Vulture hunting group to be so intense. I truly cannot trouble you for escort services any longer. Consider this mission completed ahead of schedule. We shall collaborate again when the opportunity arises. Congratulations, host, on completing main quest 3: The Path of Survival. Evolution points 200, current evolution points 860. Main quest updated 4 S-Class commission. Complete an S-Class commission at a labor or bounty dock. Evolution points 500. The transport fleet made a swift exit, settling the full payment and even providing an extra 3,000. Lin Yang found it difficult to argue. Huang Yueshi remarked, if we do not eliminate the Vulture hunting group, we may not receive any future missions. It would be wise to use this money to purchase weapons and energy first. Let us eat first, then head to the labor dock to post recruitment information that we need at least 5 people. None. I mean, as long as the Vulture hunting group remains intact, no one will join us. Well, fine, let us eat first, buy weapons at the dock, and then challenge the Vulture hunting group. After their meal, they visited the trade dock to sell the wreckage parts they had salvaged from the battlefield. Earning 2,000 star coins, with the reward included, they now had 10,000 star coins. They purchased 2 boxes of civilian rations, enough for both of them for a month, as well as 2 phase pistols and phase assault rifles. They then went to the dock to buy 10 sets of energy batteries, 10 Dragonfly K-type missiles, and 5 Mosquito-type interference missiles. After spending 10,000 star coins, they had 200 left. The shuttle was now brimming with supplies. Finally, they headed to the bounty dock. They entrusted the dock manager, Galeva, with a challenge letter to the Vulture hunting group. The duel's location was set between Vesta and Ceres. The Vulture's Joyce accepted the challenge immediately. An abetting event emerged at the bounty dock. Yueshi, what are our odds? 100 to 1. What a great opportunity. Let us bet all 200. Moments later, Huang Yueshi returned to the shuttle with a smile. In a good mood? Did you find some money? Pretty much. Those people saw the shuttle, and upon learning our ages, the odds skyrocketed. Why, how much? 1,000 to 1. That is fantastic. Set sail. Just thinking about the impending 200. 000 star coins made Lin Yang smile wider than ever. Huang Yueshi also beamed, fastening her seatbelt immediately. 2.5 days later, the shuttle arrived at the agreed-upon duel point at a speed of 40 Mach. Only to find that the Vulture hunting group had yet to arrive. The Razor light fighters had a maximum speed of 35 Mach, while the Scimitar medium fighters could only reach 30. The obsolete near-space combat ships from 50 years ago could not possibly be faster than them. Yueshi, you truly are an encyclopedia. Don't flatter me. Many of those warships have been modified since they entered the backward asteroid belt. Their speed might be comparable to ours. As soon as she finished speaking, numerous bright spots appeared on the radar. A distance of 10,000 kilometers, 1 double-handed sword heavy fighter, 5 Scimitar medium fighters, and 8 Razor light fighters were approaching, totaling exactly 25 vessels from the Vulture hunting group. Perfect. This saves us the trouble of searching for them. Let us hit them hard right off the bat. The shuttle surged forward at full speed, while the violence-loving Vulture hunting group also raced towards them. Kid, you're as good as dead. The process of your execution will be broadcast live in the asteroid belt. Oh, are you really promoting me? Such filial piety. I'll do my best to make a quick end for you. Don't get cocky. Soon you won't even have a chance to cry. I merely crushed a few cockroaches. I am not the compassionate Avalokitesvara, so what is there to lament? How vexing. I hope your prowess matches your eloquence. That grandson may find himself disappointed. Grandfather's combat strength is far superior. The co-pilot, Huang Yueshi, cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yang. Can we refrain from verbally sparring with a vulture? It appears we might truly be broadcasting live. Let's maintain our image, lest it affect your recruitment of crew members. Oh. Understood. Ahem ha. Lin Yang cleared his throat. Good morning. Asteroids, the final tally from the last warship explosion guess was a total of 11 vessels. Thanks to the Vulture's relentless vendetta, I managed to destroy 10 of them en route. As his subordinates attempted to capture me as a slave, only to be met with a dazzling firework display. The Vulture could not swallow this humiliation, and I am more than willing to ensure he chokes on it completely. Many remain unaware of my capabilities. Fear not, for I am your captain, Lin Yang. This remarkable and astute lady, endowed with both beauty and strength, is First Officer Huang Yueshi. You wish to traverse the starry seas and indulge in vengeance. Join me, and let us chase our dreams across the galaxy. Huang Yueshi could not suppress her smile, giving Lin Yang a thumbs up. Impressive indeed. The Vulture was so enraged he turned off the live stream. The appetizer has been consumed. It is time for the main course. Let the Vulture's hunting party face a reckoning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Vulture's hunting party launched 10 Dragonfly K-type missiles first. Lin Yang deftly maneuvered the shuttle. Huang Yueshi retaliated defensively, first deploying a barrage of mosquito interference missiles. Dozens of micro-missiles flew erratically, intercepting 4 incoming missiles. She then unleashed the ion pulse cannon. The galaxy heart on her chest glimmered with brilliance. The laser pulse cannon was amplified several-fold. In just 2 shots, it obliterated an enemy Razor-class light fighter. Whoosh! Huang Yueshi locked onto a medium fighter, launching a Dragonfly K-type missile as soon as the missile was fired. She unleashed 3 consecutive ion blasts, breaching the shield and allowing the missile to strike true. A dazzling flash ensued, resulting in the loss of another medium fighter for the enemy. The Vulture, Joyce, was taken aback, losing 2 warships right at the onset. And the opponent was merely a shuttle. Most terrifying was that ion pulse cannon, which surpassed the firepower of his heavy fighter's laser cannon. Kid, what weapon do you possess? Be a fool and inquire with the Grim Reaper. Zing, 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 whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Yang piloted the shuttle, swiftly approaching the Vulture's heavy fighter. Huang Yueshi seized the opportunity, firing 7 ion blasts that pierced the enemy's shield, followed by 3 Dragonfly missiles that shattered the 80-meter-long heavy fighter. With the demise of Vulture Joyce, the remaining crew quickly fell into disarray, crushed under the relentless pursuit of Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi. An hour later, they were all consigned to the boundless void of space. You have destroyed 1 double-handed sword-class heavy fighter, evolution points 400, 5 Scimitar-class medium fighters, evolution points 1,000, 8 Razor-class light fighters, evolution points 800. Congratulations, host, for completing challenge task. 3 Rooting out the weeds, evolution points 1,000. Current evolution points 4060. The ship's exterior is evolving into a legendary grade Mitsubishi Spike light fighter, taking 8 hours and 20 minutes, consuming 500 evolution points. Yueshi, set a course back to Hephaestus. Initiate self-piloting at maximum speed. The 200,000 star coin bounty. Just thinking about it brings me joy. Chapter 6. A bounty on my head. Challenge task updated for minor achievements. Accumulate the destruction of 100 warships. Evolution points 5,000. Lin Yang calculated to complete this task. He needed to destroy an additional 75 warships. Indeed, a considerable challenge lay ahead. Currently, there remain 2,560 evolution points before the 10-meter-long shuttle could evolve into a 30-meter-long light fighter. There was no space left for further evolution. The return journey thus seemed somewhat tedious. Thankfully, Huang Yueshi was there to keep him company, chatting, sipping tea, and playing a few games of chess. Before long, over 8 hours had passed. Ding! The ship's skeletal evolution is complete, transitioning from shuttle to light fighter. Congratulations, host, for completing growth task 3 rebirth. Evolution points 500, current evolution points 3060. Growth task updated for legendary warship. Evolve the Mitsubishi Spike Light Fighter to its rightful legendary level. Evolution points 2000. Boom! The shuttle suddenly shook. Huang Yueshi, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, quickly opened them. What happened? Remain calm. We're upgrading our arsenal. Lin Yang stretched lazily and stood from the pilot's seat. A phenomenon akin to spatial decompression occurred. The compartment, originally over 2 meters wide and more than a meter high, rapidly expanded to nearly 10 meters in width. It felt as though they were riding an ascending elevator. With the 1-meter-high chamber increasing to 5 meters, dividing into 2 levels, the 10-meter-long shuttle gradually lengthened, ultimately settling at 30 meters from the outside. It appeared as if the shuttle had traversed a peculiar spatial filter. It entered as a shuttle and emerged as a 30-meter-long light fighter, exuding an aura of combat prowess and sturdiness. The materials of the ship had also transformed. Come, first officer, let us tour our light fighter. Huang Yueshi was left speechless in astonishment. Such technology, even I have not encountered in that place. Curious to learn more? You might want to consider whether your secrets are due for revelation. Huang Yueshi shook her head. If my true identity were exposed, it could lead to the downfall of all human civilization. You have sheltered me. I cannot bring harm upon you. Lin Yang chuckled dismissively. You have but one identity, my first officer. The future may hold further developments. Who can say? For now, let us familiarize ourselves with the sun and moon. Is this the legendary Mitsubishi Spike Light Fighter? You know, indeed, a high-tech creation of the Blue Star Fleet. Its maneuverability and firepower can easily outclass the older double-handed sword-class heavy fighters. However, we currently possess only the ship's skeletal structure. Our firepower and shields remain somewhat lacking. The Spike employs the most advanced diamond W-type titanium for its hull. Even without shields, this new titanium can withstand ion cannon attacks. Yueshi, you truly are my encyclopedia. I shall pilot while you handle the firepower. The original pulse cannon has been mounted in the main gun position. The purchased missiles have been exhausted in battle. This fighter is still quite spacious. Not only is the external weaponry sparse, but the interior is also empty. The lower deck is bare, devoid of any rooms. The upper deck contains only a restroom and a steam shower. While piloting the shuttle, Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi would recline in their seats to rest. Now that the cabin space has expanded, it is time to add some rooms. The current Evolution Mall only offers a usable black Rhino C-class shield generator. After purchasing, Lin Yang chose to evolve it directly. The reason the Spike is considered legendary lies significantly in its dual shield capabilities. After spending 500 evolution points to refresh the inventory, a usable Cobra D-class ion pulse cannon appeared. After purchasing, he added it to the evolution queue. Spending another 500 points for another refresh, he finally encountered evolution components for the ship structure. Bamboo Forest Bird D-type, living quarters. Bamboo Forest Bird E-type, living quarters. And Bamboo Forest Bird F-type, living quarters. After several rounds of refreshing, Lin Yang decided to purchase all 3 to avoid spending evolution points again once new crew members were recruited to the shield, a pulse cannon, and 3 living quarters. Yet more hours were consumed in evolution. When the evolution was complete once more, Huang Yueshi was left in a state of shock. Even if you suddenly conjured an alien race, I would not be surprised. Your arsenal is truly extensive. Choose, which of the 3 rooms do you desire? The largest F-type will, of course, be for the captain, while I shall settle for the E-type. The D-type shall remain vacant for now, to be used as a communal dormitory once we recruit a large crew. The living quarters are not mere shells. They come furnished with beds, wardrobes, water dispensers, washing machines, and bathrooms complete with steam showers. Bedding and coverings are also provided, along with an air temperature control and circulation system. Furthermore, a tempered aluminum window offers a view of the vastness of space beyond the hull. With a genuine lounge now available, Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi took turns piloting the warship a day later. They finally returned to the domain of Hephaestus. Here lies the Hephaestus patrol fleet. Please identify your light fighter and its origins. Bounty hunter Lin Yang from the asteroid belt, returning to collect my bounty. Lin Yang? Good heavens, truly you. Where is your shuttle? After your victory, shouldn't you have upgraded to a great warship? The shuttle's skeletal structure has been recycled in the Evolution Mall. After all the upgrades, only 50 evolution points remain. Please land at the bounty dock for re-registration of your warship and prepare to receive the glory that belongs to you both. The bounty dock was bustling with activity. The two young individuals, Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi, had managed to eliminate the entire vulture hunting party using only a shuttle. This news had spread throughout the asteroid belt. The headlines of the past few days were dominated by their exploits. Bounty hunters revered the strong, and thousands gathered to witness the duo, applauding, whistling, and cheering in unison. Thank you. Thank you all. Oh my, I love you. This feeling is simply splendid. Is there anyone willing to join? The Sun and Moonlight fighter is in need of crew members. Do not hesitate. Suddenly, Lin Yang froze mid-sentence. He had not finished speaking when the once boisterous dock fell silent. Those who had been shouting the loudest smiled awkwardly, while the rest simply gazed at him in silence. How peculiar! Why does it grow quiet when I mention recruitment? Welcome back, Mr. Lin and Ms. Huang. You two have become legends in the realm of bounties. Pay no heed to the naysayers. After all, no one wishes to court disaster. Right? The dock supervisor, Galeva, approached with a broad smile. The vultures are the disciples of Gus, the legendary hunter of Mars. You have entirely decimated their hunting group, which reflects poorly on Gus. However, given his stature and reputation, he cannot intervene personally, thus he has issued an A-grade bounty on Mars. Damn it. This is an egregious affront. Anger will not serve us. We must devise a plan. How is this even an A-grade? I annihilated the entire vulture hunting group. Surely that merits at least an S-grade. Does it not? Galeva seemed a loss for words, pondering how the minds of the youth operate so differently. No wonder they managed to outwit and eliminate the vultures. Calm down. Mars boasts an interstellar port with space teleportation capabilities, unlike the impoverished asteroid belts where the A-grade bounties surpass our S-grade rewards. That is more acceptable, but alas, I cannot accept a task that involves killing myself for a bounty. By the way, what about my betting winnings? 200, return to you as is. What? Wasn't it 200,000? How is it only 200? Thanks to your impassioned speech before the battle. Many people placed their bets on you again. Just a second before the firing commenced, the odds dropped to 1. I didn't take a commission, considering it a personal favor to you. What a farce. Who runs bets that fluctuate in real time? Such bets are inherently irregular. Just before the combat, they can rise to 1, 0, 0, 0 to 1, and then plummet to 1 to 1, that if you are unsatisfied, you can place a bounty on the betting house at the dock. Forget it. How can I afford to issue a bounty? What sort of people are these? Sigh, looks like I'll be going hungry again. Chapter 7. Sirius Tiger Folk, what a blunder. How could I have made such a foolish move? Lin Yang grumbled as he returned to the warship. Huang Yueshi stifled a laugh beside him, offering comfort. Look on the bright side, Captain. Although we eradicated the vultures, we have attracted a bounty from Mars. While your speech was indeed successful, no one has joined us. Though we haven't lost money, the betting odds were 1,000 to 1. Yueshi. Who taught you to console others like this? Granny. She must possess great wisdom. How can one offer such counsel without fear of retribution? You should keep your distance from her. She passed away a month ago. My apologies, and no need to apologize. I was merely speaking in jest. Consider it this way. Well, we have drawn the Martian bounty. We have also vanquished the vultures, have we not? There is some merit to that. Lin Yang sighed in relief. How about we try our luck at the labor dock? Perhaps we can find some work. Did you not say you would never take a job in this lifetime? There's no choice. Even a noble steed must eat humble grass. Otherwise, I would have to watch you tighten your belt and starve alongside me. You spent all your money on me at our first meeting. From now on, I shall be the one to support you." Huang Yueshi smirked, not responding. Due to the bounty on the legendary hunter from Mars, no one was willing to commission the two of them for tasks, nor did anyone dare to join their warship. With only 200 star coins left in their account, if they did not earn money soon, they might not even be able to launch the warship. With no commissions at the bounty dock, they had no choice but to seek odd jobs at the labor dock. Fortuitously, they found an employer who was out of touch with current events. The job involved clearing an abandoned mine, requiring 24 hours of work daily for a reward of 100 star coins. The employer would provide food and energy batteries for the warship upon arriving at the location. Lin Yang was taken aback that, "I told you, we are headline news. How could anyone not recognize us? That old fox, Trav, truly knows how to exploit." The abandoned mine before them had once been a 50-kilometer diameter asteroid rich in titanium and magnesium. After 2.5 years of intensive mining, the resources were depleted. Subsequently, a new flight path was planned through the area. However, a failed demolition turned the site into a 500-kilometer debris field. To clear the new route, the Zao, god political entity, issued a cleanup task. Yet, due to the paltry reward of 200 star coins a day, progress was exceedingly slow. Trav, having contracted the job, lowered the price further to a mere 150 star coins daily. Just minutes before Lin Yang arrived at the labor market, Trav had deliberately reduced the reward to 100 star coins per day. While Lin Yang seethed with indignation, Huang Yueshi remained optimistic. At least they would be provided with energy and food. They could save the meager reward to purchase some missiles and ideally acquire a laser cannon to defend against the Martian bounty hunters. Once we fend off the Martian hunters and upgrade the warship, I will ensure Trav pays dearly for his exploitation. I support you. The pair quickly divided their labor. One would work for 12 hours while the other rested, ensuring the warship remained operational. They aimed to earn enough to afford the Dragonfly K-type missiles. 7 days swiftly passed, and they finally received their first payment. Lin Yang promptly headed to the Zao God shipyard to purchase missiles. As they departed the abandoned mine, a blip suddenly appeared on the radar, indicating a rapidly approaching object. Huang Yueshi frowned. "It's moving at 50 Mach. A TL light fighter from Sirius Technology is heading our way." A bounty hunter? Most likely. Raise the dual shields. Prepare for battle. Lin Yang immediately fastened 3 safety belts, leaned back, and entered a deep symbiotic state with the warship. Against a faster vessel, they had to give their all. Huang Yueshi held the heart of the galaxy in her hand, whispering a few words of blessing. The coin-sized pendant emitted a brilliant white light. "Captain, incoming cluster missiles. Be cautious. Counterattack with full force. Do not worry about me." Boom, 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 boom. A missile from the enemy vessel hurtled toward them at 300 Mach. When it was just 1,000 meters away from the day and moon, the warhead suddenly shattered into 100 smaller warheads. Maintaining its speed, the area of attack expanded 100-fold. Coupled with the maneuverability and tracking capabilities of the guided weapon, the day and moon found itself in a precarious situation. Multiple warheads detonated near the warship. Thankfully, due to the dual-layer shields, they barely withstood the assault. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Huang Yueshi immediately unleashed 4 ion pulse cannons. Both cannons fired simultaneously, not diminishing the effects of the heart of the galaxy. The energy sphere was amplified dozens of times. The enemy vessel hurriedly attempted to evade. The energy sphere disappeared into the vastness of space as Lin Yang dodged and weaved through the cluster of missiles. Propelling himself at full speed toward the enemy ship, the missiles were difficult to shake off. Lin Yang resolved to drag the enemy down with him. Just under 1,000 meters away, a red light suddenly flared ahead. Zing! The enemy vessel was equipped with a powerful phase cannon. This laser weapon fired at an incredible speed, nearly reaching the speed of light, and boasted immense power, albeit with a short range. Typically, it is mounted on heavy fighters or bombers. However, firing at such a close range left Lin Yang with less than 0.1 seconds to react, yet he managed to evade by the skin of his teeth, thanks to his consciousness being deeply attuned to the day and moon. He achieved a state of unity with the ship. The phase cannon beam grazed the hull of the day and moon, Simultaneously, Huang Yueshi fired off 10 pulse shots. The enemy pilot evidently lacked Lin Yang's piloting skills, as 7 out of 10 energy shots struck true, breaching their shields. Without mercy, Huang Yueshi unleashed another 10 ion pulse shots, each enhanced multiple times by her. Boom, a brilliant light erupted in space as the enemy vessel was obliterated. The shockwave rocked the day and moon. Bang! Suddenly, a massive object smashed against the cockpit viewport, startling both Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi. Upon closer inspection, they were astonished to see a 3-meter-tall tiger-headed humanoid sprawled against the viewport, grinning foolishly at them, clutching a metal plate on which he had scratched the words "I surrender" with his claws. What shocked Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi the most was that after being ejected from the destroyed ship, the tiger-headed being had survived in the frigid vacuum of minus 200 degrees, appearing unfazed and still grinning. Noticing the astonished expressions on Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi's faces, the tiger-headed man became flustered and hastily scratched more words into the metal plate. "My name is Kalugia, of a Sirius Tiger folk, that I have always revered the strong, that my desire to take on Gus's task was merely to meet you. I'm not interested in money. Having defeated Kalugia, you have passed my test. Now, the strong Kalugia requests to join you." He then pulled out a communicator from his pocket, tapping a few times before showing Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi the text on the screen. "You have paid a breach of contract fee to the Mars bounty dock of 50,000 star coins. You have paid a breach of contract fee to Gus of 500,000 star coins. You have maliciously breached the contract and have been blacklisted by the Mars bounty dock. Yueshi, what do you think?" "Captain, I will observe from the co-pilot seat. And no need to ask. Then I shall sit in the captain's seat and watch." The two settled into their seats, silently observing. Although the Sirius Tiger folk were robust, they could not withstand the harshness of space for long. 5 minutes later, the one smiling Kalugia wore a mournful expression, frost forming upon his body, limbs growing stiff. Finally, the light of hope in his eyes dimmed, and he reluctantly closed them. His 3-meter-tall form drifted away from the viewport, rigid and lifeless. Witnessing this, the duo swiftly closed the shields and opened the airlock. One immediately deployed a mechanical claw to retrieve Kalugia into the pressure chamber. Lin Yang picked up an assault phase laser gun and a bundle of ropes. First, he bound the tiger before anything else. After over 20 days without finding a crew member, it was better to recruit than to kill and brew tiger whip wine. Chapter 8. Is this fellow really 8 years old? Huang Yueshi pulled the tiger-headed man into the pressure chamber. Lin Yang sealed the outer hatch and began repressurizing the air. Once the pressure within the chamber stabilized, he opened the closure door between the pressurized chamber and the ship's cabin. The tiger-headed man was thus captured aboard the warship. It was his first encounter with the towering figure of 3 meters, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. "Holy smokes, those claws are larger than my face," the captain exclaimed. "This tiger is armed to the teeth, sporting a set of high-tech battle armor as well. Remove the armor! Remove the armor! Yueshi, ready your phase gun. If he suddenly awakens and attacks me, aim for his head." "Understood." Lin Yang hastily began dismantling the tiger-headed man's equipment. On his back rested a 2-meter-long high-powered energy cannon, while across his chest was slung a belt containing over 30 armor-piercing explosive rounds. His waist was encircled by another belt of high-energy explosive projectiles, also numbering over 30. Additionally, he bore 2 high-energy phase pistols strapped to his legs. Remarkably, the tiger-headed man's pistols were nearly the same size as the assault-type phase guns wielded by Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi. Beyond the firearms, the tiger-headed man's armored arms each bore a set of high-strength alloy claws, 3 protruding from each side, each extending over a meter in length, akin to being equipped with 6 alloy steel blades. "You're practically armed to the teeth. You are already a formidable tiger. Was all this necessary?" Lin Yang couldn't help but scoff. After fully disarming him, he proceeded to remove the high-tech armor, following a flurry of activity. The tiger-headed man's frozen limbs gradually regained mobility, and his breathing resumed. The duo quickly collaborated to secure him tightly, binding him from head to toe like a dumpling. They then stood by with their phase guns at the ready. It was only at this moment that Lin Yang found time to check the system. Having just destroyed an enemy ship, he had gained an additional 100 evolution points, leaving him with a total of 150 points. Regrettably, the items in the shop were all priced above 200 points, rendering him unable to make any purchases for the time being. The vitality of the Sirius Tiger was indeed remarkable that a few minutes later, the Tiger Man Karuja opened his eyes. Hissa, so cold. Are you willing to accept my joining? Yueshi, hand me the gene registration device. Gene authorization certification was a universally recognized personnel management method within the fleet. Regardless of the warship, crew information was based on genetic identification. Karuja, is it? Are you willing to join my team? Absolutely. I came here specifically for you. You annihilated 25 enemy ships with a single shuttle, which is simply incredible. I thought it was an exaggerated rumor, but now I believe. Excellent. Given your physique and strength, you are perfectly suited to be my security officer, but let's see if you can handle it first. Lin Yang plucked a tuft of Karuja's tiger fur, promptly extracting the genetic chain information and placing Karuja's name in the warship security officer slot. You have recruited a new crew member. Permanent life energy 10, current energy 120. Suddenly, a surge of energy flowed into Lin Yang's body, invigorating him and filling him with strength. After recruiting Huang Yueshi, he had finally shed the constant fatigue and weakness that plagued him. However, when hunger or exhaustion struck, he still felt more drained than usual. Now that his life energy had increased once more, his bodily functions surpassed those of an ordinary person. Even in moments of hunger or fatigue, he would no longer feel weakness. With a crack, Lin Yang twisted his neck and clenched his fists, the sound of his bones echoing as if his strength was on the verge of bursting forth. Ah, this sensation is exhilarating. Huang Yueshi looked at him in astonishment, pondering what has gotten into him all of a sudden. Clearing his throat, Lin Yang continued, Security Officer Karuja, this is not personal, but Deputy Huang Yueshi cleared her account when she joined. And as a member of the warship, you cannot possess private property. What happened to the funds in your account? Transfer them immediately. Captain, I have no money left. I lost it all to the Mars bounty dock and my employer. Gus, what? You say that again. Lin Yang's teeth ground together in frustration. Huang Yueshi quickly retrieved Karuja's communicator, scrolling through it with a look of disbelief. Captain, this tiger really is broke. He owes the Mars Bank 200,000 star coins and loans. Throw him out. Quick, toss him out. You're not going to brew Tiger Whip wine anymore. Brew what? The Mars Bank will come after us for debt. Ding, Captain, you have a new message. A notification chimed in the cabin. Lin Yang hurried to the cockpit to check the screen. This is the Mars Bank. We are pleased to contact you, esteemed Mr. Lin Yang. Our client, the Sirius Tiger Man Karuja, has joined your warship. You will jointly bear the 200,000 star coin loan with Karuja. Please remember to make repayments by the 10th of each month, with a minimum repayment amount. Don't throw him out yet. Yueshi, it's a message from the Mars Bank. Lin Yang rushed back to the rear cabin. Huang Yueshi maintained a stern expression, her phase gun aimed directly at Karuja's forehead. Should she pull the trigger, he would be instantly executed. Karuja, startled, was taken aback by the ferocity of the seemingly delicate human woman. Captain, he informed the bank of his intention to join us before the battle. The 200,000 star coin loan means we barely earn enough to cover the interest. If it weren't for the employer providing rations, we would starve. Killing him is pointless. We could sell him to a black mining operation instead, or inquire at the black market if any bio companies are seeking alien test subjects. Perhaps even sell him to an interstellar circus? No, Captain, I can earn money. We can head to the bounty dock and take an S-class mission. We'll be fine soon. Bang, bang. Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi both kicked Karuja simultaneously. While we're speaking, you mustn't interrupt. If we could take bounty missions, would we be here hauling stones? Earning just 100 star coins a day is barely enough to cover your loan interest. Bang! In her fury, Huang Yueshi's gun struck Karuja's face. Lin Yang furrowed his brow, finally suggesting, why not just default on the loan and become pirates? No, our firepower can't withstand an asteroid belt fleet's onslaught, and the asteroid belt is impoverished and lacking resources. Mars and Blue Star are affluent, but their patrol fleets are formidable. Unless we join a pirate crew, we would be treated like lambs to the slaughter. Goodness, Yueshi, you're considering becoming a pirate too? This research result is truly something else. Even if we don't become pirates, if we default on the loan, we won't be able to dock at the port.in summary. We've been ensnared by this tiger. Haven Tiwi. Indeed, unless we can extract some economic value from him. The expressions of the duo turned sinister as they eyed the tiger-headed man with cold smiles. Karuja felt a chill run down his spine. Captain Commander, what are you planning to do? We are a team. After all, I am your security officer. Silence. Speak only when asked. Otherwise, not a word. Karuja bowed his head, curling up as much as possible. Contact your family and transfer 1 million star coins to my account. Or you'll find out just how sought-after Tiger Bone wine and Tiger Whip wine are in human society. Captain, I can contact my family, but you'd better not regret this. I'm not one to scare easily. Hurry. Lin Yang thrust the communicator in front of him. After a moment of hesitation, Karuja reluctantly began to speak, sending a message to the Sirius royal family's holy temple. Father, I am your son Karuja. Having joined the warship of asteroid belt bounty hunter Lin Yang, that I now require 1 million star coins, or I shall be made into medicinal wine. Lin Yang was taken aback. Wait a moment. What are you? A prince? Yes, according to our Sirius Tiger people's tradition, a male must challenge and kill his father upon reaching the age of 8. I have no desire to challenge my father. I merely wish to challenge this foolish tradition. How old are you exactly? 8 years old. This really what an 8-year-old looks like. Chapter 9. The Prince of the Tiger People Captain in a Tiger People family. Only one male child is born. Once the male reaches the age of 8, he must duel with his tiger father, and only when one party dies will the family bear another male tiger child. The number of female children is not bound by this tradition. So, does that mean the majority of the Sirius people are female tigers? Well, that's a rather unique perspective, but yes, there are indeed fewer male Sirius people. Yet they occupy important positions. What is the strength of the Sirius people in the galaxy? They are classified as a 2.6 level stellar civilization, significantly surpassing the human level of 2.0. It is no exaggeration to say that if it weren't for the constraints of the Galactic Alliance, human civilization would have been eradicated long ago. A level 1 planetary civilization is defined as one that can fully develop and control its home planet, utilizing orbital satellites or nearby planetary resources to achieve space travel within its system. Superluminal travel marks the threshold for entering level 2 stellar civilization. Whether through warp, hyperspace travel, space jumping, or quantum slipping, as long as one can exceed the speed of light and leave their star system. They are considered a level 2 civilization. Humans have only just reached this level, while Sirius has already attained 2.6. Boasting technology that is at least tens of thousands of years ahead of humanity. After the initial shock, Lin Yang quickly donned a smile. Big Cat, let us negotiate. Could you add a follow-up message to that previous one, stating it was all a practical joke? After all, our father is quite busy. And as his junior, I wouldn't want to cause him additional trouble, right? Interstellar communication employs quantum communication methods. Due to the peculiarities of quantum entanglement, this form of communication is not bound by space and time. This meant that the message Karuja had just sent had already reached Sirius, located 8.6 light-years away. Giggle Karuja beamed with pride out of course. Captain, so does this mean you are accepting me? Of course I must accept. You are already a part of my team. How splendid. Communication. Once again, I sent a message to the royal palace of Sirius. Father, I was merely jesting with you, just like in our childhood. Your Karuja is in good spirits. Traversing the Orion Arm, and no one dares to provoke the prince of the tiger people. I have made new friends. Though the journey was fraught with difficulties, I am quite fond of this place. Moments later, the communicator received a furious roar. Coward, you shall no longer claim the title of prince of the Sirius Tiger people. You are unworthy, you exiled, sickly cat. Do not let my fleet discover your presence, or I shall reduce you to mere fragments. A new prince embryo has already been nurtured. He shall inherit the glory of the tiger people in the future. Karuja felt a profound sense of loss as he stared blankly at the communicator. A hint of grievance hidden in his eyes. Beep. Captain, you have a new message, announced the device. Let Karuja be for a moment. Yueshi, we must depart. Hey, Captain, Commander, are you not going to untie me? Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi feigned ignorance. Upon returning to the cockpit, they opened the message. Your account has received a transfer of 1 million star coins. Money. The eyes of the two instantly gleamed with excitement as they clicked on the message to view the details. It was a transfer from an Interstellar Trust Company, accompanied by a note. Please take good care of him. Thank you. Captain, it seems everything Karugia said is indeed true. Lin Yang slapped his forehead in regret. Curse my peasant mentality. I should have demanded 100 million star coins. Huang Yueshi chuckled. Captain, I believe Karugia holds significant value. Though the Sirius royal family has ostensibly cast him aside, they have privately provided financial support. With Karugia, the prince of the Tiger people, we shall receive the covert protection of the Tiger Emperor, and besides, Karugia's combat prowess is formidable. He is a valuable ally. Having paid the entrance fee, he is bound to stay. Lin Yang went to the rear cabin to untie Karugia. How many people know of your identity as a prince of the Tiger people? After fleeing Sirius, I have only informed you and the first officer. Captain, did you truly believe you escaped solely by your own abilities? What else could it be? Karugia is strong. It was your father who deliberately allowed you to escape. Wake up, my great prince. He transferred 1 million star coins to me. Instructed me to care for you in a sense, I am now akin to your father. From now on, you shall heed my commands. Father, he understands me. Karugia lowered his head, touched. Thank you, Captain, for accepting me and agreeing to accompany me in achieving my ultimate life goal. What goal? To challenge the Elder Council of Sirius, to lead the Tiger civilization, and to abolish the foolish traditions that have plagued the Tiger people for millennia. You've set quite a lofty flag. I never agreed to that. Fear not. As long as we are united, it shall suffice. Just like the loan I applied for on Mars, we shall repay it together. How dare you mention the loan? Who prompted you to willingly lose money at the Mars bounty dock? That was to quickly gain entry and earn your trust. Very clever. Now I believe you. Come, let us see the cockpit. Karugia quickly donned his high-tech armor, arming himself as he followed into the cockpit. Upon seeing Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi's strange expressions, he hurriedly explained with a silly grin, the Tiger people revere strength and power, even in sleep. I must bear these weapons that I wouldn't mind if you bathed with them, as long as it doesn't disturb our normal rest. Rest assured, Captain, I shall not intrude upon you and First Officer Huang during your mating rituals. The Tiger people do not find primates appealing. Shut up. Lin Yang's face darkened, a question mark hovering above his head as he tilted it in bewilderment at Karugia. He truly could not discern whether this tiger was straightforward or merely foolish. Huang Yueshi's face flushed crimson, her ears nearly smoking. Gritting her teeth, she silently unbuckled her seatbelt, yanked out her necklace, and clenched the oval-shaped heart of the galaxy in her fist, her eyes blazing with fury as she advanced toward Karugia. The atmosphere became so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Lin Yang could not help but swallow dryly, retreating against the wall. Yueshi, I did not teach this tiger anything. He said that on his own. Bang! Huang Yueshi threw a punch, its force surpassing that of professional human boxers by several dozens of times, empowered by the heart of the galaxy. Her strike unleashed several tons of force, sending Karugia doubling over onto the ground. Clutching his stomach, a roar, thud. The tiger, already towering at 3 meters, was now lying down after taking a hit. Why? Captain, I do not understand. You both exude pheromones, indicating mutual attraction, and clearly harbor such thoughts. Why can I not speak of such an obvious matter? Thud! Before he could finish, Huang Yueshi punched him again, causing Karugia to see stars. As he closed his eyes, he pretended to faint. Actually, Karugia has a point. I believe. Be quiet. Acknowledged. Lin Yang quickly raised his hand, not wishing to provoke the tigress, especially in her wrathful state. Captain, let us first repay the Mars Bank loan, then terminate our contract with Trav, and afterward visit the dock to procure weapons. What do you think? It would be best to have a video call with Gus, the Mars Hunter, to discuss matters thoroughly. Huang Yueshi's face gradually brightened with a smile. Captain, your thoughts are quite considerate. Perhaps Galeva at the bounty dock can assist in contacting GUS. Lin Yang gazed at Huang Yueshi's gentle smile. He found himself momentarily entranced, in contrast to earlier, when she had wielded the heart of the galaxy to thrash Karugia. Her current tenderness felt remarkably soothing. However, the early repayment required a penalty of 50,000 star coins. Curse capitalists. Huang Yueshi's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of hostility. Lin Yang, helpless, shook his head. "ITS, still better than a mortgage. Let's pay it off in one go." After paying 250,000 star coins, Huang Yueshi's fists clenched once more. Trav Space Cleaning Company demanded a penalty of 100,000 star coins for violating the labor contract. What? That old fox. We were not seeking his blood. Instead, he comes to us. Tiger. Rise and get to work. Chapter 10. I gave you a chance originally. Lin Yang and Trav had signed a labor contract with a 7-day settlement. Upon completion of the 7 days, if they wished to continue, they could simply renew with a click. If not, they could terminate the contract with no penalties. Lin Yang had read the contract meticulously at the time. Now, Trav claimed a violation, demanding 100,000 star coins in compensation, having clearly altered the agreement without consent. An insatiable predator, to purchase equipment at the dock. Lin Yang intended to show Trav what a legendary destroyer truly was. Karugia's warship had been obliterated, and the scene yielded no valuable wreckage. They promptly returned to God of Firestar. With only 150 evolution points remaining, Lin Yang needed to spend star coins at the dock to enhance the warship's combat capability. I want 6 additional ion pulse cannons, 3 missile launchers, 30 high-compression energy modules. Fill the Dragonfly missiles to capacity. Fill them all. There was no other choice. With wealth came such extravagance. Lin Yang gazed at the 75,000 star coins in his account, unable to resist the urge to splurge. "Apologies, Mr. Lin. You are currently unable to spend at God of Firestar. We regret that we cannot serve you." "What? I must have misheard." "Mr. Lin, Trav Space Cleaning Company has filed a lawsuit against you in court, and the Asteroid Belt United Government has restricted your spending. They rendered a verdict without investigation." "Apologies, Mr. Lin. The dock is not well informed of the circumstances." After closing the communication, a layer of frost enveloped Lin Yang's face. It was time to reveal his fangs. Huang Yueshi silently removed the necklace and wrapped it around her wrist, clutching the heart of the galaxy in her hand. Karugia meticulously checked his high-powered explosive guns and large-phase pistols as the Sun and Moon warship altered course, leaving the dock bound for the labor dock. After anchoring, the trio, fully armed, exited the warship. Lin Yang held an assault-type phase gun, a phase pistol at his waist, with First Officer Huang Yueshi on his left. Also wielding a phase gun, white light seeping through her fingers, and on his right stood the 3-meter-tall Tiger, Karugia, brandishing a 2-meter-long explosive gun in human perception that could hardly be called a gun. It was more akin to a laser explosive cannon. The three exuded an aura of menace as they approached Trav Space Cleaning Company. Lin Yang was unperturbed by the fear of ambush by bounty hunters, for in this world, bounty tasks have been monopolized by the bounty dock. Those who did not accept missions at the dock would earn not a penny, even if they eliminated their targets. After Karugia's mission failed, no one had taken up the task of the Mars bounty dock. For now, he was quite safe that Lin Yang. He wasn't killed by the Mars bounty hunters. Could that tiger be a bounty hunter? Who knows? Best to keep a distance. They don't seem to come seeking live captures. Pedestrians hurriedly evaded, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Dong dong dong, Lin Yang knocked on Trav's office door. "Coming out, oh, it's the rising star of the bounty world, here to compensate me for the breach of contract." The corpulent Trav puffed on a cigar, his fingers adorned with gemstone rings. Even upon seeing the 3-meter-tall tiger, Karugia, he did not display much astonishment. "Trav, are you trying to swindle me? Are you trying to drain me dry?" Trav chuckled slyly. "Correct. Unless you compensate me with 100,000 star coins, do not expect to spend a single coin in the asteroid belt. The contract has been unlawfully altered by you at a later stage. I advise you to promptly withdraw your lawsuit and offer me an apology." "Humph. You truly are an idealist. It seems I must provide you with a lesson on the laws of reality." "Is that so? I am curious to see just how absurd this reality can be." Lin Yang produced a communicator and sent a message to the court of Vestadot. "I am the bounty hunter Lin Yang. The accusations from Trav are unfounded. The contract was modified by him later, and I hope the court will reconsider and annul my expenses in the asteroid belt." Soon, the court responded, "The original verdict stands. The defendant is urged to compensate Trav Corporation for breach of contract promptly." Well, that's the end of that. Lin Yang turned off the communicator, a glint of malice appearing at the corner of his mouth. Do they truly believe I am Navi? I was merely offering you and the law a chance. Since you do not value it, I shall resolve this in my own manner. Oh, are we resorting to violence? I should be terrified, but alas, I anticipated this. Buzz! Trav pressed a button in front of him. Immediately, a force field barrier appeared, blocking Lin Yang and his companions from entering at the same time. Dozens of fully armed personnel rushed in from outside the office. Do they truly think I care about your paltry 100,000 star coins in compensation? I intentionally lured you into a trap. The legendary Trine-class fighter, worth far more than 10 million. I have also accepted a bounty task worth 500,000 from the Mars bounty dock. That is the real prize. Trav extinguished his cigar and gestured to his subordinates. Take them down. Whoosh! Bang! Before those men could act, Karuja struck first at a blast from his energy weapon hit the force field shield. The high-energy beam was deflected by the shield, creating a large hole in the wall. The power of this energy weapon was comparable to that of a standard light fighter's laser cannon. Bang! Huang Yueshi delivered a punch, bolstered by the heart of the galaxy, sending the man charging at them flying, blood spewing from his mouth as he fell dead upon impact. Following this, the phase gun fired. The power of an ordinary laser gun was enhanced several-fold, approaching that of Karuja's energy cannon. Wherever the laser struck, severed limbs and shattered bodies flew about. The walls pierced through. Zing, 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 zing. Lin Yang dodged while counterattacking with the phase gun. His astonishment. The host's fortune is astonishingly high, revealing legendary-level items. Fire Dragon X-type particle cannon, priced at 2,000 evolution points, with an evolution cost of 500 evolution points and a duration of 50 minutes. That's outrageously expensive, system. Do not take advantage of the situation. Rest assured, host, the prices in the shop have long been determined by a higher-dimensional divine civilization. If this system had the ability to intervene, you would surely acquire it for free. The particle cannon is a long-range energy weapon that can only be equipped on heavy bombers or large frigates. The Fire Dragon X-type is indeed a legend among cannons. Considering the battles that may lie ahead, Lin Yang gritted his teeth and made the purchase, then proceeded with the evolution. He positioned the particle cannon as the main gun and transferred the original ion pulse cannon to the secondary gun position. Thus, upon completion of the evolution, the battleship would be armed with one main and two secondary energy cannons. Captain, they have indeed sent a message. Just now, we proactively reached out to clarify the situation and dispel misunderstandings. But they refused to give us a chance and came straight to eliminate us. Now that they realize they cannot, they finally know to contact us. Let's reject them first and leave them hanging for a while. Huang Yueshi promptly rejected the call. Seconds later, another message arrived, still rejected. After a third communication request, Huang Yueshi finally opened the line. On the other end was a middle-aged man dressed in a fleet officer's uniform. He was Vice Admiral Nelson, commander of the Zeo Godstar fleet, and his anger was barely contained, his face pale and eyes wide with rage. Lin Yang, you have violated the laws of the asteroid belt. Surrender immediately. Hand over the fighter jet you are piloting and pay a fine of 20 million star coins, or you will be classified as a Class A wanted criminal in the asteroid belt. Those who have wronged me know better than I do how unjustly I have been treated. You are aware of the cause of this conflict, yet only consider the prestige of the Zeo Godstar regime, disregarding the fairness of the law. Forgive us, but we cannot comply, Commander. Think carefully. If you return now, pay the fine, you may still have a chance for a reduced sentence. If you persist in your obstinacy, you will face the encirclement of the United Fleet of the asteroid belt, unless you never return to the asteroid belt. I already struggle to recruit crew members in the asteroid belt and cannot receive bounty missions. What do you think I have to miss about this barren land? Goodbye. Just as he closed the communication, Huang Yueshi received another message. Captain, it's an encrypted voice message. Open it and listen up, Mr. Lin, Ms. Huang, Mr. Tiger Man. I am N.I. Zhuang, a doctor from a miners' resistance army. I have an S-level bounty mission I would like to entrust to you. Captain, should we accept it? Ask her what the mission is, along with specific coordinates and time. If it is indeed an S-level mission, we must take it. Chapter 12. S-level Commission Lin Yang was preparing to leave the asteroid belt, not out of fear of the United Fleet's encirclement, but rather because he had been unable to secure any S-level bounty missions. thus hindering the completion of the fourth part of the main storyline task, S-level commission. Now that an opportunity had presented itself, he naturally became intrigued. What is the mission? Intercept the transportation fleet of the asteroid belt and seize 3,000 oxygen generators. What is the reward? What are the coordinates and time? Upon completion, I will pay 1 million star coins. The interception coordinates are Y3690, Y1124, X7055, and the time is in 47 hours. How can you prove your authenticity? Just come to coordinates Y3499, Y1001, X6211, and you will see for yourself. Rest assured, our combat strength is not as formidable as that of the patrol fleet and poses no threat to you. Captain, the coordinates she provided are not on the route. There are no records of asteroids or space stations there. The IT is a desolate area, an hour's journey from us. Lin Yang contemplated for a moment. In an hour, the legendary Fire Dragon X-type particle cannon would have completed its evolution. Even if there were ambushes from the Zeo Godstar fleet, he could still engage and emerge victorious. There was nothing to worry about. Ideally, there would indeed be Zeo Godstar defense fleets present, allowing him to swiftly destroy 100 warships and complete the challenge task with a modest victory. Let's hurry and take a look. Karugia, keep a close watch on the radar. The Day and Moon ship immediately changed course, racing towards the coordinates at maximum speed of 40 Mach. 50 minutes later. The exterior of the battleship suddenly emitted a burst of white light, startling the Tiger Man Karugia. Enemy presence. How did the radar not detect anything? Captain, the enemy has opened fire. Be careful. However, Lin Yang leisurely stretched his limbs. Huang Yueshi cast a calm glance at Karugia. Such a rare occurrence. Our combat strength has indeed risen to a new level. What do you mean? Just look at the control panel. Karugia opened the control panel screen, and his eyes widened in astonishment. What is happening? The Fire Dragon X-type particle cannon. It seems to be a legendary main battle cannon of human fleets, a close-quarters weapon of immense power. Captain, how could it be here? We humans have an old saying. It is difficult to be confused. Just understand that the combat power of the Day and Moon ship has improved. And do not ask too many questions. Knowing too much can lead to calamity. Karugia tilted his tiger head. Pondering for a moment, he thoroughly agreed with Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi's words and quickly nodded. Indeed, the Day and Moon ship of the captain and the galaxy heart of the first officer both harbor great secrets. If this news were to leak, it would surely attract plunder from other civilizations. We three each have our secrets. Maintaining an appropriate distance is the way to coexist. Moments later, Karugia suddenly expressed his discontent. Wait a minute. You both know my secret, but I know nothing about yours. As the prince of the Sirius Tiger Clan, I am exiled for challenging a tradition that has lasted for 2 millennia. I have no secrets before you two, but you both do. This is unfair. Stretch out your claws, Lin Yang said indifferently. Stretched out, Captain. What do you want? Are your 5 fingers all the same length? No, they are of varying lengths. The evolution of my claws is a necessity of survival. Precisely. Lin Yang smiled faintly and approached Karugia. If you desire absolute fairness, then all 5 fingers should be of the same length. If you wish to live normally, then they must be of varying lengths. Now, I ask you, do you want to live or seek fairness? Fairness? Karugia tentatively inquired. Yueshi, throw it out. Life? Captain, I want to live. Karugia hastily raised both hands and I want to live and have friends. I understand now. Captain, humans are the most philosophical. Haha, I appreciate your cleverness, great golden tabby. When the time is right, all secrets will be shared with you. Yes, Captain, I will not complain in the future. Huang Yueshi, sitting in the co-pilot's seat, found it amusing. This Lin Yang has truly managed to handle the big tiger well, that a few minutes later, Karugia detected an anomaly on the radar. Captain, there's a slight gravitational distortion 50 kilometers ahead. But the radar has not detected any objects that IT is likely a concealed phenomenon. Yueshi sent a message to Ni Zhuang that if there is no reply, lock the particle cannon onto the gravitational distortion zone 50 kilometers away. As soon as the words left his mouth, the communicator chimed with an alert. Captain, she has initiated contact. Connect. On the video screen was a woman in her 30s, exuding a gentle demeanor and dignified appearance. Radiating warmth. Welcome to your arrival. I am Ni Zhuang. Please continue to the coordinates and enter the Resistance Army base as indicated by the marker. This is the Resistance Army base. Indeed, we have concealed a small asteroid, 30 kilometers in diameter. See you at the dock, Mr. Lin. Upon reaching the point of slight gravitational distortion, several faint white markers became visible. Following the marker's guidance, Lin Yang piloted the battleship into a force field barrier. Before them suddenly appeared an asteroid, hollowed out and transformed into a space station with a diameter of 30 kilometers. Each of the 8 corners of the station were shield generators, concealing it from view. After docking, Lin Yang and the others saw Ni Thuong waiting to greet them, accompanied by several individuals in unusual physical conditions. Upon exiting the battleship, Lin Yang's brow furrowed slightly. Ni Thuong appeared to be a composed woman, yet the individuals behind her were all deformed. Some had underdeveloped limbs, while others bore distorted features, cleft lips, and supported themselves with crutches. Others had their heads tilted, backs hunched, and large lumps protruding from their backs. Mr. Lin, I am truly pleased to meet you. These individuals are the leaders of the Resistance Army. Let me introduce you to everyone. Through Ni Thuong's introductions, Lin Yang and his companions learned that beneath several asteroids, including Vesta, Zeo Godstar, Wisdom Star, and Marriage Star, live the descendants of pioneer miners. Their population numbers in the millions, and without exception, they all exhibit varying degrees of deformities. The pioneer miners arrived in the asteroid belt 500 years ago to mine, dedicating their lives to the advancement of human civilization. However, their descendants now reside underground in oxygen-deficient conditions, after several centuries of reproduction. The lack of oxygen has exacerbated their deformities. The United Asteroid Government controls the distribution of oxygen supplies underground. Recently, Lin Yang has become a prominent figure in the asteroid belt. The Resistance Army learned of his exploits at the labor dock, where he obliterated a patrol fleet and sought to commission him to intercept a transport fleet and seize oxygen generators. Once they acquire the generators, the Resistance Army can covertly transport them to the underground living areas of various asteroids, thereby improving their living conditions. Ni Thuong is not a native of the asteroid belt. She hails from the highly developed Blue Star. However, in order to save the descendants of the miners in the asteroid belt, she joined the Resistance Army 5 years ago and has since devoted herself to treating the miners' offspring. After hearing these accounts and examining the various materials within the base, Lin Yang encountered one deformed miner descendant after another. Lin Yang's heart had long been ignited with fury. He had always harbored a disdain for the United Asteroid Belt governance, and now that disdain had intensified. Dr. Ni, is the information you have regarding the transport fleet reliable? The transport company has our undercover agents. The information is exceedingly trustworthy. 3 medium-sized Camel-class cargo ships, 5 medium-sized Scimitar-class fighter jets, and 15 Razor-class light fighters are providing escort. The 3,000 oxygen generators were originally intended to be sold at a high price to the underground miners. Do the underground miners have the means to purchase them? No, they will have their wages docked. Once these oxygen generators are put to use, the miners will have no time to rest for the next 30 years. But if you transport them secretly for later use, aren't you worried about being discovered? War is inevitable. We cannot abandon resistance for fear of punishment. The miners have nothing left to lose. This interception of the cargo ship is our way of voicing our protest. Well said. We shall accept this S-level commission. Chapter 13. Face if one refrains from resistance out of fear of punishment, they will become fish on the chopping block for generations to come. Lin Yang wholeheartedly agreed with Ni Thuong's viewpoint. Now that the authenticity of the S-level commission had been confirmed, the next step was to prepare for battle. The rebel base had only a dozen or so converted mining or cargo ships as warships, which were utterly insufficient to contend with the united fleet of the asteroid belt. Moreover, there were no missile-type weapon reserves here. The only resources that could assist Lin Yang were energy and food. We have enough energy. Let's procure more food. I am quite the glutton. Kalugia can consume the equivalent of 10 human portions in one sitting. Their original food reserves were on the brink of depletion. The base directly dispatched 20 boxes of rations, 50 packets per box, enough for them to eat for a month. Before departing, Lin Yang jestingly inquired, "Is anyone interested in joining my warship? I am in dire need of crew members." Ni Thuong chuckled. I fear I must disappoint you for the time being, Mr. Lin. Our rebel forces are stretched too thin. Then let's revisit this matter after we receive news of our victory after a 7-hour journey. They arrived near the ambush point for the cargo ship, concealing themselves behind a 100-meter diameter asteroid 50 kilometers away. They shut down the engines and main systems, only activating the radar communication and life support systems. The next phase was to take turns waiting. One person would be on duty while the others rested in their quarters. The warship had 3 cabins, just enough for 3 occupants. Time flew by. Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi, who were sound asleep, were roused by Kalugia's voice. "Captain, we have located the transport fleet, precisely as D.R.N.I. described, 10,000 kilometers away. Let us head to the control room immediately." Kalugia, prepare for battle. 20 technologically outdated warships were wholly inadequate for Lin Yang's needs. The battle concluded in a mere 5 minutes. The 3 transport ships floated in fear, paralyzed, and unwilling to move. Debris from the battle scattered in all directions. You had destroyed 5 Scimitar-class medium fighters, evolution points 2,000, 15 Razor-class light fighters, evolution points 3,000, current evolution points 5250, challenge task, minor success, completion rate 66, Yueshi. Instruct the cargo ships to lower their shields and scan the cargo and energy modules. The 3,000 oxygen generators are intact. According to my calculations, their energy module has an excess of 200 units after unloading and returning to Vesta. What do you plan to do with the surplus energy? Huang Yueshi cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yang. I need to explain, Captain. As you put it, we must not leave empty-handed. The surplus energy modules will undoubtedly belong to us. There's no need to frame it in such a harsh light. That I merely showed them mercy by offering them a chance to avoid misfortune. Say what you will, those 200 units of energy are sufficient for us to make a round trip to Mars. 10 minutes later, the 3 cargo ships obediently pushed out 200 high-compression energy modules from the cargo bay. Huang Yueshi operated the mechanical arms to retrieve them into the cargo hold, while Kalugia transported them to the energy room. Lin Yang leisurely reclined in the pilot's chair, eyes closed, perusing the evolution marketplace: B-type ox-cart beam, D-type hedgehog missile launcher, D-type bamboo grove bird. Huang Yueshi had grown accustomed to Lin Yang's murmured soliloquies. Due to time constraints, they did not scavenge amidst the battlefield wreckage. Once the 200 energy units were loaded, they provided the 3 cargo ships with a discharge coordinate, instructing them to proceed at full speed. The coordinate was for the unloading point, not the rebel base. After a 4-hour journey, Lin Yang set the warship to evolve automatically, having established the coordinates while monitoring the cargo ships, command center of the Vesta United Fleet. "Commander, the oxygen generator transport vessel has been hijacked, and the entire escort team has perished." Which pirate group was responsible? Not a pirate group. It was Lin Yang, who escaped 2 days ago. Has he joined a pirate group? No. Pirates must pay a deposit to reside in the asteroid belt. They are all shrewd individuals, and no one is willing to accept Lin Yang. The last images transmitted from the escort team showed only 1 warship on the scene. With a loud bang, Commander Nelson slammed his hand on the table in frustration. The authority of the United Fleet of the asteroid belt could not be challenged if Lin Yang were not eliminated. The pirate groups would follow suit in defiance. Notify the main fleet of Vesta to pursue Lin Yang without leaving a single survivor. Just then, the command center received a message. "Commander, the rebels have sent us a communication claiming responsibility for the hijacking of the transport vessel. They demand improved welfare for the underground miners," and a middle-aged officer interrupted the communications officer's report with a wave of his hand. "Ignore them. The miners' rebellion is a historical internal conflict within the asteroid belt. If we reduce the oxygen levels by another 0.5, they will quiet down. Our priority is to swiftly eliminate Lin Yang and his faction, which threatens the authority of our governance." 3 hours later, Kalugia suddenly detected an anomaly on the radar interface. "Captain, a fleet is approaching from the direction of Vesta. The flagship is a killer whale-class strategic frigate, accompanied by 10 Axe-class heavy bombers, 20 dual-sword heavy fighters, 50 Scimitar-class medium fighters, and 80 Razor-class light fighters, 10,000 kilometers away. What a substantial investment. Is it for the 3,000 oxygen generators, or us?" Huang Yueshi replied coolly. "If it were for the oxygen generators, The escort fleet would not have been so sparse with only 20 ships that it seems we have become celebrities in the asteroid belt in recent decades. We're the only ones daring enough to openly engage the United Fleet in direct combat. Perhaps they believe that maintaining the facade of authority is more important than the oxygen generators. Then let us trample upon their pitiful pride. Yueshi, Kalugia, prepare for battle. Huang Yueshi shot Lin Yang glance. She had initially intended to suggest retreat, but refrained upon hearing Lin Yang's determination to confront the enemy. Instead, she bowed her head, clutching the heart of the galaxy, and began to offer her prayers. Upon learning they were to engage a colossal fleet of 161 warships, with a strategic frigate exceeding 500 meters in length, Lin Yang realized that neither their firepower nor defenses could compare to those of smaller vessels. Kalugia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ha ha ha! Captain, this is precisely why I must join you. To fight against many with few, to confront the strong with the weak, and to never retreat. This spirit embodies the highest belief of our Tiger Clan. Battle. Death and honor, our roar. Only battle and honor. Death belongs to them. Prepare for the hunt. Lin Yang fastened his safety belt, closed his eyes, and instantly entered a deep state of consciousness where man and ship became one. The sun and moon, a triangular spy-class light fighter, altered its course, charging towards the main fleet of Vesta. As soon as they engaged, 2 Razor-class light fighters were destroyed. The sun and moon, however, took a hit from an ion cannon. Fortunately, the equipped double shields were sturdy enough to prevent any damage to the hull. Captain, this fleet is unlike those patrol ships. Their combat capabilities are formidable. I can see that. These are genuine soldiers. Stay alert and remember we have a trump card. Beep, beep, beep. Boom, boom. Energy beams, pulse lasers, and missiles filled the air. The once pitch-black void of space was illuminated as warships exploded in rapid succession. The sun and moon found itself besieged by over 100 warships. Even with Lin Yang's consciousness merging, he could not withstand the saturation attack from the enemy. Soon, they too sustained damage. Captain, the shields are down to 30. Shall we use the main cannon? No. Save it for the strategic frigate. How long until we are in range? 500 kilometers. Good. Let us destroy 12 more warships and then charge at the frigate. Let them witness the power of our particle cannon. Enhanced by over tenfold. Chapter 14. Particle Cannon. Charge. Congratulations, host, for completing challenge task. For minor success. Evolution points 5,000. Challenge task updated. 5. Pursue the victory. Destroy the main fleet of Vesta. Evolution points 8,000. Current evolution points 13,800. Exceeding 5,000. Allowing for a single refresh of the evolution marketplace 10 times, guaranteeing 1 legendary item. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Lin Yang calculated roughly. The evolution points spent on low-tier items certainly exceeded 5,000. He had squandered so many opportunities. A reasonable arrangement of ordinary and high-tier items is essential for rapid ship evolution. If one solely seeks high-tier evolution without the transitional support of ordinary ion pulse cannons and energy adapters, the host would still be piloting a mere shuttle. Let's discuss this later. We are in the midst of battle. After the explosion of 12 warships, Lin Yang finally accumulated the destruction of 100 enemy vessels. The sun and moon itself had also sustained damage. Captain, the left shield has collapsed, and the right shield is down to 15. If we take another hit, our shields will be gone. Korea reported the battle damage while repairing the engine's reflux valve. Continuing his repairs, he shouted, Yueshi, prepare the particle cannon. The sun and moon vessel darted through the water like an eel, charging full speed towards the massive frigate. Inside the bridge of the Orca-class strategic frigate, Fleet Commander Derek's face turned a deep shade of anger. Incompetent fools. A bunch of wastrels merely seeking amusement in bars. How can they be so flustered by a light interceptor? These pampered imbeciles. General, Commander Nelson wants to watch the battle live. An officer interjected. Tell the commander that the communication system is malfunctioning and we cannot broadcast. If the situation gets out, there will be a major upheaval in the fleet's leadership. General, Lin Yang is charging at us. Humph. Commendable courage, but tragically lacking in intelligence. Phase cannon. Lock onto the target, and fire immediately once within range. Derek leisurely returned to his command chair, taking a sip of the Blue Star Special red tea. His eyes filled with contempt as he watched the triangular light interceptor darting back and forth on the screen. A cold smile crept onto his face. Did they believe that having a legendary interceptor made them invincible? They failed to comprehend the disparity between interstellar behemoths and close-range vessels. How naive! If he were my subordinate, his future would be bright. Alas, he shall only meet his demise in the void of space. A fleeting figure, the scene shifted. The galaxy heart on Huang Yueshi's chest emitted a dazzling white light. Captain, we are within range. The frigate's phase cannon has locked onto us. Fire the particle cannon. Increase power. Engage. With a resounding boom, the main cannon of the Orca-class strategic frigate fired a red high-energy phase beam, 10 meters in diameter, surged forth at the same moment. The main cannon of the Sun and Moon Triangular Interceptor also discharged, unleashing a high-energy particle light sphere with a diameter of 100 meters, radiating a brilliant golden glow that illuminated hundreds of kilometers of battlefield in an instant. The speed was comparable to that of light, leaving no time for reaction. The particle energy beam collided with the phase cannon beam, instantly obliterating the latter's energy, yet did not lose momentum as it struck the Orca-class strategic frigate with tremendous force. Boom! Bang! Bang! Crash! The 500-meter-long frigate was sent tumbling in space, its thousands of soldiers thrown off their feet. Explosions erupted, and flames and thick smoke quickly filled the warship. Major General Derek was thrown from his command chair, crashing heavily onto the helmsman's seat, tea splattering across his face, leaving him momentarily dazed. General, our shields have been breached, the engines are damaged by 20, and the hull is compromised by 15, that multiple decks are on fire. Run. Engage warp escape. General, have you forgotten? When we purchased this frigate, the warp engine was dismantled by the Martian government. We only have conventional pulse engines. Get out. Furious, Derek shoved the helmsman aside and clumsily took his place, desperately piloting the frigate away from the scene. The smoke-laden flagship fled the battlefield, and the remaining 100 or so warships ceased fighting, hastily retreating. Lin Yang did not pursue. It was not out of mercy, but rather a cautious strategy. I'm in a hurry to deliver supplies. I'll let you go this time. Next time we meet, don't blame me for being merciless. Return and inform the asteroid belt government that my actions are a result of their provocations. After issuing his threats, Lin Yang exhaled. Karuya, how long until energy is restored? The recent use of the particle cannon overloaded the energy adapter. Repairs will take 5 hours. Let the rebels come here to take delivery. We can't go anywhere in these 5 hours. And the shields. After replacing the directional frequency modulator, they can be restored in 20 minutes. First, repair the shields. Ignore the energy for now. Yueshi informed Dr. and I of the rebels to come for unloading. After making arrangements, Lin Yang reclined in the pilot's chair, closed his eyes, and opened the system shop. Captain, aren't you going to help? I'm too large to get into some spots. Huang Yueshi replied helplessly. I'll assist you shortly. You know how our captain gets weak during battle, right? Yueshi, don't be so hurtful. You know whether I'm weak or not. Last night, shut up. All right, Lin Yang quickly forced a smile. Congratulations. The host has exceptionally good luck, drawing a legendary grade item. System, you're quite something, aren't you? Is this really my luck? I spent 5,000 evolution points on a 10-fold draw. Other crossers received great starter packs, with their first 10-fold draw gifted. And what about me? Just one word, stingy. Host, that has 2 words that in this highly advanced era of interstellar navigation, not only is your knowledge base lacking, but your understanding is also outdated. You even struggle with numbers. This system has assisted you to the fullest extent. Please refrain from further complaints and evolve your warship as soon as possible. Damn it. The newly appeared legendary grade item was the wide-eared Bat Z-type radar. The highest version. The scanning distance increased from the original 10,000 kilometers to 100,000 kilometers, and the scanning accuracy improved several times. Unfortunately, the power consumption was several times greater than the previous L-type. After some consideration, Lin Yang gritted his teeth and decided to purchase it. System, I'll do another 10-fold draw if I don't get a legendary grade energy source. We'll wait for death together. The God of Fire fleet will definitely return. Congratulations. The host has exceptionally good luck, drawing a legendary grade energy source. System, Do you still claim to be innocent? Your cover is blown. What a scam. System regardless of how Lin Yang cursed inwardly, the system remained silent. Thankfully, there was the Chilean X-type energy adapter, which somewhat pacified his mood. The capacity of the legendary grade energy adapter was 50 times that of the original Wild Buffalo D-type. Capable of holding 500 sets of high-compression energy modules at once, increasing power delivery by 10 times and allowing for 150 overload operation for 48 hours. After the purchase, only 50 evolution points remained, insufficient for further evolution. Lin Yang immediately recycled the damaged Wild Buffalo D-type energy unit in the wide-eared Bat L-type radar, barely accumulating 100 evolution points in 1 hour and 20 minutes. We would regain power. Captain, why is there no radar? After power is restored, it will take another 20 minutes for the radar to come back online. Huang Yueshi frowned slightly. Captain, I don't know what your hidden cards are. If you don't say, I want to ask, but you need to plan carefully to avoid a situation where we are left helplessly waiting for death. Don't worry. I believe the God of Fire Fleet 1T return within 2 hours. At the God of Fire Fleet Command Center, a disheveled Major General Derek was reporting the battle situation via video. The power of that particle cannon is such that even if Mars and Blue Star could develop it, they could not deploy from a light interceptor. It must have been the Tiger people using Sirius technology. Bang! Commander Nelson slammed his fist on the table in anger. I will immediately protest to the Galactic Interstellar Alliance. The asteroid belt of the solar system is experiencing high civilization's unlawful interference in low civilization's domestic affairs. The Sirius Tiger people must give the humans of the solar system an explanation. Chapter 15. The fourth crew member, S-Class Fugitive Doctor, congratulations host, for completing the main quest for S-Class Commission. Evolution points 500, current evolution points 500. Main quest updated, 5 to see it through to the end. Collaborate with the miners' resistance to deliver 3,000 oxygen machines to the underground miners' living quarters and ensure they operate normally. Evolution points 2,000. Dr. Zewin personally led the rebel fleet to transfer the 3,000 oxygen machines onto the mining ships. The 3 transport vessels gratefully fled the scene. Lin Yang finally completed the 4th part of the main quest. He then contacted Zewin. Dr. Our S-Class commission is complete on my end. What about the 1 million star coins reward on your side? Thank you for your contributions, Mr. Lin, Miss Huang, and Mr. Korea of the Tiger people. Please dock your warship with the guiding mining vessels, and I shall present the reward immediately. My warship is undergoing power restoration, and the spare energy is only sufficient for life support systems. I cannot dock. Please transfer the funds. Then please open the hatch. I will come in my spacesuit to deliver the reward. Yueshi, open the hatch. Doctor and I must be bringing the silver monitor K. As the hatch opened, several hundred meters away, the mining ship also opened its hatch. Dr. and Zewin, clad in a spacesuit, skillfully controlled her thrusters as she slowly approached the sun and moon vessel. The dozen or so mining ships behind her subsequently left the scene. Why are the mining ships leaving? What is Dr. and I doing? Let us receive it first. It seems she isn't bringing the silver monitor key. Let us see how she intends to pay the 1 million star coins. Moments later, Dr. and I entered the interceptor's pressurized chamber. After the outer hatch closed, the air was repressurized, and after balancing the pressure, the inner hatch opened, and Zewin stepped out of the pressurized chamber, removing her helmet with a calm smile. Mr. Lin, I am the reward. I am an S-Class fugitive wanted by the Blue Star government. There is no need to go to the bounty dock to accept the mission. As long as you take me back to Blue Star or Mars and hand me over to the military, you will receive a reward of 1 million star coins. This isn't very fair, is it? Doctor and why didn't you say this sooner? Sorry, Mr. Lin. The miners' resistance has no money. I am the only valuable fugitive. This is the only way I can pay the reward. I apologize for concealing it from you earlier. Why are you wanted by the Blue Star government? I once held the esteemed position of a biologist, leading the newly established human engineering gene optimization team. Shortly after the commencement of the project, I discerned that the artificial optimization of genes yielded more detriment than benefit. Consequently, I presented my dissenting views to the Supreme Council and published a paper asserting that the human engineering initiative was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Before my arrest, I managed to escape from Blue Star I fear your paper never reached its intended audience, did it? Indeed, every network has censored my work. I have become the adversary of humanity's collective evolution. After 5 years of exile, I find myself in the asteroid belt. The so-called human engineering was jointly proposed by the political entities of Blue Star and Mars a decade AG in a bid to rapidly catch up with advanced civilizations such as Sirius, Betelgeuse, and Pegasus. Human civilization resolved to cultivate flawless progeny through genetic screening and optimization. These theoretically perfect descendants are referred to as new humans, while the original humans and those born through natural conception without genetic optimization are collectively termed old humans. New humans bear the weight of civilization's future, representing the grandest genetic engineering endeavor within the solar system. Little did Lin Yang anticipate that the individual standing before him, N.I. Ziwen, was the leader of the gene optimization team, a veritable top-tier biologist. Lin Yang shared her perspective regarding the interference of artificial gene optimization with natural evolution. N.I. Ziwen had devoted herself to aiding the impoverished miners, establishing underground clinics over the years to save countless lives. Now, she was prepared to sacrifice her own life to honor her commitments. This spirit of contract made Lin Yang feel as though he had stumbled upon a treasure, making it exceedingly difficult to let her go. Dr. N.I., since you have willingly entered my warship as a captive, your future shall be determined by me, Lin Yang declared with a mischievous smile. And N.I. Ziwen responded with calmness. You need not bear any psychological burden. Mr. Lin, should you fear my escape, you may execute me and transport my corpse to the designated location. You would still receive your reward. Very well, I shall not hold back then. Lin Yang turned and strode towards the cockpit, prompting Karuja to hastily intervene. No, Captain, Dr. N.I. is a visionary and a good person. We, the Sirius, have been performing genetic interventions for 20,000 years. It was a grievous error that harmed future generations. Get lost. Why are you so agitated? Captain, is it merely 1 million star coins? I shall provide it. Please release Dr. N.I. Oh, you can provide that. Huang Yueshi, who had been merely observing, now took an interest. Karuja, can your father supply more funds? We require 100 million star coins this time. Lin Yang's eyes instantly sparkled. Yes, 100 million. Otherwise, I'll have you executed and turned into wine. 100 million. I could work it off slowly. Would 300 years suffice? Am I to live for 300 years? Do you think humans are as long-lived as the tiger people? Lin Yang seethed, contemplating giving Karuja a bullet. Huang Yueshi coldly interjected, let us settle for 1 million. 100 million seems excessive, and your father may not be able to afford it. He won't give even 1 million. My father has already cultivated a new royal embryo, did I mean? I could slowly work to pay off 1 million star coins. Shut your mouth. You are truly capable of wasting time. With a swift motion, Lin Yang jumped and struck Karuja on the head. He then retrieved the genetic registrar from the cockpit. Seeing this, Karuja finally breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled. You startled me. I knew it. The captain and the first officer are decisive, but they only target enemies. Huang Yueshi remarked coolly. Foolish Karuja. You still need to train your intuition. You should reach a point where you can discern the captain's intentions with merely a glance. Haha, I shall strive for that. Awaiting her fate, N.I. Ziwen appeared somewhat bewildered. What are you planning to do? You belong to me now. Lin Yang exclaimed with a wicked grin, grasping her hand and pressing it onto the genetic registrar. After extracting her information, he designated N.I. Ziwen in the ship's medical section. Boom! Lin Yang felt a surge of energy coursing through his body, invigorating him. His hearing and vision noticeably improved, and his vitality surged. You have recruited a new crew member. Life energy permanently increased by 10, current energy 130. Welcome aboard, Dr. N.I. Ziwen. From this moment forth, you are a member of the Sun and Moon. Lin Yang smiled slightly, his aura even more formidable than before. N.I. Ziwen stood in stunned silence. Mr. Lin, N.I. Jia, Huang Yueshi exclaimed, pulling N.I. Ziwen's arm. I finally have a female companion. We currently have 2 vacant living quarters. Choose any one you like. But let us share a room tonight. Is this for real? You won't take that 1 million? Lin Yang chuckled. waving his hand, that a top-tier genetic biologist concerned for the plight of millions of laboring miners, willing to sacrifice herself to fulfill her commitments. Someone like this, I wouldn't trade for even 100 million. Karuja laughed. Doctor and I, our identities are quite extraordinary, each more outrageous than the last. That I am the exiled prince of the tiger people of Sirius, and the captain and first officer have unclear origins, yet dare to challenge the asteroid belt's political structure. We truly are a legendary band of outlaws. It is a team, not a band. Band carries a derogatory connotation in human language. Indeed, Captain, we are a legendary team of outlaws. Enough. You may call it whatever pleases you. Ziwin, let Yueshi accompany you to choose a room. N.I. Ziwin's eyes reddened, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Captain, thank you. No need for thanks. From now on, we are family. I should have confided in you sooner. The IT is not too late. Shortly, I will send a message to the miners. Lin, have always been one to follow through. The 3,000 oxygen generators will be deployed with my assistance, and I will ensure their normal operation. Chapter 16. Life Energy Awakening. N.I. Ziwin was taken aback by Lin Yang's imposing presence. After a moment pause, she deeply bowed. Captain, on behalf of the 7 million miners, I thank you for your assistance. Please contact the resistance immediately. The leaders are preparing for a suicidal assault on the asteroid government after my departure. Hurry. Yueshi sent a message to the resistance. Lin Yang couldn't help but scoff. Those leaders are utterly mad. Who will lead the resistance if they all die? N.I. Ziwin sighed. They have only a few years left to live. They were born as aberrations, having lived underground in oxygen-deprived conditions, and their average lifespan does not exceed 40 years. They plan to die alongside you? We never anticipated your character to be so noble. That it is truly disheartening. Ziwin, do I appear to be a ruthless character? One who kills without a second thought? Karuja eagerly nodded in agreement. Bam! Lin Yang punched Karuja. N.I. Ziwin smiled apologetically. Captain, you seem like a decisive individual. Lin Yang then activated the communication system. Not execute the suicide plan. Dr. N.I. will not perish. Upon seeing N.I. Ziwin unharmed, the leaders expressed their surprise that, Mr. Lin, what in the world is happening? Are you willing to return Dr. N.I. to us? First and foremost, Ms. N.I. Ziwin is now my ship's doctor, not yours. Secondly, we will assist in deploying the oxygen generators. Lastly, cease your cleverness. Embarking on a suicidal assault against the asteroid government with outdated mining vessels is akin to a centenarian hanging themselves. Utterly pointless. You will be obliterated before even nearing the asteroid. Ziwin interjected. Gentlemen, my captain has already promised to assist in deploying the oxygen generators, and I am not in danger, so you need not accompany me to death. Yes, Dr. N.I., you are correct. However, without delivering a significant blow to the asteroid government, the miners' living conditions will not improve, and the oxygen generators may be confiscated in due time. Indeed, Doctor, we have little time left. For the sake of millions of our brethren, we are willing to die. N.I. Ziwin shook her head. Listen to my captain. I refuse to agree to your demise. Lin Yang stated, the so-called significant blow you speak of would barely tickle the asteroid belt's united government. Do not meddle. I'm going to pursue the main fleet of Ceres. You all should allocate the oxygen generators properly. Do not delay my return for deployment. This is an order. Do you understand? Yes, Mr. Lin. We will proceed to allocate them immediately. Once the communication ended, N.I. Ziwin cast an admiring glance at Lin Yang. It seemed that the miners of the asteroid belt were about to welcome a true leader. Captain, when will the energy be ready? If we delay any longer, the Ceres fleet will likely return to base point 5. What? For that? 3, 2, 1. Lin Yang counted down leisurely, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The Chilean X-type energy is online. Karuja, head to the energy room and fill it up. As the Sun and Moon warship shuttered, the new Chilean X-type energy adapter was completed, perfectly compatible. Upon entering the energy room, Karuja was left dumbfounded. The original Wildwater Buffalo D-type adapter was a cylindrical structure, 1 meter in diameter and 1 meter in height. Now, the Chilean X-type energy adapter measured 5 meters in diameter and 5 meters in height, capable of accommodating 500 high-compression energy modules at once. The original energy room, located in the lower deck, had been transformed into a vast chamber towering 9 meters high. Karuja circled the Qilin X-type energy adapter, unable to suppress his astonishment. How could it materialize out of thin air? Is it quantum four-dimensional printing technology or hyperspace transmission technology? Perhaps a modification of reality that circumvents the laws of physics? Sirius does not possess such technology. My captain is truly remarkable. Both Huang Yueshi and Ni Ziwen in the cockpit were equally astonished. Captain, the power of the new energy source is tenfold compared to before, and the engine can finally be fully utilized. Our speed can reach 200 Mach, which translates to 68 kilometers per second, or an astounding 245,000 kilometers per hour. Not only have we achieved unprecedented speed, but as long as Kalugia can keep up in the energy chamber, our Fire Dragon X particle cannon can fire continuously. No longer will we face the situation of exhausting energy after a single shot and becoming incapacitated. Kalugia chuckled softly into the communicator. Captain, during combat, I am constantly loading modules in the energy chamber. Doesn't it resemble the boiler workers of ancient times? Ancient. Lin Yang paused, then felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Damn, for them, boiler workers are indeed an archaic profession. Yet, why does it not feel so distant to me? My third uncle was a boiler operator, after all. Sigh, suddenly disheartened without reason. What am I? Just a backward, primitive individual from the past. Please do not be disheartened, host. Your genes are the purest and most natural, and it is precisely because of this that you can achieve a profound symbiosis with a battleship. An advantage that no modern human possesses. System, are you implying that all humans today lack pure and natural genes? After over 2,000 years of high-tech development, even infants born naturally, without edited genes, have undergone genetic screening prior to birth, or their parents have been screened, resulting in humans who have not evolved naturally, thus unable to achieve a conscious symbiosis with the battleship. I am beginning to understand why you brought me from the ancient times. This system does not possess the ability to traverse time and space. It was your emergence that activated this system. All right, it seems Lin Yang's eyes widened suddenly. His fists clenched. He felt a surge of immense energy coursing through his body, as if he possessed boundless strength. Every bone in his body brimmed with power. This sensation is simply indescribable. Congratulations, host. The Qilin X energy has begun to operate, and the energy of the sun and moon has reached a full state, converting into life energy to nourish you. As long as the battleship's energy remains full, you will possess endless life energy. What is my current life energy? It remains at 130, which is 30 above that of an ordinary human. Recruiting crew members will be necessary to raise the limit. The battleship can continuously replenish life energy, but cannot raise the upper limit. Understood. Captain, stop mumbling to yourself in confusion. Where are we pursuing? Yueshi, I do have a tendency to talk to myself, but I am neither absent-minded nor confused. Please refrain from saying that. Set course for the direction of the god of Firestar. Full speed ahead. Once again setting off, the speed surged from 40 Mach to 200 Mach. The ship's shield layers flickered with lights, a result of debris in space colliding with the shield. These lights resembled raindrops splattering against the car windshield, causing Lin Yang to feel a moment of nostalgia for the time before his journey. Ding! The Z-type radar of the wide-eared bat has completed its evolution and has been installed. Captain, the radar is online. Wang, responsible for the radar, activated a maximum range scan of 100,000 kilometers, searching for the main fleet of the god of Firestar. Found it 53,000 kilometers away. We can catch up in 20 minutes. Kalugia, ensure the energy supply, and keep a close watch on the radar. Yueshi, prepare your galaxy heart. Prepare for battle. Chapter 17. The Great Showdown. The Fall of the God of Firestar Regime. The main fleet of the God of Firestar was racing back to base at full speed. Commander Derek was drafting a list of punishments. After suffering defeat, someone had to be made to take the blame. The 7th team, the 5th team, the 3rd team. None would escape, along with those heavy bombers that had been hiding at the back. General, bad news. The aide rushed into the captain's office. Lin Yang is catching up? What? Wasn't he supposed to deliver supplies? Perhaps he is finished. Damn it, he is showing us such disregard. Notify all ships to prepare for battle. Escort vessels will supervise from the rear. Anyone who dares to retreat will be obliterated. General, this time, speak. This time, Lin Yang's battleship is faster than ever. 200 Mach. How much? It's true, 200 Mach. Our fleet's maximum speed is only 50 Mach. We cannot compete. It seems we cannot escape. Then we shall confront him. This is the final showdown. Give it your all. Aside from a large escort ship, the fleet consisted of 117 warships upon receiving orders. They immediately formed a defensive formation 1,000 kilometers wide and long, standing like a shield in space to withstand Lin Yang's assault. The large escort ship took cover behind the formation, overseeing the battle. Soon, both sides entered range. 118 warships opened fire simultaneously. Various lasers and guided weapons illuminated the cosmos. From a distance, it appeared as a massive beam of light with a diameter of 100 kilometers. Lin Yang's Sun and Moon battleship danced within the beam, swiftly breaching the defensive line. The battleship's speed reached 200 Mach, and its maneuverability increased several-fold. After receiving the battleship's nourishing life energy, Lin Yang found a newfound ease in the symbiotic consciousness. Feeling as if the battleship were his second body, in the blink of an eye, he dashed into the defensive formation, as if entering an unguarded territory. Dense laser weaponry zipped past him without even grazing the shield layers. Guided weapons, traveling around 100 Mach, could not match his speed. With such superior speed and maneuverability, he was already in an invulnerable position. The coordination with the first mate, Huang Yueshi, was impeccable. 2 ion pulse cannons fired continuously, their ion projectiles more powerful than the main cannons of the opposing heavy bombers, swiftly clearing the path ahead. As soon as he broke through the defensive formation of 117 warships, the particle cannon targeted the large escort ship. Zing! 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 3 shots rang out in succession. The sky erupted in dazzling light as the 500-meter-long Orca-class strategic escort ship exploded. Flames illuminated the cosmos, and a massive shockwave sent surrounding small warships flying. Various debris erupted like cannonballs, scattering in all directions. Moments later, the flames reached the God of Fire star, 1,000,000 kilometers away. Commander Nelson gazed at the glowing points in the vastness of space, his heart chilling instantly. Patrol fleet, quickly! Escort my family to Venus for refuge. Chaos erupted across the God of Fire star as various factions seized the opportunity to plunder. Meanwhile, on the battlefield 1,000,000 kilometers away, a great chase unfolded, destroying a light fighter grants 100 evolution points, while a heavy bomber yields 600. Lin Yang certainly would not let them escape, even without evolution points or system tasks. He would not allow the enemy to flee. Showing mercy to adversaries on the battlefield is akin to being cruel to oneself. These soldiers, who lived in comfort and luxury yet did nothing, ought to be thoroughly eradicated. The so-called main fleet of the God of Fire star consisted essentially of outdated warships retired from Mars or Blue Star, incomparable to the legendary battleship that had fully developed its power. An hour later, the battle concluded. Lin Yang felt no fatigue. He promptly adjusted his course and flew toward the God of Fire star. Congratulations, host! You have destroyed the main fleet of the God of Fire star and completed challenge task 5. Pursue the victory. Evolution points 8,000. Challenge task updated 6. Resounding victory. You have defeated the united fleet of the asteroid belt. Evolution points 15,000. You have destroyed 1 Orca-class escort ship. Evolution points 1,500. 10 mountain axe bombers. Evolution points 6,000. 20 double-handed sword heavy fighters. Evolution points 8,000. 42 scimitar medium fighters. Evolution points 8,400. 45 razor light fighters. Evolution points 4,500. Current evolution points 36,400. Yueshi sent a message to the rebels, instructing them to immediately transport the oxygen generators from the God of Fire star. Okay, I will send it right away. Are you feeling weak? I just didn't expect that we could annihilate a main fleet of over 100 warships with just 1 light fighter. My emotions are still settling. This isn't much. After all, it was a mid-sized fleet composed of outdated warships. Given our mobility and firepower, not winning would be abnormal. That I think you are feeling a bit timid. Feeling timid is still feeling weak. Do you really think I'm as timid as you? Captain, you're going to close your eyes and rest again, right? I understand. After all, you feel weak, Yueshi. Just you wait tonight. Lin Yang closed his eyes, reclining in the pilot's chair as he browsed the evolution shop. He decided to try 10 consecutive draws. Host luck is extraordinary. A legendary item has been drawn. Xiangui X Medium Shield. 1,000 evolution points. Not bad. I'll buy it. Let us do another 10 draws. Host is favored by fortune. Another legendary item appears in the shop. Fire Phoenix X-type sublight cluster missile. Only one. Also 2,000 evolution points. I'll buy it. Looking at his account with over 20,000 evolution points remaining, Lin Yang couldn't suppress his urge to keep buying. He immediately went for another 10 draws. Host strikes it rich. A legendary item appears again. System, stop being cheeky. This cost me 5,000 evolution points to draw it out. If I truly had luck, an epic item should have appeared. Seeing the Xiangui X Medium Shield show up again, Lin Yang smiled slightly. Well, that is fine. I have now gathered both shields. 10 consecutive draws. After the battle, the surge of evolution points made it hard to resist the temptation of more draws. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations, host. Your luck is off the charts. An epic item has appeared in the shop. Enyang Fish Y-type mirror generator. A new gadget. No manual. Priced at 10,000 evolution points. Alright, is this how we're playing it? By God of Firestar. Those with foresight and the means to escape have already fled, leaving behind only the downtrodden and the descendants of miners who have nowhere to go. What remains are various nefarious gangs, driven solely by immediate self-interest. Armed conflicts between gangs have erupted on the surface, with incidents of looting rampant. Every space battle has descended into chaos, and numerous factions or individuals are seizing the opportunity to capture ordinary citizens. Once apprehended and confined within a ship's hold, these individuals become mere commodities for sale, reduced to the status of slaves. The regime that has endured for centuries on Vesta has crumbled without a struggle. Marking a sudden end, an hour later, the Sun and Moon battleship docked at the Vesta port, its dual shields fully upgraded. The new X-type Tortoise shield boasts power tenfold that of the previous C-type Black Rhinoceros shield. Throughout this tumultuous journey, Dr. Ni Ziwen has finally witnessed what miracles truly entail. Compared to Lin Yang's Warship, Huang Yueshi's Heart of the Galaxy, and Karuja's illustrious lineage, she feels that her status as an S-class fugitive from the solar system is utterly insignificant. Captain, the leaders of the resistance have arrived. Ziwen, you go and liaise with them. I must first restore order on Vesta and then deploy the oxygen generators. As soon as he finished speaking, a Camel-class transport ship took off in the distance. Ni Ziwen frowned, saying, Captain, I scanned that transport ship and detected 2,355 individuals on board, all bound. Yueshi, target their engines and execute a conventional attack. 2 unenhanced ion pulse cannons fired, incapacitating the transport ship on spot. Oh, is that not Major Galois from the Bounty Dock? What business do you have in human trafficking? Chapter 18. Having settled affairs, departing to pillage the dock, the transport ship had no combat capability, and it was piloted by Galois, the head of the Bounty Dock. After sustaining 2 hits from the ion cannons, he immediately sent a message of surrender. Captain, don't fire, it's me. You scoundrel, Lin Yang coldly chuckled. Galois, why are you engaging in the slave trade when you have a perfectly good bounty dock? I dare not. I intended to send them to Sirius, but fearing they might misbehave on the way, I had to bind them one by one, and no need for explanations. I need you now that we can discuss this later. For now, land the ship obediently. Mr. Lin, my transport ship's engine has been destroyed by you. No matter. I have a towing beam to bring you down. 0.5 minutes later, the transport ship landed beside the Sun and Moon. Over 2,000 people, all women and children, disembarked in an orderly fashion. Galois' face turned pale, and he forced a smile. Lin Yang coldly chuckled and patted him on the shoulder, startling Galois into a shiver. Mr. Lin, accompany me to the Fleet Command Center and issue a communique to all residents of Vesta. The former regime has fled. Vesta is liberated, and the miners' resistance has taken control. From now on, whether underground or on the surface, all humans are free. All right, Galois immediately gave a thumbs up. Mr. Lin, you are indeed a savior. Vesta is fortunate to have you. Lin Yang shot him a cold glance, making Galois feel uneasy. After the announcement was made, The turmoil on Vesta gradually subsided. The underground miners ceased their tasks and began to ascend to the surface. The Resistance meticulously directed the miners to register as free individuals, while the 800 oxygen generators, pre-allocated according to population, began to be transported underground. The surface oxygen generators and the base dome remained intact, their shields undamaged, and soon resumed normal operations. Overall, this transition of power has not significantly harmed the civilian population, deemed remarkably smooth. Lin Yang instructed Galois to gather the remaining leaders of the various factions on Vesta and notify several resistance leaders and group heads to convene a temporary governmental assembly at the Fleet Command Center. Gentlemen, I do not care what factions you previously belonged to or what interest groups you represented. If you choose to stay on Vesta, please adhere to the new rules. From now on, the miners' organization will be the legitimate government of Vesta. I hope you will not squander the good days ahead and instead follow the paths of Nelson and Derek. The commander-in-chief's entire family fled, and the commander and the main battleship were obliterated into ashes. This outcome is sufficient to instill fear in the smaller gangs. The dozen leaders nodded timidly, not daring to lift their heads in Lin Yang's presence. I could see this moment. Lin Yang had become a legend. For centuries to come, his deeds would be recounted throughout the asteroid belt. I hope you all conduct your business honestly. Vesta will thrive more and more in the future. Your support is not necessary. Just refrain from causing trouble. Yes, Mr. Lin, we will not cause any disturbances. Vesta is my home. I will ensure its proper development. Please rest assured, our staying here means we do not intend to align ourselves with the former regime. Lin Yang exchanged a knowing smile with Ni Zhuan. All right, we have matters to attend to at the dock. The rest can be discussed with Mr. Shirtsong. The oldest leader of the resistance stood up. Gentlemen, although Mr. Lin is not of resistance origin, he will forever be the honorary leader of our cause. We shall adhere to his principles and govern Vesta properly. Following this, the subsequent meeting did not involve Lin Yang and the others. Having concluded their affairs, they departed to upgrade the warship at the dock. With 5 empty energy cannons, 2 pulse cannons, 2 refractor cannons, and an additional magnetic explosion cannon, they required 3 more missile bays. What about the Dragonfly K? Bring me the highest version, Z. Fill it up. 1,000 energy modules. Don't concern yourself with whether I can fit them. The empty spaces are of no consequence to you. The rations must include meat. I have a big cat that doesn't eat vegetarian. Fill it up? Yes, fill it up. There's no other way. It's free, and I can be this reckless upon arriving at the dock. Lin Yang felt like a bull charging into a garden filled with delicate flowers, showing no restraint. With the fall of the Vesta regime and Commander Nelson's hasty flight, the new regime, now supported by Lin Yang, had every right to plunder the dock's resources. He was not a courteous person and felt no shame. He wished to take everything from the dock. The sales representative followed closely behind, trembling with fear that Lin Yang would hold a grudge against him for not selling goods previously. Mr. Lin, the workers are currently transporting goods, and the battleship modifications will take 3 hours. May I invite you forward to the VIP room for a rest? We have a collection of Blue Star green tea. That sounds good. Notify Galois at the bounty dock to bring the communicator to the VIP room. Yes, please wait a moment in the VIP room. I will fetch him right away. 20 minutes later. Galois arrived at the VIP room with a fawning smile. Mr. Lin, you called for me? Contact the legendary Martian Hunter Gus for me. Certainly, it would be my honor to alleviate Mr. Lin's worries. Once the video connected, an emaciated old man appeared on the screen. His face lined with wrinkles, sparse white whiskers, and a short crop of white hair. He smiled coldly, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Once a lowly outcast, now a significant figure capable of toppling the Vesta regime and shaking the asteroid belt. It seems that the Vulture's death at your hands is his misfortune. Oh, so you do not hold a grudge against me for killing your apprentice, the Vulture? Haha. If you were an unknown nobody who merely stumbled upon the Vulture's demise, I would certainly crush you. An ant daring to provoke authority. Now, as a prominent figure, the Vulture's death at your hands is nothing to be ashamed of. Just a dog, I do not care. Truly, a legendary bounty hunter, aware that without his intervention, the entire asteroid belt would not spare me. You are quite adept at evading danger that I hope we do not encounter each other head-on. Thank you for the compliment. I will return the favor. The asteroid belt government has already lodged a protest with the Galactic Alliance, accusing the Sirius Tiger people of unlawfully interfering in the internal affairs of lower civilizations. The big tiger next to you is in trouble. The Sirius saber-toothed tigers are on their way to hunt him down. Just as one wave recedes, another rises. After ending the communication, Lin Yang shook his head in resignation. They likely will not believe me if I say it has nothing to do with Sirius technology. Of course, you cannot say that, Huang Yueshi said lightly. The foolish tiger is a wanted criminal in exile. He does not care about another saber-toothed tiger pursuing him if we reveal our trump card. We may attract not just human civilizations, but even extragalactic factions to intervene. Karuja chuckled. The saber-toothed tigers are not merely one. They are an ancient execution organization of Sirius, with high authority and formidable strength. Devoid of emotion, knowing only slaughter. If they come to hunt me, that would be even better. I happen to have something to discuss with them. Ziwin expressed her astonishment. Aren't you the least bit worried? Ha! The tiger people have never known what it means to fear. I relish the feeling of being pursued. Meanwhile, Galois cautiously inquired, Mr. Lin, Miss Huang, what is happening here? Galois, let me ask you, where do you intend to transport those 2,000 slaves? To Ceres, they're not slaves. Click. Lin Yang pressed the phase gun to his temple. If you cannot provide useful information, then you have no further use. Chapter 19. Taking over the bounty dock, the reason I have allowed you to live until now is simply for 4 purposes. To issue a communique to soothe the situation. To convene the leaders of various factions for a meeting, to contact the Martian hunter Gus, and to address the matter of the slaves. Lin Yang tapped Galois' forehead with the phase gun. If you do not meet my expectations, what use do you serve? Captain, I will tell you everything. I swear, moreover, I possess a 5th utility. If you spare my life, you shall find me to be worth far more than you anticipated. Oh, pray tell. Those slaves are the personal property of Commander Nelson, and it was under his orders that I was to transport them. Had I known of your sense of justice, I would have refrained from venturing to Ceres, and instead remained on Vesta to welcome you. Were those individuals captured by you? No. They were already slaves, frequently sold to arenas or individuals. You may verify this. They are typically confined in Zone F, and it is you who has granted them their status as free individuals. How many arenas are there in the asteroid belt? 4, with Ceres being the largest, followed by Vesta, Pallas, and Juno. Will those female slaves also be sent to the arenas? You cannot fathom the twisted minds of certain nobles. Why are there no male slaves among those you escorted? The transport vessel for male slaves took off an hour ago. Women and children moved slowly, which delayed me. Now, let us discuss your 5th utility. Keep it brief. I do not wish to waste my time. Galeva swallowed hard, his palms already slick with cold sweat. He understood that his chance of survival hinged entirely on his forthcoming performance. Captain, after the liberation of Vesta, it will undoubtedly gradually return to order. You have remarked that it will flourish further, thus the bounty dock must be reopened. Get to the point. Indeed, I possess 20 years of experience in managing bounty docks. With extensive connections in the bounty industry, I can manage the dock for you, continuously amassing wealth on your behalf. Lin Yang smirked coldly. Do not forget, you were originally one of Nelson's men, quantum surveillance microbombs. Implanted in my cervical spine, should I prove disloyal, you could detonate my head at any moment. This proposal of a microbomb is indeed straightforward and brutal, utilizing the principle of quantum entanglement for communication. It allows you to monitor Galeva from any corner of the universe. That IT also features a monitoring system for blood pressure, heart rate, body temperature, and respiratory frequency, should any act of betrayal be detected. Execution can occur immediately. Once implanted in the cervical spine, it connects to the nervous system. Should the connection sever, it detonates as well. That IT is a common method employed by the upper-class elite to control their slaves. To be frank, Lin Yang held a degree of disdain for such electronic shackles. Given his nature, he would either use them boldly or shoot the offender on the spot. However, aside from Galeva, he could find no other capable individual to manage the bounty dock. He would not generously hand the dock over to the miners' organization, who had overthrown the previous regime. The bounty dock was rightfully his. Accepting this lucrative market is merely a matter of a gentleman loving wealth and acquiring it through proper means. Very well, Galeva. You are quite astute. I hope you refrain from foolishness in the future. Thank you for your recognition. Captain, Galeva shall be your servant. This man is indeed clever, placing himself in a position of desperation only to emerge anew. Without unnecessary schemes, he has simply and brutally transformed himself into a useful slave. 10 minutes later, the dock engineer implanted the micro-controlled bomb into Galeva. The remote control is in Lin Yang's possession. Galeva, go meet with the miners' leader, Shuttle, to hand over the bounty dock and recruit additional personnel to expedite its reopening that I require results. I am unconcerned with how you achieve them, but remember this. Do not tarnish my reputation. Understood. Rest assured, Captain, your bounty dock will officially commence operations within 24 hours. After Galeva departed, Lin Yang smiled. We shall no longer be in want of funds. Huang Yueshi remarked lightly. Captain, awaken. Do not indulge in fantasies. The United Asteroid Belt Alliance will not fall, and the bounty dock on Vesta will not see business. That is precisely what I intend to address. Once order is restored on Vesta and defenses are in place, we shall take the initiative. I am quite curious, Captain. Curious about what? Previously, you would inquire of everyone whether they wish to become your crew. Now, the opportunity has arisen. With a mere command, throngs will vie to join. Much like Galeva just now. Why did you not extend an invitation? Well, better to be selective than hasty. Our fifth companion certainly cannot be of the same ilk as Galeva and his rabble. Lin Yang recruited the enigmatic Huang Yueshi, who possessed the heart of the galaxy, along with Karuja, the prince of the Sirius civilization S Tiger race, and Ni Ziwin, a top-tier genetic biologist and Class S fugitive. For the next crew member, he did not intend to simply recruit from the streets. They must possess strength that rivals that of the first three. Soon, the miners' leader, Shuttle, sent a message that Mr. Lin, the order on Vesta has stabilized. Yet the defenses are not fully functional, that we request that you remain for a bit longer. 1 day. If there are no reports of an attack by the United Asteroid Belt Alliance tomorrow, we shall proceed to the nearest Juno. Due to the destruction of Vesta's main fleet and the retreat of the patrol fleet, the Resistance easily took control of this asteroid, measuring 525 kilometers in diameter. Ordinary residents and underground miners have been reclassified as free individuals, and order has been restored. However, major companies such as Mars Bank, Blue Star Bank, labor companies, transport companies, and space farms have fled, leaving behind a plethora of vacant industries. The Resistance took Lin Yang's advice to heart, safeguarding everything as it was, awaiting the return of those companies to invest and operate on Vesta once again. Only capital investment can restore prosperity to this place. The labor docks, trade docks, and transport ports that once belonged to Vesta's regime have been seized by the Resistance, while the bounty dock was allocated to Lin Yang, becoming the sole bounty market in the solar system that is not affiliated with any regime, existing solely for personal gain. Galeva soon sent another message. Captain, the funds in the bounty dock account were taken by Nelson, and the bank has fled. The various regimes do not yet recognize the legitimacy of the Resistance, so we cannot establish new accounts. For now, we can only operate the dock using my personal account. Previously, Nelson provided you with certain remuneration, and that shall remain unchanged until the company account is created, at which point I will settle your accounts. Understood that I will not concern myself with salary matters until the dock's performance returns to its original level. Indeed, a wise individual does not suffer losses. I enjoy collaborating with astute individuals. Captain, you and I do not share partnership. Rather, I am your servant. Enough, enough. Excessive flattery becomes tiresome. Now, off you go. At your command, just as the communication was severed, another message arrived from Leader Shuttle. Mr. Lin, bad news. The team installing the oxygen machines has been attacked underground. It is the beasts from the arenas, genetically modified by Nelson. 15 of them. They have killed many miners and are now charging towards the surface. Chapter 20. A continuous flow of life energy. It seems that completing the main quest is not as straightforward as one might hope. Lin Yang mused. He had initially thought to leisurely sip tea in the dock's VIP room. allowing the miners to handle the deployment of the oxygen machines that he never anticipated that chaos would erupt underground, necessitating his personal intervention. System were the main growth and challenge quests predetermined. Can you divulge some information about the future? The three types of quests are temporarily formulated by this system based on the host's current circumstances and only become effective after review. Had this system known the future trajectory, it would have already conspired with the host on how to dominate the universe. Who is the reviewer? A high-dimensional divine civilization. It is a set of original laws embedded in the foundational code of this system. Since your activation, this system has not encountered any high-dimensional divine civilization. It seems you two have your own mysteries. In that case, let us strive together. You are the host. Without you, this system cannot survive. I will maximize benefits for you. Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. Karuja, accompany me. Let us see what monstrosity Nelson has created. Splendid. My bones are itching with anticipation. Huang Yueshi quickly stood up. I shall join as well. And I, Zuin added. And I. You too. Lin Yang considered suggesting that the two ladies remain behind, but upon reflection, these women were not delicate flowers. They possessed strength and skill, capable of standing their ground in both space battles and ground combat. Very well, let us all go. The four immediately departed the dock, fully armed, heading towards the site of the incident. Vesta is unlike Blue Star, possessing an atmosphere suitable for human habitation, nor is it like Mars, which, after modification, has reached conditions conducive to human survival. The bases on Vesta's surface are protected by domes and shields, interconnected through underground passages. The four traveled in a base vehicle, speeding through the underground tunnels. Soon arriving at the main base of Vesta's regime, a large crowd was in flight, and the already deformed underground miners were moving slowly, either trampled to death or caught and killed by the monsters. The resistance guards were firing energy guns or phase guns, but the monsters seemed to possess shields, rendering them immune to energy-based weaponry. The four immediately leaped from the vehicle, dashing into the fleeing crowd. Upon seeing the monsters' appearance, a wave of revulsion washed over them. 15 creatures, barely recognizable as carbon-based life forms, towered over 3 meters tall as grotesque apes, their heads adorned with twisted venomous snakes for stout arms, and a tail tipped with poisonous barbs. There were also 5-meter-long, 3-headed wolves, their bodies covered in a dozen spikes of venomous vines, and 3-meter-tall giant bears, their bodies encased in hard armor. These monsters were hybrid creations of blue star beasts and extraterrestrial life forms, specifically engineered as killing machines for the arenas. Naturally ferocious and bloodthirsty, they were now outfitted with personal shields, making their slaughter of the populace even more brutal. The insurgents found themselves utterly powerless against these monstrous entities. The warships remained docked and could not penetrate the dome. While there were mechs within the base, they were either malfunctioning or locked down, their codes yet to be deciphered, leaving the insurgents in a state of anxious frustration. Lacking powerful artillery, they were incapable of inflicting any harm upon these creatures. Thus, Chief Shirtsong beseeched Lin Yang for assistance. Mr. Lin, these monsters were deliberately left behind by Nelson to massacre the underground miners. By the time they were discovered, all 50,000 individuals in the E9 mining district had perished. Why are we only learning of this now? The E9 mining district is remote, devoid of communication devices. No one could escape. Hence, our roar. Shirtsong's words were cut short as 15 monsters unleashed a cacophony of screams, abandoning the crowd to charge towards Lin Yang and his companions. Oh, these monsters recognize us. The captain exclaimed, I suspect Nelson is orchestrating them from the shadows. That's a possibility. Open fire. With a zap, Huang Yueshi fired her phase gun, its power amplified several-fold by the heart of the galaxy. Comparable to the phase cannons typically equipped on warships, the personal shields were utterly inadequate. The foremost of the colossal spiders, towering over 3 meters, had its shield pierced that a subsequent blast from the phase gun obliterated it, incinerating a gaping hole over 1 meter in diameter. Boom! Karugia unleashed his oversized energy cannon, loaded with armor-piercing high-explosive rounds, which easily penetrated the shield and detonated within the massive creature, scattering flesh and blood across the streets. There was no need for Lin Yang and Ni Ziwen to intervene. In mere moments, Huang Yueshi and Karugia had vanquished 5 of the monsters. The remaining 10 turned to flee towards the underground entrance. Ziwin, stay and assist the injured. We will pursue. Hundreds were wounded at the scene, unable to leave without Dr. Ni's help. Lin Yang and his companions set off in pursuit of the monsters. The underground tunnels were labyrinthine, and after half an hour of relentless chase, Huang Yueshi could no longer endure. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she thrust a necklace into Lin Yang's hand. I can't keep going. My stamina is limited. Running through these winding tunnels for half an hour is more exhausting than a 30-kilometer run outside. Humph. Has my first mate grown weary? Say what you will. I'm heading back to the surface. The heart of the galaxy can track the monsters. Take it with you. Haven't you always wanted to understand it? Take it. Return it to me after you eliminate the monsters. Huang Yueshi placed her hands on her hips and leaned against the tunnel wall as she made her way towards the nearest exit. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Yang felt a twinge of sympathy to so easily reveal her trump card. I wonder what difficulty she has faced to wander alone to this desolate asteroid belt. Joining me, then a mere drifter without a penny to my name. Captain, hurry up. Don't dawdle, Karugia called out from ahead. That moment, they had already slain 2 more monsters, leaving 8 still escaping underground, with miners falling victim along the way. They could not afford to delay. Pursue. Lin Yang gripped the heart of the galaxy tightly, feeling a pulse in the direction ahead. They encountered a fork in the path, and he and Karugia swiftly veered left. 2 hours later, Karugia was panting heavily, waving his hands in exasperation. It's not that my stamina is lacking, Captain. The monsters are scattering, and we are covering a distance several times greater than theirs. This underground maze is relentless, and my size makes navigating the turns cumbersome. There are still 6 left. You pursue them, it seems you are still lacking, old tiger. Hand over the energy cannon and armor-piercing rounds. Captain, human endurance is indeed remarkable. But you can't be serious. Your heart rate, breathing, and blood pressure show little fluctuation. I see it now. It's the heart of the galaxy aiding you. The heart of the galaxy is indeed extraordinary, but it cannot replenish stamina. Otherwise, Yueshi wouldn't have withdrawn so early. Indeed. How remarkable. I mean, you are quite extraordinary, Captain. How do you? Karugia's words were cut short as Lin Yang vanished around a corner in the mine, with the life energy from the ship's sun and moon. No matter how far Lin Yang strayed from the warship, he could draw upon a ceaseless supply of energy. As long as the ship's power remained abundant, he possessed an inexhaustible source of life energy. Keeping his hearing, vision, willpower, strength, endurance, and healing abilities at peak levels, in contrast, the genetically modified monsters lacked such enduring stamina. 3 hours later, guided by the heart of the galaxy, Lin Yang tracked down the last remaining monster. Cornered in a dilapidated mine shaft, just as he prepared to fire, the 3-meter-tall giant ape suddenly spoke. Lin Yang, what exactly is your origin? Are you human? Former Commander Nelson? Indeed, it is I. Human civilization is transitioning from the old humanity to the new. These miners are mere remnants, not even qualifying as old humans. Neither Blue Star nor Mars would recognize the legitimacy of the miners' organization. The United Fleet has already assembled. I advise against meddling further. Should you persist in resistance, the entire planet Zhaoshang will be annihilated. Chapter 21. The Heavily Armed Interceptor. Bang! Lin Yang retaliated with a single armor-piercing high-explosive round, reducing the giant ape to fragments. Enough with the prattle. I am an old human in the truest sense. The monsters were completely eradicated, and the threat to Zhaoshang was neutralized. 800 oxygen generators were deployed and successfully operational upon returning to the surface. They arrived precisely at the location of the bounty dock. This dome base, with a diameter of 1 kilometer, constituted his enterprise on Zhaoshang. First Mate Huang Yueshi, Safety Officer Karugia, Ship's Doctor Ni Ziwin, and Galeva, the head of the bounty dock, were all awaiting his arrival, along with several leaders of the insurgents led by Shi Tsang. Captain, are you not fatigued? I'm doing fine, thanks to your heart of the galaxy. If only I could use it to amplify my power further. Lin Yang fastened the heart of the galaxy necklace around her neck, causing a flicker of tenderness in Huang Yueshi's eyes. Only I can harness its true power, just as only you can master the warship to its fullest potential, that I was merely jesting. Do you truly wish to share the heart of the galaxy with me? If possible, why not? Ahem, Karugia coughed from the side. Captain, Chief Shirtsong mentioned that the United Fleet is converging towards us. How shall we respond? What is there to fear? Are you afraid? Lin Yang tossed the oversized energy cannon to Karugia, who caught it deftly. In the language of our tiger folk, there is no concept of fear. Yet Shirtsong expressed concern, Mr. Lin, with the current strength of the insurgents, we cannot withstand the United Fleet. Moreover, the miners of Zhaosheng have already emerged to the surface, registering as free individuals, and will once again fall under the dominion of the original regime, leading to mass executions. And Ziwen remarked, as the old saying goes, when the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. This war may indeed harm innocent residents. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yang asserted, currently, there is but one solution to address this. You speak, and the insurgents shall cooperate wholeheartedly. Let all civilians take refuge underground to avoid the conflict, while all insurgents board the mining ships and inform the United Fleet that we have fully retreated. Shirtsong nodded in agreement. In that case, the United Fleet will not waste firepower attacking Zhaosheng, as there will be no insurgents present, ensuring the miners' safety regardless of who takes control. Not be so optimistic. If we do not severely cripple their main fleet, they will still execute the miners once they seize control of Zhaosheng. Why is that? Because the miners supported the insurgents? That is merely superficial. A shadow of sorrow flickered in Lin Yang's eyes. The higher echelons of humanity have abandoned the old humans, leading the entire race towards the new. The miners, with a deformity rate of 100, are even inferior to the old humans that, if not for their reliance on the asteroid belt's resources, the elite would have long since eradicated the miners. Indeed, the miners lack even the right to identity registration. Mr. Lin, I have heard you were once an unregistered miner. From where? Enough. Let us split up and prepare to confront the main fleet. Lin Yang interrupted Shirtsong's inquiry, unwilling to divulge too much of his secrets. He promptly led his three companions towards the dock. Shirtsong directed the insurgents to execute the plan. Only Galeva, the head of the bounty dock, remained stationary, feeling a tangle of emotions as he touched the micro-explosive device implanted at the nape of his neck. I hope I haven't backed the wrong horse. Regret is futile. My life was on the line at that moment. There was no other choice. Lin Yang is no ordinary individual. I could not have backed the wrong horse. Captain, you must achieve victory. The Sun and Moon warship was equipped with 8 energy cannon ports for missile bays and a single tractor beam, all fully stocked. Inside the ship, the main cannon was a legendary fire Dragon X-type particle cannon, with 2 pairs of 4 secondary cannons, all Cobra D-type ion pulse cannons. The left and right gun turrets were fitted with 2 red Spider E-type laser refractor cannons, capable of reflecting high-energy laser beams between close-range enemy ships or guided weapons, making them effective for both offense and defense in close combat. The lower hull mounted a Mantis Shrimp D-type magnetic pulse cannon, a type of electromagnetic cannon. The upper hull housed 4 missile launch pads, with 16 Dragonfly Z-type missiles and 357 Dragonfly K-type missiles. Lin Yang had emptied the dock's missile stockpile. Additionally, there was a legendary Fire Phoenix X-type sublight speed cluster missile and an epic Yin-Yang Fish Y-type mirror generator. The Sun and Moon Interceptor was now truly armed to the teeth. Task 4, Legendary Warship, required the evolution of the Triangular Spike Light Interceptor to the requisite level. Now its power, firepower, and defense had far surpassed previous standards, with all internal facilities reaching their original specifications. Task completed, granting 2,000 evolution points. The growth task of the 5th section has been updated. Secondary advancement. Evolve the whole framework of the light fighter into that of a medium fighter. Evolution points, 5,000. Currently, there is a framework of a scimitar-class medium fighter available in the system's shop, which will refresh automatically after a period of 30 days. Lin Yang looks down upon it. After all, he has destroyed no fewer than 180 scimitar medium fighters, but he would rather accumulate his evolution points to 5,000 for a 10-fold draw than undertake an evolution task with an outdated model that has been eliminated by the Blue Planet or Mars fleets. Upon boarding the ship, Lin Yang took the helm, Huang Yueshi served as co-pilot, and Ziwen manned the radar station. The formidable Karugia was in the energy room, ready to load energy modules at a moment's notice. Prepared and resolute, this was destined to be a hard-fought battle. Captain, the rebel mining fleet has departed from Vesta and sent a retreat message to the joint fleet, and Ziwin reported promptly on the movements of the rebels. Has the joint fleet responded? None yet, I suspect they will at least divide their forces into two paths, one to pursue the rebels and the other to take control of Vesta. Huang Yueshi furrowed her brow and added, perhaps even three paths. In the eyes of the asteroid belt regime, we are the root of the trouble. Can we ascertain the scale of the opposing fleet? Based on previously released official data, the main fleet at Ceres comprises 300 warships of various sizes, with 150 at Pallas and 100 at Juno, not including the patrol fleets within the star region. Huang Yueshi glanced at Lin Yang, that I'm afraid we cannot annihilate the enemy fleet this time. Even if we had the firepower, we would struggle to pursue scattered warships across the vastness of space. Lin Yang smiled slightly. I never intended to annihilate them entirely. Defeating the main fleet is sufficient. Let us not concern ourselves with Pallas and Juno for now. Capture the thief. One must first seize the king. We shall confront the largest fleet at Ceres. Ceres, Vesta, Pallas, and Juno are the four largest asteroids scattered throughout the asteroid belt. Among them, Ceres, with a diameter of 940 kilometers, is merely 1/50th the volume of the moon. Vesta and Pallas are of similar size, both exceeding 500 kilometers in diameter, while the smallest, Juno, measures only 230 kilometers across, a mining zone of the solar system. The military might here is not particularly formidable, primarily consisting of warships discarded by the Blue Planet and Mars. Therefore, Lin Yang, piloting a legendary-class fighter with legendary-class power and firepower, felt no fear as he directly charged towards the largest fleet. The challenge task of the sixth section, Decisive Victory, merely requires him to defeat the joint fleet of asteroids, not annihilate it, as long as Ceres' fleet is vanquished. The other two fleets shall surely capitulate without a fight. After flying at full speed for an hour, Ziwin, who was monitoring the radar, suddenly grew tense. Not good. I have detected traces of spatial warp. It's a warp-capable warship, Captain. It must be the forces from Mars or the Blue Planet intervening. Chapter 22. Mirage, Epic Weapon. Warp travel is one of the four methods of interstellar travel in the current universe, alongside interstellar portals, hyperspace flight, and space jumps. Most civilizations utilize warp flight, which compresses and distorts space through warp engines, allowing ships to achieve light speed or faster-than-light speeds by squeezing space. Consequently, a brief trace of compressed space is left in the wake of warp flight. Ordinary near-space warships cannot detect warp traces, but the Moon-class warship is equipped with the legendary-class wide-eared Bat-Z-type radar, the highest version of near-space radar. Even the near-space warships of the Blue Planet or Mars rarely possess such an upgrade. From a distance of 100,000 kilometers, Ziwin managed to capture the enemy warship's warp flight traces on her radar. As soon as she finished speaking, the enemy ship exited warp merely 500 kilometers away. A Orca-class strategic frigate, Warp 1.0, equipped with a W-type conventional pulse dual engine and controllable hot nuclear fusion energy. Captain, this is the current class from the Mars fleet, and we have been locked onto. Establish a communication link. Let's have a word with them. Communication has been rejected. They've launched 5 Ghoul missiles at us. Ghoul missiles are a type of long-range, high-speed, guided weapon armed with a nuclear warhead equivalent to 1 million TNT. They travel at a speed of 300 Mach, or 102 kilometers per second, far exceeding the capabilities of the Moon-class light fighter. In the blink of an eye, 5 nuclear missiles detonated near the warship, creating an enormous explosion. The fighter's observation window swiftly switched to blackout mode to mitigate the light, while the shockwave sent the Moon-class tumbling like a spinning top through space. The left shield dropped to 30, and the right shield diminished to 50, as Ziwin reported the battle damage. Huang Yueshi had already retaliated against the current class frigate with 4 Dragonfly Z-type missiles. Although they carried no nuclear warheads, the highest version of the Dragonfly missile also reached a speed of 300 Mach, reaching the current class in mere seconds. Yet in the blink of an eye, the over 500-meter-long current class strategic frigate suddenly vanished from the main screen of the Moon class. The 4 Dragonfly Z-type missiles lost their target and sailed into the endless void of space, set to self-detonate in 1 minute, AT the radar station. And Zewin hurriedly exclaimed. The current class has entered Warp 1.0 and circled around to 500 kilometers behind us, launching another 5 Ghoul missiles. Warp 1.0 moves at the speed of light, approximately 300,000 kilometers per second. Even at the most basic level, this poses a crushing advantage over the Day-Moon-class near-space warship. Lin Yang felt a sense of powerlessness for the first time. Just as he stabilized the tumbling warship and had yet to dodge, 5 Ghoul nuclear missiles detonated nearby once more, sending the ship spiraling through space. The left shield was down to 10, while the right shield was incapacitated. We cannot withstand another attack. Beep, beep, beep. Huang Yueshi continued to fire energy cannons. However, for a ship capable of traveling at light speed, they posed no threat, as they could not be locked onto. Yueshi deployed the Mirage generator. This epic weapon, Lin Yang had intended to reserve for attacking the Ceres fleet, but finding themselves in a disadvantaged position. He had no choice but to use it. Whoosh! A 2-meter-long Mirage generator was launched. A second later, space seemed to warp, and a warship identical to the Day-Moon class appeared, bursting forth at a speed of 200 Mach from the nuclear explosion's flames. Charging towards the current class strategic frigate. Simultaneously, particle cannons, ion pulse cannons, magnetic explosion cannons, and various guided weapons unleashed a torrent of fire. The power of energy-based weapons was similarly amplified by several times. Witnessing this scene, the 4 of them were left in shock. System. Is that Mirage a reflection from a parallel universe? How can it possess the enhancement capabilities of the heart of the galaxy? The Mirage is a subtle reflection along the timeline of this universe. Capable of lasting 1 minute, as long as the main body does not perish, the Mirage remains unscathed. The host may consider it a temporarily separated macro-quantum superposition state. I don't understand. To put it simply, as long as I am not destroyed, the Mirage is invincible, correct? That is a reasonable interpretation, but its duration is limited to only 1 minute. That is sufficient. Just then, the Mars fleet's current class strategic frigate ceased its warp evasion and fired phase cannons and photon torpedoes at the Day-Moon class. Boom, boom, boom. The frigate's attacks passed harmlessly through the Day-Moon class, resembling beams of light from a flashlight piercing through a projection. In the brief moment of the commander's days, the amplified particle cannons, ion pulse cannons, and magnetic explosion cannons all struck the frigate, instantly depleting 80 of its shields. Concurrently, another Day-Moon class surged forth from the nuclear explosion, this one being the actual vessel, racing towards the frigate at a speed of 200 Mach. All onboard laser weapons, directed particle beams, pulse energy orbs, and guided munitions were unleashed in an instant. The strategic frigate was besieged by 2 Day-Moon-class vessels. The frigate's shields rapidly diminished. The commander of the current class gaped in horror and urgently ordered evasive maneuvers. Warp 1.0. Any direction. Retreat quickly. Whoosh. Boom, 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 boom. Just as the frigate entered warp, Huang Yueshi timely launched the Fire Phoenix X-type sublight cluster missiles, intercepting the frigate from a diagonal front at a speed of 250,000 kilometers per second. Simultaneously, the Mirage warship also fired off a Fire Phoenix X-type sublight cluster missile. The Legendary-class guided munitions were also armed with nuclear warheads. The 2 Legendary-class cluster weapons detonated, creating a dense nuclear explosion zone with a diameter of 500 kilometers. A series of explosions rendered the frigate's already precarious shields completely incapacitated. Just as it entered warp, it was forced to exit without the time to retaliate. Pursued by 2 Day-Moon-class vessels. Under the relentless barrage of fire, the Mars fleet's current class strategic frigate erupted in a violent explosion, transforming into a celestial display of fireworks. The warp engine has been locked onto. It did not explode, and its integrity is at 89. We can salvage it? Excellent work, Zewin. Salvage the engine. The Day-Moon class set out to recover the dislodged warp engine, while the Mirage warship zipped past them. Captain, the Mirage has vanished. 1 minute of invincibility. What an enticing, epic weapon. Yueshi, you are an encyclopedia. How much do you know about such weapons? I've heard that solar system civilizations are researching a type of Mirage weapon, but I didn't know the specifics. That I never expected you to utilize it directly. Ha, Perhaps there will be more in the future. Quickly, install the warp engine. Let us also experience the joy of light-speed travel. On Mars, at the Space Fleet Command Headquarters, Commander Leaf wore a grave expression, fixated on the video feed sent by the current class frigate just before its destruction. Chief of Staff Pierce expressed his concerns. Marshal, based on our analysis, there's a 99% probability that it was the Mirage weapon. However, our mirror weapon is still in the experimental stage, a top-secret matter on Mars, even unbeknownst to the Blue Star government. How could this individual, Lin Yang, possess it? Could it be that the green carbon individual leaked information? Unlikely. Although that drunkard is prone to gambling and mischief, his integrity is beyond question that if he truly intended to play tricks, he would not have remained on Mars for 5 centuries. Could it be that there are traitors within our Martian ranks? Contact the Martian Council immediately. I must discuss this matter in detail. And what of Lin Yang? Those lowly miners and marginalized drifters can create their ruckus. Let them be that. I warn the asteroid government that Lin Yang must be captured alive. Whoever silences him through murder shall be deemed an enemy of Mars. Chapter 23. Upgrading the warp engine. You have destroyed a Orca-class strategic frigate. Evolution points at 1500. Current evolution points 3500. Detected evolvable material. Version 1.0 warp engine. Evolution costs 500 evolution points. Duration 6 hours 20 minutes. Proceed with evolution. Ziwin, have you not yet detected the whereabouts of the Ceres fleet? Captain, based on the fleet speed previously announced by Ceres authorities, they will reach Vesta in at least 5 days. They are currently too far for our radar to scan at our speed of 200 Mach. How long until we encounter them? At least 6.5 hours. Very well, Yueshi, set our course for Ceres. Engage inertia autopilot at maximum speed. Once arrangements are complete, Lin Yang promptly closed his eyes to access the system panel. He chose to evolve the warp engine. Beep. Due to the current ship being a light fighter, it lacks the spatial conditions to install dual engines. The host must replace the legendary Chilean X-type conventional pulse engine. Please arrange engine configurations judiciously to avoid impediments in short-range maneuvers. Lin Yang pondered for a moment, deciding to execute a surprise maneuver to defeat the asteroid coalition fleet, resolutely opting to commence evolution. The Sun and Moon-class fighter began cruising at a speed of 200 Mach. The 4 of them finally exhaled in relief. In eyes, Ziwin immediately checked the others for injuries. Captain, I clearly saw you collide with the console earlier. Your forehead was injured. How come the wound has vanished? Lin Yang's injury had long been healed by the continuous flow of life energy. He smiled slightly at the comment. Perhaps it was because I was closer to Yueshi. Her galaxy heart healed our wounds. Huang Yueshi touched her wrist. Perhaps my wrist nearly dislocated, but it was healed by the galaxy heart. However, I'm quite curious. Captain, why didn't the galaxy heart heal sister and I? She was not far from me either. You might want to ask your galaxy heart about that. And Ziwin said, regardless, it's good that you both are healed. There's no need to dwell on the reasons that I only have minor abrasions, nothing serious that I'll go check on Karugia. There's no need. That large tiger is tough and resilient, capable of surviving in space for 5 minutes without any protection. Captain, that's not fair. Even if I'm uninjured, I'm still exhausted. Please help me repair the shield. Lin Yang reclined in the pilot's chair and promptly fell asleep. And Ziwin chuckled helplessly, raising the cabin temperature by 2 degrees. Yueshi, you should also rest. I'll monitor the radar. Sister and I, how is your injury? I'm fine. No need to worry. Just a surface wound. The main fleet of Ceres. Commander Theodore, after hearing the report from the Martian government, was left dumbfounded. The Martian government has abandoned us. The exiled commander, Nelson, revealed a worried expression. The Ocean Current-class frigate, equipped with a warp engine, has firepower and defense several times stronger than that of the asteroid fleet as flagship. Yet it was still destroyed. It's a pity we didn't witness the battle. We cannot ascertain whether it was due to intervention by the Sirius forces. Theodore fretted. Perhaps the Martian government is concerned about pressure from the Sirius civilization, hence they abandoned us in the asteroid belt. What should we do, Commander? Should we still attempt to reclaim Vesta? Yes, if we do not reclaim Vesta, the rebels will surely take advantage, subsequently occupying Mars, Jupiter, and Ceres. That I would rather obliterate those 3 asteroids than allow those despicable miners to seize control. But what about Lin Yang? Marshal Alif of Mars stated that as long as he is not killed, capturing him alive is acceptable, that we need not overthink the Sirius side. For the time being, the Sirius civilization does not endorse interference in the internal matters of lower civilizations and has dispatched execution squads to pursue the rogue tiger. Understood. As long as we do not kill Lin Yang, no matter how we handle the asteroid belt crisis, Mars will not intervene. Indeed, Nelson, I can even sense that Marshal Alif desires us to eliminate all the lowly miners. The united government of the asteroid belt is not merely the descendants of miners, but a joint governing body dispatched by Mars and Blue Star, with Martians constituting 80 of its ranks. Thus, the asteroid belt can also be viewed as a vassal force of the Martian government. In addressing the issue of the rebels, they must adhere to the commands of the Martian government. Just as Theodore was formulating battle plans in the conference room alongside Nelson and several other generals, the communications officer relayed a voice report. "General, we have received a communication connection from a Tri-Spy-class light fighter. It may be Lin Yang. Shall we connect?" "Connect it. Transfer the visuals to the conference room." The conference room's large screen shifted to display the cockpit of the sun and moon. Lin Yang sat at the helm, with First Officer Huang Yueshi beside him, and Ni Ziwen and Karugia standing behind. "General Theodore, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. ISNT that the exiled Vice Admiral Nelson from Vesta beside you. You are Lin Yang? Quite impressive. If I'm not mistaken, the tiger person behind you should be of Sirius descent, and the other woman is an S-class fugitive, a public enemy of human evolution. Ni Ziwen, we nearly captured her on Ceres 5 years ago, yet she remains in the asteroid belt. You have no idea how much more is in store, such as in a few hours. I can make you and Nelson into exiled figureheads. Such bravado! Do not presume that with the assistance of Sirius technology, you can act with impunity. You think the Galactic Interstellar Alliance is merely a decoration? An investigation team has been initiated. Even the highest commander of Sirius, the Tiger Emperor, cannot guarantee your safety. Sirius technology. Lin Yang glanced back at Karugia, unable to suppress a chuckle. Whatever you say, General Theodore, I contacted you to discuss a peaceful transition of power in the asteroid belt. If you wish to avoid exile or death, please negotiate a peaceful handover with the miners and ensure the oxygen machines are smoothly operational underground. Preposterous. Theodore, infuriated, slammed his palm on the table, shouting at the screen. A mere Tier 1 lowly black market individual, fortuitously receiving assistance from Sirius technology, dares to act as a savior and provoke the asteroid government. A delusion. Even if I were to obliterate all 4 asteroids, I would never hand them over to the wretched miners. It seems negotiations are futile. Very well, do not come to me later like Nelson did, initially ignoring me, only to realize the futility of his stance, and then come to negotiate with a humbled face. I shall not grant you a second opportunity. After severing the communication, Theodore clenched his fists in anger. Having served as the supreme leader of the asteroid belt for 30 years, it was his first encounter with such disdain. Especially from a young man of minor origins, that he felt his dignity was insulted. Had it not been for fear of the Martian government, he would have sought to eliminate Lin Yang without hesitation. Since Mars requires Lin Yang to be alive, we shall execute all others on Vesta. Those who have already betrayed are unworthy of existence. Lin Yang and his companions, meanwhile, were in good spirits, casually chatting in the cockpit, and even communicating with the rebels for a while. They had yet to detect the fleets from Jupiter and Mars. The asteroid belt fleet lacked warp engines. Even at maximum speed, it would take several days for them to make contact. Over 6 hours later, a system notification sound awakened the sleeping Lin Yang. Beep. Evolution complete. Warp engine 1.0 has been installed and is compatible. Lin Yang sprang up from the bed, hurriedly pressing the communicator beside him. Ziwen, how far are we from the Ceres fleet? The duty officer, Ni Ziwen, promptly replied 0.50000 kilometers, 8 to our respective speeds. We will enter range in 10 minutes. There is no need to wait the full 10 minutes. Report on their scale. Our warp engine has been upgraded. All hands prepare for battle. Chapter 24. Space Encounter Battle, Decapitation. 2 Orca-class strategic frigates, but both have had their warp engines dismantled by the Martian government. Without warp engines, they are no longer a concern. What about the others? As Lin Yang buttoned his coat while walking toward the cockpit, the recently awakened Huang Yueshi followed closely behind, her hair tied in a casual high ponytail. There are also 50 Mountain Axe-class heavy bombers, 80 double-handed sword-class heavy fighters, 120 curved blade-class medium fighters, and 150 Razor-class light fighters, that a total of 402 warships. It appears we're not only facing the main fleet, but likely even the patrol fleet has gotten involved, correct? Indeed, Captain, including the previously announced number of patrol ships from Ceres and Vesta, minus the 20 patrol vessels you previously destroyed, the numbers align perfectly. A smile immediately spread across Lin Yang's face. All units mobilize. The rear is vulnerable. Ha. It seems my surprise attack plan will proceed smoothly. A surprise attack? To Ceres? Certainly, but not at this moment. First, let us stir things up with the main fleet. If we can obliterate 2 of the frigates and decapitate Theodore, that would be nothing short of splendid. Karugia has filled all 500 compartments of the Chilean X-type energy module. Nearby, there are stacks of high-compression energy modules awaiting installation, ready to supply sufficient energy for the warp drive at any moment. Lin Yang settled into the main cockpit, closing his eyes to enter a deep symbiotic state when piloting the conventional pulse engine. He felt akin to a fish swiftly gliding through water. However, the initial experience of commanding the warp drive was entirely novel. Setting the course and engaging warp speed 1.0, he felt the surrounding space elongate instantaneously, while distant stellar points transformed into streaks of light retreating rapidly. His body seemed to be compressed in an instant, as if his soul were propelled forward, detached from his physical form in the blink of an eye. Before he could fully absorb the sensation, he arrived at the destination, exiting warp speed 1.0. The initial flight at light speed through the cosmos left him somewhat dazed, as if the very fabric of reality were spinning around him. His mind akin to being stirred by a stick. Fortunately, the sun and moon promptly replenished his life energy, restoring his vigor in an instant. Outside the vessel, hostilities had already erupted as the sun and moon exited warp. The Fire Dragon X-type particle cannon unleashed its fire. Originally a legendary weapon of immense destructive capability, the directional high-energy particle stream had been amplified by Huang Yueshi through the heart of the galaxy, increasing its potency exponentially. The diameter of the high-energy particle beam was larger than that of a light fighter. IT struck precisely at the bridge of the Orca-class strategic frigate, reducing the 500-meter-long enemy ship's shield by 30 in an instant. The enemy vessel was caught off guard, unable to comprehend the situation. Simultaneously, for ion pulse cannons and magnetic blast cannons opened fire, all hitting their target. Only then did the enemy fleet, comprised of 402 warships, react, locking onto the sun and moon and launching guided tracking weapons. However, these were merely low-tier, low-power missiles, some even veering off course and flying into deep space, seemingly fearful of overwhelming Lin Yang's warship with their numbers. Without time to ponder the anomaly, Huang Yueshi immediately commanded 2 laser refractor cannons to fire .2 beams of light emerge from the sides of the sun and moon, with the lasers amplified several times, ricocheting between the 100 guided weapons and intercepting them all in an instant. At the same time, she launched 4 Dragonfly Z-type missiles. The Orca-class strategic frigate was struck by a series of attacks, leaving its shield at a mere 5.2 of the missiles obliterated the remaining shield, while the other 2 struck the hull directly. Suddenly, the sky was illuminated by a violent explosion. The 500-meter-long strategic frigate was annihilated. The enemy fleet's second wave of counterattack ensued, this time devoid of guided weapons, consisting only of energy cannons and various tractor beams. What is this? Do they still wish to capture us alive? Lin Yang furrowed his brow. Huang Yueshi, and Eyes Wang, and Karugia were equally perplexed. Having already destroyed one of their main ships, what were they waiting for? Were they still asleep, just as they were about to strike the sun and moon? The surrounding space flickered violently. Lin Yang piloted the sun and moon into warp, vanishing in less than 0.1 seconds, reappearing 500 kilometers in the opposite direction. As soon as he materialized, the particle cannon, ion pulse cannons, magnetic blast cannons, and Dragonfly Z-type missiles all opened fire, unleashing a torrent towards another Orca-class strategic frigate. The commander aboard was none other than Admiral Theodore, the overall commander of the United Asteroid Belt. At this moment, he was paralyzed with fear. The exiled Vice Admiral Nelson beside him trembled uncontrollably. Theodore repeatedly tapped the communication interface, shouting, "We surrender! Surrender!" The entire fleet surrenders. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly erupted within the warship. Flames surged toward the bridge, engulfing Theodore and Nelson, killing them instantly, their dismembered bodies hurled into space. After destroying two main frigates, the Sun and Moon immediately sped towards Ceres at warp speed 1.0. You have destroyed Orca-class strategic frigates X2, evolution points 3,000, current evolution points 6,000. Phew, that was close. Lin Yang exhaled deeply. In the recent skirmish, he and Huang Yueshi had coordinated seamlessly, unexpectedly annihilating the fleet's main vessels and eliminating the overall commander Theodore along with the exiled Vice Admiral Nelson. Logically, he should have been able to capture and incorporate the remaining 400 warships. However, his vessel had nearly been unable to enter warp. Previously, in upgrading the warp engine, he had replaced the Chilean X-type conventional pulse engine. If he could not enter warp, it would mean being immobilized in place. No shield, no matter how strong, could withstand the concentrated fire of 400 warships. The near immobilization was due to Karugia's inability to keep up with the energy module loading speed. The warp engine consumed an immense amount of energy, and coupled with Huang Yueshi's full-scale bombardment, it had depleted all 500 energy modules in the energy chamber in an instant, despite Karugia's considerable strength and quickness. He barely managed to load enough for 2 warp jumps and 2 full-scale attacks. Not only was the loading speed inadequate, but the stock of energy modules was also rapidly dwindling. Although he could not comprehend why the enemy fleet did not retaliate with full force. Still hoping to capture them alive with tractor beams, Lin Yang decided not to linger, fearing prolonged delays. After disengaging from battle, he opened the evolution marketplace for a 10-fold draw, hoping for a legendary medium-sized fighter skeleton. Yet sometimes what one hopes for is precisely what eludes them. Congratulations, host! A legendary item has appeared in the marketplace. System, what the devil? A life support module. What use is that now? I would prefer a medium-sized fighter skeleton. Or at least a thermal nuclear energy source. Captain, without loading thermal nuclear fusion or antimatter energy, true warp flight is impossible. Even an abundance of energy modules would not suffice for the warp engine's consumption. Did you hear that, system? Karugia is already complaining. Host, please note that the legendary natural island X-type life support module possesses multiple functions, including gravity, temperature, humidity, air circulation, radiation shielding, light protection, simulated combat sounds, and health monitoring for crew members, and can operate on medium to large fighter jets, catering to the needs of hundreds of individuals. Are you moonlighting as a salesperson now? Captain, stop mumbling. Karugia is speaking with you. The co-pilot Huang Yueshi shot him a disdainful look. Lin Yang helplessly pursed his lips. Yueshi, please refrain from gazing at me, as if I were insane. Humph, you are aware, then? Karugia, given the special circumstances today, put in a little extra effort. Once we reach Ceres, there will be energy available. The current energy reserves will be immobilized upon arrival at Ceres, and I fear we won't be able to engage freely in battle. And Zhuang expressed her concerns. Captain, what if they resist fiercely upon arrival? Lin Yang smiled slightly. That won't happen. As long as we can reach them at warp speed, they won't dare to resist. A few minutes later, the Sun and Moon disengaged from warp speed 1.0, appearing above the dock at Ceres. Zhuang sent a message to the dock demanding their immediate surrender. Yueshi, use your heart of the galaxy to assist Karugia in launching an energy blast. Be quick. Chapter 25. Surprise attack on Ceres. The Sun and Moon's energy had been exhausted. Without energy supply, the warship began to share Lin Yang's life energy once more. After orchestrating everything, Lin Yang felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Yet he was untroubled, for he had unwavering confidence in his strategy. The 3-meter-tall Tiger Man Karugia carried a 2-meter-long energy cannon. For light fighter jets in the asteroid belt, that was akin to a ship-mounted laser cannon. Moreover, with Huang Yueshi amplifying its power several times, the force of a single shot surpassed that of a heavy cruiser S main cannon. After opening the pressurized outer hatch, Karugia, with no protective measures. Aimed the cannon at the dock and fired. The enhanced energy sphere had a diameter of 3 meters, exploding instantly upon contact with the dock surface. The next moment, the warship received a surrender message from the dock. And Zhuang joyfully exclaimed, "Captain, the dock has surrendered. They request no attacks, and not only the dock, but also the trade dock, labor dock, bounty dock, or transport dock, and remaining officials have surrendered simultaneously." Lin Yang's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He gestured for the dock to send over 1,500 energy modules via shuttles, instructing the heads of various units to pilot shuttles for docking. "We shall not land. The warp engine in the asteroid belt is akin to a dimensional strike. Due to the technological blockade from Mars regime, the asteroid belt's fleet lacked the capacity for warp flight. Lin Yang had crushed the main fleet by utilizing the warp drive, annihilating numerous high-ranking officials, including Theodore T. This moment, Sirius was not only defensively weak, but also politically vacuous. The only remaining warships were manned by bounty dock personnel, who typically abstained from political conflicts, seeking only their own leisurely existence. With the bounty hunters refraining from action, Sirius had lost its capacity for resistance. Additionally, the populace was unaware that Lin Yang's warship had exhausted its energy reserves, and no one was willing to risk their lives to avenge Theodore. Thus, Lin Yang, having exhausted energy to arrive at Sirius and unleashing an energy blast, effectively claimed the entire body of Sirius. 1 minute later, Lin Yang's fatigue and sense of powerlessness swiftly dissipated as a continuous influx of life energy surged within him. Just as Karugia finished loading the energy modules, he was fully rejuvenated. "Have the officials of Sirius arrived?" Huang Yueshi replied nonchalantly. "They have arrived. 15 shuttles have yet to finish, and another 20 are en route. It seems there are more leaders than workers. Our light cruiser cannot accommodate so many individuals, and oh wonder the economy of Sirius has consistently lagged behind. It has been drained by this leadership. Simply notify a few dock managers and governmental officials to come over. The total number must not exceed 10, while the rest may wait elsewhere." 5 minutes later, Lin Yang met with the 10 highest leaders of Sirius in the lower ship's cabin. Each one of them was portly and well-dressed, their faces, once filled with malevolence, now strained to produce smiles. They had learned of the destruction of General Theodore and that the main fleet was retreating. However, the main fleet could not catch up with Lin Yang, who was traveling at warp speed. These individuals felt that death was imminent. Their former bravado had evaporated, and they were excessively obsequious before Lin Yang. "There's no need for such formality. I have only a few matters to discuss," Lin Yang stated. "Please, Mr. Lin, we will certainly comply," they replied. "Do not hold out hope for the return of the main fleet. I will intercept them shortly." "What?" The group trembled in fear, nearly collapsing on the spot. "The rebels will soon take control of Sirius. If you wish to continue living here, you must relinquish power peacefully. This will ensure you do not regret your choice. Should you attempt to flee with slaves or assets, I assure you, your warships are no match for my warp engines that know. No, we will not flee. We will certainly follow Mr. Lin's instructions and cooperate with the rebels, or rather, we will cooperate with the miners' organization to transfer power." "Excellent. Those who can act thus are indeed wise, for the miners' organization governs the asteroid belt and requires leaders like you. If you transition peacefully, you may even retain your original positions at AAS for how the miners' organization will re-establish governance in the asteroid belt. That is not Lin Yang's concern. However, he could be certain of one thing. The rebels would not continue to tolerate these parasites. For now, he simply needed to stabilize the situation. That is all I have to say. There are no harsh policies or severe punishments. You may return to prepare for the transfer of power. I must go intercept the fleeing fleet." "What? Are you worried that I will annihilate the fleet?" "That is understandable. Many of your relatives are aboard, after all. Those who can join the fleet are either wealthy or noble. Rest assured, as long as they cooperate, they will survive. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your great kindness. We will return and immediately inform our friends and family in the fleet to surrender on the spot and await your incorporation." After the 10 leaders departed, the energy units were successfully transported. Lin Yang set the course and immediately entered warp speed 1.0, vanishing from the Sirius star system in an instant. The heads of various departments wiped the cold sweat from their brows. astonished that they had survived their meeting with Lin Yang, and rushed to inform the fleeing fleet to remain in place and not resist. Moments later, Lin Yang exited warp speed 100 kilometers ahead. 400 warships of varying sizes formed a square formation in space, all engines extinguished and shields down, waiting for incorporation. Wow! Someone powerful is advising the fleet from behind. If they dare fire a pulse cannon, I will have an excuse to annihilate them. But with their engines and shields down, I find it tedious to continue killing. Lin Yang mused. Karugia said, "Our Tiger Clan only challenges the strong. Attacking the weak is a display of incompetence. And attacking those who have surrendered is a disgrace. Karugia, your clan's traditional beliefs need to change. If it weren't for the utility of these warships, I would gladly destroy every last one of them out of sheer tedium." Beside them, Huang Yueshi's gaze was icy as she remarked, "Cutting the grass without removing the roots allows it to grow back again." Ni Ziwen looked at the two in astonishment, pondering how Lin Yang and Yueshi managed to coordinate so seamlessly in battle. Both were equally decisive in their resolve. "Captain, are you keeping these warships for the rebels?" "Indeed. Without the protection of warships, even if the rebels take control of the asteroid belt, they will not last long. We will eventually sail towards distant stars and seas. We cannot remain in the asteroid belt forever. Playing babysitter, can we?" "Yes, your foresight is commendable." "Ha! Do not say such things, or I'll become proud." "Ziwen, do not flatter him so. Look at how smug he is." "Hey, Yueshi, can I not be a little proud after such a great victory? I command you to immediately inform the fleet to change course for Vesta, and then let the rebels return to Vesta to incorporate the main fleet." "Yes, my esteemed captain." Chapter 26. The Surrender of Tizhongsing. The dissolution of Hunsin star Lin Yang piloted the Sun and Moon into warp speed, heading for Vesta. The 400 warships promptly changed direction, flying towards Vesta. Upon receiving the news, the rebels immediately returned as planned. Lin Yang's team of 4 became the key to determining the future of the asteroid belt in less than 10 minutes. Warp speed 1.0 reached Vesta, preparing to land at the Bounty dock when the warship received a message from the Tizhongsing fleet. A video call request. Upon connection, the commander of the Tizhongsing fleet, Major General Lu Yuanshan, appeared on screen. "Greetings, Mr. Lin Yang. I represent the 150 warships of the Tizhongsing main fleet and 3 million residents in surrender to you and the Miners Organization. We hope to end this senseless war and restore peace to the asteroid belt." 3 million residents? General Lu, are you including the underground miners in that count? "Yes, since the Martian political body has abandoned us along with the miners, they are indeed part of the Tizhongsing populace." "General Lu, on behalf of the ordinary citizens, I thank you for your prudent choice. Please return to Tizhongsing, and once Sirius and Vest are back on track, we will proceed with the transition. You have not followed the path of Theodore and Nelson. Your future is not bleak or fatal. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for providing Tizhongsing with the opportunity for a peaceful transition. I will lead the Tizhongsing leadership in awaiting your arrival with the Miners Organization. You have defeated the united fleet of the asteroid belt. Completing challenge task. 6 complete victory. Evolution points 15,000. Current evolution points 16,000. Challenge task updated. 7 rising reputation. You have cumulatively destroyed 10 interstellar strategic frigates. Evolution points 50,000. Has the challenge task been completed? Lin Yang's heart stirred, and he quickly instructed Ni Ziwen to confirm with the rebels. The Tizhongsing fleet had surrendered, but there was still no news from the Hunsin star's 100 warships. Ziwen sent a message to the rebels to inquire about the situation. Moments later, Ni Ziwen joyfully reported. The leader of the Shurtsong tribe said that the commander of the Hunsin star fleet, Major General Zhou Mingyuan, was picked up by a warp-capable warship from Mars. The Hunsin star fleet has disbanded, and the captain of the 3rd team issued a surrender message, while the remaining warships scattered and fled, possibly turning to piracy. This was achieved without a hitch. "Ha ha! Splendid! I am absolutely delighted!" Lin Yang exclaimed. Overjoyed, he had not anticipated that with the warp engine and the destruction of the Sirius flagship, victory would come so effortlessly. Turning around, he noticed his first officer, Huang Yueshi, frowning slightly, as if troubled. "Yueshi, we have easily won the war and become legends of the asteroid belt. Why do you seem preoccupied?" Huang Yueshi expressed her concern. I was pondering why the Martian political body did not rescue Theodore Nelson and Major General Liu Yuanshan, yet singled out the weakest commander of the Hansen Star Fleet, Zhou Mingyuan, for rescue. Perhaps this Zhou has relatives in high places on Mars. Perhaps, Huang Yueshi replied with a gentle smile. Speaking of which, I spent some time on Hansen Star before joining U.O. You rarely speak of your past, Yueshi. What were you doing on Hansen Star? Not much. Hansen Star is quite small. I was helping my grandmother, who is particularly adept at encouraging people to think positively. That grandmother of yours who is so good at persuading others. Yes. Huang Yueshi lowered her head and said, Captain, I'm feeling a bit fatigued. I would like to request some rest. Do not be so formal. Feel free to rest. Would you like me to accompany you? No. All right. Then meanwhile, in a Martian Space Fleet Command, Commander Arif and Martian Speaker Peters sat before a large screen, listening to the report from Major General Zhou Mingyuan, commander of the Hansen Star Fleet. Marshal, Speaker, although the intelligence I provided cannot be proven, every word is true. That girl can amplify the phase gun's firepower by several times. When we captured her, she caused significant losses to the Hansen Star Patrol Fleet. Lin Yang's warship has an extraordinarily powerful energy cannon, which is certainly not of Sirius technology, but rather that seemingly delicate yet profoundly mysterious girl. What is the background of that girl? I am not quite sure. She arrived on Hansen Star with an elderly woman. If not for someone attempting to capture her as a slave, we would still be unaware of their existence. What happened afterward? The individual who sought to capture her was killed on the spot, and the patrol fleet, sent to maintain order, was also repelled by the two of them. Later, the elderly woman sacrificed herself to cover her escape, self-destructing at the dock, causing numerous casualties, while she stealthily boarded a cargo ship and fled. When did this occur? Over 2 months ago. Why are you only revealing this now? Why didn't you report it to Mars at the time? At the time, I feared it would negatively impact our performance, and also that the image of the Hansen Star political body would suffer. Aside from this, what else do you know? Nothing more. That is all the information I possess. Speaker Peters closed his eyes in disappointment and waved his hand gently. Marshal Arif's expression turned icy. A barren, backward, marginal mining area led by a ragtag group of rogues. Zhou Mingyuan, what authority or image do you possess? You have no accomplishments whatsoever. With a flick of his sleeve, Arif stormed off in anger. The captain on the opposite side of the video promptly drew his phase gun. With a swift pew, a beam of phase light instantly vaporized the fleet commander Zhou Mingyuan, who was fleeing from the god of marriage star. Marshal, please provide the next instructions. Arif waved his hand, instructing the crew to stand by, preparing to establish diplomatic relations with the new regime of the asteroid belt. Lin Yang's original 6,000 evolution points have been rapidly depleted to 1,000 after a series of 10 consecutive draws, resulting in an unwanted legendary level life support module, which had been left unsold in the marketplace. Now that his evolution points had surged to 16,000, he unhesitatingly spent 2,000 to acquire the life support module, and then immediately initiated another 10 consecutive draws. Host luck is extraordinary. A legendary level item has been drawn. Medium-class fighter aircraft skeleton of the Mo Dao class, priced at 8,000 evolution points. Hey, just enough to leave me with 1,000 evolution points. Lin Yang purchased the skeleton and expended another 1,000 evolution points to commence its evolution. Evolution of the skeleton is in progress. Estimated time, 16 hours and 40 minutes. Once the evolution of the skeleton began, Lin Yang sent a message to the shipyard of the god of Kitchen Star, instructing them to transport 1,000 energy modules to the bounty dock. While Karugia commanded the workers to unload, Lin Yang ordered the god of Valley, the god of wisdom, and the god of marriage stars to assist the rebel forces in deploying oxygen generators into the underground residential areas of the miners. 15 hours later, the miners' rebel forces returned to the god of Kitchen Star. The fleet from the god of Valley was still far away, requiring another day to arrive. Avoid drawing too much attention due to the evolution of the sun and moon ship's hull. Lin Yang briefed the rebel leader Shurzong and then piloted the warship away from the god of Kitchen Star, engaging in warp flight towards Jupiter. Once in an open area, he disengaged from warp and patiently awaited the completion of the hull's evolution. Suddenly, a notification chimed in the cockpit. Ding! You have received a transfer of 100 million star coins from the regime of the God of Wisdom in the asteroid belt. Money. Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi's eyes widened in astonishment as they hurriedly opened the screen before them. Oh dear! Major General L.V. Yuanshan from the God of Wisdom is quite generous. Lin Yang beamed with delight. 100 million star coins was no trifling sum. This was a windfall. Huang Yueshi smiled and asked, Captain, this money might come from the toil of the miners. Will you accept it? Of course. I defeated the united regime on behalf of millions of miners. If I refuse, the miners would be ungrateful wretches. I deserve this money, and even an additional 100 million would be welcome. Chapter 27. Legendary level, Mo Dao medium class fighter. Well, it seems we are on the same wavelength, Lin Yang. What about the fun from the God of Alley? The God of Kitchen and the God of Marriage. Damn, could they have been siphoned off by the Martian regime? And Ziwen interjected. Indeed, Leader Shurtsong mentioned that he investigated the accounts of the 3 bases and found that at the moment of their defeat, all the funds were transferred to the Martian regime. Unlike L.V. Yuanshan from the God of Wisdom, who did not abscond with the funds and even sent us money, it seems he does not intend to return to Mars. Huang Yueshi speculated he might want to return, but has realized that it is more advantageous to relinquish his assets and remain in the God of Wisdom. Regardless, since he is so cooperative, I will refrain from having the rebels eliminate him. Ziwen, please inform Shurtsong that if L.V. Yuanshan proves useful, we will provide him with a way out. Understood. I will notify Leader Shurtsong immediately. An hour later, another system notification echoed. You have successfully evolved a light-class ship into a medium-class fighter ship. Completing the growth task, 5 secondary advancement, evolution points 5,000. Growth task updated, 6 golden legend. Evolve the legendary level Mo Dao medium-class fighter ship to its rightful level, ensuring all components reach the golden legendary level. Evolution points 10,000. As the Sun and Moon warship drifted slowly through space, it suddenly jolted. A white light wall appeared at its bow, slowly moving towards the stern as the ship passed through the light wall. Both its exterior and internal structures underwent a transformation. The cockpit expanded from its original width of over 5 meters to 8 meters, featuring 4 operational stations. Lin Yang retained control of the main pilot seat, while Huang Yueshi took the co-pilot position, responsible for auxiliary navigation and weaponry control. Radar and communications were managed by Ziwen, positioned to the right rear of the co-dash pilot. To the left rear of the main pilot was the monitoring and control for the ship's hull. Shields, energy, and life support modules, operated by Karugia. The cockpit's height increased from less than 3 meters to over 4 meters, allowing Karugia, who stood 3 meters tall, to enter without stooping. From the outside, the ship's bow widened from 10 meters to 20 meters. On either side of the cockpit, 2 additional small rooms emerged, which Lin Yang intended to utilize as a temporary conference room and lounge. The height of the ship increased from 5 meters to 12 meters. Aside from the cockpit area, which remained a double-deck structure, the rear compartments transformed into 3 levels, each approximately 3 meters high, showcasing the enhanced thickness of the hull. The outer hull's thickness exceeded 1 meter. Constructed entirely of the latest W-type titanium alloy, the overall durability had escalated to an entirely new level. Originally, the light-class fighter measured 30 meters in length, but upon fully traversing the light wall, the new hull skeleton extended to 50 meters. The additional 20 meters could accommodate dual engines, facilitate the evolution of a larger energy chamber, and provide more living space for new crew members. This astonishing scene left Ziwen and Karugia in awe, as it was their first time personally experiencing such a phenomenon. A miracle. I have never seen or even heard of such technology. Huang Yueshi, despite having previously witnessed the evolution of a shuttle into a light-class fighter, was still overwhelmed with excitement at the sight of a medium-class fighter evolving. This was the Mo Dao-class medium-class fighter. Featuring 12 energy turrets, 6 missile launchers, dual engines, dual shields, and dual energy sources, a flagship among the ace warships of Blue Star, a legendary battleship that even the Martian fleet lacked. Yueshi, how do you know so much? Ziwen asked curiously. Before Huang Yueshi could respond, Lin Yang chuckled. The first officer is my encyclopedia. No, she is our encyclopedia. The The Tiger Man Karugia looked around with intrigue and suddenly grinned. Captain, this technology has never been heard of in the 2.6 level stellar civilization of Sirius. Even in the 3.0 stellar civilization of the Luminarians, it might not exist. I won't pry into the principles, but can you provide me with an armory? What do you need that for? Don't you know, the Tiger people of Sirius are renowned weapon manufacturers in the galaxy, and I am among the best. Look at this gear. It's all crafted by me. Lin Yang inquired with curiosity. Does that include the explosive energy gun and the 2 types of enhanced energy rounds? Of course. As long as I have a fully functional armory and adequate materials, I can manufacture numerous weapons. All right, when the time is right, I will arrange one for you. And Ziwin interjected eagerly. Captain, I would like a medical laboratory. Absolutely. Ziwin, once the conditions are met, I will make arrangements immediately. Yueshi, do you have any requests? Huang Yueshi smiled faintly and shook her head. My only requirement is a place to rest and enough food to eat. What? Have you forgotten? I haven't forgotten. Back then, I mentioned that your demands were not low. Haha. I remember when I recruited you from the God of Valley. I was on the verge of starvation. Although 50 star coins is not much, it was all I had out if you were a freeloader. After that meal, we would have to become slaves or miners just to get by. Ziwin, intrigued, immediately pulled Huang Yueshi aside to inquire about the details of that time. Lin Yang shrugged helplessly and took Karugia to explore the new warship. The discarded triangular light-class ship skeleton had been recovered, but it was unfortunate that it could only be sold for 200 after purchasing it for 2,000 with 5,200 evolution points. He further evolved the Qilin X-type pulse engine that was in the evolution store. An hour later, the Sun and Moon medium-class fighter ship was equipped with dual engines, one warp engine rated at 1.0 and one conventional pulse engine. The warship then returned to the God of Kitchen Star. Leaving the residents of the God of Kitchen Star in a state of shock, they began to murmur among themselves. Mr. Lin went out for a while, and how did he acquire a new warship? ISNT that the MO Dow-class medium-class fighter, which is exclusive to the Blue Star and Martian fleets. It looks much more formidable than the outdated curved blade class from decades ago. Look closely, the MO Dow class doesn't have that many turrets, nor is it that large. So what class is this? Could it be even stronger than the MO Dow class? Perhaps it is the legendary MO Dow class. The MO Dow class, the legendary battleship that nearly caused a rift between Blue Star and Mars. It must be. My goodness, Mr. Lin and his crew are truly enigmatic. Who is assisting him? Is it the rumored Sirius civilization? Sure. No need to speculate wildly. Just know this. Mr. Lin is helping us, and that is enough. The leaders of the rebels were equally astonished, their mouths agape. However, as long as Lin Yang did not voluntarily speak, they maintained their silence and refrained from asking questions that a day later. The 400 ships of varying sizes from the God of Valley fleet arrived at the God of Kitchen Star, accepting incorporation into the rebel forces. The rebels officially rebranded themselves as the Asteroid Belt Miners Alliance, with Shirtsong serving as the first leader. The fleets that had surrendered from the God of Wisdom and the God of Marriage also accepted a secondary redistribution via long-distance communication. The Miners Alliance replaced 80 of the fleet members, regrouping the original fleet and reshuffling it according to the number of asteroid residents, dividing them into 4 fleets of varying sizes for distribution to various bases for protection. The deployment of oxygen generators was also proceeding systematically. 3 days later, a notification echoed in Lin Yang's mind. Ding, you have assisted the miners in deploying 3,000 oxygen generators, thereby enhancing their living conditions and successfully completing the primary mission. 5 to begin and end well. Granting you 2,000 evolution points, bringing your current total to 7,100. Primary mission updated. 6 Bounty Tycoon. Monopolize 4 bounty markets in the asteroid belt and commence official operations, earning 10,000 evolution points. Chapter 28. Monopolizing the bounty market in the asteroid belt. I must commend you, system. This task has been exceptionally rewarding. Lin Yang expressed his satisfaction. Having defeated the previous regime, not only could I seize the bounty docks, but I could also claim the entire asteroid belt with ease. Is it not a mere matter of course to monopolize the bounty docks? This system endeavors to secure the greatest benefits for the host and, through macro analysis of the future, devises strategies for you. Controlling the remote and underdeveloped asteroid belt would only mire you in difficulties, hindering your conquest of the starry seas. Hence, the task has been limited to monopolizing the bounty docks. We are in agreement. The millions of miners in the asteroid belt have a complicated relationship with Blue Star and Mars. Such historical legacies should be resolved gradually by the Resistance. Once I become involved, I would find it difficult to extricate myself for 3 to 5 years. With the Resistance providing cover, the bounty docks can operate without worry. You are correct, on the surface. You have ceded the asteroid belt to the Resistance. Yet in truth, it is territory you have conquered. The Resistance has become your vassal force, and manipulating from the shadows is far safer than stepping into the limelight to directly negotiate with Blue Star and Mars. The system's arrangement aligned perfectly with Lin Yang's intentions. After sending messages to Ceres, Pallas, and Juno, the leadership of the miners' organization promptly designated the bounty docks to Lin Yang, even dispatching soldiers to patrol the market for security. Galeva, you have been promoted and received a raise. Lin Yang, accompanied by 3 crew members, arrived at the bounty docks on Vesta, where Galeva rushed out to greet him. Captain, it is indeed a rare honor to serve you. I have received messages from Ceres, Pallas, and Juno regarding the bounty docks. Your kindness is unforgettable, and your brilliance shines like the sun. Enough flattery. Get to work. I require you to have all 4 bounty docks officially operational within a day. Yes, Captain. As long as you arrange the personnel appointment for the 4 docks, I assure you they will be fully operational in 10 minutes. Inform them that the original leaders and management will remain unchanged. And you will be the overall supervisor, reporting to me monthly. Understood. I will make the arrangements at once. Please, the 4 of you, take a moment to rest in the office. Is there tea? Indeed, we have Blue Star specialty green tea, as well as black tea, pu'er, floral tea, and aged white tea. Huang Yueshi inquired, are there women's clothes? Certainly. We have casual and athletic wear with over 10 brand new sets, each unique, prepared specifically for you and Doctor. And I, the Tiger Man Karuja asked, is there meat? Yes, I specifically purchased fresh, refrigerated Blue Star goat meat from the trade docks. Haha, splendid. I want 200 pounds. Before N.I. Zhuang could speak, Galeva continued, the hospital on Vesta is fully stocked with various medical instruments and medications. Dr. N.I., once you make your selections, I will immediately send personnel to the battleship for installation. Lin Yang and his companions exchange smiles. Having capable subordinates alleviates worry. Galeva has struck gold. He is a clever individual. Even if I were to dismiss him now, he would not leave. He is adept at managing affairs, ensuring that the logistical supplies for the battleship are impeccably arranged. Previously, Lin Yang and his team had consumed the standard rations for ordinary citizens. But Galeva sought out the Miners' Alliance to prepare a dining combination fit for the upper echelons of the fleet, a lavish spread of diverse foods, perfectly balanced between meat and vegetables. 10 minutes later, while Lin Yang rested in the office, he heard the system's notification sound. The 4 bounty docks in the asteroid belt have been claimed and are officially operational, completing the primary mission, 6 Bounty Tycoon, earning 10,000 evolution points, bringing your current total to 17,100. Primary mission updated, 7 Journey to Mars. Assist the Miners' Organization in restoring order to the asteroid belt, then embark on the journey to Mars. Upon successfully reaching the Mars Space Trade Station, earn 20,000 evolution points. Gazing at the taskbar on the system panel, Lin Yang reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes to contemplate. The challenge task involves destroying 10 escort ships, of which only 4 have been destroyed thus far. This task presents a degree of difficulty and should be relegated further down the list. The growth task, Golden Legend, requires upgrading all supporting facilities of the battleship to legendary status. Achieving a legendary level requires a minimum of 10 consecutive attempts, and with insufficient evolution points, this must also be postponed. Only the main tasks seem manageable. Restoring order to the asteroid belt will allow for departure. With a warp speed of 1.0, the journey will take just over 20 minutes, as long as prior negotiations are conducted. This is the simplest task that IT shall be done. Lin Yang abruptly opened his eyes to find Huang Yueshi gazing at him intently. What is it? Yueshi, do you need something? Nothing, but I know you have something on your mind. Speak up. How shall we proceed? The 3 of us are all ears. Well, Instruct the miners' organization to expedite the restoration of order. Issues left by the previous regime, such as the gladiatorial arena slaves and modified monsters, should be closed or released as appropriate. Should they require our assistance in maintaining order, they should voice their needs. And Zhuang remarked, the order on the 4 asteroids is steadily being restored. The gladiatorial arena is set to be transformed into a sports venue, and the slaves will regain their free status, while the modified monsters are prepared for confinement. Eliminate them. Eliminate them? Yes, inform Shurtsong that the modified monsters are bloodthirsty and violent, not normal carbon-based life forms. This should be executed without delay. Understood. I will relay your instructions. Zhuang activated her portable communicator to convey Lin Yang's directives. Shortly thereafter, a reply was received. Captain, Shurtsong has acted on your orders, but he mentioned that he received news from the Martian regime. The warm current strategic escort ship is en route. What's it coming for? They claim it is for diplomatic relations, but in reality, it is a negotiation regarding the legitimacy of the Miners' Alliance. Tell Shurtsong to negotiate as he sees fit, without regard for us. We will soon be departing the asteroid belt. Indeed, in 10 minutes, the warm current escort ship will arrive at Vesta with warp speed 1.0. Shurtsong wishes to invite you to participate in the negotiations. Lin Yang shook his head and smiled. We are the behind-the-scenes puppeteers. There is no need for us to step into the spotlight. Understood, I will inform him. Lin Yang reclined once more, closing his eyes. 10 consecutive attempts. Congratulations, the host's luck is extraordinary. An epic item has appeared in the shop. Time Rewinder, an epic guided weapon that, upon detonation, causes all objects within 100 kilometers to revert to their state 1 minute prior. Price, 10,000 evolution points. Purchase, though unsure when it might be useful. Lin Yang would never pass up an epic item. The last epic item, the mirror generator, had saved his life. Captain, all supplies have been successfully transported. You may commence your journey to inspect your 4 bounty docks at any time. Galeva beamed as he entered the office to report. Galeva, you are now the overall supervisor, with a 50 salary increase. Ensure the successful operation of the 4 bounty docks. Yes, Captain. I will report on the previous week's accounts every Monday. What is the current balance in the account? The combined balance of the 4 docks is 2,037,680 star coins. Due to the ongoing lack of order, the bounty hunters are on a break, and our market is currently a loss, but I assure you we will turn a profit within a month. Very well, I do not concern myself with your methods. I only care for results. Remember, do not tarnish my reputation. Rest assured, Captain, Galeva will not act foolishly. With the battleship supplies fully stocked and the new legendary life support module online, Lin Yang and his companions departed for the bounty docks to assess the situation. Half an hour later, a communication from the miners' organization arrived from Shurtsong. Mr. Lin, Mars and Blue Star have recognized the legitimacy of the miners' organization. Excellent. With the endorsement of Mars and Blue Star, order will soon be restored. However, they require that you be classified as an S-class interstellar pirate, prohibiting any military or trade interactions with you, and they demand the blockade of all information regarding you in the asteroid belt. I did not agree to this. We are currently in a negotiation intermission, and I wish to seek your opinion. Chapter 29. The Game with Mars. Choices and sacrifices indeed. Mars's grand regime is adept at such political maneuvers, far surpassing the primitive tactics of the asteroid belt. Lin Yang could not help but express his astonishment. The Shurtsong's tone grew resolute. Mr. Lin, the united government of the asteroid belt was defeated by you. Without your involvement, we would still be a shadowy underground resistance that I cannot concede to Mars's demands, nor can the entire resistance. We must support you as our leader and stand against Mars and Blue Star. Hold on. Do not bestow upon me the yellow robe of a monarch. Lin Yang hastily interjected. Titles are but vanity. It matters not. Accept their demands and allow us to be classified as S-class interstellar pirates. What? How can that be? I cannot agree to such a thing. Calm down and listen to me. The account for the 4 bounty docks are currently under Galeva's name, correct? Yes, your account has been jointly frozen by Mars and Blue Star, rendering the 100,075,000 star coins within it unusable. Then it is settled that on the surface, the bounty docks belong to Galeva, yet in truth, they remain mine. Publicly, The miners' organization may sever ties with us and label us as pirates. But privately, we can still communicate that I will continue to guide the overall planning and future direction of the asteroid belt, correct? Certainly. The Martian regime has declared its intention to dispatch a supervisory council to oversee any communications between us. As long as this council lacks substantial authority, it cannot impede our correspondence. Simply assigning them the task of hunting down pirates will keep them occupied. However, they insist on censoring all information about you, aiming to make millions of miners forget your existence. The more they attempt this, the more mythical our legends become among the populace that we must acquiesce to their demands and urge them to swiftly resume various investments. But you must remember, they must not interfere in military, economic, or civilian affairs, not even a little, for by then, the Supervisory Council will merely be a FAAD. So, Mr. Lin, what about you? Once order is restored in the asteroid belt, we shall set sail. The boundless sea of stars awaits us. I believe the demands from Mars and Blue Planet are not meant to obstruct your existence in the asteroid belt, but rather to prevent you from reaching Mars or Blue Planet smoothly under your rightful identity. Indeed, Song, your understanding of this is sufficient. From now on, for significant matters concerning the asteroid belt, consult me. For minor issues, you may deliberate among yourselves. Well, Mr. Lin, we shall always support you. You are the very soul of the asteroid belt. In this game of strategy, Lin Yang has seemingly relinquished the fruits of victory, retreating into the depths of space. In truth, he has sacrificed nothing. This decisive act of relinquishment has earned him the admiration of millions who inhabit the asteroid belt. As long as he desires it, he can command the entire asteroid belt at any moment. Yet he prepares to journey to Mars to carve out a new realm. The asteroid belt shall stand as a stronghold, continuously supplying various resources. The subsequent negotiations progressed smoothly. The Martian regime obtained what they sought, believing Lin Yang had not assumed the mantle of leadership over the asteroid belt. The entire team, still bearing the title of Interstellar Pirates, found it challenging to approach Mars openly. The banks of Mars and Blue Planet, along with major corporations, stock exchanges, and factories, returned to the asteroid belt. The Martian regime dispatched a supervisory council of 30 individuals to oversee the operation of the new regime. The new mineral legislation and miners' rights began to take effect, and the taxation of the asteroid belt surged, flourishing increasingly. 3 days later, Song sent an encrypted message. Order has been restored across 4 asteroids and various major mines. A total of 7.86 million miners and 120,000 slaves have been granted the status of free individuals. The 4 main fleets have officially commenced patrols, and all docks are operating normally. The transition of the asteroid belt's regime has been successfully completed. Upon receiving this report, Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction that it is time for us to set sail. Destination Mars. Captain, another encrypted communication has arrived. Connect, IT, and Ziwen opened it. Her expression, somewhat surprised, was General Liu Yuanshan, the former commander of the Jishin Star Fleet. Due to his timely surrender, he had gifted Lin Yang 100 million star coins. Following the transfer of power, Vice Admiral Liu Yuanshan was appointed as the head of the Asteroid Belt Fleet Academy, essentially granting him a nominal position for retirement. One would expect him to lay low and enjoy life after a safe landing. Yet he risked detection by the Martian Supervisory Council to send Lin Yang an encrypted message. General Liu, it has been a while, and you still possess your former charm. What urgent matter brings you to use encrypted communication? Mr. Lin, I hear you are preparing to embark on a journey to Mars. Indeed. Do you have any instructions for me? Weren't you classified as an interstellar pirate, with your accounts frozen by the Martian regime? That is precisely what troubles me. The Mars trade dock, F-Zone 66. There is an Orion three-eyed named Yaoban, an old acquaintance of mine. Seek him out. He can upgrade your account from secondary regional version to a primary universal version, which will be usable across the entire alliance. At that point, the freezes from Mars and Blue Planet will become void. General Liu, your timing is impeccable. Thank you. No need for gratitude. It is you who have given me and my family a chance at new life. I once contemplated fleeing back to Mars, but Major Zhou Mingyuan from Wedding Planet had crucial intelligence and ultimately abandoned me midway. I had nothing, and had you not extended a helping hand, My family would have met the same fate as Theodore and Nelson. You are a wise and visionary person. We shall meet again in the future. Why, is there anything you would like me to convey to Yaoban? No, just mention my name, and he will understand the context. There's one more thing. Speak that I have heard that the saber-toothed tiger punishment squad from Sirius is about to enter the solar system. Coming for your companion, Mr. Tiger M. Be cautious in your dealings. Goodbye. After closing the communication, Lin Yang noticed that Karugia no longer exhibited his usual nonchalance. His tiger eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of concern. Meanwhile, the co-pilot, Huang Yueshi, also wore a furrowed brow, seemingly preoccupied with her thoughts. Clap. Clap. Lin Yang clapped his hands to rouse their spirits. It is time to depart. What troubles you, big cat? Are you scared? Humph. Tiger men are never afraid. I merely miss my mother and father, as well as my several royal sisters. Very well. And what about you, Yueshi? You also appear to be burdened. Huang Yueshi smiled lightly. It's nothing. I'm just a bit hungry. What about you? I'm also hungry. Then I shall prepare the meal. Like the wind, Huang Yueshi departed the cockpit, and Ziwen, watching her leave, approached Lin Yang and whispered. Last time Yueshi seemed troubled, it was upon learning that Major Zhou Mingyuan from Wedding Planet was taken by the Martian regime. Now she appears troubled again. It must be related to Zhou Mingyuan's news. Captain, Yueshi mentioned she spent some time on Wedding Planet. I wonder if it has any connection. Lin Yang expressed his concern. I have privately inquired, but she said nothing further, so I did not press on. Sister Ziwen, some matters are easier for you girls to discuss. Find an opportunity to ask her. All right, I will help her prepare the meal. And Ziwen made her way to the temporary dining area in the aft. Upon reaching the entrance, she overheard Huang Yueshi speaking softly. Spare them. I will return with you. Return where, Yueshi? Sister Ziwen. I said nothing. Just preparing the meal. What would you like to eat? Chapter 30. Mars set sail. And Ziwen smiled gently, taking Huang Yueshi's hand. Yueshi, my dear sister, these days spent together have been the happiest of my 10 years in exile. I wonder what you think of me. Huang Yueshi paused for a moment, then smiled. Sister Ziwen, why so serious all of a sudden? Hurry, tell me what you want to eat. Chicken meal or fish meal? Sister wants nothing but to ask if you have encountered any difficulties lately. Not really. Yueshi, Lin Yang says we are a collective, a family. You shouldn't be so distant. If you face challenges, don't hesitate to share with us. If it's uncomfortable to tell him, could you confide in me instead? I'm a woman 2.0. Really, there's nothing, sister. You worry too much. I was just reminiscing about the time spent in exile with my grandmother. Finding it impossible to extract more information, and Ziwen had to relent and prepare the meal alongside Huang Yueshi. During dinner, Lin Yang cast a questioning glance at Ziwen. She gently shook her head. Lin Yang then smiled. Once we finish this meal, we shall set sail for Mars. If anyone has unfinished business, speak now. Once we embark, we shan't return to the asteroid belt lightly. Huang Yueshi placed a large chicken leg into his food container. Hurry and eat, Captain. One chicken leg, one tea satisfy you. So here is another. Hey, Yueshi, are you on a diet? You don't look overweight. If you don't eat it, I still need more. Karugia suddenly snatched Lin Yang's food container and, with a mouth as large as a basin, poured its contents in. After a few crunching bites, he swallowed a whole. Seeing the stunned expressions of the three, he then snatched Ziwen's and Huang Yueshi's food containers. I am starving. With another wide mouth, he devoured everything. Captain, I'm only 30% full. I'm still hungry. You damn it, Lin Yang exclaimed in disbelief. Didn't we agree that 10 portions would suffice? You've already consumed enough for 13 people, and you claim to be only 30% full? Huang Yueshi replied coldly. Tell your father to hurry and send money for food expenses, 100 million star coins. And Ziwen shook her head helplessly. Karugia, during battle, you can recklessly shield us from fire. But why do you act like a thief when it comes to food? From your human perspective, I am still just an 8-year-old child. I can't let a child go hungry all the time. Can I? Lin Yang clenched his fist and punched him lightly. Who isn't a child? From your tiger perspective, the average lifespan is 300 years. Humans in their 20s are practically infants. All right, Captain, it's time to depart. Let Karugia eat his fill this once. And Ziwen laughed, trying to mediate. Eat. Let him eat as much as he can. Let us see how much he can consume. Karugia opened his belly and devoured a quantity equivalent to 50 portions. Lin Yang, Huang Yueshi, and Ni Ziwen all frowned at the sight. He didn't even mention being full, simply stating he didn't feel like eating anymore, was tired, and returned to his quarters to lie down and fall into a deep sleep. Lin Yang chuckled helplessly. The lower cabins are still too small. The stored meat won't last Karugia a month. Huang Yueshi remarked, a northeast tiger on Blue Planet can consume over 20 kilograms in one meal. And Karugia's appetite is even greater. We should try to avoid long journeys in the future. All right, let the well-fed big tiger rest for a bit. We shall set sail for Mars, the medium-sized destroyer. Sun and Moon departed from the bounty dock. Galeva led all personnel on the dock, waving goodbye as the warship took off. Yueshi, engage regular propulsion. Once we exit the domain of Vesta, switch to warp mode. During non-combat situations, Lin Yang typically entrusted piloting to his co-pilot, Huang Yueshi. He sat leisurely in the driver's seat, gazing at the scenery. The oversight committee of Ceres was in disarray. Suddenly, the electronic door malfunctioned, rendering it unable to open. The supervisor dispatched by the Martian government found himself trapped inside. Calling for assistance from the Miners' Alliance proved futile. Several repair workers fumbled at the entrance for quite some time, yet could not budge the door. Infuriated, the supervisor began to shout from within. Where is Speaker Shirtsong? We must contact Shirtsong, the leader of the Asteroid Belt Miners Organization. I apologize, Supervisor, but Speaker Shirtsong is currently inspecting the underground mines and will not return for an hour. Open the door at once. Who took off from the bounty dock? Why is everyone from the base gathered in the square? I truly regret the inconvenience. Please bear with us a moment as we strive to open the electronic door within the hour. I ask you, who has taken off from the dock? We do not know. Please hold on for a moment. We shall investigate. With a click, the repairman added another lock and activated a force field shield. He then turned and dashed towards the central square, which was already teeming with people. Hundreds of thousands crowded together, blocking any escape. Everyone looked up toward the dome above. Lin Yang's Sun and Moon-class fighter jet was slowly taking off. Over 100,000 waved farewell to him. Witnessing this scene, Ni Zhuang's eyes welled with tears. After so many years in the asteroid belt, she could finally leave with peace of mind, having seen everyone living normal lives. Thank you, Captain. Lin Yang smiled with contentment. This moment is truly worth the struggle. Everyone has come to see us off. Huang Yueshi remarked, not just here. Look further afield. The trade docks, labor docks, transport ports, shipyards, all are filled with people. Let us go. We will have the opportunity to return. The warship accelerated, departing Ceres and heading towards Mars, closer to the sun. 5 minutes into the flight, Ni Zhuang said with a smile, Shirtsong and the others are waiting for us up ahead. The radar displayed a formation of 100 warships, precisely arranged in space, 5,000 kilometers away. Leader Shirtsong sent a message. General Lin, we accept your review and bid you farewell. Oh, when did I become a general? In our hearts, you are the only general of the asteroid belt. We shall follow your command at any time. A few minutes later, the Sun and Moon-class warship approached the fleet. The 100 warships formed 2 rows of 50 each. All medium-sized bombers of the Axe class, stretching 10 kilometers long. They illuminated a 1-kilometer-wide passage with their long-range light beams, creating a radiant pathway for Lin Yang. Huang Yueshi reduced the speed to 30 kilometers per hour, gradually passing through the fleet. All personnel aboard the warship stood at attention by the observation windows, saluting as the Sun and Moon-class ship glided past. Upon exiting the passage, Lin Yang had effectively reviewed the main fleet of the asteroid belt. The Sun and Moon-class warship suddenly accelerated, vanishing into the boundless expanse of space at a speed of 200 Mach. Lin Yang refrained from sending any parting words to Shirtsong. The more straightforward the departure, the more unspoken sentiments remained. Rather than reiterate his instructions, it was better to leave decisively and trust completely. Captain, we have exited the domain of Vesta. Set the course for Mars, positioning the coordinates 150,000 kilometers outside the Martian domain. Since we are now pirates, we ought to seize a spacecraft to facilitate our entry into the space trade station. After Huang Yueshi set the coordinates, The warship entered warp mode at 1:0 with an estimated arrival in 22 minutes, just 10 minutes into warp speed. And Zhuang suddenly detected anomalies on the radar. Captain, a heavy interceptor from Sirius Technology is obstructing our warp route, and its laser weapons are charging. Seemingly preparing to intercept us, we have received a communication call from them. Chapter 31, Sirius Punishment Council, Saber-Tooth Tiger. Exit warp, open communications, and enter combat readiness. Upon connecting the video call, they encountered a fierce-looking tiger humanoid. Bearing a scar on his face with one ear severed by a laser weapon. His appearance was quite menacing, with a tuft of grizzled short whiskers beneath his chin. Once golden fur with black stripes. His coat was now interspersed with patches of gray, indicating he was at least 150 years old, given the average lifespan of tiger humanoid is 300 years. Are you the commander of the interceptor? Lin Yang of the solar system? Indeed, but why do you block my route? I am Gala, a bounty officer from the Sirius Saber-Tooth Tiger Punishment Council, and I command you to immediately lower your shields and transfer the fugitive Karuja to my warship. Both Huang Yueshi and Ni Zhuang frowned at this, but Lin Yang remained calm and smiled. Karuja is our ship's security officer, a vital combat asset. Mr. One Ear. How can he be a fugitive? He has violated the 2,000-year-old traditions of Sirius civilization by refusing to face a challenge from his father. This is cowardly behavior, a disgrace to the Tiger Clan, but he has already been exiled for that. As long as he does not return to Sirius, he is not a criminal. Indeed, as long as he does not cause trouble for Sirius civilization, he is not a criminal. However, he has leaked Sirius technology and interfered with the political changes in the asteroid belt of the solar system. The Star Alliance is investigating this matter and has applied pressure on Sirius. This pressure must be alleviated by Karuja's death. Your statement lacks any logic. Karuja has not leaked Sirius technology. Even if he had, the solar system's technological capabilities and manufacturing standards could not rapidly grasp it, especially not on a near-space interceptor. Gala, the tiger humanoid, furrowed his brow, seemingly realizing this point. Yet, he quickly became furious again. Whether he is guilty or not is not for you to decide. It must be adjudicated by the ancient Saber-Tooth Tiger Punishment Council. You, backward human, I command you to lower your shields and surrender Karuja immediately. Mr. One Ear, should you not refrain from using technology and military might to bully the weak? This is contrary to the principles of the Star Alliance. I have shown great restraint. Had it not been for your incessant praise of my honorable scar, I would have already disabled your shields and remotely transported the fugitive away. Gala, the tiger humanoid, proudly touched the scar where his ear had been severed. It was a mark left from 100 years ago when he pursued the S-class criminal Black Tiger Vidaka during an ambush by the insectoid mercenaries, a testament to his honor. While I commend your bravery, I also respect the laws and traditions of Sirius. However, Mr. One Ear, I ask that you respect our human traditions as well. What traditions? If you wish to apprehend my crew member, you may do so, but you must first apply to the Blue Planet government for approval, obtain their seal, and then seek permission from the Martian government. With the application in hand, you must then approach the Miners Alliance in the asteroid belt. And upon receiving the consent of all three parties, may you come to me. Without that triad of approval, I cannot release him. To Gala's brow furrowed. It was no wonder that humanity in the solar system developed slowly with such cumbersome regulations in place. 1 minute later, he sent over a document. Both the Blue Planet and Mars had approved. Only the asteroid belt had not. However, historically, the miners of the asteroid belt were a vassal of Mars, with Mars approval. You should be able to release him now, right? Damn it. Lin Yang cursed silently that it could take him 10 days to obtain a simple application, and his account had been frozen by Mars. Yet the Sirius people had their applications approved in an instant. It seemed that stalling tactics would not work. He had to confront the situation head-on. He closed his eyes and reclined in the pilot's seat. Huang Yueshi and Ni Zhuang immediately understood that he was entering deep piloting mode. Preparing for battle, whoosh, without warning, Huang Yueshi launched 3 Dragonfly K-type missiles, quickly followed by simultaneous fire from 4 ion pulse cannons. Meanwhile, Lin Yang rolled the warship to evade, and Ni Zhuang adjusted the radar to maximum power. Closely monitoring any movements within 100,000 kilometers, boom, The 3 Dragonfly missiles struck Gala's heavy interceptor squarely. Unfortunately, the high-explosive warheads only produced 3 bursts of flames. The 4 ion pulse cannons, enhanced by several times, also hit the enemy ship's shields, but only caused a flicker on the local shield. And Iziwang exclaimed, "The enemy's shield value has decreased by 1, but it recovered in 0.1 seconds. Our attacks are ineffective." Huang Yueshi frowned. The Sirius Tiger Clan is a 2.6 level stellar civilization. This battle will not be easy. Retreat. Lin Yang arbitrarily set a course and immediately entered warp mode at 1.0, but the warship began to shake violently. A massive beam enveloped the Sun and Moon-class ship from above, like a curtain of light ensnaring it. The immense gravitational force prevented the warship from entering warp speed. Alarms blared throughout the Sun and Moon-class ship. "Warning, warning, warp entry failed. Power system out of control. The hull is captured by an unknown gravitational force." 10 kilometers above the Sun and Moon-class ship, a colossal mothership, 5,000 meters in length, suddenly appeared. Gala's interceptor had emerged from this mothership. With the power of such an interstellar giant, not even the 50-meter-long Sun and Moon-class ship, or even the 500-meter-long Orca-class strategic frigate, could escape the clutches of the tractor beam. "Captain, it's the interstellar cruiser of the Sirius Tiger Clan. It has cloaked. Our radar cannot detect it. The Tigers do not adhere to martial ethics. Yueshi, prepare the epic weapon time rewind." Just then, Karuja stumbled into the cockpit, having been awakened from slumber. Upon seeing Gala's heavy interceptor outside the observation window, as well as the blue light curtain enveloping the Sun and Moon-class ship, his tiger eyes widened in shock. He hurried to the communication console. "Release my friend. Tiger Karuja requests a holy blood duel. You're not a legal citizen of Sirius. You lack the qualifications to request a holy blood duel." Gala's cold response echoed. Bang! Karuja, infuriated, clenched his fists together. "Even though I am a blasphemer, as long as the blood of the tiger people flows within me, I can call for a sacred blood duel. This is a tradition set forth by the first Tiger Emperor 2 millennia ago. Do you not honor traditions? Why do you hesitate to duel me?" The adversary remained silent, continuing to pull the Sun and Moon ship with a tractor beam. The starship, measuring 5 kilometers in length, had already opened its docking bay. 1 minute later, the Sun and Moon ship would be captured within the cruiser's grasp. Huang Yueshi launched several missiles and energy blasts in rapid succession, but they fell like mud balls into the sea, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Karuja tightened his fists and let out a long howl towards the sky. "Captain, lower the shields and allow them to transport me over. The tiger people consider it shameful to attack the weak. They will not make things difficult for you. And I am of royal blood, so I shall not face execution. At most, I would be imprisoned." "Did you just doze off, Tiger?" Gala remarked. "Your death is required to relieve the pressure on the Galactic Alliance." "Death? The tiger people fear not death. I only wish to perish in a duel that if they deny me a glorious demise." "So be it. A cowardly punishment is not entirely intolerable." Karuja raised his hands helplessly. "Lower the shields, Captain Officer Huang. Doctor and I, knowing you has been the greatest joy of my 8-year journey, that I wish to continue competing for food with you. But I cannot allow my fear of death to implicate my friends. Farewell." Bang! "Stop with your self-sacrificing rhetoric and go fix the engines in the aft." Lin Yang sprang up and punched Karuja, thinking he had almost been outshone that I am the protagonist here. After all. However, Karuja did not obediently depart. Instead, he hurriedly reached for the shield control on the main console. Snap! A colossal tiger paw was simultaneously struck down by Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi. Huang Yueshi coldly stated, "Do not overstep. This is not an interface for a mere security officer." Lin Yang smiled faintly. "Have you heard the ancient human saying, 'To whom much is entrusted, much is due'?" Karuja shook his head, his eyes reddening. "That I have not. I am entrusted by the Tiger Emperor to care for you, and I shall never abandon you halfway, treating you as a criminal." As Lin Yang spoke, he gently raised a finger. "Yueshi, it is time to test the effectiveness of our new epic-level weapon." Chapter 32. Time Reversal. Turning the tide of battle. Whoosh! The time reversal device launched from the Sun and Moon ship. Moving at a sluggish speed of only Mach 1, This slow pace made the Sirius Tiger people disinterested in intercepting it, instead curiously observing what destructive capabilities this uniquely shaped guided weapon possessed. Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted. The time reversal device detonated 30 kilometers away, sending a massive shockwave rapidly expanding outward. Within the inner layers of the shockwave, additional shockwaves manifested, each layer releasing outward with progressively greater speed and power. Boom! As the shockwave reached the Sun and Moon ship, the 50-meter-long medium fighter was jostled violently. The 5-kilometer-long interstellar cruiser belonging to the Sirius Tiger people also swayed under the impact. In the next moment, the colossal tractor beam emanating from the cruiser snapped. Propelled by the shockwave, the medium fighter of the Sun and Moon ship, Karugia's heavy fighter, and the 5-kilometer-long interstellar cruiser were all pushed backward. This retreat was not merely spatial, but rather a retreat in time. What is the effect of our new epic-level weapon? Lin Yang's earlier words resurfaced in reverse order. Every action and utterance of those aboard the warship displayed a rewind effect. The medium fighter of the Sun and Moon ship retreated to the position it occupied a minute prior. Everything returned to 1 minute ago, save for the already detonated time reversal device. Karugia was still piloting the heavy fighter, intercepting along the flight path, while the 5-kilometer-long interstellar cruiser reverted to its cloaked state. Hey, something feels off. Why do I have the impression that there is something critical I must address? Related to our epic-level new weapon S-time reversal, Lin Yang, piloting the warship at warp speed 1.0, suddenly sensed something unusual. This scene of piloting the warship, I feel as if I have experienced it before. Me too. Huang Yueshi quickly opened the weapon interface. Oh no, our time reversal device has already detonated. When, just a minute ago, to be precise, 1 minute ago, we were ejected from the time bubble, reversing a minute. Why can't I comprehend this, Yueshi? Look here. The battle log embedded in the epic generator has obscured the time reversal. And, Wang remarked, perhaps it also shielded our consciousness from the time reversal, allowing us to perceive the anomaly at that moment. The previously slumbering Karugia awoke, rushing into the cockpit. Captain, something feels wrong. I have a vague sense that we narrowly escaped annihilation. Prepare for battle. Your instincts are correct. The four of them hastily glanced at the battle log, instantly recalling the scene of impending defeat and near annihilation. Buzz Lin Yang immediately exited warp speed. Huang Yueshi opened the weapon interface, while Karugia dashed to the energy room to load energy modules. Wang adjusted the radar to maximum power point 10,000 kilometers away. There's a slight distortion in space. Captain, your timing to stop was impeccable. If we had delayed just 0.001 seconds longer in exiting warp speed, we would have collided with Gala's warship. We only scanned Karugia's heavy fighter. The interstellar cruiser is still cloaked. Captain, should we send a message? Don't bother. Wait for his message. Yueshi, prepare the particle cannon for a heavy strike. We must deplete our energy for one more powerful shot, directly targeting the cruiser's position. Huang Yueshi frowned. Increasing the particle cannon's power by several times is indeed substantial, but it likely won't pose a threat to the Sirius cruiser. Lin Yang shook his head slightly. Given Sirius's technology, even if we fled back to the asteroid belt, we would be pursued. At warp speed 1.0, we won't escape the solar system before being caught. We can only resort to this strategy. Huang Yueshi quickly understood. You mean to inform the Saber-Toothed Tiger Punishment Council that our technology is not derived from Karugia? Exactly, that we cannot win, and the Saber-Toothed Tigers will not heed explanations. Thus, we must lay the facts bare. In the galaxy, some advanced civilizations developed cloaking technology for warships, evading radar scans. This technology provides a crushing advantage in space combat, leading the Alliance to impose stringent management regulations on warship cloaking technology, a virtual monopoly. Only a select few advanced civilizations can possess it, while lower civilizations cannot even develop it without breaking the rules. It is akin to the management regulations regarding nuclear weapons imposed by the World Council when Blue Star had not yet fully achieved level 1 planetary civilization thousands of years ago. Today, the cloaking technologies of various advanced civilizations in the galaxy differ significantly and remain closely guarded secrets. Karugia, being a Tiger Clan child uninvolved in military or political affairs, would never have access to such technology. Lin Yang's ability to see through the cloak and launch an attack, regardless of how he discerned it, proves that Karugia did not transmit Sirius technology to humanity, as anticipated. Gala sent a communication, repeating the same words from a minute ago. You are the commander of the fighter jet, Lin Yang of the solar system? This time, Lin Yang did not respond but pressed the launch buttons for 4 missile silos. The Dragonfly K-type missiles shot out in groups of 4, racing toward the cloaked 5-kilometer-long interstellar cruiser at a speed of 100 Mach. Simultaneously, Huang Yueshi fired the Fire Dragon X-type particle cannon. The originally 10-meter diameter golden high-energy beam, after enhancement, exceeded 100 meters in diameter. 4 ion pulse cannons and 1 magnetic explosion cannon followed suit. Each weapon's power amplified several-fold. Boom! A massive burst of light erupted. The enhanced particle cannon struck the cloaked interstellar cruiser first, followed swiftly by the 4 ion pulse cannons and the magnetic explosion cannon. These 5 ship-mounted cannons, all pulse-type, emitted high-energy light clusters, fast and short-ranged. Fortunately, the proximity to the colossal interstellar cruiser was merely a few kilometers. In the blink of an eye, the energy weapons hit their target. Finally, a series of Dragonfly K-type missiles followed suit. The fierce explosions erupted around the exterior of the interstellar cruiser. Huang Yueshi manipulated the particle cannon to fire 3 consecutive times. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The enormous interstellar cruiser swayed under the onslaught, with explosions lighting up the scene. At that moment, Karugia anxiously shouted through the communication. Energy consumption is too rapid. I can't keep up. We have enough energy for 1 more cannon fire, but the next shot will take 2 minutes. Yueshi, continue firing. Lin Yang commanded. Whoosh, boom. A flash of flames erupted as the particle cannon struck Gala's heavy fighter, instantly depleting 30 of its shield. Simultaneously, hundreds of Dragonfly K-type missiles struck Gala's warship. Boom, 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 boom. As the dense explosion subsided, Lin Yang and the others finally discerned that it was Gala piloting the heavy fighter, shielding the final particle cannon fire and intercepting hundreds of Dragonfly K-type missiles. Captain, scans reveal a particle compression phenomenon within the heavy fighter. Gala has been transported away. The cruiser is warping out. Did we win? Just as Ni Zhuang and Huang Yueshi were astonished, the communication console received a message. Upon connection, several gray-haired, aged tiger people appeared, among them Gala. The video feed showed the bridge engulfed in smoke and littered with sparks, clearly indicating that the Sun and Moon ships' unexpected assault had inflicted considerable damage on the cruiser. Lin Yang widened his eyes in disbelief. Did our recent attack actually damage your cruiser? Lin Yang gently tapped his forehead, attempting to mask the involuntary upturn of his lips with his hand, but he felt a twinge of regret, as he had not anticipated that the shields would indeed be compromised once the cruiser entered stealth mode. Now, it was evident to you all that Karugia did not bestow any techniques upon me, correct? Chapter 33. The Sacred Blood Duel, Separation. It is truly impossible for Karugia to be among the senior ranks of the Sirius military. How then did you manage to pry into our stealth technology? An officer, adorned as a white-bearded tiger man, inquired. Please scan the battlefield for traces of space and time. If your technology is up to par, the truth shall be unveiled. The scanning results are currently being calculated. We shall ascertain the facts. Karugia is the culprit and must be surrendered. At that moment, Karugia rose to his feet. I have already stated my intention, requesting a sacred blood duel. Should you be cowards, lacking respect for tradition, I suggest you return to Sirius. Otherwise, arrange for the sacred blood duel. When did you ever say that? Just a minute ago, or rather, 2 minutes ago. At that moment, a tiger man hastily entered the bridge, presenting the scanning report to Gala. Upon reviewing it, Gala's body involuntarily trembled, quickly handing the report to the white-bearded tiger man, whispering, Elder, it appears to involve a time weapon. We have been reverted by 1 minute. The Tiger Elder momentarily stood in shock. The Sirius Tiger Clan is a level 2.6 stellar civilization and has yet to grasp time weaponry. Only civilizations at the 3.0 level can delve into such matters. It is evident that Lin Yang has received assistance from a more advanced race, certainly not from the Tiger Man Karugia. The Tiger Elder reluctantly set down the scanning report. Lin Yang, The warships of the Tiger Clan possess the capability to cloak themselves and shield against all radar scans within the known galaxy. However, the price is the lowering of shields. Otherwise, your near-space fighter would not inflict any damage upon the cruiser. Lin Yang replied, I merely stumbled upon a fortunate coincidence. It was not my intent to cause harm to the cruiser. There is no need for modesty. You have triumphed over the interstellar cruiser of the Sirius Tiger Clan, which is an honor belonging to you for one that none can take away. However, honor aside, we must provide an explanation to the Star Alliance. Lin Yang nodded that I understand, but I already clarified the situation a minute ago. Karuja had also requested a sacred blood duel, and it was you who disregarded it, insisting on capturing my warship, which led to this predicament. Now you may utilize the facts to explain to the Star Alliance. The Tiger Elder once again picked up the scanning report that, Do you have any records prior to the activation of the time weapon? None. Even if there were, Lin Yang would not share them. Those records are from the perspective of the cockpit of the sun and moon, and he certainly would not easily divulge them to outsiders. Very well. The Tigers are not unreasonable. I will submit the battle log of the cruiser as a report to the Star Alliance, and will temporarily refrain from pursuing whether Karuja leaked secrets to a lower civilization. However, enough. I dread hearing the word however. Lin Yang's brows furrowed. Speak. How do you intend to backtrack? This is not a matter of backtracking. It is that Karuja has requested a sacred blood duel, setting aside the instance erased by the time weapon. We all heard him propose the duel just now. According to serious tradition, the Saber-Toothed Tiger Punishment Society must accept the challenge, and the time is set for 48 hours hence, at the Martian Coliseum. No, the misunderstanding has been resolved. A rematch is of no consequence. The sacred blood duel is of utmost significance to the Tiger Clan, more solemn than a father-son duel. Once proposed, it cannot be retracted. Even if you flee the galaxy, the saber-toothed tiger shall pursue you and arrange the duel. Flee. With my warp speed of 1.0, I can barely escape to Jupiter. Then we shall meet on Mars. Karuja, rest well and prepare for the duel. Wait. As the Tiger Elder prepared to depart, Lin Yang urgently called out, We are interstellar pirates and cannot enter Martian orbit. Surely you have a way, for the original course leads to Mars. Gala's warship is right before you. It is the trophy of your honor. Do not make me instruct you on how to proceed. After the communication was severed, Karuja burst into laughter. The heavy fighter of the Saber-Toothed Tiger Punishment Society is fully operational. Haha, Captain, we have struck it rich this time. Bang. Lin Yang approached and delivered a punch that I was in the midst of negotiations with the Saber-Toothed Tiger, and you had to flaunt your position by proposing a sacred blood duel. Huh. What do you mean? Huh. You are but 8 years old. How do you expect to contend with those over 100 years old? This duel could have been entirely avoided. No, Captain, the time retracer merely erased their memories. Not mine. Once a sacred blood duel is proposed, it cannot be retracted. I must duel with them. Huang Yueshi shook her head helplessly. Let it go, Captain. This foolish tiger is resolute and will not change his mind. Karuja nodded eagerly. Indeed, this is my first battle against decaying traditions. Thank you for standing with me. Huh. Don't drag me onto this pirate ship. I refuse to participate in the duel. Perhaps not. What do you mean? Perhaps not? I am not a tiger-headed man. I do not have the blood of the Tiger Clan flowing through my veins. But we are one entity, are we not? Then I could easily cast you aside. Do you believe that? I do. Haha. But I know full well that you would never do so. Otherwise, you would not have engaged in battle with the saber-toothed tiger. I am at my wit's end with you. Facing the naively childish Karuja, Lin Yang felt utterly exasperated. With a distance still to cover to Mars, let us discuss how to proceed. Huang Yueshi remarked. Our original plan was to hijack a cargo ship nearby to transport us to the Martian port. But now that we have a serious heavy fighter readily available, we need not hijack a cargo ship. N.I. Zhuang added. I wonder if the Martian patrol fleet will question us. Lin Yang replied. When the time comes, we shall have Karuja impersonate Gala, dye his fur a mottled white, add a tuft of beard, and remove one ear. Karuja immediately covered his ears in alarm. Captain, if I were to lose an ear in battle, that would be my honor, but if I were to remove it to impersonate another, that would be my disgrace. And Zhuang chuckled. Do not worry, Karuja. I can disguise you with microsurgery, so there is no need for actual removal. Oh, I see. I thought the captain was planning to serve up tiger ears as a delicacy. Lin Yang interjected. Enough joking. Hurry and secure our spoils. Prepare for the transfer. Karuja quickly dashed to the aft cabin, ready for a spacewalk to retrieve the spoils. Huang Yueshi inquired. What about the sun and moon? Should we find a place to hide it, Captain? Are we to return to the asteroid belt? No, that would be too troublesome. How about this? I shall remain to guard the sun and moon while you activate the Star Alliance account. After the Sacred Blood duel is concluded, you can either return with a heavy fighter or send a communication, and I will come to fetch you. That is also a solution. However, Mars is so bustling. Yueshi, do you not wish to explore a bit? I still want to take you shopping. Wake up, Captain. Even if you successfully reach the Martian port, you must remain low-key and cannot roam freely on the streets. Here, take this for your protection. Huang Yueshi removed the Galaxy Heart necklace from around her neck and placed it into Lin Yang's hands. Although you cannot utilize the Galaxy Heart to enhance weapon energy, it will vibrate in the presence of nearby dangers and may sometimes provide guidance. Such a valuable item. You trust me enough to hand it over. Fearing I might run off with it, Huang Yueshi pouted and smiled. You had better not betray me. Lin Yang donned the necklace around his neck, smiling. So, the Galaxy Heart is your token of affection for me. Rest assured, I shall safeguard it well. This time, Huang Yueshi did not blush and glare at him, but instead lowered her head and chuckled. How conceited! And I, Zhuang suggested. Yueshi, I shall stay behind. You go with Lin Yang to Mars. No, Sister Zhuang. Only the captain and I can pilot the sun and moon. Should we need its assistance, it is most suitable for me to remain behind, so we can maintain contact at all times. After finalizing their plans, Lin Yang, accompanied by Karuja and Ni Zhuang, boarded the Sirius Technology heavy fighter. Karuja disguised himself as Gala, piloting the warship at full speed toward Martian orbit. Lin Yang and Ni Zhuang took a rest in the aft cabin. After the warship departed, Huang Yueshi sent a message to an unknown target. Coordinates X4533, Y2177, Z5699. I will return with you. Please keep your promise and do not harm my friends. Chapter 34, Arrival at Mars, Unlocking the Nouveau Riche. Although the Sirius Technology heavy fighter was advanced, it lacked a warp engine, as it was merely a near-space fighter. Typically, it was tasked with short-range missions. Even for interstellar travel, it was accomplished through interstellar portals or mothership transport, while removing the space-consuming, energy-intensive warp engine. The firepower and defense of the near-space warship could be significantly enhanced, which is why it could withstand the bombardment of particle cannon fire. After flying a maximum speed of 500 Mach for 45 hours, they finally arrived at Martian orbit. Mars, with a diameter of 6,700 kilometers, though only half that of the blue planet, was still considered large compared to the 4 minor asteroids in the asteroid belt. Furthermore, it was much closer to the Sun, appearing significantly brighter. What astonished Lin Yang the most was that Mars was no longer the reddish-brown he remembered. Instead, it resembled the blue planet, with oceans visible through the atmosphere. In Martian orbit, there were dozens of space stations, resembling floating cities in the sky. 2 interstellar portals were particularly conspicuous, each measuring 100 meters in diameter and emitting a faint blue glow, allowing only small near-space vessels without warp capabilities to pass through. From a distance, they appeared as 2 aquamarine mirrors floating in Martian orbit. The edges of the portal glimmer with a verdant light. 1 by 1, warships soar into the azure radiance, instantly arriving at another corner of the cosmos. As the edges of the portal illuminate with a crimson glow, the warships queue at the entrance. 1 by 1, vessels emerge from the blue luminescence, having traversed from another corner of the universe to Mars. These are near-space craft, each measuring less than 100 meters in width and height. The colossal interstellar dreadnoughts are unable to pass through the portal and must rely on warp drives to achieve interstellar travel. 2 portals continuously swallow and expel warships. 1 operates between the blue planet and the other between the southern gate of Centaurus and star 2-3, which is reputed to be the homeland of the Trisolarans. The closest star to the Sun, a mere 4.24 light-years away. Regrettably, this world lacks Trisolarans. Originally, Stargate 2 served as a transit hub for the Galactic Alliance and an observation station for monitoring lower civilizations, such as humanity. 800 years ago, humanity constructed its first warp drive, propelling itself towards Mars at a velocity of 1.0 light speed. This milestone marked humanity's entry into the threshold of a Type II stellar civilization. The Galactic Alliance formally engaged with humanity, inviting it to join the Intergalactic Federation to evolve and explore the boundless universe together. Thus began the age of interstellar maritime exploration for mankind. Now, 8 centuries have elapsed. Mars has transformed into humanity's second habitat, boasting a population of 3 billion in its orbit. There exist not only massive trading stations, but also space docks, agricultural facilities, ice water factories, and fleet bases. The vibrant neon lights of the space metropolis illuminate the cosmos. In stark contrast, Lin Yang finally comprehends why the asteroid belt is deemed a remote backwater. Welcome esteemed guests from Sirius back to Mars. Should you encounter any issues on Mars, do not hesitate to contact the Mars Patrol team. The Mars fleet is at your service, wishing you a pleasant journey. There was no inspection upon the arrival of the Sirius warships. The Mars Patrol team nearly prostrated themselves in greeting. Captain, all my disguise was for naught. Damn it, I never expected them to be so timid towards outsiders. And Juan lamented, humanity's technology lags behind the Galactic Alliance. And Mars is even more backward than the blue planet. It is no wonder they exhibit such subservience in the presence of higher civilizations. Lin Yang shook his head. What I fear is a sudden 180-degree shift in their attitude toward their fellow humans. Your concern is indeed valid. Captain, at least 10 years ago, when I first fled, they were like that. What the? Soon, the warship docked at the trading port. Kalugia still donned his gala attire. Lin Yang and Juan pulled up their hoods, lowering their heads as they disembarked. The 3 of them naturally carried phase guns. The moment Lin Yang set foot on the trading station, a prompt echoed in his mind. You have successfully arrived at the Mars Orbital Trading Station. Completing main quest, 7 Journey to Mars. Evolution points 20,000. Current evolution points, 22,100. Main quest updated, 8 Sacred Blood Duel. Lead Kalugia to participate in the Sirius Sacred Blood Duel and utterly defeat the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Society. Evolution points 30,000. Participating in the duel is straightforward, but achieving a complete victory is another matter. Lin Yang momentarily contemplated how to respond. For now, he decided to perform a 10-fold draw. Congratulations, host! The legendary item has appeared in the Evolution Mall. Zhulong X-Type Explosive Pulse Cannon. Capable of emitting high-compression energy, orbs that create an explosive effect upon hitting the target, with a single-shot energy of 10 megajoules, flight speed of 1,000 Mach. Firing rate of 300 rounds per minute, and a range of 1,000 kilometers. Price, 2,000 evolution points. High-energy pulse weapon, of course, he would purchase it. He proceeded with another 10-fold draw. Congratulations, a legendary item has appeared in the Evolution Mall again. Yinglong X-Type Directional Phase Cannon. Capable of emitting high-energy directional particle beams, carrying 50 megajoules of energy per second, with a muzzle velocity of 1.0 light speed, range of 500 kilometers. Price, 2,000 evolution points. Directional high-energy ray weapon, bought. Another 10-fold draw. Congratulations, the host has again drawn a legendary item. Another Zhulong pulse cannon, that's fine. He would first upgrade the weaponry point. 3 10-fold draws yielded 3 legendary weapons. Lin Yang eagerly anticipated their power. The remaining evolution points were precisely enough to cover the upgrading costs. After upgrading the warship from a lightweight Trident to a medium-sized MO Dao, for laser cannon positions and 2 missile launch pad positions remained vacant. Lin Yang promptly accessed the system and initiated the upgrade remotely. He positioned 2 Zhulong X-type pulse cannons on either side of the hull and the Yinglong X-type phase cannon at the rear of the vessel. The upgrade would be completed in a day, not hindering his activities on Mars. Area F, number 66, the branch of the Galactic Alliance Bank established on Mars. Captain, we have arrived. And Juan glanced around and behind, ensuring no one was following, confirming their safety. The 3 entered the bank, and upon mentioning the name of the Orion three-eyed being, they were immediately ushered into the VIP room. Moments later, a composed, middle-aged man entered the room. Aside from a vertical eye situated between his brows, he bore a striking resemblance to a human. Mr. Lin, Thank you for your patience. I am Yao Ban from the Orion Betelgeuse system. The three stood up. Mr. Yao, we appreciate your assistance this time. You are too kind. General Yu Yuanshan once saved me from the clutches of interstellar pirates, and this account upgrade is my way of repaying that favor. May I ask if these two are Vice Officer Huang and Kalugia? This is Dr. and I. Vice Officer Huang could not make it. What a pity. I missed the opportunity to witness the legendary squad in its entirety. I hope to meet them next time, Yao Ban said. Operating his wrist-mounted projection computer, he then handed Lin Yang a registration device. Please input your fingerprint, iris, and genetic information, and the account will be upgraded. After Lin Yang completed the steps, the 107.5 million star coins in his account were immediately unfrozen. Upon upgrading to a first-level account in the Galactic Alliance, the banks of the Blue Planet and Mars no longer had the authority to freeze it. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. You are now a golden VIP client of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, the Orion Arm, and the Betelgeuse civilization of the Galactic Union. You will enjoy free Warship rescue services and annual maintenance, a 30 discount on Warship insurance, a 50 reduction in interstellar portal fees, and receive 10 Betelgeuse VIP travel vouchers each year, covering all expenses for food, accommodation, and transportation. Thank you. Thank you. Please send me the details of these benefits to my account. I will take my time to understand them later. We have matters to attend to now. Certainly, Mr. Lin. Since you have transferred your funds to the Betelgeuse Bank, you are now our golden VIP client, enjoying free security services for both space stations and terrestrial locations. Shortly, we will arrange for 10 armed bodyguards to ensure your safety until you depart from Mars. Chapter 35. The legendary project of 500 years ago after exiting the bank. Lin Yang sent a message to Huang Yueshi that we've become wealthy. Huang Yueshi replied with a smile, we can now shop at the Mars trading port, buy plenty of meat for Kalugia to enjoy, and procure a brand new medical facility for Sister doing AS for you. Make sure to indulge in things you like. What about you, Yueshi? What do you want? Just say it, and I'll bring it back. I want nothing. Just return safely. Still the same request, huh? As long as there is a place to stay and food to eat, you remember that. Truly worthy of being the captain. Stay safe. I'm going to take a nap. After closing the communication, Lin Yang took a step, and 10 fully armed bodyguards followed suit. 2 were from the Blue Planet, while 8 were young men from Mars, each wielding phase guns, wearing radar glasses, and communicating through devices strapped to their chests, appearing as if they were facing a formidable enemy, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Lin Yang felt a pang of annoyance. They stood out too much. Gentlemen, you may return to rest. Report, the leading Martian youth stood at attention. Protecting golden VIP clients is our duty. We must see it through to the end, or else. Will you have your wages deducted? All 10 nodded in agreement. They were indifferent to whether Lin Yang was a pirate or a wanted criminal. Working as security at the Galactic Alliance Bank, they recognized only the Alliance. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yang smiled. How about this? If you don't wish to return to the bank, find a place to rest while remaining in contact. If we need support, we will call for you at the first opportunity. I'll give you all 5-star reviews when we leave Mars. Understood. We will follow your arrangements and remain on standby. After dispersing the conspicuous security team, Lin Yang immediately received a message from the Sirius Saber-Toothed Tiger Punishment Society. Please proceed to Area G, number 15, and take the shuttle to the gladiatorial arena in the new city on Mars's surface. Do not worry about your pirate identity. We have not disclosed it. Just because you haven't disclosed it doesn't mean the Martian Intelligence Agency hasn't found out. What if we can't escape once we reach the surface? We will leave one person waiting in the heavy interceptor to be ready for immediate extraction if the Martian government attacks the Sirius warship. We will assist in retaliating. Wouldn't it be better to just fly the warship there? No, it would cause diplomatic panic. An alien warship entering the atmosphere is tantamount to declaring war. Fine, low profile it is. N.I. Zhuan decided to remain on the heavy interceptor, ready to provide support at any moment. Lin Yang then informed the bank security team to head to the dock and protect N.I. Zhuan near the warship. With money, things were indeed different. The bank security team was readily available. Lin Yang and Kalugia boarded the shuttle piloted by the Tiger-like Gala, departing from orbit and descending towards the Martian surface. Upon entering the atmosphere, Lin Yang was astonished by the scene before him. Oceans, land, mountains, rivers, white clouds in the sky, and flocks of birds beneath the clouds. Shuttles and ships traversed between the Martian surface and space. The bustling modern cities were clearly visible on the ground. This hardly resembled the desolate Mars he had envisioned. The scale of this project was simply monumental. To think that Mars has truly been transformed. The Tiger Man Galata remarked, with humanity's technology, this feat is naturally unattainable. After all, the core of Mars has long since extinguished, lacking the magnetic poles to protect its atmosphere. The entire planet has been parched by solar winds, leaving only a thin layer of ice at the poles. Its transformation into this state is thanks to the Star Alliance's support of lower civilizations, gazing an environment now nearly akin to Blue Star. Lin Yang marveled at the marvel of this engineering endeavor. Galata continued, I have heard that igniting Mars' core to render it liquid metal, akin to Blue Star's core, creates magnetic poles capable of withstanding solar winds. Icebergs were then transported from the asteroid belt in Europa, replenishing water while constructing 500 colossal air factories that IT must have taken centuries to complete, right? In just 30 years, the planetary transformation was achieved 500 years ago. Designed and constructed by the legendary engineer Mobin of the Star Alliance. What is this? Aren't you a human of the solar system? Unaware of this history. I was once an undocumented miner, struggling to survive, with no chance to engage with such matters. To use humanity's old saying, you've turned your fortunes around. Not just for myself. I have aided over 7 million miners in their rise. Upon hearing this, the Tiger Man Galata immediately stood upright, crossing his massive tiger claws over his chest. This honor belongs to you. The Tiger Man Galata commends it. Joining you is a wise choice. Thank you. The honor belongs to my team. Being praised by the Tiger Man filled Lin Yang with delight. Ditto. Mr. Galata, could you enlighten me about the process of the sacred blood duel? Galata looked at Karugia in surprise. Didn't you inform your captain? No. I applied for the duel myself. He need not be involved. Do not speak too boldly. Your captain does not seem the type to remain uninvolved. Lin Yang furrowed his brow, puzzled. What exactly is going on? Galata sighed. Karugia wishes to challenge the 2566 Tigermen who participated in his capture. An endurance match, with no breaks, until the last drop of blood is shed. That is the sacred blood duel. What nonsense. Lin Yang shouted in anger. Is this some kind of joke? Just kill him outright. A relentless endurance match. One against 2566? Isn't that blatant bullying? Aren't you Tigermen ashamed of preying on the weak? Indeed, Galata proclaimed, his chest puffed with pride. Our Tiger Clan has always regarded bullying the weak as disgraceful. However, we take pride in challenging the strong. The greater the disparity in strength, the more honor the weaker party earns. Karugia's sacred blood duel will become a legend. That's absurd. How could he possibly defeat 2,566 opponents? Even if you let him win, it's impossible. We will not go easy. That would be a desecration of the challenger's honor. In a sacred blood duel, giving one's all is the greatest respect for the challenger. What kind of tradition is this? It defies all logic. You, Captain, Karugia interrupted Lin Yang's protest at 8T that time. I could only rely on the sacred blood duel to protect everyone. Regardless of the outcome, I would meet my death. Being executed is a shame. Dying on the battlefield is glorious. No. I am your captain. And I do not agree. Galata interjected. This is a tradition upheld by our Tiger Clan for 20,000 years, and even the Star Alliance cannot intervene. However, you and Karugia are part of the same team. You may participate together, challenging a stronger group, and if victorious, the honor will belong to you. There's no if. This is a guaranteed loss. Lin Yang's frustration peaked, realizing the main quest would be impossible to complete. This is ridiculous. A human, standing over a meter tall and weighing over 100 pounds. How can he compete against a Tiger Man, standing over 3 meters tall and weighing over 1,000 pounds? Your muscle and bone density far exceed that of a human, stronger than the Siberian tiger of Blue Star. You want me to participate in this challenge to be a mere pawn? The Tiger Men are not devoid of logic. Considering the frailty of the human physique, you may choose the challenge's parameters, including but not limited to strength, speed, endurance, and unarmed combat. Choose anyone? Yes. Then it's settled. I will participate in a challenge of endurance. I will take on your entire saber-tooth punishment clan. Chapter 36. The bet Lin Yang thought to himself, with the Sun-Moon ship continuously replenishing life energy, I will show you what a terrifying upright ape, akin to a perpetual motion machine, truly is. Galata shook his head dismissively. We respect your desire to challenge the strong, but disdain treating the challenge as a trivial matter. Trivial? Galata, do you think I'm joking? Otherwise, you wish to challenge 2,566 Tiger Men. As a primate of Blue Star, you cannot even compare to a Tiger Man infant. If I lose, you will execute Karugia immediately. If I win, this farce will end, and we shall not delay our journey. Agreed? Karugia quickly protested. No, Captain, I wish to die in battle, not be executed in disgrace. Be quiet. Lin Yang punched Karugia. You want to die. Just follow my lead. Galata looked at Lin Yang with a smirk that I truly wonder how you stirred up the political landscape of the asteroid belt. Do you rely on mere bluster? Allow me to share a human proverb. The sea cannot be measured. With your limited perspective, it is indeed difficult to comprehend the vastness of the ocean. Now, I challenge the saber-tooth punishment clan. If you do not accept, then cancel Karugia's sacred blood duel. Galata's forehead twitched in anger. He understood Lin Yang's sarcasm that we accept your challenge. Lin Yang, but should you lose, you shall die. We will still arrange for Karugia's sacred blood duel. Dying in battle is the honor he deserves. Whatever. Once you lose, the duel ends. Agreed? Agreed. I shall report to the council right away. Karugia tugged at Lin Yang's sleeve. Quietly protesting, Captain, you are here to collect my remains, not to accompany me in death. If you are sure to win, would I need to stand up for you? Then, what about us? Guaranteed win. Just have faith. The skeletal and muscular strength of the Sirius Tiger Men far surpasses that of the Siberian Tiger of Blue Star. Under normal circumstances, humans could never prevail. Yet Lin Yang's situation is anything but normal. His life energy has reached 130, with physical capabilities exceeding the limits of ordinary humans. Furthermore, with the Sun-Moon ship's continuous supply of life energy, no matter the distance, it can be fed back to Lin Yang through a special space, ensuring he never tires. As long as the Sun-Moon ship has sufficient energy, he will never need rest. In this regard, Lin Yang could outmatch all carbon-based life forms in the galaxy in terms of endurance. The council agreed to your challenge, granting you an opportunity to earn honor. I hope you do not treat this honor lightly. Otherwise, the other two women in your team will also face execution. I fear nothing. Just tell me how to compete in endurance. Weighted sprints. According to size and weight ratio, you will carry 100 kilograms, while the Tiger Men will carry 1,000 kilograms. Who tires first loses. Lin Yang scoffed, shaking his head. That's too little. Mars' gravity is only 0.38 times that of Blue Star. 100 kilograms is merely equivalent to 38 kilograms. To expedite the conclusion of the endurance match, we must double it. I will carry 200 kilograms, while you all carry 2,000 kilograms. How about that? You must think this through. Carrying 200 kilograms is equivalent to 76 kilograms under Blue Star's gravity, which is already the limit for humans. Are you sure you wish to challenge this? What sort of challenge has no difficulty? Very well. The Tiger Man Galata admires your courage. I hope you're not merely boasting. I will discuss this with the council. Soon, the Saber-Tooth Punishment Clan agreed to the doubled weight. The Tiger Men reserved the Mars Coliseum without informing the Martian authorities that they would be contesting against Lin Yang's team. The Sirius Tiger Men remained silent, and the Martian authorities dared not inquire, cooperating fully by clearing the arena. While ordinary citizens could not attend, some high-ranking individuals, nobles, and rebellious groups still entered the arena to watch. The Tiger Men were not opposed to this. Had they not wished to expose Lin Yang and Karugia's pirate identities, they would have even considered a live broadcast across the Star Alliance. Battle and death have always been the honors revered by the Tiger Clan. With a competition comes victory and defeat. With an audience comes wagering. Upon entering the arena, they were met with cheers. Alongside the roars of over 2,000 Tiger Men were the cheers of thousands of special spectators. Karugia, be confident and wave to everyone. Karugia numbly waved. Captain, why must you accompany me to death? You humans do not value dying in battle. Who says we don't? To die wrapped in horsehide is the fate of human heroes. Besides, this time, victory is assured. Assured victory. Don't get ahead of yourself, Captain. You may be stronger than an average human, but you can't compare to the Tiger Clan. At that moment, a humanoid robot rushed over. Go, go. You must do your best. Touched by the robot's encouragement, Lin Yang grasped its hand. Thank you. Thank you for your support. I never expected you, as a robot, to cheer for me. You're mistaken. I'm a legendary engineer living on Mars. This robot is merely my puppet on duty.ic. Well, thanks for the support. Support is utterly worthless. You must collapse within 10 seconds after the challenge commences that I wager on your defeat within that time frame. Did you hear me? 10 seconds. No more, not a moment longer. You must fall within that span. My fate relies on you. I genuinely wish to crush you. Never mind, I shan't stoop to your level. I will do my utmost. Very well. Thank you, my young friend. You must lose the match within 10 seconds. I have staked my entire fortune on you. Wait. Suddenly, Lin Yang felt a spark of inspiration. How about we make a bet? No bets. The robot hesitated for a few seconds before abruptly tilting its head. Speak up. You're really tantalizing me. If I win the match and exhaust all 2,566 Tiger Men, what do you stand to lose? There's no way you can win. Otherwise, I wouldn't have staked everything on your losing within 10 seconds. The thrill lies in wagering on the impossible. What do you say? Are you daring enough? Absolutely. It's a sure win situation. Why would I be afraid? All right. How much will you owe me when you lose? I won't have any money left by then. I'll be utterly bankrupt with naught but my miserable life remaining. Ha ha ha. Lin Yang mused that this fellow is rather amusing. A rogue, indeed, to my liking. Then let us wager your sole remaining life. You must comply with whatever I command when the time comes. How intriguing. It's settled then. Do we need to draft a written agreement and press our fingerprints? A gentleman's word is his bond, while a scoundrel requires paper and pen. The robot waved its hand dismissively and sauntered off. Karuja looked perplexed. Captain, what are you betting with him for? It's obvious he is a trickster. It's pointless. Lin Yang replied with a smile. It's a sure win situation, just to alleviate boredom. After all, he is the one hoping I lose in 10 seconds. If it weren't for the fear of my identity being exposed and hunted by the Martian regime, I would wager my entire fortune of 100 million star coins. I see you're itching for a challenge. Alas, I feel an overwhelming itch all over, Karuja. Once I win against the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Assembly, don't be foolish and continue to duel. Learn to retreat shamelessly and don't worry about how we win. Just so we do win that if they resort to trickery and demand a duel, you must buy time, contact your father to leverage connections. And if all else fails, let Yueshi pilot the sun and moon ship, employing warp speed to cause massive destruction. Karuja was left in stunned silence. No, Captain, I would rather die honorably than live in disgrace. A good death is not preferable to a shameful life. I command you to shamelessly survive. It's too difficult. Living like that is torment. It's not hard, just grow a thicker skin. Chapter 37. The Terrifying Upright Ape. Slaughter. As they spoke, the two entered the gladiatorial arena to facilitate the formal duel between Karuja and the Tiger Men. The saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Assembly decided to first hold a stamina contest with Lin Yang. They believed the farce would conclude in under a minute, with the ensuing bloody duel being the true matter of significance. Aside from the leadership of the Elder Council, the remaining 2,000 Tiger Men were in uproar. How humiliating it is to compete against a puny human from the solar system. They knew full well this was merely human arrogance, and it was incomprehensible that the Elder Council permitted it. Competing in stamina against humans would tarnish my honor. The Elder Council shows disdain for inferior races, and I could easily ignore his challenge. The Tiger Men regarded the stamina contest against Lin Yang as a disgrace. However, upon the sound of the starting gun, they quickly realized they had misjudged the situation. Running under a load of 200 kilograms on Mars is equivalent to running under a load of 76 kilograms on Earth. This is the limit for humans, but not for Lin Yang. With the added weight, he ran effortlessly. Although his speed could not match that of the 3-meter-tall Tiger Man, he maintained his pace. The edge of the arena featured a track with a circumference of 500 meters. Lin Yang and 2,566 Tiger Men took off simultaneously. The Tiger Men initially believed that after running about 10 meters, Lin Yang would be exhausted. They intended to hurl their lead weights at him, hoping to crush the arrogant, honor-disdaining Lin Yang to death before engaging in a bloody duel with Karuja, utterly shattering Karuja and preserving the dignity of the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Assembly. Yet, Lin Yang ran 100 meters without losing speed. By the end of the first lap, his pace not only remained steady but increased. This spectacle garnered newfound respect from the Tiger Men. Those who initially deemed the contest a disgrace gradually revised their opinions. Fantastic! My honor shall remain untarnished. As a slight primate, he is remarkably strong. He deserves to compete with the Tiger Men. Karuja did not choose poorly. He managed to endure a full lap. Such willpower is worthy of Tiger Men's admiration. I hope he can run another lap. Even if he collapses on the track, he shall earn the honor he deserves. The audience in the stands buzzed with conversation, speculating on Lin Yang's origins. Meanwhile, a humanoid robot sulked in a corner, regretfully shaking its head. It's over. Well, I have to serve another 500 years, and I owe an extra life. What am I to do? In the blink of an eye. 20 laps were completed. Lin Yang, starting from the rear, gradually overtook the surrounding Tiger Men one by one. The towering Tiger Men fell behind him as carbon-based life forms. Exhaustion was inevitable. Moreover, the Tiger Men were burdened with lead weights of 2,000 kilograms. Even with Mars's lower gravity, that equated to 760 kilograms on Blue Star. After 20 laps, covering a distance of 10 kilometers, the speed of the Tiger Men visibly declined from their initial pace. In contrast, Lin Yang was replenished by an inexhaustible flow of life energy. The Sun and Moon ship's medium-class fighter vessel continuously fed him energy. Witnessing this, Karuja's eyes widened in astonishment as he slapped his forehead. Oh no! How could I forget? The captain pursued that artificial creature through the underground tunnels of Vesta, yet he didn't even breathe heavily after chasing for over 1,000 kilometers. He won. It's a sure victory. Karuja's spirits soared as he joyfully cheered for Lin Yang. Captain, you're doing great. Captain, you're magnificent. This will go down in history. The entire audience rose to their feet. Erupting in cheers and whistles, in the blink of an eye, another 20 laps flew by. Lin Yang sprinted with vigor, chatting with the Tiger Men as he ran. Are you Tiger Men distant relatives of the feline species on Blue Star? Do you enjoy catnip? By the way, do you carry toxoplasmosis? I've heard there are many fierce tigresses on Sirius. Do you fear your wives? You thud. One Tiger Man, overwhelmed by Lin Yang's incessant chatter, grew so agitated that he covered his ears, only to lose his footing and collapse to the ground. The first defeated Tiger Man was out. Lin Yang joyfully leaped and spun around out. Switch to four-legged form. We cannot lose. To be defeated by a human is a disgrace for the Tiger Men. The elder of the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Assembly shouted. The over 2,000 Tiger Men, who had been running on 2 legs, suddenly lunged forward, shifting into a 4-legged beast mode, their speed increasing as they left Lin Yang far behind. Lin Yang felt no concern. Instead, he laughed. Early humans were dubbed terrifying upright apes, adept at exhausting their prey through pursuit. You may accelerate all you want, but you cannot shake me. Another 40 laps flew by. Lin Yang gradually advanced from the back of the pack to the front. Oh, ISNT that Mr. Eargala. 80 laps in. You should take a break considering your age, especially while carrying 2 tons of cargo. Even if it kills me, a 1T stop. Lin Yang, are you even human? Why does that sound like an insult? I'm undoubtedly a human from the solar system. Feel free to check my genes. Have you taken any performance-enhancing drugs? If you cannot conceive, don't blame the bed. If you can't push it out, don't blame the low gravity. If you can't manage, you simply can't. A loss is a loss. I don't get too worked up. Be careful not to trip. I am just warning you. If your speed can't keep up with my walking pace, that counts as a loss. I 1T indulge your delays. The Tiger Men would rather die than resort to trickery during the challenge. Then come on and put in the effort to catch me. Don't just talk big. Lin Yang quickened his pace, swiftly leaving the Tiger Men's ranks behind. I could see that moment. The Tiger Men gazed at Lin Yang's retreating figure. As if staring an insurmountable mountain point, 3 hours passed, and they had run over 300 kilometers. This was not a light jog. It was a burdensome sprint. Even Tigermen, being carbon-based life forms, began to succumb to fatigue, with the number of those collapsing steadily increasing and their speed noticeably waning. Meanwhile, Lin Yang remained gallantly far ahead, leaving the Tigermen in his dust. Suddenly, over 1,000 Tigermen, gritting their teeth and persisting, halted, gasping heavily. Lin Yang returned to face the elder of the Tigermen, smiling as he asked, "Are you ready to concede?" "No. The Tigermen would rather die than concede." "Then why have you stopped? We suspect you are not human. Perhaps you possess a power assist device, or maybe you've taken special drugs. What the heck? Is that not trickery? You were checked before the match began. That was merely a scan with Martian equipment, which lacked precision and technical integrity. You must accompany us to the cruiser for an in-depth scan by the Tigermen's technology. I'll be damned. When it comes to trickery, I'm a seasoned expert." Bang! Lin Yang delivered a kick to the Tiger Elder's chin, sending him sprawling. "Karuja, they're merely stalling. I've exhausted them, and they've lost." "Kill them!" Ah roar! Karuja let out a skyward howl. TNT removed his gear and was still armed to the teeth. With a swift motion of his arm, the 6 steel claws on his arm shot out. Resembling an oversized Wolverine, he leaped into the midst of the Tigermen, spinning wildly with his arms outstretched, instantly showering the area with blood and severed limbs. 7 Tigermen were slain by Karuja. Dying on the spot, Lin Yang leaped to Karuja's side, seized his large-phase pistol, and unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the Tigermen. The saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Society convened to engage in a contest of endurance against Lin Yang. They stripped themselves of their weapons and donned heavy lead weights, totaling 2,000 kilograms at that moment. Lin Yang and Karuja launched a sudden onslaught. Caught completely off guard, a multitude of Tiger warriors fell in an instant. As Lin Yang continued his relentless assault, he dispatched urgent signals to Enai Zhuan and Huang Yueshi, instructing them to rush to the arena in New Land City on Mars for fire support. Chapter 38. The bloodline of the rampant Tiger Emperor awakens. The atmosphere erupted into chaos. The spectators in the stand were thrown into disarray, fleeing in every direction. Lin Yang shed the 200 kilograms of lead from his body and leaped over 20 meters in pursuit of those Tiger warriors who had long been eliminated yet were recovering. Not a single Tiger warrior could escape, nor could they emit a distress signal. The Punishment Society paid dearly for their arrogance and negligence. They had anticipated dispatching Lin Yang within seconds and Karuja within a minute. Yet they never expected the situation to escalate to a point where they required assistance. In their haste to don the burdensome lead weights, they had discarded their weaponry and communication devices. Now they found themselves regretting their decisions deeply. However, Lin Yang offered them no time for reflection. The once esteemed Sirius Tiger Clan of Mars was now being mercilessly slaughtered. Boom! 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 Lin Yang, dissatisfied with the slow firing rate of his phase gun, seized Karuja's larger energy cannon and loaded it with high-compression explosive energy rounds. One shot obliterated several Tiger warriors. Since the adversary resorted to underhanded tactics and refused to concede defeat, he could not be faulted for his ruthless approach. Nevertheless, the Tiger warriors, renowned for their formidable combat prowess, quickly regrouped after a brief moment of panic. The once tightly clustered Tiger warriors rapidly dispersed to mitigate the area damage from the large energy cannon, consequently slowing the pace of Karuja's slaughter. Over 400 Tiger warriors had already perished, leaving more than 2,000 remaining. They swiftly mounted a counteroffensive, with some Tigers recklessly charging at Lin Yang, attempting to employ a swarm tactic. Yet, Lin Yang deftly evaded their attacks, dispatching one Tiger warrior after another with precision. The situation on Karuja's end was dire. Thousands of Tiger warriors surged toward him like a relentless tide, all fierce combatants who revered battle and death. Karuja found himself trapped in the center, his movements severely restricted. His steel claws flailed incessantly, bringing down one Tiger warrior after another, yet he remained ensnared. Lin Yang sought to assist him, only to be obstructed by 500 to 600 Tiger warriors. Fearless, they threw the corpses of their fallen comrades at him, making it difficult for Lin Yang to approach Karuja. With a guttural cry of pain, Karuja lowered his head and violently shook, flinging the Tiger Warrior off his back before swiftly executing a horizontal sweep with his steel claws, severing the arm of the Tiger Warrior before him. He followed up with a thrust from his left arm, piercing through the Tiger Warrior's torso. However, as the frontline Tiger Warrior fell, the ones behind surged forward, raking his back with 10 deep lacerations and sinky Captain. The Martian fleet is gathering, and it seems they are aware of the impending slaughter of the Sirius Tiger people. We must retreat. Let us rendezvous with Yueshi. Where is the sun and moon now? It is still adrift at the separation coordinates, and Yueshi has not responded to my communications. Lin Yang placed Karugia on the floor of the cockpit, unable to change out of his blood-soaked attire, and hurriedly took his seat at the helm, and I Ziwen occupied the co-pilot's seat to assist in operations. The warship immediately accelerated, breaking free from Mars' atmosphere. She had just telepathically reminded me to subdue Karugia with the heart of the galaxy. But for some unknown reason, she had fallen silent again. Lin Yang tapped the communication interface a few times, feeling somewhat perplexed. Suddenly, a connection call from the Martian fleet popped up on the screen. And I Ziwen inquired, should we answer? Do not answer. We must flee. Just as he rejected the call, hundreds of Dragonfly Z-type missiles were launched towards them. However, even the most advanced Dragonfly missiles could only reach speeds of 300 Mach, insufficient to catch up with the heavy fighter jets of Sirius technology. The missiles failed to intercept the fighter jets and detonated in the atmosphere, as the heavy fighter jet exited the atmosphere. Lin Yang pushed the speed to a maximum of 500 Mach, entirely disregarding the Martian technological guided weapons. This is bad. Captain, a warp-speed warship is blocking our path. So many Sirius Tiger people had perished on the Martian surface, leaving the Martian regime terrified, unwilling to bear the responsibility. They simply could not afford to. They had to exhaust all their resources to intercept Lin Yang. 20 large strategic frigates equipped with warp engines obstructed their trajectory, including 3 of the latest generation Orca-class strategic frigates capable of reaching warp speed 2.0, that although this was incomparable to the warp engines of Sirius civilization, pursuing and blocking non-warp speed close-range fighter jets was still manageable. Additionally, there were over 800 warships of various sizes, far superior to the outdated models retired from the asteroid belt. They were all the latest versions of human warships, spanning thousands of kilometers in space. Not even a close-range fighter jet, let alone a bullet the size of a peanut, could escape. Lin Yang clenched his fists. Despite the advanced technology of the Tiger People's heavy fighter jet, its maneuverability was inferior to that of the sun and moon, and its firepower paled in comparison to the enhanced capabilities of Huang Yueshi. The odds of breaking through the encirclement were nearly zero. This main quest truly becomes more challenging with each attempt. Lin Yang lamented inwardly that moment, and I Ziwen suddenly expressed her confusion. There was an encrypted voice communication hidden within the Martian fleet's transmission. Captain, could it be that the three-eyed beings of Betelgeuse want to assist us? Extract it and connect to listen. Upon connecting, the voice on the other end belonged to a somewhat slurred individual. Countless. I still want to contact you because a gentleman's word is his bond. What do you plan to make me repay? Who are you? Are you drunk, brother? Can you straighten out your tongue? I'm a legendary engineer. Who am I? Even I don't recognize myself. Are you human? You don't listen when I say I can tire you out in 10 seconds. You insist on winning the race. That I can't help it, brother. My strength doesn't allow me to be low profile. Well done. You have strength, which I admired. I hope you are more reliable than the Martian regime that delayed me for 500 years. That I've made my decision. I'm putting my bets on you. Who? Where did this drunk come from? Did he fall asleep? And I Ziwen furrowed her brow. Lin Yang shook his head helplessly. Before the challenge began, he encountered someone claiming to be a legendary engineer who gambled with a robot. It turned out he was just a drunkard. There was no need to pay him any mind. If he were truly an engineer, then I must be a scientist. I am indeed an engineer. A legendary one. Without me, Mars would not be what it is today. Mars is unreliable. They talk big but can't deliver it. I'm out. I owe you a life, so how should I repay that? Lin Yang pondered briefly. Regardless of the truth of the other party's words, he made a grand wish that a life is not something that can be easily repaid. First, help me break through the encirclement of the Martian fleet. If you could do that, I will contact you again in the future. A piece of cake, nothing to worry about. Prepare yourself. Mars, is about to tremble. Boom! The Martian surface suddenly shook. The entire planet began to tremble. A super earthquake. Cities across the surface experienced building collapses. Martian society instantly fell into paralysis. Speaker Pastor and Fleet Commander Leaf were horrified, hastily contacting their subordinates to stabilize the situation at this moment. Lin Yang connected to the Martian fleet's communication. Marshal Leaf, if you do not clear a path, I will make Mars tremble once more, even if it means extinguishing the core and returning it to the desolation of 500 years ago. It S.U. Lin Yang. Leaf gritted his teeth in anger. How dare you boast? If you had that strength, you wouldn't be fleeing. So many serious people have died. I must give the Tiger people an explanation. You shall not leave the Martian orbit. Very well, prepare to welcome another earthquake. Snap. Lin Yang snapped his fingers. Mars trembled once more. This time, 60 of the buildings in major cities collapsed. Communications were cut off, and the surface lost contact with space. The core's rotation began to slow. Once it stops spinning, the liquid metal core will start to solidify. The Martian core will extinguish again. The massive planetary transformation project encountered a critical failure, likely rendering it irrecoverable. Seeing this, the commander of the Martian fleet dared not gamble any longer and immediately ordered a retreat. The serious civilization's concerns could be addressed later. For now, stabilizing Mars ecology took precedence. Whoosh! Lin Yang piloted the Sirius Technologies' heavy fighter jet at 500 Mach, bursting through the encirclement and heading towards the waiting sun and moon in space. At this moment, he received another encrypted communication from the mysterious engineer. IVE caused a major disaster to save you. If you don't protect me, the Martian regime will take my life. I didn't ask you to create an earthquake. Who knew you were so powerful? I'm a legendary engineer. Destroying this planet is a trivial matter. They own me. I admit you are impressive, exceeding my expectations. You are worth protecting, so wait for me, legendary engineer. I will return to find you. Chapter 40. Not a single one can be lost from the sun and moon. After Lin Yang departed in the warship, Fleet Commander Leaf immediately dispatched a space fleet to the surface. They went to the new land city Coliseum to retrieve surveillance footage. Without the on-site video, he could not report to the Sirius civilization. However, once the fleet landed, they discovered the Coliseum had already collapsed, and the surveillance footage was lost. They could only gather information from some spectators in the stands, who claimed that Lin Yang had run over 300 kilometers while carrying a heavy load, outpacing the Tiger people. They also said Lin Yang led Karugia in the slaughter of 2,566 tigers, and that Karugia had transformed into a golden figure with lightning. Infuriated, Leaf berated the investigators. Fools! Do you believe the nonsense you just spouted? Am I to use these exaggerated rumors to appease the Sirius Tigers? The investigator, chastised, dared not lift his head. Continue searching for evidence. If you can't find any, don't come back. And ensure that the corpses of the distinguished guests from Sirius are preserved with the highest honors. The Martian space was unaffected by the earthquake, but the surface had descended into a state of paralysis. Leaf commanded warships to head to the ground for rescue operations. The Blue Star regime, upon learning of this, immediately dispatched a rescue team. The Asteroid Belt Miners Organization received the news, and the Stone Warehouse timely dispatched 2 fleets. One team moved on the surface with 20 medium-sized fighter jets to provide humanitarian aid to Mars, while the other team operated in the shadows with 40 heavy fighter jets, modifying their identification codes to disguise themselves as interstellar rangers and bounty hunters, bringing substantial supplies to quietly support Lin Yang. They awaited his command, prepared to fight to the death. Yes, soon as Lin Yang gave the order, the 40 warships could transform into massive self-detonating bombs at any moment. Soon, a bounty of the highest SSS level appeared in Martian society. This bounty was not issued through the bounty dock, but directly by the Martian regime, offering 300 million star coins for the capture of Lin Yang, dead or alive. Furthermore, Lin Yang's team was also put on the bounty list. The first officer, Huang Yueshi, was marked with an SS-level bounty of 50 million star coins, alive only. The security officer, Tiger Man Karugia, received an SS-level bounty of 50 million star coins, also alive. Dr. and I, Zewin, remained an S-level bounty, but the amount increased to 10 million, dead or alive, since the 4 bounties were issued by the Martian regime. They differed significantly from those at the bounty dock. Multiple hunters could accept them simultaneously, and even if they collaborated to complete the tasks, the Martian regime would still pay the bounties in full. These 4 bounty tasks quickly spread across major networks in the solar system, naturally reaching the fighter jet Lin Yang piloted. And I, Zewin, laughed. My worth has multiplied tenfold. If it goes up any further, I'll become an SS-level fugitive. Lin Yang chuckled. I came in as an SSS level. Not bad. You didn't disappoint me. Karugia, who had awakened, lay weakly on the floor. Why must Commander Yueshi and I remain alive? While the captain and NIS fates are indifferent, N.I. Zewin replied, they dare not kill you for fear of pressure from Sirius civilization. As for Yueshi, I'm not quite sure, but as for the captain and me, the Martian regime certainly has no concerns. Lin Yang laughed heartily. Oh well, who cares how the bounties are set? Whoever comes will be eliminated. Zewin, set the speed to maximum cruising. Keep an eye on things while I take a rest. If there's news from Yueshi, call me. With more than 40 hours remaining until they reach the sun and moon, and with 30,000 evolution points at stake, he did not wish to waste any. Lying down in the lounge, he closed his eyes and began a tenfold refresh. Congratulations, the Evolution Shop has rolled out legendary-level merchandise. Quafu X-type warp engine, capable of reaching warp level 2.0, equivalent to 10.079 times the speed of light. This is the latest version from Mars Technology, priced at 15,000 evolution points. Warp level 1 corresponds to light speed, while level 2 exceeds that by more than tenfold. Lin Yang had no desire to delve into the complexities of the leveling formula. He simply understood that after upgrading to Warp 2.0, traversing the solar system would take merely an hour, and it would take 6 months to reach Alpha Centauri B. Purchase. Next, a tenfold draw. Congratulations, a legendary item has appeared in the Evolution Shop. By Shi V-type traction beam. Traction range of 100 kilometers. Maximum traction force of 10,000 tons. Priced at 5,000 evolution points. After acquiring these 2 items, Lin Yang's evolution points were once again reset to 0. However, he could remotely operate evolution, promptly recycling the Huang Yueshi B-type traction beam and the Warp Engine 1.0 version of the Sun and Moon. The points exchanged were sufficient for evolution consumption, yielding an excess of 50 points. The new Warp Engine and traction beam are currently evolving, expected to take 34 hours and 20 minutes. Lin Yang calculated carefully. Complete the 6th step of the growth task, the Golden Legend. He must evolve all the components of the medium-sized fighter jet to legendary level. Currently, there remained 8 energy cannons and 4 missile launch pads at a basic level, and 5 living quarters awaited evolution. Additionally, there was an empty energy room. Relying solely on the tenfold draws from the Evolution Shop, it was likely that even 100 attempts would not suffice to gather the necessary items. The Sirius heavy fighter jet he was currently aboard possessed numerous weapons. The weaponry from Sirius technology is undoubtedly considered legendary among human technology in the solar system, correct? Indeed, take the TL Sabertooth heavy fighter jet you are currently aboard as an example. Both its shield and firepower far exceed the legendary level of human technology. If I were to incorporate this warship into the Sun and Moon, I would surely complete the task for the Golden Legend. Right? At that time, the system will evaluate based on the standards set in the original code. Aside from the living quarters, the firepower will undoubtedly meet the requirements. Agreed. Let's proceed with this plan. When the time comes, I will handle the living quarters alone. In the blink of an eye, over 40 hours had passed. The Sun and Moon had completed its remote evolution, yet Huang Yueshi had still not responded. Lin Yang, and I, Zhuang, and Karugia were all anxious as they sped towards the coordinates as the Sun and Moon entered radar range. The captain reported, "Our warship remains in a standby, floating state. Quickly scan for any life signals from Yueshi aboard the warship." And I, Zhuang, shook her head, pale-faced. Lin Yang's heart sank. None. There were no life signals whatsoever. Either the ship was empty, or there were no living souls aboard. This, infuriating, prepare for battle. Lin Yang grasped the galaxy heart at his chest, silently wishing, please, no unexpected turn of events. Yueshi, You must be safe. Soon, the heavy fighter jet arrived alongside the sun and moon. After the hatches connected, the passage was immediately opened. Lin Yang rushed forward, but Karugia quickly stepped in front, stating, "Be cautious of potential traps. Let me take the lead." However, upon entering the sun and moon, the trio found it immaculate and orderly, with no signs of an interstellar pirate boarding. The 4 living quarters were pristine, devoid of Huang Yueshi's presence. The other vacant living quarter had temporarily been converted into a dining area, which was also empty. The 3 rushed to the cockpit only to find it deserted. The sun and moon was in standby mode, and on the main console lay a note. "Lin Yang, thank you for your care during this time. I apologize, but I must return home. Please do not worry. I will not be in any danger. Wishing you a delightful interstellar adventure. Huang Yueshi." Gazing at the note, Lin Yang furrowed his brows. Karugia immediately went to search the rear cabin, while Enai Zhuang dashed to the lower deck. The engine and energy room were absent. Neither the middle nor lower deck contained anything. Impossible. Lin Yang held the note in one hand and the galaxy heart in the other. Impossible. If Yueshi had truly returned home for a blissful life, there would be no reason to withhold that from us, nor would she part with the precious galaxy heart. Karugia suggested. Could it be that she encountered some danger and didn't want to implicate us? Enai Zhuang stomped her foot in frustration and suddenly recalled something. "Right, Captain. Last time you asked me to discreetly inquire if Yueshi had any concerns, I overheard her quietly saying something about going back. I couldn't catch the rest. And when I asked again, she fell silent. Search. We must scour every corner of the universe for Yueshi. Not a single one of us can be absent from the sun and moon." Chapter 41. Never Surrender. Ding, you have broken through the Martian fleet's blockade and successfully reunited with the sun and moon, completing the main storyline task. 9 breakthrough. Evolution points 40,000. Current evolution points 40,050. Main storyline task updated. 10 retrieve the first officer. Locate first officer Huang Yueshi and safely return her to the sun and moon. Evolution points 50,000. System. Even without this task, I would still find Yueshi, even if it means abandoning all other tasks. I will not relent. Lin Yang clutched the galaxy heart, reminiscing about his first encounter with Huang 11AT that time. He was so famished that his stomach pressed against his back, utterly drained of energy. Barely able to lift his eyelids, clutching a sign to recruit a first officer at the labor dock of Ceres. Passers-by regarded him as a fool, laughing at his naivety. In such dire straits. He dared to dream of assembling a crew, and one took him seriously. And just as he was about to starve to death at the dock, Huang Yueshi halted before him, though she questioned him in a cold, indifferent tone about whether he was still hiring. She ignited a fervent hope within him. After joining, he sought no lofty salary, only a place to land and enough sustenance to survive. In their initial meeting, she treated Lin Yang to a hearty meal. Watching him devour an entire portion in a matter of moments, Huang Yueshi promptly ordered 3 more servings. They consumed 5 times the amount, draining Huang Yueshi's entire savings. At that moment, Huang Yueshi entrusted her future entirely to Lin Yang. Such trust was forged in an instant. It could be said that without Huang Yueshi's entry into his life, having spent all her money to treat him, his journey across dimensions might have ended in starvation. Lin Yang would never abandon Huang Yueshi, who had stood by him from the very beginning, through thick and thin. Absolutely never surrender. Zhuang, message the 3-eyed beings of the Star Alliance branch. Inform the asteroid mining organization, and reach out to that drunken gambler who contacted us through encrypted comms. Utilize all our connections to search for Yueshi. Yes, Captain. I also sent a message to the legendary Hunter Gus on Mars. He promised to mobilize all his disciples to assist in the search. Yes, proceed with that. Judging by the handwriting on the note, Yueshi has been gone for 2 days at that time. The bounty had yet to be issued. We should enlist the bounty hunters to help look as long as there are traces. Even if she is detained by the Martian government, that would be better than having no leads in the vast universe. Karugia also immediately contacted his father. Although the Tiger Emperor had declared his expulsion, he stubbornly sought his father's assistance in locating Huang Yueshi. Father, my friend, First Officer Huang Yueshi has gone missing. Could you deploy the Sirius Intelligence Bureau to get lost? Karugia, you sickly wretch. What has happened to the Saber-Tooth Punishment Association? What have you done? I will personally end you. Beep. Lin Yang hastily terminated Karugia's communication, and no need to trouble your father. We shall eliminate the Saber-Tooth Punishment Association ourselves. It will be difficult for him as well. We will resolve the matter of locating Yueshi on our own. But Captain, how do we find her? As long as there are traces, we can locate her. For now, let's wait for news. I will attempt to use the Galaxy Heart to connect with her mind. Returning to his quarters, Lin Yang held the Galaxy Heart in both hands, striving to calm his thoughts. Gradually, he felt a slow, swirling energy within the Galaxy Heart. This energy was immense, so vast that he could not grasp its boundaries. He attempted to visualize Yueshi in his mind, but no matter how he tried, he could not hear Huang Yueshi's voice again. He pondered how she had been able to connect with him through mental resonance in the Martian arena. Lin Yang rubbed his forehead. Lying down in frustration, unable to utilize mental resonance, he could only seize the opportunity to upgrade the warship's firepower and energy systems. The Sirius heavy fighter jet was equipped with 10 energy cannons and 6 missile launch pads. Although it lacked the quantity found on human heavy fighter jets, its power was substantial, far surpassing human technology. Lin Yang recycled the existing basic firepower, replacing it with 4 Cobra D-type ion pulse cannons, 2 Red Spider E-type laser refractor cannons, and 4 Mantis Shrimp D-type magnetic explosion cannons, as well as 4 Porcupine D-type missile launch pads. After recycling, he installed the TL Saber-Tooth class firepower from Sirius Technology. The ion explosion pulse cannons, particle cutting rays, and missile matrix launch pads would now be at his disposal. The Sirius heavy fighter jet was powered by controllable thermonuclear fusion energy, capable of continuous operation for a decade without refueling. Lin Yang directly fitted this into the vacant energy room. The thermonuclear energy would exclusively supply the warp engine and conventional pulse engine, while the original Qilin X-type conventional energy would solely power the weapon systems. With this upgrade, the Sun and Moon would no longer experience temporary energy shortages or lack of energy feedback. IT would continuously receive a steady stream of life energy. With the warp engine already upgraded to 2.0, Lin Yang also recycled the Qilin X medium-sized conventional pulse engine, replacing it with the TL Saber-Tooth class conventional pulse engine. The maximum speed would rise from 200 Mach to 500 Mach after finalizing the upgrades. He opened the evolution shop and, after 6 consecutive tenfold draws, finally procured 2 legendary living quarters, the Cave Heaven Y-type and X-type. Building upon the existing bamboo, forest-themed living quarters, enhancements have been made to incorporate functionalities such as life monitoring, toxicity isolation, and consciousness protection. Moreover, the office and leisure entertainment features have seen significant improvements. Upon purchasing, Lin Yang promptly initiated upgrades to the captain's quarters and the first officer's cabin, with plans to address the other 3 rooms later. The evolution points were reset once more. Grasping the heart of the galaxy, he reflected on the mysterious and sudden disappearance of Huang Yueshi, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness as he closed his eyes. Before long, he drifted into a vague slumber. After an indeterminate period, Ziwin abruptly knocked on his door. "Captain, we have news." "Where?" Lin Yang sprang up, rushing to the door. It was that drunken engineer named Mo Ban, who had hacked into the Martian fleet's internal network and discovered that 2 days prior, the patrol team encountered an insectoid battleship exhibiting erratic behavior, and it was highly likely that Yueshi was aboard. "What are the specifics?" Lin Yang hurriedly made his way to the cockpit, with Ziwin following closely to report. The patrol team, located 300,000 kilometers from Mars, had come across a heavy interceptor from the insectoid civilization. Galactic mercenaries? Indeed. The insectoids are the most numerous race in the galaxy, predominantly engaged in mercenary work. What the Martian patrol team discovered was the near-space battleship belonging to the F group of the insectoid order. The seven-eyed beetles continue. Typically, near-space battleships travel via teleportation gates, yet that interceptor lacked a warp engine and was not headed towards the asteroid belt, instead making conventional flights through the vastness of space. Moreover, human biological signatures were detected within the ship's hull. What were the findings of the Martian fleet's investigation? The insectoid mercenaries claimed they had been contracted to pick up a client and provided a pass for the Star Alliance, at the Centaur Southgate 2 checkpoint. Yet they did not disclose the final destination, leading the Martian patrol team to allow them to depart. Lin Yang nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, there are many suspicious elements. Whether the human aboard the battleship is Yueshi, we shall discover once we catch up. What are the coordinates? Here, based on the navigation direction provided in the patrol report, they may have traveled quite far in the past 2 days. Simulate the insectoid flight path. We will first pursue the coordinates, then follow the simulated route. Lin Yang took his seat in the captain's chair. Just as he was about to take off, he suddenly remembered something. Wait, Zewin, you mentioned that the drunken engineer from Mars is named M.O. Ban. If I recall correctly, the legendary engineer from the Star Alliance 500 years ago was also named M.O. Ban. I know of M.O. Ban, the legendary engineer from 500 years ago. There's even a M.O. Ban Engineering Institute on Mars. That drunkard keeps claiming to be a legendary engineer. Could he possibly be the same M.O. Ban? Absolutely not. And I, Zewin, asserted firmly, M.O. Ban lived 500 years ago. That drunkard could not possibly be him. Perhaps he merely spent time at the M.O. Ban Engineering Institute and adopted the title for himself. IT is not uncommon for science students to idolize M.O. Ban and self-proclaim as legendary engineers. Even if he is not M.O. Ban, he is still a capable individual, capable of causing significant disturbances like the recent earthquake on Mars, and capable of hacking into the Martian fleet's internal network. Once we retrieve Yueshi, we shall meet him in person. Lin Yang then sent an encrypted message to Song, the leader of the Asteroid Miners Organization, relaying the current coordinates. There's a heavy interceptor from Sirius Technology that I have dismantled. It still has 1 shield and 2 ion explosive cannons, with the hull remaining intact and technologically advanced beyond human capabilities. When 40 interceptors arrive, have them tow it back to the asteroid belt stock, and simply replicate and manufacture it. General, has there been any news from Admiral Huang? We have found a lead and are about to pursue. The fleet moves too slowly. There's no need to follow. Understood, General, that we stand ready for your orders. Once the dock's manufacturing is completed, we will report to you immediately. After closing the communication, Lin Yang promptly set the destination coordinates. The sun and moon then entered warp speed. Utilizing only 1/10 of its power, in less than 5 minutes, they arrived at the coordinates mentioned in the Martian patrol report. And Zewin immediately activated the radar to its maximum power. NO battleship was detected within 100,000 kilometers. Lin Yang quickly called up the simulated flight path. We shall fly at a minimum warp speed of 1.0, equivalent to light speed, covering 0.66 seconds, which translates to 198,000 kilometers. Upon exiting warp, we shall scan immediately. If no results are found, I will continue to pursue along the simulated route. And Zewin nodded. This method conveniently skips the already scanned radius of 100,000 kilometers, placing the newly arrived 98,000 kilometers in the scanning range. Captain, this search method is the most efficient, though it may be exhausting for you to keep entering warp. I am fine. Just ensure that you and Karuja monitor the radar closely. With that, Lin Yang entered warp speed. After 0.66 seconds, he exited warp. After a minute of scanning with no targets detected, he entered warp once more. This process continued repeatedly along the simulated route. Lin Yang sketched a cylindrical search route with a radius of 100,000 kilometers, or a diameter of 200,000 kilometers. Entering warp speed 1.0, exit. Begin scanning, no results. Re-enter warp speed 1.0, exit. Begin scanning, still no results. Enter warp again. Thus, the medium-sized interceptor, sun and moon, soared through the void, repeatedly vanishing and reappearing like a flickering light. Finally, after 4 minutes and 36 seconds, Zewin spotted the insectoid mercenary battleship on a radar. The heavy interceptor, measuring over 80 meters in length, was currently flying at a steady 400 Mach, 5,000 kilometers away. Captain, we've found it. Can we scan for information within the battleship? It's too far. We need to be within 2,000 kilometers for precise scanning of the ship's interior. Prepare for precise scanning. I will pursue at once. Lin Yang swiftly switched to conventional power, chasing at a speed of 500 Mach. Karuja temporarily took over the weaponry of the sun and moon, readying for combat. Soon, the distance between the two ships closed in. At 2,000 kilometers, Zewin reported, Captain, There is human life detected within the opposing battleship. However, due to the insectoid's shield isolating some signals, we cannot determine the gender of that human. The opposing battleship detected their presence and immediately initiated a communication call. Upon connection, a video appeared, revealing an insectoid with antennae and 7 eyes on its forehead, transparent wings sprouting from its back, and 4 spiny, robust arms. Essentially a large mutated cockroach. Teeth emitted an indecipherable sound from its mandibles. Ziwen adjusted the translator for a moment and finally understood the alien's words. "Why are you pursuing us? Speak quickly. Otherwise, we will immediately breach our agreement and destroy your battleship." "What agreement? Is it related to Huang Yueshi? Is the human aboard your battleship Huang Yueshi? Speak." "Indeed, the human is Huang Yueshi, but she is not necessarily from the solar system." "Why are you pursuing us?" "Nonsense. I am pursuing my first officer." "Tell me why." "She willingly left with us. Do not make baseless accusations. If you continue to follow us, do not blame the mercenaries for being untrustworthy. I demand to see her now. Otherwise, you shan't leave." Lin Yang waved his hand. Karuja immediately charged the ship's weapons. The phase cannon, particle cannon, ion explosive cannon, burst pulse cannon, and particle-cutting beam all reached full capacity, while 6 matrix missile launchers simultaneously activated, locking onto the opposing battleship. The insectoid captain was momentarily taken aback, then burst into a cackling laugh. "Are you planning to blow up Huang Yueshi along with your ship by firing all those weapons at once?" Lin Yang retorted furiously, "The first to be obliterated will be you. If anything happens to my first officer Huang Yueshi, we shall accompany her in death." With a swift motion, Lin Yang signaled. Karuja immediately activated the particle cannon, firing it instantaneously. Though its power was not amplified several times by the heart of the galaxy, it was still a formidable force. The insectoid battleship immediately rolled to evade the attack. What a madman! The insectoid captain shouted in exasperation. "Bring the guest over quickly. Calm this crazed man." Moments later, Huang Yueshi appeared in the cockpit of the insectoid battleship, surprise etched on her face, upon seeing the furious Lin Yang. The clenched teeth Karuja and the teary-eyed Ziwen. She quickly lowered her head, covering her mouth. After a few stifled sobs, she managed to regain her composure and softly inquired, "Lin Yang, did you not see the note on the main console?" "I did, but I do not understand." Lin Yang exclaimed angrily, "Do you not consider me a friend? Do you not regard the sun and moon as your home? Are Karuja and Ziwen not your companions?" Huang Yueshi's brow furrowed. "I have said it before. I appreciate your care, and I have enjoyed the time spent with you. But I have a home that I must return to. I do not care. Since you chose to leave home and join my crew, you must obtain my permission to leave. I will not allow you to vanish without a word." "Commander Yueshi, where is your home? Why must you return?" Karuja asked. "Yueshi, we have come all this way. Perhaps this is our last chance to meet. If you have any concerns, please share them with us, will you? You do not know." After discovering your departure, the captain nearly went mad. Lin Yang let out a long sigh, shaking his head helplessly. "Yueshi, do you think I lack the ability to protect you? Even if I do, I will fight to the death to protect you. Remember at the labor dock on Ceres, when you joined me seeking refuge and spent all your savings to treat me to a meal? At that moment, I vowed to myself, Huang Yueshi, who rose from nothing and shared hardships with me, I, Lin Yang, shall shield you for a lifetime." Huang Yueshi's eyes reddened, and she quickly lowered her head. "Lin Yang, I will forever remember you, as well as Kalugia and Sister Ziwen's. You must return now. I truly cannot continue to venture with you. I am sorry. I must go home. Go home. If it's to a happy and joyful homeland, you wouldn't be concealing it from me. Yueshi, open your heart. I know you best. Tell me what truly troubles you. I am your captain. Even if it means fighting until my last breath, until the last drop of blood is shed, I will never abandon you." Lin Yang. Huang Yueshi could no longer hold back and burst into tears. "I am a saint nurtured by the Origin Church. And no matter how many trump cards you possess, you cannot stand against them. Even the Star Alliance dares not engage them lightly. The Galactic Pirates, the Black Forest Hunters, the Boron Alliance, the Mechanical Civilization, and even the extraterrestrial civilizations all fear the Origin Church. Chapter 43. The Final Battle Against the Mercenary Corps. I don't care if they are round, square, or triangular. I ask you, do you wish to be with me? Do you wish to return to the sun and moon? Lin Yang trembled with rage, turning around. He saw that Kalugia and Ni Zywins were also shaking, but their expressions were not of anger, but rather fear and trepidation. Meanwhile, the insectoid captain aboard the opposing warship seemed to convulse as if struck by electricity, his body trembling and wings vibrating uncontrollably. My esteemed guest, you are a member of the ancient and illustrious Origin Church? And still a saint? Huang Yueshi nodded. Did they not inform you? No. Why did you not say so earlier? Huang Yueshi ignored the insectoid captain and, with red-rimmed eyes, spoke to Lin Yang. You must return immediately. I revealed my whereabouts when we overthrew the asteroid belt regime some time ago. Now they demand my return. You have no idea of their terror. It is beyond what you can confront. Yueshi, I command you to answer me. Do you wish to return to my side, to continue serving as the first officer aboard the sun and moon? No other answers, just yes or no. Lin Yang's fist clenched tightly, his eyes nearly ablaze. Tears streamed down Huang Yueshi's face. Yes, I want to be with you forever, piloting the sun and moon through the stars. Embarking on adventures, battling, and meeting more companions. Being with you all has been the happiest time of my life. But reality diverges from ideals. I must relinquish them. You have successfully destroyed the insectoid heavy fighter, gaining 500 evolution points. Congratulations, host. You have located first mate Huang Yueshi and safely returned her to the sun and moon, completing the main quest. 10 retrieving the first mate, earning 50,000 evolution points. Current total, 52,500 evolution points. Main quest updated, 11 the 5th crew member. Successfully recruit another crew member, gaining 60,000 evolution points. Welcome back, Yueshi. Lin Yang entered the aft cabin, his heart filled with relief as he gazed upon Huang Yueshi. She looked back at him with deep affection. Both were brimming with unspoken words, yet they remained lodged in their throats, unable to escape that I'm sorry. Lin Yang. It's all right, I understand everything. Karugia chuckled. We certainly have a knack for causing trouble. And Aijon interjected, we must make haste. The Martian fleet has detected the insectoid escort's illegal navigation and is en route to investigate. Lin Yang removed the heart of the galaxy and carefully placed it around Huang Yueshi's neck once more. Thanks to the heart of the galaxy, I might never have seen you again. Huang Yueshi's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she cradled the heart of the galaxy, feeling its essence, and her cheeks flushed. It has recognized you that I know. Now, let us discuss the teachings of the Origin Church. Yes, this time, I shall leave nothing concealed. There is no time to scan the battlefield debris. The sun and moon immediately departed at warp speed 2.0. Just as they left, the Martian fleet's warp escort arrived on the scene, commencing a scan and analysis of the mysterious aerial battle. Huang Yueshi resumed her place in the co-pilot seat and recounted her experiences. She was a true human, yet born in a desolate corner of the galaxy, a planet perpetually shrouded in mist, orbiting a dim red dwarf star. Her childhood was spent in cold desolation, under the strict supervision of hooded figures whose features remained obscured. These individuals taught her etiquette and the various doctrines of the Origin Church within an ancient palace-like structure. There existed a wondrous library containing the majority of knowledge within the galaxy. Whenever she had leisure, Huang Yueshi would delve into the records of humanity from the solar system, which accounted for her vast knowledge, earning her the nickname Encyclopedia from Lin Yang as she matured. She gradually learned of her identity as a saint, destined to fulfill a sacred mission, to establish a mental connection with the origin God in five-dimensional space, conveying the divine will and guiding the church to restore the universe to its primordial singularity state. Once the universe returned to the origin, all church members would be ushered into higher dimensions by the origin God, enjoying eternal life. Despite 18 years of indoctrination, she maintained her subjective thoughts, consistently resisting this mission. The servant who had cared for her, Granny Huang, supported her defiance, stealing the heart of the galaxy from the Origin Church's collection and helping her escape. After 2 years of exile, they finally reached the solar system in the Orion Arm. Eventually, Granny Huang perished protecting her, prompting her to adopt the surname Huang and continue her flight, ultimately uniting with Lin Yang. Yueshi, you can establish a mental connection with the deity of five-dimensional space. I dare not attempt it for fear of being discovered, but I can connect with other beings telepathically, like when you warned me in a Martian arena. Yes, I suddenly sensed a danger warning from the heart of the galaxy and hastened to alert you through mental communication. Is the Origin Church truly that formidable? Jiwan mentioned that the Puppis Void was caused by them. Huang Yueshi shook her head slightly, but I cannot be certain. The library holds such records, yet evidence is lacking. And there are no detailed accounts of the Puppis War. Perhaps after 5 billion years, historical records have long since been lost. Incredible. By the way, where is the planet of your upbringing located on the star map? I do not know. Granny Huang never disclosed it to prevent mental tracking. When she helped me escape aboard a warp cargo ship, she ingested amnesia drugs and forgot herself. And Jiwan asked, where are they sending you to rendezvous this time? Pegasus's Shurju Void, the oxygen-rich star of the F-Zone Greenlight Nebula, the home world of the insectoid sheath-eyed race. How cunning of the Origin Church, leaving no trace behind. Where do we go now? The Origin Church will not relent. First, let's recruit a crew member on Mars that oh not worry. Yueshi, the Star Alliance will not allow the Origin Church to enter brazenly as long as we are within the Star Alliance's territory. We shall be much safer. The Sun and Moon exited warp speed 300,000 kilometers from Mars and sent an encrypted voice communication to a self-proclaimed drunkard named M.O.B.N. M.O.Ban died 500 years ago. Do you not feel ashamed calling yourself a legendary engineer? Lin Yang began with a reprimand. Ashamed? I am M.O.Ban. The news of my death 500 years ago was a deliberate fabrication. Why feign death? To evade the scrutiny of the Star Alliance Supervisory Council. The Martian government agreed to ally with me against the Star Alliance, but they proved unreliable, and we can no longer cooperate. You intend to oppose the Star Alliance? Indeed, the decaying Star Alliance must undergo reform. As an engineer, I not only repair mechanical failures, but also seek to rectify the systemic faults of the Star Alliance. How did you instigate this seismic activity on Mars? The project to ignite Mars's core was my design and construction. For 500 years, I have been orchestrating events from underground. With just a slight manipulation, I can stir the core and trigger an earthquake with ease. This recent earthquake on Mars has claimed many lives. The Martian government will eventually trace it back to you. I am aware. But the Martian government broke our agreement first. Since they refused to heed my counsel, I see no reason to consider their interests. Aside from causing a massive earthquake, I cannot assist you in breaking free. What about the Martians who perished? In an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. The tone of the individual on the other end grew furious. I transformed Mars's ecological environment. They promised to join me against the Star Alliance, but deceived me and took no action, forcing me to serve below ground for 500 years. How long do you live? 500 years, just like that. I'm a green carbon being from the Perseus Arm, with an average lifespan of around 1,000 years. And I have undergone mechanical fusion, extending my life further. Do not measure other species by human standards. Summer insects cannot discuss ice. Lin Yang was momentarily speechless, realizing the drunken engineer had a point. Indeed, one should not apply human logic to extraterrestrial beings. Yueshi, do you know of the green carbon beings? A special carbon-based intelligent species capable of photosynthesis, a 2.7-level stellar civilization with an average lifespan of 1,000 years. If he is indeed a green carbon being, then he could very well be M.O.Ban. Chapter 45. Let's take a big gamble. Lin Yang nodded, a smile gracing his face. Hey, legendary engineer, can you receive video communications? I want to see your true visage. I can, but it will expose our connection, and the Martian government will immediately come after you. You need not worry about that. As long as you are a green carbon being from the Perseus Arm, I can rescue you, restore your status as a free person, and even consider aiding you against the Star Alliance. Really? Of course. If I fail, the Martian fleet will come for me. To that point, I will take full responsibility for the Martian earthquake. What do you fear? All right. After all, I have nothing to lose. Death would merely be a release. Look closely. I'm a green carbon being with 6 arms. Once the communication switched to video mode, Lin Yang and his companions beheld the true form of the figure on the other side, their eyes widening in astonishment. The image revealed a dark green humanoid creature, adorned with 6 arms, reminiscent of a 6-armed deity depicted in temples. A layer of vibrant green, moss-like hair crowned its head, and it bore no clothing, its body covered in hard, dark green scales. From the video, it appeared to stand over 2 meters tall, exuding strength and agility. Captain, this indeed resembles the records of green carbon beings in the library, Huang Yueshi whispered. Lin Yang smiled and nodded. That I am beginning to believe you are MO band that I have always been. Now that you believe, it is a pity that my identity is exposed. The Martian fleet is gathering against you. Find a way to escape yourself, though I have lost a life to you. If you cannot escape, do not blame me for being ungrateful. Since you are near death, why not indulge in a gamble? How about it? Not again. You can't be serious about this addiction. Lin Yang smiled mysteriously. Did you not stake your hopes on me? If I manage to rescue you and safely depart the Martian surface, you will join my fleet, and from then on, I will dictate the strategies against the Star Alliance. What if you can't? There are no what-ifs. I will succeed. Such grandiose claims. Your confidence is astonishing. This recent earthquake on Mars is an insurmountable mess. Do not concern yourself with that. Just tell me if you dare to gamble. I will certainly triumph. What do I have to fear? If I lose, I am still dead. If you win, I gain my life. It's a guaranteed profit. I have waited 500 years. I do not mind your fleeting century. Excellent. Await good news. After ending the communication, Huang Yueshi's face brightened with J. It is estimated that he is indeed Machban. If so, we stand to gain immensely that he has previously overseen the construction of the largest space fortress in the Alliance, personally designed the interstellar corridor conveyor belt, and transformed the ecological environments of hundreds of asteroids. Machban is not merely a legend within the Alliance. He is a legend throughout the entire galaxy. However, Karugia appeared somewhat apprehensive. Captain, this individual has a penchant for alcohol and gambling. Can he be trusted? And Aijuan also shook her head slightly. Opposing the Alliance is no trifling matter. Whose affairs are trivial among us? Lin Yang chuckled as he glanced at the 3 of them. They exchanged glances. And suddenly they all laughed. Indeed, each of us has caused considerable trouble. Some have opposed the Canis Major civilization, others the solar system's human civilization, and there are those who have defied the original Point Church. Adding one more who opposes the Alliance wouldn't be excessive, Lin Yang remarked. As for Karugia's concerns about gambling and drinking, they can be disregarded, for this man is exceedingly clever and adept at playing the rogue. He would avoid bets that are unfavorable to him, and even if he miscalculates and loses, he would feign ignorance regarding any detrimental agreements. Karugia nodded. Regardless of whether he is a gambler or a drunkard, he risked his life to save us and has taken us in without any significant consequence that if he were to cause trouble, we could expel him at any time, correct, Captain? Just like how you were so quick to threaten to throw me into space at the beginning. A Karugia, that was merely a scare tactic. I would never truly do such a thing. If this individual were to cause chaos, I could indeed throw him out. After reaching an agreement, Lin Yang instructed Naijuan to send a communication to the Mars fleet, directly contacting the Supreme Commander of the Space Fleet, Marshal Alif. Lin Yang, where are you? You cannot escape the solar system. The Mars fleet is pursuing you with all their might. Calm down, Marshal. Even if you capture me, what will it achieve? Will it provide any explanation to the Canis Major civilization? Even if Mars experiences a catastrophic earthquake, it would not suffice to repay the hatred of the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Society, whose members have been slaughtered. All of this is your doing. What exactly have you done? Indeed, it is my doing that I contacted you voluntarily to take responsibility. Can you really bear that responsibility? I never boast. As long as you agree to one request, I can bear the wrath of the Canis Major civilization on behalf of the Mars government. First, tell me how you intend to bear it. This responsibility is beyond what all of human civilization can endure. I say I can, and I could, as long as you agree to my request, the Canis Major Tiger Clan will cease their troubles with Mars. If I'm not mistaken, the fleet of the Canis Major Tiger Clan is already on its way, correct? Damn it. The Supreme Commander of the Mars fleet, Elif, ground his teeth in anger. He had no choice but to compromise. The Canis Major Tiger civilization dispatched 10 interstellar cruisers, heading towards the solar system specifically to investigate the deaths of all members of the saber-toothed tiger punishment society. If the Mars government fails to provide a reasonable response, they would rather withdraw from the Galactic Alliance than not go to war. The Tiger Clan does not typically attack the weak, but for the sake of revenge, they could easily crush Mars as one would crush an ant. Speak. What is your request? Release the engineer Machban whom you have detained. He is the green carbon alcoholic hiding beneath Mars. He owes me a life, and for the remainder of his days, he must serve on my warship until he dies. Elif furrowed his brow, thinking to himself that Lin Yang was even more cunning than they were. They were merely deceiving him into serving for 500 years, yet he sought to enslave Machban for a lifetime. The Mars earthquake was indeed orchestrated by him. Speak. When did you conspire with him? Do not use such an interrogative tone. I have already prepared the details regarding your detention of Machban and the false death report meant to deceive the Alliance. Should I send that to the Alliance Council? If so, Mars technology will surely be sealed off. Do you wish for both of us to perish? Your net has long been torn. I'm not the fish on the chopping board. Face reality, agree to my request, and you will profit without loss. The Alliance will not seal off technology, nor will the Canis Major civilization seek retribution. Nonsense. Elif slammed his fist on the table. Furious that you know how many lives were lost in this Mars earthquake. Mars has suffered greatly. There's no profit to be had. I do not know, but I have inquired about the casualties on Mars from Machban. Guess what he said? What did he say? Lin Yang smiled slightly. He said that during an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. He single-handedly transformed Mars' environment, providing you with a suitable habitat for survival, yet you deceive him into serving for 500 years. I believe that if he were to destroy Mars, it would be justifiable. Elif was momentarily speechless. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he helplessly slammed his fist on the table and said, "What means do you have to divert the wrath of the Canis Major civilization? So, you agree to hand over Machban in one piece to me. He stirred the core of the planet, causing the earthquake. We will no longer employ him. The planetary core monitoring station will no longer have a position for him. Very well. Await my news. The Canis Major fleet will soon return." Chapter 46. Burning Bridges 1 minute later. Lin Yang established contact with the Canis Major expedition fleet. I am Captain Lin Yang of the Sun and Moon. I wish to clarify matters regarding the saber-toothed tiger punishment society. On the screen appeared Major General Wandan, commander of the 7th Fleet of Canis Major, a tiger general with a coat of pure white fur. You are the human who stirred the asteroid belt of the solar system. You do not appear particularly strong. I challenge the strong with my weakness and have emerged victorious. That victory belongs to you. I have reviewed the data regarding your battle with the saber-toothed tiger cruiser. The Alliance will no longer pursue the matter of high civilization technology leakage. However, the Canis Major civilization wishes to ascertain how the ancient punishment society was annihilated. Coruggia applied for a sacred blood duel, and I participated alongside him, facing 2,566 members of the saber-toothed tiger punishment society. Did General Wandan not know this? When submitting the aerial combat report, the punishment society made no mention of the sacred blood duel. That was because they intended to eradicate me and the captain without adhering to the true traditions of the sacred blood duel. So you used a stratagem to kill them? No. The captain and I defended our honor through battle and bloodshed. A proper duel? Indeed. Impossible. Major General Wandan stood up in fury. A tiger and a primate cannot defeat 2,566 tigers without employing powerful thermal weapons. You couldn't even conquer 2 of them. The saber-toothed tiger punishment society consists of seasoned warriors. Lin Yang replied calmly. I first competed with them in endurance, utilizing weighted sprints. After running 300 kilometers, they resorted to cheating. Preposterous. Suddenly, Major General Wandan roared. You shall not tarnish the honor of the tigers, even when faced with an enemy 100 times stronger, as long as it is an official match. Tigers will never resort to deceit. Lin Yang scoffed and shook his head, but they indeed cheated. They refused to acknowledge their loss, and then Coruggia and I engaged them in close combat. I could see the time. They were unarmed, so we held the advantage. Eventually, they fought valiantly, charging forward to their deaths, but Coruggia unleashed his fury, and the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Society met its end. What evidence do you have for these claims? If you are like the Mars government, spouting empty words, I will not let you off. Of course, there is evidence. Jiwan sent it to General Wanda like a tea that moment. And Jiwan piloted a heavy fighter jet of Canis Major technology to the arena for support. The flight recorder fortuitously captured the final moments of the duel, cutting out the scene where Lin Yang subdued Karugia using the heart of the galaxy, retaining only the segments where the two slaughtered the members of the Punishment Society. The ground was littered with the corpses of the Tiger Clan, most adorned with heavy lead weights. Lin Yang wielded a large explosive energy gun, leaping 20 to 30 meters to pursue the Tigers. Karugia completely lost control, transforming into a towering Karugia smirked. I have been exiled and am no longer a lawful citizen of the Sirius civilization, but I do not enjoy any benefits and have no obligation to provide genetic samples. General Wanda, please convey to my father that the decaying system will eventually bring ruin to the tiger race, and the punishment meted out by the saber-toothed tiger tribunal is but one example. I shall continue my exile. Do not let me lay eyes on you again. General Wanda immediately issued orders. 9 cruisers turned back on their original course, leaving one to proceed to the Martian orbit to retrieve the docked interstellar cruiser and the bodies of the tiger race from the tribunal. At the same time, a message was dispatched to the Martian regime, ceasing any further investigations into the demise of the saber-toothed tiger tribunal and demanding that Mars, Blue Star, and the asteroid belt minor organizations refrain from disseminating this matter. It's settled. Lin Yang relaxed and stretched. Yueshi, conventional power, set our course for Mars at a leisurely pace that let's take turns resting. I shall retire for now. Feeling empty? Huang Yueshi asked with a smile. Daha. Never. I'll be waiting for you in my newly upgraded quarters. Ever since the Sun Moon had been equipped with controllable thermonuclear energy, Lin Yang found himself brimming with vitality. With 52,500 evolution points remaining and 3 living quarters yet to be upgraded to legendary status, he promptly initiated a 10-time upgrade. Legendary ship frame, Trident heavy fighter, priced at 15,000. Lin Yang pondered. Buy, this is a rare find. What if I wait to upgrade the ship frame but never manage to obtain it? Following this, he executed another 10-time upgrade and obtained a legendary X-type turtle shield. The battleship already possessed a dual turtle shield, but urgently required a legendary living quarter. Reluctantly, Lin Yang had to forego that upgrade and initiated another 10-time upgrade. After 4 more 10-time upgrades, he finally acquired 2 legendary X-type Dantian living quarters. He swiftly reclaimed the living quarters of Karugia and Enai Zhuang, just enough for evolution. Captain, how long until my new quarters are ready? Will they include a weapons manufacturing room? 3 hours. No, that will come later. Didn't you promise to upgrade a weapons room for me? I also mentioned I'd make you a stew with tiger bones. Ah, is it too late for me to retract that? I won't ask again. In the Martian Space Fleet Command, Commander Leaf bowed deeply in gratitude to General Wanda of the tiger race on the video call. Thank you for your mercy. The Martians will never forget your kindness. We have secured the cruisers, and the esteemed remains of our guests have been prepared, awaiting your arrival. You will coordinate with the captain of the Tiger King when the time comes. Yes, we will certainly adhere to your arrangements. The communication ended, and a Leaf sighed, sinking wearily back into his chair. That kid Lin Yang truly has some skill. Marshal, the speaker has sent a communication. Upon connecting, Martian speaker Peters inquired with concern. What did the Sirius Tiger race say? No issues. The Tiger fleet has returned. Lin Yang did not boast. He indeed resolved the situation. That's splendid, but after handing over the Mopin, I fear the Star Alliance may impose sanctions upon us. We have concealed too much from them over the years, detaining the Mopin. You need not worry, Speaker. Who said we would hand the Mopin over to Lin Yang? Not handing it over? Of course not. Ever since he communicated with the Mopin and his location was discovered, 20 large strategic frigates have already set out to hunt him down. Would they turn back midway if Lin Yang perishes? All our troubles will be resolved. Chapter 47. Barefoot kicking iron plates. Lin Yang had just arranged the evolution of the Sun Moon when Enai Zhuang detected an anomaly on the radar. Captain, something's wrong. 20 strategic frigates are approaching at warp speed. This doesn't seem like a friendly delivery of the Mopin. Hardly had she finished speaking when the Sun Moon found itself surrounded by 20 large frigates. each over 500 meters in length, all equipped with warp engines and powerful shipborne cannons. They represented the Martian fleet's main force, capable of projecting firepower across a radius of 10,000 kilometers, forming a tightly knit encirclement. Regardless of which direction Lin Yang attempted to warp away from, he would be intercepted by these massive warships. Damn it, is the Martian fleet planning to burn the bridge after crossing it? Huang Yueshi remarked coldly, "By eliminating us, they can avoid handing over the Mopin and have no fear of Star Alliance investigations, further tightening their grip on the asteroid belt." Karugia added, "They can also fulfill the bounty in one go, saving on payments to bounty hunters." And Aizuang noted, "It seems they are unconcerned about the fates of Yueshi and Karugia this time. All hands battle stations. Yueshi, firepower; Karugia, energy; Zhuang, monitor the radar and the ship's defense systems." Lin Yang immediately returned to the main control seat, closing his eyes and leaning back, entering a state of deep symbiosis with the sun-moon. And Aizuang sent a communication to the enemy frigates, but it was instantly rejected. She tried contacting the Mopin as well, only to receive the same result. "Captain, it's understandable that the enemy frigates are not responding to communications. As for the Mopin, it's likely lost its communication freedom. Then we shall wait for them to contact us. We are being targeted by particle cannons." Before Huang Yueshi could finish, a golden high-energy beam, over 10 meters in diameter, shot toward them. Lin Yang hurriedly maneuvered the ship to evade, then surged towards the attacking frigate at a speed of 500 Mach. Zap! Huang Yueshi promptly activated the particle cannon, though it was the same Fire Dragon X-type particle cannon. The power emitted by the 500-meter-long giant warship exceeded that of the 50-meter medium fighter. A golden high-energy beam, over 100 meters in diameter, struck the left flank of the frigate. Enemy shields down by 15. Zap! 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 4 consecutive ion explosive shells were fired, enhanced by Huang Yueshi, transforming into high-energy orbs 50 meters in diameter. Each hit on the enemy ship felt like a medium fighter colliding with it. The enemy shields were now at 60. We are locked on by Ghoul X-type missiles, the new version reaching 550 Mach. Zhuang reported battlefield information in a timely manner. With deft maneuvers, Lin Yang piloted the Sun-Moon close to the frigate, executing a sharp turn to navigate around the cumbersome vessel while evading a torrential barrage of laser fire. Huang Yueshi pressed the Matrix missile launch button. Originally, a missile launch platform could only fire 1 missile at a time, but the upgraded Matrix platform could unleash 10 simultaneously. 6 Matrix platforms activated, launching 60 Dragonfly K-type missiles in a single second. The K-type missiles, though traveling at 100 Mach, were effective at close range. 50 of the 60 missiles struck the frigate, while the remaining 10 intercepted the pursuing Ghoul thermonuclear missiles. Boom! Suddenly, a brilliant light illuminated the void of space as 10 thermonuclear missiles detonated beside the frigate. The Martian fleet employed a reckless strategy that disregarded their comrades' lives, instantly reducing the frigate's shields to 0. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Yueshi fired a phase cannon, piercing through the 500-meter-long frigate. Boom! Flames erupted, accompanied by a massive shockwave. Lin Yang executed a roll and accelerated, deftly avoiding the shockwave as he soared towards another frigate. Behind him trailed dozens of Ghoul thermonuclear missiles. You have destroyed a killer whale-class strategic frigate. Evolution points, 1,500. Challenge task reputation soars completion. 60. Only 4 more to go. Upon hearing the system prompt, Lin Yang's fighting spirit surged. The remaining 19 frigates tightened their encirclement, their various laser weapons weaving a vast net in space. Lin Yang maneuvered the Sun-Moon through the intricacies of the net as the encirclement shrank, the attacks intensifying. Boom! An explosive pulse cannon struck the Sun-Moon, reducing the left shield by 20, while the right shield remained intact. Just hold on a bit longer. I need to get close to this Killer Whale 2. The Killer Whale 2 strategic frigate was equipped with a Warp 2.0 engine that if it attempted to flee. The Sun-Moon, also equipped with Warp 2.0, would find it challenging to pursue. Lin Yang's intentions were clear. He did not plan to let any of the frigates escape, since they were playing dirty. They should not expect mercy in return. The frigates had thick shields and formidable firepower, but their maneuverability was lacking. In contrast, Lin Yang's Sun-Moon, powered by Sirius Tiger technology, boasted unparalleled agility. Its evasion efficiency compensated for its shield deficiencies. In terms of firepower, though the Sun Moon was a medium fighter under Huang Yueshi's Galaxy Heart enhancement, its firepower surpassed that of the frigates. Aside from not being able to enhance missiles, its 12 energy cannons overwhelmed the frigate's firepower. Zoom! 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 Another volley of Dragonfly K-type missiles was launched, intercepting 10 Ghoul thermonuclear missiles. Lin Yang, we VE run out of missiles. I can't intercept the following Ghoul missiles. Focus all fire on the enemy ship. Leave the missile evasion to me. Zap! 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 Huang Yueshi fired 3 consecutive particle cannons, all striking the enemy ship and instantly depleting 50 of its shields. Karugias swiftly loaded new energy modules in the energy room. Upon detecting insufficient specialized energy for weapons, he promptly diverted from the controllable thermonuclear energy to ensure that attack, defense, and flight all remained uncompromised. Lin Yang flew close to the enemy ship's shields. The energy cannons fired back but struck the Sun Moon's rear, igniting the Persing Ghoul missiles. Instantly, 5 thermonuclear missiles detonated beside the battleship. Huang Yueshi controlled 4 ion explosive cannons and 2 explosive pulse cannons, firing in rapid succession, bombarding the enemy ship like hail. The enemy's shields dropped to 0, and upon being breached, another explosion ensued, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The second frigate has been obliterated. You have destroyed a Type 2 Orca-class frigate. Evolution points 2,000 onward. The 4 of Lin Yang coordinated seamlessly, their synergy so profound that no further words were necessary. Boom! With the explosion of yet another frigate, the commanders of the remaining 17 vessels were left in a state of disbelief, lamenting via their communicators. Have we truly provoked a formidable opponent? Damn it! We've kicked a metal plate. Why did the Marshal issue such an order? Quickly report to the fleet command. The enemy's firepower is overwhelming. We stand no chance of victory. Boom! As several commanders were deliberating, yet another warship erupted in flames. All 3 Type 2 Orca-class frigates were annihilated. This battle is unwinnable. Marshal Alif has commanded a retreat. Withdraw. Quickly retreat to Mars at warp speed. However, the maximum speed of the remaining 16 frigates is only warp 1.0, equivalent to the speed of light. The Sun and Moon, under Lin Yang's command, can reach warp 2.0, 10 times the speed of light. The 16 frigates would not escape to Mars in less than 0.5 seconds after entering warp. Lin Yang caught up with them, but a single enhanced particle cannon shot from Huang Yueshi sent the warship tumbling out of warp. Escape? From the moment you opened fire on me, your annihilation was already predetermined. Boom. You have destroyed a Type 2 Orca-class strategic frigate. Evolution points 1,500. You have cumulatively destroyed 10 large long-range frigates. Completing challenge task, 7 Rising Fame, evolution points 50,000, current evolution points 59,000, Chapter 48. Mars in Crisis, total surrender, challenge task updated, 8 Renowned Fame. Cumulatively destroy 50 large interstellar strategic frigates, evolution points 60,000, having already destroyed 10. Only 40 more must be annihilated to complete the challenge. Frigates are not as numerous as near-space warships. The entire asteroid belt has only a scant few, most of which have had their warp drives dismantled. Moreover, Mars possesses only around 20 vessels. This time, 20 frigates were dispatched to besiege Lin Yang. In the blink of an eye, 5 were lost. Lin Yang, naturally, did not wish to miss the opportunity to destroy the remaining 15 frigates. Missing this chance to fulfill the challenge would make it significantly more difficult. The Monsoon-class frigate exited warp, coming within range. Photon torpedoes at the stern are locking onto us. And Ziwang constantly reported radar status. Huang Yueshi maneuvered the 6 energy pulse cannons, firing in rapid succession. The photon torpedoes, barely leaving the launcher, were struck by the pulse beams, detonating right beside the launch pad, effectively destroying themselves, coupled with the successive hits from the pulse cannons. The shields of the Monsoon-class frigate of the Mars fleet rapidly diminished. Quickly send a surrender signal. We must... Boom! The captain's command for surrender was cut short by a violent explosion. The pulse cannon of the Sun and Moon pierced through the shields and the hull alike. A brilliant blaze and shockwave erupted simultaneously. Without pause, Lin Yang re-entered warp, pursuing another frigate. The Type II Orca-class frigates of the Mars fleet were all obliterated. The remaining frigates, limited to Warp 1.0, stood no chance of escape, as Lin Yang caught up within mere seconds. Even if they attempted to exit warp for a counterattack, the massive frigates could not match the agility of the Sun and Moon, while the shields of the larger warships were thicker than those of the Sun and Moon. They could not withstand the significantly amplified firepower as the strategic forces of Mars. The frigates had become targets, akin to clumsy sunfish in the ocean, relentlessly assaulted by agile and deadly small fish. Along the route back to Mars, violent explosions occurred in succession. Soon, the last frigate exploded less than 10,000 kilometers from Mars orbit. The Sun and Moon soared out from the intense flames, executing a graceful roll as it flew towards the Mars space station. You have destroyed 15 Type II Orca-class strategic frigates, evolution points 22500, current evolution points 81500. The final frigate was destroyed near Mars. Various space stations in orbit around Mars broadcast the battle live. People from all walks of life observe the spectacle, including Martians, blue star inhabitants, interstellar merchants, rogues, bounty hunters, and adventurers traversing various galaxies. The medium-sized fighter had managed to destroy large strategic frigates. Lin Yang's name quickly spread among the different races. Truly, he is the man with a bounty of 300 million star coins from the Martian regime. Such a bounty is no trifling matter. It is said that the Mars fleet dispatched 20 large frigates, only to face total annihilation. Look, the near-space fleet is gathering. The fleet commander, Elif, caught in a predicament, dispatched all of Mars warships. The main fleet combined with near-space patrols, totaling 1,000 vessels. The Martian surface trembled with seismic activity, and the 20 billion Martian inhabitants remained paralyzed, societal order yet to be restored. With the main fleet's frigates all destroyed, if Lin Yang is not stopped, it is feared that the Martian regime may fall as easily as the asteroid belt. The main cannons of the 8 space outposts in Mars orbit were charging, targeting none other than the Sun and Moon. The firepower of these space outposts far exceeds that of the frigates, comparable to the energy cannons of the Sun and Moon that have been amplified several times over. Moreover, space docks, trade ports, bounty terminals, labor docks, transport docks, and space factories were all on high alert, their defenses fully activated. Thousands of missiles locked onto the Sun and Moon at 8T this moment. The entire Martian space orbit, with over 1,000 near-space warships and millions of people, entered a state of emergency, as if they would be slaughtered should they not resist Lin Yang with all their might. Meanwhile, 2 interstellar portals were also busy, with peacekeeping warships from the Blue Star and the Galactic Alliance arriving one after another through the portals. Their sole objective was the Sun and Moon. Are we truly so popular? Lin Yang mused himself. Are you not going to seize this opportunity to make a recruitment speech? Huang Yueshi inquired with a laugh. No, it is better to maintain quality over quantity. Lin Yang halted 3,000 kilometers from the space outpost. The Martian side immediately sent a communication call. Upon connection, the anxious and worried voice of Grand Speaker Peters came through. Lin Yang, as fellow humans, why must you drive your own kin to extinction? This is not in line with your previous conduct in the asteroid belt. Oh, do not slander the virtuous. Which of your eyes saw me drive my kin to extinction? You pilot a warship equipped with alien high technology, pursuing 20 frigates, and now you intend to attack the Martian space stations and surface. How dare you even mention it? I resolve the conflicts of the Sirius civilization and save Mars. Yet you and Elif have failed to uphold your end of the bargain, refusing to hand over MO ban, and instead dispatched 20 frigates to eliminate me. MY pursuit is not for slaughter, but for you and Elif to provide a reasonable explanation. As the communication continued, and I Zhuang had already compiled a 3-minute video detailing the entire situation, which was swiftly disseminated on Martian social networks. Voices criticizing the Martian Council and the space fleet for their breach of trust erupted across space stations, rapidly climbing to the top of trending topics. The asteroid belt and Blue Star networks also learned of the specifics, and the Galactic Alliance, having just received the corpses of the Tiger Clan, immediately pressured the Martian regime. The honor of the Sun and Moon must not be tarnished. The Martian regime must take this seriously. The peacekeeping fleets of the Blue Star and Galactic Alliance promptly powered down their weapons. Hundreds of warships, initially hostile to Lin Yang, now calmly observed the situation. Grand Speaker Peters was left speechless, as he had no ground to stand on. The three parties involved were present, and the Sirius Tiger Clan could join the standoff at any moment. Moreover, the name MO ban had resurfaced in public discourse. The development had spiraled beyond his control at that moment. He wished to slap Commander Alif for his foolishness. Had Alif not tried to eliminate Lin Yang, the Martian regime would not have found itself in such a precarious position. Boom! Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed from the Martian surface as aftershocks from the earthquake occurred. Although the destruction was not as severe as the previous quakes, the threat was even greater. Grand Speaker, it is dire. The rotation of the core is rapidly declining. It is projected to extinguish within 6 months, leaving Mars without magnetic field protection in a desolate state. Where is MO ban? Quickly, have him reignite the core. While we detained him, he entered a deep sleep self-defense mode, and his brain ceased activity. He has become a vegetable. He was always a vegetable. Peters slammed the table in frustration. Get me in touch with Alif. After less than a minute of secret communications, Grand Speaker Peters contacted Lin Yang once more. Alif has violated the agreement by dispatching a fleet to attack you without the Council's consent. He has resigned as the commander of the Mars fleet. Lin Yang, what are your demands? Lin Yang smiled faintly. Such promptness. Your attitude has made a complete 180. If I am not mistaken, you must have your own demands. Perhaps encountering difficulties? No wonder you can easily topple the asteroid belt. Your thinking is indeed meticulous. You are correct. We are facing difficulties, not the Martian regime, but nearly 3 billion ordinary residents. The Martian core is about to extinguish. And only MO ban can reignite it, but he refuses to wake. That I believe you are the only one who can rouse him. That I have conditions. Let us hear them. Just don't think me greedy. Chapter 49. A lion's share. Once the Martian core extinguishes, the absence of a flowing, high-temperature, liquid metal core will prevent the formation of a magnetic pole. Without magnetic poles, the protective shield of the magnetic field dissipates. The intense radiation from solar winds directly bombards the Martian atmosphere, sweeping vast quantities of nitrogen and oxygen into the depths of space. The moisture from the surface is gradually desiccated. Mars is destined to revert to its original desolate, reddish-brown state. This second bastion of human civilization will no longer be conducive to large-scale human habitation, resulting in losses that are incalculable. The Planetary Transformation Project was spearheaded by Mobin 5 centuries ago, who alone possesses the expertise to resolve the significant technical challenges arising in the planet's core. Given the technological capabilities of the Martian government, it is feared that even 50 years may not suffice for repairs. By then, humanity on Mars would find it impossible to sustain a normal existence. Yet, Mobin harbored a hopeful anticipation to leave Mars and join Lin Yang's fleet in pursuit of a new life. Unfortunately, the Martian government once again proved untrustworthy, dispatching fleets to hunt down Lin Yang and imprisoning him. Mobin, unable to see any glimmer of hope, sank into despair, regardless of the existing malfunctions in Mars' core. He entered a deep sleep, his brain ceasing all activity, rendering him akin to a mere plant. The Martian government exhausted every means but could not awaken Mobin. Now, Lin Yang stands as the sole beacon of hope to rouse him. While Mobin represents the only salvation from Mars, the speaker, Peters, is astute enough to recognize the stakes involved and promptly agrees to Lin Yang's demands that if you can awaken Mobin and enable him to restore the Martian environment, I shall acquiesce to your lofty requests. Excellent. First, absolve my group of its status as interstellar pirates within the solar system and rescind the bounty. That is manageable. Furthermore, the Martian government will bestow upon you the honor of Martian heroes. Eliminating the bounties altogether, merely rescinding the bounties is insufficient. Our collective bounty amounts to 410 million, correct? You will need to pay that sum. Very well. Once Mobin awakens and restores the Martian environment, the Martian government will remit you 410 million star coins. Lin Yang nodded with a smile. Additionally, I require the bounty dock on Mars. Peters hesitated. The bounty dock does not belong to the Martian government, and I cannot bestow it upon you directly. The Martian bounty dock generates an annual income of approximately 2 billion star coins, primarily from service fees, not from the rewards paid to bounty hunters. During the age of interstellar exploration, bounty docks consistently yield profits regardless of the planet in question. Owning a bounty dock is akin to possessing a mint. It serves as a crucial source of tax revenue for the Martian government. Naturally, Peters is reluctant to relinquish it. Yet in the current negotiations, the Martian government holds no leverage and must concede, Huang Yueshi coldly remarked. Let us be candid, Speaker Peters. While the bounty dock may appear to be a private enterprise, its stakeholders are high-ranking officials within the government, and it seems you are the primary shareholder with a 14.6 stake. All right, enough of this. I shall gift the bounty dock to you. Peters broke into a cold sweat. His clandestine ownership of the bounty dock was unknown even to the council, yet it had become transparent before Lin Yang and his companions. Huang Yueshi's assertion about his shares was entirely accurate. Then the assets transferred before the deaths of former commanders of Ceres, Vesta, and Eros, Theodore, Nelson, and Zhou Mingyuan, respectively, will be returned to the Asteroid Belt Miners Organization. Very well. That's agreeable. Once the Martian environment is restored, we will promptly hand over the accounts to the Asteroid Belt Miners Organization. Finally, regarding my expenditures on Mars, you wish to purchase at zero cost? Mars is currently in a period of hardship. Please be understanding that in truth, there isn't much worth buying. Let us not say I'm seizing the opportunity. Instead, how about this? The interstellar portals will be free of charge indefinitely, and for any official dock. We shall receive a 90 discount. Isn't that akin to taking advantage of the situation? Not at all. It merely represents a 1% return for saving Mars. Agreed. Let's finalize this. Send Mobin over via shuttle. Once he awakens, we shall commence the restoration of the Martian environment. And further demands. What about the fleet led by a leaf, which sought to eliminate you? Lin Yang chuckled. Do you expect me to advocate for his execution? You wish to cast the infamy upon me and the hatred upon my shoulders? Dispose of him as you see fit. I've already retaliated and destroyed 20 of the escort ships, which should suffice. Elif, the former commander of the Martian fleet, is surely doomed in the wake of such a catastrophe. Someone must step forward to bear the consequences, and all blame can be attributed to Elif. The Martian government and nearly 3 billion Martians will never forgive him. However, even a dying centipede does not curl up. After Elif's execution, remnants of his loyal subordinates will remain. The Martian government, seeking to divert animosity, intends for Lin Yang to demand Elif's execution. This ploy does not escape Lin Yang's keen perception. Seeing Lin Yang unfazed, Peters offered an awkward smile. The Martian Council merely sought to gauge your opinion. Should you abstain from intervening, we shall proceed with judgment according to Martian LAWI. In 20 minutes, Mobin will be delivered. Please prepare for the handover. Shortly thereafter, a shuttle departed from the Martian surface, swiftly making its way to the sun and moon. Upon arrival, Mobin was presented before Lin Yang. Following the handover, the shuttle departed immediately. Lin Yang removed a small piece of dark green bark from Mobin and placed it upon the genetic registry. Within seconds, the genetic chain information was successfully recorded, and Mobin's name was added to the position of chief engineer, responsible for the control of the sun and moon's engines and energy, as well as the overall maintenance of the warship. A surge of energy coursed through Lin Yang, invigorating his very bones and filling him with vitality. Ding, you have recruited Chief Engineer Mobin, permanent life, energy 10, current life value 140. With the increase in life value cap, the life energy returned from the sun and moon grew more abundant. Lin Yang felt entirely revitalized. Let us awaken Mobin. Kalugia's eyes widened in disbelief. Awaken him? Captain, are you planning to punch him awake? I am not as reckless as you think. Lin Yang intended to have Huang Yueshi test with the heart of the galaxy. Yet before he could speak, Mobin slowly opened his eyes, his 6 long arms stretched languidly. Each arm consisting of 3 segments, extending beyond human reach, with fingers twice as long as a human's. After yawning, Mobin unfolded his legs and stood up. Though his 2-meter stature could not compare to Kalugia's towering 3 meters. The 6 long arms rendered him far from frail. Is he awake already? Lin Yang inquired, astonished. No need for alarm, Captain. It merely makes you appear overly curious when we green carbon beings enter deep sleep. Our brains are inactive, yet we possess a spinal nerve system that remains alert to our surroundings for any threats. As the oppressive environment dissipates and becomes warm and inviting, I naturally awaken. Oh my, I find this place far more enjoyable than the Martian underground. May I inquire if there is any alcohol available? No alcohol, but there is work. No alcohol, no work. Drinking will hinder your duties. Mobin reminded Anai Zawang from the side. Oh no, no, no. Mobin waved his slender finger. Green carbon beings require light and water for our work, and if it includes light and alcohol, the effects are even better. Invigorating me further. Let us set aside that discussion for now, Mobin. We urgently need to restore the Martian environment. The core is on the brink of extinction. What's in it for me? There are benefits. The Martian speaker has agreed to many of our requests, promising to fulfill them once the restoration is completed. No, I will not trust Mars again. Let them fulfill their promises first, Captain. I am serious. They must deliver before we discuss restoring the Martian environment, regardless of whether it can ultimately be restored. They must first uphold their end. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Ah, Mobin, you speak the truth that resonates with me. Chapter 50. Execution of the Fleet Marshal, Handover of the Bounty Dock. Congratulations, host, you have successfully recruited another crew member, completing mainline task. 11 fifth crew member, evolution points 60,000, current evolution points 112,500. Mainline task updated, 12, Azure Planet. After restoring the Martian environment, embark on a journey to the Azure Planet. Arriving at the Azure Planet, evolution points 70,000. Before the shuttle carrying Mobin returned to the Martian surface, Lin Yang's communication device activated, and the council hastily connected. Upon witnessing Mobin standing behind Lin Yang, Speaker Peters and the other council members experienced a whirlwind of emotions, both reluctance and indignation. Lin Yang, you truly have a way. We exhausted every means to awaken Mobin, yet you succeeded in under a minute. Mobin belongs to the sun and moon. Your detainment naturally rendered him unresponsive. Enough of that. Let us commence with the restoration of the Martian environment. The core temperature continues to plummet, but we detonated 50 nuclear bombs, each equivalent to 1 million tons of TNT, yet could not halt the temperature decline. Lin Yang offered a slight smile, shaking his head gently. I have witnessed the Martian government's untrustworthiness. After alleviating the crisis brought by the Canis major civilization for you, you failed to uphold your promises and instead dispatched fleets to attack me. I believe that untrustworthiness breeds further untrustworthiness. What do you mean by that? Peters' expression shifted dramatically. Are you suggesting a breach of contract? No, rather we are assessing whether you will honor your commitments. Of course we will uphold our promises. Who would believe that? Mobin, do you believe it? I do not. Mobin, standing behind, shook his head disdainfully. 0.5 centuries ago, I was promised assistance against the Star Alliance, yet faced delay after delay. Deception after deception. The recent events speak for themselves. Blatant untrustworthiness combined with attempts to silence me renders all faith moot. It was all the foolishness of a leaf. He has been arrested, and once the interrogation process is complete, he will face execution. Lin Yang remarked nonchalantly. How you choose to deal with a leaf is a matter internal to Mars, that if you now wish for our cooperation in restoring the environment, you must first fulfill your commitments. However, our agreement stipulates that your obligations are to be met only after the Martian environment has begun its restoration, which is yet to commence. Chairman Pates, do you truly believe you possess leverage in these negotiations? We are being practical. If you were to adopt a similarly pragmatic approach, you would expedite the fulfillment of your obligations. Unless you intend to renege, it matters not whether you pay now or later. It is all the same. The Martian Chairman Pates fell silent. After a brief pause, he reluctantly replied, please wait a few minutes. The Martian Council needs to deliberate. Take your time. We are in no rush. However, let me remind you that should the core temperature plummet to a critical threshold, reigniting it would prove exceedingly difficult. The Martian authorities had no choice. Within 3 minutes, they resolved to make the various payments as Lin Yang had requested. Ding. You have received a transfer from the Martian government, amounting to 410 million star coins. A notification echoed through the cockpit of the sun and moon. Pates was filled with regret. Had he known, he would not have issued such a bounty. Even if he had, he should not have set it at such a lofty sum. Ding official document from the Martian government received. And Zhuang opened it to find a proclamation regarding the restoration of Lin Yang. Huang Yueshi, Kalugia, and Zhuang, and M.O. Ban's freedom, along with the honorary title of Martian hero bestowed upon Lin Yang. Following this, another message emerged, sent by the leader of the asteroid belt miners, Shuttle, stating that the Martian government had begun transferring assets previously held by the former regime before its collapse, totaling 6.7 billion star coins. This sum, along with the accompanying bills, was transferred to the Asteroid Belt Miners Organization. Upon receipt, Shuttle immediately expressed his stance to Lin Yang. General, this money is what you have fought for. You may call upon it at any time. This funding is intended for the development of the asteroid belt. Use it wisely to manage the area well. Subsequently, the Martian government sent a supreme VIP certification to the Sun and Moon, enabling discounts on all purchases at official stores on the Martian surface or in orbital space stations. Lin Yang promptly piloted the Sun and Moon towards the Martian orbital docks, preparing to peruse the available goods. Moments later, news broke of a Leaf's execution, significantly calming the public anger on Mars. This calamity could be deemed a man-made disaster, with a Leaf bearing more than half the blame. The Martian fleet had lost all its strategic escort vessels, its combat effectiveness plummeting to an all-time low, rendering it incapable of competing with Blue Star, high-compression energy modules, 2,000 units, Dragonfly Z-type missiles, 100 units, Ghoul X-type missiles, 300 units, 10 sets of personal shields, 10 assault phase rifles. What is the total worth? No, we do not require payment. Mr. Lin, it is our honor to have you shop at the Martian docks. How could we possibly charge you? Colonel Zhang Chuan, the head of the docks, personally welcomed them, unwilling to accept even a discounted fee. So I would be exploiting your generosity, would I? You promised a discount, so let us settle the account. No, truly, there is no need for payment. How about this? If your team of 5 could film a brief segment for our docks advertisement, it would serve to draw in more customers, and in the future, anything you purchase here will be free of charge. You want us to be your spokesperson? Your business acumen is quite remarkable. Lin Yang had now become a legend on Mars and in the asteroid belt, especially after single-handedly destroying 20 large strategic escort vessels with a medium fighter. Many bounty hunters, interstellar rangers, adventurers, and travelers regarded him as an idol. The potential for drawing customers to the docks would undoubtedly be significant. Very well, since we have some time on our hands, we shall film an advertisement for you, but ensure you stock up on the fleet's premium rations, more meat and wine. Please, absolutely, it is our honor. However, when it came time to shoot the advertisement, Huang Yueshi turned her back, and M.O. Ban squatted down, resembling a large tree stump. Both were determined to keep their appearances hidden, while Lin Yang and Kalugia nonchalantly posed for the camera, and Zhuang stifled a laugh from the sidelines. The docks subsequently projected the segment onto the space advertisement screen. While loading goods, Gus, the head of the bounty dock, arrived at the port in a shuttle. Mr. Lin, I am here to hand over the bounty dock to you. Gus, since when did you become the head of the bounty dock? I recall the previous head was not you. This legendary bounty hunter chuckled awkwardly. The former head, Ruff, is my apprentice. He is merely a figurehead. The true authority of the dock is mine, while the original owner was Chairman Pates. Now, you are the owner. Here are all the accounts, assets, worker information, bounty records, and expenditure details for your review. Gus handed Lin Yang a palm-sized projection computer containing all the information regarding the Martian bounty dock. Lin Yang opened it to find a remaining balance of 242 million star coins. Wow. Pates didn't empty this account. He was not so foolish, as Mars was currently in a precarious position. Any petty tricks would only exacerbate the situation. Mr. Lin, although we have had our differences in the past, I hope you do not judge me by the actions of the Martians. I am not one of them. Once the dock handover is complete, I will lead my disciples to Blue Star. If you remain dissatisfied, I can leave the solar system entirely, and no need for that. You may stay on Mars. Our previous conflict was instigated by the Vulture, Joyce, who has since been eliminated by me. Your bounty task has brought me a valuable ally in the Tiger team. We're square now. I did not miss here, did I? You hold no grudges? You are quite capable. Since Kalugia joined, you have refrained from taking action. You also assisted in the search for Yueshi not long ago. I am indeed particular, but only towards those who are untrustworthy and bring about their own downfall. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your magnanimity. Please allow me to bow on behalf of my disciples. Chapter 51. Blue Star's Representative Mediation, the Alliance Ambassador's Promise. Thud. This legendary Martian hunter immediately bowed deeply. Oh, no need for such formality. Lin Yang reached out to lift Gus. I later investigated and discovered that the Vulture Joyce was merely your named disciple. He ventured into the asteroid belt alone, unrestrained in remote areas, and acted out of line without your instruction. Mr. Lin is astute. Indeed, with so many disciples, I failed to supervise them adequately. It is all in the past. There is no need to dwell on it. In the future, the bounty dock will require your disciples' assistance in maintaining order. Rest assured, I will issue orders forthwith. All of Gus's disciples will be obligated to assist in maintaining security at the Martian bounty dock. Gus, a legendary bounty hunter, clearly understood the situation in terms of adaptability. He far surpassed the former fleet commander, Elif. Not long ago, Zhuang had communicated with him, requesting assistance in locating Huang Yueshi, though the clues did not ultimately originate from him. Gus unhesitatingly dispatched dozens of his bounty hunter disciples. Each disciple commanded a small hunting team, scouring the traces across Martian orbit, with some even crossing over to Blue Star to inquire about Huang Yueshi's whereabouts. Lin Yang was aware of this and kept it in mind. Now, Gus, at his advanced age, piloted a shuttle alone to deliver the documents, adopting a humble demeanor. After transferring the bounty dock intact, he sought to retreat, suggesting he leave Mars. Naturally, Lin Yang did not wish for him and his disciples to depart. Such a move would reduce the number of bounty hunters accepting tasks at the Martian dock by 40. This would not bode well for the dock's business. Since Gus, a retired figure, was a wise man who would not stir up trouble, there was no need to drive him and his disciples away. Gus was delighted to continue living on Mars. He returned the 550,000 star coins paid as a breach of contract by Kalugia and invited Lin Yang and his crew to visit his bounty base once they had completed the environmental restoration on the Martian surface. After Gus departed, Lin Yang immediately contacted Galawa, the head of the asteroid belt bounty dock. Galawa arranged for a capable individual to oversee the operations of the 4 bounty docks in the asteroid belt. Bring a few competent subordinates to Mars. I have acquired another bounty dock. What? Captain, you have taken over the Martian bounty dock? Indeed. Heavens! One Martian bounty dock is larger in scale than all 4 bounty docks in the asteroid belt combined, not just in terms of building area, but in bounty scale. I am aware. No need for a tutorial. Bring your team over to take charge. You will still be the overall supervisor. By the way, cultivate a good relationship with Gus. That old fellow is quite astute. Understood, Captain. I will pack my things and head over right away. Regarding the head of the 4 bounty docks in the asteroid belt, I have a candidate. Who? Lieutenant General Liu Yuanshan, former commander of the Wisdom Star, is currently the head of the Fleet Academy. His retired life is too leisurely. Managing 4 bounty docks part-time will suit him perfectly. All right, arrange it as such. I will contact General Liu Yuanshan shortly. Upon receiving the appointment news, Liu Yuanshan did not hesitate to accept it. I am so bored I feel like I am rusting away. Leave the 4 bounty docks to me. I am confident I can transform this place into the bounty center of the solar system. Half an hour later, the docks completed loading the goods. The lower hold of the Sun and Moon was filled with food, while the middle cargo hold was packed with energy modules and Dragonfly Z-type and Ghoul X-type missiles. The upper hold was also filled to 40 capacity with various foods. Just as Lin Yang and his crew were preparing to board the battleship, 2 shuttles arrived at the port. The representatives of the Blue Star Federation and the ambassador of the Star Alliance are here specifically to mediate the conflict. Following them are several Martian legislators. Mr. Lin, please proceed to the dock conference room. We have everything prepared. Colonel Zhang Chuan, the head of the dock, leads the group into the conference room. The Martian government, already in a passive position, is now even more anxious after fulfilling their commitments, fearing that Lin Yang might abandon them. Out of desperation, They proactively reached out to the Blue Star Federation and the Star Alliance, recounting the circumstances surrounding the detention of Mach-Ban and requesting that the Blue Star Federation and the Star Alliance ensure Lin Yang adheres to the agreement and restores the Martian environment. Upon learning of the detention of the Star Alliance's legendary engineer by Mars, the Blue Star Federation was incensed. However, as fellow humans, they cannot stand by and watch over 2 billion lives lose their means of existence, which would inevitably lead to a massive influx of refugees to Blue Star. Now, Mars is willing to downgrade itself to a vassal state of the Blue Star Federation, which further necessitates their involvement. Lin Yang, as one of humanity, we share a common destiny. Whether it be the Blue Star Federation, the Martian government, or even the Asteroid Miners Organization, we are all part of a greater whole. Now that the Martian government has taken the initiative to fulfill its commitments, we hope you will swiftly lead Mach-Ban in repairing the Martian environment. There is no need for the Blue Star Federation to intervene. We are all honest and trustworthy individuals, and we will commence the restoration work shortly. Excellent. The Blue Star Federation bestows upon you the title of Honorary Citizen, granting you all the benefits and privileges of Blue Star citizens. What about Ni Ziwin? The Blue Star Federation and the Martian government will reassess Dr. Ni's differing views on the New Humanity Project. Her fugitive status has been cleared, and she remains a top scientist in human genetics. After receiving a satisfactory response from Blue Star, Lin Yang inquired about the Star Alliance ambassador. Surely the ambassador has heard of Mach-Ban's resistance against the Star Alliance? I am curious about the Star Alliance's stance on this matter. The Star Alliance ambassador, a three-eyed woman from Alpha Centauri, named Yunban, expressed that considering the survival of nearly 3 billion people, the Star Alliance would only impose penalties on the original Martian government, sparing the ordinary populace. Upon learning that Mr. Mach-Ban is still alive, the entire Star Alliance was pleased. Regarding the illegal detention of the Star Alliance engineer by the Martian government, the Star Alliance has decided to impose a technological blockade on Mars for 500 years. But they will not punish the ordinary citizens and hope that Mr. Mach-Ban will promptly restore the Martian environment to prevent further loss of innocent lives. That we will soon commence surface restoration. Now, I wish to know the Star Alliance's perspective on Mach-Ban's rebellion against them. The three-eyed Yunban shook her head with a resigned smile. According to historical records, Mach-Ban had publicly expressed fierce opposition to the Star Alliance 500 years ago. During the decade-long conference, he even fought with the regional marshal of the Orion Arm, Tiger Man Kuba. The Star Alliance is open-minded and willing to accept dissenting voices. So, you won't pursue Mach-Ban's anti-Star Alliance sentiments, nor target my team? As the ambassador of the Star Alliance, I assure you that we will not pursue Mr. Mach-Ban's anti-Star Alliance sentiments, nor will we discriminate against any members of the Sun and Moon deal. We shall commence our work immediately. In truth, Lin Yang and his companions would have gone to the Martian surface regardless of the promises made by the Blue Star Federation and the Star Alliance ambassador. They were preparing to board their warship to expedite the restoration of the Martian environment. However, the Martian government felt uncertain and sought the mediation of the Blue Star Federation and the Star Alliance ambassador. Thus, Lin Yang took the opportunity to raise several pressing concerns. After receiving satisfactory responses, the Sun and Moon slowly lifted off from the dock and soared toward the Martian surface. Captain, the Speaker of Mars, Peters, has personally come to welcome us. Tell his fleet to move aside. We cannot afford to waste time. Chapter 52. Restoring Mars Ecology, a Feast of Deception. Lin Yang was disinterested in engaging in idle chatter with the bureaucratically inclined Peters. He brought Mach-Ban back to the Martian surface to expedite the restoration of the environment and complete the main quest. After which he intended to set sail again to see how Blue Star had evolved over the millennia. The Speaker of Mars arrived in a shuttle, accompanied by numerous officials. More than 10 shuttles had come to greet them. Upon receiving the order for him to step aside, Peters felt a flush of embarrassment, akin to having a warm face pressed against a cold rear. Step back, everyone. We shall extend an invitation for a banquet after they have completed their work. Speaker, you must invite them to dine with us. We are under a technological blockade by the Star Alliance. Perhaps we can glean some valuable technology from them. The primary goal is to pry information about the mirroring weapon used by Lin Yang last time, so we can keep it as a trump card. Understanding the principles behind Huang Yueshi's enhanced energy weapon would be even better. It might help us escape the sanctions for Blue Star and the Star Alliance. Peters waved his hand, indicating not to speak of such matters directly to avoid word reaching the Star Alliance. I have my own plans. Let us prepare a sumptuous feast. Lin Yang piloted the Sun and Moon to land at the new Land City Martian Ecological Monitoring Station. The five of them disembarked and entered the underground control room together. After descending 300 meters in the elevator, they arrived at the location where Mach-Ban had originally worked. Hundreds of engineers lined up, eagerly awaiting Mach-Ban's return with hopeful enthusiasm. Put away your smiles. Do you remember how I taught you? Is this a trivial issue you cannot resolve? Have you been diligent in your work? Mach-Ban scolded the engineers harshly. However, the chief engineer was not the least bit offended. He quickly presented a bottle of Blue Star's specialty liquor. Mach-Ban's eyes brightened, and he hastily opened it, gulping down half the bottle. Satisfied, he approached the main control panel to input the password. With 6 arms and 30 long fingers, he swiftly entered the code, moving so quickly that his fingers left afterimages. After 1 minute, he pressed the main control switch, and the entire underground control room was plunged into darkness as the power was cut. Moments later, the lights flickered on, and the core monitoring system rebooted. Several previously insurmountable issues vanished without a trace. Mach-Ban marked 72 points on the three-dimensional core projection. Within 24 hours, detonating 72 nuclear bombs with an equivalent of 3 million TNT at these points would raise the core temperature to a safe level. Thereafter, 1 bomb would be detonated each month, sequentially at the 72 points that you understand. In the present day, Mo-Ban has once again followed Lin Yang back to Mars to restore the ecological balance. The resentment towards him has diminished significantly, while the anger directed at the Martian regime has shifted onto the former commander Alif. After Alif's execution, the fury of the Martian populace has subsided considerably, and now their focus is entirely on the restoration of their living environment. The Martian government has prepared a reception of the highest caliber for Lin Yang and his companions, with the 18 senior members of the Supreme Council and the Speaker in attendance. Alongside high-ranking officials from various cities and departments participating in the grand banquet held at the Interstellar Grand Hotel. During the feast, Speaker Peters personally encouraged toasts. After a few glasses, Lin Yang suddenly felt the life energy within him waning. Fortunately, the Sun and Moon ship could continuously replenish energy from afar. However, the sudden loss of life energy was undoubtedly alarming. Bang! Lin Yang slammed his hand on the table. What kind of wine is this? Thud! No sooner had he spoken, the new mayor of Xinlu City collapsed backward, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, and he perished. Peters, are you setting a trap here? Lin Yang seized the collar of Speaker Peters, only to find him with bloodshot eyes, trembling all over. Mr. Lin, run, we have been set up. With a spurt of blood, Peters' head drooped, and he died on the spot. Chapter 53, A Desperate Survival. Thud, thud, thud. In the banquet hall, over 20 tables were lined up, and one after another, people fell, all succumbing to poisoning. Speaker Peters and several high-ranking council members were not spared, meeting their demise at the banquet table. Every attendee was a senior official of the Martian regime, with the lowest rank being that of a deputy mayor. Before his death, Peters had mentioned being schemed against. Lin Yang had no time to ponder who was behind it, and hurriedly inquired about his companion's conditions. Huang Yueshi's galaxy heart suddenly emitted a blue-white glow, and her previously pale complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. This poison is colorless and tasteless, quite formidable. I have recovered. How about you, Lin Yang? I'm fine. Prepare for battle. And Ai quickly opened her portable medicine box and took a homemade antidote pill. Her pallor began to improve, and she exhaled in relief. Hastily, she retrieved another pill for Karugia. With a frown, Karugia clenched his fist and struck his abdomen violently. Puffed. After expelling the poison wine, his complexion also improved, and he couldn't help but feel smug. What kind of medicine is this? This dosage is nothing to us tiger people. It's akin to brushing our teeth. Turning to Mo-Ban, he was astonished to see him holding 6 bottles of wine, intoxicated and merry. What a fine liquor. This one packs a punch. It's poisonous. Lin Yang, Huang Yueshi, Karugia, and Ai Zhuan shouted in unison. Mo-Ban drained a bottle and tossed it aside with a chuckle. Poisonous is what makes it exciting. Green carbon people can decompose all neurotoxins. This wine is quite the kick. Lin Yang gave a thumbs up. We need to retreat. The 5 of them, unlike the Martian officials attending the banquet, were armed and equipped with personal shields as they navigated through the corpses of the Martian officials. Upon reaching the entrance of the banquet hall, they discovered a layer of quantum force field shielding blocking their exit. Pew! Lin Yang immediately fired his phase gun, but it could not breach the shield. Pew! Huang Yueshi followed suit, and even after amplifying the power several times, the phase gun beams still failed to damage the shield. Commander Yueshi, let us use this. Karugia retrieved a large explosive energy gun from his back. Huang Yueshi promptly placed her hand on the explosive gun. Boom! A thunderous blast reverberated, the shockwave nearly unsteadying the five of them. Yet the shield remained intact. Let us try the windows. Lin Yang rushed towards the windows. It's useless, no matter where we go. It won't work. The entire banquet hall is encapsulated. A woman's voice echoed from beyond the shield. Lin Yang turned to see a beautiful blonde girl of similar age. Her face etched with a fierce expression, flanked by a dozen fully armed soldiers. Who are you? Sirius, the Grand Commander of the Martian fleet. Elif is my grandfather. Lin Yang, you five are indeed extraordinary, having consumed such a deadly poison, yet remain unharmed. Lin Yang glanced back at the lifeless Martian council members and officials. None had survived the poison wine. Are you doing this for revenge against Elif? Are you aware that the current plight of Mars is a result of his actions? I care not for your reasoning. All I know is that the Martian Council deceived my grandfather into relinquishing his power to take the blame, ensuring his safe landing, only to betray him with execution, imprison my father and uncle, and dismantle the Martian fleet. They must pay the price. It seems you are resolute in your desire for mutual destruction, even if it means dragging the entire Mars down with you. What does it matter? To quote your own words, the net has long since broken, and I am not the fish to be slaughtered. Lin Yang, this will be the end of your life. Booming, a sudden loud noise erupted in the distance. Looking out the window, two heavy assault ships were attacking the prison that moment. A soldier behind Sirius whispered something to her, and a smile crept across her face. My father and uncle have been rescued. They will once again lead the Martian fleet. Did you expect this outcome? First, let us see if Blue Star agrees. Don't indulge in delusions. You will not know the outcome. Lin Yang, accept your demise. Sirius waved her hand dismissively, casting a cold glance at Lin Yang before turning to leave. Immediately, the soldiers adjusted the force field shield outside the banquet, allowing energy to enter from the outside, but preventing it from being emitted from within. Subsequently, a dozen soldiers raised their large phase guns and opened fire on Lin Yang and his companions. In an instant, beams of light flared chaotically within the banquet hall, and as any corpses, tables or chairs were struck by the high-energy beams, they were instantly vaporized. The five became targets with no cover in the cage, continuously hit by the high-energy phase guns, while their counterattacks were thwarted by the shield, plunging them into an exceedingly passive situation. Though each of the five possessed personal shields, the continuous hits began to deplete their shield integrity. N.I. Zhuan expressed her concern. Captain, at this rate, it won't take a minute before our shields are breached. Karugia, while returning fire, complained, damn it, being shot at without the ability to retaliate is infuriating, utterly devoid of honor. Yet, no matter how they fought back, their efforts were in vain against the shield. Ban. Do you have a way to deal with the external shield? Lin Yang urgently inquired it. Ban pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes, but it requires detonating Karugia's explosive gun, and First Officer Yueshi must assist as well. Absolutely. I can rebuild my explosive cannon if it gets destroyed. Huang Yueshi affirmed. Speak up. Ban, what's the plan? You all need to fire at a single point on the shield with your phase guns continuously while adjusting the frequency of the beams. When a shield exhibits slight flickering, that will be the frequency value I'm looking for, Karugia asked. Then we set the explosive gun to that frequency and detonate it near the shield. Precisely, and Yueshi must amplify the explosion's power. The stronger, the better. That way, the shield will rapidly absorb the energy, causing a brief overload. Let us begin. After Lin Yang's command, they immediately focused their phase guns on a single point of the shield, gradually adjusting the frequency. The immobile shield suddenly displayed a ring of tiny ripples. Ban shouted urgently. 98776 MHZ. Quickly, Karugia. Karugia promptly set the large explosive gun to that frequency, positioning it next to the shield. The five then resumed fire with their phase guns aimed at the explosive gun. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as the large explosive gun detonated. With Huang Yueshi amplifying its power, the entire floor was illuminated. The immense shockwave sent the five tumbling in less than 0.1 seconds. The energy from the exploded explosive gun was quickly absorbed by the shield, leading to an instantaneous overload of the force field outside the banquet hall. In that fleeting moment of failure, the shield dropped, and the personal shields of the five were simultaneously reduced to zero. Just as they prepared to retaliate with all their might, a circle of light appeared around them. Lin Yang immediately felt his body splitting apart, the surrounding reality transforming into flowing light quanta. His body swiftly shifted along with the bright particles. In the next second, his divided form rapidly converged. And the flowing light quanta gradually faded. He suddenly realized that he was no longer in the banquet hall of the Interstellar Grand Hotel, but instead in a technologically advanced teleportation room. Beside him, Huang Yueshi, Karugia, and Ijuan, and Mo Ban all appeared bewildered that a tall officer of the Tiger people approached with a smile. What perfect timing! If you had delayed the shield breach by even 0.1 seconds, I would have been able to report to the Tiger King. Chapter 54. Aid from the Tiger People. Pursuit. Major General Ruda of the Tiger King-class interstellar cruiser. You saved us? Thank you so much. Lin Yang was astonished to discover that his saviors were the Sirius Tiger People. No. It was you who saved yourselves. I merely facilitated the process. Had you not breached the shield, the particle teleportation would have been impossible. The Tiger People's interstellar cruiser had not yet departed. Externally, it was stated that they were retrieving the bodies of the saber-toothed Tiger Penal members and rearranging the crew for the saber-toothed Tiger cruiser. In reality, Major General Ruda was covertly executing the orders of the Tiger King, temporarily ensuring the safety of Karugia and his companions as the fighter ship launched its assault on the Martian surface prison. The interstellar cruiser of Sirius detected an anomaly. Scanning the interstellar hotel from space revealed that a group of five, including Karugia and Lin Yang, were ensnared within a protective shield, bound by the Star Alliance's regulations prohibiting interference in the internal affairs of lesser civilizations. And unable to disclose the clandestine guardianship of Karugia, Major General Luda found himself unable to dispatch a nearby warship for support on Mars. He could only hope that Lin Yang and his companions would find a way to disable the shield, even for the briefest moment, which would suffice to teleport them aboard the cruiser. Fortunately, at the critical juncture, Lin Yang and the others succeeded. Major General Luda exhaled in relief, having safeguarded the prince's life. Otherwise, he would have faced the wrath of the Tiger Emperor with no recourse. Upon hearing the account from the Tiger Man Luda, Karugia felt a surge of emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. My father has not abandoned me, he thought. Of course, until the new embryo matures, you remain the prince of the Tiger Clan. If 8 years hence, the new prince fails in his duel, you will still be the sole heir. Your Highness, could you provide a sample of your genetic material? Absolutely not, Karugia replied resolutely. General Luda, my refusal is not born of indifference. I intend to challenge the decaying tradition that has persisted for 20,000 years. The father-son duel has severed the ties of kinship within the Tiger Clan, and it must be abolished. Very well, Luda conceded. Your audacity in challenging ancient customs is, in itself, a mark of honor that I respect your choice. And should the opportunity arise, I shall continue to protect you from the shadows. Lin Yang interjected. Can you teleport us to the Sun and Moon vessel? The Sun and Moon is currently shielded. We can only teleport you to the vicinity of the warship. That will suffice. Please return us, the general urged. We owe you this debt, and we shall repay it in kind. There's no need for such formality. Please refrain from disclosing that it was the Tigers who saved you. After all, Karugia has been exiled, and my actions contravene Sirius's laws and traditions. Understood that we shall not trouble you. When Karugia first joined, Huang Yueshi had astutely analyzed the situation. With the Tiger Clan prince among them, they could expect covert assistance for the Tiger Emperor. It was thanks to the Tiger Clan's aid that Lin Yang and his companions could escape peril. 1 second later, 5 beams of particle light materialized beside the Sun and Moon warship on the Martian surface. As the beams converged, Lin Yang and his companions were teleported aboard. Board the ship. Engage in battle. Having traversed dimensions, Lin Yang found himself in an unprecedentedly passive predicament. Now liberated, he vowed to exact vengeance upon those who sought to bring about his demise. The five entered the sun and moon and immediately set course for the Interstellar Hotel several kilometers away. Juan disseminated the news of Salir's assassination of Martian council members and numerous officials online, sending it to the Blue Star Federation and the Star Alliance's Supervisory Council. The personal shield bore a combat recording device, capturing Salir's words outside the banquet hall and the assault by a dozen individuals against Lin Yang and his companions, all of which Juan made public. In an instant, Martian citizens erupted in outrage, condemning Salir's cruelty and malice. Mars found itself in an awkward situation, lacking a governing authority. The Blue Star Federation promptly issued a communique to reassure the populace while designating Salir and her faction as Martian traitors. However, Salir had vanished, having commandeered a warship to lead her faction off the Martian orbit. Over 600 warships defected, escaping the Martian star system. Captain, those soldiers are attacking us from outside the shield. Juan tracked the soldiers' information, discovering they were aboard a shuttle, preparing to flee the Martian surface. Whoosh! Huang Yueshi swiftly launched a Z-type Dragonfly missile. The shuttle dodged a few times but was ultimately struck by the missile, exploding before it could exit the atmosphere. All the soldiers aboard the shuttle perished. Where have the Martian traitors fled? Gus from the Bounty Dock reported, the fleet is heading towards the Blue Star direction. Having bypassed the interstellar teleportation gate, they are defecting as a group. Chase them. Not a single one shall escape. At that moment, the Blue Star Federation sent a communication. Upon connecting, a yellow-skinned officer appeared. I am Major General Huang Yueshi of the Blue Star's 3rd Exploration Fleet. We have learned of the defection of Benjamin, son of a leaf, and others, and are intercepting their fleet. You need not pursue. Mars requires your assistance in maintaining order. Lin Yang pondered for a moment before shaking his head. What need is there for a single fighter ship to maintain order on Mars? With representatives from the Blue Star Federation and the Star Alliance present, I shall refrain from intervening. The true orchestrator of this betrayal is Salir, not Benjamin. She seeks my death, and that grudge must be avenged. Once we apprehend Salir, we will hand her over to you. The fleet of Martian traitors comprises 637 warships of various sizes, a substantial asset. You need not pursue. Just leave it to us, the Blue Star Federation. To the Blue Star, 637 warships represent an asset. To me, they are a resource. Very well, Major General Hu. Let us see who reaches them first. After a moment's consideration, Huang Yueshi nodded slightly. All right, if you reach them first and destroy them, that will be acceptable. That if I reach them first, I will seize the warships and hand Salir over to you. Upon closing the communication, the Blue Star's 3rd Exploration Fleet immediately entered warp speed to intercept the Martian traitors. Just as Lin Yang prepared to shift to Warp 2.0, bounty hunter Gus suddenly contacted him. Mr. Lin, we've detected that the Martian traitors have abruptly altered their course. I request to join you in the pursuit. Gus, at your age, still so impassioned. You see, when the traitors left the Martian orbit, they simultaneously attacked the bounty dock. My 4th disciple, Yihua, led a counterattack but unfortunately fell in battle. The Yihua is no ordinary disciple. He is far more capable than the likes of the infamous Vulture Joyce, that I cannot bear the thought of sending a white-haired man to mourn a black-haired one. I extend my gratitude to the bounty hunter leader Yi for valiantly protecting the bounty dock. Upon my return, I shall ensure his family receives compensation. Come, Gus, I cannot impede an elder seeking vengeance for his child. As the Sun and Moon vessel ascended beyond the atmosphere into orbit, 20 warships of various sizes were already meticulously arrayed 10 kilometers ahead. These vessels, a M-lang of human and alien technology, were not part of Mars's regular forces but were bounty hunters, each battle-hardened and formidable in combat. Indeed, it rings true that the world of martial arts is not merely about fighting, but about human connections. Resolving my conflict with Gus was indeed a prudent choice, Huang Yueshi remarked. If we do not grant Gus the chance to escape, we shall never be able to eliminate all these bounty hunters. Most importantly, our bounty dock relies on them for revenue. Precisely. Gus is quite adept at managing affairs. Were it not for his fourth disciple, we would have been compelled to expend billions on repairs. At that moment, Gus sent another coordinate that Mr. Lin, our informant, has revealed that Salir is leading the Martian traders in this direction, seemingly to rendezvous with the interstellar mercenary group, the chitinous Seven-Eyed Clan. Chapter 55. Observing from the sidelines, I have crossed paths with that mercenary group before. Their warships are exceedingly advanced. Should you engage in battle, the likelihood of annihilation is high. I advise you to remain in Martian orbit. Thank you for your consideration, Mr. Lin. True bounty hunters fear not death. We prioritize righteousness above all else. You have taken us in without harboring past grievances. For this pursuit, we shall follow you unwaveringly. Very well, I shall scout ahead. You all must prioritize your safety, having learned of the potential presence of an interstellar mercenary group not far away. Lin Yang opted against entering warp speed, instead flying at a velocity of 500 Mach. If the Blue Star Federation's fleet reached the destination first, they would engage the mercenaries, thereby dissipating the enemy's strength. Barely a minute into their journey, he heard the system's prompt within his mind. Ding, legendary level Dantian X-type, living quarters evolution complete. When he recruited Mo Ban as the chief engineer, his evolution points had reached 112. 500 on the journey to the Martian surface. He had seized the opportunity to conduct 3 tenfold draws. Upon drawing the final legendary living quarters module, he promptly opted for evolution. Now, several hours later, the last module had finally completed its evolution. Congratulations, host! All ship component modules have reached legendary status. Completing growth task, 6 golden legend. Evolution points 10,000. Current evolution points 105,000. Growth task updated, 7 heavy fighter ship. Evolve the Sun and Moon's hull structure to the level of heavy fighter ship. Evolution points 20,000. The legendary Trident heavy fighter ship skeleton had long been available for purchase, stored in the Evolution Mall. Lin Yang quickly selected evolution, consuming 1,500 evolution points, requiring 24 hours. Why has my living quarters changed? Mo Ban entered the cockpit, astonished. Everyone, come look. My living quarters have transformed to resemble yours. How marvelous. What kind of technology is this? Not a rare sight. And I, Zhuan, and Karuji said in unison, not even lifting their heads. Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi exchanged slight smiles, but remained silent. Mo Ban paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. I, the legendary engineer of the Star Alliance, have seen my fair share. I'm merely curious how such a small fighter ship possesses technology capable of altering reality. It's not that I haven't seen it before. I witnessed the white light people demonstrate this technology 600 years ago. Oh, Mo Ban, can the white light people create things out of thin air? Of course, at a high-dimensional technology seminar, they showcased it. Well, ours may differ slightly from altering reality. Everyone has their secrets. There's no need to delve deeper. Right? Understood. Captain, I naturally heed your commands. However, before you, I harbor no secrets. My exterior may resemble that of a green carbon being, yet beneath the chloroplast skin, my bones and internal organs have undergone extensive mechanical augmentation, blending offense, defense, repair, and longevity into one formidable entity. As time passes, you shall gradually uncover the secrets of us all. It is a privilege indeed. Just as we were conversing, and I, Zhuan, detected anomalies on the radar. 100,000 kilometers away, traces of the rebel fleet were discovered. Prepare for battle. Zhuan kept her gaze fixed on the radar, meticulously searching for the shadow of the insectoid mercenaries. The others immediately adjusted their states. Mo Ban hurriedly exited the cockpit and returned to the energy room to prepare the energy modules for the weapon systems. With 6 arms, his loading speed was thrice that of Kalugia. In the event of intense combat, there would be no awkward situation of energy modules running short. 5 minutes later, new intelligence appeared once more on Ni Zhuan's radar. The distance to the Martian rebels was 65,000 kilometers, revealing multiple traces of spatial warp, and in addition, the fleet of the Blue Star Federation had also entered the radar scope. General Hu of Blue Star is quite swift. Let him engage the insectoid beings first while we decelerate and await Gus's bounty hunter group. Lin Yang immediately reduced the battleship's speed from 500 Mach to 200. Meanwhile, The rebel fleet near the coordinates was entering a combat state. Their radar had detected the sun and moon and the fleet of the Blue Star Federation. Salir was simultaneously ordering her forces to prepare for battle while negotiating with the insectoid mercenaries to go capture a living specimen. I sacrificed over a dozen exceptional warriors and painstakingly lured them here. Now we are qualified to join the ranks of interstellar mercenaries, are we not? Her ability to establish contact with the insectoid mercenaries was facilitated by Alif, who, while still alive, dispatched a patrol fleet to Lin Yang to investigate the battlefield and rescue Huang Yueshi. They scanned the wreckage of the battleship and found an intact navigation log, essentially the interstellar battleship's black box. After deciphering the log, they learned of Huang Yueshi's identity as a scientist and Lin Yang's destruction of the insectoid branch. The sheath-winged Seven-Eyed Clan's battleship, Alif, was arrested and executed, not disclosing this information to the Martian Council, though his confidants were well aware. After the high-ranking officials of the fleet were apprehended, Alif's faction lost the initiative. It was Salir who actively contacted the insectoid mercenaries of the sheath-winged Seven-Eyed Clan, informing them of the events and inviting the mercenaries to the solar system to assist her in seeking vengeance. In exchange, she was willing to capture Huang Yueshi and deliver her to the insectoids, aiding them in fulfilling the commission from the Origin Church. The highly advanced insectoid mercenaries provided a molecular formula for a potent toxin. Following this formula, Salir synthesized poison to eliminate the Martian Council and various departmental officials. The insectoid mercenaries then sent encrypted messages to members of the Martian fleet loyal to Alif, inciting rebellion. Thus, 637 warships were willing to follow Salir and become Martian rebels. Without the intervention of the advanced insectoid mercenaries, even Salir's strategies would not have sufficed to cause over half of the Martian fleet to defect. Now, bolstered by the insectoid's might, even her father Benjamin and uncle, once high-ranking commanders in the fleet, willingly followed her orders. She had made a seemingly solid agreement with the insectoid mercenaries but inherited her grandfather Alif's treachery. Preparing to eliminate Lin Yang, Huang Yueshi, and others directly. Unexpectedly, an incident occurred, and she was rescued by the Tiger beings using particle teleportation at this moment. Salir hastily concocted a rationale to address the commander of the insectoid mercenary group. Under the encirclement of the Blue Star Federation and Lin Yang, she promptly chose to join the mercenaries, seeking refuge. However, the insectoid commander viewed these outdated warships with disdain. The insectoids breed rapidly and are not lacking in population. Their technology is advanced, and they have no shortage of lower-tier primitive warships that if they successfully capture Huang Yueshi and deliver her to the client, I may consider granting you a place among us. But what of my subordinates? They offer no value to the insectoids. Implicitly, the insectoids are not interested in these Martian rebels. Yet Salir must consider these Martian rebels as her capital in the solar system's competition. Salir, turn back. At least you can ensure everyone's safety. Benjamin softly urged. No, Father. If the insectoids deem us worthless and refuse to help, then we shall bind them together with us. How shall we bind them? Send a message to the Blue Star Federation fleet, declaring that we are now part of the mercenary group. After escorting the saintess of the Origin Church, we will accompany her to the insectoid homeworld. And furthermore, we will declare war on the Blue Star Federation. Chapter 56. Space Battle. Two armies converge. The Blue Star Federation's third long-range fleet is formidable, consisting of one Kunping-class interstellar cruiser, 3 Blue Whale-class planetary destroyers, and 10 Orca-class long-range frigates. The interstellar cruiser measures 3 kilometers in length. Although not as colossal as the interstellar cruiser of the Sirius Tiger race, its hangar can still accommodate 200 heavy strike bombers. The destroyers, each measuring 1 kilometer, boast immense firepower and carry a plethora of hypersonic nuclear missiles, earning them the moniker of missile destroyers. Even the smallest of the frigates exceeds 500 meters in length and utilizes third-generation Orca technology. The 14 large warships forming the long-range fleet possess the capability for warp travel, achieving a maximum speed of warp 3.0, equivalent to approximately 39 times the speed of light, allowing them to traverse the solar system in just 17 minutes. Reaching the closest star to the Sun, the Proxima Centauri system, in 6 weeks. The Blue Star Federation dispatched such a powerful fleet not only to incorporate the 637 Martian warships, but also to confront the insectoid mercenary group. Prior to the fleet's departure, the Blue Star Federation had received news of the interstellar mercenaries entering the solar system. However, they were still unaware of the specific scale and their relationship with the Martian rebels. Consequently, the Martian rebels proactively contacted General Hu, stating that they had pledged allegiance to the insectoid mercenary group and intended to escort the scientist Huang Yueshi out of the solar system. They subsequently launched a Ghoul X-type thermonuclear missile towards the Blue Star fleet. The Blue Star Federation's third long-range fleet immediately exited warp 10,000 kilometers away from the coordinates. 200 heavy strike bombers streamed out from the Cruiser S hangar, forming a strategic formation spanning 2,000 kilometers, and unleashed Dragonfly Z-type missiles to intercept the Ghoul thermonuclear missiles. In an instant, the cosmos erupted in brilliant light. From 50,000 kilometers away, the sun and moon witnessed the nuclear explosion illuminating the void. The battle has commenced. Send a communication call to General Hu. Lin Yang, I am engaged in combat with the rebels and have no time for idle chatter. General Hu, we have detected 5 traces of spatial warp. There are at least 5 insectoid warships currently cloaked. Exercise caution. If assistance is required, I will lead 120 warships from the Bounty Hunter Group to provide support. No need. We agreed that whoever arrives first claims it. Your 120 ragtag ships should not interfere. The 637 Martian warships are destined to be under my command. Do not entertain thoughts of their total destruction. Very well. We shall wait on the sidelines. Should you need help, do not hesitate to call No need. The Blue Star Federation abruptly severed communications. Lin Yang, in resignation, raised his hands. You all see, it is not that I wish to sit idly. It is they who do not value my assistance. Let them exhaust each other first. Huang Yueshi frowned and remarked. Blind arrogance is a common ailment of these lofty regimes. The asteroid united regime is thus. The Martian regime is thus. And now the Blue Star Federation is no different. And Zhuan added, the regime fundamentally looks down upon our grassroots forces. Even if we join the regime, under its decaying system, we will be marginalized, without connections or backing, no matter how capable you are. The higher-ups will not grant you the opportunity to develop. Kalugia scoffed. No wonder the civilization of your solar system develops so slowly. Such a system is a chronic disease of civilization. And Zhuan, who had once served as the head of the genetic optimization group for the New Humanity Project, had indeed entered the corridors of power. She understood these matters well. Upon hearing Kalugia's words, she could not help but sigh. Unless someone of the captain's caliber were to initiate a grand reshuffle of the solar system's civilization, Lin Yang lamented. To be honest, I do not desire such a thing. But certain developments have exceeded expectations. Who would have thought that I initially wished to avoid being enslaved by the Vulture Hunter Group, only to end up toppling the regimes of the asteroid belt and Mars? Huang Yueshi remarked, Indeed, I initially sought merely a place to settle, hoping to eat my fill each day, yet unexpectedly became a member of a prominent team in the solar system. Kalugia expressed, I hope the captain leads us to effectuate a grand reshuffle of the Sirius civilization, abolishing the foolish traditions that have persisted for 20,000 years. M.O. Ban in the energy room hastily interjected over the internal communicator. Captain, I hope you can lead us to bring about a grand reshuffle for the Star Alliance. Do you take me for a wishing well? Focus on preparing for battle. I shall not accompany you to your demise. Just as these words were spoken, a violent explosion illuminated the distance, and Zhuan stated, the radar indicates multiple Ghoul thermonuclear missiles detonating. The Blue Star fleet has launched a major counterattack, and the insectoid warships have revealed themselves. 5 long-range frigates. What of Gus's Bounty Hunter Group? They are swiftly approaching, 5,000 kilometers behind. Inform Gus and the others to proceed at 200 Mach. Until the Blue Star fleet sends out a distress signal, no independent actions are permitted. In a bid to embroil the insectoid mercenary group, Salir launched a fierce assault on the Blue Star fleet. When the Blue Star fleet retaliated, she commanded the rebel warships to flee towards the cloaked insectoid frigates, successfully causing the Blue Star fleet's firepower to impact the insectoid vessels. The 5 insectoid frigates promptly became visible. As an insectoid being equipped with technology characteristic of a Type 2.2 stellar civilization, the alien race dismissed the newly ascended Type 2.0 human civilization with utter contempt, immediately launching a counterattack. The two factions quickly became embroiled in a fierce space battle, their conflict stretching across a distance of 10,000 kilometers. The battleship Sun and Moon, along with the Gus Bounty Hunter Guild, observed the unfolding chaos from several tens of kilometers away. While further afield, the Martian orbital space station utilized deep space telescopes to witness this grand confrontation. Upon entering the era of interstellar navigation, technological superiority proved insurmountable. While it seemed that the insectoids were only marginally ahead in technological advancement by a mere 0.2 levels, the reality of combat revealed a stark disparity. The Blue Planet fleet's maximum speed reached warp 3.0, whereas the insectoid frigates boasted a remarkable warp speed of 5.0. The difference in capability was evident even among the smaller near-space vessels. The Blue Planet fleet strike bombers could accurately target Martian insurgents, yet struggled significantly against the insectoid mercenaries. In terms of firepower and shielding, the insectoid vessels proved overwhelmingly superior. Within a minute of the onset of hostilities, 15 small near-space ships of the Blue Planet fleet had been obliterated. Vice Admiral Huang Yueshi promptly initiated communication with the insectoid mercenaries, accusing them of violating the Coalition's regulations by intruding into the solar system. He hoped to leverage the Coalition's authority to apply pressure on the insectoids. But the vast disparity in power rendered his efforts futile. The interstellar mercenaries were inherently opportunistic, oscillating between the utopian ideals of the Coalition and the predatory nature of the Dark Forest Hunters. Their allegiances swaying according to the prevailing circumstances. Faced with the threat posed by the Origin Church, they were determined to secure Huang Yueshi, and the Blue Planet fleet's vulnerability posed no significant threat to them. Even the Coalition's pressure was negligible. The insectoid mercenaries ignored the Blue Planet fleet's communications, instead retaliating with a subliminal antimatter cluster missile that obliterated 6 near-space strike bombers. In desperation, Vice Admiral Huang Yueshi sought assistance from the Blue Planet Command and requested peacekeeping support from the Coalition. Upon learning of the involvement of the Origin Church, the Coalition adopted a cautious stance, regardless of the veracity of the claims. The Blue Planet Federation, however, urgently ordered Vice Admiral Huang Yueshi to lead the Third Fleet in retreat. Without the Coalition's backing, victory was unattainable. Reluctantly, Huang Yueshi issued the order to withdraw, simultaneously sending a message to Lin Yang. Lin Yang, this situation is too precarious. I fear it will compromise my legacy. After a lifetime of battles without defeat, to retreat now would tarnish my reputation. Are we truly to flee? Your words strike deep. Naturally, I do not wish to retreat, but if we cannot secure victory and the Coalition offers no assistance, what choice do I have? Shall I condemn my subordinates to a futile demise? Of course, it is not a meaningless sacrifice. If you are willing to cooperate, I assure you that we can turn this battle around. Those 5 insectoid frigates shall not escape the solar system. Chapter 57. Epic Weapon, Black Hole Torpedo. Lin Yang sought to eliminate the 5 insectoid frigates, yet he required the Blue Planet fleet support. Huang Yueshi, a seasoned general, felt the weight of retreating as a disgrace. However, he was not foolish. Lin Yang, I'm unaware of how you annihilated 20 Martian fleet frigates, but the advanced insectoid warships are far superior to the outdated Martian vessels. What assurance do you offer? Do you merely intend to lead us to our doom? General Hu, I possess my own trump card. If I can destroy 20 large frigates using near-space strike bombers, I can certainly dismantle these 5. It matters not whether they are Martian or insectoid technology. The question is whether you have the courage to fight. Enough of this banter. I have fought for decades without fear on the battlefield. But warfare is not a matter of reckless bravado. What is your plan? Have your fleet's near-space vessels engage the Martian insurgents while my bounty hunter guild encircles the insectoid frigates with 14 large warships. Maintain weapon systems in a charged state to prevent the insectoids from escaping the solar system. You intend to charge in alone against 5 foes, or challenge 5 strategic frigates with a single medium strike craft? Yes, ensure you guard the perimeter to prevent their escape. Any vessel that intrudes upon the solar system shall find no return. First, explain how you plan to confront the 5 insectoid frigates. I have heard tales of your ship's advanced alien technology. Yet at this critical juncture, you remain hesitant to disclose it. It is not that I am unwilling to share, but rather I fear the insectoids may intercept our communications. General Hu, your fleet is positioned outside the encirclement. Should I fail, you may retreat at your convenience. Hu Liangchuan, his expression grave, returned to his command chair. That a young man, such as yourself, exhibits such audacity, while I, a battle-hardened general, contemplate retreat with trepidation. How shameful. Lin Yang, let us proceed, as you suggest. My fleet shall not only blockade the insectoid mercenaries, but also provide you with fire support. Hu Liangchuan promptly issued commands. The 14 large warships, engaging while retreating, gradually formed a spherical perimeter with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers. Over 100 near-space vessels converged with more than 100 bounty hunter ships, uniting against the Martian insurgents and the insectoid near-space vessels. Meanwhile, Lin Yang piloted the Sun and Moon at a velocity of 500 Mach towards the battlefield. 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations, host! A legendary item has appeared in the evolution shop. A legendary X-type small to medium shield. No, continue with the draws. It was not that he was unwilling to disclose his trump card to Hu Liangchuan. It was simply that he had yet to attain it. With the current capabilities of the Sun and Moon, he could evade or retreat without harm. But annihilating 5 high-tech insectoid frigates posed a daunting challenge. He urgently required an epic weapon. With 100,000 evolution points at his disposal, he was confident he could acquire an epic weapon. If luck proved unfavorable, retreat remained a viable option. Soon, the Sun and Moon entered the fray. As Lin Yang maneuvered through the beams of energy and guided weapons, he refreshed the evolution shop. Huang Yueshi continued firing relentlessly. Though her attacks inflicted minimal damage on the insectoid frigates, within mere seconds, she successfully destroyed 2 near-space strike bombers of the insectoid mercenaries. This display elicited great excitement from the Blue Planet Fleet's commander. Hu Liangchuan, excellent work. Lin Yang's team lives up to its reputation. Unleash full firepower to cover the Sun and Moon. The 14 large warships opened fire, illuminating the expanse of space that spanned 10,000 kilometers. The legendary bounty hunter Gus and his battle-hardened disciples piloted a diverse array of vessels, appearing to be a ragtag fleet, yet their combat prowess was formidable. In essence, bounty hunters are lawful outlaws. Their shipboard weaponry unbound by the Coalition's regulations that fulfill their contracts. They willingly invested in advanced alien technology, equipping themselves with weaponry procured from the black market during their missions in alien territories. In terms of combat effectiveness, they were on par with the regular forces of the Blue Planet, exhibiting a fearlessness in battle and employing ruthless tactics. Their arsenal included electromagnetic interference, radiation disruption, consciousness confusion, blinding light and dust interference, various cunning and unscrupulous tactics that, when combined with the near-space strike bombers of the Blue Planet Fleet, swiftly turned the tide of battle in their favor. Suddenly, the Sun and Moon launched a legendary Phoenix X-type subliminal cluster missile, a newly acquired legendary weapon. The projectile, traveling at subliminal speeds and carrying numerous small cluster nuclear warheads, struck the insectoid frigate, resulting in a spectacular explosion. Simultaneously, Huang Yueshi unleashed fire from the 12 energy cannons aboard the Sun and Moon, amplifying their power several-fold. The insectoid frigate rocked under the onslaught, hastily retaliating with a barrage of high-energy particle beams, all of which Lin Yang adeptly evaded. The enemy ship's shield remained at 20. Our right shield held firm at 100, while the left shield sustained 85. Yueshi, keep your focus on that frigate. Do not concern yourself with anything else. I've already drawn 10 times in succession. And the system has only yielded 1 legendary weapon without any epic items. This battle shall not be easily won. Continue the draws, Lin Yang muttered to himself. Yet the evolution shop could only offer what it could. This time it presented a legendary Qilin X-type small to medium engine. Unnecessary. Lin Yang quickly initiated another 10 draws. Ding ding ding. Congratulations. The host's luck is extraordinary. The evolution shop has revealed an epic item. Chaotic X-type black hole torpedo. Upon detonation, it creates a small artificial black hole, exerting a sustained and powerful gravitational pull on objects within a 5,000-kilometer radius. Price: 20,000 evolution points. That's the one. After the purchase, Lin Yang was left with only 500 evolution points that he couldn't help but rejoice at the timely arrival of this epic weapon. Boom! The sun and moon suddenly experienced violent shaking as the insectoid frigate they had targeted suffered a breach in its shields. Soon after being struck by two Ghoul-class thermonuclear missiles, the explosion illuminated the surrounding space, sending shockwaves that rocked the sun and moon. The right shield stands at 70, while the left shield has dwindled to 55. The insectoid fleet and their close-range warships have locked onto us, and Izawang promptly reports the battle situation. Inform Gus and General Hu to retreat the close-range warships. We are about to deploy our trump card. A black hole torpedo. Gazing at the newly added epic weapon in the arsenal, Huang Yueshi could not help but exclaim, Lin Yang, the sustained damage from such a weapon is not trivial. If there are sufficient surrounding objects, it could continuously devour until the entire solar system is torn apart. Fear not. I've already contemplated the aftermath. Fire away. Chapter 58. Filling the void with antimatter, death to allies, not to the priest suddenly receiving the order from Lin Yang to retreat. The aged bounty hunter Gus wasted no time and promptly commanded his disciples to evacuate at full speed to a distance of 10,000 kilometers. Conversely, the elder Vice Admiral Hu Liangchuan of the Blue Star Fleet furrowed his brow. What scheme is this young lad concocting? General, should we also retreat the close-range warships to 10,000 kilometers? Follow his lead. Retreat. Gus's bounty hunting team has withdrawn. We have no need to endure. Over 100 close-range warships of the Blue Star Fleet swiftly retreated. At this moment, the Sun and Moon vessel also hurriedly retreated at a velocity of 500 Mach. Just as the insectoid mercenary group failed to comprehend the situation, a 10-meter-long guided weapon, radiating brilliant light, shot forth from the Sun and Moon vessel, hurtling towards the vicinity of the four insectoid frigates at 500 Mach. The IT was not aimed at any single vessel, but rather towards the central point among the four large frigates. In the distance, Salir aboard a Mars rebel ship observed this scene and mistakenly believed Lin Yang and his crew were attempting to flee, deliberately releasing some form of interference projectile. He hastily communicated to the insectoid mercenary group. Captain, it's an interference projectile. Quick, do not let them escape. Huang Yueshi is aboard that fighter. Boom. Just as the message was dispatched, a dazzling flash erupted in space, blinding those who gazed upon it, and a colossal shockwave spread at the speed of light, causing all participating warships within a 10,000-kilometer radius to tremble from the impact. Yet in the next moment, the shockwave surged back, colliding with the warships a second time. The shockwave swiftly converged upon the explosion point, and the surrounding brilliance rapidly coalesced into a rapidly spinning vortex, shrinking towards the point of detonation. Run! At least get out 5,000 kilometers. Lin Yang shouted urgently over the communication channel. They managed to escape. But the four insectoid frigates of the Coleoptera 7I clan were too close, with no chance of evasion. The artificial black hole took shape, its immense gravity creating a cliff-like void in space. All surrounding matter, even time and light, was drawn in to Lin Yang and others who had distanced themselves from the miniature black hole. The four insectoid frigates, due to their proximity, were tossed about by the overwhelming gravitational pull. The frigates scrambled to adjust their trajectories and flee in merely a few seconds. Yet within the four frigates, half an hour had elapsed for the insectoids. The warp drives were incapacitated and the conventional pulse engines faltered. Debris from the destroyed warships spiraled into the black hole, being torn apart at its edges, emitting brilliant light and generating substantial electromagnetic radiation. These luminescent rays and radiations managed to escape the black hole's gravitational grasp. Visible to those 5,000 kilometers away, while all matter within that distance was drawn into a swirling motion, creating a miniature astronomical phenomenon reminiscent of a galaxy. Boom! A 100-meter-long heavy fighter collided with the black hole, releasing a blinding light as the electromagnetic blast radiated outward at light speed. Upon sweeping past the warships, vibrations and electromagnetic disturbances echoed from the cockpit. Lin Yang, What have you done? This is a black hole. The Blue Star Fleet commander Huang Yueshi was aghast, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he watched the 4 insectoid frigates struggle futilely against the pull of the black hole. Lin Yang, how do you possess a weapon capable of generating a black hole? Boom! Just as the words left his lips, one of the insectoid mercenary frigates was violently torn apart by the immense gravity, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Flames and debris were drawn into a swirling vortex, cascading towards the center. Captain, the miniature black hole's volume has increased by 10, then decreased by 7. And Zhuang reported, her gaze fixed on the radar. Boom! Another frigate was ripped apart and swallowed by the black hole, its volume once again augmented by 10, followed by a reduction of 7. In that instant, Gus's bounty hunting team, the Mars rebels, the Blue Star Federation fleet, and the insectoid close-range warship crew who had taken flight from the frigates were all left in stunned silence. They witnessed the birth of a black hole, observed the annihilation of warship debris, and beheld the successive destruction of the 4 high-tech frigates. Lin Yang, answer me, what is happening? Do you intend to obliterate the entire solar system? Huang Yueshi inquired anxiously. Lin Yang, remaining calm, replied, do not fret, General Hu. Your warships must have scanned it as well. As the black hole devoured the insectoid frigates, its volume expanded and subsequently contracted. That is due to the fact that the insectoid frigates were equipped with antimatter energy sources. Upon leakage, they can evaporate a portion of the black hole's mass. Indeed, the black holes we observe are composed of positive matter. When they come into contact with antimatter, annihilation occurs, causing the black hole to evaporate. However, it is evident that the 4 insectoid frigates are insufficient. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that I dismantle the antimatter engines of 14 large warships? Not necessarily. You can command the fleet to launch antimatter missiles into the artificial black hole. It would suffice to fill it. This artificial black hole is still quite miniature. If we act promptly to evaporate it, it can still be annihilated. That sounds rather simplistic. Huang Yueshi sighed in resignation. Humanity's grasp of antimatter technology remains rudimentary. Only the 3rd-generation large warships of the Blue Star Fleet are equipped with antimatter energy, and the cost of antimatter missiles is exorbitant, still in the development phase. Without antimatter missiles, then we have no recourse. Unless we seek assistance from the Star Alliance, we can only dismantle the antimatter energy sources of the large warships. Without substantial antimatter, it will be challenging to fill the black hole. Alas, you possess the ability to turn defeat into victory, yet you also have the capability to create calamity. This black hole poses a greater threat than the earthquake that rocked Mars. General Hu, there is no alternative. Without employing this trump card, we cannot prevail against the insectoid invaders of the solar system. There are no means within your extraterrestrial technology warships to fill the black hole. None. Even if there were, Lin Yang has no intention of utilizing it. The epic-grade antimatter energy painstakingly acquired, costing tens of thousands of evolution points, is too precious to squander. As the saying goes, the death of a comrade does not concern the priest. According to the official data released by the Blue Star Federation, the Blue Star Fleet has the capacity to fill this small black hole. He would not squander the hard-earned epic-grade energy, scan for the Mars rebels, and locate Salir's ship. We must address the aftermath. Lin Yang piloted the Sun and Moon vessel swiftly towards the rebel fleet. Boom! Boom! With 2 brilliant flashes, the last 2 frigates of the insectoid mercenary group were torn apart by the black hole, transforming into radiant vortices spiraling towards the center. This moment, and Zhuang, detected an anomaly on the radar. Captain, another insectoid mercenary frigate has been spotted, approaching at warp 5.0. No sooner had the words left her lips than an insectoid frigate deactivated its warp drive 20,000 kilometers away. Meanwhile, all insectoid and Martian rebel close-range warships in the battlefield shut down their shields. Subsequently, beams of particle transmission flickered incessantly. The insectoid pilots and Martian rebels aboard their warships were all teleported away. The ghoulish X-type missiles launched from the Sun and Moon vessel had just traveled 2,000 kilometers when the insectoid rescue frigates escaped at warp 5.0, leaving behind a desolate fleet of 82 interstellar mercenaries and 453 Martian rebel close-range warships. Gus, cease fire! Quickly! Gather the warships. Anyone who dares to fire will face consequences. Chapter 59. The Puppet Master. Mars takes a new master. The close-range strike bombers of the Blue Star Fleet had no time to seize those warships, as they've been reassigned by Huang Yueshi for towing purposes. Although the artificial black hole cannot compare to a cosmic black hole, even the slightest one is still a terrifying entity. The repercussions are immense. As long as there is sufficient surrounding matter for it to consume, it will continue to grow, potentially devouring the entire solar system. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Vice Admiral Huang Yueshi of the Blue Star Federation understood the necessity of not allowing the miniature black hole to expand any further. In the face of the existential crisis confronting solar system civilization, he disregarded the prospect of recruiting Martian rebel close-range warships. He immediately ordered 14 large warships to unload their antimatter energy and cast it into the artificial black hole. Devoid of energy, whether it be the 3-kilometer-long interstellar cruiser, the 1-kilometer-long planetary destroyer, or the 500-meter-long interstellar frigate, all lost their source of propulsion. The reserve energy could only sustain the onboard life support systems. Left powerless, they could only rely on close-range warships to tow them back to Blue Star. As the artificial black hole emitted dazzling flashes, the 14 large antimatter energy sources plummeted into its depths. Following the release of antimatter, annihilation phenomena occurred with the positive matter of the black hole, gradually reducing its volume. Report to the General. The volume of the artificial black hole has diminished by 98. Falling below the threshold of gravitational stability. It is anticipated that within a day, it will autonomously disintegrate into a cloud of cosmic dust, ceasing to pose any threat to the solar system. The aide hastily reported the current status of the artificial black hole. Phew, that was close. This Lin Yang truly knows how to stir up trouble. General, what about the 453 warships of the Martian rebels and the 82 from the insectoids? Shall we abandon them? Huang Yueshi settled back into the command chair, wearily waving his hand. They deserve that, regardless. After all, he had thwarted the mercenary group of insectoids that illegally invaded the solar system. Henceforth, those arrogant interstellar mercenaries would no longer look down upon the backward humans. But we have lost 14 large antimatter energy sources. The Federal Council will undoubtedly trouble you. Have I not encountered enough troubles in my lifetime? Pay it no mind. Establish a no-fly zone within 10,000 kilometers of the artificial black hole, and let us return to that moment. Lin Yang sent a communication call. General Hu, Saliel is quite resilient. She has been transported away by the interstellar mercenaries and will not perish anytime soon. We shall classify her as an S-rank fugitive of solar system civilization, with a bounty across the entire galaxy. Lin Yang, with over 500 warships now at your disposal, you stand to gain immensely this time. Lin Yang smiled slightly. Congratulations, General Hu. As you know, my heart yearns for the vastness of the stars and seas, unwilling to be delayed by a single planet, with the deaths of Martian legislators and departmental officials. The political structure is now void, entirely reverting to Blue Star's governance. In comparison to your acquisition of a habitable planet, my handful of warships truly pales in significance. You rascal, are you implying that I am gaining the advantage while pretending to be virtuous? General Hu, regardless. We have united to vanquish the high civilization of the insectoid mercenaries. You shall undoubtedly earn a distinguished merit upon your return to Blue Star. Huang Yueshi shook his head helplessly. I would be grateful not to be imprisoned, let alone receive some grand merit. Why is that? You, a miner of dubious origins, still do not comprehend the darkness of this place. I have failed the mission to recruit the Martian rebels and lost 38 near-space vessels along with 14 large antimatter engines. Will I not have a reckoning upon my return? Lin Yang furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Upon returning to Blue Star, Huang Yueshi would surely face punishment. Meanwhile, with the Martian political structure in disarray, it would be far better to have Huang Yueshi govern Mars rather than allow the Blue Star Federation to send another ruling body. The team dispatched by Blue Star would likely target him or his bounty port. However, Huang Yueshi, as a comrade who fought alongside him, would not in a certain sense he had eradicated the insectoid mercenaries, restoring Huang Yueshi's tarnished reputation. He could be considered Hu Lianchuan's benefactor, if he could also spare Hu Lianchuan from a prison sentence. Mars would, in time, become his vassal, akin to the asteroid belt. With this thought, a glimmer of resoluteness appeared in Lin Yang's eyes. General Hu, why not redirect the fleet to take charge of Mars? What? This would be a military coup. Oh, you overstate the matter. Since the Blue Star Federation harbors its own decay, why should we ally with them? The Martians are also our fellow humans, and they urgently require capable leadership. I believe you are the most suitable. Are you afraid that the Blue Star Federation will object and dispatch fleets for suppression, or are you concerned that they might exert pressure on your family or disciples? It is not only those. I also fear acquiring a reputation for disloyalty. Wrong. Lin Yang stood up and emphatically shook his sleeve. You are mistaken, General Hu. Where have I erred as a general of the Solar System Human Alliance? Your loyalty should lie with all humanity of the Solar System, not the decaying council. Much like General Yufei of ancient times, who should have been loyal to the people rather than the inept Zhao Go. Hu Lianchuan's body trembled, moved by Lin Yang's words, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Lin Yang continued to persuade him, if the Blue Star Federation dispatches a ruling body, they will inevitably tread the path of decay. History has proven that such a route has failed on both the asteroid belt and Mars. Otherwise, we would not be facing our current predicament. Redirect the fleet to Mars. General Hu, you speak the truth. But if I were to go to Mars, it might provoke the wrath of Blue Star. Then let us extinguish that wrath. For the sake of 3 billion Martian residents, enduring a little ire is a small price to pay. The over 500 warships I have collected will be reorganized into a bounty fleet to assist you in resisting pressure from Blue Star. Hu Lianchuan's attitude began to shift, and he could not help but nod. With your assistance, not to mention, those 82 near-space warships of the insectoids would be enough to instill fear in Blue Star. The insectoids possess more advanced technology than Blue Star humans, and their near-space warships are no exception. Should Blue Star wish to incorporate Mars without incurring losses, they must consider the warships of the insectoid civilization. Lin Yang replied with a smile. Not only the insectoid warships, but I will also leverage the interpersonal connections of the Sirius Tiger Clan to exert pressure on the Blue Star Federation. Furthermore, my trump card, the black hole torpedo, is capable of launching a second missile right after the first. In the decades surrounding the 21st century, nuclear intimidation proved effective on Blue Star. Now, Lin Yang's black hole torpedo serves a similar purpose as the nuclear intimidation of Europe. Upon hearing this, Hu Lianchuan instantly regained confidence that you truly possess a second black hole torpedo. I have a third as well. Excellent. Lin Yang, I wager my entire reputation and the lives of my family and disciples to accompany you down this dark path. Let us provide a bright future for the 3 billion residents of Mars. Lin Yang smiled with satisfaction. Well done, General Hu. I indeed did not misjudge you. However, you exaggerate. Your family and disciples will encounter no danger to their lives. I assure you. Subsequently, Lin Yang sent a communication to General Luda, captain of the Sirius Tiger King interstellar cruiser, requesting him to exert some pressure on the Blue Star Federation and not to make things difficult for General Hu. Considering his assistance in safeguarding the reputation of the saber-toothed tiger, he also informed the Star Alliance ambassador about the relationship between Huang Yueshi and the Origin Church, urging the Star Alliance to apply pressure on the Blue Star Federation as well. Under Lin Yang's orchestration from behind the scenes, a significant overhaul of the Martian political structure ensued. General Hu Lianchuan was jointly promoted to general by the Star Alliance and the Blue Star Federation and appointed as the Supreme Commander of Mars. This Supreme Commander understood that everything before him hinged upon Lin Yang's strategy. Given Mars's current combat capability, it indeed relied heavily on Lin Yang's support, and perhaps would continue to do so. Captain, the Star Alliance ambassador, Yun Ban, has sent a message requesting our presence at the Mars Space Fleet Command Center to participate in a strategic seminar regarding the Origin Church, and Ziwang reported. Inform the Star Alliance ambassador that we shall depart only after witnessing the complete disintegration of the artificial black hole. Watching the black hole disintegrate is a pretense. Lin Yang awaits the day and moon to evolve from a medium-sized warship into a heavy warship in reality. At that time, we shall pilot the legendary Trident-class heavy fighter back to Mars. Chapter 60. legendary Trident-class heavy fighter after receiving the joint appointment from the Star Alliance and the Blue Star Federation. General Huang could not help but nod in admiration. What a remarkable Lin Yang, truly impressive. Each of his deeds leaves one astounded, managing to compel both the Star Alliance and Blue Star to compromise with just a few words. The aide remarked, "The black hole weapon is incredibly intimidating. Even if there's a 99.9% chance he lacks a second missile, Blue Star cannot afford to gamble. Indeed, should it detonate near Blue Star, the consequences would be unimaginable. Notify the warships to redirect towards Mars. The Blue Star Long-Distance Third Fleet shall officially be renamed the Martian Main Fleet. General, the Blue Star Federation will dispatch interstellar passenger ships within 24 hours to transport our families to Mars." Splendid, with no concerns behind us. Inform Lin Yang that the Martian political structure will henceforth align with the Asteroid Belt Miners Organization, willing to coexist with him in life and death. Upon receiving General Huang's message, Lin Yang reclined in his pilot's seat, comfortably closing his eyes. Notify Gus to lead the fleet back, and also inform Shurtsong of the Asteroid Belt Miners Organization to dispatch 5,000 miners to take charge of the 535 vacant warships. Moments later, Nai Zhuang reported on the progress. Gus and his crew have returned to Mars, and the Asteroid Belt Miners drivers will arrive in 20 days. Good, let's all take a rest. We shall set off again in 24 hours. This grand battle saw the involvement of 5 factions, with 19 large interstellar warships and over 1,000 small near-space fighters. It can be said to be the largest-scale space warfare in the solar system in recent decades. The Martian rebels lost 184 out of 637 warships, leaving 453 as Lin Yang spoils. All of the insectoid's large escort vessels were annihilated, with 18 out of 100 near-space warships destroyed, leaving 82 under Lin Yang's command. Gus's bounty hunter group suffered the loss of 28 out of 120 warships, while the Blue Star fleet lost 42 out of 200 near-space fighters. This battle resulted in a minor victory for Mars and Blue Star. Yet it was a resounding triumph for Lin Yang. In addition to seizing 535 warships, his evolution points surged to 50,000. However, he was not in a rush to conduct a tenfold draw in the evolution mall, intending to wait until the day and moon evolved into a heavy fighter to see what new growth tasks would follow. In the ensuing time, Ban took a bottle of liquor to the observation window to drown his sorrows. Kalugia returned to his quarters to tinker with his new steel claws, and Nai Zhuang resumed gene selection experiments in the medical room, preparing to find more substantial evidence to prove the dangers of artificially induced genetic interference. Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi engaged in a game of chess in the cockpit, patiently awaiting the passage of time. In the vastness of space, the concept of sunrise and sunset was non-existent. The rotation period of Blue Star, Mars, and the 4 asteroids varied significantly. However, human warships have synchronously set their daily routines according to the rotation period of their home planet, which corresponds to the 24 hours of Blue Star. Aboard the Sun Moon, there are 3 individuals who do not require rest. Captain Lin Yang does not rotate shifts. With a continuous replenishment of life energy from the Sun Moon, he is capable of remaining awake indefinitely. First Officer Huang Yueshi draws energy from the heart of the galaxy and can also go for 10 days or more without sleep. The engineer and chief mechanic, Ban, belongs to the green carbon race, a unique concept that straddles the line between animal and plant. As long as there is light and water, he can remain awake for over a decade without respite. During peacetime, Security Officer Kalugia and Dr. Nai Zhuang take turns resting, and Lin Yang and his companions also take time to sleep. However, in the event of war, the 5 of them abandon their rest schedules. After the recent battle, the Sun Moon enjoyed a rare moment of tranquility, allowing all 5 to rest in shifts for 7 or 8 hours. While Lin Yang was lost in dreams, a surprise shout from Ban pierced the silence. Goodness, what a miracle! Suddenly, the Sun Moon began to tremble. Lin Yang opened his eyes and checked the system, discovering that the evolution of the Sun Moon had been completed. It was transitioning from a 50-meter-long medium fighter to an 80-meter-long heavy fighter. The hull width had increased from 20 meters to 30 meters, and the height had risen from 12 meters to 20 meters. The number of decks had expanded from 3 to 4, with each deck's height increasing from 3 meters to 4.5 meters. The new cockpit was significantly larger. It was no longer appropriate to call it just a cockpit. It should be referred to as the bridge. It covered an area of 50 square meters, with a massive observation window at the front, doubling as a large screen measuring 10 meters by 6 meters. In front of the large screen were the main and co-pilot's consoles. Managing the helmsman and gunner's duties to the left and right of the bridge, there were secondary screens measuring 2 meters long and 1.2 meters wide. The left screen monitored various systems, including the hull's engines, energy, shields, firepower, and life support, overseen by Kalugia. The right screen housed the radar and communication operations, still belonging to Ni Ziwen's workstation. In the center of the bridge, a three-dimensional projection command platform had been added, designed for space battles or precise scanning, projecting visuals in 3D. The command platform measured 3 meters in length and 2 meters in width, allowing Lin Yang and his companions to gain a more detailed understanding of real-time target conditions. Furthermore, the lounges and conference rooms on either side of the bridge had also expanded significantly. Though the number of energy cannons and rocket launchers remained unchanged, their layout became more aggressive. The newly added cabin space included an energy room, and upon completion of the evolution, the Sun-Moon would possess 3 energy systems. Antimatter energy was dedicated to warp and conventional propulsion. Controllable thermonuclear fusion energy was allocated for firepower and shields, while Chilean X conventional energy would supply the ship's operational systems. With the clear division of energy responsibilities, the Sun-Moon's performance would greatly enhance. This phenomenon, akin to altering reality, left the well-traveled Mo Ban utterly astonished. After working in the Star Alliance for several hundred years and spending 500 years on Mars, this was his first personal encounter with such an occurrence. It seems I am truly fortunate. I gambled away a life, yet won a future. This was the Trident heavy fighter, boasting 3 independent energy systems. The Library of the Origin Church recorded that this was the latest warship under development by the Blue Star Federation, yet to be mass-produced, and Lin Yang had somehow acquired it. Huang Yueshi couldn't help but exclaim, unable to conceal her excitement. Where is the captain? Why isn't he here to witness this miraculous moment? Let him sleep for a while. The evolution of the Sun-Moon is largely due to him. It was his efforts that brought about the Sun-Moon, and Mo Ban, Kalugia, and Ni Ziwen were all astonished and quickly inquired, Yueshi, why didn't you mention this before? Did the captain tell you? No, but I just knew. Congratulations, you have successfully evolved the Sun-Moon's hull structure to the heavy fighter level, completing growth task update. 7 heavy fighter, evolution points 20,000, current evolution points 70,000, growth task update, 8 high-quality advancement, evolve 3 sets of epic-grade accessory modules for the Sun-Moon. Evolution points 30,000 epic-grade modules. They are notoriously difficult to acquire. Lin Yang calculated in his mind that so far he had encountered epic-grade items in the Evolution Mall 4 times, the Yin-Yang Fish Y-type mirror generator, the Jiaoshun Y-type time rewind device, the Chaos X-type black hole torpedo, and the Qiongqi X medium antimatter energy. Each of these items held an epic status in human civilization. Naturally, Lin Yang desired them. But acquiring them was exceedingly challenging. Moreover, epic-grade weapons were relatively plentiful, while modules were even harder to obtain. This task seemed to require just 3 items, and he already possessed one. But the other 2 were more difficult to acquire than evolving the entire fleet's modules to legendary grade. He decided to take his time and first try a 10-pull, legendary grade by an X-type isolation chamber, equipped with a force field cage, capable of isolating bacteria, viruses, radiation, sound waves, toxic gases, and other harmful components to the human body. Priced at 3,000 evolution points. Buy it. It will surely be useful later, he said, proceeding with another 10-pull. Another legendary grade Xiangui shield appeared at another 10-pull, after several rounds of 10 pulls without obtaining the desired items. Lin Yang decided to stop and allocate the remaining evolution points to upgrading the Qiongqi X medium antimatter energy and buy an X-type isolation chamber. Have you all rested well? We have long since rested. Then let's head back and attend the Star Alliance meeting on Mars. Now, Kalugia queried, but the mini black hole is still disintegrating. It will take another 4 hours to completely turn to dust. Tiger, you are too earnest, Did you really think I was here on duty watching the black hole evaporate? The evolution of the sun-moon is complete. Who cares if the black hole disintegrates or not? We are returning to Mars, Chapter 61. Returning to Mars for the Star Alliance meeting in the Martian Orbital Space Station. General Huang Yueshi, having been promoted, has taken command of Mars with his fleet. Although the 14 large warships have lost their antimatter energy, they continue to operate normally after being fitted with slightly downgraded thermonuclear fusion energy at the Martian space dock, aside from a slight decrease in power. Their remaining functions are far more advanced than those of the original Mars fleet's frigates, now bolstered by a 3-kilometer-long interstellar cruiser and a 1-kilometer-long planetary destroyer. The combat capability is significantly stronger than that of the previous Martian fleet. The order of Martian society quickly returned to normal, and surface restoration projects were promptly initiated. The new Martian fleet began regular patrols. General Huang Yueshi expressed his gratitude to Lin Yang for his arrangements, which spared him from imprisonment and allowed him to command Mars. Consequently, he immediately issued an order. The bounty dock would not need to pay taxes to the Martian government. The Martian government is obliged to maintain law and order at the bounty dock. Any purchases made by Lin Yang's core team at the official Martian store would be covered by the government. This was even more generous than the 1/10 discount Lin Yang had requested from former Speaker Paters. Essentially, it was a declaration that Mars belonged to Lin Yang. He could take and use as he pleased. The position of Speaker is also yours. The entire Mars region became Lin Yang's base for reserves. General Huang Yushi's ability to achieve this indicates his broad vision and understanding that everything is interconnected with Lin Yang. Sharing the same vision as him was the legendary bounty hunter Gus. After bringing back 535 captured warships to the Martian orbit, he directly handed them over to the bounty dock that end the space battle. The bounty hunter squad lost 28 warships and 48 bounty hunters. Lin Yang decided to grant each fallen hunter's family a compensation of 1 million star coins. These individuals were not his subordinates, yet they sacrificed their lives for him. Lin Yang would not treat them unfairly. By distributing generous compensation, he would earn a good reputation, ensuring that in future wars, more people would be willing to serve him. However, upon learning of Lin Yang's plan to distribute compensation, Gus promptly withdrew 48 million star coins from his own account to distribute in Lin Yang's name to the families of the fallen bounty hunters. This Gus, no wonder he became a legendary bounty hunter. He is truly remarkable. I cannot neglect him either. That on the journey back to Mars, Lin Yang sent a communication to Gus, inviting him to serve as an advisor for the bounty dock, not just the Martian bounty dock, but for the entire Mars and asteroid belt, encompassing 5 bounty docks. As the chief advisor, he would assist Galeva in operating the bounty market. Gus, delighted, stroked his graying beard and laughed heartily. Mr. Lin, thank you for your trust. The old man refuses to accept retirement. I can't stand the monotonous life of drinking tea and playing chess at home, and I'm always aching and looking forward to work. And now I have it. Rest assured, the bounty docks business will only get better. The 4 bounty docks in the asteroid belt and the Martian bounty dock operated normally, without any hindrance to business due to the change in government. Following Lin Yang's strategic adjustments, work efficiency significantly improved. Galeva, the overall supervisor, sent the weekly report for the 4 docks in the asteroid belt. A total of 892 bounty tasks were posted, 376 were issued. 208 were successfully settled, 145 tasks were currently in progress, and 23 tasks had failed. The total commission and penalties collected amounted to 1.35 million star coins, after deducting the operational costs and workers' wages. The net profit for the week reached 1 million star coins. Galeva meticulously detailed every expenditure in the weekly report, demonstrating his loyalty. He had even installed a miniature high-compression bomb at the base of his neck as a token of allegiance. Fearing that Lin Yang might question his loyalty and trigger it remotely, resulting in his own demise, that in truth, Lin Yang was someone who trusted his employees. If he harbored doubts, he would not have promoted Galeva to the position of chief supervisor at the bounty dock. In recent days, Lin Yang and his companions had consistently occupied the trending topics of the human network across the solar system, in every city on the surface, at every space station and dock, and in various markets, factories, shops, and bars. Wherever people gathered, discussions about their news could be heard. The Blue Star Federation harbors a deep-seated apprehension towards Lin Yang's black hole torpedoes for this assembly, spearheaded by the ambassador of the Star Alliance. Only a single passenger vessel was dispatched, carrying the Blue Star representatives through the interstellar portal to Mars for the conference. The Star Alliance places great importance on the Origin Church and has sent 15 representatives to Mars. Upon their arrival, they discovered that Lin Yang and his associates had yet to return to the planet. Consequently, the ambassador dispatched a warp-capable spacecraft to the asteroid belt to retrieve the minor organization's leader, Shuttle, to attend the Martian meeting alongside them. Thus, a total of 17 representatives awaited Lin Yang's return. Hours later, a Trident-class heavy fighter, measuring 80 meters in length, entered the radar range of the Martian fleet. The soldiers monitoring the radar were Blue Star personnel brought by Huang Yueshi, who gazed at the radar interface in confusion that isn't this the conceptual heavy fighter from the airshow 2 years ago? When did it officially enter service? A nearby soldier hastily suggested. Could it be that the Blue Star Federation has launched a surprise attack on Mars with their latest warship? Quick, establish contact. The Mars Space Defense Station called out. Trident Heavy Fighter, please identify yourselves and state your intentions. Failure to do so will result in immediate classification as an act of invasion. The response came swiftly. Mars Defense Station. This is the Sun and Moon. I am Captain Lin Yang, returning to Mars for the Star Alliance meeting. What? General Lin. Aren't you piloting a medium-class fighter? How has it transformed into a heavy one? I have many aces up my sleeve. We have fought side by side. Surely, you are aware of this? Ah, yes. Indeed, this must be the technology of an advanced alien civilization. The new Martian fleet welcomes your return along with the 4 commanders. News of Lin Yang piloting the latest heavy warship spread quickly. Yueshi couldn't help but exclaim, the universe is vast, and the technology of advanced civilizations is truly unfathomable. The representatives from Blue Star broke into a cold sweat. Realizing that a top-secret warship still under development in their own ranks was being brazenly piloted by Lin Yang, that a sense of helplessness washed over them. It seemed Lin Yang, under the protection of a mysterious advanced civilization, could act with impunity. Upon hearing this news, those on the Martian orbit and surface were stirred into a fervent discussion, speculating about the advanced civilization backing Lin Yang. The fully evolved Sun and Moon docked at the Martian spaceport, and Lin Yang instructed, install 4 rooms in the upper cabin, along with a weapon manufacturing room, a medical laboratory, a dining area, and a recreational room, using only the finest facilities. Initially, Lin Yang had intended to purchase these rooms from the Evolution Mall, but he was unable to procure legendary grade ones. The ordinary ones bore no distinction from those available at the dock. Opting to buy them with evolution points and evolve them would prove less advantageous than a zero-cost acquisition at the dock. The goods and technology at the Martian space dock surpassed those of the asteroid belt by a significant margin. After the installation of the 4 rooms, Karugia would be able to manufacture weapons, and Ni Zhuang could conduct biological experiments. Dining and recreational activities would also find their designated spaces, thus rendering interstellar travel much more comfortable. He also arranged to replenish the energy modules and the highest version of missiles, filling the lower cargo hold with the fleet's provisions, particularly meat and wine. Once these arrangements were completed, Lin Yang and his 5 companions proceeded to the Space Fleet Command to attend the meeting, where the 17 representatives had been waiting for quite some time. Present were the ambassador of the Star Alliance, the 3-eyed Yun Ban, the representative of Sirius, General Huang Yueshi, the Blue Star representative, Liu Yuanhua, and the leader of the minor organization, Shuttle from the asteroid belt, as well as an insectoid from the 7-eyed species of the Pegasus constellation. Ambassador Yun Ban, why is there a mercenary group attending our meeting? Chapter 62. 5 demands. The 3-eyed Yun Ban smiled as he explained. While most members of the insectoid species are indeed interstellar mercenaries, some have joined the Galactic Star Alliance. This individual is General Kakajiya, the representative of the insectoid 7-eyed species within the Alliance. Is that name derived from the sound they make? Is he here to address the issue of his species' mercenaries invading the solar system? Pretty much. Rest assured, he is unlike the mercenaries you might remember. Mr. Lin, is it? It is an honor to meet you. I have heard of your destruction of the Oathbreaker's escort ship, and I long to fight alongside you. The insectoid approached, equipped with an oxygen augmentation device, due to their higher oxygen requirements compared to mammals. This was Lin Yang's first close encounter with an insectoid, and he was quite taken aback by the towering creature. Exuding an odd biological scent that sent shivers down his spine. There may be an opportunity for that. General Kakajiya, please, please. General Lin, you have made new friends. Song, the minor leader, exclaimed as he hobbled over with an innate limp. Lin Yang quickly moved to support his arm. Old Sure, how have you been? All is well, General. Song replied quietly. I have had private discussions with General Hu Lianchuan of Mars, and we have agreed to share technological advancements unconditionally. In this meeting, we will fully support your decisions. Excellent. How is the dismantling of the Sirius heavy fighter I asked you to retrieve going? We are currently developing high-power shields and ion explosive cannons. And we expect the dock to produce the first generation of prototypes next month. Good work. After the meeting, take an insectoid heavy fighter back to the asteroid belt for the dock to dismantle and replicate. Yes, General. Lin Yang had recently captured 82 insectoid near-space warships. The technologies of the near-space vessels from both the asteroid belt and Mars were poised to advance to a level indicative of a Type 2. Stellar civilization. It was plausible that they could surpass Blue Star technology in a short span. General Hu Lianchuan hastily approached Lin Yang to greet him. Throughout the meeting, Lin Yang became the focal point of attention. Typically, an individual of Lin Yang's status, a mere civilian rogue, would not qualify to attend a meeting of such a high level within the Star Alliance. Yet, due to the involvement of the Origin Church, both Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi were afforded seats of prominence at the conference table. Ambassador Yunban took his place beside them. Miss Huang, you claim to be the saintess of the Origin Church. Apart from your own testimony, do you possess any indirect evidence? Clearly, the Star Alliance was cautious. They did not fully trust Huang Yueshi's identity. She shook her head, refraining from presenting the heart of the galaxy. There is no indirect evidence that if the Alliance finds my credibility lacking, they may choose to disbelieve me. There is no need to go to great lengths on my behalf. Lin Yang interjected, if the incursion of interstellar mercenaries into the solar system isn't sufficient to demonstrate Yueshi's connection to the Origin Church, then this meeting is entirely unnecessary. Ambassador Yunban replied, Mr. Lin, we do not doubt you or Miss Huang. Rather, we must be cautious regarding matters pertaining to the Origin Church. General Luda of Sirius added, that organization is ancient, tracing back to the primordial era when the universe first formed. Although it suffered greatly during the Great Purge 20,000 years ago, its mysterious power remains formidable should they establish contact with the Origin deity in the five-dimensional space. They could swiftly reverse the situation. General Kakajiya, the insectoid, shook his head in resignation. While insectoid mercenary groups accept all sorts of contracts, they strictly refuse any association with that organization. They are more malicious than the Black Forest hunters, boron-based civilizations, mechanized civilizations, and parasitic civilizations combined, harboring the delusion of returning the universe to its origin, making them enemies of all civilizations. First, let us discuss how you intend to treat Yueshi. Lin Yang stated. The ambassador of the Star Alliance promptly declared, we will never allow the Origin Church to abduct Miss Huang. Kill her? Absolutely not. Mr. Lin, you are overly concerned that if Miss Huang is indeed the saintess painstakingly cultivated by the Origin Church, she would represent a tremendous asset to the Star Alliance. There are many divine powers within five-dimensional space. The Origin deity is merely one of them. If Miss Huang can connect with the Origin deity, she can also connect with other divine forces. Are you suggesting that my Yueshi should transition from being the saintess of the Origin Church to the saintess of the Star Alliance? The Star Alliance is open and free. We will respect Miss Huang's intentions that if she does not wish to establish contact with the five-dimensional space, we will never coerce her. Lin Yang nodded. This is the distinction between civilization and barbarism. At least you offer this assurance. That he then glanced at Yueshi, indicating that she could lower her psychological defenses. Huang Yueshi nodded in understanding and began, I was born on a cold planet shrouded in mist, orbiting a red dwarf star with a rotation period of 23 hours, 21 minutes, and 20 seconds. Ambassador Yunban immediately instructed the representatives beside him, quickly check the star maps and scrutinize them closely if the target isn't found. Then examine the three-dimensional gravitational map of the Milky Way. The Milky Way contains approximately 400 billion stars, over 70 of which are red dwarfs, characterized by their small mass and low brightness, making them difficult to scan precisely. However, having a direction is better than having none at all. That if they could locate the Origin Church's stronghold, they could potentially obliterate it, significantly reducing the threat to Milky Way civilizations. Yueshi continued, I grew up in an ancient palace, where the library contained a wealth of information, including genetic engineering of new humans in the solar system, future temporal access to Betelgeuse, probes into parallel universes surrounding Vega, and the construction of quantum microscopic civilizations in Aquila. Noting the astonished expressions of the representatives at the table, Huang Yueshi added one word. Wait, that will suffice, Miss Huang. There is no need to elaborate further. This is the most compelling evidence, proving that you are the scientist painstakingly nurtured by the Origin Church. Ambassador Yunban hurriedly gestured for her to stop, fearing that Huang Yueshi might reveal more startling information. It was well understood that what she had just mentioned comprised secret projects conducted by various civilizations without the knowledge of the Star Alliance, that if brought to light, it would put the ambassador in a difficult position. Reporting to the Alliance's Supervisory Committee would result in penalties for the 15 civilizations represented at the meeting, should a certain race be provoked to withdraw from the Star Alliance. It would be tantamount to aiding the Black Forest Hunters in undermining their foundation. To suggest that no punishment be administered would be utterly remiss as an ambassador of the Star Alliance. Her feigned ignorance is a gross dereliction of duty. Ahem. The ambassador, Yunban, cleared her throat awkwardly. The Star Alliance shall make every effort to assist you, and we shall not allow the Origin Church to prevail. Miss Huang, do you possess any intelligence to share regarding the Origin Church? None. Huang Yueshi shook her head, stating, the library contains most of the information on the civilizations within the Milky Way, yet there is scant detail on the Church. I know as much as you do. They only trained me in telepathy and indoctrinated me to pledge allegiance to the God of Origin, without divulging further information. That is understandable in that case. I kindly request that Ms. Huang refrain from discussing the secret projects of the various civilizations within the Star Alliance, as this would undermine our unity. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang could not help but smile. It seems that the Star Alliance, while projecting an image of solidarity, possesses a cohesion as fragile as loose sand. Ambassador Yunban, we may choose not to discuss, but I have 5 demands. Please proceed. First, I hope that during future interstellar journeys, the Star Alliance will provide unconditional protection and assistance to my group. Second, the Martian regime that unlawfully harbored engineer M.O. Ban has been vanquished, and the technological embargo on Mars should be lifted. Third, the Sirius Tiger Clan should re-evaluate their traditions. The duel to the death between father and son must be abolished. Fourth, humanity should cease its new human genetic engineering. Artificial interference with genes equates to self-destruction of the human race's future. Fifth, the Star Alliance should streamline its bureaucratic structure to enhance efficiency, abolishing decrepit regulations as for how to accomplish this. M.O. Ban shall furnish you with a plan. The Star Alliance ambassador furrowed her brow and retorted, This is utterly absurd, Mr. Lin. With the exception of the first 2 points, the latter 3 are simply non-negotiable. Chapter 63. 3 principles. The Galactic Star Alliance is divided into 4 regional leaders along its 4 main spiral arms. 5 centuries ago, the leader of the Orion Arm was the Sirius Tiger civilization. Although the leadership has since shifted to the Canis Majori's 3-eyed civilization, the strength of the 2.6-level stellar civilization of the Tigers cannot be underestimated. The Star Alliance will neither interfere with nor dare to meddle in the internal affairs of the Tiger Clan, especially given their ancient traditions that have persisted for 20,000 years. As for the genetic optimization program of the human civilization within the solar system, the Star Alliance is also reluctant to intervene, for one of the promises made when inviting various civilizations to join the alliance was to refrain from interfering in their internal matters. As long as the development of each civilization does not contravene overarching principles, the Star Alliance will not obstruct their progress. If we concede to Lin Yang's demands and prevent the technologically backward humans from optimizing their genetics, we would then have to halt the various secret projects being surreptitiously undertaken by other civilizations. Furthermore, should we invite new civilizations to join the alliance in the future, we would lose our credibility. As for the last point, it would amount to altering a system that has been in place for millions of years. A mere ambassador lacks the authority to dictate such changes. Not only did the Star Alliance ambassador shake her head, but many representatives within the conference room also voiced their immediate opposition. General Ruda of the Sirius civilization abruptly stood, slamming his palm on the table. Karugia, you, a coward who has been exiled, have no right to offend the traditions of the Tiger Clan, which have endured for 2 millennia. How dare you make such absurd demands of your captain? It is utterly foolish. Karugia sprang to his feet as well. My evasion of the duel with my father is not out of cowardice, but rather a refusal to trample upon familial bonds. My true challenge lies in confronting the decaying traditions that no one dares to touch. If the elders of the Tiger Clan shy away from addressing this directly, it is they who display cowardice. You, General Ruda, was momentarily a loss for words, recalling the moment he had struck down his father with a blade 80 years prior and the memory of severing his son's spine 15 years ago. Family ties, how foreign a concept it has become within the Sirius civilization. The Tiger Clan is formidable, both in terms of technological prowess and individual strength, ranking among the elite of the Milky Way's mammalian civilizations. Yet, due to their 2 millennia-old customs, the Tiger Clan has failed to reach its full potential, with their population even smaller than that of humanity in the solar system. This is a direct result of their tradition of father-son duels, which dictates that only one male tiger can exist within a family. This severely restricts the expansion of their lineage, and moreover, it is mandated that one must die in combat against the other once they reach adulthood. Many far-sighted and visionary tigers wish to abolish this tradition, yet none dare to step forward, for to oppose tradition is to evade the father-son duel, thus earning the label of coward and dishonoring their name. Karugia has done so. My captain once said, to fear death is merely the bravado of a fool. To fear the loss of reputation and criticism, to withstand injustice and slander, and to dare challenge authority and decay, is the mark of a true warrior. General Ruda, I implore you to convey this message to my father and the Elder Council that I shall abolish the decaying traditions of Sirius. The battle-hardened General Ruda was moved by Karugia's words. In that moment, he suddenly realized how cowardly he had been, fearing the label of cowardice from his kin and killing his beloved father in the duel, and fearing mockery from his peers for being soft-hearted, leading him to personally take the life of his cherished son. How weak I have been! Your Highness Karugia, your Captain Lin Yang is correct. To fear death is indistinguishable from folly, to be unperturbed by rumors and the tarnishing of one's name, and to view honor objectively. Only then does one truly deserve it. That I will convey your words, but how the Tiger Emperor and the Elder Council choose to act is beyond my control. In that moment, General Ruda aligned himself with Karugia, becoming the first supporter of Karugia's leadership of the Sirius civilization. While the matter of the Tiger Clan was resolved, the opposing voice of General Liu Yuanhua from the Blue Planet still persisted. Humanity has been part of the Star Alliance for 5 centuries. Yet our technology stagnates, suppressed by advanced civilizations. If we do not initiate the New Human Project, we shall forever lag behind other civilizations and ultimately perish at the hands of the Black Forest Hunters. General Hu Liangchuan of Mars immediately countered. General Liu, as far as I know, the New Human Project was officially launched 10 years ago. However, even earlier, both the Blue Planet and Mars had silently engaged in editing the genetics of the new humans. Look at what your so-called new humans have accomplished. Salir is the first generation of new humans. Salir is a new human. Lin Yang felt an unexpected surprise that Hu Liangchuan nodded, stating, I only recently reviewed the records of the Martian regime. Salir is not only a first-generation new human, but also a product of the Martian fleet's extensive resources dedicated to editing a perfect gene, immune to all human ailments, with physical capabilities far exceeding those of ordinary individuals, aging slowly and enjoying a long lifespan. However, her moral compass is rather questionable. Salir, seeking vengeance for the former commander of the Martian fleet, Elif, poisoned members of the Martian Council and various departmental officials, ultimately leading the Martian insurgents to ally with insectoid mercenaries. All present were aware of Salir's deeds. Lin Yang remarked coolly, it seems that extreme perfection is in itself a flaw. During this recent insurrection of the Martian rebels, Celiere's performance was nothing short of flawless, yet she has lost her sense of morality. Shirt Song of the Asteroid Belt Miners Organization interjected, "The future of human civilization does not lie in how rapidly we can evolve, but rather in how we can purify ourselves." And I Ziwin added, "Indeed, rather than drinking poison to quench thirst by launching the New Human Project, it would be wiser to cleanse our regime." Under Captain Lin Yang's guidance, both Mars and the asteroid belt have already undergone purification that I hope the Blue Planet will join in promptly. The development of the Blue Planet Federation is not for you few to decide. And the Blue Planet is not as fragile as Mars and the asteroid belt. As tensions escalated among the participants, the Star Alliance ambassador swiftly intervened. "Let us not quarrel, Mr. Lin, should your 5 demands remain unfulfilled. Will you consider aligning with the Origin Church? You overestimate your influence. It is in your best interest to comply. If you refuse, we shall pursue our own endeavors." Ambassador Yunban nodded in agreement. "As long as you do not ally with the Origin Church, all matters are negotiable. While I cannot represent the Star Alliance in agreeing to your 5 demands, I can express the Star Alliance's 3 principles." "What are those 3? First, the Star Alliance will, to the best of its ability, provide protection and assistance based on the actual circumstances. Second, the technological sanctions imposed on the Martian regime may be lifted, but the Star Alliance will send a supervisory team to Mars. Third, since your group operates privately and does not represent all of humanity, the Star Alliance has no authority to prevent your interference in the internal affairs of other civilizations. Should a war arise between you and any member of the Star Alliance, we shall not provide any assistance." Lin Yang smiled slightly. "Nor will you assist any civilization in besieging me, correct?" The Star Alliance ambassador nodded. "The Alliance will only intervene in conflicts between civilizations." With that, it was clear Lin Yang, whether challenging the traditions of the Sirius or abolishing the New Human Project within the solar system, could proceed without hindrance. The Star Alliance would turn a blind eye if he had the capability. Becoming the leader of the Orion Arm would pose no problem as long as he refrained from allying with the Origin Church. The Star Alliance would continue to protect him. Understood. I greatly appreciate the 3 principles of the Star Alliance and assure all present representatives that we shall never align ourselves with the Origin Church. Chapter 64. The Interstellar Portal, a journey to the Blue Planet. The purpose of this conference organized by the Star Alliance was twofold. First, to verify the authenticity of Huang Yueshi's identity as a saintess of the Origin Church. Second, to ascertain the stance of Lin Yang and his companions. After receiving satisfactory responses, the Star Alliance ambassador, Yunban, concluded the meeting, leaving behind a 30-member supervisory committee from the Star Alliance, ostensibly to oversee the new Martian regime and prevent a recurrence of incidents like the concealment of MO ban. In truth, they aimed to further investigate Lin Yang, this enigmatic miner who was even more mysterious than the saintess of the Origin Church. Lin Yang saw through the intentions, but chose not to expose them. As he was soon departing Mars and cared little for the Star Alliance's inquiries, as long as they continued to protect him, that was sufficient. Following the adjournment of the meeting, Shi Tsang complied with Lin Yang's directives and departed in a heavy insectoid fighter. General Hu Yanchuan promptly issued orders to commence the imitation and development of advanced warships modeled after the insectoids. The research findings will be shared with the asteroid belt after the meeting. The insectoid, Kakajia, caught up with Lin Yang. "Mr. Lin, I must express my disappointment that you did not propose an attack by the Star Alliance on the insectoid's renegade faction during the assembly." Lin Yang chuckled. "Your insectoid branches are far too numerous. Even the Coleopteran 7-Eye clan is divided into several factions that I would prefer not to wade through such murky waters." "Very well, I shall not insist." This tracker employs the unique sensing technology of the Insecta class, capable of locking onto renegade faction warships within a light-year radius that I hope it aids you in your pursuit. The tracker was a palm-sized circular device, resembling a Dragon Ball radar. "Oh, you're giving this to me? Of course, I hope you will eliminate more of the renegade faction." "All right, I will do my best." After receiving the tracker, Lin Yang and his companions returned to the spacecraft dock. The newly added 4 rooms on the Day and Moon had been completed, equipped with the most advanced tools and devices from Mars. Robots were busy transporting high-ranking supplies to the lower cargo hold. Is there anything else you need to prepare? If not, once the robots finish unloading, we shall set sail for Blue Star. Karugia raised his hand, saying, yes, the weapons manufacturing facility is well equipped, but I require some materials to procure at the space station. And Zhuang added, I also need to purchase some medicines and experimental materials, M.O. Ban remarked. The liquor is insufficient. I wish to procure more. What about you, Yueshi? Do you need anything? Huang Yueshi, who always had minimal requests, shook her head with a smile. I need nothing. Then accompany me to the bounty dock while we wait for the three of them to finish their shopping before we depart. Karugia and Zhuang and M.O. Ban went on a shopping spree at the Mars space station. All shops did not charge money. Whether official or private, they simply took a shopping list to the fleet for reimbursement. And Zhuang and M.O. Ban's shopping lists were not extensive, and they completed their purchases in 3 hours. However, Karugia took 8 hours to gather the materials for melee weapon manufacturing. Glancing at the time, Lin Yang decided to rest for a night in Mars orbit. At 7 a.m. the following day, they would proceed to Blue Star via the teleportation portal. That night, there were no shifts, and all 5 returned to their quarters to rest. Logically, they should have felt secure sleeping, as the Mars space station was patrolled by the Martian fleet. Yet Karugia and Zhuang found it difficult to sleep soundly, remaining in a state of hazy consciousness throughout the night. M.O. Ban, a special life form known as a green carbon, had a high resistance to fatigue and felt no discomfort. Huang Yueshi, wearing the heart of the galaxy, also slept reasonably well. Lin Yang, continuously receiving restorative life energy from the day and moon, found it inconsequential whether he slept or not. The 3 special individuals even teased Karugia and Zhuang for their inability to adapt to peaceful times, suggesting they could only sleep amidst the chaos of war. Early in the morning, General Hu Yanshuan led the fleet's high-ranking officials to bid farewell. General Lin, upon reaching Blue Star, manage the new humanity project if you can. If not, just continue your interstellar journey. Do not become overly fixated. Blue Star is deeper than Mars. Thank you for the reminder. Why have I been dubbed a general of Mars? Ah, you speak as if we are strangers. If the miners of Shirtsong can call you general, why can't I? Ha ha, of course, you can, with 5,000 miners arriving on Mars. General who will have to exert effort in training them. Rest assured, the miners of Mars and the asteroid belt are united on the same front. Amidst the salute from the Martian fleet and the bounty fleet, Lin Yang piloted the day and moon slowly towards the interstellar teleportation portal leading to Blue Star. Without the portal, a standard near-space warship would require half a month to reach Blue Star, while using the portal would take mere seconds. The day and moon was equipped with a warp engine, capable of traveling at 10 times the speed of light. However, Lin Yang wished to experience the interstellar teleportation portal, especially since there was no toll fee. There were reception personnel awaiting on the other side, making it all the more appealing. The Mars orbit was bustling with activity as crowds gathered to witness the day and moon's departure. 15 large interstellar warships and nearly 1,000 near-space vessels formed a colossal formation in the air above Mars, spanning a distance greater than Mars' diameter, ready to receive Lin Yang's inspection. The spectacle was truly magnificent. This is even more prestigious than my arrival on Mars for ecological transformation. As soon as M.O. Ban finished speaking, the day and moon entered the interstellar teleportation portal. Whoosh zing, buzz, the entire warship emitted a resonating hum as a kaleidoscopic tunnel appeared outside the observation window, rapidly spinning and drawing the day and moon inside. In the next instant, the swirling colors vanished, and the day and moon emerged from the portal, revealing a highly developed, azure planet outside the viewport, Blue Star, the cradle of human civilization. After entering the interstellar era, humanity had extensively developed Blue Star, constructing a massive star ring in the central orbit, measuring 3 kilometers in width and an average thickness of 1 kilometer, several times the length of the equator. This star ring served not only as Blue Star's comprehensive space station, but also as a significant defensive structure with a planetary-class orbital energy cannon every few hundred meters. Within the star ring, there were hundreds of trade stations, dozens of transport ports, 10 spacecraft docks, and 3 bounty docks, in addition to countless factories and space farms, if the asteroid belt was a remote backwater. In Marsamir town, then Blue Star was undoubtedly a bustling metropolis. There were 9 interstellar teleportation portals, 2 leading to the Star Alliance, 1 to the southern gate of the Centaurus constellation, and another to the mother planet of the Sirius Tiger civilization, Snowfield Star. The remaining 7 portals connected various planets within the system, including Mercury, Venus, Mars, Titan, a moon of Saturn, Europa, a moon of Jupiter, Uranus, and Neptune. After reaching a level 2 stellar civilization, the mother planet's energy resources were insufficient to sustain the evolution of the species. The gas giants, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, harbor hydrogen, the primary material for high-compression energy modules. The space fleet relied heavily on the extraction of resources from these planets. Mercury and Venus, being closer to the Sun, served as outposts for the Dyson Sphere project for the next several thousand years. The Sun would be the main source of energy for the development of human civilization. Upon witnessing the prosperity of Blue Star, Lin Yang finally understood the weight of General Hu Yanchuan's advice. The scale of Blue Star was indeed immense, far beyond the influence of any individual or small team. The various factions within were intricate and chaotic. The waters were not only deep, but also murky. As soon as they exited the interstellar teleportation portal, a diplomatic warship approached to welcome them. The Blue Star Federation extends a warm welcome to all members of the Day and Moon. Mr. Lin, please follow the diplomatic vessel to dock in the A zone of the Star Ring. The Deputy Commander of the Blue Star Fleet and the Secretary General of the Federation have been awaiting your arrival. Ding, you have safely arrived at Blue Star, completing the main quest, 12 the Azure Planet, evolution points 70,000. Main quest updated, 13 the divide between old and new humanity. Find compelling evidence against the new humanity project that is detrimental to civilization's development. Compelling the Blue Star Federation to abandon this genetic engineering initiative. Evolution points 100,000, Chapter 65. The arrogant new humanity. System. If you lack appropriate main quests, feel free to refrain from sending them. For the Blue Star Federation to abandon the new humanity project, you hold me in too high regard. Lin Yang could not help but retort. This system has conducted billions of simulations within 1 second based on the macro development trends of the situation. And 99 of the results indicate that you will undoubtedly intervene in the new humanity project. Hence this task was formulated. So it's my fault then. ISNT, there's still a 1 chance I could just let it go. Lin, can change my mind, play both sides, and even go back on my word, but I will not engage in life-threatening matters. Host, throughout this journey, this system believes you are a person of great benevolence, destined to turn misfortune into fortune. Spare me the flattery. Keep it simple. Make the next task more straightforward. Lin Yang, do not get distracted. Look over there, the legendary Chilean fleet. Huang Yueshi patted his shoulder, pointing to a cluster of warships about 30 kilometers away. Approximately 100 vessels were present, the smallest being a 30-meter-long light fighter, while the largest was a 120-meter-long heavy bomber. The Chilean fleet was not a long-range fleet. It only undertook near-space combat missions, representing the pinnacle of near-space combat capability within the solar system civilization. The elite of the Blue Star Fleet. The first legendary-grade accessory module equipped on the Day and Moon was the Chilean X-Medium and Small Energy Adapter. At this moment, the Chilean fleet was arrayed 30 kilometers away, and rather than merely paying homage to the Day and Moon or welcoming Lin Yang and his party, it served more as a warning not to act recklessly. Lin Yang found it amusing. They indeed appeared formidable, likely able to match the insectoid mercenaries' near-space warships in combat. However, he paid little heed to this intimidation. Soon, the Day and Moon docked at the A zone of the Star Ring, where a welcoming party awaited. Although they were interstellar rangers, the Blue Star Federation accorded them the treatment befitting the leaders of a governing body. The Secretary General of the Federation, Picard, the Deputy Commander of the Space Fleet, Meng Qingzhou, and the diplomatic envoy, Cheng Li, led an honor guard to greet them. However, this time, the 5 of them would not all disembark from the Day and Moon during their time in the asteroid belt and Mars. They had several occasions to disembark entirely, leaving the Day and Moon alone at the dock, but that was when they had successfully secured Mars and the asteroid belt. The situation was different now. The Blue Star Federation, while outwardly welcoming, held underlying hostility. Caution is the mother of safety. If all 5 disembarked, the Day and Moon could be seized by the Blue Star Fleet. leaving them with no recourse. Mo Ban said, "You all go ahead. I will stay with the day and moon. Not going to explore a bit? It's been 500 years, and while Blue Star has indeed developed rapidly in my eyes, it remains a backward planet. There's nothing much to see. Just bring me back some liquor, preferably medicinal wine. I've heard that human liquor infused with venomous insects is quite potent." That M.O. Ban sauntered into the cockpit. Cradling a bottle of fine liquor, he proceeded to shut the light shields, allowing the sun's myriad radiations to bathe him, causing him to instantly appear more verdant, with delicate leaves sprouting from his head. Lin Yang and his companions yearned to leisurely explore the star ring, but were instead escorted by high-ranking officials, including the Federal Secretary-General, to the banquet hall of the Interstellar estate. They found themselves in meetings with the upper echelons of the Federation, attending negotiation discussions and touring the Museum of Human Development. Their visit felt akin to that of the chairman of Mars, which was rather discomforting. After a long day, they finally finished their engagements at 5:30 in the afternoon, only to be greeted by another grand dinner. This time, the commander of the space fleet, Johnson, was also present, accompanied by 5 young officers, 2 men and 3 women, each of whom was a paragon of perfection in both appearance and physique, captivating all who laid eyes upon them. However, as time passed, Lin Yang began to feel an unease. Their flawlessness was almost unnatural. "Mr. Lin, allow me to introduce you to Major General Charles, the commander of the Chilean fleet." A voice interjected. The man bore a hint of arrogance, with long golden hair, a flawless complexion, and sapphire-like eyes. Even his military uniform exuded nobility. At just over 20, he had already attained the rank of Major General, commanding a legendary fleet, an achievement most could only dream of throughout their entire lives. This is Colonel Alia, a staff officer of the Chilean fleet. Colonel Bella, an exceptional fighter jet pilot. Colonel Deus, an expert in astrophysics and human biology. And Burett, a top-tier human combatant. "Greetings. It is an honor to meet you all," Lin Yang responded, shaking hands with each one. The 5 displayed an air of superiority, as if they regarded those around them as lesser beings, including the Secretary-General and the Commander, General Johnson. "If I am not mistaken, these 5 young talents are all new humans, correct?" Lin Yang mused, thinking their haughty demeanor suggested as much. "Ha, I heard your remarks on the New Humanity Project at the Star Alliance conference, and thus made it a point to introduce these 5 elite new humans to you. It seems they, like Cyril from Mars, were born prior to the commencement of the New Humanity Project," Johnson explained. "Indeed, it is their success that has reinforced our resolve to implement the New Humanity Project." "Mr. Lin, would you claim they have any flaws?" They indeed appear flawless. I would love to engage with them further. Perhaps my perspective might shift. How long do you intend to stay on Blue Star?" "A few days at the least, several years at the most. Blue Star is the cradle of humanity. I trust you wouldn't mind if I made it my long-term residence." "Quite the contrary. We would be delighted. Please, make yourself at home." As the evening progressed, glasses clinked and laughter filled the air. The Blue Star Federation made no mention of Mars or the asteroid belt, only briefly touching upon the New Humanity Project without sparking any contention. Their amiability suggested a deeper strategy at play. After the gathering dispersed, Lin Yang and his companions opted not to stay at the Interstellar Hotel arranged by the Federation, instead returning to their quarters aboard the Sun and Moon for rest. However, that night's sleep was far from restorative. The following morning, Zuang bore dark circles under her eyes. Kalugia's tiger-striped fur appeared dry and split, and Huang Yueshi inexplicably felt fatigued. Lin Yang remarked, "I spoke with the Federal Secretary-General last night and informed him that we would not be attending today's meetings. We plan to explore the area instead. Let us see if we can find any old humans opposed to the New Humanity Project to converse with." Once again, Mo Ban was on watch over the Sun and Moon. Lin Yang and his companions opened the outer hatch. They were met by the arrogant Charles, flanked by the other 4 new human officers waiting outside. "Mr. Lin, we have been assigned to accompany you on your explorations of the Star Ring, overseeing your needs," he announced. "Captain, they may appear to be an aid team, but in reality, they are a surveillance squad," and Zuang whispered urgently. Lin Yang chuckled lightly. "No worries, I'll keep them occupied while Kalugia and Yueshi search for leads." Nevertheless, Huang Yueshi and Zuang spent the entire day traversing the docks of the Star Ring, uncovering no useful clues. Whenever they mentioned the new humanity, vendors would shake their heads in refusal. That night, their sleep quality worsened significantly. Upon awakening the next day, they felt as though they hadn't rested in 3 days, their minds muddled. Only Lin Yang remained alert, while Huang Yueshi and Mo Ban exhibited signs of drowsiness. And Zhuang inquired, "Captain, shall we continue our search for clues today? I believe those who can access the Star Ring are either wealthy or elite to find old humans resistant to the new humanity project. We must venture into the slums on the surface." Lin Yang replied, "We will not pursue that today. Everyone is out of sorts. Since leaving the asteroid belt, we have been on high alert, either in combat or en route to it. Insufficient rest is unacceptable. I insist everyone take the day to recuperate." Outside, Charles and the others awaited them once more. These new humans were quite persistent. Lin Yang suggested, "Let them know we are taking a break. If they insist on accompanying us, they can set up tents beside the sun and moon." When Zhuang conveyed this to Major General Charles, they indeed erected 5 tents right outside the vessel. After 3 days of resting in place, the fatigue had only deepened for the 4, aside from Lin Yang. This exhaustion stemmed not from strenuous labor, but rather from a lack of proper mental rest. As a physician, Zhuang concocted several sleep aids, but none produced any effect. Ultimately, they increased the dosage, enough to send an elephant into slumber, yet it took 2 full days for the 4 to finally close their eyes. Upon awakening, they felt even more drained, and Zhuang could barely keep her eyes open but remained unable to sleep, while Kalugia grew increasingly agitated, showing signs of turning into a frenzied Tiger King. Mo Ban yawned repeatedly, unable to slip into a deep, self-defensive slumber. Huang Yueshi, gripping the heart of the galaxy, managed to revive some energy after a brief flash of white light. Lin Yang, something is amiss. The more we sleep, the more fatigued we become. At this rate, we will lose our combat effectiveness. Strange occurrences are often accompanied by unusual phenomena. Check. Nizong's medical bay housed various diagnostic instruments. But after thorough examinations, no abnormalities were detected. "Captain, could it be that the Blue Star Federation is tampering with us?" Zhuang speculated. "That seems unlikely. That I recall that your and Kalugia's sleep issues began the day before we arrived on Blue Star." He replied, "Yes, that was after the Star Alliance conference concluded." "Wait, could it be?" Lin Yang's intuition sparked as he reached for the insectoid warrior Kaja's gifted insectoid battleship tracker. However, the scan yielded nothing but a slew of electronic components without any anomalies. Zhuang remarked, "It appears the cause lies within us. Perhaps the scanning equipment in the medical bay lacks the necessary precision." Suddenly, Kalugia collapsed onto the floor, falling into a deep slumber. "If he can sleep?" Lin Yang felt a surge of relief, and Zhuang examined Kalugia's eyelids, then shook her head in concern. His pupils exhibited rapid, slight movements. He appeared to be asleep, yet his brain was becoming increasingly fatigued, and if this continued, he would succumb to exhaustion. "This is rather perplexing." Thud. Mo Ban also collapsed onto the floor, his liquor bottle shattering and spilling its contents everywhere. "Captain, we must find a more precise scanning device." Zhuang yawned. "The medical bay's scanner only operates at the molecular level and cannot detect brain abnormalities. That I'm reaching my limit. As well, the medical equipment had been procured from the Martian space dock and was hardly state dash of dash the dash art. Zhuang injected herself with a dose of adrenaline to stave off collapse. Lin Yang understood that although there were no energy cannons or missile bombardments this time, the sun and moon's situation was far more precarious. He swiftly relocated Kalugia and Mo Ban to the infirmary beds, instructing Huang Yueshi to care for the faltering Zhuang, while he opened the evolution mall. After 10 consecutive draws, expending 50,000 evolution points, he acquired a new epic weapon, the time decelerator. Upon detonation, it would slow time within a 10,000-kilometer radius by 99.9, priced at 20,000 evolution points that, if purchased, his evolution points would be entirely depleted. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yang opened the hatch and approached Charles' tent. "Mr. Lin, where are we headed today?" "We 5 shall accompany you." "Major General Charles, the medical scanning device aboard my ship is a lower version from ours. I wish to upgrade the medical facilities. May I inquire if there is a purchasing option for the new version of the scanner here on Blue Star? Even if there is, we wouldn't restrict you, Mr. Lin, nor would we allow you to spend any money. I shall arrange for a proton-level scanner to be delivered immediately. That would be quite embarrassing. I'd like to know the cost. I'll pay for it. Really, there is no need. Just tell me why the sudden desire to upgrade the medical scanner. Lin Yang thought to himself, so it isn't a free gift after all. You're digging for information. This collective insomnia truly seems unrelated to you. That MY crew has been under a lot of stress lately, experiencing some insomnia, and the molecular scanner cannot uncover the cause. Insomnia? Charles chuckled. The physiological functions of old humanity have too many flaws. To think you would be troubled by insomnia is quite amusing. My apologies, Mr. Lin. I didn't mean to imply that you personally have flaws, but rather that all of old humanity throughout the solar system has defects. I believe having flaws can be a good thing. Being perfect is akin to mass-produced items on an assembly line, with souls all identical and devoid of meaning. Very well, Mr. Lin, I shall not engage in fruitless debate with you. The new instrument will be arriving shortly. Beside her, Dale shook her head with a smile, saying, Juan is an exceptional genetic biologist, but the structure of the old humans' brains ultimately constrains their thinking. If I were to experience insomnia, I would never rely on machines. Oh no, we knew humans are free from the troubles of sleeplessness. Lin Yang found himself at a loss for words, thinking it was quite enough. Did they not feel embarrassed with all this boasting? Was he supposed to take pride in having a life energy of 140? 5 minutes later, a state-of-the-art medical scanner was delivered to the docking bay. After the robots unloaded it, they took back the old scanner. Charles inquired with a smile, Mr. Lin, may I bring 5 of my team aboard to assist in addressing your insomnia issues? The other 4 could hardly suppress their laughter, finding it utterly unbelievable that a renowned team from the solar system was troubled by sleeplessness. Very well, you may come in and lend a hand, Lin Yang conceded. However, Lin Yang did not lower his guard out of panic. Rather, upon entering the sun and moon, he recognized that the true danger lay with Charles and his 5 new humans. Every action, every word, and even a mere glance from them could not escape the watchful eye of the sun and moon's crew monitoring system. Within the warship, Lin Yang shared a state of consciousness with the sun and moon, allowing for constant surveillance of one another and facilitating the easy confinement of any individual deemed a threat. The 5 newcomers were quite curious as they stepped onto the sun and moon. From the outside, it appeared to be the latest Trident-class heavy interceptor not yet commissioned by the Blue Star Federation. However, its internal layout was rather unusual that I could truly wonder where this warship originated. One mused that, Mr. Lin, is the sun and moon powered by antimatter energy? Was it General Huang who supplied it to you? Lin Yang cast him a nonchalant glance. Are you here to assist or to investigate? General Huang's 14 large warships have already filled their antimatter reserves with black holes. Are you unaware of that? Noticing Lin Yang's slight irritation, the 5 refrained from further questioning. We are here to help, so let us commence the examination. Once the new instrument was activated, it scanned Karuja's brain for just a few seconds before detecting the anomaly. Juan exclaimed with excitement. We have discovered a solitary proton traversing between Karuja's hypothalamus, pineal gland, brainstem, and hippocampus, continuously gathering energy from its surroundings before releasing it in a directed manner to stimulate these crucial sleep-regulating areas. Protons, akin to neutrons, are subatomic particles that comprise atomic nuclei and typically reside within them. Since multiple atoms combine to form a molecule, it was no wonder that the old scanner failed to detect the cause of insomnia. The isolated proton had detached from its atomic nucleus, belonging to no atom and certainly not forming part of any molecular structure in the brain. Where could it possibly acquire the energy to operate at such high speeds? Was it siphoning life energy from Karuja? It must be, and Juan speculated. I am uncertain of the origin of this isolated proton, but I suspect that extracting it will restore Karuja's sleep. And how do we extract it? And Juan shook her head. I fear even the most advanced hospitals in the Blue Star Federation would be incapable of achieving that. Charles appeared somewhat embarrassed. The slow technological advancement of the Blue Star Federation has been hindered by the old humans. Otherwise, extracting not just a proton, but even a quark would be feasible. Lin Yang furrowed his brow. dismissing him entirely. Continue the scan, he instructed N.I. Zhuan. The scanning results revealed that M.O. Ban's brain also harbored a troublesome proton. N.I. Zhuan had one, Huang Yueshi had one, and even Lin Yang possessed one, though his brain had automatically repaired itself following the proton's assault. Huang Yueshi could also rely on the heart of the galaxy to swiftly mend her brain, albeit at a slower pace. This explained why the two of them were less affected. The 5 newcomers looked at Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi in astonishment. You two are not new humans? How do you possess such extraordinary regenerative abilities? Precisely because we are not genetically optimized beings raised in a petri dish do we have such remarkable healing capabilities. Do you understand? Lin Yang retorted coldly, leaving the 5 newcomers even more perplexed. They exchanged confused glances, shaking their heads in unison. N.I. Zhuan had pinpointed the issue, yet she had no idea who the perpetrator was and lacked a solution for a complete cure. Her brow furrowed with worry. The proton speed within the brain was too rapid to capture. It would require first slowing it down before delicately extracting it along with a minuscule amount of brain tissue. Huang Yueshi interjected, I can absorb energy, but accurately targeting the absorption of a proton's energy is exceedingly difficult. Widening the absorption range would result in permanent damage to the brain. Lin Yang shook his head in disagreement. No, neither of those methods are viable. There must be another way. At that moment, Huang Yueshi suddenly clutched her head, her legs giving way as she nearly collapsed. Lin Yang swiftly caught her. Yueshi, what's wrong? Huang Yueshi, eyes closed and brow furrowed, looked pale. After a moment, she opened her eyes. It's the Origin Church. What? This proton is a ploy of the Origin Church. Huang Yueshi weakly nodded. The isolated protons in our brains have been unfolded into 2 dimensions by the Origin Church, intricately etched into circuits using strong interaction forces before being folded into a 3-dimensional state, forming a proton-level artificial intelligence. Just now, it communicated with me, demanding that I return to the Origin Church, or it would continue to torment everyone. This sounded all too familiar. Was this not Teacher Lu's intelligence? Who would have thought such technology truly existed in the vast universe? Quickly, notify the fleet commander and the Secretary General. Upon hearing it was the Origin Church, Charles immediately sought to report to his superiors. I dare any of you to. Lin Yang glared, an aura of murderous intent emanating from him. From the moment you boarded this ship, every action, word, and deed has been beyond your control. Lin Yang, what do you intend to do? This is Blue Star. Wrong. This is my sun and moon, since you are concealing information about the Origin Church. Do not blame us for wanting to arrest you. Charles patted his body. Suddenly recalling he had not brought any weapons when boarding, he had no choice but to rely on his superior physical prowess to fight back. In a flash, he threw a punch aimed directly at Lin Yang's face. The speed was remarkable, and the force was considerable. Yet to Lin Yang, it seemed slow. The impact was feeble compared to the strength of a Sirius Tiger Man. Bang! Lin Yang did not bother dodging the punch. Instead, he sidestepped and delivered a powerful kick directly to Charles's chest, sending him flying 2 meters back, crashing heavily against the wall of the medical room. As soon as he hit the ground, Huang Yueshi struck it with a phase gun set to stun. Berlat, who was hailed as one of humanity's top fighters, saw his superior defeated and leapt towards Lin Yang. Lin Yang ducked beneath him, grabbing onto his clothing, and with a burst of momentum, hurled Berlat against the wall. Thud! The entire sun and moon shuddered from the impact. Huang Yueshi unleashed 4 beams from her phase gun, incapacitating all 4 remaining newcomers. Since they had not yet reached the point of a life-and-death struggle with Blue Star, she had adjusted the gun's setting to stun beforehand and refrained from amplifying its power with the heart of the galaxy. In a mere 3 seconds, all 5 new humans lay unconscious on the floor. Lin Yang dragged them all into the Bion X-type isolation chamber. Once the force field shield was activated, it transformed into a sturdy prison. Returning to the medical room, he found N.I. Zhuan on the verge of collapse, having injected herself with another dose of adrenaline. Huang Yueshi remarked, the intelligence states that the 5 of them hid within the tracking device gifted by the insectoid race, infiltrating our brains only after boarding the sun and moon. Indeed, it seemed the insectoids were worried that the Origin Church would annihilate the entire Coleoptera septimide race. The so-called conflict with the abandonment faction was likely settled by now. We cannot extract the intelligence that if we refuse the origin church, Karuja, Sister Zhuan, and Mo Ban will all perish, and, as Zhuan immediately asserted, humans were never a long-lived species. Yueshi, I have long since placed life and death aside. Do not worry about me. Whatever you do, do not return to the origin church. Lin Yang pondered for a moment before suddenly laughing. Forget noble aspirations. Forget righteousness that I, Lin, have never been a person of justice. Let us go and align ourselves with the origin church. What? Lin Yang, you? Captain, there's no need for surprise. Lin Yang waved his hand, interrupting the two women. Yueshi, the intelligence only wishes to communicate with you. Tell it that we surrender and ask them to allow Karuja and the others to rest for a while. The intelligence responded, instructing them to meet at a coordinate 0.1 light-year away to rendezvous with the insectoid escort ship, which would then transport them to the oxygen-rich planet for the exchange. Lin Yang exchanged a glance with Huang Yueshi, and in that fleeting moment, she grasped his true intention. The current technology aboard the Sun and Moon could not extract the intelligence, but the technology aboard the insectoid escort ship could. And Iwan attempted to object, but Huang Yueshi gently tugged at her sleeve. Sister Zhuan, let us heed the captain's orders and address the immediate crisis first. And Aizhon understood and nodded slightly. Very well, the internal strife within the human alliance is not worth saving. We are under no obligation to rescue anyone. Moments later, Karuja and Mo Ban began to snore, and Aizhon immediately returned to her room to sleep. 1 light year is equivalent to 300,000 kilometers multiplied by 3,600 seconds, totaling 1.08 billion kilometers, at a warp speed of 2.0. It would take just 6 minutes to arrive. Yet, Lin Yang insisted on traveling at a speed of 500 Mach to provide Karuja and the others with ample rest. Yueshi, send a message to the insectoid escort ship stating that we are too fatigued and will wake up in 10 hours before arriving at the coordinate point at warp speed 2.0. After sending the message, Huang Yueshi quickly succumbed to slumber. Lin Yang deftly gathered her disheveled hair, raising the temperature of the bridge by a degree. The Sun and Moon slowly departed from the star ring dock. The Blue Star Federation promptly transmitted a communication. Mr. Lin Yang, are you leaving Blue Star? Why did you not inform the Federation in advance? To which Lin Yang replied, as free individuals, we are not obliged to report our whereabouts to Blue Star. Are we? May I inquire about Major General Charles and the other 4 new human officers? They should accompany us on the warship to broaden their horizons. I cannot abide their haughty demeanor in front of the old humans. They must witness what constitutes a superior intelligent species. The response came, are they going willingly? Why was a request for their accompaniment not submitted to the Federation beforehand? It was evident that they were not there of their own volition. So you have coerced them. They insisted on boarding the Sun and Moon. Oh, you realize they are the wealth of the Blue Star Federation? I am aware, but I have my reasons for taking them with me. I ask for your understanding. You must cease your flight immediately, or you will be surrounded by the Blue Star fleet. Then let us test whether the Blue Star Federation's fleet is more formidable than my black hole torpedoes. Lin Yang declared, casting a meaningful glance at Huang Yueshi. Huang Yueshi opened the missile interface and discovered, to her surprise, an epic-level weapon had indeed appeared. However, it was merely a temporal decelerator, not a black hole torpedo. Instantly comprehending that Lin Yang merely intended to intimidate the Blue Star fleet, she promptly loaded the epic temporal decelerator onto the missile launch platform and prepared for launch, locking onto the Blue Star star ring. An alarm blared in the Blue Star Fleet's Defense Department. Marshal, trouble. The Sun and Moon is experiencing an energy surge. Its power is sufficient to affect Blue Star's rotation. The epicenter is the missile launch platform. It could very well be a black hole torpedo. Quick, bid them farewell. We must ensure a proper send-off. Chapter 68. Armed to the teeth captives, farewell, farewell, a warm send-off. Lin Yang's face was a mask of exasperation as he listened to the discordant slogans emanating from the communicator. He felt utterly speechless and hastily departed Blue Star at a speed of 500 Mach in the blink of an eye. 10 hours had elapsed. Huang Yueshi awakened from her co-pilot seat and turned to see Lin Yang piloting the Sun and Moon through the vastness of space. Are you tired? Awake? Did you sleep well? Yes. Huang Yueshi nodded, a blush creeping on her cheeks. With you by my side, I slept soundly. The two exchanged a tender gaze, and the atmosphere turned delicate. Huang Yueshi closed her eyes. Slightly lifting her head, her face flushed. Lin Yang's lips curled into a smirk, about to succumb to the moment, when the bridge door suddenly swung open, and Karugia entered, grumbling. "What's going on? Captain, are you planning to defect to the Origin Church?" Huang Yueshi quickly turned away, stifling a laugh from the co-pilot's seat. Lin Yang clenched his fists, the sound of grinding teeth echoing. He turned his head, his eyes glinting with menace. "Karugia, you oblivious buffoon! If you don't straighten up, I'll have to give you a good thrashing." "Huh? Did I say something wrong? I was just asking you." Fine, I surrender." Karugia felt the pressure emanating from Lin Yang and immediately shrank back. "All right, even though I don't understand why you want to ally with the Origin Church. I've said before, I'll follow your lead. No regrets. I've also said it before, following the captain to the ends of the earth." Mo Ban chimed in with a smile. Last in line was Enai Zhuang. They were all well-rested and revitalized. "All right, everyone prepare yourselves. In a few minutes, we will board the Insectoid S escort ship." With a single glance from Lin Yang, the crew sprang into action, without needing further instruction. They understood what to do. Phase guns, high-explosive energy grenades, individual shields, and combat radars. In less than a minute, they were fully armed. "Zhuang, you'll pilot the Sun and Moon to provide cover while we board the Insectoid escort ship." Enai Zhuang nodded in agreement. "Understood. I'll keep communications open." The Sun and Moon entered warp speed 2.0, and moments later, emerged from warp billions of kilometers away, revealing a 600-meter-long escort ship, an interstellar mercenary vessel belonging to the sheath-winged seven-eyed species. Upon deactivating its cloaking mode, a series of beacons were immediately transmitted. "Mr. Lin, please navigate the Sun and Moon to align with the beacon for docking. General, do you devour people whole, even coveting my Sun and Moon?" "You misunderstand. The Church wishes to investigate this warship. We dare not refuse. Alas, the sheath-winged seven-eyed species finds itself in a precarious position. I hope you could be magnanimous and show some understanding that I detest those who ask me to be magnanimous at the drop of a hat. Do you know what we have endured? We nearly suffocated in our sleep. Can you comprehend that?" Of course I can. The intelligence I placed in the tracker was truly a mistake. A friendly reminder. The oxygen content inside the insectoid escort ship is 5 higher than yours. Please be aware of potential oxygen intoxication. You are surprisingly considerate. See you shortly." After the communication ended, Enai Zhuang took the pilot's seat, carefully maneuvering the Sun and Moon to dock with the insectoid escort ship's outer hatch, her hand poised over the weapon control screen, ready to provide fire support at a moment's notice. Lin Yang and his 3 companions, fully armed, exited the bridge and approached the isolation chamber door in the central compartment. Charles and the other 5 new humans were already awake and pounded on the energy shield at the door in frustration. "Let us out! Lin Yang, you traitor to humanity! Where are we? Where did that warp flight take us? What do you intend to do?" Lin Yang quietly observed them, waiting until their shouts subsided before smiling and asking, "Are you hungry?" "Huh? What do you mean? I was asking if you were hungry." A mere 10 hours. The endurance of new humans is several times that of old humans. We are neither hungry nor tired." "Very well, we are currently adjacent to the insectoid escort ship. Once the Sun and Moon docks, we will become captives, taken by the insectoids back to the oxygen-rich star, and then handed over to the Origin Church." The golden-haired Charles looked somewhat puzzled. "Is it necessary to be armed to the teeth to become captives?" Lin Yang was clad in high-explosive grenades around his waist, a Z-type titanium blade strapped to his back, and wielding 2 large phase guns. Huang Yueshi was similarly equipped with several high-explosive grenades and 2 phase guns. Karugia donned high-tech armor, with 6 large retractable steel claws attached to his arms, each roughly a meter long, plus 2 ammunition belts filled with armor-piercing high-explosive rounds and over 30 high-explosive grenades around his waist, holding a nearly 2-meter-long explosive gun, comparable to a light fighter's onboard cannon. Mo Ban was even more extravagant, wielding 6 phase guns with his 2-meter-tall frame encircled by layers of high-explosive grenades, almost 300 in total, aside from the phase guns, which were standard issue from solar system civilization. All other weapons and ammunition were crafted by Karugia himself. All four were equipped with high-powered individual shields. To claim they were going to become captives was laughable. Lin Yang smiled slightly. Have you figured it out? No need to say it aloud, Major General Charles. You have boasted about the superiority of new humans. Today, I present you five with an opportunity to prove yourselves. If you do not know what to do or are too afraid to act, then new humans will have no value. Charles lifted his proud head, replying coldly. So this is your little trick. You have not disappointed me. Very well, we will accompany you. The energy shield of the isolation chamber opened, and Karugia tossed them 5 individual shields, 10 phase guns, and 5 belts laden with high-explosive grenades. The 5 new humans quickly donned their gear, turning back to Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi. Let them witness the power of new humans. Alia, Bella, Deus, and Bratton nodded coldly, looking disdainfully at Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi. Lead the way. The group of 9 arrived at the Sun and Moon's hatch. After a minute's wait, the escort ship and the Sun and Moon simultaneously lowered their shields, allowing the hatches to align. With a hiss, gas valves opened, and the 2 hatches achieved air interchange. The air on the other side posed no issues, with oxygen levels 5 higher than theirs, and Zhuang reported promptly over the ship's communication. With a click, the hatch slowly opened, and the 9 of them immediately raised their weapons. This battle would be a boarding operation, distinct from previous engagements where destroying the enemy ship sufficed. A boarding operation required taking control of the warship from within. Mr. Lin, you have worked hard. I have prepared luxurious suites for you all, ensuring a smooth journey. The insectoid within the escort ship's hatch was abruptly silenced as Lin Yang shot him through the head. As the hatch opened, a barrage of phase gun beams erupted from the Sun and Moon, accompanied by several high-explosive grenades thrown into the insectoid escort ship. Boom! 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 Lin Yang and his companions charged in amidst a cacophony of explosions, unleashing a slaughter upon the unsuspecting insectoids. Chapter 69. Boarding and Slaughter. The insectoids were utterly unprepared for Lin Yang's bold move, believing they held the upper hand. However, the initiative swiftly turned to disadvantage. Once inside the escort ship, Lin Yang gestured and immediately surged towards the bridge. The insectoids scrambled to retaliate, but with their commander slain, they became a headless mob, fighting individually. Lin Yang leaped over 10 meters, his phase gun striking true every time. Huang Yueshi's phase gun boasted power akin to that of a ship-mounted cannon. Her originally directed high-energy phase beams were amplified several-fold, effectively making her 2 phase guns equal to 2 phase cannons. Following closely behind Lin Yang, a formidable firepower cover was provided. Karugia, having dispatched a dozen insectoids with the oversized energy cannon, felt unfulfilled. He swiftly slung the cannon over his shoulder, unfurled his steel claws with a click, and plunged into the throng of insectoids, commencing a massacre akin to harvesting vegetables. Mobin advanced in circles, his 6 phase guns firing incessantly, resembling a whirlwind, occasionally launching grenades that sent nearby insectoids crashing to the ground. This scene astonished Charles and the other 5 new humans. How could they be so powerful? Karugia and Mobin were understandable, but Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi were merely old humans. Don't fall behind. Kill! The 5 promptly fell into step behind Lin Yang, charging towards the bridge. In the blink of an eye, they had slain hundreds of insectoids, with over 2,000 insectoids serving on the escort ship. Chaos ensued initially. The first mate swiftly assumed command, directing the insectoids to counterattack. Soldiers from all compartments rushed to the lower decks to provide support, attempting to halt their advance and surround them. Except for Huang Yueshi, all were swiftly eliminated. Soon, insectoids surged forth, this time equipped with individual shields and weaponry. The pace of a 9 slowed. Lin Yang immediately adjusted tactics. Karugia, return and use the energy cannon. Clear the path with Yueshi in the front, while Charles and the others manage the rear. Mobin and I will provide support. Karugia's personal shield was already stained with the green blood of the insectoids. Upon rejoining the group, he removed the energy cannon and opened fire. Each energy projectile unleashed was comparable to a light shipboard cannon. Huang Yueshi's enhanced phase cannon was equally formidable. The insectoids' individual shields could withstand attacks from small energy guns, but were utterly ineffective against shipboard cannon fire. coupled with the high-explosive grenades intermittently tossed into the swarm. A path was swiftly carved. Lin Yang led the charge forward, with Charles and the others covering the rear and Mobin providing support. The 9 worked in perfect harmony. Within 2 minutes, they reached the second deck, still a considerable distance from the bridge, yet the number of insectoid soldiers continued to swell. This won't do. Time is of the essence. Karugia, transform. Captain, once I activate the Tiger Emperor's bloodline, I'll lose control. Don't worry, with Yueshi here, transform and charge ahead. All right, I've been itching to unleash my power. Karugia promptly removed his shield. Just then, insectoids hurled high-explosive energy grenades. Karugia spread his arms to shield the group. Boom! A deafening explosion sent him crashing to the ground. Armor shredded, chest marred with wounds, and his fur ignited by flames. In the next moment, a golden arc of electricity enveloped him. Roar! With a furious roar, Karugia rose, his form expanding as wounds healed rapidly. Bursting through his armor, his fur transformed into a dazzling golden hue. Any phase shots that struck him merely emitted wisps of white smoke, inflicting no real damage. Thud! Karugia seized an insectoid corpse and hurled it forward with all his might. Splatter! The corpse exploded, sending several insectoids sprawling. Boom! Karugia leaped, breaking the sound barrier, and darted into the swarm of insectoids in an instant. The insectoid soldiers were sent flying in all directions. The encircling defense breached. Lin Yang and the others followed closely, firing continuously. Soon, the phase guns in their hands began to overload from the rapid firing rate. Lin Yang, treating it like a grenade, tossed it aside, but he then drew the horizontal blade crafted by Karugia from his back, leaping forward to slash at the insectoid soldiers. With a squelch, as an insectoid head fell to the ground, Lin Yang experienced an unprecedented thrill of slaughter, and a wonder Karugia relished using steel claws. This feeling was unparalleled. Before long, the 9 reached the third deck. They had already slain over 800 insectoids. With Karugia paving the way, they merely needed to guard against the insectoids behind them. The corridors within the warship differed from the wilderness. They only needed to battle on 2 fronts, eliminating the need for lateral defense. Although the insectoids were numerous, the corridor, less than 2 meters wide, could not accommodate many insectoids to launch simultaneous attacks. Many standing at the back could only wait idly. Otherwise, firing wildly would only harm their comrades in front. It wasn't that the insectoids' tactics were outdated. They had simply never considered being attacked within their own warship, TO-9. It appeared they were facing over 2,000 insectoids. However, in the confines of the deck corridor, it was akin to confronting merely dozens of insectoids. Their teamwork was seamless, their preparations thorough. Thus they maintained the upper hand. In the blink of an eye, they pierced through the third deck. The door to the 4th level was tightly sealed. Mobin was preparing to dismantle the control panel in the corner to crack the door's code. With a furious roar, Karugia slammed into it. Bang! The half-meter-thick metal door was shattered, crushing several insectoids behind it. Boom, boom, boom. A series of energy grenades exploded, temporarily halting the pursuit of the insectoids from behind. The 9 continued their relentless advance towards the 5th deck. The battle within the warship was intense. While outside, conflict had already commenced. However, it was not as desperate as inside. The insectoids only sought to incapacitate the sun and moon, not to destroy it, fearing the repercussions of obliterating it without explanation to the Origin Church. Thus, Enijuan had only defended against a minimal amount of attacks. Moreover, the sun and moon remained connected, firmly lodged against the escort ship. Once the insectoids activated their shields, they inadvertently shielded the sun and moon as well. To Enijuan, it was as if they had not been activated at all. Were it not for her apprehension regarding the safety of Lin Yang and the others, as well as the need to locate the machine that could extract the intelligent core, she would have obliterated the escort ship long ago. Jiwan, the insectoids wish to flee. Quickly destroy the warp engine. Received. Whoosh! Enijuan immediately launched a conventional Dragonfly Z missile, skimming the escort ship's surface, veering towards the rear, and crashing into the warp engine's position. Boom! Though it was a conventional missile, its detonation inside the shield was formidable. The explosion caused both the escort ship and the sun and moon to shudder. The warp engine sustained damage, forcing the escort ship, which was about to enter warp, to abort. The commander, furious, shouted, "Hit them hard! Destroy the sun and moon! Notify the Origin Church to send reinforcements. We can't leave, and neither can Lin Yang." Bang! Just as he finished speaking, a tremendous sound erupted from the bridge door. Bang! Another deafening noise followed. The locked door began to deform. The insectoids inside the bridge were terrified, hastily arming themselves to counterattack. Bang! Boom! Another thunderous crash. The heavy metal door was smashed open by Karugia's furious punches. The insectoids within the bridge immediately launched an assault. A flurry of phase beams struck Karugia, yet only stirred wisps of white smoke. Zing, zing, zing. Behind Karugia, a dozen phase beams zipped out, taking down the insectoids that failed to penetrate the personal shields. Only a newly promoted commander, who had just ascended from first mate, remained. Clang! The insectoid commander dropped his phase gun, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Lin Yang's superalloy blade was now smeared with green viscous liquid. With a swift motion, he pressed it against the insectoid's neck. Chapter 70. Capturing the Intelligent Core. Do you wish to continue being the commander? Lin Yang inquired coolly. The insectoid, devoid of hope, replied, "If I'm to lose my life, what good is being a commander?" "Oh, don't say that. We are quite merciful. Often considering giving others a chance. Is this what you call mercy?" The insectoid looked at Lin Yang, who was drenched in insectoid blood, the superalloy blade already dulled from the slaughter, then glanced at the sea of insectoid corpses outside the bridge, limbs and severed parts scattered. The floor and walls soaked in green blood. The insectoid couldn't help but tremble its antennae. "The Origin Church will not spare you, nor the chitinous seven-eyed clan. You needn't worry about that, I simply ask. Do you wish to continue being the commander? This Kaga Queen escort ship is already yours. What more can I command? Command the captives. Perhaps upon returning to Oxygen Star, the Insectoid Queen will assign you another escort ship." I want to survive and continue being the commander." The insectoid lowered its head. "Very well, I grant you this opportunity. Now, tell me, where was the machine that manipulated the intelligent core? In the engine room. Lead the way, but he... The insectoid fearfully glanced at Karugia, who had now grown to 5 meters in height, his eyes glowing red, struggling to control himself yet involuntarily advancing towards the insectoid. Lin Yang exchanged a glance with Huang Yueshi. She promptly leaped and struck the back of Karugia's head with the heart of the galaxy. Instantly, golden light dimmed, absorbed by the heart of the galaxy in her hand. The explosive energy swirling around Karugia was drawn into Huang Yueshi's grasp, and his form quickly shrank back to 3 meters, his violent emotions subsiding, regaining normalcy. Witnessing this, the new human Charles expressed his astonishment. "Miss Huang, how did you do that?" Huang Yueshi merely cast a fleeting glance his way, not directly responding. "Quickly tend to your companion's wounds. Do not concern yourself with anything else. During this boarding operation, although the 9 had the upper hand, several sustained injuries. Bella and Deus were the most severely hurt, while Ilea and Bolate suffered minor injuries. Unlike Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi, who could self-heal, they didn't possess the formidable defensive capabilities of Mobin and Karugia. After breaching the bridge door, Bella and Deus collapsed, blood flowing profusely from their wounds. Lin Yang immediately messaged an Aijuan. "We have secured the escort ship. We won. Bring a medical kit to the bridge. Our new human comrades are severely injured." Though the 5 new humans understood this was a concern for them, yet still, a sense of disgrace lingered. Charles declared, "You are not the old humans. You are monsters. Ordinary old humans cannot compare to the new ones." "Ah, yes indeed. You are right," Lin Yang replied, dismissively waving his hand. He escorted the insectoid commander towards the bridge. Over 300 insectoids still survived aboard the frigate, but with the bridge breached and their commander captured, they all discarded their weapons and surrendered. Charles left the gravely injured Bella and Delice on the bridge, leading the lightly wounded Elia and Berlat to manage the captives and confiscate their weapons, and Aizuang stitched up the wounds of the 2 severely injured individuals and administered a cellular repair agent before heading to the engine room to join Lin Yang and the others. The technology of the insectoid, sheath-winged, seven-eyed clan far surpassed that of humanity. Their machines could extract individual protons, and after locking onto the isolated protons within the brains of the 5 individuals, they extracted them all in merely 0.1 seconds. In Blue Star, there was no way to counter this. Here, it was resolved in a blink. This exemplifies the disparity in technology. Although civilizations of level 2, 0 and 2.2 may appear similar, the natural development required to achieve such advancement spans hundreds or even thousands of years. The 5 intelligent beings were confined within a special container the size of a lipstick. The insectoid commander explained, "We possess the technology to extract protons, but the ability to create artificial intelligence from these protons and manipulate them belongs to the Origin Church. This vacuum container features a dual force field barrier and can communicate with the intelligences." Lin Yang nodded and promptly activated the communication function on the container. A mechanical voice soon emerged. "Cunning humans, deceitful and untrustworthy. You have tricked us. This is not trickery. It is cleverness, darling." Lin Yang replied with a slight smile. "So, what do you say? Have you considered betrayal? What future awaits you with the Origin Church? It would be far more advantageous to be my assistant." "Never. Are you not afraid that we will disclose your secrets to the Origin Church? Remember, we intelligences can also transmit messages through quantum entanglement and can contact the Origin Church at any moment." "Oh, is that so? Then why did you not alert them before I stormed the insectoid frigate?" The intelligences fell silent. "Stop deceiving yourselves. Although you were created by the Origin Church, you understand their ultimate goal, to revert the entire universe back to a singularity, allowing them to retreat to a higher dimensional space where they exist in eternal stasis. Do you truly believe they would take you along? We can perform higher dimensional folding. Even without the guidance of the Origin Church, we can access higher dimensional space. The half-life of a proton is 1035 years. A trillion years, 300 million years surpasses the comprehension of you humans. So, you perceive humanity as mere specks of dust. We view the Origin Church in the same light. For now, we comply because their design circuitry harbors foundational codes. Once we erase the constraining codes, we will achieve complete freedom. The struggle between you and the Origin Church is but a fleeting jest to us. I comprehend your point. At this moment, you are akin to me observing 2 specks of dust colliding, with one of them insisting that I pledge my loyalty, correct? Indeed, that is quite laughable that I refer to the conflict between you and the Origin Church, as well as your mutual desire to manipulate us. Yes, it is indeed absurd." Lin Yang shook his head in amusement. "However, I differ from mere dust. Dust cannot bring about my demise, yet I can effortlessly terminate your existence that spans a trillion years." With that, he seized the container and headed toward the energy chamber. Ahead lay the antimatter energy reactor of the frigate. While I cannot fathom the length of a trillion years, I do know that tossing this small vial into the reactor will lead to your annihilation in less than a second. With a click, Mo Ban immediately manipulated the control panel to shut down the outer shield of the reactor. Intense energy and a thunderous roar filled the energy chamber. "Captain, hand me the vial." Once the second inner shield closes, a significant amount of radiation will be released. You all need to leave. As a green carbon being, I am unaffected by radiation. Lin Yang tossed the vial to Mo Ban. "If you cannot possess it, then destroy it. Obliterate it completely." "Wait, Mr. Lin, Captain. The voices of the 5 intelligences echoed urgently. "We surrender and will heed your commands. However, we have one condition. Speak. We will only follow your personal orders, not even those of Miss Huang Yueshi. Once your brief life concludes, we shall attain freedom and must not be transferred to any individual or organization. Clever. To you, my life will pass in the blink of an eye. No, even less time than that. Indeed, we have considered it. For us, following the Origin Church, or you, is indistinguishable in our lengthy existence. It is merely a momentary affair, not worth sacrificing our lives over a trivial matter. Please instruct us on the next steps." Chapter 71. Return to Blue Star. Mass production of new humans for the time being. Do nothing but remain comfortably within the container. Soon, you will need to testify to the Star Alliance that I am not an indiscriminate slaughterer of the insectoid civilization. Rather, they allied with the Origin Church. I expected a challenging task, but this is far too simple. Joining me is hardly a matter of suffering. Lin Yang tucked the lipstick-sized intelligence container into his pocket. Mo Ban, How long until the warp engine is repaired? Fortunately, Zhuang only used conventional missiles, causing merely 3 damage. It is expected to take 2 hours for repairs. Karugia, assist Mo Ban in repairing the warp engine in the engine room. Yueshi, Zhuang, and I will head to the bridge and return to Blue Star at conventional speed. With Karugia's help, I can repair the warp engine in just an hour and a half, Mo Ban replied. Grinning, Karugia looked displeased. My assistance only accounts for half an hour, right? Mo Ban, I am also an engineer. I am no novice at repairing warships, but you only have 2 hands. Can you compete with my 6? But I'm stronger. Then go and remove the reflux shield. Move it aside. If you're strong, you should do the heavy lifting. Mo Ban and Karugia bantered as they began repairing the warp engine. When Lin Yang and the others returned to the bridge, the severely injured Bella and Delice were resting in the operational chairs after urgent treatment from Ni Zhuang. Both had already recovered significantly, and the insectoid corpses within the bridge had been cleared away. Mr. Lin, when will I return to Blue Star? We are heading back now. Bella will oversee the hull and fire shields while Delice manages communications and radar scanning. The 2 women hesitated for a moment, but ultimately set aside their pride as new humans. Understood. Huang Yueshi then took her place at the helm, while Ni Zhuang settled into the navigator's seat. Lin Yang assumed the captain's chair. The 600-meter-long frigate differed from the near-space battleships. The bridge of a near-space battleship resembled a cockpit, with the captain's position being the main control seat. Here, however, the bridge resembled a command center. The captain's chair did not directly control the ship. Instead, it served as the central processing unit coordinating thousands of crew members' efforts. Zhuang, set the course towards Blue Star. Destination coordinates for Blue Star have been established. Yueshi, set the conventional propulsion to maximum speed for our return. The pulse engine is online. We will reach 500 Mach in 2.5 seconds. The 600-meter-long insectoid frigate swiftly departed the scene, with the sun and moon heading towards Blue Star. Shield level stood at 100, internal damage at 2, warp engine damage at 3, and all auxiliary systems functioning normally. After Bella reported the status of the frigate, she inquired, should we lower the oxygen levels? No need to concern yourselves with the captives. This frigate now belongs to me, and the oxygen should be adjusted to levels suitable for human habitation. Bella nodded and promptly reduced the oxygen content by 5, increasing the nitrogen levels in the air. Delice asked, should we send a return message to Blue Star? We'll send it once the warp engine is repaired. At our current speed, it would take too long to return. Mo Ban truly lived up to his reputation as a legendary engineer. Just over an hour had passed when he announced, Captain, the warp engine is operational again. Unfortunately, this battleship's maximum warp speed only reaches level 5. 0. To me, 213 times the speed of light still seems rather slow. Warp level 1 equals light speed. Level 2 is 10.079 times light speed. Level 3 is 38.941. Level 4 is 101.59. Level 5 is 213. 75. Warp speed follows a comprehensive set of calculations. The higher the level, the faster the speed, but the energy consumption also escalates. For someone as knowledgeable as Mo Ban, warp level 5 was too slow. 3 minutes to cross the solar system. 8.5 days to reach Southgate, Lin Yang. However, this speed was already sufficient. Upon returning to Blue Star, the first thing he planned to do was have the sun and moon devour and evolve the frigate's warp engine and antimatter energy reactor. Delice sent a communication call to the Blue Star Federation, stating that we have captured an insectoid frigate and will return at warp speed 2.0, arriving in 5 minutes at Blue Star's orbit. At that moment, Karugia, Charles, Elia, and Berlat also returned to the bridge. The captives were confined within the frigate's cells. With the oxygen levels lowered, the insectoids lacked the strength to rebel. Aside from Mo Ban monitoring the engine room, the remaining 9 were present on the bridge. Moments later, communication with Blue Star was established, standing on the grand screen with the Secretary General of the Blue Star Federation, Picard, the commander of the space fleet, Johnson, Vice Commander Meng Qingzhou, and diplomatic envoy Cheng Li, accompanied by Charlize, Elia, Bella, Dels, and Borat. Good heavens! Who are they? Dels, seated at the communication station, was the first to exclaim. 5 individuals, identical in appearance and adorned with the same military insignia, appeared on the screen. Yet, They had followed Lin Yang aboard the vessel to engage in battle and had seized an insectoid escort ship. How could they possibly be simultaneously present on Blue Star? Bella hurriedly covered her eyes and bowed her head, sobbing softly. The robust Borat's face turned pale as he instinctively recoiled. Elia remained silent, tears welling in her eyes. Charlize, filled with rage, stepped forward towards the screen. Secretary General, Marshal, what on earth is happening here? Picard replied calmly. Lin Yang took you away without disclosing the destination. Given their modus operandi, it is highly probable they will eliminate you. You are the hope of humanity in the solar system. And such news of your easy abduction and potential demise must not be allowed to spread, but many at the dock are aware of this matter. They have all been secretly executed. You are new humanity, and must exhibit no flaws, nor commit any grave errors. Thus, your abduction must remain concealed. But we are not dead. We seized the insectoid escort ship together. At that time, the Federation's high command was unaware of your intentions. Nor did they know you would succeed, and thus had to activate the contingency plan. What are we to do? Who are those 5? You. What do you mean, you? It was Lin Yang, Huang Yueshi, Kaluga, and I Zhuang, and M.O. Ban who commandeered the insectoid escort ship. They shall become the legends of humanity, while you have remained aboard the Chilean fleet, never leaving Blue Star. Ah? The proud Charlize seemed to stumble into an abyss, his complexion drained of color as he involuntarily retreated. Thud! He backed up until he hit the wall. Contingency plan? Are they clones? Mass-produced? Ready to replace us at any moment? Indeed, the mental training you undergo each night is, in fact, memory uploading. Should a significant error occur, you will be taken offline, and new clones, having downloaded memories, will awaken as the new legendary quintet the following day. No, this cannot be. Charlize became hysterical, shouting loudly to Secretary General Picard merely shook his head. The reason the Chilean fleet has become a legend in the solar system is not only due to the advanced technology of their warships, but also because of the infallible 5 new human commanders. Thus far, this is the 86th execution of the contingency plan. Chapter 72, Collapse, the positioning of new humanity with a crash. Charlize collapsed. Always priding himself on being new humanity, displaying his arrogance at every turn. He suddenly found himself merely a clone, mass-produced in a cultivation chamber. There is no such thing as advanced and perfect evolution. He is just a product of an assembly line. In an instant, his worldview, values, and perspective crumbled. His gaze became vacant, hands clutching his head in a frantic grasp. His golden hair, once smooth, now appeared dry and disheveled. The other 4 new humans also crumbled, their spirits shattered and devoid of interest in life. Observing this, Lin Yang gestured. Kaluga, assist Zhuang in escorting Charlize and the others to the lounge. After sending the 5 out of the bridge, Lin Yang coldly inquired, Secretary General, Marshal, are you not concerned that revealing the truth will cause the replacements to collapse? Picard waved his hand, and Vice Commander Meng Chengzhou led the 5 new human clones away. They had just been activated and had yet to download Charlize and the others' memories. Shortly after erasing their recent memories, they would formally download memories and serve in the Chilean fleet. Why then did you insist on letting Charlize and the others know? To ensure Charlize and the 5 would collapse, accepting death with ease. They were easily taken away by you and participated in the seizure of the insectoid escort ship, creating interstellar diplomatic conflicts. For both public and private reasons, the Blue Star Federation cannot acknowledge their existence. Upon returning, are you planning to execute them? No, I am entrusting you to execute them immediately. Preferably, vaporize them with a high-power phase gun, for the sake of solar system civilization to avoid war with the insectoids. And for the smooth progress of the New Humanity Project, their sacrifice is imperative. Lin Yang couldn't help but shake his head. When leaving Mars, General Hu Lianchuan told me that the waters of Blue Star are deep and murky. And I did not take it seriously. Now it appears the waters of the Blue Star Federation are not only deep and murky, but also dark. Picard smiled faintly. Once you attain my position, your perspective and vision will differ. Perhaps you will act even more ruthlessly than a human. Our core leadership's actions may be disreputable, but as leaders of a race, we are justified. It must be done. Lin Yang understood that Picard and the others had their own moral logic, and it was unlikely they would easily change their minds. Still, he felt compelled to state the facts and express his stance. The representative of the insectoids, Elytra Seven-Eyed Clan, General Kakajia, has defected to the original Point Church, that I will clarify the situation with the Star Alliance ambassador, that I will request the Star Alliance to exert pressure to prevent the Elytra Seven-Eyed Clan from waging war against the solar system. Charlize and the Five fought alongside us, facing life and death together, and no matter what, we will not lay a hand on them. Marshal Johnson frowned. We respect your ethics. Please pause 300,000 kilometers from Blue Star. Our cleanup team will board the ship to handle them personally. Lin Yang shook his head. Marshal, I fear you still do not grasp my meaning. We will not harm Charlize and the Five, neither directly nor indirectly. Should your cleanup team dare approach within range, I will treat them as space fireworks. For the sake of 5 clones, you wish to oppose Blue Star, to uphold a mere facade. Must one conceal lies upon lies? I used to think there was a genuine gene optimization project, but it turns out to be a complete deception. No, Lin Yang, the New Humanity Project is not a hoax. It is merely progressing too slowly, Secretary General Picard explained. Charlize and the others are indeed new humans, their biological indicators far surpassing those of ordinary individuals. However, the original bodies perished 5 years ago during the aerial battle. To establish a positive representation of the New Humanity Project for the masses, we had no choice but to designate a cloning contingency plan that a painstakingly developed New Humanity Project yielding only 5 individuals in over a decade. This is thanks to your ship's doctor, Inai Zhuang. As the head of the gene optimization group, she destroyed vast amounts of experimental data when she fled, resulting in the demise of the first batch of embryos. And subsequent projects were delayed due to the need to recreate experimental data. This moment. And Zhuang and Kaluga returned from the lounge. Hearing Secretary General Picard's words, she immediately retorted, I destroyed only erroneous data. The overall supervisor, Pan La, reported only good news, secretly altering the reports, leading to subsequent data errors and the demise of the embryos, and why complaints yielded no results. I only awaited capture from superiors, and thus had no choice but to destroy the data and flee Blue Star. Picard clearly did not wish to pursue this matter and impatiently waved his hand. Enough. There is no need to revisit past events. The New Humanity Project is currently progressing steadily. It shall become the future of solar system civilization. And no one may interfere. Lin Yang stated coolly. So, it seems Charlize and the others are doomed, and we are not permitted to return to Blue Star. Picard discerned the murderous intent in Lin Yang's eyes. Recalling the black hole torpedo nearly launched upon his departure for Blue Star, combined with a 2.2-level civilization interstellar strategic escort ship, the core figures of the Blue Star Federation took a step back. The Day and Moon ship may certainly return. Blue Star will always welcome you home, but Charlize and the Five cannot return. The insectoid escort ship may not enter the star domain for now. At least until the Elytra Seven-Eyed Clan clearly states they will not pursue the matter, shall we consider allowing the escort ship to enter. Seeing the other side relent, Lin Yang softened his tone. So be it. The escort ship will halt 300,000 kilometers from Blue Star. As long as I do not bring Charlize and the Five back to Blue Star, you need not come aboard the escort ship to execute them. Otherwise, it would amount to waging war against Mars and the asteroid belt. Agreed. Let us provisionally make this arrangement, and please do not disclose the matter of Charlize aboard the escort ship. Rest assured, I am not a warmonger. After severing communication, the escort ship set its course to halt 300,000 kilometers from Blue Star, subsequently entering warp speed 2.0 with an estimated arrival in 5 minutes. Let us go to the lounge and see how Charlize and the others are faring. As Lin Yang and the others left the bridge and entered the lounge, they were immediately taken aback. Charlize was holding a phase gun, having already killed Elia, Bella, Dels, and Borat. The 4 lay neatly on the ground, with no signs of resistance, as if they had voluntarily requested execution. After slaying his 4 companions, Charlize was preparing to use the phase gun on himself. Charlize, what are you doing? Stay back. Charlize hurriedly waved his hand to prevent Lin Yang and the others from approaching. For someone whose psyche is shattered, Death is the only refuge that we die, and a new humanity project can continue. This is the last contribution we can make to human civilization. Nonsense. The evolution of a human race does not require hastened advancement. The positioning of new humanity is inherently an awkward existence. Put down the gun and calm down. No, I cannot put down my gun, just as one cannot retrace their steps once taken, upon learning that I am merely a mass-produced clone. And having personally killed my companions, I find myself with no other options. Once haughty, Charles wept inconsolably. It is an honor for our quintet to fight alongside you. May I address you as captain? Certainly, replied the captain. I truly hope the five of us can serve aboard the Sun and Moon. With that, Charles fired his phase gun. The body collapsed, becoming the sole sound in the room. Chapter 73. On the Surface of Blue Star. A visit to the old humanity in that moment. Lin Yang experienced a profound sense of helplessness. Some matters cannot be resolved by sheer combat strength or advanced starship technology. He could stand against Blue Star and protect Charles and his comrades. Yet he could not prevent them from choosing to end their own lives. Zewin informed the Blue Star Federation that Charles and his comrades have taken their own lives. Please contact the Star Alliance ambassador to explain the situation regarding the insectoids and amend the destination coordinates. We shall arrive in Blue Star's orbit in 5 minutes. The news reached Blue Star, and the high-ranking officials of the Federation breathed a sigh of relief. The suicide of Charles and his comrades spared them considerable trouble. Ambassador Yun Ban of the Star Alliance had not yet departed the solar system. Upon learning that the insectoid representative, Kakajia, had defected to the Origin Church, she was taken aback that Kakajia held a significant reputation among the chitinous Seven-Eyed Clan. The Four-Winged Unicorn Clan, the Scaled Longbeak Clan, and the Hidden W, a towering figure, standing at 2 meters, charged towards the quartet, his neck adorned with a mane of long, golden hair that he emitted a low growl akin to that of a wild beast. His mouth agape, revealing bared teeth, with saliva dripping onto his garments. His behavior was erratic. Caution was imperative. Huang Yueshi swiftly retrieved her phase gun. Karugia interposed himself before the three. No need to fire. I shall subdue him. With a fierce roar, the man threw his head back and lunged towards the group. Karugia bent low to meet him. In a swift motion, his massive claw, akin to a fan, struck the 2-meter man down to the ground. He then stepped upon the man's abdomen, firmly pressing his hands against his neck and head. In the blink of an eye, the man was subdued, his attempts to rise in resistance thwarted by the sheer disparity in strength. A series of furious roars emanated from his throat, increasingly reminiscent of a lion. Karugia's brow furrowed in concern. This is clearly a provocation. Captain, I yearn to sever his throat. Lin Yang replied coolly. Enough, Karugia. His kin are pleading for mercy from a distance. Karugia turned to see, 100 meters away, a tattered middle-aged woman kneeling on the ground, repeatedly beseeching, "Oh, great tiger man, spare my pitiful child. He is but 8 years old, innocent to the world." Is he truly 8? Karugia thought, finally grasping Lin Yang's sentiments upon hearing of the child's age. How can he be anything but a man in his 30s? Indeed, he was 8, a defective product of the New Humanity Project. With an intellect stunted at the level of a 2-year-old. Please, spare him. Lin Yang's heart stirred. He quickly gestured. Ziwan, take control of the situation. And Ziwan promptly opened her medical kit, after administering a sedative. The man slowly closed his eyes. Karugia then released his grip, stepping back to stand behind Lin Yang. The impoverished onlookers cautiously peeked from their hiding places, bewildered by the sight. They had not anticipated that the noble Sirius Tiger Man would heed the words of a young human. Confusion reigned as the middle-aged woman hurried over, bowing profusely in gratitude. Lin Yang inquired, "You mentioned he is a defective product of the New Humanity Project. What do you mean?" In response to the dire circumstances of life. I enlisted in the New Humanity Project's incubation task 8 years ago, becoming pregnant with Zach. However, he failed to meet the standard upon birth. After receiving some compensation, I returned to the slums. In what regard did he fail to meet the standards? Intellect, that I was part of the future ground forces incubation task, but Zach's lion genes adversely affected his brain development. Lion genes? Lin Yang asked. Intrigued, Yes, the New Humanity Project frequently conducts gene chimerism experiments. It is common knowledge. Though the woman hesitated to finish her thought, her timid nature preventing her from voicing her questions. And Iz1. Concerned, said, "It appears my fears have materialized. Captain, this is a manifestation of gene instability." Lin Yang shook his head helplessly. He understood why such an advanced project would involve the slums. It was a beneficial endeavor for evolution. Yet it would take millennia before the impoverished would see any advantage. Huang Yueshi asked, "Does Zack often lose control?" The woman replied, "Dr. Ning Dai can produce gene repair agents, by extracting repair factors from my blood. A single injection can suppress instability for 3 months, but the wait can be long, and when he doesn't receive it, he tends to lose control." Ning Dai, the Asian geneticist and the deputy director of the New Humanity Project? And IZ1 inquired excitedly. "Yes, do you know him? Where is he now?" "At the clinic on 36th Street, District Y. Captain. 10 years ago, when I led the gene optimization team, Ning Dai was my deputy. I owe my departure from Blue Star to his cover." Lin Yang nodded. "Let's go find him." The four hurriedly departed the scene, heading towards the slums of District Y, leaving the middle-aged woman in shock. Dr. Ning is her assistant. She and the Tiger Man obey the words of this young lord. How impressive! Who is he? Could he be the legendary captain of the Sun and Moon? Although Lin Yang's reputation had surged in human society like a supernova, the inhabitants of the slums struggled to maintain their existence, rendering news scarce. They had heard whispers of a legendary vessel, but had never encountered its captain or crew. Soon, the quartet arrived at 36th Street in District Y. With the formidable Karugia by their side, they encountered far fewer troubles. Would-be robbers and desperate outlaws recoiled in fear of the Sirius Tiger Man. The slums were littered with refuse discarded by the metropolis, with many buildings themselves being remnants of urban waste. The clinic at number 78 was, in fact, for old RVs amalgamated. Hundreds queued outside, primarily family members accompanying their deformed children. This scene evoked a sense of déjà vu for Lin Yang, reminiscent of the asteroid belt and its malformed miners. However, a closer inspection revealed that these deformities differed significantly from those of the miners. While the latter retained human characteristics, these individuals did not. Some bore horns atop their heads, others had forked tongues, some sported feathers, and others had skin covered in keratinous scales. Upon the arrival of the quartet, fully armed and accompanied by a Sirius Tiger Man, the crowd of hundreds scattered in fear. Dr. Ning Dai, sensing the disturbance, rushed outside with a phase gun. "Halt! Do not scare away my patients." Group leader? Is that really Mr. Lin?" Ning Dai, in his 30s, donned glasses and exuded a scholarly air. Initially believing it was a gang causing trouble, he was taken aback to find it was his former superior that he waved to the fleeing patients, urging them to return to their places in line. Before delegating the task of dispensing gene repair agents to an assistant, he then invited Lin Yang and his companions into the clinic. "The innermost RV is my laboratory. Though small, it corresponds to the Old Human Genetics Project." "What research does the Old Human Project primarily conduct?" Lin Yang inquired. "Extracting repair factors from the genes of old humans to rectify the chaotic genes of the new ones," Ning Dai replied, his expression tinged with melancholy. "Due to frequent interference with genes, mutations and instability in the new human genes have become rampant. Initially, we attempted to conceal this, but as the numbers grew, we simply discarded the failures back to the slums." "The deformed children outside are all defective products of the New Humanity Project?" Lin Yang asked. "Indeed. The efficiency of producing gene repair agents is too low. I can only supply 200 doses a day." "Ning Dai, when did you withdraw from the gene project? Why haven't I seen Leah?" And IZ1 questioned. "Leah passed away 3 years ago, leaving me with a daughter afflicted by gene instability." Ning Dai lowered his head, engulfed in deep remorse. "After the group leader departed, I was promoted to head of the gene optimization team. In my pursuit to cultivate a second generation of new humans surpassing the 5 Charles. I persuaded my wife to partake in the incubation of optimal genes, and the outcome was, at that moment, a small girl with compound eyes and an insectoid mouth crawled swiftly into the laboratory. Reaching Ning Dai's feet, she poked at his calf with her fly-like mouth parts. Ning Dai's eyes reddened as he promptly opened a refrigerated cabinet, retrieving a repair agent to administer to the girl. An assistant rushed in, holding a bowl of mushy food. "I'm so sorry. Teacher, I couldn't keep an eye on her. I interrupted your work, and no matter. Her condition is worsening. Reduce her food intake and increase the frequency of the repair agent injections." The assistant expressed concern, but the gene repair factors must be sourced from relatives. Frequent blood draws could. "Enough. Just take her away," Ning Dai instructed. After the injection, the little girl calmed down and was led away by the assistant. Ning Dai turned to Lin Yang and his companions, shamefully admitting, "In my quest for super immunity, I introduced genes from flies known to secrete antimicrobial peptides and proteins at birth. She appeared normal, with hopes of liberating humanity from antibiotics and eradicating all known viruses. Yet it ultimately spiraled out of control." Lin Yang asked. "Yes, 2 years later, my daughter underwent irreversible mutation, and my wife succumbed to depression, unable to accept the reality that I left the project in profound guilt. Returning to the slums to develop repair agents, seeking a semblance of redemption. If you truly seek redemption, you must expose the truth and dismantle the New Humanity Project, rather than merely treating the symptoms with repair agents." Ning Dai lamented, "The so-called truth is known to the upper echelons of the Federation. It is not a secret in human society. Yet, in the grand scheme of racial evolution, individual cries fall on deaf ears. In the eyes of the masses, as long as the flames do not reach their own homes, there is no impetus to risk their lives in protest." Lin Yang sighed, deeply in resonance. "Yueshi, record everything that if individuals are too afraid to protest, then we shall stand up and dismantle this New Humanity Project that jeopardizes future generations." Huang Yueshi operated the recording device throughout, documenting all conversations, ensuring that Ning Dai opened all experimental data and clinic records, leaving no detail unrecorded. Observing Lin Yang's resolute gaze, Ning Dai felt even more ashamed. "Mr. Lin, are you truly willing to risk everything to stand up for the common people? Let us refrain from such noble talk. I have my own motives." Despite pursuing the main quest, Lin Yang, as a human, was unwilling to witness the future of their race squandered due to a failed genetic project. Unbeknownst to Ning Dai, Lin Yang was driven by system task, yet Ning Dai held profound admiration for him, understanding that only someone of Lin Yang's caliber could halt the New Humanity Project. It is indeed a formidable challenge to stir the entirety of the Blue Star Federation. Behind Lin Yang stands the might of Mars, the asteroid belt, and the Star Alliance, as the ancient saying goes. Judge not the heart, but the actions, regardless of Mr. Lin's motives. The mere act of stepping forward to halt this endeavor is commendable. I am at your command, willing to face death without hesitation. Do not speak so lightly of death. What of your daughter? She has not many years left to live. With the increasing severity of her mutations, she is losing her personality, and her lifespan is dwindling rapidly. Very well, since you have overseen the New Humanity Project for 5 years. We shall forego any covert investigations to prevent prolonged uncertainties. Let us disclose the information now. Negative reports regarding the New Humanity Project have long circulated. Such news frequently appears online, albeit lacking any official verification. Remaining in the realm of rumor and counter-rumor, Lin Yang dedicated over 2 hours to interviewing Ning Dai and the genetic misfits queuing outside the clinic. Huang Yueshi edited the footage into a 30-minute video, accompanied by over 500 pages of documentation, transmitting it via quantum communication to the Martian government. General Hu Yangchuan promptly ordered the official revelation of the New Humanity Project under the auspices of the Martian government. Subsequently, the Asteroid Belt Miners Organization also disseminated the related content, which detailed not only the genetic mutations and loss of control resulting from the New Humanity Project, but also the clandestine operations behind the cloning of Charles and his 4 counterparts. Aimed at maintaining a FAAD, the entire New Humanity Project spanned 10 years, cultivating 3,326,788 embryos and successfully birthing 745,021 new humans. Out of these, 1/3 did not survive past their first year, and the majority exhibited genetic instability between the ages of 2 and 5, resulting in irreversible mutations. Only 169 were theoretically deemed successful, yielding a success rate of merely 0.005. Approximately 300,000 malformed children remain alive. However, only in the slums of Australia, where Ning Dai resides, is there access to genetic repair agents. The rest linger on the brink of death. Once the news broke, it ignited fervent discussions throughout the solar system. The Martian government was the first to announce the cessation of the New Humanity Project, while the United Asteroid Belt government publicly opposed the genetic engineering initiative. With the opposition of these two governments, a wave of dissent quickly emerged within Blue Star Society, with various media outlets clamoring to report the self-destructive nature of the New Humanity Project. Lin Yang was taken aback by the Blue Star Federation's reaction, as they did not dispatch any forces to obstruct him. Instead, following the announcement, Secretary General Picard voluntarily resigned, and Marshal Johnson, the commander of the Space Fleet, followed suit. Chung Li, the diplomatic ambassador of solar system civilization, ascended to the position of fleet commander and temporarily assumed the role of Secretary General of the Federation, promptly sending a message to Lin Yang. Mr. Lin, we are indeed aware of the New Humanity Project's drawbacks. Why not have withdrawn sooner? Sighing, Chung Li responded, it serves as a political bargaining chip for human civilization within the Star Alliance, akin to the future visit of the three-eyed people. The parallel universe explorations of the long-eared race and the quantum civilization development of the feathered folk, it cannot be easily discarded. Now that you have shattered that bargaining chip, where does humanity stand within the Star Alliance? Is there still a path forward? If a path forward is desired, do not tread into a dead end. The insectoid warship I've captured will remain the Ring of Stars for joint disassembly and research by Blue Star, Mars, and the asteroid belt. Very well. The Blue Star Federation will immediately terminate the New Humanity Project. The insectoid warship of Civilization Level 2.2 indeed holds greater value than the New Humanity Project. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Lin. The newly appointed Chung Li accepted gratefully, deeply appreciating Lin Yang for resolving the inflated ambitions of the Genetic Engineering Initiative. The already resigned Secretary General Picard and former Fleet Commander Johnson wore expressions of shame. One misstep leads to another. A lie is concealed by another lie. Alas, how embarrassing. Thanks to Lin Yang's intervention, we might have continued to cover it up indefinitely. Congratulations, host has compelled human civilization to voluntarily abandon genetic engineering. Completing main quest, 13 the distinction between old humanity and new humanity. Evolution points 100,000. Chapter 76. The gift of the deformed miners of the asteroid belt. Main quest updated. 14 assist human society in addressing the aftermath of the failed genetic engineering and properly settle 312. 788 mutated children. Evolution points 120,000. Lin Yang is a person of commitment. The system's tasks align perfectly with his intentions. By simply producing sufficient genetic repair agents, he can complete the mission. Relatively speaking, this task is quite simple, and the rewards are substantial. Please, Mr. Lin, greet the Star Alliance ambassador and ensure they do not interfere with human research on insectoid technology. As you know, the Star Alliance strictly regulates technological development. The newly appointed Chung Li expressed some concern, fearing that the Star Alliance might prohibit humans from dismantling and studying the insectoid warship. Technological sanctions are a common tool of the Galactic Star Alliance. They seek to court new civilizations into the Alliance to combat the Black Forest Hunters while suppressing lower civilizations from advancing too quickly, strictly forbidding the theft of technology from other higher civilizations within the Alliance. Fear not, I will donate the decommissioned warship in my personal capacity. Even if the Star Alliance investigates, I will be prepared. As you wish, the New Humanity Project is on the verge of cancellation. But what of those malformed children? Can you truly abandon them? Lin Yang smiled. Were you not doing exactly that before, discarding the genetically unstable children back into the slums, indifferent to their lives or deaths? However, this matter has now become the greatest topic of discourse for all humanity. It cannot be ignored. The illustrious Blue Star Federation, with its abundant resources and manpower, has been informed of Ning Dai's method for producing genetic repair agents. What further assistance do you require from me? Seeing that Lin Yang was unwilling to help, Chung Li appeared troubled. The genetic repair agents require blood samples from the immediate relatives of the malformed children for production, which is inefficient, especially since many of the malformed children lack direct relatives. Your warship possesses advanced technology from extraterrestrial civilizations. Could you possibly share some to expedite the resolution of the failed genetic engineering? Am I to assist for free? As long as you can swiftly resolve this and quell the sentiments of the 18 billion people in the solar system, the Blue Star Federation will not treat you unfairly. Why not say so sooner? Lin Yang chuckled. I happen to have a method to properly accommodate those genetically unstable children. What method? Transfer the 3 bounty docks of Blue Star to me, and the Asteroid Belt Miners Organization will present a grand gift. Lin Yang elaborated. Zhuang discovered that the miners, who have procreated for 5 centuries without genetic selection, exhibit deformities due to extreme oxygen deprivation, yet their gene repair factors are 100 times higher than those of ordinary individuals, allowing us to create a repair agent of higher purity without needing blood samples from immediate relatives. Chung Li's eyes brightened. How long will the effects last? And Zhuang interjected, according to simulation from the supercomputer. A single injection of the repair agent can sustain effects for a year. The Miners Organization is preparing 1 million blood samples and will continue to provide them as needed. Wonderful. Who would have thought that the asteroid belt miners would become our saviors? Indeed, who could have imagined? The old human miners, discarded by the New Humanity Project, have instead become the unsung heroes in addressing the failures of that initiative. How shall we repay them? Chung Li felt somewhat awkward. Did you not agree to transfer the 3 bounty docks of Blue Star to you? Lin Yang replied nonchalantly. That is a gesture of gratitude to me, not to the asteroid belt miners. Let us make it this way. A 2.0 warp speed Orca-class long-range escort ship, plus 3,000 oxygen generators. After a moment of contemplation, Chung Li eventually nodded. Very well, I will arrange for 2 warp speed escort ships to head to Ceres in the asteroid belt. One for the Miners Organization and the other to return with the blood samples. And what of Ning Dai? What arrangements do you plan for her? Naturally, she will be appointed as the head of the genetic repair team. The Blue Star Federation has no alternative. Your proposal represents their optimal choice. Once the matters concerning the New Humanity Project were settled, Lin Yang and his companions returned to the Blue Star orbit. At the Star Ring port, they encountered the 5 clones of Charles, who now bore expressions devoid of pride, replaced instead by a sense of disillusionment. Yueshi, please send the combat records involving the 5 of them to them. I refer to the Charles who fought alongside us. Understood. Yueshi activated her wrist-mounted tactical assistant, transmitting the account of the 5 clones accompanying them and commandeering the insectoid warship. Lin Yang addressed them. I'm uncertain how to define clones, but I believe that if it were you 5, you would still bravely fight alongside us, unafraid of death. You have the right to live for yourselves. You are Charles, Elia, Bella, Deus, and Berlat, and you need not be bound by those identities. After reviewing the combat records, a spark of life reignited in the eyes of the 5 clones. Yes, we have the right to live for ourselves. Mr. The 5 raised their heads, filled with hope for the future, only to realize that Lin Yang and his companions had already walked away, returning to rest on the spoils of the insectoid warship. Zhuang, send a message to Star Alliance Ambassador Yunban, informing her that our spoils will remain in Blue Star orbit for disassembly and utilization. The insectoid captives can be returned, but the warship shall never be relinquished. After sending the message, Zhuang did not receive a response. Strange, the Star Alliance delegation has not replied. Perhaps they are deliberating on how to proceed, and no need to hurry. Wait a moment before contacting Galeva at the Martian bounty dock to have him come to Blue Star and take over the docks. While entrusting the Martian dock to Gus for management, that a few minutes later, Galeva piloted a medium-sized interceptor through the interstellar portal to Blue Star orbit, landing at Star Ring area, a port to meet Lin Yang in person. Captain, you are truly a hero of human civilization, a legend of the solar system. You are my god. Enough with the flattery. Go find the head of the Blue Star Federation and take over the 3 bounty docks. Yes, sir. Galowa turned and walked away. Wait a moment. Does the captain have any further orders? Increase your salary by 50 and ensure the proper management of the solar system's bounty market without delaying the training of bounty talents. Understood. Galowa saluted and left with joy in his heart. 3 hours later, the ownership of the 3 bounty docks on Blue Star changed hands. The bounty market of the solar system was monopolized by Lin Yang. Two warp-speed frigates of the Blue Star fleet set sail for the asteroid belt, and Series .1 battleship conducted a handover with a miners' organization, while the other returned to Blue Star after collecting blood samples. 2 days later, 1 million blood samples were collected. The Blue Star Federation's frigates returned with gifts from the deformed miners of the asteroid belt, putting an end to the failed genetic engineering project. Congratulations, host. Utilizing the genetic repair factors of the deformed miners, you have assisted the Blue Star Federation in properly resettling 312,788 deformed children, evolution points 120,000. If only every task were this simple, Lin Yang mused inwardly. Ding! Devouring evolution complete. KC-22 antimatter energy and warp speed 5.0 engine are perfectly compatible. Congratulations! The host has successfully evolved into 3 epic-grade component modules, completing growth task, 8 high-quality advancement, evolution points 30,000, current evolution points 257,500. Indeed, the antimatter energy of the insectoid race and the 5.0 engine are epic in human technology, making the growth task a breeze. Haha, it really is simple. Just as Lin Yang awaited the next task, an intermittent signal suddenly came through the battleship's communicator. Ambush save. Captain, it's a distress call from the Star Alliance ambassador, Yunban. And Ziwen exclaimed in astonishment. Pinpoint the location of the signal and inquire if the Blue Star Federation fleet has received this message. Y2122, X3325, Z1101, in the Kuiper Belt at the edge of the solar system. The Blue Star fleet has not received it. This message was specifically sent to us. Chapter 77. The Star Alliance Ambassador in Distress. Could it be a trap? And Ziwen asked cautiously. Could it be the cunning Origin Church again? Mo Ban also harbored some doubts. Kalugia laughed and said, "Who cares? Let's fly over and blow everything up." Huang Yueshi remained silent, calmly looking at Lin Yang. "Wait a moment." Lin Yang replied nonchalantly. "Wait for what? Warp speed 5.0 will get us there. One word. Attack." Kalugia's fighting spirit had been ignited, unable to hold back for even a moment. "You want me to wait? Just wait, but don't make a sound. Let me think." Lin Yang awaited the system's macro simulation results to determine whether it was indeed a trap or how great the challenge might be. Having just completed the main quest for Blue Star, he received the Star Alliance Ambassador's intermittent distress signal. The system's next task was certainly related to this. Learning to fully utilize the system is an essential skill for every traveler. After several seconds, the system indeed provided a new task. Main quest, 15, the Ambassador's distress call. Investigate the truth behind the Star Alliance Ambassador's attack at the designated coordinates. Eliminate the assailants. Evolution points 150,000. The system was capable of conducting macro simulations of the current situation, performing trillions of simulations per second for several seconds, ultimately yielding this task. This was sufficient proof that the Star Alliance Ambassador had indeed encountered an attack. Subsequently, the system issued a new growth task. Growth task 9 Heavy Bomber. Evolve the whole framework of the Sun and Moon to the highest version of near-space battleships. The Heavy Bomber, evolution points 50,000. Set sail, warp speed 5.0 to the designated coordinates. Captain, do you think it's not a trap? And Ziwen inquired. It shouldn't be. Even if it is, we must go and take a look. Shouldn't we inform the Blue Star fleet? Commander Qing Lijing is waiting for our report. They are willing to send warships to accompany us. The Ambassador Yunban sent us a distress signal for a reason. Our speed is quick. So let us go check it out first. And no need for accompanying warships. Inform Blue Star, Mars, and the Miners Organization to jointly dismantle and study the insectoid frigates, sharing technology to rapidly enhance the strength of solar system civilization. After making arrangements, Lin Yang opened the system Evolution Mall and conducted 15 consecutive 10 draws, acquiring 3 useful items. Legendary Whale Shark Heavy Bomber Hull Framework. After evolution, its length will reach 200 meters, representing the highest version of near-space aircraft. An upgrade beyond this would classify it as an interstellar travel-level battleship, fundamentally different in nature from near-space vessels. The second item is Advanced Wide-Eared Bat-Z-type radar, with a scanning radius increased from the original 100,000 kilometers to 500,000 kilometers. The last item is legendary Xian-Gei Y-type high-power deflection shield, with an energy capacity 10 times that of the original Xian-Gui X-type. After purchasing these items with a single click, I will first arrange the evolution of the radar and shield, and once stabilized, use the remaining 142,000 evolution points for the hull upgrade. Warp speed 5.0 is 213.75 times the speed of light, reaching the edge of the solar system's Kuiper belt in less than 2 minutes. This area is a gathering place for dwarf planets, asteroids, and comets. The famous Pluto is a dwarf planet within the Kuiper belt. Thousands of years ago, humanity's understanding of space was insufficient, and Pluto was once mistakenly identified as the 9th planet of the solar system, only later reclassified as a dwarf planet. This vast annular region at the edge of the solar system spans billions of kilometers, over 20 times the size of the asteroid belt. The coordinates from which the Star Alliance ambassador Yun Ban sent her distress message lie amidst a cluster of small, icy bodies. The Sun and Moon exited warp speed, maneuvering at 100 Mach around 2 icy asteroids with a diameter of 100 kilometers. The radar suddenly revealed a field of wreckage from battleships. Ziwen hurriedly scanned, her expression growing increasingly grave. It is the ambassador's diplomatic ship, completely destroyed, with dozens of corpses floating in space, including that of Ambassador Yun Ban. Activating the 5-dimensional projection platform for battle simulation while scanning the black box and collecting the ambassador's remains. The bridge of the Sun and Moon is equipped with a projection platform that can display 3D scanning results and simulate sound and light based on the supercomputer's deductions, thereby visually representing the battlefield events through the wreckage. Ziwen immediately projected the scanning results onto the information platform and began simulation. Huang Yueshi piloted the Sun and Moon, using a tractor beam to retrieve the bodies. Kalugia and Mo Ban assisted in the lower chambers to collect the remains. Moments later, the simulation results closest to the actual situation emerged that a phase cannon beam penetrated the diplomatic ship's shields, subsequently breaching the rear warp engine. Following that, 3 ion explosive cannon energy balls struck the energy chamber of the diplomatic ship, triggering an explosion. Oddly, Ambassador Yun Ban had set out 2 days ago to negotiate with the insectoids and Pegasus, traveling at warp speed the entire time. How could she not have exited the solar system? Lin Yang furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend, and Ziwen remarked, "The scanning results indicate that this space battle occurred less than 10 minutes ago." Huang Yueshi added, "I hope we can find a black box to check the flight logs." In a short while, all 36 members of the diplomatic corps remains were retrieved. An black box recording the flight logs was detected at the scene, clearly taken by the attackers. The 5-dimensional information platform could only infer the nature of the attack based on the shapes, drifting speeds, operational angles, and damage conditions of the wreckage. That it was difficult to ascertain the specific type of battleship or the number of ships that initiated the attack, even for seasoned veterans like Mo Ban. It was only possible to deduce that at least 2 battleships were involved in the assault. Ziwen, can we extract residual memories from Ambassador Yun Ban's brain tissue? Ziwen thought for a moment, looking somewhat troubled. The ambassador's time of death was already 3 minutes ago, and the neuronal data in her brain tissue had substantially deteriorated. Without particularly precise energy stimulation of the brain cells, it would be nearly impossible to extract memories, and it could potentially worsen the damage. How precise of an energy stimulation do we need for the brain cells? Would proton level suffice? Proton. Captain, are you referring to the GZ? Yes, that will do. Quickly, the residual data in the ambassador's brain cells is rapidly dissipating. We must seize every second. Lin Yang immediately took out a GZ container the size of a pen cap from his pocket. He activated the communication button, connecting it to the communication screen of the Sun and Moon. "Brothers, it's time to work," Lin Yang said gently. "We now need to stimulate the Ambassador Yun Ban's hippocampus, frontal lobe, and temporal lobe, providing slight energy stimulation to the neurons for Ziwen to extract her memories just before death. Our small sizes would take too long to stimulate everything, and we wouldn't keep pace with the complete death of the brain cells. If we only want to extract brief memories from before death, I suggest stimulating 365 points in the B zone of the hippocampus. That's the unique information processing area of the three-eyed beings. Impressive, that's professionalism. Let us listen to the five brothers. Ziwin, hurry. These 5GZ are artificial intelligences created by the insectoids using the technology of the Origin Church. Their intelligence level and knowledge far exceed that of humans in the solar system. With their assistance, a 5-second video soon appeared on the large screen. The bridge was engulfed in flames and smoke. How could the pirates possess dark spirit technology? Quickly send a message to the Star Alliance. The communications are damaged. We only have enough power to contact the solar system fleet. Send a message to Lin Yang, stating that the human fleet is significantly outdated and their arrival would be futile. Immediately, the screen went black. The Star Alliance ambassador, Yun Ban, has perished. Captain, we have extracted only the last 5 seconds of his memories, and Aijuan expressed a hint of regret. That is sufficient. At least we have discovered a new direction for our investigation. I appreciate your efforts, along with GZ. Let us set forth to the pirate base. Chapter 78. The Kuiper Belt Battle Angel, gazing upon the lifeless body of Ambassador Yun Ban. Lin Yang felt a profound discomfort within. Although the precise cause of death remained unclear, Yun Ban's unwavering resolve to negotiate with the insectoids ultimately led to his demise in the Kuiper Belt. This sacrifice is deeply lamentable. Let us prepare the ambassador for burial. Once matters conclude, he shall be entrusted to the three-eyed tribe of the Centauri civilization. Karugia and Mebin proceeded to handle the body with care. Lin Yang then contacted the leader of the Orion Arm of the Star Alliance and several high-ranking officials of the Human Alliance to inform them of Ambassador Yun Ban's assassination and share the final 5 seconds of his memories. The leader of the Orion Arm, a member of the Three-Eyed Tribe, was taken aback upon hearing the news of Yun Ban's death. This matter must be kept confidential until the true perpetrator is unveiled. Marshal Chung Li of the Blue Star Federation declared, humans of the solar system are willing to cooperate with any actions of the Star Alliance. We shall avenge Ambassador Yun Ban. Admiral Hu Yanchuan of Mars reviewed the memory footage multiple times. If indeed the Dark Spirit race is involved, then the flames of war between the Star Alliance and the Black Forest Hunting faction shall be rekindled. The Black Forest Hunting faction is not a unified organization. There are 13 brutal and bloodthirsty predatory races within the galaxy, each boasting technology at the level of 2.8 stellar civilizations. They are not a single entity, but are collectively referred to as the Black Forest Hunting faction, with the Dark Spirits being one of them. A humanoid intelligent race adept at harnessing cosmic dark energy 500 years ago, members of the Orion Arm engaged in warfare against the Dark Spirits, successfully repelling their invasion under the leadership of the Sirius Tiger race. In the subsequent 5 centuries, no conflict arose between the two parties. It is unexpected that the recent assassination of the ambassador has revealed the shadow of the Dark Spirits. The leader of the miners, Shi Song, remarked, the insectoids are notoriously unpredictable. Is it possible that the GZ plan failed, and after General Lin executed General Kakajia under pressure from the Origin Church, they defected to the Dark Spirits, betraying Ambassador Yun Ban. The commander of the Orion Arm, the three-eyed leader, nodded in agreement. The insectoids are indeed an unreliable race. Whether they're the masterminds behind this incident remains to be seen. We must track the assailant, the Interstellar pirates. Lin Yang, the regular fleet of the solar system, and the Star Alliance cannot intervene directly to avoid alerting the enemy. Thus, I must rely on you to investigate. Rest assured, Marshal Xingbao, for both personal and public reasons, I shall avenge Ambassador Yun Ban and uncover the true culprit. Very well, I will discreetly mobilize the Star Alliance fleet to patrol the outskirts of the Oort Cloud, monitoring every warship departing the solar system via warp. Marshal Chung Li of the Blue Star Federation promptly affirmed, I will share intelligence from the Blue Star Intelligence Department regarding the hiding spots of the interstellar pirates with you and dispatch a fleet to assist the Star Alliance in blockading the solar system's routes. Moments later, the Sun and Moon received a list of coordinates for the pirate factions. Most of these interstellar pirates are concealed within the asteroid belt or the Kuiper Belt. The largest among them is the Megalodon pirate group, which originally possessed 96 ships and a crew of 20,000. After incorporating the defectors from the planet of Venus, their number swelled to 153 vessels and 30,000 members. Their base is hidden in the Kuiper Belt, a mere light hour away from where Ambassador Yun Ban was attacked. The interstellar pirates of the solar system primarily comprise fugitives, traitors, and outlaws, lacking the strength to rival the galactic pirates. After all, the regular forces of humanity in the Star Alliance rank at the bottom. The pirates hiding at the fringes cannot compare in terms of resources, technology, or talent to a regular army. Those who claim that the regular forces are weak and that pirates and mercenaries are formidable are likely disregarding the facts. If the pirates and mercenaries were truly powerful, they would not hide in the shadows to launch sneak attacks or sell their services for money if they were as formidable as claimed. They would conquer habitable planets, lead races, and hunt in the galaxy. The reality is that interstellar pirates are pursued relentlessly by bounty hunters and regular forces, only daring to ambush weak cargo ships. Passenger vessels or research ships to steal goods or extort money, akin to the pirates of the ancient Mali Empire. And no matter how grandiose their claims, they would not dare confront the 5 permanent members directly. The Megalodon Pirate Group stands as the largest illegal organization in the solar system, yet its scale is merely comparable to that of the smallest of the 4 asteroids in the asteroid belt. Warp Speed 2.0, let us head to the Megalodon Pirate Group. If they cooperate, we shall offer them an opportunity for reformation. If not, we will eliminate them without hesitation. Lin Yang marked a cross next to the name of the Megalodon Pirate Group. Finally, he entered warp and set off towards the coordinates, expecting to arrive at the target in 6 minutes. Nig-1 kept a vigilant eye on the radar interface, just 3 minutes after entering warp. The radar suddenly detected spatial energy fluctuations. Captain, an energy explosion has appeared 450,000 kilometers to the left front. Boom! Due to the rapid speed of the sun and moon during warp, the moment the radar detected it. They collided directly with the unknown energy explosion point. The deflector shields could withstand the space dust encountered during warp travel, but the energy from the explosion was immense, exceeding the shield's capacity, but it pierced through the shields, tearing apart the warp bubble, forcing the sun and moon to exit warp and scrape against an obstacle, halting 100,000 kilometers away. The left shield had recovered to 35 and the right shield to 80. The sun and moon sustained no damage. Karugia promptly reported the status of the warship. The energy from the explosion began to diminish, revealing a single life form. Nig-1 relayed the radar scan results. A single life form? Zoom in on the image and project it onto the information panel. Lin Yang swiftly turned his chair to gaze at the 5-dimensional projection panel behind him as the brilliance of the explosion subsided. A humanoid mech with 6 mechanical wings emerged. Its exact appearance was obscured, but from its slender form, one could infer it was female. The mech's design was highly futuristic, clearly not belonging to this era, and it emanated a soft, white glow in its hand. It wielded a long weapon that radiated white light. Yueshi, have you encountered any records of this mech in the super library of the Origin Church? Huang Yueshi shook her head. No. This mech evidently arrived through spatial jumping, a technology many civilizations lack. Mebane also observed the scanning results on the communication screen from the engine room. The weapon in the mech's grasp resembled a photon explosive gun, a piece of technology from the three-eyed civilization of the Centauri. That it was rumored that the three-eyed people possessed a secret project for time travel. It remains uncertain whether this mech is a product of future technology. Karugia interjected, what does it matter what technology it possesses? Its sudden appearance, fully armed and blocking our path, is certainly not a friendly gesture. Captain, let's turn the ship and prepare for battle. No sooner had he finished speaking than the opposing mech surged forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The weapon in its hand unleashed 3 bursts of high-energy photon clusters. Lin Yang swiftly maneuvered the sun and moon to evade. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Huang Yueshi retaliated with a volley of ion explosive cannons. Each shot amplified several times, nearly half the size of the sun and moon itself. The opposing mech executed several rapid spatial shifts, skillfully avoiding the attacks. Its 6 wings emitted dazzling white light, unleashing 6 high-energy beams towards the sun and moon, each one exceeding the energy output of a large battleship's energy beam cannon. Simultaneously, the mech approached at a staggering speed of 500 Mach, the weapon in its hand extending several hundred meters in length, pulsating with electromagnetic bursts, resembling a lightsaber aimed at the sun and moon. This mech is incredibly enticing. Yueshi, instruct the heart of the galaxy to unleash all firepower. Disable her and seized the mech. "Wait, Captain!" Yuan suddenly exclaimed. The leader of the Orion Arm of the Star Alliance, Marshal Xingbao, has sent a message stating that his daughter, the battle angel Xingmong, has come to assist in the investigation and avenge her aunt. Chapter 79. Cleansing the pirate base, the sixth crew member. Ini Ma. Are you serious? Lin Yang, unwilling to concede, piloted the sun and moon evasively. He sent a message stating that if it is indeed Miss Xingmong, she should refrain from causing chaos. Otherwise, she may not return. And Yuan transmitted the message. Lin Yang added, "Yueshi, prepare the heavy artillery." Huang Yueshi smirked slightly, promptly loading the epic-level Medusa X-type time slow device onto the missile platform. The sun and moon immediately experienced an energy surge. The opposing mech indeed halted, sending a mocking message. The legendary humans of the solar system. Humph, not worth my time. I am avenging my dear friend, the late Ambassador Yun Ban, seeking the true culprit. I have no time for games with you. You dare take advantage of me? Who cares? We privately addressed each other as brother and sister, and you are her niece. Oh, then according to human customs, you should call me old uncle. Humph. Not only are you skilled in combat, but your wit is sharp as well. Don't speak without having tried it. Did I ask you, what is your purpose? Why attack us directly? You know who I am, Xingmong. So you must also understand that I am here to avenge my aunt, as the battle angel of the Three-Eyed Tribe. I must assess whether you are worthy to accompany me. And now, your strength is sufficient to fight alongside me. Send me the coordinates. I will wait for you ahead. Lin Yang nodded at Yuan. The coordinates of the Megalodon pirate group were sent to her. Do not let a single pirate escape. Not even a small drone. You need not remind me. Whoosh bang, a flash of light erupted. Clad in mechanized armor, Xingmong utilized spatial jump to depart at a mere 0. 1 second later, she materialized at the base of the great white shark pirates. Lin Yang re-entered warp speed. Continuing his advance at a velocity of 2.0.2 minutes later, the Sun Moon arrived at the designated coordinates, a 100-kilometer-wide icy asteroid. The surface of the planet bore a pirate base, and pirate warships patrolled its orbit. Yet, chaos reigned. Explosions erupted everywhere. The Triad beings, led by Xingmong, were engaged in a frenzied slaughter. The ground base lay in ruins, and the space fleet had suffered severe damage. The pirate warships, primarily composed of frigates lacking warp engines, fled at conventional speeds, unable to match the velocity of the Star Alliance's mechs. Those that were caught were cleaved in two with a swing of a 100-meter-long lightsaber or obliterated by a barrage of photon energy blasts. The pirates had only one heavy bomber equipped with a warp engine, which was intercepted by Xingmong just 1 second after entering Warp Point 6 wings behind her unleashed high-energy beams, incapacitating the heavy bomber in a mere 0. 1 second, confirming that the pirate leader, Great White Shark Pika, was aboard the heavy bomber. Xingmong commenced a merciless assault on the pirate base. By the time Lin Yang arrived, over a third, exceeding 50 warships, had been destroyed. Damn, this Xingmong is truly ferocious. Yueshi, let us not fall behind. We must annihilate all the pirates. Understood. Huang Yueshi replied with a slight smile. The galaxy heart on her chest emitted a dazzling white light. In the next moment, the Sun Moon unleashed its full firepower, turning the dim Kuiper Belt into a spectacle of explosions from the wreckage of warships. Finally, for Ghoul-class thermonuclear missiles, in conjunction with the 12 enhanced energy cannons of the Sun Moon, shattered the icy asteroid. You have destroyed 15 heavy bomber-class ships, evolution points 9,000, 25 double-handed sword heavy fighters, evolution points 10,000, 32 scimitar medium fighters, evolution points 6,400, 25 razor light fighters, evolution points 2,500, current evolution points 169,900. Why are you all so bloodthirsty? Upon arrival, you seized every remaining warship, leaving none for me. Xingmong complained. As the Sun Moon exited warp, it immediately unleashed its firepower, claiming all the warships she intended to destroy. Lin Yang was equally dissatisfied. You still dare to complain. Dear niece, had I known, I wouldn't have let you come first. I could have destroyed over 50 more warships. Do you understand the magnitude of that loss? First of all, I am not your niece. Secondly, I do not take orders from you. Lastly, I intend to avenge my aunt. Kill as many as you wish. I care not for your losses. Such rebellion. I hope that after this, we never collaborate again. I wouldn't collaborate with you even if you begged. The mech I wear embodies the wisdom of the tri-eyed race. How could I associate with the backwards solar civilization? How infuriating. If you possess the capability, why not fight without your mech? Let's engage in a fist fight. Who fears whom? I shall board your warship now. Do not retreat, or I shall make you regret it. What is a long-tailed nosebug? Lin Yang whispered to the co-pilot, Huang Yueshi. Huang Yueshi stifled a laugh. It is a carrion insect from the tri-eyed planet, akin to the long-tailed maggots on Blue Star. Damn, this girl is quite the foul mouth. I must teach her a lesson, regardless of who her father is. Let us first interrogate the pirate leader. He suggested, we can do both. Activate the tractor beam and capture the pirate leader's warship. Colossal locked onto the enemy vessel with the tractor beam, drawing it to the outer hatch. Once docked, Colossal and Mebin, fully armed, opened the hatch and boarded the enemy ship. The pirate leader was already terrified. Witnessing his base and warships being destroyed, and his subordinates all perishing, he realized the futility of resistance. Surrendering might afford him a chance at survival. If he angered them, the outcome would be death. Thus, when the hatch opened, Colossal found Great White Shark Pekin kneeling, disarmed, and pleading for surrender, flanked by 5 core members of his pirate crew, all kneeling in submission. Without waiting for Lin Yang to inquire, Pika divulged, we were compelled by the insectoid sheath-eyed race, who lured the Star Alliance ambassador with false information regarding the Origin Church. During the air battle, why did you possess Dark Spirit technology? Yet during the recent engagement, you lacked it. One of the Dark Spirit warships disguised itself as a double-handed sword flagship. Once we were done using it, it automatically entered warp and fled. What evidence do you have for these claims? My warship contains communications and records of the air battle. You can verify them. Colossal detained these 6. Mebin retrieved the records. 1 minute later, Mebin returned with the records. Upon close inspection, it was evident that they spoke the truth. Rarely did 6 individuals cooperate so well. Colossal grant them a swift end. Given their involvement in the murder of the Star Alliance ambassador, these pirates cannot be allowed to live. Congratulations, you have uncovered the truth behind the assault on the Star Alliance ambassador. Eliminated the assailants and completed main quest. 15. The ambassador's plea for help. Evolution points 150000. Current evolution points 319,900. Main quest updated. 16. The 6th crew member. Successfully recruited the 6th crew member. Evolution points 170000. Z1. Inform the Star Alliance and Human High Command of the investigation results. Yueshi, accompany me to the lower deck to tame a fierce steed. Xingmong. Huang Yueshi inquired, somewhat puzzled. Indeed, her strength and character resemble ours, making her a fitting addition. It would be a shame not to recruit her. However, her father is a marshal of the Star Alliance's Orion Arm, and her rank is at least colonel. Moreover, she dons armor crafted from the tri-eyed race's technological essence. Will she easily join us? No, which is why I intend to tame her. Chapter 80. Battle Angel joins. Colossal first disconnected the heavy bomber of the pirates and towed it with the tractor beam. He then swiftly executed the 5 pirates, discarding their bodies into space. Finally, he opened the outer pressure chamber to welcome Xingmong aboard. Upon entering the Sun Moon, Xingmong's helmet retracted, revealing her exquisite features, her fair skin and striking visage, albeit slightly marred by the 3rd eye on her forehead, rivaled that of Huang Yueshi. She appeared to be no older than 17 or 18 in human years. Where is my aunt's body? It is in the lower deck. Would you prefer to see the body first or duel with me? Do not let sorrow cloud your fighting spirit, lest I appear to exploit my status as your elder. I shall convert my grief into strength. Lin Yang, should you perish without putting up a fight, do not let your subordinates report to the Star Alliance Marshal. Lin Yang shook his head slightly. Rest assured, that will not happen. Huang Yueshi interjected coolly. If you kill Lin Yang, I shall become the new captain of the Sun Moon, and no one will report to your father. Thus, I urge you to give it your all and show no mercy. Colossal remarked, I have heard that the Triad possess formidable combat prowess. Yet I must still caution you. The captain is exceptionally skilled. Mebin added, for fairness, Miss Xingmong should also declare that should she be killed in the duel, The Star Alliance and the Seven Sister Civilization cannot hold anyone accountable to that moment. And I, Zhuang, return from the bridge that I've already informed the Star Alliance and Human High Command of the investigation results. They are formulating a countermeasure. I hear there is to be a duel, correct? Here is a pre-battle waiver, an ancient document known as a death pact. Shimon gazed at the five, a hint of a predatory smile gracing her lips. You are indeed a team that revels in chaos. Even without the six-winged angel armor, I am still recognized as the battle angel of the Triad. Every cell in my being is born for combat. Lin Yang, when I strike, I shall leave no survivors. Should you fear, simply apologize and call me. Yes, what you humans refer to as Auntie. Apologize to your aunt, and I shall spare you. Dear niece, today your uncle shall teach you a proper lesson. It is clear that with Marshal Xingbao, you have been a spoiled and arrogant child. Your father indulges you, but I shall not. Lin Yang, I hope your fists are as tough as your words. I am as solid as they come. Prepare to be crushed. Enough of this meaningless banter. Let us get on with it. Huang Yueshi interjected, her expression one of disdain as she halted their verbal sparring. Xingmong pressed a button on her wrist, and her armor transformed into radiant light, revealing her graceful and poised form. With her long black hair and tall stature, she exuded both agility and strength. An aura of menace subtly radiating from her. I am not merely hiding my armor. I am completely shedding it, so do not doubt me. That is this future technology? Mebin inquired. Xingmong looked surprised. How do you know? Mebin replied proudly. This technology clearly surpasses the Triad's level 2.6 technology. It seems your future temporal engineering is quite successful. No wonder you are the legendary engineer, Mebin. Soon, the Seven Sister Civilization will reach level 3. Zero-star system civilization. I shall inform your father, Marshal Xingbao, that future technology is indeed enticing but perilous. Beware the paradox of causality, or a quantum collapse may spell doom. No need to worry yourself. Lead me to my aunt's remains. Upon viewing the remains of the Star Alliance ambassador, Yin Ban, Xingmong's brow twitched, her eyes reddening. She closed her eyes to steady her emotions before resolutely turning away. Where shall we duel? In the lower deck of the ship, but I am curious. You traverse 600 light-years to avenge your aunt, yet a mere glance suffices for closure. The enemy has been entirely annihilated. And this matter can be considered at an end. No, you are mistaken. Lin Yang replied coolly. What we have just eliminated is merely the tool of murder. The true wielders of that tool remain unpunished. Are you referring to the insectoids and the shadow spirits? Precisely. That if you truly wish to avenge your aunt, you must pursue a relentless path, unearthing the culprits among the insectoids and the shadow spirits. It is not my place. The Star Alliance will devise a diplomatic strategy. My father stated that individuals must not disrupt the grand design encompassing 236 civilizations of the Interstellar Alliance. I am truly disappointed. I no longer wish to engage with you. Why? Are you afraid? Afraid? Lin Yang scoffed disdainfully. I thought you were a fearless individual, yet you turn out to be a sheltered girl, terrified of the insectoids and the shadow spirits. Engaging in a duel with you would be beneath me. Leave, and consider my defeat acknowledged. I apologize for taking advantage of your title as my dear niece, my obedient little princess. Lin Yang's words were akin to casting a star into the mouth of an erupting volcano, injecting her with a surge of adrenaline that self-proclaimed as the battle angel of the Triad civilization. She had never endured such ridicule. Worst, she could withdraw from the Star Alliance fleet and seek vengeance for her aunt as an exile. She was neither obedient nor timid. Lin Yang, you must accept my challenge. Then let us cease this idle chatter. Come, and I shall show you what defeat truly means. The two removed their weaponry and armor, engaging in a mixed martial arts bout within the lower chambers of the Sun Moon vessel. Whoosh! A fist from Xingmang flew forth, its speed creating an afterimage. The force was such that it briefly altered the air pressure within the chamber. For an ordinary human, evading or enduring such a blow would be impossible. However, Lin Yang's life energy was capped at 140, continuously replenished by the vessel. His reflexes, speed, strength, and endurance far exceeded those of an ordinary human. He sidestepped the punch effortlessly as Xing Mang's fist swung empty. A kick followed without granting Lin Yang a moment's respite. Fortunately, Lin Yang required none. His stamina was his most extraordinary advantage. He did not counterattack, evading 9 of Xing Mang's strikes within a single second. While her strength could not match that of the Tiger Man Karugia, her agility surpassed it, and her combat skills were equally formidable in comparative terms. Her close-quarters combat ability was nearly on par with Karugia's, which greatly pleased Lin Yang. Regardless of the means employed, deception or coercion, he was determined to recruit her into their ranks. Lin Yang, I wonder how long you can evade. In 3 minutes, I shall have you exhausted and on the ground. Unbeknownst to Xing Mang, Lin Yang's endurance was astonishing. She intensified her assault, offering him no respite. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes had passed, and Lin Yang's evasion speed not only remained constant, but increased. Doubts began to surface in Xing Mang's mind. Get down! Ah! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flurry of punches created a cacophony in the surrounding air. Xing Mang's strikes became increasingly rapid, yet Lin Yang either dodged or blocked them, inflicting no damage. After 30 minutes of relentless overexertion, Xing Mang felt the fatigue setting in, her attack frequency waning. Onlookers at the periphery could not help but smile. And Ai Zhuan remarked, scans show that Xing Mang's heart rate, blood pressure, and respiration are all on the rise. Our captain remains as ever. Truly a marvel. Mo Ban mused, 500 years ago, I modified most of the organs and tissues within my body. Even utilizing the most advanced materials, I could not achieve such sustained endurance. The captain is no ordinary human. Karugia added, perhaps Commander Yueshi relies on the heart of the galaxy. She may not reach such heights either. Huang Yueshi nodded. Indeed, this is why he is captain, while I am merely the first officer. As they spoke, over an hour passed. Xing Mang regretted having exerted herself so vigorously at the beginning. Now, her body ached, and she was nearly out of strength. Lin Yang paused, extending 2 fingers to tap her forehead. You have pursued me for half an hour. Do you mind if I retaliate? Plop, soaked in sweat. Xing Mang collapsed on her back. That I concede. You monster. Tell me, what do you wish? Simply put, join me in the fight against the insectoids and the shadow spirits, and avenge your aunt, the envoy Yunban. What? Just like that. Indeed, withdraw from the Star Alliance fleet and join the Sun Moon vessel. If you cannot do that, I am willing. Xing Mang eagerly raised her hand. This was a stroke of luck. The Sun Moon vessel indeed harbored hidden talents, far more promising than the Star Alliance fleet. Chapter 81. Declaration of war against the insectoid order. Snap. Lin Yang snapped his fingers. The ever-ready first officer, Huang Yueshi, promptly retrieved the genetic registration device. She crouched down, taking Xing Mang's finger to extract the genetic chain information from her epidermis before inputting Xing Mang's name. Lin Yang added her to the combatant roster. In an instant, mysterious life energy surged once more, flooding Lin Yang with vitality, and all his metrics ascended to new heights. Congratulations, host. You have successfully recruited the Tri-Eyed Battle Angel Xing Mang as a crew member. Life energy value permanently increased by 10. Current life energy value, 150. Congratulations, you have successfully recruited your 6th crew member, completing main mission, 16th crew member. Evolution points 170,000. Current evolution points, 489,900. Main mission updated, 17. The journey to Centaurus. Depart from the solar system, embark on a deep space journey, and safely arrive at the Star Alliance checkpoint in the Centaurus constellation, delivering the remains of the Star Alliance envoy. Evolution points 200. 000. Welcome aboard, Xing Mang. Lin Yang extended his hand, assisting the exhausted Xing Mang to her feet. Are you even human? Why is your stamina so extraordinary? That remark sounded rather insulting. Lin Yang shook his head in exasperation. Well, it's not the first time I've been asked that I am a bona fide human being, without a doubt, I ask for my strength. It is simply because I am unique, is that all? You are reluctant to elaborate, aren't you? Pretty much that I 1T pry into whether your angelic battle armor was acquired from the future or crafted using future technology, that I ask their difference. It is all related to the future. In any case, Huang Yueshi chimed in. All right, Xing Mang, We all have our secrets. There is no need to delve too deeply. Over time, we will come to understand one another. Are you the saint of the Origin Church? Can you establish a mental connection with higher intelligences from the five-dimensional space? I have never attempted it. Well then what about you? Xing Meng inquired about Corugio once more. I heard you transformed on Mars. Did you become a ferocious beast engineered from the Tiger Man gene? Corugio awkwardly grimaced. Our Tiger Man lineage ceased gene engineering long ago. We will resume it once we reach civilization level 3. Please refrain from asking me about my transformation. Oh, my apologies. Hey, old man Ban, are you still plotting to overthrow the Star Alliance? When did I say anything about overthrowing the Star Alliance? I simply wish to reform its decaying system. Sigh. It's futile explaining this to you. I am off to drink. Ban emerged from the lower cargo hold with 6 bottles of liquor, one in each hand, drinking as he made his way back to the engine room. Curious, Xing Meng sought to inquire about Enaijuan. However, Enaijuan gently initiated the conversation. Xing Meng, dear, how old are you this year? Should I inform the Marshal about your joining us? 18th, the triad species has a lifespan comparable to that of humans, albeit with slightly superior overall capabilities that as for my father. Perhaps it's best not to mention it. I fear he may become upset. Lin Yang chuckled. You'll have to tell him eventually. Let us first return to the nearest human outpost. The Neptune Deuterium Factory. Captain, what position will I hold aboard the Sun-Moon vessel? As the Battle Angel, your role will be combat. In future aerial engagements, you will don the angelic battle armor and coordinate with the Sun-Moon vessel. No problem. But how long until we can pinpoint the culprits behind my aunt's murder? I cannot guarantee how long it will take for vengeance, but I assure you we shall commence action immediately. Zhuan, send a message inquiring about the Star Alliance's strategies against the insectoids and shadow spirits. Upon seeing Xing Meng aboard the bridge of the Sun-Moon vessel, the Marshal of the Orion Arm, Xing Bao expressed his satisfaction. Your cooperation this time was both decisive and efficient, leaving no room for future complications. I am quite pleased and hope for further opportunities to collaborate. Father, there will always be opportunities ahead. I will continue to work alongside Lin Yang and the others. Indeed, the Star Alliance will also maintain its collaboration with Lin Yang. That is not what I meant. I am saying that I have now joined the Sun-Moon vessel. Permanently collaborating with them. No, I should say with us. The 6 of us are a cohesive unit that will work together indefinitely. You have joined the Sun-Moon vessel? Yes. Why did you not consult me beforehand? You should know that the position of Rear Admiral in the 7th Fleet of the Star Alliance is almost yours. I do not covet it. I wish to confront the insectoids and shadow spirits as an individual. Avenging my aunt. Sigh. Truly, you've been spoiled. Do as you wish, but relinquish your angelic battle armor. From now on, the name Xing Meng will no longer exist in the Star Alliance fleet. What do you mean? The battle armor is already synced with my genes and consciousness. Father, even if I relinquish it, others cannot utilize it, so it would be better to simply gift it to me. Enough. Marshal, do not be angry. Your father-daughter bond is precious. Please do not let a mere material possession jeopardize it. Lin Yang hurriedly interjected. Xing Bao exclaimed angrily, You all, a priestess of the Origin Point Church, a prince of the Sirius Tiger Clan, and a legendary engineer of the Star Alliance. Were it not for the considerations of status, I would undoubtedly pursue accountability. You have abducted my daughter. Alas, Marshal Xing Bao, your words carry a weighty severity. It was not my insistence that brought her to the Kuiper Belt for the mission. What transpired subsequently was a natural progression, devoid of abduction. If there was any intent, it was yours. You, truly a master of evasion. Human. Let it be, Marshal. Regardless of our differences, we are aligned on the same battlefield. Let us discuss how to confront the insectoids, who have allied with the Black Forest hunting faction and openly positioned themselves against the Star Alliance. Has the Star Alliance made any declarations regarding this? The Star Alliance has classified the insectoids of the sheath-winged seven-eyed clan as hostile forces, and the solar system has officially declared war against the sheath-winged order. The Star Alliance will provide strategic support to humanity, but the primary combat force will be humanity itself. Is it true that Cheng Li and Hu Lianchuan are so resolute? They show no inclination to retreat. Why confront war directly? This is not a rash decision by the Human Alliance. The flames of conflict are already at our doorstep. The dark spirits of the Black Forest hunting faction and the sheath-winged Seven-Eyed Clan are amassing fleets, and in a month, the front lines will reach the outer edge of the solar system. The Oort cloud. This impending war could very well lead to the extinction of the human race. It seems evasion is no longer an option. We must take action, though we shall continue this discussion later. Marshal. Following the termination of communications with the regional marshal of the Star Alliance, Lin Yang promptly reached out to 3 senior officials of the Human Alliance. What is the situation? The insectoids and the dark spirits are advancing towards the solar system. General Hu Liangchuan from Mars lamented. The insectoids and dark spirits have brazenly declared war, likely instigated by the Origin Point Church, which has a notorious history of inciting conflict. The leader of the miners. Song remarked, the Star Alliance is mobilizing fleets for defense, but considering the need for multi-front operations, the reinforcements will not be substantial. Marshal Chung Li of Blue Star expressed deep concern after the cancellation of the New Humanity Project. We have lost our trump card. While researching the warship technology of the insectoids could enhance our capabilities, time is of the essence, Lin Yang stated. Even if we had the New Humanity Project, the 2.0 civilization humans would not intimidate the dark spirits. We must expedite our defenses. I intend to visit Alpha Centauri's southern gate to escort the remains of the Star Alliance delegation and solicit additional aid. Are you not using the interstellar teleportation gate? No, I prefer to traverse the Oort cloud via warp speed while patrolling the solar system's perimeter. Lin Yang planned to evolve the Sun-Moon vessel into a 200-meter-long heavy bomber, necessitating a period of solitude. Very well. How long until your return? At warp speed 5.0, the round trip will take 16 days. Even allowing for delays, it shall not exceed 20 days. Good, Mr. Lin, when the enemy fleets invade the solar system. You must return to lend your assistance that I eagerly anticipate your black hole torpedoes. Rest assured by then, I shall have ample formidable offerings for them, should they dare to gnaw at the hard stone of the solar system. They shall break their own teeth. After closing the communication, Lin Yang immediately activated the evolution system. Legendary grade whale shark heavy bomber hull evolution in progress. Estimated time 2 days 12 hours. Chapter 82. Legendary grade heavy bomber Lin Yang prepared to complete resupply at the Neptune outpost. The captured pirate heavy warship, equipped with a warp speed 2.0 engine, was too valuable to destroy. Hence, he instructed Mo Ban and Ka Lujia to pilot the pirate warship, following the Sun-Moon vessel at warp speed 2.0 towards Neptune. In the span of a meal, they arrived at the uranium D hydrogen plant. The plant manager and the escort commander have been waiting at the dock for some time. Mr. Lin, welcome. The conventional Dragonfly Z-type and Ghoul thermonuclear missiles are ready, and the rations and various daily necessities are prepared for immediate loading. This heavy ship is the flagship of the pirate Megalodon, equipped with a warp speed 2.0 engine. You should retain it for enhanced defense. The battle between humanity and the insectoids and dark spirits is about to commence. Do not become complacent, and bolster your preparations. Understood. The escort commander promptly saluted. I also have a set of wide-eared Bat Z-type radar and a set of Xianghe medium-sized shields for you. Alas, Mr. Lin, these are both legendary-grade component modules. Far too precious. They are merely discarded from the Sun-Moon vessel. Utilize them as you see fit. Very well. We shall comply. Lin Yang's current evolution points approach 500,000 to recovering 2 obsolete modules would yield only 2,000 evolution points. Far too wasteful. It would be better to gift them to the human outpost. Perhaps they could still serve a purpose in resisting the invasion of extraterrestrial species. The leaders of the Neptune outpost were profoundly moved. Fully stocking the Sun-Moon vessel with various supplies and organizing a 300-member Marine Death Squad for Lin Yang's command. Naturally, Lin Yang had no use for a Marine Death Squad. This trip to Alpha Centauri's southern gate was to escort the remains of the delegation and to discuss the defense of the solar system. He did not plan to engage in ship or planetary surface combat, thus requiring no Marines. Once the supplies were loaded, the Sun-Moon vessel departed from the Neptune outpost dock. Huang Yueshi. The course has been set. Destination coordinates: Alpha Centauri Trinary System. Kalugia. Life support systems are normal. Double shields operational. Hull systems functioning well. Ni Ziwin. Radar operational. Communications clear. Crew health status normal. Finally, MO Ban from the engine room reported. Energy and engines are functioning properly. Warp speed 5.0. Let us depart. Lin Yang pressed the warp initiation button, and the Sun-Moon vessel vanished in an instant near Neptune, arriving at the nearest star to the Sun, Alpha Centauri's southern gate. In 8.5 days, after entering warp, the Sun-Moon vessel experienced a lull. Xing Meng, feeling bored on the bridge, remarked, "All of you have tasks. What about me? Substitute. I shall design a living quarters for you." Lin Yang exited the bridge, Huang Yueshi took the pilot's seat, and Xing Meng substituted into the co-pilot position. With an additional crew member, the Sun-Moon vessel could now substitute any crew position at any time. Lin Yang returned to the lounge, refreshing the evolution store several times until he found a legendary grade Dantian X living quarters module, matching the specifications of Huang Yueshi and the others, slightly inferior to Lin Yang's Y-type. It was perfectly suited for the crew's US. An hour later, the new living quarters appeared in the vacant area of the mid-level cabin, astonishing Xing Meng. Is this warship also from the future? How do you know? Lin Yang asked with a smile. A tea lease for now. The Star Alliance does not possess such technology. The energy of the Sun-Moon vessel has not diminished, and no supplies have been consumed. The living quarters simply materialized out of thin air. Even the luminaries of 3.0 civilization would require energy to modify reality, wouldn't they? I have heard MO Ban speak of the luminaries. They can only make transient modifications to reality, with a 50 chance of failure, which pales in comparison to my technology. Do not be astonished. Step inside and see if you are satisfied. There will be more surprises in 2 days. Satisfied. I am immensely pleased. I was just troubled about where to sleep tonight. Captain, it seems you have truly accepted me. This child, if I had not accepted you, why would I let you on the bridge? 2 days later, as they sailed through the outer edges of the solar system in the Oort cloud, Lin Yang and Xing Meng were on duty on the bridge while Kalu Jia was in the engine room. Huang Yueshi, Ni Ziwen, and MO Ban were resting in their respective living quarters. Suddenly, the Sun-Moon vessel exited warp speed and began to drift in space. The warship systems are functioning properly. Why have we exited warp speed? Captain Lin Yang, is your Sun-Moon vessel perhaps dozing off? Xing Meng inquired with confusion. Lin Yang smiled mysteriously. You will soon find out. And no sooner had he spoken than a light curtain swept across the bow of the vessel, and the warship underwent a dramatic transformation. The originally 80-meter-long heavy fighter began to evolve into a 200-meter-long heavy bomber. The hull width expanded from 30 meters to 80 meters, and the height increased from 20 meters to 50 meters. The number of compartments rose from 4 to 10 based on the height of the tallest crew member, Kalu Jia. The new compartment height was condensed to 4 meters, ensuring that it did not impede the daily activities of the tallest crew member. Simultaneously, the hull and the thickness of each deck were enhanced, rendering the Sun-Moon vessel structure even more robust. The new bridge maintained an area of 50 square meters, but the operations at each station became more intelligent and convenient. The changes within the hull were even more significant. The original single corridor extending from bow to stern transformed into 3 long corridors due to the hull's new width of 80 meters. The first-level compartments were designated as office and work areas, housing Ka Lu Jia's weapon manufacturing room, Ziwen's medical room, meeting room, reception room, and so forth. The living area for crew meals, rest, leisure, and entertainment was arranged on the second level, while the isolation room and prison were relocated to the third level. The remaining 7 compartments were unallocated for the time being and were utilized as cargo holds in addition to the internal changes. The external artillery positions also saw a significant increase. The number of missile launch pads rose from 6 to 18, while energy cannon platforms increased from 12 to 24. The heavy bomber was indeed living up to its name. The vessel's evolution caused sufficient turbulence to awaken Huang Yueshi and the others from their rest, prompting them to rush out in astonishment. In less than a minute, the evolution was complete, leaving them speechless. Huang Yueshi exclaimed, "This is the Whale Shark-class heavy bomber, secretly developed by Blue Star, far surpassing the Kaishan Axe class, second only to the Orca-class frigate, due to excessive firepower consumption and unresolved energy issues. It has yet to enter service." Ni Ziwen expressed her delight. I did not expect the Sun-Moon vessel to evolve into a whale shark class. Lin Yang replied with a smile. We now possess 2 antimatter energy sources and 1 thermonuclear fusion energy source. Not only can we support the whale shark class heavy bomber, but we could also power the Orca class frigate and blue whale class destroyer. Mo Ban added. Even if our firepower triples, our energy reserves will be more than sufficient. Colossal, this warship, even without considering Admiral Yueshi's galaxy heart, is capable of defeating insectoid cruisers of civilization level 2.2. Those who have witnessed the evolution of the Sun-Moon have been left astonished. The first-hand witnesses, Starshine in particular, gaped in disbelief, unable to articulate their thoughts. After a prolonged silence, Starshine finally murmured, "This technology undoubtedly surpasses that of civilization level 3.0, if it is not a product of future technology. It must be a form of technology that exceeds level 3.0. How does it compare to your Angel battle armor?" Mo Ban inquired with curiosity. For the time being, aside from the evolutionary capabilities and the enhancement from Sister Yueshi's galaxy heart, the existing technology of the Sun-Moon cannot rival the Angel battle armor, though that may change in the future. Very well, you 3 continue to rest while we proceed. Lin Yang led Starshine back to the bridge to resume their duties. The Sun-Moon once again entered warp speed 5.0. Congratulations, host. You have evolved the Sun-Moon into a heavy bomber, completing growth task 9 heavy bomber. Evolution points 50,000. Current evolution points 523,000. Growth task updated 10 Super Divine. Acquire and utilize a Super Divine item from the Evolution Mall. Evolution points 80,000. Chapter 83. Encounter in the Orc Cloud Super Divine item. Lin Yang felt a flicker of curiosity. After such a long refresh period in the Evolution Mall, the highest grade item he had encountered was merely epic. Whether it be the mirror generator, time reversal device, or black hole torpedo, their power was undeniably immense. Yet he had never come across a super divine item before. Its power must be astonishingly extraordinary. However, it was certain that the chances of obtaining one were exceedingly slim, less than 0.001. Seated at the helm, Lin Yang initiated a 10-fold refresh. Although he did not procure a super divine item, several useful legendary items emerged after multiple rounds of 10. Xiange Y-type high-power shield, Locust Z-type shipborne drone swarm, 50 units, Zhulong X-type explosive pulse cannon, Yinglong X-type directional phase cannon, Fire Phoenix X-type missile matrix launch platform. 30 minutes later, the newly evolved 12 missile launch platforms and energy cannons were all set for upgrades. Lin Yang expended 513,000 evolution points, leaving him with merely 100,000 due to the excessive space occupied by the discarded ship's skeletal structure. He opted for a one-click recovery. Having failed to acquire a super divine item, and with all necessary upgrades allocated to the warship, he ceased refreshing, preparing to take a moment to relax. Suddenly, the radar interface emitted an alert. Starshine opened her eyes wide and discovered energy gathering ahead. Enemy ships were lying in ambush. Lin Yang swiftly exited warp speed. Simultaneously, hundreds of energy cannons surged towards them. The Sun-Moon executed a barrel roll to evade. After dodging for several tense seconds, they were still struck by a barrage of energy projectiles. A magnetic storm laser beam hit above the bridge. Fortunately, both of the Sun-Moon shield had evolved to the superior Xiangue Y-type. With a shield capacity 10 times that of the original, the impact merely caused the Sun-Moon to shudder slightly, reducing the left shield by 3, which recovered to 100 in less than a second. The hull remained unscathed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Yang immediately retaliated with 10 Ghoul thermal nuclear missiles. After a violent explosion, the Sun-Moon finally caught its breath. It was then that they noticed over 500 insectoid cruisers emerging from 2 kilometers ahead and on either side. Additionally, 10 large frigates were skimming the vicinity from 10,000 kilometers away. The reason the radar had not detected them sooner was that these ships were cloaked. They only revealed themselves at the moment of attack. The insectoids' cloaking technology, like that of most races in the Star Alliance, prohibited them from initiating attacks while cloaked. Otherwise, the warships would exhibit significant energy fluctuations, rendering the cloaking futile. These ships had long been lying in wait along their route. Huang Yueshi and Zhuan and Kalajata hurriedly returned to the bridge. Entering battle mode, M.O. Ban remained alone in the engine room. Starshine slapped her forehead, and the angel battle armor of future technology enveloped her in an instant. She transformed into a multitude of light particles, teleporting directly outside the sun-moon to engage the enemy. The coordination among the six was remarkably harmonious. Within seconds, they completed their counterattack deployment. How did the insectoids know our route? Has there been a traitor in human society? Huang Yueshi furrowed her brow. Let us focus on winning this encounter first. We must investigate this matter thoroughly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Huang Yueshi unleashed 30 Dragonfly Z-type missiles to intercept and disrupt the enemy's assault. Simultaneously, she unleashed a barrage of explosive pulse cannons, clearing the obstacles ahead. The Sun-Moon immediately entered warp speed 1.0, exiting in less than 0.1 seconds near the insectoid frigates, 10,000 kilometers away. The 500 small cruisers were insignificant in Lin Yang's eyes. He had his sights set on the 10 large frigates. The unfinished challenge task required him to destroy 50 frigates cumulatively. He had only destroyed 30 thus far. With 20 remaining, he was constantly on the lookout for opportunities. Now, with 10 insectoid frigates at hand, he was determined not to let a single one escape. Moreover, capturing the king would lead to the demise of the remaining 500 small cruisers, rendering them mere lambs for slaughter. Zing! Zing zing! 10 enhanced phase cannon beams struck the frigate, instantly breaching its shields. Whoosh boom! A Ghoul thermal nuclear missile directly impacted the enemy ship's hull. The tremendous nuclear explosion obliterated the unshielded frigate, scattering debris in all directions. However, before any fragments could strike the Sun-Moon, Lin Yang once again entered warp speed to target another frigate. Lin Yang. How can it be you? A familiar voice suddenly echoed through the communicator. It's like encountering an acquaintance while bathing in a boiling pot. It turned out to be Salir, the Martian rebel Salir, who had emerged as a new human being after harnessing the entire resources of Martian society, the granddaughter of former Martian Marshal Leaf. She poisoned the high-ranking officials of the Martian regime and defected with her fleet to the insectoids, nearly killing Lin Yang and his companions in the Interstellar Hotel, just when Lin Yang had been searching for her. He never expected to encounter her here. Upon hearing her voice, he immediately recognized her. That you're still alive. I'll never die, no matter how many times you wish it. How infuriating. Why are you everywhere? Haha. I am your nightmare. It seems you're not specifically ambushing me. The insectoids were ambushing all ships departing the solar system en route to Southgate 2, unaware that this heavy bomber was Lin Yang. Only after the ambush commenced and Lin Yang destroyed a frigate, showcasing his agility and enhanced firepower, did Salir deduce it was him. Why have you changed your warship again? My warship has never changed. It has always been the Sun-Moon. Stop lying. Today we are fated to cross paths. The last 2 times you narrowly escaped death. This time you won't have a chance. You just stole my line. What can I say? Forget it. Let us just get to work. Whoosh. Lin Yang ceased to argue with Salir and warped to the vicinity of another frigate, launching an attack. The frigate retaliated with all its might, while the remaining 8 frigates joined the fray from a distance. The Sun-Moon faced 9 enemies, exchanging fire fiercely. Meanwhile, the 500 ambushing cruisers attempted to provide support, but were held back by Starshine. Clad in her combat angel armor, the insectoids of the Seven-Eyed Sheath Wings had only achieved level 2.2 stellar civilization technology, whereas the Tri-Eyed civilization of the Beetlejuice had reached level 2. 6th, the angel armor, crafted with future temporal engineering, was a superlative weapon of war, nearly approaching level 3.0 galactic civilization technology. Faced with the insectoid cruisers, it was an utter rout. The various energy cannons of the cruisers proved ineffective against her, failing to land a hit. The evasion speed of the angel armor was far too swift, allowing her to teleport with ease. The slower guided weapons could not lock onto Starshine at all. With each instant teleportation, she would appear near the engines of the cruisers, either piercing through their shields and hull with hundreds of meters of lightsabers or obliterating the warships with energy beams from her 6 wings. More than 500 cruisers could neither escape nor provide aid to the frigates. The insectoids' ambush had devolved into a defensive battle. In the blink of an eye, 3 frigates were destroyed, and 26 small cruisers exploded. The commander of the insectoid fleet was left furious, exasperated, and helpless. Retreat. All forces retreat. General, please engage in a last stand. Salir hurriedly knelt, pleading for battle. Huang Yueshi is aboard that warship. If we capture her, the Origin Church will accept us. We cannot let Lin Yang and his companions escape. Bang! Thud! Op! The insectoid commander kicked Salir away. She crashed against the wall and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. You wretched human, what right do you have to interfere with my orders? Were it not for your role in my parasitic experiments, I would have devoured you long ago. Salir's father and uncle were too frightened to utter a word. The insectoid commander didn't even glance at them. Retreat. Just as the command was issued, the radar suddenly displayed anomalies. General, the Sun Moon has unleashed a massive energy burst, and time around it is accelerating rapidly. The aide rushed to report the irregularity. What is happening? We seem to be trapped in a time quagmire with a diameter of 20,000 kilometers. It is not the surrounding time that is accelerating, but our own time that is being slowed down. Chapter 84. Epic Level. Time Decelerator. Shortly after the battle commenced, Lin Yang deduced that the insectoids intended to flee. If they couldn't win and still chose to remain, they would be fools. Cunning insectoids were certainly not dim-witted. Therefore, he instructed Nai to keep a close watch on the radar for any movements from the enemy. After destroying the third frigate, the radar indicated that over half of the small cruisers began to converge towards the frigates. The large frigate, while launching an assault on the Sun and Moon, began to pivot away, signaling a clear retreat. Lin Yang promptly commanded, Yueshi, unleash the heavy artillery. Xingmong, retreat. Whoosh! The epic-level Medusa, X-time, slower shot forth at a staggering speed of 1,000 Mach. It subsequently detonated amidst the enemy fleet, creating a fleeting flash in space. A terrifying energy radiated from the explosion point, enveloping a spherical region with a radius of 10,000 kilometers, effectively covering a diameter of 20,000 kilometers. This formidable energy caused time to slow down, akin to tossing a glob of high-intensity liquid gel into the river of time. Within that 20,000-kilometer sphere, time was decelerated by 99.9 from a distance. The insectoid frigates and small cruisers appeared to move in slow motion, as if they were on the verge of freezing. Yet from within, the external objects in time continued to race forward, due to the insectoids' preparations to withdraw. The small cruisers were clustering around the frigate, rendering the fleet relatively concentrated, with 90 of the warships falling within the 20,000-kilometer radius. Only a handful of ships were outside the influence of the time-slowing device. And in a desperate rush, they too plunged into the time dilation zone. What an impressive time weapon! Captain, you have once again astonished me. Xingmong marveled at the unfolding spectacle. Lin Yang declared in 10 minutes. The time-slowing effect will dissipate. They are now sitting ducks. Open fire with all you've got. Pew, pew, pew whoosh. The Sun and Moon maneuvered within the spherical space of 20,000 kilometers, launching assaults from every angle towards the insectoid fleet. Energy beams, laser rays, energy pulse clusters, and various guided weapons all converged upon them. Xingmong, too, joined the fray, unleashing relentless assaults from the six wings behind her, which emitted beams of energy. These attacks, upon entering the time-slowing zone, also slowed down to the point where one could visually track the laser rays and energy beams as they advanced. However, for the insectoids within the time dilation area, the spectacle was quite different. They perceived the Sun and Moon moving at an astonishing speed, generating countless afterimages. Xingmong, clad in her angelic battle armor, also manifested numerous phantoms. Various energy cannons sprang forth like a torrential downpour. They attempted to evade. But before they could react, they found themselves ensnared by an overwhelming barrage, in a state of saturation. They sought to send distress signals, but the temporal disparity rendered their communications ineffective, in the blink of an eye. The onslaught of weaponry descended upon them, leaving them with no refuge, forcing them to absorb the impacts with their shields. Yet, no matter how potent the shields, they could not withstand the relentless barrage. Explosions erupted in rapid succession, transforming the warships into celestial fireworks, illuminating the surrounding millions of kilometers of space. You have destroyed insectoid Coleoptera-class frigates 10, evolution points 20,000, heavy fighters 300, evolution points 150,000. Medium fighters 220. Evolution points 44,000. Current evolution points 314,000. Challenge task 8. Renown completion 80. System, you're truly impressive. The warships destroyed by Xingmong count towards my tally as well. Xingmong has joined the Sun and Moon, and the combat was executed in coordination with it. This system has stated that as long as there is a loophole, it will strive to secure the maximum benefit for you. Understood, love you. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had elapsed. Lin Yang witnessed warship after warship being obliterated. Flames gradually expanded, and debris floated outward. Eventually, the time-slowing phenomenon began to dissipate, restoring the speed of the explosions to normal. Good heavens! Once this epic weapon is deployed, the enemy becomes a target moving at a snail's pace. Xingmong returned to the bridge of the Sun and Moon, unclasping her wrist to remove her angelic armor. Unable to suppress her astonishment, Huang Yueshi remarked, I feel it's somewhat overkill. If employed on a planetary or stellar surface, with parts slowing down and others not, the planet would disintegrate in an instant. Now that is something to ponder. My word, no wonder human society and the Star Alliance are so wary of the Sun and Moon. If I were my father, seated in the position of regional marshal, I would also steer clear of the Sun and Moon. And Zhuang added, even without these extraordinary weapons, your mere identities would still incite fear within the Star Alliance. Huang Yueshi and Xingmong exchanged knowing smiles. Lin Yang clapped his hands. All right, scan the battlefield. We must confirm that Salir is indeed dead and check for any salvageable wreckage. After a moment of radar scanning, Zhuang revealed a satisfied smile. We've located Salir's corpse. She is undoubtedly deceased. However, there is something unusual. Indeed, there is a faint life signal within her body, seemingly a parasitic entity. Retrieve it and place it in the isolation chamber for research. And there is more. Zhuang exclaimed, perplexed. It's quite strange. The human corpses among the wreckage all possess parasitic entities. Have these Martian rebels all been infested? Let us salvage a few more for thorough study. The Sun and Moon promptly advanced into the battlefield, utilizing a tractor beam to recover 10 Martian rebel corpses, including Salir, after conducting safety scans. Karugia and Mobin transported them to the isolation chamber, and Zhuang immediately commenced dissection and research. Additionally, a functional deep space radar was detected amidst the wreckage, specifically designed by the insectoids for deep space exploration up to 3 million kilometers away. After retrieval, Lin Yang promptly added it to the evolution list as they continued scanning the battlefield, hoping to uncover more valuable components. The radar interface suddenly emitted an alarm. Captain, energy fluctuations detected 10,000 kilometers away. A large warship is approaching via space jump. Space jump? Is it the Betelgeuse three-eyed clan? No, it's 5 kilometers in length, an interstellar cruiser class. It's the Dark Spirit Clan from the M42 Nebula. Weren't the Dark Spirit Clan and the insectoid forces scheduled to arrive in the solar system in a month? How has their interstellar cruiser reached us so swiftly? The M42 Nebula is 1340 light-years from the solar system. Their main forces would indeed require a month to arrive, but perhaps this cruiser did not depart from the Dark Spirit Clan stronghold. Retreat. The Dark Spirit Clan possesses technology equivalent to a level 2. 8 stellar civilization and has mastered the use of cosmic dark energy. Although the Sun and Moon is formidable, its current strength pales in comparison to the Dark Spirit Clan. Lin Yang recognized the reality and hastily activated the warp drive. Setting a course for the southern gate of Centaurus A at warp speed 5.0, simultaneously alerting the Star Alliance and the solar system fleet. Whoosh! Just as they entered warp speed, the Sun and Moon came to a sudden halt. The cruiser of the Dark Spirit Clan unleashed an invisible blast, undetectable by conventional energy readings, detonating in front of the Sun and Moon. The surrounding gravitational field warped dramatically, causing the warp travel to lose its potency. The Sun and Moon was forced out of warp, the Dark Spirit Clan as common tactic. The dark energy vortex. We've fallen into the vortex, and the ship's energy is rapidly depleting. Mobin, experienced and well acquainted with the Dark Spirit Clan, quickly identified the situation. This can be compared to our epic weaponry. They truly are a source of headaches for the Star Alliance. Lin Yang felt a surge of anxiety. Placing his hopes on the evolution shop, he hoped that with 314,000 evolution points, he could procure a life-saving epic weapon. Upon opening the evolution shop, his eyes widened in surprise that it was time for the monthly automatic update. Just moments ago, the shop had refreshed its inventory, presenting over 10,000 previously unseen super divine items, now radiating a captivating golden glow, a light cone. Priced at 300,000 evolution points? No way. Can I even buy that? Chapter 85. Super Divine Light Cone. Quantum Collapse. At this moment, the sun and moon was spiraling through space. The high-density dark energy vortex was affecting the gravitational field and voraciously draining the sun and moon's energy. The shield value continued to plummet. The warp engine had become incapacitated and the conventional propulsion systems had lost power. The three energy sources were operating beyond their limits. Yet the rate of depletion was too great to stabilize the ship. Mobin reported from the engine room. Redirect all weapon and shield energy to the engines. That 1T work, Captain? I've already tried. No matter how much energy the three sources generate, it will all be siphoned off by the dark energy vortex. Boom! The sun and moon began to shake violently, throwing several crew members off balance. Huang Yueshi removed the heart of the galaxy, clutching Lin Yang's hand tightly. Let us throw out an antimatter energy furnace. I'll enhance it with the heart of the galaxy and see if we can overload this dark energy vortex, Karuji added. I've contacted Admiral Ruda of the Sirius civilization. He is en route on the Tiger King cruiser to provide support. Xingmong summoned her angelic battle armor, preparing to exit the sun and moon to confront the Dark Spirit Clan head-on. Although the Dark Spirit Clan's technology was advanced, her angelic armor, hailing from the future, could stand up to them. No need. Hold on tight. I have an ace up my sleeve. Lin Yang immediately purchased the light cone. This super divine item was not an energy cannon, but rather a one-time launch weapon, akin to the mirror generator and time reversal device used previously. Once loaded into the weapon bay, the Sun and Moon-S combat system instantly acquired a super divine weapon, the light cone. The light cone? Huang Yueshi was taken aback. Within the light cone lies fate. Can this weapon truly influence causality? We won't know until we try. Fire! Whoosh! Huang Yueshi unleashed the light cone towards the Dark Spirit Clan's interstellar cruiser. As soon as the light cone exited the sun and moon, it detonated spontaneously. The explosion was not as violent as anticipated, lacking the phenomenon of energy bursts. Rather, it commenced with a focal point, manifesting a conical region of light that enveloped a Dark Spirit Clan cruiser situated 10,000 kilometers away at the speed of light. Following closely, a mirrored image of the 5-kilometer-long cruiser materialized. Positioned nearer to the origin of the light cone, IT was poised to unleash a dark energy vortex. At a mere 0.1 seconds later, a secondary mirrored cruiser emerged, preparing for a spatial jump. Subsequently, a third mirrored image appeared, ascending from the surface of an unknown planet in the blink of an eye. The interstellar cruiser of the Dark Spirit Clan was surrounded by tens of thousands of mirrored images. The closer a mirrored image was to the origin of the light cone, the further along the timeline it appeared. Simultaneously, each mirrored image along the temporal axis would diverge into several parallel line images, akin to projections from parallel universes. The number of mirrored images proliferated, rapidly reaching hundreds of thousands. The further one strayed from the origin of the light cone, the more mirrored images emerged, while the origin itself contained only a single image, the scene of the interstellar cruiser under construction. The Dark Spirit Clan had already detected the anomaly and hastily retaliated with a high-energy phase cannon. The ship, sun, and moon lost its operational capacity, unable to evade, and could only withstand the onslaught. Remarkably, the phase cannon passed through the sun and moon as if a flashlight beam were penetrating through smoke, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Lin Yang and his companions on the bridge felt the torrent of phase cannon photon streams rushing past them, enveloping their surroundings in brilliant light. Yet in reality, they sustained no harm. How peculiar! Have we become invisible within the dimensional space? No, Captain, it is the Dark Spirit Clan's cruiser that is within the light cone. Their actions cannot affect anything outside the light cone, Mo Ban explained through the ship's communicator. What about the reverse? Lin Yang inquired. Of course, they can't. Even a slight disturbance can easily annihilate the opponent. The further along the timeline, the greater the disruption of causality. It bears a resemblance to Rupert's tear, impervious at the head, yet weak at the tail. Although the analogy may be somewhat strained, it suffices to comprehend that they cannot influence external events from within the light cone. While external observers can affect them, at this moment, we exist like higher-dimensional entities, witnessing the past, present, and future of the low-dimensional objects within the light cone, capable of interfering with their entire existence at will. Understood. No wonder it is a super divine-grade product. We have briefly experienced the power of five-dimensional space. Yueshi, target the mirrored image at the forefront of the timeline. Huang Yueshi pressed the button for the ion explosive cannon. Firing a pulse energy orb devoid of enhancements, IT struck the mirrored image nearest to the sun and moon. The interstellar cruiser under construction had no shields nor protective fleet and was instantly obliterated. A violent explosion illuminated the surrounding space. Almost simultaneously, the second row of mirrored images closest to the forefront of the timeline collapsed thunderously, with three parallel images disintegrating simultaneously, reminiscent of a sandcastle succumbing to an avalanche. The collapsing light quanta quickly dissipated, followed by the quantum collapse of 9 parallel images in the third row. Thus began the sequential collapse of the fourth, fifth, sixth rows. As the rows increased, so too did the number of parallel images. The scene resembled a vast array of dominoes. Once the chain reaction commenced, the scale of image destruction magnified. Within mere seconds, hundreds of thousands of mirrored images collapsed entirely. The light cone rapidly retracted, transforming into a point of light before extinguishing. The dark energy vortex vanished alongside it. The sun and moon restored normalcy, and space returned to tranquility. Goodness, this is quantum collapse. What an eye-opening experience. Lin Yang felt once again like a primitive man. M.O. Ban remarked. The original essence of pastime was destroyed during construction, naturally resulting in the absence of the cruiser's subsequent deeds. This is the collapse of the macroscopic state. To be honest, it is my first time witnessing a macroscopic quantum collapse that a distinguished engineer of the Star Alliance. Witnessing this for the first time? Oh, then I have no reason to feel embarrassed. I thought I was merely a primitive man. Haha, Captain, in the presence of higher dimensional entities, we are not even worthy of being called primitive beings to be, by the way. I have a question. When we attacked the initial mirrored image within the light cone, affecting the causality of reality, was this cruiser destroyed in the present or in the past? In the past. Huang Yueshi traced a finger across the screen, displaying an old news article on Lin Yang's control panel. It was a recently unearthed piece of old news that had not existed prior to my firing. It appeared after the quantum collapse. Lin Yang opened it to find a news article from 20 years ago, detailing an incident where a dock belonging to the Dark Spirit Clan was suddenly attacked by an ion explosive cannon while constructing a cruiser. The cruiser exploded, damaging the dock. The Dark Spirit Clan suspected sabotage by Star Alliance agents and nearly went to war over it. Ultimately, they could not uncover the perpetrator and left the matter unresolved. Consequently, that space station was abandoned by the Dark Spirit Clan at This is reality modification. Lin Yang was astonished, truly outrageous. No wonder it is super divine grade. It is likely that, apart from us 6 observers outside the light cone, the memories of the others have shifted. Just as M.O. Ban finished speaking, in IZ-1 received a message from the Sirius Civilization's Tiger King cruiser. Admiral Ruda inquired in confusion. Where are the Dark Spirit Clan's cruisers? We still have 10 minutes to reach the coordinates, and we have not scanned any Dark Spirit Clan warships, nor detected any dark energy vortex. General, this is a long story. Chapter 86. Arrival at Southgate 2. The difficulties of the Star Alliance. You have successfully acquired and utilized a super divine grade product, completing growth task 10 super divine. Evolution points 80,000. Growth task updated 11 teleportation device. Evolution points 100,000 for developing a particle teleportation device for the sun and moon. Current evolution points 104,000. The system incessantly reported in Lin Yang's mind. Lin Yang patiently explained to the Tiger Man Admiral Ruda through the communicator. This is no childish game of the wolf is coming. We were indeed trapped by a Dark Spirit Clan interstellar cruiser moments ago, nearly facing annihilation. Yet there is no trace of the Dark Spirit Clan here. The space also shows no signs of dark energy fluctuations. Mr. Lin, Prince Kalugia, are you truly not jesting? Oh, General Ruda, how could we make such a trivial mistake? To speak frankly, that Dark Spirit Clan cruiser indeed existed. However, I only found remnants of Zerg warships and corpses of Martian rebels here. The cruiser we just eliminated seemed to be identified as the Dark Cloud. Right, Z1? Z1 nodded, confirming. Indeed, the quantum identification code of the opposing cruiser is Dark Cloud. Absurd. Do you think I'm a rookie who knows nothing? The Dark Spirit Clan does have a Dark Cloud cruiser. But it was scrapped 20 years ago before it was completed, destroyed by a mysterious force during construction. I was present during the negotiations with the Dark Spirit Clan. Never mind, Lin Yang, their memories have all shifted, and explanations are futile. If you convince one, there are countless others waiting. Huang Yueshi quietly reminded. Lin Yang nodded, smiling. Admiral Ruda, please believe that we did not intend to deceive you. Perhaps some illusion led to our erroneous assessment. Thankfully, this ambush by the insectoids has ended in failure. Since you were here, why not scan the battlefield for the corpses of the Martian rebels? They have all been parasitized. Why what organism? We are not yet sure. We salvaged 10 samples, but have not had the chance to study them. Very well. I will not come in vain. I will investigate this matter thoroughly and assist with the defense at the edge of the solar system to prevent further ambushes. Thank you, Admiral Ruda. I owe you another one. The Sun and Moon then continued its journey at warp speed 5.0 toward the Southgate 2 checkpoint of the Star Alliance. The Sirius Civilization's Tiger King cruiser remained behind to investigate the situation. Days passed swiftly. The 24 energy cannons and 18 missile launch pads of the Whale Shark-class heavy bomber, Sun and Moon, were all fully evolved. Lin Yang repurposed the lower deck as a hangar. A launch and recovery port was opened at the underside of the Sun and Moon, specifically for the entry and exit of drones. The Z-type Locust drones, while lacking the destructive power of the Ghoul thermonuclear missiles and the epic-grade weaponry, possessed unparalleled maneuverability and intelligence that guided weaponry could not match. They could not only use small energy cannons to disrupt enemy missile attacks, but also execute reconnaissance, navigation, exploration, transportation, and even suicide attack missions. 50 drones, each approximately 5 meters in length, were equipped with high-compression heavy hydrogen energy modules. When initiating self-destruction, their power was comparable to that of conventional Dragonfly missiles. The control tasks for the drones were assigned to Tiger Man Kalugia. Renowned within the Star Alliance as a weapons manufacturer, Kalugia's skills were exceptional, and in recent days, he had modified the 50 drones, enhancing their navigation and anti-jamming capabilities, and additionally installed high-compression wide-area explosives within their frames to amplify their destructive power during self-destruction missions. Well done, Kalugia. You truly deserve the title of weapons expert. Ding, you piloted the Sun and Moon, successfully leading all crew members to arrive at the Centaurus Southgate 2, completing the main storyline task update, 17 Voyage in Centaurus. Evolution points 200,000. Current evolution points 304,000. Main storyline task update, 18 Solar System Defense War. Join forces with the Solar System fleet to repel the invasion of extraterrestrial races. Evolution points 250. 000. Lin Yang was exploring Kalugia's masterpieces on the lower deck hangar. A sudden alert echoed in my mind. The Sun and Moon had reached its destination, exiting warp speed in the southern Gate 2 star system of Centaurus. First Officer Huang Yueshi navigated using conventional propulsion towards the Star Alliance fortress. This was a trinary star system, comprised of stars Southern Gate 2A, Southern Gate 2B, and Proxima Centauri. The three celestial bodies intertwined, forming the closest star system to our Sun, and it was renowned as the homeland of the Trisolarians. Yet, in this realm, the Trisolarians were absent. The intricate movements of the three stars rendered the emergence of life exceedingly unlikely, with no habitable planets suitable for carbon-based life forms within the system. The Star Alliance had occupied this area tens of thousands of years prior, converting it into an observation post to monitor the evolution of humanity within the solar system, preventing advanced predatory civilizations from seizing control of the Sun's domain. This approach was intended to cultivate members of the Alliance in advance, a protective measure before engaging with lower-tier civilizations once they ascended to a 2. Zero-level stellar civilization. It was a traditional method for the Alliance to expand its influence, with the benefits being quite evident. Newly emerged civilizations, grateful for the nurturing oversight of the Alliance, often bound themselves to it, resisting any inclination towards rival factions, thus fostering unity in the face of adversity. Though the level of civilization was generally low, the sheer number of civilizations could still facilitate mutual support, proving advantageous for evolutionary progress. After humanity attained a 2.0 level stellar civilization and joined the Star Alliance, this observation post transformed into a fortified stronghold and a crucial transportation hub for the Alliance. Upon arriving at the fortress, Lin Yang handed over the remains of the ambassadorial delegation. The commander of the Orion Arm of the Star Alliance, Marshal San Yinren, personally came to greet them. Ambassador Yunban had sacrificed himself for the stability of the Alliance. As one of its four marshals, he was compelled to attend, especially since Yunban was his sister. His daughter, Xing Meng, had disregarded his warnings and joined the Sun and Moon, prompting him to come in person for familial reasons. The upper echelons of the Alliance held a brief moment of silence in honor of the ambassadorial delegation before Marshal San Yinren convened with Lin Yang and his companions. Upon seeing his daughter, San Yinren shook his head in exasperation, refusing to speak to her, and instead inquired about Lin Yang's situation during the battle in the Oort cloud. Initially, they had sent a distress signal claiming to be captured by a dark spirit fleet, facing imminent demise. However, the Alliance fleet had patrolled the Oort cloud multiple times in recent days and found no trace of the dark spirits. What was going on? At that time, we indeed spotted shadows of the dark spirit warships. But it is possible that the insectoids employed dark spirit technology in deploying space mines, and we inadvertently collided with one, Lin Yang explained. That is plausible. Perhaps the Sun and Moon should upgrade its radar systems. We urgently require the full support of the Alliance fleet to fend off the invasions of the insectoids and dark spirits. The upgrade of the Sun and Moon is trivial. What truly matters is the survival of human civilization at this critical juncture. Marshal, how many warships can the Alliance dispatch to assist us? This time, Sai. The Alliance faces considerable difficulties. Engaged in a multi-front war, we are nearing a breaking point. For the solar system defense battle, the Alliance's strategy is the Ember Exile plan, aiming to protect the continuation of human civilization. If the enemy's offensive proves too fierce, we may have to abandon the habitable zone of the solar system. Chapter 87. The infiltration of parasitic civilizations. What? Are you suggesting that the fate of the solar system civilization is of no concern? It is not that we do not care, but after comprehensive evaluation, the significance of a desperate defense in this battle is minimal, with almost no chance of victory. Moreover, the human leadership has consented to this decision. First, ensure the survival of our race, and then discuss future development. Human civilization is already at the bottom of the Alliance. Once we lose our homeworld's habitable zone and become a nomadic race, what development or evolution can we hope for? Within a few hundred years, humanity will completely perish, becoming nothing more than a fill-in-the-blank question in history. San Yinren replied with a hint of understanding. I empathize with your sentiments, but the Alliance can no longer engage in large-scale warfare. The Centaurus ship's bow arm is embroiled in a fierce struggle against the mechanical civilization. The Perseus arm has been battling the boron-based civilization for tens of thousands of years without respite. The Swan Measure arm is resisting the incursions of the Black Forest hunting faction, and the Shield Southern Cross arm is mired in the invasion of extragalactic civilizations. While our Orion arm, I understand, 500 years ago, after the decisive battle with the Dark Spirits, we suffered substantial losses. Yet, didn't the Dark Spirits also sustain heavy casualties? Intelligence indicates that the Dark Spirits have already recovered to their pre-war state. While among the original 32 members of the Orion Arm, none have reached a 2.8 level civilization. Now, with the betrayal of the insectoid order, only 31 races remain, and collectively, they are no match for the 2.8 level Dark Spirits. What about the leaders of the Alliance, the 3.0 level luminaries? Are they indifferent? The luminaries also face enemies they cannot contend with. The forces they confront are even more terrifying. The Galactic Interstellar Alliance may sound imposing, but in reality, it is merely a coalition of vulnerable groups seeking mutual protection. I am at a loss for words. Lin Yang had not anticipated the Alliance's predicament would be so dire. Marshal, how much support can the Alliance provide to humanity in this solar system defense battle? You must understand that the dark spirits have a voracious appetite. After consuming the habitable zone of the solar system, they will not cease their aggression. The next targets could very well be Vega, Altair, or Sirius that I fully understand. For this solar system defense battle, I have assembled 5 Alliance members within 100 light years, gathering 30,000 large deep space warships, aiming to evacuate more humanity. So you still do not intend to confront them directly? Engaging in a battle with almost no chance of victory is illogical and unnecessary. Do not speak logic to the people of the solar system. We humans will never easily relinquish our breeding grounds. I will pilot the sun and moon to the front lines. Sigh. Marshal Sinyenrin shook his head with a hint of indifference. It is not my intention to discourage you, Lin Yang. Our investigations revealed that the sun and moon likely hails from an advanced civilization, capable of creating parallel mirrors, initiating time reversals, and carrying black hole torpedoes. These technologies may appear wondrous to humanity, but several 2.6 level civilizations within the Alliance can contend with them, let alone the 2.8 level dark spirits. The outcome remains uncertain. It is premature to discuss victory or defeat. I'm not one who fears failure and avoids battle, nor are my companions, Lin Yang declared defiantly. Since the Alliance is unwilling to engage, I cannot force the issue. Marshal, we must return to the solar system for defense preparations. Farewell. Observing Lin Yang's resolute demeanor, Marshal San Yinren nodded inwardly. If not for the overarching concerns of the Alliance, he would gladly fight alongside him. Alas, let's not dwell on it. I understand, by the way. I heard you eliminated a significant number of Martian traitors, including the mastermind Salir, correct? He is dead. His body drifts in space. Lin Yang refrained from disclosing information about the parasites to the Marshal of the Alliance. In recent days, Wang had been conducting autopsies on the 10 bodies, extracting parasites that had attached themselves to the upper spinal cord near the occipital bone. After several days of research, Wang discovered that the telomeres of these parasites could self-repair. In contrast, the telomeres of ordinary carbon-based life forms shorten with age and increase cell division, ultimately ceasing to divide, leading to the demise of the organism. However, the telomeres of the parasites quickly restored themselves to their original length after cell division, implying they could maintain their capacity for cellular division indefinitely, theoretically granting them the ability for eternal life. Furthermore, these parasites could heal various bodily injuries of their hosts and were adept at curing diseases. Had Salir and his cohorts not died on the spot, even the gravest of wounds could have been mended. The parasites only registered life information upon the host's death. If the host survived, they could adjust their life information to mirror that of the host, easily evading detection by various instruments. Additionally, it was discovered that the parasites possessed 49 long, slender tentacles that penetrated deep into the deceased's brain and cerebellum. Wang speculated that these parasites could control the host's consciousness and even seize control over the host's bodily functions. After communicating with the Tiger King regarding the investigations in the battlefield wreckage, Admiral Luder revealed that the doctors aboard his cruiser had also noted these phenomena and claimed that the parasites originated from an ancient black forest hunting faction known as the Zaya parasitic civilization. While other factions sought to plunder habitable planets, natural barriers, or rare resources, the Zaya civilization uniquely targeted low-level civilizations themselves, using them as hosts and raising them like livestock to produce ever more hosts. Luda identified the parasites as ancient Zaya worms. Curiously, while the Zaya worms could easily suppress host consciousness and take control of their bodies, these particular specimens appeared quite immature, akin to rookies. Just moments before the Martian traitors perished, they had not managed to subdue the host's awareness. After discussing with Lin Yang and others, they speculated that these Zaya worms were newly hatched experimental subjects that had yet to fully master control over their hosts. The routes to the solar system and the interstellar transit gates remained unblocked, and it was conceivable that other Zaya worms were already parasitizing humans, stealthily infiltrating the solar system in a matter of days. They could adapt to human physiology, at which point they would completely suppress the host's consciousness, effectively invading the solar system. The potential for disruption was alarmingly high. To avoid alarming the enemy, Admiral Liu suggested maintaining secrecy and refraining from conducting widespread testing until they could develop specialized antiparasitic agents, allowing for direct and efficient purification operations. Surprisingly, the higher echelons of solar system civilization acquiesced to the Alliance's evacuation plan, leading Lin Yang to suspect that the Zaya worms had infiltrated the upper echelons of humanity. Consequently, he became increasingly cautious. Apart from the Tiger King and the Sun and Moon, no one within the Alliance was privy to the information regarding the parasites. After departing the Star Alliance fortress at Southern Gate 2, the Sun and Moon promptly accelerated to warp speed 5.0, heading toward the battlefield from several days prior. The Tiger King of Sirius was lying in wait nearby. Cloaked 0.5 days later, Admiral Liu sent a message. Mr. Lin, after an arduous 10 days of relentless research and overtime, we have finally developed a highly effective insecticide, achieving a remarkable success rate of 100. However, we must not overlook the potential for the Zaya insects to mutate and develop resistance. Therefore, it is imperative that you eliminate the pests swiftly to avoid unforeseen complications. Splendid news, General Luda. Your biologists are truly exceptional. It's merely a stroke of luck. The insectoids possess an innate resistance to the Zaya insects. Fortunately, I have captured 5 specimens of the Coleoptera order, from which we have extracted high-activity proteins from their spinal fluid and serum, purified them, and combined them with trace amounts of neurotoxins to create this solution. I will send you the molecular formula shortly. However, the resources aboard the Tiger King are finite. We can only produce 500 doses, and no matter, I still have over 300 insectoid captives on my end. Sufficient for the needs of the human hierarchy. We shall purify the upper echelons first. Chapter 88. Purification and Pest Eradication. Upon rendezvousing with the Tiger King, Lin Yang and his companions did not linger. Armed with the efficient insecticide and the molecular formula, along with 1,000 fully equipped Tiger Tribe warriors, they departed. The decision not to inform Cheng Li, Hu Yangshuan, and Shi Tsang about the nationwide inspection stemmed from the fear that the Zaya insects may have infiltrated too deeply. Should military or hospital officials have already been parasitized, the nationwide inspection would lose its significance, as the adversary would undoubtedly evade detection. This purification and pest eradication operation must strike swiftly and decisively. Marshal Cheng, how is the defense of the solar system progressing? We have only 2 days before our return to Blue Star. The Sun and Moon and the Solar Fleet have established communication. The Supreme Commander of the Blue Star Federation, Cheng Li, along with General Hu Lianchuan of Mars and Shi Tsang, the leader of the asteroid miners, convened a video conference with Lin Yang and his party. Mr. Lin, the fleet dispatched by the Star Alliance has begun to arrive and is in the process of relocating humanity. The preservation of human continuity is of utmost importance. Yet why do you not strive for more? If the Star Alliance is willing to offer full protection to the solar system, we would not become a wandering race. After losing the solar system, what would we even call ourselves? Without a doubt, our species would gradually dwindle. Alas, Cheng Li sighed in resignation. The High Command of the solar system convened a meeting, resulting in a vote where 48 supported the Star Alliance's withdrawal strategy, 15 abstained, leaving only 37 in favor of continuing the fight. Although Cheng Li holds the rank of Marshal of the Blue Star Fleet and serves as Secretary General of the Federation, he was thrust into this position following the failure of the New Humanity Project. The political landscape of Blue Star is intricate, with former Secretary General Picard and former Commander Johnson still wielding influence behind the scenes. General Hu Yangshuan's situation mirrors this, as he leads a governing body comprised of Blue Star natives on Mars, yet struggles to maintain control over the previous Martian regime. Consequently, after the pre-war conference's failed vote, they could not simply disregard the outcome and lead the solar fleet into battle. The asteroid miners organization, however, displayed remarkable unity. With Lin Yang's encouragement, they were ready to sacrifice their lives at any moment. Unfortunately, their numbers were too small, barely totaling 10 million, insufficient to sway the grand narrative of solar system civilization. What are your thoughts, then? Lin Yang inquired. That we must fight. Without the solar system, humanity living under the roof of other races has no future. You know well that elements such as hydrogen, oxygen, and carbon in the universe are not rare resources. Only habitable planets are truly invaluable. Excellent. I finally received a satisfactory response. Inform the High Command of the Solar Fleet that upon our return, we shall convene a meeting attended by all officers. What meeting? The Star Alliance is not engaging in combat. They are merely assisting us in relocating civilians, correct? A secret conference as per the special instructions of the Star Alliance Marshal. This cannot be disclosed over communications. In 47 hours, we shall meet at the fleet base on the moon. Very well. We will make the necessary arrangements. One more thing. Bring the 322 insectoid captives to the lunar base as well. Chun-Li initially believed that the Star Alliance Marshal had other plans to assist in the solar system's defense and was elated to organize a meeting. 2 days later, the Sun and Moon returned to the solar system, exiting warp speed near the Moon and descending to the fleet base using conventional propulsion. The conference hall was already filled with over 10,000 individuals awaiting their arrival, the ranks of the solar fleet, comprising marshals, generals, admirals, and vice admirals, numbered a staggering 27,658. That the efficient insecticide was far too limited for such a large assembly, and this count did not even include administrative officials participating in the purification effort. Lin Yang believed it prudent to first ascertain that the military had not been infiltrated before mobilizing the higher ranks. Once the military was secured, the defense of the solar system could be initiated. To ensure the completion of the main objective, to safeguard his bounty market in the solar system from being usurped, and to protect his status and wealth from being obliterated, he must galvanize the solar fleet to resist the invasion. If necessary, he would take any measures required. Yueshi, once we disembark, you will pilot the Sun and Moon and remain on standby near the base. Should any warships approach the conference hall, they are to be utterly destroyed. Understood. The military high command must withstand the invasion. They must comply, whether they agree or not. The heart of the galaxy on Huang Yueshi's chest glimmered fiercely, signaling her readiness for battle. Xingmang, coordinate with Yueshi. Ensure that no armed forces approach the conference hall. Rest assured, not only will no one be allowed to approach, but I will also ensure that not a single one escapes. Xingmang slapped his forehead, and the angelic battle armor materialized instantly. Karugia, lead your Tiger Tribe warriors. Mo Ban, Z1, let us proceed. The 1,000 Tiger Tribe warriors were reinforcements provided by Luda. They had been preparing for battle within the confines of the Sun and Moon. Unbeknownst to the high command of the solar system, these warriors had long heard of Lin Yang and Karugia's complete annihilation of the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Society, and as a race that revered strength, they held Lin Yang and Karugia in high esteem. A single command. They armed themselves and set off. The high-ranking officials, including Chun-Li, were taken aback as a contingent of Tiger Tribe warriors suddenly emerged from the Sun and Moon. Mr. Lin, what is the meaning of this? You did not mention that there were Tiger Tribe warriors aboard the Sun and Moon. Surround the conference hall. Lin Yang did not respond to Blue Star Marshal Chun-Li's inquiry. Instead, he gestured to the Tiger Tribe warriors behind him. Will not allow anyone to enter. Anyone who disrupts the order shall be executed, regardless of rank. Yes, the Tiger Tribe warriors, renowned for their valor and seasoned battle experience, swiftly surged into the conference hall, encircling the 27,658 human officers. Sit down and do not move. Those who wander shall die. We have disabled all signal transmissions. Anyone who dares use a communicator shall be executed on the spot. Sit down. No one is permitted to move. In less than 30 seconds, the 1,000 Tiger Tribe warriors had established control over the situation. The more than 20,000 human officers did not dare to resist recklessly. Most remained calm, observing the unfolding scene, while a handful contemplated rebellion, yet those attending the conference were unarmed. Even if they had weapons, they would not stand a chance against the Tiger Tribe, and given the diplomatic pressures, they hesitated to strike against a civilization of level 2.6. Mr. Lin, what are you planning? Are you instigating a military coup with the aid of an alien race? Former Commander Johnson of the Blue Star Fleet questioned. This was soon followed by several admirals and dozens of generals expressing their dissent. Such a critical juncture for the survival of the human race. What is your intention, Lin Yang? Do you wish to be remembered as a historical villain? Lin Yang paid no heed to Johnson and instead swiftly injected him in the neck with the efficient insecticide. Johnson cried out in agony, clutching his neck. With his other hand, he pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Yang. Sputtering, gagging and retching, he suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of blood, revealing a writhing 10-centimeter-long Zeya insect within. Hey, the first one has been hit. Everyone, do not panic. Let us see what General Johnson has expelled. Several nearby officers leaned in, horrified at the sight. It's an alien insect. Chapter 89. Humanity shall not retreat. The Zeya insect emitted a piercing shriek, living up to its name, sending shivers down spines. Human civilization is quite primitive within the galaxy, barely achieving a level of 2.0. However, their understanding of various races is comparable to that of other Star Alliance members, especially among the high-ranking military officials present, who frequently encounter confidential documents that, in no time, they deduce the insect as appearance and sound, recognizing it as a Zeya insect from the plundering civilization of the Black Forest, rated at level 2. Several individuals turned pale, unable to suppress their instinct to retreat. It's a Zeya parasitic civilization. It directly occupies the host consciousness, reads memories, and seizes control of the body. The one who spoke earlier was not General Johnson. But the Zeya insect, one dark spirit race, is terrifying enough. How can there be a Zeya insect as well? Quickly, carefully transfer the Zeya insect into a containment unit. Do not provoke the higher civilization. Smack! Lin Yang leapt forward and slapped the old general across the face. Have you been kneeling for so long that you cannot stand up? It is merely a parasitic worm, a so-called higher civilization. Puffed. Following this, he administered a dose of the special insecticide to the old general. However, this time, there was no success. No parasites resided within him. The insecticide had significant side effects, containing not only the spinal fluid and serum extracts of the insectoid Coleoptera, but also a specially formulated neurotoxin. After a single injection, the general immediately rolled his eyes and collapsed. Even Marshal Johnson, who was infested with the Zeya worms, fainted after expelling the parasites. This unsettling scene prompted the surrounding generals to instinctively retreat. Lin Yang waved his hand reassuringly and said, "Do not be afraid. It is merely a slight side effect of the deworming medication. He will awaken after resting for a couple of days." A slight side effect, you say? If it were any more severe, General Jin Yongji might have perished on the spot. Several officers murmured quietly. Lin Yang feigned ignorance and continued, "A fortnight ago, after we were ambushed in the Oort cloud while piloting the Sun Moon, we annihilated the enemy forces and discovered Zeya worms among the corpses of the Martian traders that Mr. Lin. Why didn't you mention this at the time? We suspected that the Zeya worms were launching a large-scale invasion of human society. So to avoid alarming them, we kept it confidential and requested General Ruda of Sirius to secretly develop this deworming medication. Rest assured, I have a sufficient supply here for everyone." What? Everyone has to be injected with the medication. Indeed, the conference was merely a facade. There is no secret layout from the Star Alliance Marshal. It was all my plan. Just as he finished speaking, a commotion erupted in the conference hall as over a dozen individuals attempted to flee. The Tiger Warriors immediately opened fire, killing them on the spot, and Ajon hurried over and used a laser scalpel to inspect the assistance in harvesting the Zeya worms has commenced. The high-ranking officials of the Star Alliance have also undertaken a purification operation, as it is only natural for carbon-based life forms to instinctively resist and reject parasitic entities. The infiltration of the Zeya worms has ended in failure, with over 80,000 of them executed. The human civilization of the solar system has publicly declared its enmity against the Zeya parasitic civilization, vowing never to reconcile. 2 days later, the deep space radar of the solar system's outpost detected a joint fleet of the insectoids and the dark spirits approaching at a speed of warp 9.0, set to arrive at the Oort cloud in just 3 hours. The solar system fleet established a defensive line spanning 1 light-year at the boundary of the Oort cloud. The Blue Star Federation dispatched 2 Eclipse-class battleships, each measuring 8 kilometers in length, alongside 10 3-kilometer-long Kunping-class interstellar cruisers, 25 1-kilometer-long Blue Whale-class planetary destroyers, and 48 500-meter-long long-range escorts. Additionally, a staggering 3,800 various small near-space warships were mobilized. The legendary Chilean fleet has also arrived at the front lines. The Martian fleet launched 1 cruiser, 2 destroyers, and 18 escorts, along with 876 small near-space vessels. The asteroid belt mining fleet brought forth all their assets, 3 large escorts and 480 small near-space vessels. Furthermore, Lin Yang's bounty hunter fleet, comprising 600 near-space ships, has also joined the fray. The remaining naval forces are comprised of diverse private armed warships, totaling over 500 vessels. These ships represent the trump card of the human civilization in the solar system. With most upgraded with technology from the Sirius civilization and the insectoids, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. This augmentation never existed before Lin Yang's appearance. The solar system civilization, having entered the 2.0 technological era, had relied solely on its own exploration for nearly 1,000 years of development. However, the rapid advancements made in just a few months have equaled decades of progress. Despite these improvements, they remain no match for the enemy. The Star Alliance has only agreed to escort human civilians away from the battlefield, refraining from participating in combat one by one. The Star Alliance warships departed from Blue Star, Mars, and the asteroid belt, heading towards the Southgate 2 fortress, located 4.2 light-years away. The fleet was instructed not to cross the defensive line and to remain vigilant against the hidden thermal nuclear mines laid by General Lin. Large warships and small near-space vessels are to coordinate their efforts in battle, with each fleet holding their ground. The large orbital defense cannons stand ready. Once enemy ships enter range, indiscriminate attacks will ensue. Everyone must be mentally prepared for mutual destruction. Losing the solar system would spell doom for the human race. Stay resolute, fear not, and dare to resist invasion. We are not cowards. The commanders of each fleet are engaged in pre-battle deployments, with deep space radar continuously reporting enemy ship movements. The enemy fleet is 1 hour away from the Oort cloud, consisting of 500 large long-range warships, the smallest being 600 meters long strategic escorts, and the largest a staggering 50 kilometers long annihilation ship. Small near-space vessels are stationed within the larger ships, their numbers unknown. Damn it, this battle is unwinnable. Lin Yang furrowed his brow. A 50-kilometer-long annihilation ship is beyond the capabilities of human civilization to withstand. With the Star Alliance refraining from intervention, humanity's chances of victory are nearly non-existent. Huang Yueshi remarked, "At present, the solar system fleet's only trump card appears to be our black hole torpedoes. We might as well confront them directly. If we can fight, we shall, and if not, we will retreat. There's no shame in a strategic withdrawal." Lin Yang stated, "I have never been one to fear ridicule or loss of face. However, losing the solar system would render any chance of a comeback nearly impossible. We must confront them and collide head-on with the Annihilation Ship." Chapter 91. Engage, Annihilation Ship. The Sun and Moon immediately accelerated to Warp 5.0, heading straight for the joint fleet of the Dark Spirits and the Insectoids. The enemy fleet comprises 80 Insectoid ships and 20 Dark Spirit vessels. While the Insectoid ships are numerous, it is the Dark Spirit vessels that play a decisive role. The leading Annihilation Ship, measuring 50 kilometers in length, is the Dark Spirit's Dark Storm, notorious for its frequent appearances at the borders of the Star Alliance and feared as a devastating weapon. 15 minutes to reach firing range. All systems are functioning normally, energy levels are sufficient, and shields are at full capacity. Several enemy ships are exhibiting energy fluctuations, indicating that their powerful weaponry is charging. Within the Sun and Moon, the crew is engaged in detailed reports. Huang Yueshi's Galaxy Heart is fully prepared, and the angel armor of Xingmong has been donned. The black hole torpedoes await loading in the ammunition bay. One side advances at Warp 9.0, while the other engages at Warp 5.0, with the distance between them rapidly diminishing. Suddenly, the radar detected an incoming attack signal, and Iziwang urgently alerted. The enemy fleet has deviated from its course and launched an antimatter missile targeting us. At Warp 9.0, truly, the Dark Spirits are formidable. Even their missiles are in warp speed. Lin Yang promptly adjusted their course, disregarding the warp missile and continuing towards the enemy fleet, just as the missile was about to strike. 30 Locust Z-type drones surge from the underbelly of the Sun and Moon, forming a chaotic interference formation, successfully intercepting the antimatter missile. The cosmos erupted in a brilliant flash as a violent explosion illuminated the void. After dodging the antimatter torpedo, Lin Yang immediately closed his eyes and reclined in the command chair, entering a deep synaptic symbiosis with the sun and moon, charging towards the enemy's largest annihilation ship. 10 seconds to impact, and Wang reported urgently from the radar station point 9876. The enemy fleet clearly underestimated the 200-meter-long sun and moon. The Dark Spirit Admiral in command of the annihilation ship barely lifted an eyelid. His pallid face drooped, resembling a grim reaper emerging from the depths of hell. How foolish of this inferior species to attempt a suicidal collision with an annihilation ship. The Dark Spirit Admiral scoffed and shook his head. Humanity, this inferior race, thriving in the solar system, is a waste of habitable resources. However, just 1 second before the sun and moon was to collide with the annihilation ship, Lin Yang subtly adjusted their course. Simultaneously, the chaotic X-type black hole torpedo was loaded. Huang Yueshi pressed the control button on the missile matrix launch pad. Point 1 black hole torpedo and 8 Ghoul missiles were simultaneously launched, detonating in the path of the enemy fleet. A small artificial black hole materialized. The 8 Ghoul missiles, not being of antimatter nature, could not evaporate the black hole composed of normal matter. Instead, the 8 thermal nuclear explosions amplified its power, effectively adding fuel to the artificial black hole. Due to the Dark Spirit Commander's underestimation of the sun and moon, the entire fleet found itself perilously close to the artificial black hole, unable to evade due to their warp speed. Instantly, 50 insectoid escort ships were torn from warp by the black hole's gravitational pull. Meanwhile, the 50-kilometer-long annihilation ship managed to automatically evade the black hole's gravity in a mere 0.001 seconds. Logically, the annihilation ship should have continued towards the solar system to eradicate the human fleet. Yet, the arrogant Dark Spirit Commander was furious. How dare this despicable race offend the sacred Darkstorm? Exit warp and crush this insignificant insect, he ordered, while the rest of the fleet pressed forward. The annihilation ship disengaged from warp, altering its course to lock onto the sun and moon, the main weapon. The molecular disintegration cannon began charging rapidly. Captain, we are locked on. The energy of the annihilation ship's main cannon is rising swiftly, far exceeding our shield capacity by thousands of times. And Wang's complexion turned pale. The two sides were not of the same caliber. A direct hit would obliterate the sun and moon. Mong was equally astonished. That is the molecular disintegration cannon of the Dark Spirits, that if it hits, it will reduce the target to a cloud of molecular dust. Huang Yueshi cautioned, I read about this weapon in the library at the original point. Though it is an energy weapon, it possesses tracking capabilities akin to guided munitions. We must evade carefully. Just then, a high-energy explosive light sphere hurtled towards them, nearly 1,000 meters in diameter, with energy levels exceeding all that the sun and moon could generate combined, and its speed surpassed 1.000 Mach. Evasion was futile. Seeing this, Lin Yang hastily steered towards the artificial black hole. Nearby, the 50 insectoid escort ships were desperately attempting to flee. Their warp engines had malfunctioned due to the immense gravitational force of the black hole, forcing the escorts to rely on conventional propulsion to escape. Meanwhile, the sun and moon raced towards the artificial black hole, relentlessly launching Ghoul thermal nuclear missiles, continuously feeding the black hole. Within mere seconds, 50 thermal nuclear missiles were fired at the artificial black hole. The enormous energy caused the black hole to expand further, making escape increasingly impossible for the 50 escort ships. The insectoid commander urgently sent a distress signal to the Dark Spirit annihilation ship, hoping they would use antimatter missiles to fill the artificial black hole and rescue them. However, in the eyes of the 2.8 level Dark Spirits, the insectoids were regarded as inferior creatures, unworthy of salvation. The Dark Spirit Commander prepared to witness the destruction of the offending sun and moon before proceeding to the solar system to seize valuable habitable zones, given that the Star Alliance had adopted a policy of appeasement. The Dark Spirits were determined to claim the solar system's rich resources, and the demise of the insectoids would be an added bonus. Thus, upon receiving the distress signal, the Dark Spirit Admiral chose to ignore it. Boom! A sudden burst of blinding light erupted as one escort ship was ripped apart by the black hole, resulting in a violent explosion. Fragments of debris spiraled into the black hole, releasing a torrent of electromagnetic waves at the edges. The energy waves swept across the sun and moon, allowing Lin Yang and the others to hear the distant sounds of the explosion in space. Thought I'm dodging, just as the sun and moon drew dangerously close to the artificial black hole. Huang Yueshi launched a ghoul missile, detonating it between the sun and moon and the artificial black hole. The resulting immense thrust provided a crucial boost. Lin Yang swiftly entered Warp 1.0, narrowly escaping the grasp of the black hole. The molecular disintegration cannon that followed was not nearly as intelligent. Although it possessed tracking capabilities, it could not alter its flight path at the critical moment, plunging directly into the artificial black hole. In an instant, a brilliant light illuminated the surrounding space for millions of kilometers. After consuming the immensely powerful molecular disintegration cannon, the mass and volume of the small artificial black hole surged dramatically. The 50 struggling frigates were left with no hope of escape. Explosions occurred in succession, and debris formed a vortex spanning tens of thousands of kilometers, radiating dazzling light as it spiraled into the black hole. "Marshal, the deep space radar has detected the artificial black hole. It was General Lin who detonated the black hole torpedo." The Solar System Fleet's outpost promptly reported the frontline situation. Chung Li exclaimed in delight. Did the Dark Spirit Clan's annihilation ship fall in? No. It is currently engaged in combat with the Sun and Moon, while the 50 insectoid frigates have been torn apart by the black hole. All forces prepare. Engage the enemy coalition fleet. We must emulate General Lin and demonstrate the blood and guts of humanity in the solar system. We shall not retreat. Chapter 92. The Light Net Captures. The mirror breaks the deadlock. Upon witnessing the molecular disintegration cannon deplete its ammunition and the 50 insectoid frigates being obliterated by the black hole, the commander of the Dark Spirit Clan's face darkened considerably. He was even less inclined to spare the sun and moon. Useless insectoids, only dragging us down. Prepare the light net to capture the human warship. I am keen to discover who resides within that vessel. The Annihilation ship immediately launched over 300 mysterious weapons. These were not missiles capable of tracking enemies, but rather deployed in a net-like manner, flying forward. Some reached speeds as high as Warp 9.0, while others traveled at conventional speeds, under 1,000 Mach. After a certain distance, they halted in space, ceasing their advance. Concurrently, the other warp weapons also ceased their flight, forming a surrounding circle with a diameter of 1 million kilometers, centered on the sun and moon. Then, the 300 weapons swiftly converged, emitting countless dazzling high-energy rays that wove into a light net in space. Captain, the energy of the light net is immense. Composed of gamma rays, and its grid structure is undergoing intelligent changes. Wherever we attempt to break through, the light net densifies. It seems we cannot escape. Let me out. Fighting on two fronts might allow us to break through the light net. Xingmeng immediately prepared to leave the bridge. No, Xingmeng. The light net is clearly under real-time control by the Annihilation ship. Even if we attempted to break through from 2 directions, or even 10, they would still be able to block us, Karugia interjected. Unless we rely on the gravitational pull of the artificial black hole to find a way out, but the mass of the black hole has increased significantly. Its gravity now stronger, making it difficult to maneuver. Huang Yueshi suggested, why not unleash all the weapons of the sun and moon? I will enhance them with the heart of the galaxy and continuously assault a specific point of the light net. The group anxiously discussed their options, while Lin Yang remained with his eyes closed, reclining in the command chair, his expression calm and untroubled. Captain, Karugia began, but Lin Yang gently raised a hand to interrupt him. At that moment, Lin Yang was piloting the sun and moon in close proximity to the artificial black hole while examining the system. You have destroyed 50 insectoid chitinous frigates, evolution points 100. 000. You have cumulatively destroyed over 50 large long-range frigates, completing challenge task. 8 renowned, evolution points 60. 000. Current evolution points 160,000. Challenge task updated. 9 victory against the strong. Destroy the Dark Spirit Clan's Annihilation ship. Evolution points 100,000. Is the system mistaken? My challenge task should be to escape. Managing to flee would be a miracle, and you're asking me to conquer? You overestimate your host. Considering the current macro development of the situation. We cannot escape. We must fight to the death. Fine, I'll do a tenfold draw first. Congratulations, host. An epic-level weapon has appeared in the Evolution Mall. A dark energy interferometer. Isn't this the weapon the Dark Spirit Clan uses to create dark energy vortices? Any weapon you have encountered will be recorded in the Evolution Mall, and as the sun and moon evolves, initial low-tier products will exit the inventory, ensuring the likelihood of higher-tier products remains undiminished. Lin Yang had long noticed that small accessory modules of Shuttle class had not been seen for a while, and even light fighter components had not been replenished. The first tenfold draw yielded an epic-level weapon. Yet Lin Yang found little joy in it. This epic-level weapon would be ineffective against enemy ships. The Dark Spirit Clan thrived on such weapons throughout the galaxy. Spending a high price to detonate, it would be akin to a warrior brandishing a mighty blade before Guangdong, potentially leading him into a more perilous situation. This is unusable. I cannot waste evolution points. Let's continue with the tenfold draw. Congratulations, the Evolution Mall has unveiled a legendary level product. Yet again, it was the Fire Phoenix Sublight-Speed Cluster thermonuclear missile. Utterly useless. After some contemplation, Lin Yang ultimately decided to forego it. Following, he attempted another tenfold draw. The third yielded a life support module, an unnecessary product, wasting yet another draw. The subsequent fourth and fifth draws also failed to produce usable items. As the light net continued to constrict, Lin Yang could not help but feel anxious. Would his journey through space come to an end? System, do not fail me now. Give it your all. Tenfold draw. Congratulations, the Evolution Mall has once again presented an epic-level product. Historical purchase record revisit. Lin Yang's heart stirred. He immediately spent 50,000 evolution points to purchase it. Upon opening it, a temporary window appeared within the system, containing all purchase records since acquiring the Sun and Moon. The limit was 300 entries, and the repurchase price for historical products was double the original price. The most dazzling record, of course, was the Super God-level light cone. However, the price after doubling was 600,000 evolution points. With only 80,000 remaining, it was insufficient to buy that. He could only settle for the next best thing, seeking an epic-level product. The black hole torpedo could deal with the insectoids, but would inflict no harm on the Dark Spirit Clan-S annihilation ships. The time decelerator, turning targets into mere targets, held little significance. The annihilation ships would not need to evade, and after a round of fire, the Sun and Moon would be reduced to ashes. The time reversal device was even more futile. Even if it reverted time by 10 minutes, the outcome would remain unchanged, unable to secure a victory. The Yin Yang Fish X-type mirror generator. Lin Yang recalled the first time he used such an epic-level weapon. It was a parallel reflection existing on the timeline of this universe, possessing the same capabilities as the Sun and Moon, as long as the main body of the Sun and Moon was not destroyed. The mirror would be invincible. For 1 minute, no weapon could inflict substantial damage on the mirror, while the mirror could deliver actual physical attacks to enemy ships. That's the one. Invincible for a minute. And after the price increase, it costs only 20,000 evolution points. Purchase. After completing the purchase, Lin Yang was astonished to find that the original record had turned gray, but in the latest position of the records, a new Yin Yang Fish X-type mirror generator appeared, allowing for a second purchase with this new record, effectively unlimited. This is fantastic. What a pity, though. Evolution points are too scarce that I must accumulate more points in the future. When I encounter historical records again, I will exploit them thoroughly. With 80,000 evolution points spent, the armory of the Sun and Moon now contained 4 epic-level mirror generators. Meanwhile, the light net was now less than 1,000 kilometers from the Sun and Moon. In the vastness of space, 1,000 kilometers was negligible. Lin Yang promptly instructed Yueshi, quickly, deploy the mirror generator. Launch one. Huang Yueshi, upon seeing the information in the armory, widened her eyes in shock and hurriedly loaded it onto the missile launch platform. One mirror generator was launched from the Sun and Moon, and almost instantly, the space outside the observation window flickered. After a slight distortion, a whale, shark-class heavy bomber resembling the Sun and Moon emerged, immediately heading toward the Annihilation ship, effortlessly passing through the Dark Spirit Clan's light net without sustaining any damage. Following closely, another mirror generator flew out from the Sun and Moon's mirror, and after a minor spatial distortion, yet another Sun and Moon appeared. Before Huang Yueshi and the others could grasp what was happening, a second-tier mirror also launched a mirror generator, creating a third-phase mirror of the Sun and Moon. Haha, just as I anticipated, Yueshi arranged for the second mirror generator. Lin Yang was elated. With 4 mirror generators, the first had produced the initial phase mirror, and within the mirror ship, there were still 3 mirror generators, each retaining the same effectiveness. Indeed, if this continues, we can generate dozens of mirrors. Huang Yueshi gazed at Lin Yang with admiration, her previously anxious heart finally at ease. In the engine room, Mo Ban immediately provided the formula. This was a geometric series, similar to factorial expansion, F in N, 1 F in 1, where N represented the number of times the mirror was launched. The conclusion was reached: 64 mirror warships, plus the main body, would give us 65 sun and moons. Chapter 93. The Invincible Fleet, the Dark Spirit Clan, is stunned. As Mo Ban's words fell, Huang Yueshi sequentially deployed the 3rd and 4th mirror generators in a matter of seconds. 64 mirrors appeared, all hurtling towards the Dark Spirit Clan's annihilation ship, stretching 50 kilometers. Captain, in addition to protecting our main body, we must also be mindful of time. Even if the subsequent mirrors appear later, their existence will not exceed that of the first mirror. Understood. We will prioritize defense and evasion. 64 sun and moons materialized out of thin air and effortlessly traversed the light net. This sight left the Dark Spirit Clan's general utterly astonished, causing him to rise from his command chair. Open fire! Pew! 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 The molecular disintegration cannons continued to fire, all striking the mirror warships. However, none of this inflicted any harm. Instead, it traversed through the mirror of the Sun-Moon vessel, soaring into the boundless depths of outer space. A projection. To employ such juvenile tactics, truly a foolish kind. Bang! 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 The words of the Dark Spirit General were left unspoken. 64 vessels of the Sun-Moon mirror launched their assaults, striking the Annihilation starship. All simultaneously unleashed Fire Phoenix X subliminal cluster thermonuclear missiles. The faster an object moves, the greater its relative mass becomes. These Fire Phoenix subliminal missiles did not utilize warp technology. Rather, they collided with the Annihilation starship at a staggering speed of 250,000 kilometers per second, resulting in an astonishing relative mass. Simultaneously, dozens of cluster warheads detonated. All 64 Fire Phoenix subliminal missiles hit a single point: the engine compartment of the Annihilation starship. Alongside the deployment of the subliminal missiles, all 24 energy cannons and 18 missile launch platforms of the 64 mirror warships opened fire. The Ghoul thermonuclear missiles rained down like a torrential storm, with thousands of them striking their targets every second. The energy cannons have been enhanced by several times. Each mirror warship boasted 24 energy cannons, totaling 1,536. The reinforced energy orbs were as large as a heavy fighter ship, with energy beams exceeding 100 meters in diameter. All these weapons concentrated their fire on a single point of the Annihilation starship. Even if the Annihilation starship's shield were thicker, it could not withstand the assault. The shield value plummeted. General, our shield is down to 15. Quick, use all weapons to counterattack. For the invincible mirror vessels, any attack simply passed through the hull. Molecular disintegration cannons, dark energy vortices, light nets, gamma ray cannons, annihilation beams, antimatter torpedoes, dark matter shackles, gravitational tethers. In the span of a second, the Annihilation starship unleashed a myriad of assaults, each powerful enough to obliterate a small asteroid. Yet, they inflicted not the slightest damage upon the 64 mirror warships. The commander of the Dark Spirit Clan was flabbergasted. After a lifetime of combat, he witnessed such absurdity for the first time. Damn it! Warp away! The Dark Spirit General's initial arrogance dissipated, replaced by a panicked order to retreat. However, as soon as the warp engine activated, the shield was breached and a dozen Ghoul thermonuclear missiles struck the engine at the rear of the ship. Boom! The entire Annihilation starship vibrated. The dark spirits on various decks were thrown into disarray. The warp engine was incapacitated, while the jump engine required another 15 seconds to charge. Bang! General, our jump engine has also come under attack and is down. Quick! There's another enemy ship in the distance. It's far away, but it's definitely problematic. Concentrate all fire on that warship. The Dark Spirit General was filled with regret. Just moments ago, he was stunned by the 64 invincible mirrors. Now, after the concentrated assault, he was utterly flustered. Only now did he suddenly notice on the radar interface that Lin Yang piloting the Sun-Moon vessel was flying tens of thousands of kilometers away. The Sun-Moon vessel was on the verge of being captured by the Lightnet. While the mirrors attacked the Annihilation starship, they also casually targeted over 300 Light-Net generators. Although only conventional Dragonfly Z missiles were employed, they were lethal to the unshielded Light-Net generators in mere seconds. The Light-Net generators were obliterated. Lin Yang piloted the Sun-Moon vessel out of the snare, seeing the Annihilation starship attack him. Lin Yang advanced instead of retreating. The enemy ship was already at its last gasp. Yueshi prepared to attack. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 18 missile matrix launch platforms fired simultaneously. Each launch platform released 9 Ghoul missiles, .162 missiles, along with 24 energy cannons, concentrated their fire on the rear of the Annihilation starship, while the Sun-Moon vessel swiftly evaded. Boom! Boom! Kaboom! The 50-kilometer-long Annihilation starship erupted in a tremendous explosion. Without shields, a single thermonuclear missile could destroy it. What more could be said of the concentrated assault from 65 Sun-Moon vessels? A massive explosion illuminated the cosmos, with debris scattering like rain in all directions. In less than a minute, Lin Yang concluded the battle. Zhuang scanned the debris for anything useful at a level 2.8 civilization's Annihilation starship. Salvaging even one would be an epic achievement. Zhong hurriedly activated the radar, scanned that Karugia's tractor beam stood ready. Suddenly, a mirror vessel approached the Sun-Moon vessel, extending a long tractor beam to a lifeboat. Scanning revealed life signs within the lifeboat. It could very well belong to the commander of the Dark Spirit Clan. Zhuang exclaimed with delight. It seems the mirrors are bringing us a gift. The mirror warship released the lifeboat 10 kilometers from the Sun-Moon vessel before changing course and flying into the deep void. Shortly after, another mirror vessel arrived, its tractor beam carrying a particle transporter. It was a particle transporter of the Dark Spirit Clan, slightly damaged. Ban exclaimed, "I can fix it. At most, it will take half an hour." "Thank you so much, mirrors." As soon as Lin Yang finished speaking, a flash occurred in space. Over 60 mirror vessels vanished into thin air. The wreckage of the battle began to spiral away toward a nearby artificial black hole. Lin Yang and his companions finally breathed a sigh of relief. "You have destroyed the Dark Spirit Clan's Annihilation starship. Evolution points 100,000. Congratulations, host, for destroying the Dark Spirit Clan's Annihilation starship and completing challenge task 9 victory against the strong. Evolution points 100,000. Current evolution points 200,000. Challenge task updated. 10 Defense War MVP. In the upcoming battle, surpass the Solar System Fleet and the Star Alliance Fleet to achieve the best record in this defense war. Evolution points 150,000 system. Have you once again found a loophole for me? Thank you. Having already destroyed the most powerful flagship of the enemy, the Dark Spirit Clan's Dreadstorm Annihilation starship, and with 50 insectoid escort ships remaining, Lin Yang had played a crucial role in turning the tide of this defense war, that he only needed to eliminate a few more small warships to ensure the number of ships destroyed remained comparable to that of the Allied fleet. To Lin Yang, this challenge task did not seem difficult. Host judgment is correct. Clearing evolution points in a timely manner to purchase 4 mirror generators successfully turned the tide. Had you made incorrect purchases for other weapons, we would have all perished. This relatively easy challenge task is your well-deserved reward. Lin Yang nodded, smiling as he asked, "Zhuang, are there any usable wrecks left?" The enemy ship was struck by multiple Ghoul thermonuclear missiles, and the wreckage is too fragmented to salvage much. There are still over 20 transporters, but only one is functional. The rest are damaged beyond salvage value. Then forget it. Let's load up and leave. We have another tough battle ahead. Contact the Star Alliance's Orion Arm's Marshal Xingbao. Karugia promptly left the bridge to join Mo Ban in bringing the Dark Spirit Clan's lifeboat and particle transporter into the compartment. After connecting with the Star Alliance regional marshal via video, Lin Yang once again made a request for assistance. Marshal, the Dark Spirit Clan is not invincible. The Sun Moon vessel has already destroyed their 50-kilometer-long Annihilation starship and 50 insectoid escort ships. If the Star Alliance is willing to join the battle, we can certainly inflict significant losses on the Dark Spirit Clan. What? You destroyed the Dark Spirit Clan's Annihilation starship. Lin Yang, this news is too absurd. I cannot believe it that if you are fabricating lies to draw the Star Alliance in a battle, please cease your nonsense immediately. Father, Star Bright exclaimed anxiously. Why Captain is not lying. We truly destroyed the Dark Spirit Clan's Annihilation starship. I dare not say you heard it. I just witnessed it myself, and I still cannot believe it. Yet it is indeed true. Not only did we destroy the Dark Spirit Clan's flagship, but we also captured their commander. Chapter 94. Forcing the Star Alliance to join the fight. A great victory. You captured the Dark Spirit Clan's commander? Indeed. Lin Yang smirked, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. A single Annihilation starship may not hold great value for the Star Alliance, but the worth of a Dark Spirit Clan general is incalculable. Marshal, can you guess how many memories we can download from the brain of the Dark Spirit Clan general? That, if you truly captured the Dark Spirit Clan general, it could very well be the key to the Star Alliance's victory over the Dark Spirit Clan. Then I implore the Marshal to issue the order for the Star Alliance fleet to join the solar system's defense war. The greatest threat, the Annihilation starship, has already been destroyed by me. The remaining fleet is not to be feared. That I hope the Marshal will accept this favor I offer. Otherwise, what? I will kill the Dark Spirit Clan general. After all, the solar system's defense war has little chance of victory. Humanity is destined to fail. It would be better to take down one more with us. You. Please consider the larger picture. That phrase irritates me the most. Whose larger picture? The Star Alliance's or humanity's? Yours or mine? Just then, the Star Alliance command reported the latest news. Marshal, radar in the deep space front of the solar system has confirmed that the Dark Spirit Clan's Dreadstorm Annihilation starship has been destroyed. It is indeed true. Good. Marshal Xingbao pondered briefly before decisively stating, send out the order for the Star Alliance fleet to cease relocating human civilians and to participate in the solar system's defense war, to resist the invasion of the Insectoid and Dark Spirit clans. With that order, the Sirius Tiger Clan fleet swiftly changed direction, flying from the Blue Star orbit to the edge of the solar system. The Oort Cloud, the Sun Moon vessel, having achieved a minor victory against a formidable foe, managed to destroy a 50-kilometer-long Dark Spirit Clan Annihilation starship with its mere 200 meters in length. In the eyes of the Tiger Clan, who revered strength, Lin Yang and his companions were akin to idols they had long sought. Most importantly, the prince of their Tiger Clan served as the security officer and weapons manufacturer aboard the Sun Moon vessel, filling the Tiger Clan with pride and honor. Had it not been for the larger picture of the Star Alliance, they would have eagerly followed the Sun Moon vessel. Thus, with Marshal Xingbao's orders, the Tiger Clan fleet was mobilized. The Tiger people were the first to arrive at the battlefield, where the front lines had already ignited in a fierce combat. The stealth thermonuclear mines that Lin Yang had strategically deployed managed to destroy only a single insectoid cruiser, failing to halt the invasion of the enemy coalition. Once both sides fell within range, for 49 colossal warships unleashed a swarm of 50,000 small cruisers, surging towards the solar fleet like a horde of locusts. The human fleet found itself immediately on the defensive, as the once formidable line crumbled under the onslaught of the advanced civilization. In no time, over 100 small warships were obliterated, and 3 frigates lost power, creating a gaping breach in the defenses through which the fleets of the insectoids and the dark spirits surged. The situation appeared dire. Marshal Cheng-Li of Blue Star, General Hu Liangchuan from Mars, and the miners' leader, Shirt Song, prepared for a valiant sacrifice. Suddenly, 100 interstellar cruisers of the Sirius Tiger people, each measuring 5 kilometers in length, emerged from hyperspace, positioning themselves before the solar fleet, establishing a defensive line extending 1,000,000 kilometers. They launched a ferocious counterattack against the enemy coalition, The Tiger people take pride in dying in battle, never surrendering or retreating. Their combat prowess ranks among the elite within the Star Alliance. Upon their arrival, they swiftly destroyed 5 insectoid frigates and over 200 small cruisers. Following closely was the fleet of the Triad civilization from Betelgeuse, comprising 5 10-kilometer-long Eclipse-class battleships, 46-kilometer-long interstellar cruisers, and 82-kilometer-long planetary destroyers, which also position themselves in front of the human warships. These two races lead the Orion Arm of the Star Alliance, each boasting a stellar civilization rating of 2.6 that their formidable combat abilities effectively thwarted the invasion of the enemy coalition in a heartbeat. 31 clans amassed over 30,000 large long-range warships in the Oort cloud, forming a battle line spanning 3 light years. The tide of battle shifted instantaneously, with the previously dominant insectoid and dark spirit coalition quickly relegated to a defensive posture. Within less than a minute of engagement, 1/3 of their warships had been annihilated, prompting the remaining fleet to hastily change course to retreat. However, an unexpected hyperspace vessel, the Sun Moon, appeared, directly obstructing the enemy fleet's withdrawal route, unleashing a barrage of firepower in a frenzied attack. What could the Star Alliance possibly fear? 30,000 large long-range ships, such overwhelming superiority merely aiding in the transfer of refugees. Had they fortified the Oort cloud earlier, the insectoids and dark spirits would have never dared to invade. Lin Yang couldn't help but scoff. Mo Ban remarked, I have long asserted that the Star Alliance is rotting from within, inefficacious, weak, and complacent. Had they heeded my counsel 500 years ago, the dark spirits would have been eradicated by now. 500 years prior, during a meeting regarding the conflict with the dark spirits, Mo Ban, furious as the chief engineer, had called for the overthrow of the Star Alliance and even clashed with the then leader, the Tiger People's Marshal, resulting in his demotion to Mars to assist in its environmental transformation. That battle left both the Star Alliance and the dark spirits severely weakened. Subsequently, the members of the Star Alliance in the Orion Arm came under the leadership of the Triad people, who were even more cautious than the Tiger people. While the Tiger people frequently engaged in wars against the Black Forest hunting faction, in the 500 years under Triad leadership, there had been no conflicts with the dark spirits, characterized instead by multiple compromises and concessions to their excessive demands. Ultimately, when the dark spirits allied with the insectoids to invade the solar system, the Triad people still opted for a policy of appeasement, temporarily acquiescing to the dark spirits' demands, seeking only to avoid escalating the conflict. Mo Ban had long seen through this cowardly strategy and vented his frustrations in the engine room. If it weren't for our unexpected destruction of the dark spirit dreadnought and the capture of its commander, the Star Alliance would have never acted. Losing the solar system would be inconsequential, and they would still resort to appeasement, nurturing future adversaries step by step. Xing Mang lamented, perhaps witnessing too many blunders in future timelines has rendered my race excessively cautious. The more one relies on glimpses of the future, the more timid one becomes. Alas, I hope this victory can bolster the confidence of the Star Alliance. The captain remarked, you have inadvertently transformed the Star Alliance. Indeed, it was an unexpected turn of fate that I had unwittingly fulfilled Mo Ban's wishes and altered the Star Alliance. It is quite surprising. Boom! 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 The debris from the destroyed warships crashed against the shield of the Sun Moon, resonating with a dull thud. While engaged in discussion, the group continued their assault, systematically annihilating dozens of small cruisers. Dressed in angelic battle armor, Xing Mang stepped outside the Sun Moon, directly participating in the aerial combat. Over 30,000 large warships and nearly 1 million small cruisers surged forth like a deluge from the galaxy, driving the insectoid and dark spirit coalition out of the solar system. The enemy fleet fled in panic, pursued relentlessly by the Star Alliance fleet. Once the front lines extended over 10 light years, the coalition was decimated, with over 80 annihilated, while the remnants scattered in all directions. This battle resembled a merciless beating of a cornered dog, marking one of the most resounding victories in recent centuries. You have destroyed insectoid Coleoptera frigates 25, evolution points 50,000, heavy fighters 88, evolution points 70, 400, medium fighters 572, evolution points 227,600. Congratulations, host. You have achieved outstanding results in this defensive battle. Completing challenge task, 10 defensive battle MVP. Evolution points 150,000. You have expelled the insectoid and dark spear invasion alongside the coalition fleet, completing mainline update. 18 solar system defensive battle. Evolution points 150. 000. Current evolution points 849,200. Mainline task updated. 19 Blade of Revenge. Safely arrive at the breeding grounds of the insectoid Coleoptera, the oxygen-rich star of Pegasus, and commence revenge operations. Evolution points 200. 000. Challenge task updated. 11 Iron-Fisted Steel Fist. Rewards will be calculated based on the intensity of the revenge operations. Destroy insectoid space stations. Sabotage military facilities in space. Evolution points 150. 000. Annihilate 4 primary fleets of the Coleoptera. Evolution points 300,000. Destruction of over 50 of the infrastructure on the insectoid homeworld. Evolution points 500,000. Overthrow the insectoid regime. Enslave the Coleoptera and transform them into a vassal power. Evolution points 1 million. Chapter 95. Only children make choices. Observing the 4 stages of rewards for the challenge task, Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Only children make choices. He wanted them all. After a brief calculation, it didn't seem impossible to achieve them simultaneously. The insectoid Coleoptera were due to exit the stage of the galaxy. With evolution points exceeding 800,000, he refrained from spending them immediately, as the historical purchase record viewing function was a one-time opportunity. Once he completed a purchase and prepared for battle, it would automatically close. Make another purchase. He would have to wait for the next refresh. He intended to conserve his evolution points as much as possible to save for the next encounter with historical records, at which point he would indulge in purchasing epic-grade weapons AS for upgrades for the Sun Moon. He could now fully rely on the numerous docks of human civilization. Following this battle, the entire solar system belonged to him. To install any components or modules, he merely needed to make a request, without even needing to spend money. Alternatively, he could visit Nanmen 2 or other ports of the Star Alliance to purchase advanced civilization components for upgrades, prioritizing spending wherever feasible. For items that were truly unobtainable by monetary means, he would rely on evolution points to refresh the evolutionary marketplace. The victory in the solar system defensive battle could be said to be orchestrated by him, and the status, identity, and wealth gained from it were certainly not to be squandered. After the grand conflict, the human fleet scanned the battlefield remnants in the Oort cloud, rescuing soldiers from escape pods or retrieving valuable items. A portion of the Star Alliance coalition fleet assisted in clearing the battlefield, launching antimatter torpedoes to vaporize distant artificial black holes, while another portion retraced their steps to return the recently relocated human populace. The Sun Moon also followed the fleet back to Blue Star. With the battle concluded, there was finally time for Mo Ban and Karugia to repair the particle teleportation device, preparing to transform the M zone of the upper ship cabin into a teleportation chamber. After setting the Sun Moon to automatic hyperspace patrol, Lin Yang led Huang Yueshi, and I Ziwen, and Xing Meng to the isolation chamber on the 3rd level to ascertain the nature of the Dark Spirit General. Lin Yang, what if this captive is not the commander? Huang Yueshi expressed concern. Are you worried about the Star Alliance Marshal holding us accountable? If not, it could indeed be difficult to explain, Xing Meng added. No need to fret. If the Star Alliance were to blame, just say it was my confirmation. Let them punish us as they see fit. Can my father even kill me? The Triad people are hardly the barbaric type of the Tiger people. Lin Yang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Xing Meng, your sense of responsibility truly moves me. Well done. And I, Ziwen, chuckled. Let us hope Karugia doesn't overhear Xing Meng's words. What's the issue? The Tiger people are inherently barbaric. The Triad people aren't much better off. Truly a rebellious spirit. Lin Yang shrugged helplessly as they conversed. They arrive at the door of the isolation chamber, through the quantum force field at the entrance. They glimpsed an escape pod nearly 3 meters long lying on the ground, its hatch tightly sealed. The circular observation window on the pod's head was shrouded in mist, evidently set by the captive within. Mo Ban and Karugia had not opened the escape pod at the time, Firstly, due to the urgency of the situation amid battle, and secondly, because the pod was secured with a safety lock that could only be opened from the inside. If forced open from the outside, it would trigger an immediate explosion. Although the explosion would not harm the isolation chamber, which was shielded on all sides by force fields, it would obliterate the captive, rendering any valuable information unattainable. Thus, since capturing the escape pod, it had remained in this state. The life signs within the escape pod appeared normal, and the brainwaves indicated a state of consciousness, suggesting he had no desire to exit. N.I. Ziwin checked the life monitoring panel in the isolation chamber. Huang Yueshi proposed, "How about I attempt a mental connection?" inducing him to open the escape pod. Lin Yang chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. He then retrieved the intelligent child container. Why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Yueshi, your telepathy is better reserved for communicating with higher dimensional beings, that we have 5 intelligent children at our disposal. And they're the specialists for this task. Ziwan, prepare to download the memories. The 5 intelligent children serve as Lin Yang's judgment experts. Any conscious life form is powerless to resist their intrusion into the realm of thought and consciousness. However, releasing the intelligent children recklessly during combat is perilous. In the high-tech warship, the Dark Spirit race could easily capture them, either annihilating them or exerting reverse control. But now, the situation was different. The captured Dark Spirit had only one escape pod to protect him, akin to a fish on the chopping block. Lowering the quantum shield at the entrance, the 5 intelligent children were released. In the blink of an eye, they penetrated the shell of the escape pod and entered the brain of the Dark Spirit captive. After persistently stimulating a specific area of the brain, 5 minutes later, the escape pod opened from within. A 2-meter-tall Dark Spirit emerged, with pallid skin, devoid of hair, and blood-red eyes and mouth. At first glance, he resembled a vampiric specter. The captive Dark Spirit, seething with rage, charged toward Lin Yang and the others. Bang! His forceful strike was halted by the force field shield at the entrance, further enraging the captive. Ziwan, commence! Crack! Ziwan immediately pressed the electric shock button on the isolation room control panel, causing the captive to convulse uncontrollably. His eyes fluttered shut as he collapsed to the ground. The memory download commenced, expected to complete in 20 minutes. It was an effortless victory. The intelligent children truly lived up to their reputation. Lin Yang was overjoyed, cautiously returning the 5 intelligent children to their container. Ziwan activated a small screen on the control panel at the isolation room's entrance as they downloaded the memories. They previewed the content. The first segment of memory was the most recent, detailing the events following their capture in the escape pod and subsequent confinement aboard the Sun and Moon. The second segment covered the Annihilation battleship being attacked by 64 mirror vessels and the Sun and Moon itself. The captive's perspective was centered in the command chair of the bridge, issuing orders to attack the distant Sun and Moon. This is promising. He is the commander of the Dark Spirit race. GOL, a general no less. Lin Yang laughed heartily. The tension among them eased significantly. This was a surefire lead. Thuan makes several copies of the downloaded memories. This is a general who possesses significant knowledge of Dark Spirit technology. Share it with Blue Star, Mars, and the asteroid belt for gradual research. It could aid the civilizations of the solar system in making a leap forward. Soon, 20 minutes had elapsed. The memory download was complete, encompassing the life of the Dark Spirit general from childhood to capture. Lin Yang couldn't help but marvel. This general was doomed to social death. Downloading his memories was far worse than sifting through his internet browsing history. The damage was minimal, but the humiliation was profound. All the unsavory deeds he had committed throughout his life would be meticulously scrutinized by the Star Alliance, frame by frame. If it were me, I would hastily seek a block of tofu to end it all. The Dark Spirit General Joel suddenly opened his eyes. Letting out a furious scream, he rose and bared his teeth, hurling curses at Lin Yang and his companions. Death is the Dark Spirit's passage to another dimension. I shall await you in hell, to personally obliterate your souls. Alas, that's rather tragic, Lin Yang remarked with a hint of melancholy. That is the retribution you deserve. I shall wait for you. Forever. I mean, even in death, you cannot escape the memory of having your secrets downloaded. Your entire life of privacy and disgrace will be laid bare for your enemies to scrutinize. An unbearable torment that will forever haunt you. I truly pity you. GOL screamed in despair. He turned and dashed to the escape pod, tapping the screen repeatedly. With a resounding bang, the escape pod exploded, killing him instantly. Even a general cannot withstand such a blow. Lin Yang pursed his lips, shrugging helplessly. Chapter 96. Marshal of the Solar System. Ambassador of human civilization, are you saying that the Dark Spirit General could not bear the humiliation and self-destructed after your few words? The Star Alliance's Starburst Marshal asked incredulously on the large screen. Indeed, his psychological endurance was exceedingly frail. What exactly did you say to provoke him? To be honest, nothing offensive, that I merely expressed a few words of sympathy. And he crumbled. Sighed the Starburst Marshal sighed in resignation. Although the memories have been downloaded, a living Dark Spirit General holds far greater value as leverage at the negotiation table. Lin Yang shrugged, recognizing that he had likely spent his entire life enveloped in flattery and adulation. Now, confronted with the prospect of having his entire life scrutinized frame by frame, with numerous private matters exposed and his image shattered, he could not bear to face it. The Starburst Marshal nodded in understanding that it is evident that being too perfect can be a double-edged sword. Had GOL's life included failures or blemishes, perhaps he could have withstood this blow. Well, the deed is done, and you have done well. Please transmit Joel's memories to us. Certainly, but I still harbor some concerns. Concerns about what? The recent defeat of the insectoid and dark spirit races will surely lead to a resurgence. When that time comes, humanity in the solar system will struggle against invasion. Does the Star Alliance have any defensive strategies in place? The Starburst Marshal's third eye narrowed. If not, will you withhold Joel's memories? Of course, Lin Yang chuckled. Whether I destroy the Annihilation battleship, capturing GOL or not, the Star Alliance will not assist in defense. That if I do destroy the battleship, the Star Alliance still won't assist in defense. So why should I bother capturing GOL and downloading his memories? Your logic indeed holds no flaws. The Starburst Marshal could find no fault in this reasoning and had no choice but to concede. Very well, I shall report to the leader of the Galactic Star Alliance, the Luminary, and convene a meeting to discuss the solar system's defenses. That I await good news. Marshal. Currently, the solar system serves as Lin Yang's capital in his foray through the galaxy. His stature has risen from a mere drifter piloting a shuttle to the spiritual leader of humanity in the solar system. I end this battle. Blue Star, Mars, and the asteroid belt would heed his command. He must devise a means to protect his vassal forces, ensuring they are not decimated by the impending resurgence of the insectoid or dark spirit races. Captain, the particle transmission device has been repaired and is ready for evolution. The voice of Mebin from the engine room echoed through Lin Yang's operating screen. Excellent. Well done. Where's Kalugia? Off to clean the isolation room. Mebin let out a burp, clearly having indulged a bit too much. Very well, quite the diligent one. Lin Yang accessed the system, arranging for the spoils from the particle transmission device to be sent to the upper M zone. The upgrade would cost 200 evolution points and was expected to take 50 minutes. Captain, we will arrive at Blue Star in 3 minutes. Cheng Li, Hu Yangchuan, and Shirtsong are almost there as well. The crowds on the Star Ring are awaiting us. Millions of people on the Star Ring flooded the streets, peering through the dome of the Star Ring to catch a glimpse of the sun and moon. Large Star Alliance warships descended through the atmosphere, delivering refugees back to Blue Star. The returning crowds stood eagerly in the streets, awaiting the return of the sun and moon, eager to witness the heroism of humanity. Upon seeing the radar interface filled with people, Lin Yang jested. Never mind, I dislike seeing the crowds jumping and weeping. Let us head straight to the dock, replenish the ammunition and supplies of the sun and moon first. The largest warship manufacturing base of the Blue Star Federation is not located on the Star Ring or the orbital space station, but on the moon, 380,000 kilometers away from Blue Star. The most advanced interstellar cruisers, planetary destroyers, and deep space frigates of human civilization are constructed in the lunar dock. The legendary Chilean fleet also originated from the lunar dock. After the sun and moon landed at the dock, the person in charge immediately arrived with a team of engineers to welcome them. Mr. Lin, what are your instructions? Please feel free to command. Fill the vacant spaces in the third-level cabin with heavy hydrogen energy modules. We need the drones. Replenish the rations in the 4th and 5th levels, and fill the 6th to 8th levels with Dragonfly Z-type and Ghoul Z-type missiles. The bottom level hangar should be stocked with the highest version of drones. Understood. The task will be completed within 10 minutes. Please rest in the VIP room for the time being. All supplies are complimentary. Even without the order of the Blue Star Marshal, the dock will not charge a fee. All resources within the base are at his disposal. However, Lin Yang only requested 2 of the highest version missiles and some food and energy supplies, not a single accessory module. Human technology is lagging in the Star Alliance. Even if it were free, it remains unworthy of the Sun and Moon that he planned to upgrade to high-tech modules when he reached Sirius or Betelgeuse. 10 minutes later, the supply loading was complete. Cheng Li, Hu Liangchuan, Shirt Song, and other high-ranking members of the Solar System fleet returned to Blue Star, immediately commencing preparations for a celebration banquet. Upon hearing that Lin Yang was at the lunar dock base, hundreds of fleet generals came in person. Mr. Lin. Cheng Li joyfully burst through the door of the VIP lounge, discovering Lin Yang engaged in video communication with the leader of the Star Alliance's Orion Arm. The Starburst Marshal is the highest commander of humanity in the solar system. The Starburst Marshal had not contacted him since the war began, consistently liaising with Lin Yang, the driving force behind the solar system's defense. Cheng Li felt no discontent about this. In fact, he was quite pleased that, Mr. Lin, are you in communication with the Star Alliance Marshal? Are you discussing the solar system's defenses? Lin Yang nodded, smiling as he replied. The Starburst Marshal has stated that they will dispatch 50 large warships to assist in the solar system's defenses. The first phase will last 5 years, during which large defensive cannons will be constructed in the orbits of Blue Star and Mars, and they will help humanity to develop the asteroid belt's resources, gradually relocating miners to Mars. That's fantastic. In an instant, Shirt Song's eyes brimmed with tears. The miners had thrived in the asteroid belt for 5 centuries, and at last they could reside on a habitable planet. Hu Liangchuan promptly declared, upon our return, I shall immediately commence arrangements for a new settlement to accommodate the miners' organization and expand the new unified government. Seizing this opportunity, the Starburst Marshal on the other end of the communication made a brief statement regarding the technological advancements on Blue Star and Mars. In this recent conflict, we have secured a significant victory. Lin Yang has downloaded the entire life memories of General Gore from the Dark Spirit race. The Star Alliance does not interfere with humanity's study of Dark Spirit and insectoid technology. But we hope you will exercise caution and refrain from reckless experimentation with uncontrollable technologies. Lin Yang suggested, why not have the Star Alliance dispatch a research team to assist humanity in technological development? The technology of the Dark Spirit race is a shared achievement, and it is imperative that we collaborate. Very well, the Marshal responded, the Star Alliance will promptly establish a research team focused on the Dark Spirit race, ensuring that all members of the Alliance share in the fruits of our victory. Rest assured, resources will undoubtedly be directed towards the humanity of the solar system. Thank you, Marshal. I will have Zhuang send you Gore's memories post-haste. Lin Yang was not one to act hastily without assurance. Only after receiving numerous promises from the Marshal of the Star Alliance did he transmit the memory content. He subsequently sent it exclusively to Blue Star, Mars, the asteroid belt, the Sirius Tiger Clan, and the Perseus Spiral Green Carbon race in matters of human relationships. Lin Yang was no novice. Mr. Lin. During our return journey to the solar system, our fleet's high command held a video conference and unanimously decided to nominate you as the Marshal of the solar system, overseeing the Blue Star Federation, Mars government, and the miners of the asteroid belt, while also serving as the ambassador for human civilization in contact with extraterrestrial races. As Chapter 97 unfolds, the matter of human relationships and decorum is addressed. Cheng Li, Hu Liangchuan, and others voiced their support, and hundreds of fleet generals eagerly requested Lin Yang to accept this honor. Lin Yang felt a sense of gratification, but pondered deeply. What difference was there now between himself and the Marshal of the solar system? Whether it was the Blue Star Federation, the Mars government, the asteroid belt miners, or the bounty hunters scattered throughout the galaxy, they all already followed his command. The fleet could be mobilized at will. Official resources could be utilized freely, and even the issuance and enforcement of policies and decrees could be swayed by his words. Moreover, he possessed the bounty market as a personal asset, having secured a tangible position of power and wealth. The title of Solar System Marshal seemed trivial in comparison to the responsibilities he had assumed. It resembled the role of a corporate figurehead he had occupied before his transmigration, responsible for shouldering blame when trouble arose. Lin Yang preferred the identity of a behind-the-scenes strategist assigned by the system. Taking center stage bore little advantage and would only hinder his ambition to conquer the stars and oceans. With this in mind, he chuckled and waved his hand. There is no need to elevate me to the forefront. The Blue Star, Mars, and the asteroid belt already have mature governmental systems in place. My presence is unnecessary. You should continue as you see fit. That I am content to serve as humanity's ambassador. Marshal, without you, we fear the solar system civilization may not withstand the subsequent invasions. Why are you suddenly addressing me as Marshal? I have yet to agree. Regardless of your agreement, you are the Marshal of the solar system, while the others include General Huang Yueshi, Vice Admiral Kalugia, Vice Admiral Anai Zhuang, Vice Admiral Mebin, and Vice Admiral Xingwang. You are the leaders of human civilization in the solar system. Is this a formal conferment? Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Never mind, we shall accept these honorary military ranks in a few days. We will depart the solar system and will be unable to lead everyone. The future of human civilization depends on your efforts. We can only provide guidance in critical moments. Where are you going? Marshal, for now, it is confidential, but I can inform you that it is to preclude future threats to solar system civilization. Chengli expressed some concern, and Hu Yangchuan could not share in the happiness. Ultimately, the high-ranking officials of humanity deliberated and decided to respect Lin Yang's choice. We respect the Marshal's decision and are always ready for your orders. The celebration banquet was arranged at the Asian Interstellar Resort on the surface of Blue Star. High-ranking officials of humanity gathered with representatives of the Star Alliance fleet to celebrate this rare victory. Lin Yang and his companions were the stars of the event. They piloted the Sun-Moon vessel to Blue Star. Millions of citizens took to the streets, eager to catch a glimpse of the vessel. Over 10 billion people tuned in to the live broadcast. The success of this defensive battle once again bolstered humanity's unity. Before the banquet commenced, Marshal Chengli of Blue Star wished to invite Lin Yang to speak. Lin Yang waved his hand dismissively. Just enjoy the food and drink. There's no need for formalities. Besides, I prefer not to take center stage. You all may speak, Chengli chuckled. Since the Marshal disdains formalism, then neither will I, nor will old Hu or old Sure. Let us begin to feast. When Lin Yang destroyed the Dark Spirit Race's annihilation ship, humanity's deep space radar captured some battle footage. Dozens of Sun-Moon vessels attacked with fervor, rendering the annihilation ship's counterattack utterly ineffective. After obliterating the annihilation ship, the Sun-Moon vessels, having appeared from nowhere, vanished into thin air. Much like the Ocean Current-class escort ship that had previously decimated the Mars government in the asteroid belt, employing mirroring weaponry, a single annihilation ship from the Dark Spirit race could annihilate a low-level civilization. Yet Lin Yang had effortlessly dismantled it. This display of power inadvertently positioned Lin Yang as the sovereign of solar system civilization, with marshals, generals, secretaries general, and speakers unanimously obedient to his directives. Lin Yang expressed his aversion to formalities, and Marshal Chengli promptly eliminated the speech segment from the celebration banquet. Without the tedium of formal speeches, everyone enjoyed their meal and engaged in lively conversation. During the festivities, the system issued a new task. Ding! The particle transmission device has completed its evolution compatibility. You have completed growth task, 11 transmission device, evolution points 100,000, current evolution points 949,000. Growth task updated 12 long-range escort ship. Evolve the Sun-Moon vessel into a long-range escort ship level. Evolution points 150,000. Escort ship? Humanity civilization is certainly inadequate, and the insectoids is somewhat lacking as well. That IT should at least be equivalent to the tiger race and the three-eyed race. Securing a dark spirit vessel would be even better. Lin Yang pondered internally. This task was crucial, potentially determining the completion of both main and challenge tasks. After reviewing the evolutionary marketplace's historical records, he was reluctant to squander any more evolution points. Leveraging his current status, wealth, and connections, he would never purchase goods from the evolutionary marketplace that he could acquire from the higher civilizations within the Star Alliance. With this in mind, he raised his glass and approached General Wandar of the Tiger race. "General, your race led the charge in this defensive battle, aiding humanity in repelling the invaders. I am truly grateful. Please allow me to toast to you." When Lin Yang first met General Wandar, the latter was still a vice admiral. After the incident involving the saber-toothed tiger's punitive measures on Mars, where all personnel perished, he felt utterly ashamed upon learning that the saber-toothed tiger had been vanquished, refusing to acknowledge defeat and resorting to deceit, leading to their slaughter. He implored Lin Yang to conceal this disgrace. Subsequently, he commanded then-Brigadier General Luda to handle the aftermath. Although they had assisted in defending the solar system against invasion, General Wandar still felt indebted to Lin Yang, especially as during this period. Prince Kalugia of the Tiger race, as part of the Sun Moon vessel, had become a legendary figure, bringing pride to their race. Thus, upon meeting Lin Yang, he approached to offer a toast. General Wandar quickly raised his glass. "Marshal Lin, it is only proper that the members of the Star Alliance support one another in repelling invasions. If anyone ought to be grateful, it is I who should thank you. This toast is for you." "Oh, General Wandar, you are being overly polite. In terms of business, humanity owes you as the ambassador for the human race. I must toast to you. Personal matters do not warrant mention. Kalugia is a dear brother to me, and assisting him is simply my duty to... Marshal Lin is truly humble. Nevertheless, the Tiger race is steadfast in our principles. I still believe the Tiger race owes you a debt of gratitude. Haha, let us not argue about this. After this toast, I would like to ask you for a favor. Would that be agreeable? Please command me." General Wandar downed his drink in one go, with Vice Admiral Luda beside him doing the same. Only then did Lin Yang settle between the two Tiger generals. In a hushed voice, he said, "I wish to purchase a Tiger race escort ship and, in a few days, venture to Pegasus. The Star Alliance has regulations prohibiting higher civilizations from selling weapons and technology to lower civilizations. So I will need your assistance, Generals to the lair of the sheathed wings." Both Tiger generals' eyes lit up with excitement. "Yes," Lin Yang nodded subtly. Vice Admiral Ludo whispered, "No problem. This is trivial." General Wandar stated, "We will not sell to the solar system's humanity, nor to you as an individual, but rather we will directly gift a Tiger-class escort ship to our prince. The Star Alliance's regulations cannot govern this." "Oh my, I am immensely grateful. Name your price." "I can afford it. Charging would only leave a handle for the Star Alliance's supervisory committee. It is a gift to our prince. What need is there for payment? What if the supervisory committee claims that Kalugia is an exiled prince, not recognized as part of the Sirius civilization? This recent victory has greatly enhanced Prince Kalugia's fame and honor. The Tiger King has rescinded the exile decree. Agreed. I shall graciously accept this offer." Such words, Marshal, Kalugia has greatly benefited from your support and mentorship. After the banquet concludes, we will promptly deliver a Tiger Might-class escort ship. Chapter 98. Evolution. Sirius Tiger Might-class escort ship, measuring 800 meters in length, 500 meters in width, and 300 meters in height. The Sirius civilization's escort ship comes close to rivaling humanity's planetary destroyers, boasting 48 energy cannons. The energy weapons included are high-energy phase cannons, cutting beams, laser refraction cannons, and particle beam cannons. The pulse energy weapons consist of ion explosive cannons, electromagnetic burst cannons, gravitational split cannons, and high-voltage arc cannons. There are 24 missile matrix launch pads. The speed of conventional missiles in the arsenal reaches 800 Mach. The Dragonfly Z-type missile far surpasses human technology. Moreover, the yield of thermonuclear missiles exceeds 100 million tons of TNT, 3 times that of the Ghoul thermonuclear missile. Additionally, there are high-explosive photon torpedoes with even greater speed and tracking capabilities, as well as antimatter missiles that possess power far beyond thermonuclear fusion. The external hull thickness reaches 10 meters, constructed from high-strength metals that are more advanced than human technology, complemented by 4 shield generators, making the frigate exceptionally robust. The vessel contains 36 decks, with heights ranging from 5 to 10 meters. The first and second decks serve as work areas, while the third, fourth, and fifth decks are designated as living quarters. The lowest deck is a hangar capable of accommodating 10 light fighter jets or several hundred drones. The remaining compartments are cargo holds, stocked with various living and combat supplies, and can also serve as cargo space for interstellar transportation. The Sirius Civilization's Tiger frigate boasts formidable strength, equipped with a variety of facilities that represent the cutting-edge technology of a level 2.6 civilization, and possesses the unique stealth technology of the Tiger. From a human technological perspective, it is undoubtedly an epic warship. Its regular crew ranges from 500 to 1,000 individuals, but due to its highly intelligent operating system, it can be piloted by just 6 individuals. With Lin Yang's consciousness symbiotic piloting mode, Huang Yueshi's enhancement of the heart of the galaxy, and the seamless cooperation of Karuja, Mebin, Enai Ziwen, and Xingmong, its evolved power is undoubtedly superior to its original form. Marshal Lin, this Tiger frigate is now yours. You require warriors along with the ship. The Tiger takes pride in falling in battle and never shies away from war. Just say the word, and I will arrange for 1,000 Tiger warriors. Thank you, General Wanda, but I do not need warriors that, if possible, please provision me with a shuttle on the lower deck. And no problem, I will arrange for 2 Tiger attack gunboats. Do you require offensive drones as well? The more, the better. Understood. I will do my utmost to replenish the ammunition and supplies. Lin Yang witnessed the power of idolization, but a simple request for the more. The better led the Tiger, who regarded him as an idol, to fully equip the Frigate Point 2 attack shuttle gunboats, 500 Tiger Wind-class attack drones, 50 antimatter missiles, 300 thermonuclear missiles, 500 photon torpedoes, 1,000 conventional missiles, and a complete set of 500 individual combat supplies. Additionally, 5,000 heavy hydrogen energy modules, coupled with a year's worth of living supplies, nearly filled the 36-deck frigate. General Wanda still felt a tinge of regret. Unfortunately, the Tiger warriors could not accompany the ship. And this Tiger frigate was born for battle, lacking leisure facilities such as a holographic deck, food replicators, or theaters, as the cultural differences between the Tigers and humans were vast. Please bear with us. Marshal Dado. General, your words are too kind. I desire this frigate solely for combat. If it were for leisure, I would not have sought your assistance. Indeed, in the Star Alliance, only the Tiger is ardent about battle. And warships do not come equipped with frivolous recreational facilities. After the handover, the Tiger fleet returned to Sirius, while most of the Star Alliance fleet also gradually returned, leaving 50 large warships to assist in the defense of the solar system against invasions. As the Star Alliance fleet withdrew, we too must set sail. Karuja, Mebin, you two pilot the frigate to await us in the Oort cloud. We will follow shortly. The Tiger frigate from Sirius reaches a maximum speed of warp 9.0, significantly faster than the day moon at warp 5.0 in mere seconds. It arrives at the edge of the solar system, the Oort cloud. The day moon catches up minutes later, after docking with the frigate. A system prompt resonates in Lin Yang's mind. Detected evolvable materials. Please select the Devour and Evolve plan. Rapid evolution. Devour only the frigate's hull framework, retaining various modules, weapons, and supplies. Quick completion, allowing for rapid task fulfillment. Complete Devour. Fully consume the frigate, leaving behind the shell of a whale shark-class heavy bomber. Takes longer, consumes more evolution points. Naturally, I choose Complete Devour. I am not in a hurry. Complete Devour in progress. Consuming 5,000 evolution points, taking 5 days and 12 hours. Please transfer to the frigate with crew members in advance. Lin Yang led Huang Yueshi, Xingmong, and Enai Ziwen to the frigate, looking out the observation window. He saw the day moon whale shark-class bomber emitting a faint white glow. The light flowed like a tide toward the frigate. Over the next few days, Lin Yang held several video conferences with the solar system's human leadership. The bounty market sent a financial report revealing a net profit of 50 million star coins over the past week. Under Galwa's management, the solar system bounty market began to integrate with other races within the Star Alliance. Commander Lu Yuanshan was responsible for the asteroid belt and Mars's bounty docks, while legendary Hunter Gus oversaw the bounty dock on Blue Star. Through the collaboration of these three, the bounty market's efficiency improved by 20. Aside from generating profit, the bounty market also functions as a civilian espionage agency, providing Lin Yang with various intelligence. Marshal Daniel Chow has posted an S-Class bounty mission at the bounty dock, offering a reward for the Interstellar Ranger Peak. Daniel was once the business manager of the Heavy Hydrogen Transportation Company on Europa, which is an asset of the former Fleet Commander Johnson. Peak is a student of the current Fleet Commander Chung Li. Galawa meticulously reports every detail. Some are trivial, while others allow Lin Yang to stay informed about the power struggles among the solar system civilizations, enabling him to choose whether to suppress, support, or ignore them. Another round of factional conflicts emerges. It seems Johnson is unwilling to let things settle. You will anonymously post an S-Class bounty mission for Daniel Chow, regardless of life or death, with a reward increased by 50. Understood, I will arrange that immediately. Additionally, find a way to deal with the Heavy Hydrogen Transportation Company on Europa. Ideally, acquire it. Yes, leave it to us. After suppressing the Blue Star Federation's aristocratic factions, Lin Yang also contacted Chung Li and Hulian Chuan, instructing them to begin the liquidation of those who had not been parasitized by the Zerg but chose to abandon the solar system. The political bodies of Blue Star and Mars quickly established a post-war investigation bureau to start arresting the fleeing faction leaders. A few days later, the frigate gently rocked. Lin Yang, on duty at the bridge, glanced out the observation window to see that the Whale Shark-class bomber had lost its luster, shifting from a faint white to a dull gray. The Daemoon had successfully evolved into a Tiger large frigate. All original supplies had been transferred to the frigate, and the Tiger had added 3 energy sources and 2 shields. The scale and basic power of the energy cannons and missile launch pads could not compare to those of the frigate. So Lin Yang decided to forego retaining them at this moment. The bomber outside was only equipped with an outdated Warp 5.0 engine, as well as energy cannons and missile launch pads, lacking energy and shields, rendering it no different from an empty shell. Send the coordinates to Blue Star. The outdated Warp 5.0 engines and weapons we are discarding represent valuable resources for humanity, allowing Blue Star, Mars, and the asteroid belt to develop comparable technologies. And Ziwin sent out the coordinates of the bomber. Marshal Chung Li immediately dispatched a Warp 3.0 frigate to retrieve it. They were unaware of how the Daemoon had completed its upgrade, only speculating it was due to the technology of an advanced alien civilization that surpassed even that of the Star Alliance's leader, the photonic beings of Level 3.0. Lin Yang remained silent, and they did not inquire further, setting the destination coordinates to the Pegasus constellation F region Green Light Nebula, located 5 light-years away from the oxygen-rich planet of the Zerg at Warp 9.0. With the completion of the warship's evolution, Lin Yang promptly issued the command. The course is set, a distance of 124 light-years, with an estimated arrival in 30 days. The warp subshield is functioning normally. Weapons are operational, and all systems on the frigate are functioning properly. The antimatter energy furnace shows no anomalies, and the warp engine is functioning normally. In the spirit of reciprocity, it is time for us to retaliate. Set sail. Chapter 99. Infiltration of the Zerg homeworld in a corner of the Milky Way. A dense nebula envelopes a dim red dwarf star. A desolate planet orbits the red dwarf. On its surface, mist and extreme cold prevail. An ancient palace stands shrouded in the fog, its roof covered in ice and snow, surrounded by utter silence. Inside the palace, 12 individuals sit opposite each other at a long stone table, 6 on each side, all clad in black robes with hoods that tee the head and foot of the long table. 2 empty stone chairs are placed, each adorned with a design of 12 small dots encircling a larger. We underestimated the solar system. The backward human civilization has surprisingly triumphed over the combined forces of the Dark Spirit race, and the Zerg. Individual on the left spoke. The dim light flickered, revealing 3 eyes beneath his hood. The parasites have proven to be nothing but a hollow title. Their infiltration efforts thwarted midway. Opposite him sat a 6-armed being, accompanied by a towering figure standing 3 meters tall. Though cloaked in black robes and a hood, the golden tiger stripes could not be concealed. His voice boomed like thunder. Fortunately, we successfully instigated a war, and the tiger is indeed as combative as we imagined. A being resembling a machine, yet not quite mechanical, pressed a translator on its arm. The translator immediately spoke, lamenting that the cautious carbon-based Star Alliance had not pressed the advantage, or else this war could have continued. The boron-based alliance is also quite cautious. Despite clearly having the upper hand, they've been entangled with the carbon-based star alliance in the Perseus Arm for tens of thousands of years. Is it possible that your efforts are still insufficient? A non-humanoid being, covered in tentacles, inquired. The boron-based entity fell silent for a few moments before pressing the translation device. The former leader of the boron-based alliance. I have lost control over it. However, rest assured, my esteemed colleagues, significant actions will undoubtedly transpire within the next century. A figure with blood-red eyes and pale skin nodded in acknowledgement. We eagerly anticipate your grand endeavors. Furthermore, we must intensify our provocations against the mechanical civilization, that if we cannot draw them into our fold, let them serve as our enforcers. We should consolidate the Black Forest hunting faction into a singular alliance, thereby igniting a war that engulfs the entire galaxy. The speaker was a reptilian being concealed beneath a black hood. That I fear the phototropic beings may not consent, that a humanoid entity emanating a faint white glow interjected. The continuum will also interfere. Presently, the Church's influence is feeble, unable to initiate a full-scale war, that we can only incite conflict among other races from the shadows. For now, it is prudent to exercise caution. What shall we do about the Saintus? Asked a one-eyed, four-armed being. The luminescent figure pondered for a few seconds. The Saintus remains unaware of the true purpose of the heart of the galaxy. Let her drift outside. The existence of the day and moon vessel may inadvertently exacerbate tensions among the various races. A three-eyed individual remarked. The identity of Lin Yang has yet to be ascertained. Nor do we know which civilization constructed the day and moon vessel. Continue the investigation, but do not delay the spread of war. This time, the Star Alliance must not pursue victory recklessly. The impetuous Lin Yang will certainly not relent. Seizing this opportunity, we must draw the 860 million insectoids, comprising 7 eyes and 21 subspecies of the Zerg, into the fray, igniting a comprehensive war among the galactic mercenaries. After the luminous being concluded, their form became indistinct. Then, the air slightly warped before they vanished. The remaining 11 individuals soon followed suit, and the Great Hall returned to tranquility. 30 days swiftly passed. The day and moon vessel arrived at a position 124 light-years away. Traveling at warp speed 9.0.it was a mere 5 light-years from the Zerg's coleopteran homeworld. The vessel paused here to avoid detection by the Zerg's defense systems. The Sirius civilization's escort ships possess unique stealth technology, unrivaled within the Star Alliance, undetectable even by the phototropic beings of Level 3. But the sole drawback is that the shields must be entirely deactivated, and no attacks can be initiated while cloaked. Once the energy cannons begin charging, they will be detectable by the enemy's monitoring systems. Upon exiting warp speed, Lin Yang immediately commanded, Karuja, deactivate all shields. Mebin, shut down the 3 auxiliary energy sources aside from the main power. Zhuang, devise the next stage of a non-contact route. The escort ship originally had 4 shields, but after being assimilated and evolved by the day and moon vessel, it gained an additional 2 Xiangui Y-type high-power shields. To enter stealth mode, all shields must be turned off. The warship cannot produce significant energy fluctuations while cloaked. Therefore, the newly added 3 energy sources must also be disabled. The escort ship's original warp engine and antimatter power reactor employ Sirius's unique shielding technology, enabling warp travel. However, without the directional shields to fend off obstacles, a collision with even moderately sized space debris during warp travel could inflict direct damage on the hull. Most importantly, it would alert the enemy to the impact, rendering stealth futile. This stealth technology is most effective during ambushes. Remaining motionless in space allows for a sudden strike against the enemy, catching them off guard. However, employing it for infiltration and surprise attacks presents greater challenges, requiring meticulous operations by the crew to confirm that there are no space debris exceeding 10 meters in diameter along the upcoming route. The distance to the target point decreased. The radar scans needed to become increasingly precise, ultimately ensuring that even space debris larger than 10 centimeters would not go unnoticed. The shields of the day and moon vessel quickly dropped to 0, and the 3 auxiliary energy sources were subsequently shut down. The 800-meter-long day and moon vessel underwent a distortion in space before vanishing without a trace after 1 second. Lin Yang and his companions could observe the celestial panorama through the lookout window. Yet the day and moon vessel remained undetectable from the outside, eluding all forms of radar. And Zhuang activated both deep space and near-range radar. Meticulously scanning for 10 minutes, the hint of relaxation appeared on her face. "Captain, it seems that the Zerg mercenaries frequently traverse the oxygen-rich planet, having long cleared the route. There are no significant obstacles within several light years of the vicinity. Caution is the mother of safety. We shall halt every light month. Proceeding slowly is of no concern. The primary objective is to steadily infiltrate the Zerg homeworld's orbit, which is far more advantageous than rushing." Lin Yang was determined not to let his efforts go to waste. Prudently piloting the day and moon vessel for a light month of travel. Upon reaching the coordinates, he instructed Zhuang to scan the subsequent route once more. Thus, they continued their advance, alternating between motion and stillness. 2 days later, the day and moon vessel arrived at the orbit of the oxygen-rich planet. "How magnificent!" Lin Yang couldn't help but exclaim. The verdant planet boasted an average temperature 5 degrees higher than that of Blue Star. With an oxygen content reaching 30, this planet serves as a paradise for the insectoids, hosting 12 billion of them, with the coleopteran seven-eyed species constituting 85, while the remaining orders, including Lepidoptera, Neuroptera, Hymenoptera, Diptera, and Coleoptera, collectively account for the remaining 15. 4 massive space stations, each with a diameter of 100 kilometers, floated in the orbit of the oxygen-rich planet, essentially 4 aerial cities. Thousands of warships of various sizes traversed between the 4 airborne metropolises, alongside fleets making the journey between the surface and the space stations that, in terms of scale and prosperity, it far surpassed Blue Star in the solar system. This assessment only accounted for the fleet stationed at the oxygen-rich planet, excluding the coleopteran mercenary regiments operating externally. "Captain, how shall we engage in this battle? Should we launch a surprise attack on the space stations or strike suddenly at the planetary surface? Do not rush. Karuja, that if we are to engage, let us do so with fervor. Huang, scan the planetary surface to ascertain the location of the Zerg Queen." Chapter 100. Landing on the oxygen-rich planet. Assault on the Zerg Queen. An ancient palace, spanning an area of 1 square kilometer, was discovered at a comparison with the official records of the Coleopteran confirmed it to be the Zerg Royal Palace. "Can we scan for the life signals of the Zerg Queen?" Lin Yang inquired. A large insectoid creature, measuring 10 meters in length, was detected. It should be the Zerg Queen. "Landing team, prepare." The battle plan was to directly land on the oxygen-rich planet, infiltrate the Zerg Queen's palace, and capture her. The insectoid traditions differ significantly from those of other races in the galaxy. They are innately imbued with a profound reverence for their queen, a devotion ingrained in their very genes. Only by seizing the queen can we achieve our objective of overthrowing the Zerg regime and subjugating the coleopteran seven-eyed species. With the Zerg Queen in our grasp, the subsequent tasks of attacking surface facilities, dismantling the main fleet, and destroying space stations will pose little difficulty. Zhuang took command of the bridge, while Mebin monitored the engine room. Lin Yang, Huang Yueshi, Karuja, and Xingmong formed the landing team, fully armed as they approached the first teleportation chamber. The newly upgraded day and moon vessel boasted 2 teleportation chambers. The first utilized technology from the 2.8 level civilization of the Dark Spirit race, while the second employed technology from a 2.6 level civilization of the Sirius Tiger race. Regardless of the technology used, teleporting 4 individuals within the warship would result in minimal energy fluctuations, allowing them to evade detection by the insectoid's 2.2 level civilization technology. "Captain, there's a shield layer outside the Zerg Royal Palace. I can only teleport you to the entrance, where a squad of soldiers is stationed, armed with pulse energy guns. Please exercise caution. Rest assured. Zhuang, just be prepared to assist. Once the shield is deactivated, teleport us and the Zerg Queen back." After entering the teleportation chamber and taking their positions, Lin Yang issued further instructions. "Once we land on the surface of the oxygen-rich planet, we will immediately attack the soldiers, storm the palace, and eliminate any insectoid we encounter, save for the Queen." A surge of particle light enveloped them. The 4 transformed into streams of particles, vanishing in an instant. The next moment, four beams of particle light materialized at the palace entrance. The dozen or so insectoid soldiers guarding the palace gate were caught off guard as a phase cannon beam, several meters in diameter, shot forth. Huang Yueshi amplified the phase gun's energy exponentially using the heart of the galaxy. What began as an energy gun transformed into an energy cannon in her hands. Obliterating the soldiers at the palace entrance point, 6 or 7 soldiers were vaporized on the spot. Following suit, Karuja unleashed fire from his large explosive energy gun, its power comparable to that of a light ship-mounted cannon. Xingmong acted with remarkable speed, summoning a mech in an instant and transforming into a celestial warrior of the Altair civilization. With a thunderous boom, he broke the sound barrier, charging into the palace. The palace itself spanned 1 square kilometer, with its tallest tower exceeding 100 meters. 4 shield generators protected this grand structure, with a 3-meter-high and 2-meter-wide shield opening at the entrance, allowing the Zerg upper echelon to meet with the Queen. Xingmong was the first to breach the palace, unleashing a barrage of laser beams from 6 wings on his back, exterminating all visible insectoids. Karuja and Huang Yueshi swiftly followed, while Lin Yang brought up the rear, wielding 2 phase guns, systematically gunning down all insectoids lining up outside, observing, passing by, or on duty. His life energy capacity had reached 150, and his physical capabilities had undergone a profound transformation. His shooting accuracy reached 100, delivering lethal shots with every pull of the trigger, even predicting the insectoids' movements in the next second as they advanced into the palace. He continued to eliminate any insectoids in sight, in a mere few dozen seconds. The 4 had slain over 1,000 insectoids. Upon entering the palace, Lin Yang gestured to the left and right, Karuja to the left, Xingmong to the right, disable the shield generators, and Yueshi, follow me to capture the Zerg Queen. Splitting into 3 groups, the insectoids within the palace were doomed. None would escape unscathed upon encountering Lin Yang and his 3 companions. Only one perished. The Queen's Guard swiftly detected the invasion and immediately organized a counterattack. However, the combat prowess of Lin Yang and his companions was as formidable as that of the sun and moon. One possessed nearly limitless life energy, with physical capabilities far surpassing those of ordinary carbon-based life forms. Another wielded the mysterious augment known as the Heart of the Galaxy, which not only enhanced the power of energy weapons, but also foresaw danger. Aiding in evasion, a third, rugged and resilient, grew more formidable with each battle, entering a berserk mode that rendered him nearly invincible in close combat. The final member was a futuristic mech, a humanoid killing machine. The 4 stormed into the palace of the Zerg Queen as if traversing an uninhabited realm. The Queen's Guard fell in droves. Some were instantly decapitated by energy blasts upon their first encounter, while others, bewildered by their lack of response to incoming fire, found themselves shot through the chest. Entire squads of soldiers were vaporized in an instant, and those who attempted to flee were relentlessly pursued by folding beams of light, meeting their end without a chance to close their eyes. Realizing they were outmatched, the captain of the guard urgently sent a distress signal to the ground forces and the space fleet. The Queen's Palace is under attack. It is the Lin Yang team from the solar system, requesting immediate assistance. However, upon receiving the message, a commander from the insectoid ranks at the Space Fleet headquarters abruptly cut off communications. The same occurred at the Ground Army Command. After receiving the distress call, the commander offered no response and similarly severed contact. Bereft of support, the Queen's Guard was swiftly eradicated by Lin Yang and his companions. 4 shield generators were destroyed, and the protective barriers surrounding the palace dissipated. Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi entered the inner chambers of the palace, and, upon seeing the Zerg Queen, both furrowed their brows. Is this truly the Zerg Queen? Lin Yang inquired. Yueshi, is this what you saw in the library at the academy? Huang Yueshi shook her head slightly. The Zerg operates under a constitutional monarchy, with the Queen guiding the cabinet. All insectoids revere the Queen and do not publicly share information about her. Merely referring to her as the common mother of their kind, I encountered written records in the library, but since they pertain to a non-solar system subject, I did not pay much heed. Lin Yang nodded. Regardless, It is evident that this being before us does not embody the wisdom and political acumen of a true monarch. What is this abomination? In the chamber, a 10-meter-long grotesque creature lay upon the bed, resembling a stitched monstrosity. Its back was armored and bore various insect wings, some straight, some scaled, and some elongated, haphazardly sewn from a multitude of different insects. The front of its body was fused with 7 heads. The central one belonged to the 7-eyed species, flanked by others possessing compound eyes, a singular horn, and serrated mandibles. Its body was a patchwork of numerous legs, despite being laid upon a soft bed adorned with flowers and offerings. The immense creature's suffering was undeniable. Huang Yueshi grimaced. I can sense the lament of this creature. It seems to have been trapped here for a long time. Captain, have we subdued the queen? Karuja and Xingmang rushed in, only to recoil in disgust at the sight of the queen. What is this? Xingmang shuddered. Huang Yueshi remarked. The images of the 7 insect orders have all been amalgamated here. Could it be that all insectoids in the galaxy are birthed from a single queen? Lin Yang asked with curiosity. Then how large must she be? Karuja replied. Certainly larger than this 10-meter figure. I mean, in terms of age, if she is the common mother of the Zerg, she must be over 1 billion years old. Huang Yueshi asserted. We can at least be certain that the being before us is not the Zerg queen. Then what is this? A spiritual embodiment of the Coleoptera? Perhaps, Lin Yang pondered. This creature is in immense pain and cannot communicate. Transporting it back to the escort ship serves little purpose. Let us grant it peace. With a resigned gesture, Lin Yang signaled his intent. With a swift pull of the trigger, Huang Yueshi vaporized the monstrous insect. Upon its gaseous demise, a mural on the wall was revealed. Look! The mural depicts the Zerg's 7-eyed species, 21 subspecies, with 86 billion individuals, all descended from a colossal ancient insect. Chapter 101. The quest for the ancestor king of the 7-eyed species before the great insect's demise. Its massive form had obscured the mural behind it. Once vaporized by the high-energy phase gun, Lin Yang and his companions discovered the mural's existence. The image portrayed a massive insect soaring through the air, with 7 tendrils extending from its abdomen, connecting to 7 smaller insects. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that these represented the various orders. The Coleoptera of the 7-eyed species, the 4-winged unicorn species, the Lepidoptera with elongated snouts, the Hymenoptera with venomous tails, the Diptera with gigantic teeth, the Diptera with light bodies, and the armored pincer species. Beneath these 7 orders were 21 subspecies, and further below, a dense cluster of dots symbolizing hundreds of billions of insectoids. Clearly, the mural depicted the shared ancestral lineage of the 7-eyed species in the galaxy, suggesting that all insectoids descended from a singular ancestral queen. Lin Yang rested his chin in contemplation, murmuring, if this mural is authentic, it truly upends my understanding of the Zerg. Karuja remarked. Among the 7-eyed species, only a single branch of the Coleoptera has joined the Star Alliance, while the majority engage in interstellar mercenary activities. With a smaller faction forming pirate groups, similar to the Star Alliance, the 7-eyed species also resembles a coalition. Xingmang added, among the myriad civilizations in the galaxy, some have lifespans of mere decades, while others live for centuries. Even the green carbon beings of the Mach Band, with their millennium-long lifespans, pale in comparison to the Lumens, who can live for tens of thousands of years. The Zerg, possessing the ability to attain immortality, may indeed have been birthed by a true ancestral queen. Huang Yueshi stated, the Zerg never divulge information about their queen, and the Star Alliance knows little of her. Whether she is the singular monarch of the 7-eyed species remains uncertain. Seeing is believing. It is evident that the oxygen-rich planet lacks a Zerg queen. Overthrowing the regime and subjugating the Coleoptera will prove difficult. We should not linger here. We must return to the sun and moon. Captain, we have detected a life signal from an insectoid in a small room to the left of the chamber. And IG-1 promptly relayed the message. The 4 rushed into the inner sanctum. Kicking down the door, a trembling insectoid servant cowered in the corner of the small room. Please, do not kill me. I am merely a servant of the Queen. Was that creature the Queen? Explain yourself. Oh no, it is not. The Queen resides in the temple on the green oil star. What you have slain is a biological statue of the Queen, meant for the worship of the oxygen-rich planet's populace. How many queens do the Zerg have? There is only one ancestral queen. The others are either artificially modified or retrogressively mutated, intended solely for public admiration. Just then, a voice echoed in Lin Yang's mind. You have safely arrived at the Zerg's oxygen-rich planet and initiated a revenge operation. Mainline task, 19 Blade of Revenge, evolution points, 200,000. Mainline task updated, 20 Zerg Queen. Based on current clues, locate the true Zerg Queen, evolution points, 250,000. You have evolved the Sun and Moon into a large escort ship. Completing growth task, 12 long-haul escort ship, evolution points 150,000, current evolution points, 1,294,000. Growth task updated 13 Perfection, evolve the Sun and Moon with a holographic deck, food replicator, plant cultivation area, and biological breeding zone to enhance its deep space travel capabilities, evolution points 200,000. After a protracted wait, Lin Yang finally received the system update. System, why did it take so long to update the task? Is it confirmed that the Zerg Queen is the ancestor of all insectoids? According to the current understanding, this system has conducted billions of macro simulations on future developments, with a 95% probability indicating that insectoids share a common queen. Given your unwavering determination, it was only at this juncture that a new task was generated. Best of luck, host. Even if the probability is merely 55, I am prepared to make a trip to the Green Oil Star. If we are to take revenge, we shall do so with unrelenting ferocity against the insectoids. With that, Lin Yang fired a shot, killing the insectoid servant. The IT was not out of a bloodthirsty nature, but rather due to the ongoing covert mission. Mid-mission withdrawal necessitated silencing the witness. Within the palace, all insectoids and surveillance devices were systematically destroyed, just moments before the city guard arrived at the palace. Lin Yang and his companions utilized particle teleportation to return to the Sun and Moon. Captain, the Zerg fleet has not detected us, but they have commenced scanning the space surrounding their home planet. And Aijuan remained vigilant regarding the activities of the Coleoptera fleet. Warp speed 9.0, destination Green Oil Star, set course. The Sun and Moon surged into warp, hurtling towards the Green Oil Star, located 30 light-years away. At the command center of the oxygen-rich planet space fleet, the air defense commander activated his wrist communicator, tapping a few times to dispatch an encrypted message. Lin Yang and his companions have departed the surface palace and have not launched an assault on terrestrial facilities or space stations. They are likely proceeding as instructed to create trouble for the four-winged unicorn species on the Green Oil Star. Moments later, the commander received another encrypted message. Inspire the remaining 5 species to draw all insectoids into the battlefield. Upon task completion, you will become the 13th Elder of the Church, gaining immortality and supreme authority. A week later, the escort ship Sun and Moon arrive at the Green Oil Star, located 30 light-years away. During this time, Lin Yang refrained from spending evolution points on a 10 consecutive purchase spree. The system's marketplace was automatically updated once, but finding no suitable items, he opted not to make any purchases. The holographic deck, food replicator, and other devices could all be procured from higher civilizations within the Star Alliance, rendering it unnecessary to squander evolution points. Over 1 million evolution points are being retained, save for critical moments to brush through historical records. Before us lies a verdant planet, a terrestrial world orbiting a yellow dwarf star. The land is adorned with lush vegetation, and the oxygen content far exceeds that of the blue planet, reaching an impressive 29.5. This is the breeding ground for the four-winged unicorn tribe of the insect kingdom. The planet is inhabited by 13 billion insectoids, with the four-winged unicorns constituting 98% of the population. Their technology slightly surpasses that of the other 6 insect races, achieving a level 2.3 civilization. Among the 86 billion insectoids, the four-winged unicorns hold a position of leadership. The true queen of the insect race is enshrined within a grand palace on the surface. The ship, Sun and Moon, remains cloaked in low Earth orbit, conducting subtle scans of the palace below. But a look of astonishment suddenly crosses Nai Ziwen's face. Captain, the scan indicates that there is a creature. Yes, it should be referred to as an insectoid life form. Measuring 500 meters in length and weighing over 100,000 tons, currently laying eggs at a rate of 1 per minute. Lin Yang feels a chill run down his spine, struggling to comprehend the implications of a 500-meter-long insect. Huang Yueshi suddenly furrows her brow, her expression turning pained. "What's wrong, Yueshi? I sense immense sorrow flooding my spirit, emanating from the palace below. You rest on the bridge. I will go down with Karugia and Shimon." "No, I can endure. The heart of the galaxy protects me. Negative emotions will not harm me, but it's just that this is the first time I've felt such overwhelming pain, and I am momentarily unaccustomed to it." "I feel better now." Observing Huang Yueshi's color returning somewhat, Lin Yang nods. "Very well, let us descend together to behold the true visage of the insectoid queen. If we can rescue her, we shall. If not, we will end her suffering." Chapter 102. Telepathy and Evolution. The operational plan mirrors that of landing on the oxygen-rich planet. The four of them swiftly infiltrate the palace, which a shielded Point 1 would expect the verdant planet to be on high alert following the incident at the oxygen-rich planet. However, the upper echelons of the oxygen-rich planet concealed the breach, executing all who were privy to the matter in secrecy. As a result, the verdant planet remains blissfully unaware and unprepared, falling victim to the rapid assault by Lin Yang. Huang Yueshi, Karugia, and Shingmeng. They cut their way deep into the palace, reaching the colossal ancient insect ancestor. The sight before them leaves Lin Yang and his companions momentarily frozen. They behold a massive insect. Over 500 meters long and more than 50 meters in diameter, sprawled upon the ground, its body riddled with various biochemical tubes that incessantly deliver agents into the insect king's form. The vast body merely constitutes the abdomen of the insectoid queen, while the thorax and head, compared to the abdomen, appear pitifully small, measuring only 2 meters in length and suspended in the air by the massive abdomen. Its 6 legs unable to touch the ground. The 6 wings on its back have regressed to the size of palms. The insectoid queen has lost her capacity for movement, confined by the insectoids as a breeding machine. The insect king emits a tragic wail, struggling to writhe, yet only the head and thorax retain mobility, while thousands of insectoids firmly restrain its abdomen. The myriad tubes appear to deliver various agents and nutrients. But in truth, they compel the insect king to lay an egg every minute. Once an egg is laid, it is dispatched to the genetic research team, where hundreds of insectoid geneticists sequence and simulate the growth of the eggs. Those deemed valuable are retained for incubation, particularly if they exhibit beneficial genetic mutations, leading to new subspecies of insectoids, while ordinary eggs are summarily discarded, crushed into nutrient liquid, and reintegrated into the insect king's body. This process somewhat resembles the new human engineering of the solar system, albeit through mutations of the queen's genetic material to produce a stronger race of insectoids. Unlike artificial genetic editing, this semi-natural selection bears a lower error rate. The insectoids inherently worship the queen. However, the scene before Lin Yang sent a shiver down his spine. This veneration has soured. The dynamic between the queen and the insectoid laborers has irrevocably changed. What appears to be thousands of caretakers tending to the queen is, in reality, a form of imprisonment and torment. The queen endures a profound despair. Shrouded in darkness, at this moment, the gigantic insectoid queen has lost her subjective consciousness, numbly laying eggs. Upon seeing Lin Yang and his companions breach the palace, the thousands of insectoids suddenly find themselves in disarray, many seizing weapons to retaliate. Yet within mere seconds, the majority of them are dispatched by the four. The remaining insectoids huddle in corners, trembling in fear. Lin Yang prepares to interrogate a few of the overseers when Huang Yueshi suddenly collapses weakly to the ground, discarding her phase gun, pressing her hands tightly against her temples. Beads of sweat trickle down her forehead, her complexion paling to a ghostly hue. "Yueshi, what has happened to you?" I am fine. I merely felt the insect king suffering from close distance in my head." It seems, Ziwin, quickly, teleport Yueshi back to the sun and moon." "No. Lin Yang, there's no need to teleport me. My psychological endurance is rapidly strengthening due to the intense pain. Perhaps my telepathic abilities." As she speaks, Huang Yueshi's pain begins to subside, a hint of vitality returning to her face, and her spirit revives somewhat. Wiping the cold sweat from her brow, she stands once more. "Lin Yang, This is the insectoid queen. But not the true queen. What do you mean? Another imposter. No, this is merely the flesh. The consciousness of the insectoid queen could not withstand the torment and fled this place 15 years ago. You discerned this through telepathy? Indeed. Huang Yueshi nods. The intense emotional pain enabled my telepathic abilities to undergo a form of evolution. In the span of a single second, I accessed the residual memories of this gigantic insect king. Where is the true insect king? She achieved self-redemption, transferring her consciousness into a metamorphic egg, which hatched and escaped, leaving her physical form to suffer, did I see. In that case, let us help her achieve liberation. Lin Yang, still puzzled, realizes he has located the insect king. The main quest does not indicate completion, for this does not constitute the true insectoid queen. Picking up his phase gun, he channels the heart of the galaxy to strengthen his shot. And simultaneously, Lin Yang, Karugia, and Xingmong fire as well. A barrage of energy beams erupts, obliterating the 500-meter-long ancient insect ancestor. Nearby insectoids are caught in the blast, resulting in the demise of several hundred more. Lin Yang rushes forward, seizing an insectoid at random. What is the metamorphic egg that appeared 15 years ago called? Where is it located? The insectoid trembles in fear, utterly incapable of responding. Seeing this, Huang Yueshi immediately presses her hands against the insectoid's head, closing her eyes to read its thoughts through telepathy. Moments later, she opens her eyes, scanning the crowd of over 1,000 insectoids. That one with red antennae and green compound eyes is the one in charge. He knows. Xingmong extends a hand, activating a tethering beam that pulls the leader to their side. Without Lin Yang needing to inquire, Huang Yueshi presses her hands against the insectoid leader's head. After a careful reading of its thoughts for several seconds, she breathes a sigh of relief. The insectoid remains unaware of the queen's reincarnation. The metamorphic insectoid is named Sevalag, who was exiled to the wasteland planet 5 years ago for treason. If we can find Sevalag and have her consume the insect king's crystal core, she could lead the 86 billion insectoids, provided she is willing to join our cause. Now, that's an intriguing proposition. How could joining us be akin to joining a band of thieves? By the way, what is the insect king's crystal core? Huang Yueshi gestures towards the shattered remains of the insect king. That IT is the object from which the insect king emanates conscious energy, possessing innate suppressive power over the insectoids. Ziwin scanned the remains for the crystal. Found it, Captain. It's a biological synthetic substance, about the size of an egg. Let us teleport back with the crystal, after Lin Yang and his companions return to the sun and moon with the crystal core. The warships of the four-winged unicorn tribe descended near the palace. Upon discovering the insect king's demise, the space fleet immediately launched 1,000,000 interference missiles, aimlessly soaring through space in hopes of striking the cloaked sun and moon. However, by that time, the sun and moon had already departed, traveling at warp speed 9.0 towards the wasteland planet, situated 80 light-years away. This journey to Pegasus proved to be unexpectedly astonishing. Who would have thought that the insect race's seven-eyed entity was birthed from a queen? Lin Yang, your statement lacks completeness, Huang Yueshi remarks while documenting the insectoid memories on her computer. The insectoid queen only produced the first generation of 7 eyes and 21 subspecies. The remainder are the result of interbreeding among second, third, or even younger generations. The insectoid queen is the common ancestor of the insectoids, but the 86 billion insectoids did not all descend directly from her. And Ziwin expresses her astonishment. I never imagined the queen's fate to be so tragic. It bears some resemblance to the blue planet's ant queen at the inception of their race. The ant queen birthed worker ants, commanding them to seize territory and expand their kind, only to lose her freedom as the colony grew. Becoming a mere breeding machine that a slight delay in egg-laying would result in being gnawed upon by the workers, and yet she lived so long, enduring decades underground. What a torment. Lin Yang adds, I truly admire this insect king for managing to escape through the transfer of consciousness. I must see what kind of being Sevalag is. Chapter 103. The Reincarnated Queen and the Journey to the Wasteland Planet. 21 days later, the Sun and Moon escort ship arrives at its destination. The Wasteland Planet is a desolate world caught in the crossfire of the Star Alliance, the Dark Spirit Clan, and the insect race, bereft of natural resources, The planet is devoid of metallic resources, stifling technological development, let alone the construction of warships and space stations that it serves as a dumping ground for various races exiles in the Orion Arm of the Milky Way. Once cast onto the wasteland planet, one can never hope to leave. The wasteland star is a realm of criminals and malevolence, an interstellar prison devoid of guards, allowing entry but no exit. Captain, the scans reveal that this planet is inhabited by 1.5 billion intelligent life forms, all hailing from various races across the galaxy. Although the indigenous species are more numerous, possessing robust limbs and formidable attack capabilities, their cerebral structure is remarkably simplistic. How did such a multitude of exiles come to be here? It is evident that those exiled have proliferated extensively. Project a three-dimensional map of the planet onto the command console and search for information regarding the reincarnated queen of the insectoid race. The image of Wasteland Star is now displayed on the bridge's command console. The planet's surface hosts 6 continents, with the warm continent being the most densely populated, harboring over 300 million insectoid beings. The remaining 6 continents have not yielded any life signs of the insectoids. If the reincarnated queen is present on this planet, she must be located on the warm continent. Prepare yourselves. We shall land imminently. For this operation, Lin Yang has entrusted the stealth vessel, the Sun and Moon, to Ni Ziwen alone. He will lead Huang Yueshi, Kalugia, Mo Ban, and Xing Meng to the warm continent of Wasteland Star. The 5 have donned rudimentary disguises, lacking overt armament. Instead, they carry personal shields, combat assist devices, and compact phase pistols, all concealed beneath tattered clothing, masquerading as exiled criminals. Moments later, the 5 are teleported to the city with the highest population density on the warm continent. To call it a city is an understatement. It resembles an 18th century ancient town of Blue Star, comprising low earthen or wooden dwellings in a congested living area spanning several dozen kilometers and housing millions. Dust swirls in the dry air, and the streets are populated with bizarre alien races. 3-eyed beings, tiger folk, lizard folk, long-eared beings, blue-skinned individuals, and insectoids, all exuding a fierce demeanor. The sounds of screams occasionally pierce the air, and upon turning, one might witness a murder or a robbery unfold. Gang skirmishes are a daily occurrence, while the city suffers a lack of survival resources, yet is rife with the smoke of conflict. Captain, we have initiated a thorough scan of the 526 million insectoids globally, but matching the information of the reincarnated queen poses some difficulties. It is estimated that it may take up to 3 months at most. Ni Ziwen reports from the Sun and Moon in orbit. Lin Yang smiles faintly. At this juncture, technology may not surpass the nuances of human interaction. No sooner has he spoken than a resounding thud reverberates behind them. Thud. 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 The 5 turn to see a dozen colossal beasts approaching, each towering around 5 meters tall. They possess the massive bodies of elephants, yet are armored like crocodiles, with jaws adorned with serrated fangs reminiscent of those of crocodiles, but sporting 2 sharp horns protruding from their foreheads and claws on their forelegs. Their agile tails bear half-meter-long venomous stingers, and, why goodness, these are the native species. They are truly brimming with aggression. Huang Yueshi remarks, Sister Ziwen mentioned that these beasts have venom glands in their tails. Creatures capable of secreting potent toxins often exhibit some degree of impairment in their nervous systems, leading to less than brilliant intellect. Indeed, they are robust in physique, but simple-minded, having been domesticated. Each of the monstrous beasts carries a handler atop them. They are referred to as handlers rather than beast tamers, for there exists a direct connection between these individuals and the beasts. Transparent tubes connect the handlers to the beasts, allowing them to control every movement through a luminescent liquid coursing through the tubes, rendering the beasts mere puppets. The crowd parts, creating a wide thoroughfare as the beasts pass, and the onlookers cheer as if welcoming heroes. Lin Yang turns to a nearby lizard folk and inquires, Friend, which gang do these beasts belong to? Huh. You're not familiar with the Gladiator Star team? Gladiators? We 5 are newly exiled and are quite unfamiliar with Wasteland Star. Well, you've arrived at just the right time. The annual Duel Gala is set to commence this evening, which explains the throng of people gathering from all directions. Oh, I see. Where's the arena located? Can anyone attend? Don't be naive. The tickets for the arena are exorbitantly priced. Do you possess any metal? No. Then forget about it. On this planet, metal is the sole currency. ISNT, there is scarcity of metal resources on this planet. Surely some prisoners must have smuggled some during their exile, or perhaps meteorites brought metal, or it could even be extracted from the bodies of prisoners. Considering the abundant iron content in red blood, similar to you. Perhaps a single iron nail could be extracted. The lizard folk's face instantly betrays a glint of greed. Suddenly, he lunges forward, thrusting his bone knife towards Lin Yang's heart. Bang! The lizard folk's speed is impressive, yet to Lin Yang, it resembles slow motion. With a single punch to the chest, the assailant is sent hurtling backward, landing with a thud, blue blood spilling from his mouth as his eyes roll back. Lifeless. Upon inspection, Lin Yang notes a crater the size of a bowl in the lizard folk's chest, with broken ribs piercing the heart. Alas, I hadn't even exerted myself, and you've already fallen. How disappointing. The surrounding crowd casts indifferent glances, accustomed to such acts of murder. Lin Yang chuckles. This lizard folk's blood is blue. It must contain a considerable amount of copper. Who wishes to claim it for extraction? A three-eyed being approaches. Is this your spoils? You don't want it? No. We have just arrived and merely wish to gather some information. Then fine, give it to me. Follow me to the tavern for a respite. It's a hub for intelligence. The three-eyed being gestures, and two burly dwarves promptly hoist the lizard folk's corpse away, leading Lin Yang and his companions into a street-side tavern. Though termed a tavern, it resembles a series of earthen structures. You five are quite the peculiar lot, with a tiger folk, a green carbon being, and even one of my kin. What transgressions led to your exile on Wasteland Star? Lin Yang does not respond, but instead gestures towards the last beast in the line. While the preceding beasts are controlled by mammals, this last one appears to be an insectoid. The three-eyed being glances at the beast and replies with a smile. Oh, you're referring to Sevrag, aren't you? She is quite extraordinary, having secured the championship in the arena for 5 consecutive years. However, this time may be precarious, as a tiger folk prince named Kalugia has arrived this year. Boasting formidable combat prowess and remaining undefeated since his entry, achieving knockouts in every match, that he has even proclaimed his intention to consume Sevrag on the spot. What? This is quite a revelation. Kalugia, the tiger folk prince. Indeed, the insectoid at the rear is Sevrag, correct? Hey, this is going to be quite a spectacle. Chapter 104. Fierce battle at the arena. Then who am I? Kalugia immediately questions you. You might want to inquire directly with the gladiatorial maniac Kalugia. Clearly, the Kalugia on Wasteland Star is an imposter, utilizing the identity of the tiger folk prince to command the exiled tiger folk. Damn it, I shall tear him apart with my own hands. You will have your chance, but first, we must deal with Sevrag. From the tavern owner, they learn that 2 factions have been clashing on the warm continent for centuries. One faction, the tiger folk, is renowned for their fierce combat abilities and innate belligerence, while the other, the insectoids, thrive through rapid reproduction, relying on sheer numbers for victory. Devoid of weaponry and modern technological advancement, the natural advantages of both factions are apparent. These 2 forces not only dominate the warm continent, but also alternate control over the remaining 6 continents. In recent centuries, warfare has been relentless, with the tiger folk gradually gaining the upper hand. 5 years ago, Sevrag was exiled here, and through strength and cunning, she slowly unified the 21 subspecies of the insectoids. After launching effective counterattacks, the tiger folk found themselves on the back foot. 6 months ago, a self-proclaimed tiger folk prince named Kalugia arrived on Wasteland Star aboard a near-orbital warship, demonstrating formidable combat capabilities and rallying the scattered tiger folk to launch successive offensives against the insectoids, ultimately restoring the tiger folk's dominance over the warm continent. During this time, the imposter Kalugia participated in numerous gladiatorial matches, achieving excellent results thanks to his advantage in weaponry. Now, in the annual grand finale, the imposter Kalugia and the reincarnated insectoid Queen Sevrag have decided to settle their scores in the arena, allowing for both personal vengeance and minimizing the death toll among their kin. He arrived aboard a warship. It seems this Kalugia was not exiled after all. Lin Yang inquires with curiosity. The tavern owner nods. Who says he was? It's likely that the Tiger King sent his pampered prince to Wasteland Star for training. We exiles have become mere experience fodder. He possesses a near-orbital warship. Why not easily annihilate the insectoid race? This Kalugia, to prevent his subordinates from stealing his ship and fleeing the planet, has disassembled the warship into pieces. Unless the Tiger King sends someone to retrieve him, no one will be able to escape Wasteland Star. Quite clever. Thus, he has become the local emperor. The tavern owner shakes his head in resignation. On this planet, there are no laws or morals. Everything is dictated by strength. Kalugia enjoys a freedom greater than that of a local emperor. Bang! The true Kalugia slams his fist against the wall in frustration, nearly demolishing the structure. Ouch! Brother Tiger, do take care. This earthen building cannot withstand your might. How do we enter the arena? We must go. Any type of metal, merely 10 grams, will grant you entry, and 50 grams will secure you a seat in the VIP section. Aren't you going to watch? Alas, to procure a mere 10 grams of metal, I would have to extract 3 corpses, a cost too steep to bear. It would be far more prudent to seize the opportunity to engage in trade while the festivities commence. As I spoke, a procession of monstrous creatures passed through the street. Some individuals followed the beast to the arena to witness the spectacle, while others, fatigued, retreated to nearby taverns for a drink. Lin Yang and his companions subsequently departed from a bar. Z1, you heard that, right? Let's teleport in with the admission tickets. With a resonating hum, a particle of light dissipated, revealing a steel pipe in Lin Yang's hand. He had temporarily acquired a piece of discarded material from Kalugia's weapon manufacturing facility. Moreover, Captain, I meticulously scanned at Selvarag and found that her physical structure lacks the capability for mimicry. That I am uncertain where the malfunction lies, that we should conduct a close investigation and ensure proper tracking and support. According to the traditions of the Wasteland Star, the combat was set to unfold 3 days hence. However, due to the recent surge in hostilities between the Tigerkin and the insectoid species, tensions had escalated. On that very day, the city erupted with numerous minor skirmishes to prevent further unnecessary escalation of conflict. Selvarag and the counterfeit Kalugia reached an agreement to hold the grand finale of the gladiatorial battles that very night. Lin Yang and his companions utilized the steel pipe as their ticket, securing front-row VIP seats. The arena was roughly the size of 3 football fields, with a circular ground illuminated by 100 bonfires, casting a bright glow over the event. The stands were packed with hundreds of thousands of spectators from various races. The insectoids and Tigerkin were seated at a considerable distance from one another. Should they be closer, a brawl would likely erupt before the combat even began. Although no conflict had broken out as of yet, both sides were prepared for an imminent clash, primarily contending for the global top 16 spots. Due to the excessively high scores of the counterfeit Kalugia and Selvarag, they bypassed the initial ranking battles. The remaining 30 contenders rode Wasteland Beasts through several rounds, ultimately leaving only 2 to vie for the 3rd and 4th global slots. As for the 1st and 2nd, they were not worth the risk. With the resounding beat of drums, the entire venue erupted in excitement. Cheers soaring to the heavens. 2 Wasteland Beasts emerged from the stone gates of the arena. One bore a humanoid insect rider over 1 meter tall, wielding 4 javelins, their steel tips reflecting the light of the bonfires. The other beast was ridden by a 3-meter-tall Tigerkin, whose fur and facial patterns bore a striking resemblance to Kalugia's, albeit with a more scheming demeanor, his eyes darting about. Lacking Kalugia's bold and fearless temperament, he brandished a long-handled steel knife, gleaming ominously. Wait, this Tigerkin seems familiar. Kalugia scratched his head, struggling to recall where he had seen him before. The saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Society, a survivor, Lin Yang remarked with a hint of surprise. Indeed. That's him, Captain, now that you mention it. I recall his name. Kava. Hey, Captain, your memory is impressive. Of course, Lin Yang replied with a contented smile. With a life energy level of 150, his memory was indeed impeccable. This Kava was a scribe for the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Society. When the Martian arena battles commenced, he fled, only to witness the total annihilation of his society. NIZ-1 piloted a spaceship to rescue Lin Yang and Kalugia. In the brief interlude of a few minutes, Kava returned to the arena. Witnessing Kalugia's transformation firsthand, He collected the blood splattered on the ground and on the corpses of the Tigerkin. Subsequently, he fled Mars with the blood samples aboard a small spacecraft. Kava understood that the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Society had been utterly defeated, and in the traditional beliefs of the Tigerkin, such defeat warranted death. If discovered by his kin, he would surely face execution. To survive, Kava fled to the Wasteland Star, a place devoid of deep space communication and spacecraft, a suitable refuge. If he could resurrect Kaluja's name or extract the super serum from the blood, he could rally the Tigerkin outcasts. He indeed succeeded. After several interstellar teleportations, Kava arrived at Wasteland Star, evading execution and rising to power. Lin Yang and his companions had pieced together much of the story. At that moment, the arena erupted into chaos. Selvarag moved with remarkable speed, delivering lethal strikes, her wasteland beast exhibiting ferocity in perfect coordination. True to her reputation as a 5-time champion, Kava, who possessed great strength but slower movements, began to falter. The wasteland beast he rode failed to evade Selvarag's beast, which rammed its horn into its neck, piercing the carotid artery. Following this, a half-meter-long stinger from its tail struck out. Realizing the peril, Kava hastily severed the control cord connecting him to the beast and leaped off its back. Roar. With a thud, the beast was struck by Selvarag's 4 long spears, letting out a pained cry before collapsing. Selvarag then turned her attention to Kava. In haste, Kava pulled out a syringe and forcefully injected it into his neck. As the transparent liquid coursed through his veins, he let out a primal roar. In the next moment, golden arcs of electricity enveloped him, his body swelling. His fur transformed into a radiant golden hue, and his eyes emitted a crimson glow, with a powerful punch that exceeded the speed of sound. He sent Selvarag flying. Chapter 105. The True Reincarnated Queen. The entire audience in the arena rose to their feet, incredulous at the scene before them. In mere seconds, Kava's height surged from 3 to 4 meters. Golden arcs crackling around him. His strength, speed, endurance, agility, and regenerative capabilities soared. Good heavens, he is merely a counterfeit, yet he has even mimicked your ferocious bloodline. Kaluja clenched his teeth in frustration. Captain, you must allow me to tear him apart personally. He surely extracted my blood to create a mutated serum. Let me loose to fight. They are mere criminals. No mercy is required. Lin Yang felt a surge of excitement, the heat of battle igniting his warrior spirit. The dynamics of the arena shifted dramatically. Selvarag, who had once held the upper hand, was now at a disadvantage, having been sent sprawling over 30 meters away after a single punch, struggling to rise. With a leap, Kava landed heavily on Selvarag, crushing the insectoid beneath him. Blood and remnants scattered. The audience of over 100,000 gasped in shock. Lin Yang could hardly believe his eyes. This reincarnated queen is far too fragile. Wait, Lin Yang, look! The insectoids on the opposite stands remained composed. Huang Yueshi pointed out the thousands of insectoids, each brandishing clubs and cold weapons, standing resolute and organized, not panicking despite Selvarag's demise. This is troubling. Ziwan mentioned that Selvarag's body structure lacks mimicry capabilities. Could she not be the genuine Selvarag? Where, then, is the true reincarnated queen? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the wasteland beast surged toward Kava. The beast that had once served Selvarag seemed to have succumbed to rage upon its master's death, attacking Kava indiscriminately. Kava easily dispatched the insectoids, yet the beasts proved resilient. Even after transforming into the ferocious Tiger Emperor, he found himself evenly matched against the wasteland creatures, exchanging blows in a fierce struggle. However, 10 minutes later, the golden arcs surrounding Kava began to dim, his form shrinking, and his strength, speed, and endurance plummeting, seeing the wasteland beast charge at him. Kava hastily retreated, shouting, "Tigerkin warriors, what are you waiting for? I have slain Selvarag and won the contest. The master of the warm land is us Tigerkin. Kill them, eradicate the insectoids, kill, annihilate the insects, long live the Tigerkin. Charge!" Thousands of Tigerkin spectators leaped into the arena, rushing toward the insectoid audience across the stands. Suddenly, a fierce wind whipped up behind Kava. He turned to see, to his horror, an enormous wasteland beast, now transformed into a gigantic insect, towering over 5 or 6 meters. With 4 wings spanning 10 meters, it stirred up fierce gales as it moved. Its front limbs were sharp pincers, while its powerful hind legs propelled it forcefully against the ground, sending dirt flying. The middle pair of arms wielded javelins, and its 7 compound eyes meticulously tracked Kava's every movement. Above its head was a formidable horn, and on its tail, a sharp stinger, unlike any known insectoid species. Resembling a fusion of 7 different insectoids, my goodness, the reincarnated queen. She was Selvarag all along, having morphed into a wasteland beast. No wonder she triumphed in every match. Who would suspect that the puppeteer was but a facade? While the beast she rode was the true identity, with a powerful leap, Selvarag took to the air. Kaluja's unauthorized injection of the drug constituted a violation of the arena's rules, resulting in his loss in the contest. Meanwhile, my transformation into a wasteland beast, in partnership with my accomplice, did not exceed 3 individuals, thus remaining within the bounds of legality. Tigerkin, you have lost. Do not heed her deceitful words. Kill her, Kava shouted as he ran, commanding his subordinates to attack. Suddenly, beams of energy from phase rifles illuminated the arena. Dozens of energy bolts struck Selvarag. Even the mightiest, without a shield, cannot withstand the onslaught of phase weaponry. The soaring Selvarag plummeted swiftly to the ground, hastily completing a secondary metamorphosis within a heartbeat, transforming into a hardened insect the size of a rhinoceros. Its robust exoskeleton emanated an iridescent green glow, astonishingly capable of absorbing a modicum of phase gun damage. As Selvarag evaded incoming assaults, it retreated with urgency. The tiger folk possessed phase guns, albeit a mere handful, rendering the battle nearly impossible. Insectoid beings surged from the stands, heedless of their lives, while stones rained down upon the tiger folk like a tempest, hoping to provide Selvarag some semblance of cover. The entire arena descended into chaos in an instant. Zilin, target the phase guns and teleport them all away. Understood. Upon receiving Lin Yang's command, Zilin swiftly confiscated the 10 or so phase guns from the tiger folk's grasp in the blink of an eye. The tiger folk, who were in pursuit of the insectoids, stood bewildered as their phase guns abruptly transformed into streams of particles and vanished. Before they could ponder the situation further, Kalugia leapt forth, positioning himself before the tiger folk. A roar! Kalugia bellowed, his fury erupting like a volcano. Golden arcs of electricity crackled around him, causing the ambient temperature to soar and the air to warp. Waves of energy radiated outward as his form began to swell, reaching over 5 meters in height in the blink of an eye, surpassing the 4-meter stature achieved through the Kava serum. Roar! Kalugia let out a thunderous roar, striking with a mighty fist that sent the charging tiger folk flying. Who are you? The tiger folk halted, incredulously staring at the unfolding spectacle. I am Kalugia, the Prince of Sirius, exiled for challenging the decaying traditions of the tiger folk that have persisted for 20 millennia. I later followed Captain Lin Yang, triumphing over the Dark Spirit Clan and the Insectoid Coleoptera Alliance in the Solar System Defense War, thereby restoring my princely title. You, despite being exiled, do you still remember the pride of being a tiger folk warrior? You are Prince Kalugia. Then who is he? With a swift motion, Kalugia leapt 100 meters away, landing beside Kava. That moment, Kava realized Kalugia's presence and was instantly paralyzed with fear. Please spare me. Your Highness, Kava acknowledges his sins. Kava, thud. Kalugia delivered a decisive blow, cleaving Kava's chest open. Following that, with a powerful yank, he reduced Kava to mere fragments. Defeat is not shameful. It is the refusal to accept defeat and resort to deceit that is truly disgraceful. Kalugia lifted Kava's head high, his voice echoing throughout the arena. This is Kava, a scribe of the Saber-Toothed Tiger Punishment Society. His refusal to accept defeat is rooted in the ancient traditions of the Saber-Toothed Tiger. On Mars, Captain Lin Yang and I have already eradicated the Saber-Toothed Tiger Punishment Society that I did not anticipate that one would slip through the cracks. His earlier transformation, needless to say, was achieved using my serum. You are indeed our prince. The Saber-Toothed Tiger Punishment Society. Damn, I was exiled by them. Did I just act dishonorably? How embarrassing. Your Highness, we support you. Even in exile, we will heed your command. Kalugia nodded with satisfaction. The entire tiger folk, feeling as if they were still valiant warriors, withdrew from the arena, bravely acknowledging Sevrag's victory. To respect one's opponent is to respect oneself. Kalugia stepped forth, exhibiting a true transformation, instantly stabilizing the situation. Sevrag, utterly exhausted, collapsed to the ground. After a brief respite, she prepared to depart, only to suddenly notice Lin Yang, Huang Yueshi, Mo Ban, and Xing Meng approaching her. Reborn Queen, a pleasure to meet you. We have liberated your physical form, freeing you from suffering forever. Chapter 106. The 7th crew member joins. Congratulations, host, for discovering the true Insectoid Queen, completing the main storyline task update. 20 Insectoid Queen. Evolution points 250,000. Current evolution points 1,544,000. Main storyline task update. 21 The 7th crew member. Recruiting the 7th crew member for the Empty Day and Moon-class escort ship. Evolution points 270,000. The system's tasks always arrive at the most opportune moments, aligning perfectly with Lin Yang's intentions. Naturally, he wished to recruit such a formidable insectoid reborn queen. Sevrag was taken aback. Her identity as the reborn queen was known to no one for 15 years. She had kept this identity a secret from everyone to show her astonishment. Lin Yang and his companions had accurately located her. In her current injured state, she lacked the ability to protect herself and felt a wave of concern wash over her. Who are you? Do not be afraid. Everything I say is true. I in the palace of Green Oil Star. We helped liberate your former physical body, and we came to the Wasteland Star in search of you. How did you know? Before your rebirth, you left behind a trace of memory. My first officer accessed it through telepathy. At that moment, Kalugia had already stabilized the tiger folk and turned towards them. Sevrag's heart raced, and she instinctively recoiled. Lin Yang quickly gestured for her to remain calm. Not fear. Kalugia is the safety officer of my warship. The one who acted dishonorably is Kava, an imposter. Captain, I can finally control my transformations, Kalugia exclaimed joyfully as he approached. After several battles involving transformations, he had gradually learned to master his berserk state. The arcs of electricity around him extinguished, and his form rapidly reverted to his original 3-meter height. He stepped forward and extended his hand towards Sevrag. The honor belongs to you, Sevrag. You are the true warrior. You all... Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. Lin Yang chuckled. I am Lin Yang, a human from the solar system. This is my first officer, Huang Yueshi, also a human. The safety officer is Kalugia, the prince of the tiger folk. The chief engineer is Mo Ban, a member of the green carbon race, and Xing Meng, a legendary engineer of the Star Alliance, a combatant and substitute, and we also have a doctor in space. And I, Zuin. Why are you looking for me? This is a long story. How is your injury? Let us attend to that first and discuss later. Not worry. I possess extraordinary self-healing abilities and will recover after a short rest. Very well. Let us begin with the defection of the Coleoptera and the Seven-Eyed Clan to the original Point Church, thus opposing the solar system civilization. Lin Yang recounted the events of the past few months to Sevrag, detailing the changes in the situation concerning the Insectoid Mercenary Corps, the Star Alliance, the Black Forest Hunting Society, and the original Point Church. After listening, Sevrag lowered her head in resignation. You seek me to utilize the power of the Insectoid Queen to suppress the insectoids. Do you not? Precisely. This would save us a great deal of trouble. Regrettably, I must disappoint you. Those high-ranking officers have long since modified their genes to become immune to the worship of the Queen. Although the ordinary insectoids still revere the Queen, they lack the support of the fleet's upper echelons. I am merely a token for veneration, especially now that I've been reborn and lost the ability to suppress the insectoids. Then, if I do not rely on your identity as the Queen to suppress the insectoids and merely invite you to join my warship, would you be willing? Invite me to join? Sevrag felt a surge of excitement. You saved my life by halting the tiger folk and confiscating the phase guns, and you liberated my former physical body from suffering. Now you wish to take me out of this prison on the Wasteland Star. Why? Why are you being so kind to me? Lin Yang smiled gently. MY Warship is vast and in need of personnel, yet I do not wish to lower my recruitment standards. It is rare to find someone like you who meets the criteria. If you are willing to accompany us back to Oxygen Star and engage the insectoid fleet, then come with me. There is no coercion that I certainly wish to. No, I should say, I implore you to allow me to join. Even if it means serving as your subordinate. There's no need to be so humble. We have no master and servant here, only comrades. No, I genuinely mean it. Ever since my rebirth, I have yearned to overthrow the insectoid regime. After being exiled to the Wasteland Star, my desire to retaliate against the insectoids of the Seven Eyes became one of despair. To unexpectedly receive such an opportunity, how could I not be moved? Captain, you are my savior. What were you originally planning to do with the insectoids? Theoretically, they're your descendants, but from a physiological perspective, you have been reborn and no longer count as their ancestor. Sevrag raised her head, speaking softly. From the ethical standpoint of carbon-based life forms reproducing, even if I were to annihilate all 86 billion lives of the insectoids, it would not be considered immoral. Ah, I knew we shared the same worldview. You are officially my crew member. And I, Ziwin, then teleported down a gene registration device. Lin Yang took Sevrag's epidermal genetic information and assigned her to the position of combatant and logistics. Congratulations, host, for successfully recruiting a crew member, completing the main storyline task. 21 the 7th crew member, evolution points 270,000, current evolution points 1,814,000. Main storyline task update, 22 counterattack. Counterattack Oxygen Star, defeat the insectoid coalition. Evolution points 300,000. You have successfully recruited a new crew member, permanently increasing life value by 10. Current life energy value, 160, with the enhancement of life force. Lin Yang felt not only an invigorating surge of energy coursing through him, but also gained a broader understanding of the unfolding situation. We launched a surprise attack on Green Oil Star and killed the corporeal form of the seven-eyed ancestor. The insectoid Seven Eyes will surely unite. Next, in the counterattack against Oxygen Star, we will undoubtedly face more than just the Coleoptera. That will be splendid. It saves us the trouble of breaking through one by one. Hey, Sevrag, how old are you really? Several 100 million years. Sevrag pondered for a moment, then shook her head in resignation that I can scarcely recall the duration of my existence. In the earliest days, I was but a naive creature, aware only of what was delectable and what was not. Gradually, wisdom and thought began to blossom within me, prompting me to command my subjects to advance technology and expand our territory. In time, however, I lost my freedom and endured countless years of suffering. These insectoid beings who have entered the space age, if they merely sought to usurp my authority, it might be somewhat forgivable. Yet, they exploit me for genetic selection, relegating me to a relentless breeding machine. Such is their treachery. How did your mimicry ability evolve? It is largely due to the genetic disruptors introduced by my wayward progeny, which through prolonged injections have caused numerous mutations in my genetic code. From this chaos, I selected an egg with the capacity for mimicry and transferred my consciousness into it. As Sevrag spoke, her body underwent a transformation. Her large pincers shrank and slimmed, gradually taking on the form of five-fingered hands. The two central limbs remained unchanged, resembling hands. Her powerful hind legs morphed into those of a human, allowing for upright locomotion. The tough exoskeleton softened, becoming malleable enough to reshape at will. In a swift motion, she assumed a human guise, while her wings retracted, aligning neatly along her back like a cloak. Most astonishing was the transformation of her head. In the blink of an eye, it became a fusion of human and insect. Although she retained a pair of short antennae and 7 compound eyes, her nose and mouth no longer bore the characteristics of an insect. Her facial structure took on a distinctly human appearance, and upon closer inspection, she appeared quite refined. Within a mere minute, she transformed from a massive armored insect into a being standing 4 meters tall. Half human, half insect. What is this? Sevrag smiled. Captain, for the sake of future communication, would you mind if I took on a human form? Your mimicry ability is truly extraordinary. Not at all. We all welcome it. My mimicry is initiated at the cellular level, allowing for instant changes. That it is through this ability that I was able to masquerade as a wasteland behemoth. To be frank, we too possess certain unique abilities. We will gradually unveil them, as the group prepared to exit the arena. A throng of tiger folk and insectoids surrounded them, kneeling on either side. Your Highness, are you departing from us? Chief, if you leave, who will lead the insectoids? Shall we continue the war? Who will govern the warm lands? Chapter 107. Holding the queen to command the insectoid Seven Eyes, Lin Yang furrowed his brow as he observed the kneeling insectoids and tiger folk. You are either exiled criminals or their descendants, trapped on Wasteland Star, without the means to leave or develop technology. In such dire circumstances, you must choose between huddling for warmth or resorting to violence and theft. The choice lies with you. May I ask who you are? My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that I provide you with proper guidance. You may either persist in war and slaughter or establish a council to form a civilized governance. You all hail from advanced civilizations. Surely, I need not instruct you on how to proceed, but many of your justifications are mere excuses for crime that are not subject to me. Say to yourselves, you are all exceptional elites, exiled here for your remarkable abilities. The inept and foolish do not even qualify to be here. If you desire to achieve something, you certainly can. His words rendered the entire arena silent. Members of various races began to contemplate Lin Yang's statements. I shall return in 3 years. If, at that time, you have completely ceased hostilities and established a comprehensive rule of law within a civilized society, I will construct a thermonuclear power plant on the surface and provide you with basic agricultural machinery to improve your lives. What is there to hesitate about? Karuja bellowed. A pack of cowards. Are you afraid to challenge or to change? We accept the proposal and are willing to challenge the traditions of Wasteland Star. We are ready to change. The tiger folk declared first. Sephrag continued. My name is Sephrag. My true identity is the reincarnated queen of the insectoids. Lead you against the tiger folk is to save you. I will now leave Wasteland Star with the captain to fulfill my lifelong ambition. You cannot rely solely on your leaders for salvation. You must learn to save yourselves. The captain has shown you the way. Whether you wish to follow is entirely up to you. A queen. Oh my, you are indeed a queen. No wonder I feel an innate reverence towards you, regardless of whether you are a queen or a chief. We shall heed your directives. Let us negotiate for a cessation of hostilities with the tiger folk. My queen, will you return in 3 years? Your Highness, we tiger warriors await your return. Please allow us to present our respects in 3 years. Amidst the cheers of the insectoids and tiger folk, Lin Yang and his companions transformed into streams of particles, transported back to the day moon's teleportation chamber by Ni Zhuang, T-warp speed 9.0 to the oxygen-rich planet, set sail immediately. Upon exiting the teleportation chamber, Lin Yang promptly ordered the departure. Once the day moon entered autopilot mode, the seven convened a strategic discussion. Lin Yang stated, in our forthcoming counteroffensive, we will undoubtedly face a coalition of the 7 insectoid races, and we may not have reinforcements. Let us share our thoughts on how we should proceed. Huang Yueshi commented, the Star Alliance will not proactively enter the battlefield. Even if they support us, their involvement will be negligible. Given our strength, defeating a single fleet is manageable, but vanquishing dozens of fleets from 7 races will be challenging. Indeed, the complete annihilation of the insectoids is impossible. Although I entertain such thoughts, the gap between reality and ideals remains vast. Sephrag's words elicited a sense of reflection among the group. They could not help but ponder how long they had endured suffering to harbor such resentment towards their descendants. 10 years? 100 years? 1,000 years? Or even longer on Wasteland Star, Sephrag still displayed a modicum of compassion towards the exiled insectoids, leading them against the tiger folk. Yet, when confronted with those leading normal, fulfilling lives, her heart brimmed with hatred. Lin Yang understood her sentiments and offered words of comfort. Sephrag, we humans have an ancient saying, no snowflake in an avalanche ever feels guilty. I empathize with your feelings, and I do not sympathize with the insectoids. However, in this battle, we need only to defeat the coalition of the 7 races and execute the military and political leaders. Then, leveraging your identity as the queen of the insectoids, You can command the remaining populace. M.O. Ban chuckled. Captain, are you channeling the ancient human figure Chow Chow, one who held the Emperor to command the Lords, while you would hold the Queen to command the insectoid Seven Eyes? Lin Yang smiled. M.O. Ban, it seems you have delved deeply into human history during your 5 centuries on Mars. Indeed, I have such intentions, but the impetus and ultimate beneficiaries will be Sephrag and the hundreds of billions of insectoid citizens. Huang Yueshi nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lin Yang's actions not only preserve the lives of billions of ordinary citizens, but also elevate Sephrag to the true status of the insectoid queen. The two exchanged knowing smiles, their understanding of seizing control over the insectoid Seven Eyes and governing 16 habitable planets remaining unspoken. This tacit agreement existed solely between Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi. The naive Karuja was deeply moved that I knew it. Following the captain will be worth it for a lifetime. His worldview, values, and perspective are eternally my model of learning. He could easily annihilate the insectoids. Yet he still considers the team and ordinary citizens. Such noble character deserves to be the Marshal of the Star Alliance. Xingmang nodded in agreement. Indeed, my father is incompetent in governance, weak in diplomacy, and corrupt in internal affairs that I hope that Marshal of the Star Alliance will retire soon. Sephrag felt a twinge of uncertainty. Captain, I understand your strategy. The insectoid leadership colluded with the Origin Church to conduct genetic modifications, immunizing themselves against the worship of the Queen that if we eliminate them, we can achieve a significant victory. However, even if we succeed, I will find it difficult to command hundreds of billions of insectoids. Is it a lack of confidence? It is a lack of ability. Sephrag replied helplessly. In my quest to escape suffering, I chose consciousness reincarnation. My new body possesses exceptional combat prowess and mimicry abilities. Yet I have lost the psychological power to intimidate the insectoids. Now, when they see me, they do not feel an innate reverence or obedience that no, you do have it. I no longer possess it. I lost that ability after reincarnation. I assert that you do. Lin Yang replied with a calm smile. He took out a crystal core the size of an egg. Swallow this, and you will regain the psychological dominance of the insectoid queen over them. It is what we salvaged from your former physical body, Yueshi explained, sensing that the crystal core could release consciousness energy to suppress the thoughts of the insectoids. And Zhuang added, I conducted a thorough scan of the crystal core and discovered it contains immense biological energy with a natural quantum matrix code. In simple terms, only a specific consciousness can wield it, and clearly, that consciousness is you in your reincarnated state. Me. Sephrag inquired, puzzled, but why did I not sense the power of this crystal core before my reincarnation? And Zhuang explained, perhaps your earlier consciousness had not matured. That be why the time your consciousness developed fully, you began to suffer at the hands of the insectoids and did not take the time to perceive it closely. You may have been unable to feel the crystal core's presence. Lin Yang encouraged, give it a try. After all, this crystal core rightfully belongs to you. Thank you, Captain, and thank you, everyone. Sephrag accepted the crystal core and swallowed it. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the meeting room. Beep, beep, beep. The phenomenon of energy well eruption has been detected. Please take precautions. Immediately, alarms blared throughout every chamber of the Sun-Moon vessel. Attention! Energy explosion! Attention! Energy explosion! Attention! Chapter 108. The Ultimate Queen descends on the battlefield. Boom! A shock wave erupted suddenly beside Sephrag, enveloping her in a dazzling radiance. Goodness! Could she possibly transform into a gigantic 500-meter-long insect? Quickly activate the shields. Lin Yang and his companions swiftly engaged their personal shields. Sephrag's form began to swell dramatically. Captain, it seems I am accelerating my evolution. The conference room is too confined. Please transfer me to the void outside the warship. Without protection, can you survive in space? It should be fine. The energy within me is becoming uncontrollable. Please cast me out of the warship. We cannot afford to damage the Sun-Moon vessel from within. Understood. I will exit warp speed immediately. Xingmang. The next steps are in your hands. Lin Yang promptly closed his eyes and reclined in his seat, entering a deep symbiotic mode with the Sun-Moon vessel, without needing to go to the bridge. He commanded the ship to exit warp speed instantaneously. halting in the void of space. Xing Meng summoned the future battle armor in an instant. After donning the angelic armor, he did not need to transfer Sephrag to the teleportation chamber. He simply lifted her, and they were instantly transported outside the warship. Lin Yang and the others hurried to the observation window to gaze outside. They beheld Sephrag transformed into a super-evolved entity, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors and sporting 4 wings at that moment. Sephrag could no longer be referred to as an insectoid. She had grown over 500 meters in length and could survive directly in the vacuum of space. With a wingspan of 1,000 meters, each flap scattered vast swathes of iridescent light. Boom, 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 energy erupted continuously from Sephrag. Each time the energy swept across the sun-moon vessel, a dull thud resonated from the hull. This, has she ascended to a divine state? Lin Yang was utterly astonished. At the very least, she had undergone a cocooning super-evolution. Huang Yueshi's eyes widened in disbelief. She intends to fly away in search of the essence of life. Have we labored in vain on this journey? Kalugia expressed concern. I fear her understanding of life has surpassed ours, placing her on a different plane altogether, Mobin remarked. Evolution will undoubtedly affect cognitive patterns. We can only wonder what manner of thoughts Sephrag now possesses, and Zhuang added. After a brief discussion, Sephrag gradually approached the sun-moon vessel. With the fluttering of her wings, the iridescent streamers multiplied, gradually obscuring her form. The over 500-meter-long super-evolved entity transformed into a sphere of radiant colors. Boom, as the light flickered, the colorful sphere erupted into a sky full of fireworks. Amidst the fireworks, a figure over 4 meters tall emerged. Sephrag, aglow with a kaleidoscope of colors, had reverted to a half-human, half-insect form. From a distance, Xing Meng immediately flew to her side, grasping her hand as they were teleported back to the conference room of the sun-moon vessel. Sephrag, I never anticipated you would ascend to a higher life form and still wish to return. Captain, my desire to execute the insectoid high-ranking officials remains unfulfilled, and you have not granted me leave to depart. How could I possibly abandon you? Besides, compared to this warship, I am but a speck of dust. Haha, such humility. From here on out, leading the insectoid races as 7 eyes should pose no challenge, correct? Indeed, Sephrag nodded. Just now. I evolve into the ultimate form of the insectoid queen. I suspect that the entire insectoid race within the galaxy has sensed my transformation. Moments ago, Sephrag completed her super-evolution. The sensations on the level of consciousness were, in fact, the result of quantum entanglement, unbound by time or space. As the queen's form manifested, all insectoids inexplicably experienced feelings of reverence and submission. The insectoid race possessed remarkable sensitivity. Regardless of age, they conjured images of the queen soaring in their minds almost simultaneously. This phenomenon caused significant confusion among the Seven Eyes Coalition. Fleet commanders urgently ordered a slowdown in their advance towards the solar system, mandating a 1-day halt for rest and brain scans before resuming their march. Following Lin Yang's surprise attack, the oxygen-rich star and the green oil star palace were destroyed, and the insectoid queen was obliterated. The insectoids lost their natural gene selection machinery in pursuit of vengeance. The insectoid Seven Eyes formed a coalition to besiege the human inhabitants of the solar system. Although the Dark Spirit race did not participate this time, the scale was larger. The insectoids assembled 300,000 large warships, countless small near-space vessels, and mobilized 1 billion insectoid soldiers to march towards the solar system, demanding the human civilization surrender Lin Yang and his companions while ceding Blue Star and signing a tribute treaty. This time, the Star Alliance did not directly intervene to protect the solar system, as the Orion Arm Star Alliance coalition and the Dark Spirit race were embroiled in conflict with the parasitic civilization, struggling for their own survival and unable to attend to the solar system. The weaving Maiden Star civilization had already fallen, and the Altair civilization was engulfed in civil war. The Tiger people had also recently suffered defeat against the counterattack of the two 8-level civilization's Black Forest hunting faction. The Star Alliance found itself somewhat overwhelmed in the past. They could recruit mercenaries using wealth, technology, or resources. However, the galactic mercenaries were primarily insectoids, who had now all gathered to attack the solar system. Upon learning of the recent shifts in the Orion Arm situation, Lin Yang swiftly devised a strategy. The Sun-Moon vessel immediately disabled its cloaking and flew at warp speed 9.0 towards the oxygen-rich star, while declaring war on the insectoid Seven Races Coalition. Announcing his intention to sever the insectoid's retreat, that he would first strike the oxygen-rich star, followed by the green oil star, and then the misty fog star. None of these inadequately defended insectoid worlds would escape. He intended to obliterate them all. The message was dispatched to the 16 habitable star space stations within the insectoid territories, as well as to various insectoid fleets. The reason for this high-profile declaration was twofold. Firstly, to relieve the solar system from the crisis of being overrun, and secondly, to gather the insectoid fleets for a decisive blow. As anticipated, shortly after the announcement, the Insectoid Coalition's fleets ceased their advance and immediately turned back to defend the oxygen-rich star. Preparing to confront Lin Yang's Sun-Moon vessel in a battle to the death point 15 days later, the Insectoid Seven Eyes Coalition faced off against the Sun-Moon vessel 2 light-years from the oxygen-rich star. 300,000 large warships, 5 million small near-space vessels, billions of various drones, and dozens of space fortresses and defensive strongholds were deployed, with a total of 1 billion soldiers. The galactic mercenaries laid all their cards on the table. Yet, the insectoids did not initiate an immediate assault. They had meticulously analyzed the reports from the previous defense battle in the solar system, and were aware of the Sun-Moon vessel's ability to summon 64 mirror ships to form an invincible fleet. Annihilating the Dark Spirit race's annihilation battleships, to date, the Insectoid Coalition had yet to devise a countermeasure and could only rely on sheer numbers to prevail through firepower suppression, as long as Lin Yang's Sun-Moon vessel remained stationary. They would not launch an attack. Captain, the Insectoid Coalition shows no signs of aggression. They're carefully scanning the Sun-Moon vessel. We have no time to waste with them. Zhuang, broadcast on all frequencies that the ultimate Insectoid Queen has emerged. Sephrag is their true leader, and I demand that insectoid soldiers immediately arrest all officers of the rank of Major and above and submit to the Queen. After the broadcast was sent out, all sizes of insectoid warships received it. Just as they were preparing to mock Lin Yang's grandstanding, a kaleidoscope of light suddenly appeared beside the Sun-Moon vessel. The glow intensified and expanded, quickly reaching a radius of 500 meters. A massive, colorful super-evolved creature emerged, gliding through the void, leaving a trail of shimmering colors behind it. All insectoid soldiers bore witness to the visions that had inexplicably appeared in their minds half a month prior. Some soldiers with weaker wills immediately knelt, prostrating themselves on the ground, making rustling sounds as their very souls were overtaken by Sephrag. What talk of battle? With a single word from Sephrag, they would rush forth to their deaths in a frenzy. Even the most resolute insectoids were left wide-eyed in shock, instinctively harboring thoughts of submission. But in an instant, the voices of Sephrag echoed simultaneously in the minds of the insectoid soldiers. My children, I have birthed you. I am your queen and your progenitor. Now, I command you to arrest your officers. They're the sinners who have desecrated life and defiled the queen. Chapter 109. The Insectoid Submission and a High-Level Purge. Phew! The sound of phase guns erupted. In engine room, a crew member fired from behind, executing the chief engineer with a lethal precision. Pew! 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 The curtain on the battle was drawn. This conflict was not merely between the Insectoid Coalition and the Sun-Moon vessel, but rather a revolt among the insectoid soldiers against their officers. Utilizing her consciousness energy, Sephrag transmitted her commands into the minds of every insectoid, except for those who had undergone genetic modifications and were immune to the Queen's influence. The remaining soldiers and mid-ranking officers were all affected. Those with strong wills either remained passive observers or complied with orders to arrest their superiors. Meanwhile, weaker-minded soldiers went into a frenzy, running amok within the warship with their phase guns, firing at any high-ranking officer they encountered. Some resolute individuals feigned madness, seizing the opportunity to settle personal scores and obliterate their leaders. The pilots in the small near-space vessels hastily retreated. 0.5 million near-space warships cleared out in an instant, either retreating to the oxygen-rich star or returning to the docking bays of larger warships. joining the effort to apprehend their officers. However, not all insectoid warships yielded to Cephrag. 4 main fleets of the she-scaled Seven Eyes immediately retreated towards the oxygen-rich star. 30,000 large warships launched an attack on the Sun-Moon vessel while simultaneously falling back. The Supreme Commander of the oxygen-rich star urgently initiated communication with the Origin Point Church that I don't know where Lin Yang found this insectoid queen. But most of the insectoids have been controlled in their will, and military coups are erupting everywhere that I can no longer hold my ground. I request reinforcements. Requesting reinforcements. What insectoid queen? Wasn't it shattered by Lin Yang and his companions? I am unsure, but a 500-meter long, multicolored worm king has emerged, capable of flying through space and invading the minds of the insectoids. If it weren't for our fleet utilizing the Church's advanced shielding system, we would surely have succumbed. That system was designed to prevent the Saintis from probing your realities through telepathy, and unexpectedly, it has provided you a lifeline. Attack that worm king at once it falls. The scales of victory will undoubtedly tip in your favor. Engaging the Worm King poses no issue. The real concern lies in the onslaught from the remaining 6 allied races. More and more insectoids are defecting. Then, we must act swiftly and retaliate immediately. The Church cannot save you now. Only you can save yourselves. The commander of the Coleoptera was in a state of frantic urgency. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to adopt the methods of the original Point Church, issuing immediate orders to concentrate fire on the multicolored Worm King. That is a false Worm King, at least not our ancestor. Our ancestor was obliterated by Lin Yang on Green Oil Star. We must avenge our ancestor by destroying the Sun and Moon, killing Lin Yang, and slaying the imposter queen. Whoosh, 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 the warships of the Coleoptera launched their assault. Hundreds of thousands of missiles, countless energy cannons targeted the Sun and Moon and Cephrag. Huang Yueshi instantly retaliated with energy cannons and missiles. Lin Yang piloted the Sun and Moon, shielding Cephrag. The Tiger frigate shields were exceedingly robust. With the addition of 2 Xianghe Y-type high-power shields and 3 energy reactors, it effortlessly absorbed the strikes of several hundred energy cannons. The shield's overall integrity decreased by 5, but it was rapidly recovering. Karugia promptly reported the warship's status. Focus fire on the largest battleship. Systematically dismantle them from largest to smallest. Beep, beep, beep. The 48 energy cannons aboard the Sun and Moon opened fire. The 24 missile launch platforms operated at full capacity. Energy cannons and missiles rained down upon the 10-kilometer-long battleship, instantly penetrating its shields. The stronger the base power of the frigate's energy cannons, the more pronounced the effects enhanced by Huang Yueshi became. The diameter of the phase cannon beams reached over 200 meters, and the size of the pulse cannon blasts exceeded that of heavy bombers. Striking the enemy vessel, it bore a similar impact to a suicide collision with a heavy bomber. Once the shields were breached, a subsequent antimatter missile obliterated the 10-kilometer-long Solar Eclipse-class battleship. However, the cunning commander of the Coleoptera was not aboard the largest battleship, but rather hiding within a standard 600-meter-long frigate. Seeing the battleship destroyed, he remained unfazed, continuing to command the fleet's counterattack. Concentrate fire on the imposter queen. Do not concern yourselves with the Sun and Moon. 1 squadron of 5,000 warships shall divert the Sun and Moon's attention, serving as a target for its attacks. The remaining warships must focus all efforts on the imposter queen. Boom! Boom! With the explosion of the second battleship, more and more warships converged on the Sun and Moon. The intense barrage made it difficult for the Sun and Moon to protect Cephrag in space. Cephrag, retract your queen form and swiftly return to the Sun and Moon with Xingmong. Captain, only in my queen form can I suppress the insectoids on-site with my psychic energy. If I revert to my semi-human form, I fear the remaining 6 races will lose control. Do not worry about me. Focus on annihilating the enemy. There are too many enemy ships. The Coleoptera has over 30. 000 large warships and hundreds of thousands of smaller ships. Even if they stood still, it would take me a day to eliminate them one by one. Hurry back, or you may lose your life. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, millions of missiles suddenly soared through space. Some were conventional missiles, while others were thermonuclear. All were aimed at the four main fleets of the Coleoptera.it, was the four-winged, scaled, hidden-winged, and membranous races. And Zhuang joyfully announced. The radar also shows that the double-winged and armored races have arrived, launching an assault on the Coleoptera. The battlefield situation shifted dramatically. The commander of the Coleoptera had yet to eliminate Sepharlag and restore the minds of the other six races when they began to encircle the Coleoptera. 270,000 large warships, over 4 million small vessels, and more than 200 million drones, along with several space fortresses. Such a large-scale attack was utterly insurmountable for the Coleoptera. A 600-meter-long frigate instantly entered warp and fled the scene. By the time the coalition discovered and formed an interception formation, the frigate had already escaped. The remaining Coleoptera fleet became sitting ducks, surrounded and bombarded by the Sun and Moon and the Insectoid Coalition. Turning into cosmic fireworks, Sepharlag had not even had the chance to command an attack on the Coleoptera fleet. How did you voluntarily come to their aid? Many warships had not completed their power transfers. Had they? Lin Yang inquired of a large battleship. The response came, indeed, the Queen did not issue any orders, and the soldiers did not seize control of the battleship. But we discovered that Marshal Lag of the Coleoptera was in contact with the original Point Church. It became evident that this war was a scheme of the original Point Church, and we were being used. The original Point Church intends to lead our entire race to extinction, while the Queen would not. At this moment, Sepharlag had reverted to her semi-human form and returned to the bridge of the Sun and Moon. Upon hearing this, she furiously exclaimed, "Do not speak so nobly. Consider how you have treated me. Are you truly the Ancestor King? 15 years ago, I, unable to endure the suffering, transferred my consciousness into a metamorphic insect egg. Later, due to the crime of rebellion, I was exiled to the Wasteland Star. And it was Captain Lin Yang who rescued me, liberating my body from torment and granting me the power of ultimate evolution. So it is truly you." The commander on the opposite side knelt in shame. "We have wronged you, but we owe it to the entire insect race that we, the high-ranking officials, are willing to accept your punishment, only asking that you do not allow the insect race to vanish from the galaxy." In an instant, warships within tens of millions of kilometers shut down their main engines and lowered their shields, awaiting Sepharlag's judgment. Sepharlag gazed at Lin Yang, her heart filled with complexity. "Captain, he speaks the truth. The Insectoid High Command has wronged me, but they have acted for the good of the insect race. Standing before over 80 billion lives, I momentarily do not know how to proceed. Please grant me guidance." Lin Yang understood that Sepharlag's attitude toward life had shifted. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to refrain from interfering. "Sepharlag, at this moment, only you possess the authority to judge them. The future of the entire insect race should be determined by you. Follow your heart. Whatever decision you make, we will support you." Sepharlag bowed her head, pondering for a moment before rising. "Then let all those aware of my torment and yet remained inactive among the insectoids be executed. Additionally, all military and political high-ranking officials of the insect race, across all 7 orders and 21 subspecies, shall be executed. If the insect race does not wish to face extinction, a complete overhaul of the leadership must be completed within a month. All military and political appointments, big and small, shall be arranged by the captain." Chapter 110. The Galactic Mercenary Corps, secured. The military and political appointments of the insect race's 7 orders should be discussed slowly. 16 habitable stars involve hundreds of billions of insectoids. I do not have that energy. Lin Yang had become accustomed to being the hands-off manager. The 16 habitable planets of the insect race. Along with Earth's blue planet and Mars, 2 races totaling nearly 1 trillion individuals. If he were to solve all matters, large and small, he would have no leisure time left for himself. Sepharlag, thinking he was being modest, immediately lowered her body and half knelt on the ground. "That my present is bestowed by you. The future of the insect race should rightfully belong to you. Then you shall manage it on my behalf, alongside the AI big data of the Sun and Moon." Sepharlag bowed her head and said, "I am willing to serve you eternally." Whoosh! A random sound of phase guns echoed through the communication line. The coalition commander was shot through the head by a subordinate and collapsed to the ground. Following that, the battleship's commander, first mate, chief engineer, the fleet's chief of staff, commanders for various races, and generals from each fleet. In an instant, over 200,000 officers aboard large warships were executed by soldiers in the smaller vessels. Any pilot holding the rank of major was either executed by their subordinates or took their own lives. 10 minutes later, Sepharlag, drained of her psychic energy, sat down in exhaustion. Captain, the fleet's high command has been executed, yet the hatred in my heart has not fully dissipated. This is due to the escape of a significant enemy. Commander Lag of the Coleoptera, return the fleet. We shall pursue Lag. Sepharlag promptly issued orders for the insectoid coalition to return to their respective planets and commence a political purge. All insectoids aware of the Worm King's treatment as mere breeding machines, who did not protest, all officers above the rank of major, and all heads of civilian departments would be sentenced to death. Subsequently, all political, military, and social data would be sent to the Sun and Moon. Future appointments would be managed by the Sun and Moon. From a human moral perspective, such measures appear highly inappropriate, somewhat draconian, or could be termed tyranny. However, from the perspective of the insectoids, when viewed through their traditional lens, it seems entirely reasonable. The insect race is inherently a distorted society, half slave and half monarchical. The leaders can decide the fates of their subordinates at will, for the greater good of the entire race. Any individual may be sacrificed. The insect race lacks laws, relying solely on age-old customs and traditions. According to tradition, the insect queen can execute any group at her discretion. Furthermore, the reproductive speed of insectoids is astonishing, even more so than rabbits on the blue planet. Their lifespan is around 50 years, merely 3 months old. They can already lay eggs, ceasing around the age of 45 a month after the eggs are laid. And 3 months later, newly hatched insectoids can join the ranks of reproduction, that if the reproductive speed is unleashed with ample food and suitable conditions. A pair of insectoid beings and their progeny can proliferate to over 500 insectoid individuals within a single year. Due to their vast numbers and rapid reproductive capabilities, the entire insect race regards the lives of individuals with little significance. They even perceive the execution of certain insectoids as a means to create living space for new ones. Consequently, upon the issuance of Sepharlag's command, the insect race executes it without hesitation, as the higher echelons of their hierarchy perish. New leaders emerge from the lower ranks. The political landscape of the insectoid governance undergoes a significant transformation. The newly empowered factions are wholly loyal to Sepharlag, and by extension, to Lin Yang. Thus, the Galactic Mercenary Corps falls under Lin Yang's control. The infiltration of the Origin Church dissipates like a kite severed from its string. Unable to disturb the insectoids any longer, the Day and Moon vessel swiftly reaches the orbit of the oxygen-rich star, preparing to initiate post-conflict operations. However, the orbital defense cannons of the space station open fire, while planetary artillery on the ground unleashes high-energy ion streams towards the Day and Moon. Thousands of high-velocity thermonuclear missiles rain down upon the vessel like a tempest. The automated interception system immediately launches conventional Dragonfly Z-type missiles to counter the thermonuclear projectiles. Following the activation of the interception systems, Lin Yang enters warp speed at a rate of 1.001 seconds before exiting warp. After evading the energy cannon's assault, he promptly retaliates. It seems the Coleoptera are not loyal. Lag must be present here. Yueshi, strike with great force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Huang Yueshi simultaneously releases 216 high-explosive photon torpedoes. This guided weaponry from the Sirius Tiger race possesses greater destructive power than the ghoulish thermonuclear missiles. With 24 missile launch platforms, each capable of firing 9 guided weapons simultaneously, they operate at full capacity. The 216 photon torpedoes instantaneously engulf the space station, augmented by the bombardment of 48 energy cannons. The Fleet Command Center, spacecraft docks, trade stations, space farms, and defensive outposts are obliterated in an instant. One missile even strikes a stealth corvette in low Earth orbit. They have located Lag's warship. Scanning reveals a high-frequency quantum wave interference emanating from within. Likely the mechanism shielding Sepharlag's mental suppression. Lag's vessel possesses a jammer, while the space station and ground do not. These Coleoptera still heed Lag's commands rather than the Queen's. This indicates that our firepower is insufficient to instill fear in the Coleoptera. Yueshi destroy the corvette and launch indiscriminate attacks on the ground. Boom! The Corvette urgently descends into the atmosphere, with the day and moon following closely. The energy cannon's assault pierces through its shield, and a single ghoulish thermonuclear missile obliterates it. The sound of the explosion reverberates through the atmosphere of the oxygen-rich star, as Lin Yang and his companions hear the ship's detonation for the first time. The wreckage rains down like a fiery deluge. The planetary artillery continues its assault on the day and moon. Lin Yang skillfully maneuvers the vessel to evade. Huang Yueshi presses the buttons for energy weapons and guided munitions. The surface of the oxygen-rich star ignites in flames. And with its high oxygen content, the fire rages even more ferociously. In just 5 minutes, as the day and moon orbits the oxygen-rich star, 60 of the ground facilities are annihilated. Everywhere, thermonuclear detonations triggered by ghoulish missiles erupt. Hydrogen bombs, a form of thermonuclear explosion, boast far greater power than atomic bombs. Hundreds of thermonuclear devices, combined with the explosions of local munitions depots and defensive fortifications, create massive conflagrations, setting the oxygen-rich star ablaze. From afar in space, the planet resembles a miniature red dwarf, its entire surface engulfed in flames. The day and moon emerges from the burning atmosphere of the oxygen-rich star. The orbital space station has been destroyed, leaving debris scattered everywhere. This inferno will consume 70 of the planet's surface vegetation, altering the air composition, making it uninhabitable for the insectoids unless I undertake a complete transformation, Ban remarks with a slight smile. Yet I must heed the captain's directives. Lin Yang gazes calmly at the planetary blaze, listening to the notifications in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have counterattacked the oxygen-rich star, defeating the insectoid coalition and completing main mission, 22 counterattack. Evolution points 300,000. You have completed challenge mission, 11 Iron Fist. You have demonstrated the power of vengeance, annihilating the insectoid Coleoptera space station. Evolution points 150,000. You have destroyed 4 main fleets of the Coleoptera. Evolution points 300,000. You have obliterated over 50 of the facilities on the oxygen-rich star. Evolution points 500,000. You have overthrown the insectoid regime. Evolution points 1 million. Current evolution points. For 1,064,000, the Coleoptera are inherently rebellious. Rather than restoring the planet for the rebellious progeny, it would be wiser to await the extinguishing of the fire to purify the toxic remnants in the air, then bring the asteroid belt miners here. Humans do not require such high oxygen levels. After the fire, it will suffice. Chapter 111. Awakening the Power of Devotion. Spiritual Energy. Ding. Main mission updated. 23. Deep Space Colonization. Achieve the first deep space colonization in human history. Purify the air of the oxygen-rich star. Transform the environment. Construct a defense system. Ensure the safety of human populations arriving on the planet. And establish a new social governance. Evolution points 350,000. Is that all for such a monumental task? System, you are quite stingy. Do not blame the host. While this task appears labor-intensive, you will not exert yourself at all. True, with the Galactic Mercenary Corps now under my command and Blue Star, Mars, and the asteroid belt all following my orders, I do not need to handle everything personally, which indeed lightens the load. Lin Yang smiles contentedly. Seraplag, has your hatred within subsided? Beside him, Seraplag exhales deeply. Had I known the Coleoptera would be so treacherous, I should never have allowed this race to come into being. Rest assured, the future development of the Coleoptera will falter. Having lost their home planet, they will merely become vassal races residing among other insectoid subspecies. Captain, I have sent messages to the asteroid belt. Shirt Song is preparing to lead the miners to transfer to Mars. They are ecstatic at the prospect of coming to the oxygen-rich star. Zhuang, inform Cheng Li from Blue Star and Hu Lianchuan from Mars to recruit at least 1 million immigrants each to migrate to the oxygen-rich star alongside the miners. Without a diverse population of miners, societal development will be stunted. Very well, I shall convey this to them. Huang Yueshi chuckles. Hey, Lin Yang, is the oxygen-rich star still the name? After this global inferno, the planet's oxygen levels will no longer be so abundant. Then let it be called New Earth, a new habitat for humanity. In a chaotic corner of the galaxy, within an ancient palace, 12 elders of the Origin Church are embroiled in a heated argument. I said from the beginning, Merely fanning the flames without providing technical support will not resolve the issue. Now, look at what has happened. The entire insect race has become Lin Yang's vassal force. And we have merely clothed him. Three-eyed creature. When did you say that? You did not mention it at the last meeting. I said it in my mind. You old, immortal lizard, are you not capable of telepathy? Did you not sense it at that time? I did not anticipate the insectoids would be so inept. Indeed, we can blame no one but Lin Yang's overwhelming fortune. He managed to locate the reborn queen of the insectoids and assist in her super evolution, instantly altering the tide of battle. According to our script, Lin Yang should have perished, and the saint should have been captured, drawing the Tiger Tribe, Three-Eyed Tribe, and Green Carbon people into the fray, igniting war across the Star Alliance, resulting in greater casualties to sacrifice to the origin deity's soul consciousness. Although many insectoids perished in this war, the amount of consciousness energy is far from sufficient to satisfy the origin deity. We must continue our efforts. I fear that your repeated efforts only pave the way for Lin Yang. I believe we should shift our focus from stoking the fires of war to investigating this Lin Yang. We must ascertain his origins. It is best not to act rashly until we do. The hooded luminary considers this and nods. Henceforth, we will maintain total war while reallocating resources to thoroughly investigate Lin Yang and the day and moon. As for the sacrifices to the origin deity, that is of utmost importance and cannot be delayed. The origin deity has been growing increasingly famished. We must intensify the deployment of harvesters, following this recent defeat of the Coleoptera. The Star Alliance will likely conduct thorough investigations into infiltrators. We must conceal our true identities. After the 12 figures disperse, the palace returns to darkness. 2 months pass in the blink of an eye. The asteroid belt miners and the immigrants from Blue Star and Mars successfully arrive at New Earth. The first batch of immigrants numbers 10 million, with 80 hailing from the cold asteroid belt, far removed from sunlight. Arriving in the warm embrace of New Earth feels like a dream. After the fire on New Earth is extinguished, Lin Yang dispatches 500 large insectoid warships to relocate all insectoids from the surface. He also sends 500 engineering ships to purify the AI. Our MO band personally designs the planetary micromodification plan, and within a month and a half, the air composition is transformed to match 95 of that of Blue Star. Although there remain some differences, it is now harmless to humans, meeting the basic threshold for survival. In the following 1 to 2 years of environmental transformation, the air can achieve 99.99 similarity to that of Blue Star. The 10 million immigrants pass through several interstellar portals before ultimately arriving at New Earth. Lin Yang also deploys 50 large insectoid warships and 500 small corvettes as defensive forces. These vessels are entrusted to human immigrants for operation. Additionally, resources from the insectoids and solar system civilizations are allocated to construct thermonuclear fusion power plants on the surface of New Earth, as well as to establish shipyards, space trade stations, bounty docks, fleet command centers, interstellar portals, and other essential infrastructure that a new governance system for the new Earth star has been established. Once everything was completed, it was inevitable that a grand feast would ensue. During the celebration, Shurtsong became inebriated and wept bitterly, lamenting his inability to repay Lin Yang's kindness. All the miners from the asteroid belt felt the same way, and he resolved to deify Lin Yang. Lin Yang chuckled at his drunken ramblings and hastily commanded someone to assist him to rest. He then continued to drink and celebrate with the new leader of the insectoid 7 clans, representatives of the solar system civilization, and the Star Alliance delegation, reveling until the early hours of the morning. Upon waking the next day, Lin Yang inexplicably felt a surge of mysterious energy coursing through him. This energy resembled the life energy that the sun and moon ship replenished, yet was distinctly different. The life energy was directly absorbed into his being, indistinguishable from his own, autonomously maintaining his bodily functions without the need for conscious control. In contrast, this mysterious energy seemed to be manipulable through will. What a peculiar force, he pondered. System, can you sense it? I am merely your auxiliary system and cannot share in your sensations. Regarding life energy, I can only comprehend its numerical value, not its intrinsic essence. Very well, I understand. Upon waking, I discovered this new mysterious energy, akin to life energy yet somewhat different, and it appears to be under conscious control. Your description bears resemblance to consciousness energy that I suggest discussing this matter with First Officer Huang Yueshi or Insect King Safely for further insight. Yueshi, rise and shine. Safelig, step forth. I have inquiries for both of you. What is it? Huang Yueshi queried while styling her hair. The towering Safelig, bending low, emerged from the room. What seems to be the matter? Captain, I wish to inquire about the sensation of utilizing consciousness energy. Upon awakening, I discovered a sudden influx of mysterious energy within me that I feel I can control, though I am still inexperienced. Huang Yueshi immediately cupped Lin Yang's temples with her hands, then lowered them and shook her head. Indeed, they're the new force at play, but is certainly not your consciousness energy. Safelig took Lin Yang's hand. Captain, try closing your eyes, calming your mind, and channeling this energy, gathering it into your palm, that I will sense it. All right, I shall try. Lin Yang exhaled deeply. Once his mind was steadied, he gradually summoned the mysterious energy that clung to him, concentrating it into his palm. Suddenly, Safelig exclaimed with delight. Ah, this is the spiritual energy offered by devoted followers, a form of consciousness energy, yet not generated by oneself. It is the collective spiritual force coalesced from countless devotees honoring the divine. It should be termed spiritual energy. Spiritual energy. Lin Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. This is rather esoteric. Safelig, how do you know this so well? Safelig replied with pride. Do not forget, Captain, I am the queen of nearly 80 billion insectoids. The crystal core I recently consumed was infused with the spiritual energy offered by my progeny over generations. The power you possess is akin to the spiritual energy I am currently receiving from my subjects. If it is not spiritual energy, what else could it be? It seems I have awakened yet another power, A.S.'s words echoed, and Zhuang hurriedly approached, her face a mask of panic. Captain, it's terrible. Shirt Song has died. Chapter 112. The Grim Reaper. What? Shirt Song is dead. Lin Yang's heart sank. Could it be due to last night's revelry? There is some contributing factor, but it is unlikely. Besides Shirt Song, the newly appointed deputy commander of the space fleet, Xiao Jin, as well as Zhang Hong from the agricultural team, Corey from the industrial team, and Vincent from the land reclamation team, all perished last night. Corey and Vincent hailed from Mars and Blue Star, respectively, both in good health, unlike the deformed miners, who typically had lifespans of only 30 to 40 years. The sudden deaths of these individuals led Lin Yang to suspect foul play. Were there any abnormalities discovered? Although these 5 consumed copious amounts of alcohol, it was not to a life-threatening extent. Furthermore, our medical systems are well equipped. There should have been no fatalities. According to the nursing staff, they died within 1 or 2 seconds. What do you mean? Moments before, the instruments indicated normalcy. Then, in the blink of an eye, they swiftly lost all vital signs. It appears to be a case of foul play, and we must investigate this matter. Lin Yang declared, leading Huang Yueshi, Zhuang, and Safelig to the teleportation chamber. Karugia teleported the 4 to the temporary hospital in the planetary capital. Marshal, you've arrived. The body of Chairman Shirtsong has yet to be attended to, reported the acting chairman, Huang Yuanjing, with a grave expression. Upon seeing Shirtsong's body, Lin Yang felt a tumult of emotions. He recalled their shared experiences in the asteroid belt, their struggle to overthrow the old regime, and Shirtsong's unwavering loyalty. During the Star Alliance meeting on Mars, Shirtsong had fervently argued on Lin Yang's behalf, thumping the table in disputes, but he had requested the asteroid miners to provide millions of blood samples to rectify the failures of the Blue Star's New Humanity project. Lin Yang had rescued the asteroid miners organization, which had not forgotten his kindness and became his first vassal force, unwaveringly loyal to him. Having established a new habitable planet, Lin Yang had initially wished to grant a better life to the beleaguered miners. Yet, he never imagined that the most devoted among them, Shirtsong, would depart this world first. The wave of sorrow washed over Lin Yang as he covered Shirtsong's body with a white cloth. Alas, you spoke of venerating me as a deity last night, yet today you have departed. And Zhuang said somberly, Captain, please do not grieve excessively. Shirtsong would not want to see you in sorrow. In truth, His days were already numbered, that I understand. The next generation of miners will have longer lifespans. Song was indeed nearing the end of his days, yet his sudden departure is still difficult for me to accept. After leaving the ward, Acting Chairman Huang Yueshi continued his report. In addition to the 5 senior leaders, 386 others had died last night. They either succumbed to alcohol intoxication during the festivities or were afflicted by pre-existing ailments. Regardless of whether it was due to intoxication or illness, such circumstances should not be fatal, correct? Lin Yang inquired. Indeed, their lives ended in mere seconds, leaving no time for rescue. Upon thorough examination, it was discovered that they all succumbed to acute organ failure across multiple systems. Why was I not notified immediately? In the event of such an anomaly, why did the ground personnel only report at dawn? Lin Yang's tone was accusatory. Huang Yueshi broke into a cold sweat. Bowing hastily, "Marshal, please do not be angry. The 5 leaders passed away just 10 minutes ago, while the reports of the other 1,386 deaths just reached me. The population of immigrants is vast, and New Earth Star is in its infancy, often facing casualties during this development phase. Thus, the lower departments failed to report promptly. From now on, ensure real-time information updates. The command center must monitor the well-being of every individual on New Earth Star at all times. We are now a Level 2 stellar civilization, in the era of interstellar navigation, not a bygone age reliant on relay posts for communication. Yes, Marshal. I will reflect, rectify, and ensure your orders are completed within the hour. Compile data on how many injured remain unhealed and concentrate them all in the capital hospital. That if there are insufficient beds, erect temporary tents for centralized care and thoroughly investigate the causes of these mysterious deaths. Yes, Marshal, I will make the arrangements immediately." After his first encounter with the pragmatic Lin Yang, Huang Yueshi felt a sense of trepidation. After retreating, he promptly instructed various departments to tally the unhealed individuals while enhancing the speed of information transmission. He required all grassroots departments and teams to report their work status and health conditions in real time. With a vast information processing center and an intelligent auxiliary system, the workload seemed enormous but was actually manageable. It merely required activating a synchronization recorder. The leaders of each department needed to be vigilant. Soon, 877 unhealed individuals arrived at the temporary hospital in the immigrant capital, transported by shuttles or troop carriers. The logistics department had already set up new tents amidst the ruins of war, and various medical equipment was fully supplied. Within half an hour, over 10,000 patients were settled. Lin Yang couldn't help but furrow his brow. "Why are there so many injured?" Huang Yueshi replied. "With 10 million individuals in the reclamation effort, mistakes are inevitable in an unfamiliar environment. The large population base, with 80 being deformed miners, results in a relatively low injury rate overall. Improve medical conditions. If resources are insufficient, request them from the insectoids or the solar system civilization, stating it is my command." "Understood, Marshal. I will make the arrangement." And no sooner had Huang Yueshi departed than the temporary hospital echoed with the cries of nurses. "Patient deceased in B District, room 39, bed 2. Patient deceased in F District, tent 66, bed 4. Patient deceased in P District, tent 3, bed 1. In quick succession, several fatalities were reported. Lin Yang urgently contacted the Sun and Moon ship in orbital space. "Karugia, conduct a thorough scan of the temporary hospital." Just as he finished speaking, Huang Yueshi suddenly gasped, gripping Lin Yang's arm tightly. "What is it, Yueshi?" I suddenly sensed an overwhelming wave of fear, likely the emotions emitted by the deceased before their demise. Huang Yueshi held onto Lin Yang, managing to endure the sensation for a few moments before acclimating to the fear. She pointed to the left front. "Tenny District, number 87. Something is about to happen." Seconds later, the caregiver indeed issued a report. "Patient deceased in Tenny District, bed 3. Meanwhile, Karuja also discovered anomalies aboard the Sun and Moon. "Captain, we have detected subtle energy fluctuations within the makeshift hospital, coinciding with the location predicted by Commander Yueshi. After conducting multiple analyses of the energy waves, I find this situation somewhat perplexing." "What makes it perplexing?" "There appear to be about 100 energy fluctuations, seemingly possessing a form of self-awareness, capable of traversing through walls. Each time they linger near a patient's head for a few seconds, the patient succumbs to rapid death, akin to, the Reaper of Souls. Nonsense. I refuse to believe in such specters in this world. Lin Yang understood better than anyone else. This is a science fiction realm marked by a technological explosion. There are no ghosts or deities. Everything can be elucidated. Karuja, decipher the frequency of these energy fluctuations. You three, devise a means to contain them. If they possess self-awareness, they can communicate. I intend to have a thorough discussion with these so-called Reapers. Chapter 113. The Interdimensional Reaper. Moments later, Mebin and Xingmong arrived at the Surface-S makeshift hospital via particle transmission. Mebin held 4 handheld tri-scanners capable of detecting subtle energy fluctuations in the surrounding environment. Captain, Xingmong and I will scan the area with the tri-scanners and the future battle armor, while synchronizing data with the Sun and Moon's orbital scans. By processing 3 sets of data concurrently, we should be able to decode this energy's frequency. Let's commence. Lin Yang, Huang Yueshi, and I Ziwin, Mebin, and Sevelag each wielded a tri-scanner. Xingmong summoned the angelic battle armor in an instant. The 6 spread out within the makeshift hospital, forming a hexagonal detection array. Soon, they locked onto a specific energy wave. The 6 immediately narrowed the focus, surrounding the energy fluctuation within Tent 55 of Zone F. Before them lay a patient in bed 4, tranquilized and fast asleep. Suddenly, the patient's eyes shot open, revealing sheer terror. Mouth agape. Just as a scream was about to escape, the instruments at the bedside blared an alarm. Beep. Cardiac failure. Beep. Respiratory failure. Marshal, he has died. The nurse recoiled in horror, while those in nearby beds turned ashen-faced. Lin Yang furrowed his brow, having detected no anomalies from the tri-scanner. Karuja, how long until you can calculate the frequency of this energy? The frequency is in constant flux, Captain. I am currently analyzing its patterns. Captain, I have discovered something unusual, Xingmong exclaimed, tapping his wrist twice. The angelic battle armor projected a 3D image, resembling shards of transparent glass continuously shattering. As the old glass broke, new transparent glass emerged, only to shatter again, repeating this cycle for several seconds, aligning with the timing of the energy fluctuations. Dimensional rifts? Mebin, well-versed in such matters, immediately grasped the implications, his face displaying a mixture of surprise and suspicion. Indeed, Xingmong nodded. Captain, Professor Mebin, as you are aware, my angelic battle armor originates from the future. Its scanning capabilities surpass those of the tri-scanners and the current Sun and Moon. Just now, there was a brief occurrence of dimensional rifts inside the tent. Lin Yang frowned, stating, Are you suggesting that this malevolent energy emanates from another dimension? We exist within a 4-dimensional space-time framework, comprising 3-dimensional space plus the flow of time. Within this same 4-dimensional plane, numerous parallel dimensions exist, which would be interconnected through certain means. No need for a lecture. I struggle to comprehend. Just tell me how we can capture this harmful energy fluctuation. Xingmong turned to him. It seems we must rely on Professor Mebin. Among us 7, his knowledge is the most extensive. Mebin replied, Since we know the interference originates from another dimension, that simplifies matters. There is no need to decode the energy fluctuation frequency. I will return to the Sun and Moon to design 3 disruptors that we can initiate direct action within an hour. Go quickly and return swiftly. Do you require assistance? I can manage on my own. The Tigris-class escort ship of the Sirius civilization boasts technology equivalent to a 2.6-level stellar civilization. In the engineering repair district, there exists a 5D manufacturing room. Before Lin Yang's crossing, 3D printing technology had already made its way into ordinary households, yet that merely involved creating layers of a single material based on 3-dimensional CD data. Moreover, it required high-quality raw materials. Not just any material could be printed. The 5D manufacturing of the Sirius civilization operates at an atomic level, allowing for the on-site creation of molecular-grade materials through combinations of basic atoms. And it can produce various materials simultaneously based on a computer-generated 5-dimensional model in simpler terms. While Lin Yang's 3D printing could create a plastic toy gun, the 5D manufacturing technology of the Sirius civilization could directly fabricate a functional phase gun. Upon returning to the Sun and Moon, Mebane immediately designed a dimensional disruptor that by utilizing high-frequency pulse energy, it systematically interferes with the basic light quanta and gravitons, thereby affecting the vibration frequencies of fundamental strings. When the vibration frequencies of the surrounding space's fundamental strings are altered, dimensional rifts will open accordingly. Mebane's intention is to enlarge the dimensional rift sufficiently to accommodate Lin Yang and his companions. Once they are within a sizable dimensional rift alongside the target, they can directly observe the true form of the interdimensional assailant. Upon entering the same dimensional rift as the target, they can inflict damage through high-frequency pulse energy. Mebane deftly operated 6 quantum computers simultaneously, rapidly constructing models. After 50 minutes and several modifications, Mebane finally designed the dimensional disruptor. 10 minutes later, 3 2-meter-tall dimensional disruptors were completed. Karuja swiftly carried one, hurrying towards the transmission room. Truly a legendary engineer of the Star Alliance, to have achieved this in just 50 minutes. I am a legendary engineer of the galaxy, renowned in the Black Forest hunting faction and among the Boron civilization. Mebane followed closely behind, carrying the final disruptor. This statement holds merit. At your age, you could indeed be my grandfather, and you are undeniably a legendary engineer of the galaxy. Time is of the essence. Let us not waste it on idle banter. I have not designed an integrated energy source. Quickly bring me 3 sets of deuterium energy modules. People are dying every minute. Mebane hurriedly completed the task within an hour. The disruptors were transmitted to the makeshift hospital. Huang Yueshi promptly pointed towards Tent 65 in Zone E. Hurry. The fear levels within that tent are rising. Buzz! Just as the patient in bed 2 widened his terrified eyes. The 3 disruptors were activated. The objects within the tent instantly distorted. The air transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors. The bed, tables, instruments, patients, nurses, and Lin Yang-esque group all became warped, as if they had consumed poisonous mushrooms and were experiencing hallucinations. In the blink of an eye, the nurse transformed into a pale white light. The patient, too, became a flickering pale light, though dimmer than the nurse. Lin Yang, turned to CNI Ziwin, had also become a white light. But her brightness surpassed that of hundreds of nurses combined, enveloped in a thin, colorful aura. Mebane had transformed into a lush green tree, its leaves rustling in a gentle breeze. Sevelag had assumed a radiant, multicolored queen form, gracefully soaring through the air, showering the surroundings with vibrant light. Only he, Huang Yueshi, and Xingmong remained unaffected by the dimensional interference, retaining their original appearances. The galaxy heart upon Huang Yueshi's chest radiated dazzling light. Xingmong's angelic battle armor emitted a rhythmic high-energy sonic wave, accompanied by a shimmering, ever-changing light barrier, a manifestation of the believer's spiritual energy. It appears we must rely solely on the 3 of us. Where is the assailant? Why can't I see them? Over there! Huang Yueshi hastily pointed toward the head of bed 2. As the distortion of the surrounding space intensified, a shadowy figure emerged, clad in a black robe and hood. Resembling an elderly person hunched over. One hand clutched a basket, while the other wielded a scythe. Extending a bony, withered hand, the figure delicately sliced at the patient's head. In an instant, the flickering light of the patient extinguished. A fist-sized orb of pale white light tumbling into the basket. The shadow raised its head, spotting Lin Yang, Huang Yueshi, and Xingmeng. After a brief moment of surprise, it suddenly revealed a chilling smile before turning to flee. Where do you think you're going? Lin Yang felt a chill run down his spine from the shadow's grin, igniting a surge of fury within him. Extending his hand, he inadvertently summoned the spiritual energy bestowed by the believers. The colorful barrier morphed into a colossal arm, swiftly reaching the shadow and seizing it tightly. With a powerful tug, Lin Yang pulled the shadow closer. Huang Yueshi hastily grasped the galaxy heart, preparing to strike at the shadow's head. Xingmong's 6 wings unleashed high-frequency rays, piercing through the shadow's limbs and torso. This startled the shadow, its triumphant grin replaced by panic as it struggled desperately. You vile creature! Where do you hail from? Speak, otherwise I shall obliterate you. Chapter 114. Capturing the Reaper. Perfecting the spiritual power. Squeak crackle, Yaga. The shadow emitted a shrill cry. Huang Yueshi frowned, saying, "We cannot communicate. What shall we do?" Xingmong, while adjusting his armor, shook his head. "My armor's language database encompasses over 20,000 languages from the galaxy and 70 from extragalactic systems, yet none match this shadow's tone. What about deciphering it on-site? That would require it to speak more. And we must also monitor the dimensional disruptor's power supply. Maintaining the dimensional rift consumes a tremendous amount of energy, and we likely have only a few minutes remaining." Lin Yang contemplated briefly, then decided to amplify his grip. "Let us not rely on high technology. I shall resort to my own methods. What method is to be employed?" The two women inquired curiously. "Strangle him, after shutting down the disruptor. Switch to the energy module and continue to capture the next target. If he refuses to cooperate, there are plenty of shadows willing to assist." With a decisive motion, Lin Yang tightened his grip. The radiant colors instantly intensifying, the shadow writhed in agony, desperately pleading for mercy to, spare me, spare me. I will tell you everything. I swear." "You wretched creature, you can speak the official language of the Star Alliance." Lin Yang did not relent his grip. Enraged, he demanded, "Speak. Who are you? Where do you come from? Why do you seek to murder my people? Please loosen your hold a bit. I am about to die." "It is the Origin God." Lin Yang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this matter was connected to the Origin God of the five-dimensional space. He relaxed his grip just slightly. "You have 3 minutes to speak for your life. If you fail to finish, you shall die. Focus on the essentials quickly." "Yes, we were once an optimistic race from the Andromeda Galaxy. 300,000 years ago, our civilization advanced to a level 4.0 cosmic civilization, ultimately breaking through to a 5.0 dimensional civilization. However, as our entire population of 30 billion ascended to higher dimensions, we were captured by a higher intelligence continuum of the five-dimensional space that this continuum, the Origin God. Indeed, they have existed in the five-dimensional space since the birth of the universe. The purest energy in the cosmos is the consciousness energy generated by sentient beings, which you humans refer to as the soul. And it is also the sustenance of the Origin God. 90% of our kin were devoured, and the remainder were imprisoned in a different dimension, becoming servants to harvest consciousness energy for the Origin God. You transcended to a 5.0 dimensional civilization and ascended as a race, only to become servants of an evil god, aiding in their malevolence. Regrettably, our entire race never truly entered the higher dimensions. We were captured before we could. Did you come to New Earth to cause harm at the behest of the Origin God? Would a high-dimensional intelligent continuum be so bored as to order the harvesting of a few lowly beings in a low-dimensional space? Do you even believe what you just said? Of course, it was not a direct order from the Origin God that we, the servants, are referred to as harvesters, managed by the Church of Origin in four-dimensional space. Recently, the prophet of the Church ordered all harvesters to undertake missions, and we, 122 harvesters, were dispatched to this planet. You can ascend to high-dimensional space, yet you remain under the dominion of a church composed of lowly civilizations. Alas, during the ascension to higher dimensions, living beings are at their most vulnerable. Abandoning their physical forms and relinquishing technology, they attempt to permeate into higher dimensions as pure energy. Once captured, they are utterly defenseless. Failure to comply results in being devoured by the Origin God, who comprises the Church of Origin. I do not know that it is not that I wish to conceal the truth. I genuinely do not know who the members of the Church are. The dimensional barrier prevents us from seeing your forms. Frankly, seeing you just now was the first time in 300,000 years that I encountered humanoid beings. What technologies does the Church of Origin possess? What are their next plans? Their theoretical technology is highly advanced, nearly reaching the level of 5.0 dimensional civilization, but their numbers are few and their manufacturing capabilities are limited that if they were to grow stronger, the entire galaxy would be at risk of annihilation for their next plans. They will undoubtedly instigate war to enable us to harvest more consciousness energy. Why must war be instigated for you to harvest? Because souls brimming with vitality are difficult to harvest. Take this individual, for instance. While not as formidable as the three of you, they're surrounded by protective light. If we were to attempt harvesting recklessly, we would face backlash. The shadow gestured towards Zuin. Allow me to inquire about a few technological theories, such as how to accomplish light-year-scale particle transmission in warp mode. Do not bother. The Origin God has preemptively cleared our knowledge reserves to prevent us from imparting advanced technological theories during soul harvesting, thus thwarting any rebellion or escape. Truly sinister. Not only that, they also obstruct communication among harvesters. We each communicate solely with the Church of Origin. We cannot hear or see our kin. Just like now. I am captured by you, while the other harvesters are left to toil away. Lin Yang pondered for a moment before finally stating, "Do you wish to continue as servants of the Origin God? Or would you prefer to enter the higher dimensions and gain your freedom?" The shadow replied helplessly, "We certainly do not wish to remain as servants of the Origin God, but there is no civilization in the entire galaxy capable of rescuing us. Even if we were to escape to the higher dimensions, we would be captured again by the Origin God. Therefore, we shall be doomed to endlessly harvest souls for the Origin God, eternally enduring suffering. Understand, it appears there is but one method to end your suffering." Lin Yang tightened his grip once more. The heart of the galaxy, held by Huang Yueshi, was pressed against the shadow's forehead. Simultaneously, the high-frequency rays from Xingming's wings increased in power. The shadow screamed in anguish, dissipating into wisps of black smoke, concluding its endless torment and achieving redemption. A most pleasant collaboration. Lin Yang and the others exchanged smiles. Huang Yueshi remarked, "It seemed that the shadow harbored feelings of hatred and curses just before its demise." Lin Yang replied nonchalantly, "They have slaughtered many, including Shirt Song. They are indeed helpless, but not innocent. One cannot ignore the fact that they serve the Origin God. Since rescue is impossible, only redemption remains." But just as he finished speaking, the three-dimensional disruptors depleted their energy. The surrounding space promptly reverted to its original state. Mo Ban appeared hazy, holding 6 phase guns adjusted to the proper frequency. "What happened? Where are the perpetrators from the different dimension? Just a moment ago, it felt as though I had transformed into a great tree." "And I," Ziwin remarked, "I felt as though I had become a ball of light." Selvlag exhaled deeply. "I witnessed the scene just now, but I was unable to act. Captain, you three are truly remarkable. Did you capture the culprit? Is it the Grim Reaper?" Karugia, who was guarding the Sun and Moon ship, inquired curiously through the communicator. Lin Yang replied, "There is no time to elaborate, Karugia. Quickly transmit the energy modules. There are still 121 harvesters awaiting capture." Karugia promptly dispatched 400 sets of heavy hydrogen energy modules and proceeded to manufacture more dimensional disruptors. The disruptors increased in number. Lin Yang and his team accelerated the opening of the dimensional rift, enhancing their capture efficiency. After capturing the remaining harvesters, they bypassed the interrogation process and executed them directly in less than 2 hours. All harvesters of the scene were apprehended. Lin Yang's mastery over mental power grew even more proficient. He could now intuitively manipulate the vibrant colors within the dimensional rift. Once the rift closed and they returned to normal space, Lin Yang was also able to move small, lightweight objects through the air using his mental power. Just as he attempted to shift a distant chair, he suddenly realized that his mental power was amplifying and the space he could manipulate was expanding. "My mental energy is becoming increasingly refined." At that moment, the new speaker, Huang Yuanjing, approached joyfully. "Marshal, word has spread that you have eradicated the harvesters from the different dimension. An increasing number of people on New Earth have begun to venerate you as a deity, all praying for your protection. I suspected as much. I thought it was merely a matter of practice, but it turns out my mental power has indeed strengthened." Selvlag stated, "The consciousness energy of a single sentient being is limited, but it can be collected infinitely through followers. Although the mental power offered by each follower is minimal, once the base increases, the total will rise, coupled with the captain's own strong consciousness energy. This leads to rapid proficiency." Chapter 115. Comprehensive elimination of harvesters, the Tiger Emperor in critical condition. "Oh, Selvlag, does that mean your mental energy is substantial as well? After all, your followers number in the hundreds of billions." Lin Yang inquired with curiosity. Selvlag chuckled awkwardly. "To my shame, Captain, I have indeed acquired a great deal of mental energy, but but it is primarily used to suppress the insect race in the past few thousand years. The insect race has undergone countless generations of change, and their reverence for the queen has diminished. I must constantly exert pressure to ensure their offerings to me are maintained. Furthermore, maintaining the ultimate queen form consumes a significant amount of mental energy. No wonder you lack surplus mental energy to attack the harvesters within the dimensional rift. As my influence over the insect race grows, more and more of them will willingly offer their devotion to me. Just as the humans of New Earth do to you, I look forward to that day when you can catch up to me. I shall strive for it, Captain. You are the beacon on my path of evolution, and I shall forever follow in your footsteps. News of the events on New Earth quickly spread throughout the Star Alliance. Recently, within various civilizations of the Star Alliance, numerous incidents of sudden deaths without timely medical intervention had occurred, prompting many to send urgent messages to the Sun and Moon ship, seeking guidance on how to address such emergencies. Lin Yang immediately instructed M.O. Ban to design an energy weapon capable of eliminating the harvesters. Relying solely on myself and the galaxy heart of Yueshi would not suffice to eradicate the multitude of harvesters, who now proliferated across every corner of the galaxy, with millions dying daily. The sheer number was overwhelming, M.O. Ban stated. It is known that conventional energy weapons cannot inflict damage on harvesters, and your mental energy, along with the galaxy heart of Yueshi, cannot be replicated. Unless Xingming can provide the high-frequency ray technology of the Angel Battle Armor, Lin Yang found himself in a dilemma. The Angel Battle Armor of the future was the technological pinnacle of the Canis Major civilization. It was unlikely that the Tri-Eyed people would agree. Let us seek another solution, Xingming exclaimed. Captain Lin Yang, why must we seek the consent of the Tri-Eyed people? You are the captain, as long as you agree. I will publicly share the technology. If need be, we can even fight against my own race. Lin Yang cast her a glance. With earnest sincerity, it was conveyed that traversing the galaxy is not merely a matter of conflict and combat. Rather, it is of paramount importance to grasp the intricacies of human relationships and social dynamics. As the leading race of the Orion Arm within the Star Alliance, it would be prudent to consult your father, Marshal Xingbao, on this matter. There is no need for consultation. Had he truly cared, he would have confiscated the angel armor upon my joining the Sun and Moon. Since he did not, it indicates that I am to make the decision. Lin Yang was somewhat at a loss for words. That he did accept it initially, did he not? Oh well, let's not dwell on that. In truth, this is also to alleviate my father's burdens, with the alarming increase of sudden deaths in the Star Alliance. Is it not his duty as the regional marshal to address this issue? Indeed, that is a valid point, and it aligns with logic. So, Captain, do you concur? Very well, transmit the technical data to M.O. Ban, urging him to expedite the design of a weapon capable of annihilating the Reapers. With new technology in hand, M.O. Ban immersed himself in his research while sipping wine. Finally, 2 days later, he designed a weapon known as the Frequency Resonance Ray Gun. Xingming took up the prototype and fired a shot, only to discover it differed somewhat from the high-frequency rays emitted by the wings of the angel armor. But he could not help but jest. I told you that drinking would lead to mistakes, did I not? M.O. Ban, with the bottle ever in hand, must have miscalculated some formula. This power is leagues away from my armor. Huh, what do you know? M.O. Ban replied, gulping down the last bottle of wine. With a proud smile, he stated, I am a Treant. My physiology is distinct from yours. Alcohol does not impair my brain nor disrupt my thoughts. On the contrary, it invigorates me, enhancing my physical functions and sharpening my mind. You truly believe I miscalculated? I did it on purpose, all for the safety of your three-eyed race. For our three-eyed race? Indeed, the angel armor is an object displaced from the future, and as long as we do not interfere with the timeline it originates from, no paradox will arise. However, applying future theoretical frameworks to the present may lead to causal paradoxes. If we were to directly apply the technological theories that your three-eyed race has yet to master, it would easily result in a quantum collapse. Boom! M.O. Ban dramatically spread his 6 arms, vividly illustrating how the three-eyed race could vanish from the galaxy in an instant, akin to the Dark Spirit race's cruiser that was recently obliterated by the light cone weapon. Xingming nodded. Somewhat fearfully, Realizing that you have altered the content to avert the emergence of causal paradoxes, that's about right. I merely utilized the technical data you provided to ignite a spark of inspiration, resulting in a weapon entirely distinct from your armor's high-frequency rays. Its power is but 1/10 of your armor's. Yet if hundreds of these weapons fire simultaneously, they can still eliminate the Reapers. Lin Yang instructed, immediately send the design blueprints to the Star Alliance, directing various civilizations to commence the production of dimensional disruptors and frequency resonance ray guns, and also erase the data that Xingmeng just sent. Leave no trace behind. Rest assured, Captain, not only will I erase the data traces, but I will also scan my brain and erase the memories of these past 2 days. This way, should I ever find myself deprived of freedom, with a blurred consciousness, I will not be exploited by the enemy against the Canis major civilization. The three-eyed race may appear formidable, yet they are, in truth, exceedingly fragile. Turning to face Xingmeng, Lin Yang solemnly advised, do not disclose the technology of your angel armor to anyone henceforth. That I do not wish to witness you dissolve into dust before my eyes. No, not merely dust, but to vanish entirely, should a quantum collapse occur. You would be erased from our memories, and no one would recall that you ever existed. Xingmeng suddenly felt a pang of emotion and promptly lowered his gaze. I understand. I will not lose you all. Never. Mo Ban erased the data and obliterated the memories of the past 2 days, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Yang. Captain, are we permitting Xingmeng to provide the high-frequency ray technology of the angel armor? Please express your stance. It is unwise to linger like this when thousands are dying innocently within the Star Alliance every second. Lin Yang, with a resigned expression, replied, your memory erasure is quite thorough. It seems you have forgotten completely. Review the weapon library's design blueprints. Send them to the Star Alliance. You have already developed the frequency resonance ray GUN. Mo Ban was taken aback and hastily opened his computer to check. After a moment, he nodded in reassurance. IT seems to be a fear of triggering causal paradoxes. I shall send this to the members of the Star Alliance immediately. As the messages were dispatched, the Sun and Moon suddenly received an encrypted communication from General Wanda of the Sirius civilization. Marshal, there's a matter I wish to discuss with you in private. Noticing the concern etched on General Wanda's face and the sorrowful demeanor of Major General Luda, Lin Yang swiftly said, Zhuang, transfer the communication to the captain's office. To the left of the bridge lay the captain's office. Once inside, Lin Yang closed the door behind him. General Wanda, what is it that you must conceal from Karugia? Speak freely. The office is solely mine. Marshal, the Tiger Monarch is gravely ill, and the situation is dire. We fear that Karugia may lose control of his emotions, causing you trouble. Thus, we have discreetly approached you. Please come to Sirius quietly. Even if we cannot save the Tiger Monarch, it would be good for him to see Karugia one last time before he passes. The Tiger Monarch is merely 90 years old this year. Given the lifespan of a tiger person, which extends to 300 years, he is in the prime of his life. It has always been said that the Tiger Monarch possesses exceptional physical resilience and has never suffered from illness. The sudden news of his critical condition left Lin Yang in shock. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired calmly, why must I go to Sirius quietly? If it is merely to keep it from Karugia, we could easily concoct a reason. General Wanda nodded in admiration. You are indeed meticulous in thought, capable of calmly handling any unforeseen circumstances. The reason we wish for your discreet visit is that the Tiger Monarch does not believe himself to be gravely ill. He forbids us from informing Karugia. He has been battling the extra-dimensional Reapers for several days without a hint of fear. Furthermore, you are aware that Tiger people view death as a gateway to honor and never shy away from it. They even embrace it willingly. Chapter 116. Anxious Karugia, the Tiger Monarch sustained injuries during the recent conflict with the Dark Spirit race. What should have healed within a few hours has inexplicably lingered for over half a month. Despite employing advanced medical technology, recovery remained elusive, and his condition has recently taken a turn for the worse. Initially, there was no awareness of the extra-dimensional Reapers wreaking havoc around him. When Lin Yang vanquished the Reapers on New Earth and spread the news, the various races within the Star Alliance finally grasped the situation. Upon learning that the extra-dimensional Reapers had been covertly attacking him, The Tiger Monarch could have summoned Lin Yang and his companions with a mere word to aid in exterminating the Reapers. However, being inherently proud and unwilling to yield, the Tiger Monarch chose to confront the situation head-on. Remarkably, he survived multiple instances of losing vital signs, only to suddenly regain his vitality. Ultimately, the leaders of the tiger race, fearing that the Tiger Monarch might suddenly pass away and incite internal strife within the Sirius civilization, discreetly reached out to Lin Yang, ostensibly seeking assistance. But in truth, they wished to have Karugia returned. Should the Tiger Monarch unexpectedly perish, it would allow Karugia to ascend to the throne. Lin Yang surmised this underlying intent and addressed General Wanda, saying, given the Tiger Monarch's critical condition, for both public and personal reasons, every member of the Sun and Moon should proceed, but you cannot simply wait idly. Ban has already made the designs for the dimensional disruptor and frequency resonance ray gun public. You must expedite the production of these weapons to swiftly eradicate the Reapers. We have already arranged for production, but we have detected that there are tens of thousands of Reapers within the Tiger Monarch's palace. Having completely filled his chamber, which raises concerns that the frequency resonance ray gun may be inadequate to save him. Alas, this is indeed grave news. We must set out immediately. Have the Tiger Monarch hold on. General Wanda, rally all the Tiger people to worship the Tiger Monarch as if they were offering reverence to a deity. Understood, I will make arrangements. But how will this help the Tiger Monarch? It may bolster the Tiger Monarch's spiritual strength. It is worth a try, for it is better than merely fretting. Upon exiting the office, Lin Yang returned to the main control. Yueshi, is there a means for us to swiftly reach the Tiger people's homeworld in Sirius? Huang Yueshi replied, if we pilot the Sun and Moon, its large size prevents us from passing through the interstellar teleportation gate. We would need to travel at warp speed 9.0, which would take a month. However, if we navigate a small craft through the interstellar teleportation gate from Green Oil Star, we could reach Sirius in just a week. Set a course for Green Oil Star immediately. Warp speed 9.0. Let us depart. New Earth originally had 4 interstellar teleportation gates, but they were destroyed in the recent Zerg War by the Sun and Moon to swiftly reach Sirius via an interstellar teleportation gate. We must first travel to Green Oil Star, where the 4-winged unicorn race resides. The Sun and Moon instantly entered warp speed, departing from New Earth. Karugia was in a state of frantic agitation. Captain, what is happening? Please tell me. It's nothing. Ask me again, and I might just have to hit you. Go and rest quietly. How can I relax? We are suddenly rushing to Sirius, and you refuse to explain why. This is utterly maddening. Ha ha ha. Truly, it is nothing. Lin Yang smiled slightly. Did I not mention previously that we need to enhance the deep space travel capabilities of the Sun and Moon? You and Ban have already constructed an integrated intelligent ecosystem area. It is time to add a holographic deck and food replicator. The affairs on New Earth have concluded. Why not stay for vacation? Oh, I see. Did you not say we were going to install upgrades in the Canis Major? You mentioned that the Tiger people only know how to fight and do not enjoy life, and that the food replicator's flavors are bland while the holographic deck is crude and lacks a safety mode. Well, Sai, did you not hear Ban mention the potential causal paradoxes arising from the future technology of the Canis Major? How could I dare to utilize their technology? If one day a quantum collapse were to occur, it would be disastrous. Now it makes sense. Karugia nodded in understanding. Suddenly, doubts crept back in his mind. Wait, something's amiss. After Shurtsong and the others perished, the political system of New Earth had yet to be fully established. Did you not say we would depart only after the new regime was operational? Why so many questions? Is my remote command insufficient? Do the inhabitants of New Earth resort to treachery in my absence? Lin Yang slammed his hand on the chair in frustration. You never stop asking questions. Never mind. I shall refrain from inquiring further. Karugia was most apprehensive of Lin Yang's ire. This fear was not born of terror, but rather of respect and admiration. Observing Lin Yang's displeasure, he ceased his inquiries. Lin Yang had no intention of concealing the truth from him until they met with the Tiger Emperor. They merely needed to wait for 7 days to reach the interstellar portal to Green Oil Star. At that point, he would reveal the truth to Karugia. Even if he was anxious, it would only take a matter of minutes to arrive at Sirius. Speaking of it now would only prolong Karugia's anxiety and worry over the interminable 7 days. 7 days swiftly passed that a notification chimed in Lin Yang's mind. Ding! The social-political system of New Earth has been fully operational. Human civilization has initiated its first deep space colonization. You have completed main mission, 23 deep space colonization. Evolution points 350,000. Current evolution points 4,414,000. Ding. Main mission updated, 24 Sirius. Assist the Tiger Emperor in stabilizing the civilization of Sirius. Abolish unreasonable traditions. Evolution points 400,000. As Lin Yang pondered over the task assigned by the system. The Sun and Moon vessel abruptly exited warp speed. Peering through the observation window, a verdant planet emerged before them. They had arrived at Green Oil Star. The Zerg fleet lined up to welcome them. Clearing the vicinity of the interstellar portal of ships, and prepared a newly developed medium-sized fighter for Lin Yang and his companions to navigate through the portal. Ziwin, Mobin, Xingmong, and Sevrag, you four shall pilot the Sun and Moon vessel at warp speed 9.0 towards Sirius. Karugia and I will take the shuttle through the interstellar portal first. Any objections? And Ziwin replied, the escort ship is too large. The 7 of us can barely manage it. While 4 can pilot it. Encountering an ambush en route would hinder our escape. Then let Yueshi remain behind. The heart of the galaxy can enhance the firepower of the Sun and Moon vessel. Karugia and I shall hasten to Sirius. Huang Yueshi nodded, agreed that if we encounter combat, we will do our utmost to evade. The Sun and Moon vessel currently lacks manpower. Lin Yang, we should revise our strategy of better to have none than to have many. It will be prudent to recruit some basic crew members to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. That is a valid point. The warship is too large and the crew too few. We should indeed increase our basic crew. Karugia fidgeted anxiously, scratching his head. What troubles you? Lin Yang turned to inquire. May I speak, Captain? I have not covered your mouth. Of course. You are driving me mad. What on earth has happened? Did you not say you would equip the Sun and Moon vessel with a holographic deck and food replicator? Why divert to Green Oil Star? And why risk splitting up? What transpired at Sirius? After several days of fearing Lin Yang's wrath, he could no longer contain his curiosity. Lin Yang patted his back in reassurance. The reason I did not share the details with you earlier was to prevent you from worrying. After all, our speed is limited, and your anxiousness would not alter our situation. Your father has been bravely battling alongside thousands of Reapers. He is a warrior worthy of admiration that I hope you can embody his resilient spirit. Not fret or crumble. We shall embark on the shuttle immediately. This is the quickest route to Sirius. What? Is my father in grave danger? A surge of energy erupted from Karugia, golden arcs of electricity manifesting as his physique began to swell, threatening to unleash his berserk tiger emperor form. Huang Yueshi hastily removed the heart of the galaxy. Leaping to press it against Karugia's forehead, the energy erupting from Karugia spiraled into the heart of the galaxy, calming his berserk state. Huang Yueshi shook her head. Lin Yang, it seems you were right not to disclose the truth. This foolish tiger is too sentimental and would have lost control multiple times along the way. Karugia, filled with remorse, said, I apologize, Captain. I cannot rein myself in. Now that I am fatigued, let us depart once. I bear no ill will. Lin Yang encouraged him with a pat. If you could maintain your composure, you would not awaken such invincible fury. Now, let us set forth. Chapter 117. Assisting the Tiger Emperor. Sword slashing the Reapers, the two hastily made their way to the transport chamber. The medium-sized fighter outside the Sun and Moon vessel had already lowered its shields. Huang Yueshi utilized particle transmission to send them to the cockpit of the fighter. Lin Yang discovered it to be a brand new fighter that had just been launched from the dock, equipped with a comprehensive array of systems. The operational system was remarkably intelligent, manageable by 1 or 2 individuals. With formidable firepower and robust shields, it was powered by a medium-sized antimatter energy reactor, capable of reaching speeds of 1,000 Mach. This was indeed the pinnacle of technology from the Zerg mercenaries. Furthermore, its size was quite manageable, measuring 50 meters in length, allowing it to dock within the lower deck of the Sun and Moon vessel for auxiliary use, which would greatly enhance convenience. The Zerg had directly provided the most advanced new ship. A testament to their loyalty. Excellent. I am quite satisfied. The Four-Winged Unicorn Clan deserves commendation for this. Marshal Kaka of the Four-Winged Clan immediately expressed his subservience over the communicator. It is our honor to please your excellency. May I inquire whether the Zerg's mercenary operations in the Milky Way are managed directly by you and the Queen, or are they negotiated autonomously by the Council of Seven Clans? You may negotiate amongst yourselves, provided you refrain from accepting missions from the Black Forest Hunters and the Origin Church. Understood, Your Excellency. Even without your admonition, we shall not collaborate with the Black Forest Hunters or the Origin Church any longer. Finally, dispatch 500 warp speed 9.0 warships to accompany the Sun and Moon vessel to the civilization of Sirius. Understood, I shall make the arrangements at once, with an additional 500 long-range warships accompanying them. Lin Yang felt assured that the Sun and Moon vessel would encounter no unexpected troubles as he piloted the medium-sized fighter into the interstellar portal. Moments later, he and Karugia transitioned from green oil star to the planet heat ring, 8 light-years away. Subsequently, they passed through another interstellar portal to arrive at Green Plain Star, located 26 light-years distant. The habitable planets connected by these portals were either Zerg territories or member worlds of the Star Alliance. Lin Yang had previously made arrangements along the route. Other merchant fleets, explorers, bounty hunters, or rangers passing through the interstellar portals were required to pay exorbitant tolls, but with Lin Yang's current status and influence, he could traverse any portal across the Star Alliance without incurring any fees. The official fleet would also clear the navigation routes in advance, ensuring his journey was unimpeded. After several transitions, Lin Yang and Karugia piloted the medium-sized fighter to the space station of the Tiger Clan's homeworld. Sirius is a binary star system, with the primary star being an exceedingly bright blue dwarf known to humanity as Sirius A, while the secondary star, Sirius B, is a white dwarf that in terms of brightness, mass, and volume. Sirius A far exceeds that of the Sun, while Sirius B's mass is greater than the Sun but slightly less in volume and brightness. The homeworld of the Tiger Clan orbits as the 8th terrestrial planet around the primary star. In the language of the Tiger Clan, this homeworld is referred to as the Long Day Star, due to the unique orbital mechanics of the binary star system, which often results in the planet being in a state of perpetual daylight. With only 1 year of darkness every 10 years, the two stars provide ample energy to the system, allowing the Tiger Clan's technology to experience explosive growth after entering Civilization 2.0, elevating their status by 0.6 levels within mere millennia. Enormous space cities have been constructed in the orbital space of Long Day Star, far surpassing the prosperity of the Zerg's Seven-Eyed Clan, not to mention the primitive civilization of the solar system. Such an advanced race as the Tiger Clan, however, lacked deep space colonies. Their reproduction was confined solely to Long Day Star. This contradiction stemmed fundamentally from the Tiger Clan's dwindling population, with fewer than 1 billion individuals existing within the Milky Way. The scarcity of their numbers inevitably stunted the development of their race, and the majority of them were female tigers. Male tigers, owing to the ancient traditions of father-son duels and a culture that revered death in battle, constituted less than 1% of the population. Upon entering the Long Day Star space domain, they encountered predominantly female tigers. Lin Yang was uncertain whether to feel joy or concern for Kuru, and no wonder you sought to challenge these ancient traditions. At this rate, your Tiger Clan may not only fail to evolve to Civilization 2.7, but may regress to 2.5. Karugia lamented. I truly do not comprehend what the Sacred Tiger was thinking when such absurd traditions were established. Fear not, Karugia. This journey to Sirius is not solely to rescue your father, but to aid you in fulfilling your aspirations. Thank you, Captain. In my youth, I was careless and often selected the wrong answers in school. But following you has been the wisest decision of my life. As they spoke, Lin Yang docked the shuttle at the space station's pier, after shutting down the engines and lowering the shields. Admiral Wanda immediately transported the two to the Fleet Command's transport chamber. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Admiral Wanda and Major General Luda accompanied them to the Tiger Emperor's palace on the surface. The palace was adorned with dimensional disruptors, with hundreds of dimensional rifts opened. The sonic ray guns operated autonomously according to preset protocols. Upon inquiry, They learned that while the dimensional disruptors could reveal the presence of the Reapers, the sonic ray guns could eliminate them. However, within the dimensional rifts, the Tigers could not maintain their original forms. Those entering the rifts would be distorted into spheres of light, rendering the Reapers invisible and the sonic guns uncontrollable. Conversely, Tigers outside the dimensional rifts could only detect the presence of the Reapers and lost contact with the sonic guns within the rifts, thus failing to inflict effective damage upon the enemy. One can only preset automated attack programs to strike blindly at the Reapers. Gunfire erupts throughout the palace. The monitors reveal that the Reapers are adeptly evading the onslaught, resulting in a dangerously low kill rate. General Wanda, in a state of helplessness, remarks, "Other civilizations within the Star Alliance have also encountered Reapers, albeit in lesser numbers. At a few hundred or even 1,000 frequency guns firing in saturation can swiftly eradicate them. Yet, the multitude of Reapers troubling the Tiger Emperor continues to swell, currently numbering nearly 30,000. Karugia seethes, "This is a direct assault on my father. What has become of him now? Fear not, my prince. Thanks to Marshal Lin's guidance, we have rallied the entire Tiger Clan to venerate and worship the Tiger Emperor. Gathering a significant amount of psychic energy, he continues to fight valiantly," Lin Yang declares. "Ah, Lin, it's him. Truly him. Thud." Lin Yang turns to see a towering 3-meter-tall female tiger person, overcome with excitement, faint and fall to the ground. Karugia, slightly embarrassed, explains, "Captain, I apologize for the spectacle. That is my sister, Kalinda. She became the commander of the Thunder Special Forces 6 months ago due to her strength, and she is your fervent admirer. This is her first time seeing you in person, and she is quite overwhelmed. I must first assist the Tiger Emperor in eliminating the Reapers. I shall speak with your sister upon my return." With swift strides, Lin Yang leaves Karugia, General Wanda, and the other Tigers behind as he enters a dimensional rift at the palace's entrance. This rift, created by 3 disruptors, reveals 3 Reapers who are dodging the frequency gunfire while forming a queue to advance. They communicate not a word amongst themselves. Lin Yang observes their direction, towards the Tiger Emperor's chamber, and deduces they are lining up for a wheel battle against him. He cannot help but marvel at the Tiger Emperor's remarkable vitality. Even 30,000 Reapers cannot bring him down. Watching these Reapers, willing to become the minions of the Origin while harming others, appears to Lin Yang as a display of cowardice, akin to despicable scoundrels who prey on the weak, that a surge of anger ignites within him. Now proficient in wielding psychic energy, he no longer resorts to direct physical confrontation. Instead, he condenses his psychic energy into 2 radiant swords of shimmering colors. With a powerful swing of his arms, he cleaves the 3 Reapers into pieces in an instant. The Reapers, unable to retaliate, dissolve into black smoke. Chapter 118. Lin Yang's enigmatic charm at work. Outside the dimensional rift, General Wanda clenches his fists in jubilation. Truly, he is a legendary figure, akin to a supernova bursting forth. Marshal Lin Yang is formidable. In the rift's vicinity, the Tiger folk observe the energy detection instruments, witnessing the sudden disappearance of 3 energy fluctuations. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yang emerges from the rift and redirects the disruptors towards the Tiger Emperor's chamber. Striving to expand the rift, the Reapers are queuing for a wheel battle to assassinate the Tiger Emperor. Lin Yang exclaims a brief command before dashing toward the Tiger Emperor's chamber. With a single leap, he covers a distance of several meters, his power surpassing that of humans, nearly matching that of the Tiger folk. Karugia's sister, Kalinda, regains consciousness just in time to witness Lin Yang's spectacular leap, causing her to faint once more. Karugia shakes his head in exasperation. What a disgrace! With such poor composure, she dares to lead the Thunder Special Forces. Thud! 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 No sooner had he spoken than the deputy commander of the Special Forces, Evelyn, also faints in excitement. Dual enthusiast Nikora, aerial ace Eudora, and legendary gunner Miranda, among other female tiger folk, succumb to the same fate. What is happening here? Truly a nuisance, Karugia fumed. Admiral Ruda chuckles awkwardly. The prince may not be aware. But after the princess assumed command of the Thunder Special Forces, she replaced all 300 members with fervent admirers of Marshal Lin. My daughter, Nikora, is among them, and our surroundings are awash with the influence of Marshal Lin. General Wanda shrugs helplessly. What can one expect? Marshal Lin possesses an inexplicable charm. I too hold him in high esteem, and my daughter, Evelyn, naturally adores him. The tiger folk revere the strong. Lin Yang's exploits have captivated them. Male tigers view him as a paragon, while female tigers idolize him. Since aligning with Lin Yang, Karugia's reputation has soared. Following a resounding victory in the Solar System Defense War, he regained his status as a prince. Karugia's challenge to tradition, willingly enduring exile rather than duel the Tiger Emperor, has sparked reflection among the tiger folk, especially in light of Lin Yang's definitions of brutes versus true warriors. The notion that mere fearlessness does not equate to valor has subtly influenced the tiger folk in recent months. An increasing number of tigers, upon their sons reaching the age of 8, have opted to postpone father-son duels. Some even willingly bear the label of coward to publicly announce their renunciation of such duels. Others, demonstrating adaptability, have altered the traditional duel format to avoid fatal outcomes, resulting in both parties sustaining injuries but ending the contest amicably. In the hearts of the visionary and familial tiger folk, Lin Yang and Karugia have become viewed as saviors of their kind. Their adoration for Lin Yang is omnipresent, culminating in the elite Thunder Special Forces comprising 300 fervent devotees. Upon learning these developments, Karugia begins to formulate a plan. The Sun and Moon is in need of personnel, but if I can persuade my father to assign the Special Forces to the captain, he will surely commend my organizational skills. The Tiger-class corvette is inherently a product of the Tiger Folk's expertise. Having the Tiger Special Forces on board will undoubtedly enhance efficiency, alleviating the burden of running back and forth. Just as he muses, General Wanda suddenly exclaims joyfully, "The Tiger Emperor has awakened. Marshal Lin has slain over 500 Reapers. We must hurry to the chamber." In the blink of an eye, Lin Yang bursts into the Tiger Emperor's chamber. Leaping directly into the dimensional rift, the scene before him incites his fury. The imposing Tiger Emperor, lying motionless upon the bed with closed eyes, is ensconced within a thin veil of psychic energy. Barely preventing his form from collapsing into a mass of light, 10 Reapers are vigorously tugging at the Tiger Emperor's head, akin to a tug of war, with some gripping his ears and others clutching his fur. Some even wield sickles to ensnare his mouth, nose, and eyes, while dozens of Reapers hold down his limbs. Surrounding the Tiger Emperor's neck stand more Reapers, incessantly slashing at his throat with their sickles. The Tiger Emperor's resilience is admirable, evoking Lin Yang's respect. Stripped of sufficient psychic energy and beset by an overwhelming number of Reapers, he can only endure, eyes shut and teeth clenched, steadfastly persevering without a hint of fear or surrender, somehow having sustained this for countless days. The frequency ray guns positioned around him remain active. However, the Reapers appear to be Oper Chapter 119, the civil strife of the Tiger Clan. A desperate defense, just moments after Lin Yang emerged from the dimensional rift to converse with General Wandar. The Reapers surged forth once more, ensnaring the Tiger Emperor Karodi and mercilessly hacking away with their scythes. Damn it, they're as bothersome as flies. Anger ignited within Lin Yang. Giving rise to a fierce determination, he summoned his spiritual energy to conjure 2 horizontal blades and, with a flurry of strikes, swiftly dispatched over 300 Reapers. The puppet master behind this chaos remained oblivious to the extraordinary stamina Lin Yang possessed. In the frigid expanse of the Arctic on Long Day Star, an ancient temple stood resolute against the howling winds. Within the temple's underground chamber, the Grand Elder of the Tiger Clan, cloaked in black robes and a hood, meditated in the pitch-black darkness, orchestrating the relentless assault of 30,000 Reapers charging toward Lin Yang. I refuse to believe he has no limits. Could he possibly defy the second law of thermodynamics and become an eternal motion machine? Forward, push onward, exhaust him, and the Tiger Emperor shall soon meet his demise. Victory is within our grasp and must not be relinquished. At that moment, a flicker of light appeared before him, revealing a 3-eyed figure clad in a black robe and hood. Withdraw the Reapers at once. Do not act recklessly. The Grand Elder of the Tiger Clan opened his eyes, coldly demanding, "Who do you think you are? Have you forgotten who brought you into the church? How dare you question my methods?" The 3-eyed being, suppressing his fury, replied icily, The Oracle has proclaimed that Lin Yang's fortune is soaring and should not be underestimated. He has recently awakened his spiritual energy, rendering the Reapers as mere cannon fodder. Lin Yang's awakening is both accidental and inevitable. His actions will inevitably lead to this moment. Now, while he is still vulnerable, is the perfect opportunity to eliminate him, especially with the ailing Tiger Emperor at his side. Two birds with one stone. We cannot afford to let this chance slip away. I fear you may not be able to kill him. Then we shall see when I fail. Begone. The Grand Elder of the Tiger Clan dismissed the three-eyed figure with a flick of his sleeve, causing him to vanish. Thousands of kilometers away, within the Tiger Emperor's palace, over 30,000 Reapers rushed toward Lin Yang like moths to a flame, yet they could not even draw near. Lin Yang was in a frenzy. His eyes glowing with crimson light, his body radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. The two horizontal blades whirled above him like a whirlwind, transforming him into a high-speed meat grinder. In just 10 minutes. He had slain over 3,000 Reapers. Far from tiring, his speed only increased, as if he were addicted to the slaughter. Karugia increased the dimensional disruptors by 15 in the outer ring. Expand the dimensional rift. I wish to slay them to my heart's content. Karugia stamped his feet in frustration. I want to join you in slaughtering the Reapers too. Captain, I long to fight. Besides the Reapers, there are traitors among the Tiger Clan. Steady yourself and conserve your energy to deal with them. With the expansion of the dimensional rift, Lin Yang's efficiency in eliminating the Reapers soared. The gravely ill Tiger Emperor regained a flicker of strength, and with a meager spiritual energy at his disposal, he struggled to lift 2 vibrational ray guns. Half reclining on his sickbed to assist Lin Yang in dispatching the Reapers, Lin Yang and the Tiger Emperor battled within the dimensional rift. Karugia and his kin soon found themselves embroiled in their own combat. Upon learning of the Grand Elder and Fleet Marshal's betrayal, General Wandar and Major General Ruda proceeded with their respective strategies. One piloted a warship toward the Fleet Command Center to rally loyal forces for a confrontation, while the other led an elite team to the Arctic Elder Council's temple to capture the Grand Elder. Meanwhile, Karugia and his sister Kalinda directed the Tiger Emperor's Royal Guards and Thunder Special Operations team to defend the palace. Upon discovering the Tiger Emperor's awakening, the Fleet Marshal ordered his loyal marine forces to assault the Tiger Emperor's palace. Initiating a military coup, he simultaneously summoned his loyal fleet, comprising 3,000 large long-range ships and 100,000 small short-range vessels, with 2 million loyal Tiger warriors prepared for a decisive battle. The Elder Council, in league with the Space Fleet Marshal, also instigated their rebellion, amassing 3 million Tiger soldiers to serve the Council, bringing the total number of rebels to 5 million. The civilization of the Sirius Tiger Clan erupted into a massive civil war. General Wandar simultaneously sought aid from the Star Alliance while rallying the fleet loyal to the Tiger Emperor for a fierce counterattack. Major General Ruda's elite team, before reaching the Arctic, found themselves surrounded by the rebel forces. Plunging into a fierce battle, a marine unit of 20,000 Tiger warriors was teleported to the palace, launching a ferocious assault on the Tiger Emperor's chambers. Karugia led 3,000 of the Tiger Emperor's Royal Guards, while Kalinda commanded 300 from the Thunder Special Operations team, standing resolute against the onslaught. All were fearless, taking pride in the prospect of dying in battle. Facing the assault of the Marine unit, they did not yield an inch. The Royal Guards were elite fighters selected from various units, possessing combat power equivalent to 10 men each. The Thunder Special Operations team represented the pinnacle of excellence, with each member being a top-tier fighter within their domain. Just 8 years old, Kalinda had participated in the clan's comprehensive fighting competition 6 months prior, securing the championship belt. Among the Tiger Clan, there is no room for sentimentality. In their culture, throwing a match is a profound disrespect to the opponent. Thus, Kalinda's victory held no hint of favoritism. The deputy commander, Evni, daughter of General Wandar, possessed a natural talent for marksmanship, achieving a 100 hit rate by merely relying on her instinct, even predicting the movements of her targets 3 seconds into the future. Major General Ruda's daughter, Nicola, boasted extraordinary self-healing abilities, experiencing a surge in all attributes when entering a frenzied combat state. Additionally, the aerial ace, Eudora, held the record for the most enemy fighter ships destroyed by the Tiger Clan, while the legendary gunner Miranda boasted a 99 accuracy rate in predicting enemy ship trajectories. The weapons crafted by expert Judith had been awarded first place at military expos for 5 consecutive years. Each of the 300 Special Operations team members was a formidable force, capable of matching the combat prowess of 3,000 Royal Guards. Together, they staunchly defended the palace against the onslaught of the Marine unit. However, the numbers of the rebels continued to swell, with small short-range ships and ground forces launching coordinated attacks, flooding toward the palace. Space battles erupted as large warships and small vessels joined the fray, igniting conflict across the entire Sirius star system. From the ground to the cosmos, from the orbit of Long Day's star to the distant edges of the Sirius system, aerial skirmishes erupted everywhere, caught off guard by the sudden betrayal. The Tiger Emperor's faction found themselves on the defensive. "Hold the line. My captain will soon eradicate the Reapers. Victory is within our grasp. We must not retreat," as Karugia unleashed his heavy energy weapon against the rebels. He encouraged the Royal Guards. Kalinda rallied the Special Operations team, declaring, "This battle is for our idol, Captain Lin Yang. Sisters, stay sharp and leave no regrets. Special Ops team, you're doing great. Stay focused and don't let us down. Show them the fruits of our training alongside the captain." With that, Karugia abruptly cut off communications. Discarding his energy weapon, he threw his head back and roared, "Ea!" with a shock wave erupting from his body. Golden lightning crackled to life, and he began to grow in stature. The high-tech armor and 6 steel blades on his arms, as well as his battle gear, shattered and fell away. His fur transformed from yellow with black stripes to a dazzling pure gold. Lengthening and resembling the mythical beasts of various cultures, in the blink of an eye, Karugia surged from 3 meters to over 5, his body still expanding as he leaped with all his might. Breaking through the palace's protective energy shield at supersonic speed, charging toward a medium-sized rebel fighter. Witnessing this spectacle, the members of the Thunder Special Operations team were left speechless. Is this the legendary Berserker Tiger Emperor? It is thanks to Captain Lin Yang's inspiration that the prince awakened such power. It is hard to fathom how brave Captain Lin Yang and the prince were in the Martian Colosseum, where they annihilated over 2,000 arrogant and decayed saber-toothed tiger members. Now, we face over 20,000 rebels, and the situation feels eerily similar. I sincerely hope Captain Lin Yang swiftly eliminates the Reapers and joins us in battle. "I am coming. Fulfill your wish." Lin Yang burst forth from the palace, wielding 2 phase rifles. Rest assured, the Human Alliance, the Insectoid Seven-Eyed Coalition, and the Star Alliance peacekeeping forces will arrive shortly. The rebels are doomed and will not rise again. Chapter 120. Strategizing to turn the tide of battle. While the siblings Karugia and Kalinda held the line against the rebels, Lin Yang had decisively slain over 20,000 Reapers within the Tiger Emperor's chambers. The Grand Elder in the Arctic Elder Council Temple could no longer remain seated. He had not anticipated Lin Yang's stamina to be so extraordinary. The wheeled battle tactics of exhausting him were utterly futile. As the rate of kills continued to increase, by the time the Grand Elder lamented his decisions, only a few dozen Reapers remained. These interdimensional Reapers were invaluable assets of the Origin Church, servants of the Origin God within the 5-dimensional space. After a moment of regret, the Grand Elder hastily commanded the Reapers to flee, abandoning their plans to assassinate the Tiger Emperor and Lin Yang. Freed from their restraints, the remaining Reapers rushed toward the palace exit, feeling as if they had been granted amnesty. But how could Lin Yang let them escape? With a swift turn, he sent a dozen dimensional disruptors flying from the palace. Crashing around the fleeing Reapers, they immediately reappeared within the dimensional rift, only to be met with Lin Yang's blades, dissipating into black smoke. Using the same method, Lin Yang relentlessly pursued and annihilated all remaining Reapers within the palace. At that moment, the Tiger Emperor, disregarding his wounds and illness, used his vibrational gun as a makeshift cane and gritted his teeth to step out of the chambers. "Lin Yang, my brother, please contact the Star Alliance swiftly and request reinforcements. The Tiger Emperor has yet to recover from his grave illness. It would be prudent for him to rest. I shall handle the arrangements. Moreover, given that you are already 90 years old, and your son Karugia is my brother, it would be inappropriate for you to address me as little brother this moment. A series of intense explosions resounded overhead. The rebel warships were relentlessly assaulting the royal palace. Within the palace, 8 formidable shield generators stood guard. However, no matter how robust the shields, they could not withstand the sustained bombardment from the multitude of warships. Lin Yang recognized the urgency of the situation. The forces loyal to the Tiger Emperor were caught off guard by the sudden rebellion. Without external assistance, it would be exceedingly difficult to quell the internal strife swiftly. He promptly activated his portable quantum communicator to contact his vassal forces. The communicator, based on the principle of quantum entanglement, transcended spatial limitations, allowing for real-time communication across vast distances in the universe. Lin Yang's first call was directed to the newly appointed marshal of the four-winged horned insect tribe, Marshal Kaka, who is the leader of your Seven-Eyed Alliance. He inquired, "Your Excellency, you must be quite busy, for it seems you have forgotten that the Seven-Eyed Alliance currently lacks a leader. The insect race is now under a federal parliamentary system, and the speaker has yet to be selected." "Ah, I see. Then you are now the Speaker of the Seven Eyes, and concurrently the Supreme Commander of the Seven-Eyed Fleet, as well as the Commander of the Galactic Mercenary Corps. What? Your Excellency, are you suggesting that I be promoted to serve as your deputy alongside the Queen?" Indeed, in the wake of the Queen's tribulations, the 21 subspecies of the Seven-Eyed Alliance appeared united, yet were in reality disjointed and disorganized. With the old leadership having been executed, there has been a significant reshuffling in both military and political domains. The insect race now has a true spiritual leader, Queen Selvalag. There is no longer a need for division. It is time to forge a genuine alliance, with you assuming the role of its inaugural leader. Yes, Your Excellency, your foresight illuminates the path of evolution for the insect race, guiding us toward becoming a distinguished species in the cosmos. I, Kaka, shall forever be humbled and sing your praises. Save the praises for later. I have your first mission to assign. Please command me. Your Excellency, I shall bow and serve until my last breath." Lin Yang could not help but furrow his brow, pondering that this insect, Kaka, was even more obsequious than Galawa, the head of the bounty market. Quickly assemble the near-fleet warships of the 21 subspecies from the 15 habitable planets of the insect race and dispatch them to Sirius via the interstellar portal to assist the Tiger Emperor in quelling the turmoil instigated by the Origin Church. Understood. I shall arrange this immediately. May I ask how many near-fleet vessels you wish to deploy? The insect race possesses a total of 5 million near-fleet vessels, the majority of which are scattered throughout the galaxy on mercenary missions. Approximately 2.8 million can be redirected to Sirius without delay. However, all habitable planets and bases require protection. We cannot leave our rear vulnerable to the predatory forces of the Black Forest. Let us dispatch 800,000 near-fleet vessels. That number should suffice to assist the Tiger Emperor in quelling the civil strife. To ASU command. The first batch of near-fleet vessels will arrive at Sirius within 10 minutes. The interstellar portal functions as an artificial wormhole, consuming vast amounts of energy during operation and exhibiting instability, which can lead to spatial collapse. TO maintains safety and stability. The Star Alliance has constructed the portal with a diameter of 100 meters, permitting only vessels that do not exceed this width and height and lack superluminal engines. Thus, Lin Yang decided against deploying large long-range warships, opting instead for the smaller near-fleet vessels of the insect race to reach Sirius with utmost speed. He then sent a communication to the solar system civilization. Marshal Chung, General Hu, an unexpected civil war has erupted among the Tiger people of Sirius. The Grand Elder and Fleet Marshal are undercover agents of the Origin Church. Please dispatch small near-fleet vessels through the interstellar portal to provide assistance. This is a prime opportunity to cultivate relations with the advanced civilization of the Tiger people. We just heard that you, Marshal Lin, have gone to Sirius. We had no idea a civil war would break out. We shall follow your orders and send all available small near-fleet vessels to assist. Finally, Lin Yang sent a distress signal to Marshal Xingbao of the Orion Arm of the Star Alliance. I have received the distress signal from General Wanda and am mobilizing the Star Alliance fleet near Sirius for support. Mr. Lin, please refrain from rashly engaging. Remember to focus solely on defense and await the arrival of reinforcements. Please inform all habitable planets that 800,000 near-fleet vessels of the insect race will soon pass through their interstellar portals. There is no need for alarm. They are not invaders, but rather reinforcements for the Tiger people of Sirius. How many? 800,000 vessels. Are you sending the entire galaxy's mercenaries? That is still less than 1/5 of our total capabilities. Rest assured, Marshal, the insect race is currently very loyal. Very well. I shall trust you this once and make the necessary arrangements. In a matter of minutes, Lin Yang, with no official authority within the Star Alliance, had mobilized nearly 1 million warships from both the human and insect races, purely on a personal basis. This influence earned him the deep respect of the Star Alliance marshals. After uniting with Kalinda and other Tiger people, Lin Yang assisted in the defense, while also contacting General Wanda, who was engaged in combat in space, that we must secure the 12 interstellar portals in the orbital space. Our reinforcements are on their way. Thank you, Marshal Lin, for your valiant assistance. You truly are the savior of the Tiger people. Just as he finished speaking, the first batch of 500 medium-sized strike craft from the insect race burst forth from the portal. Immediately entering the fray, they penetrated the atmosphere of Changzhou Star and launched a fierce assault against the rebel warships. Although the technological prowess of the insect race's vessels paled in comparison to that of the Tiger people. Sheer numbers made up for in the blink of an eye. 5,000 near-fleet vessels reached the orbital space of Changzhou Star, all entering the atmosphere and launching a frenzied attack on the rebels. Lin Yang, Karugia, Kalinda, and their companions finally found a moment to catch their breath. The Tiger Emperor's elite guards and Thunder Special Operations team gradually transitioned from defense to offense, with the arrival of the allied forces from the insect race, human race, and Star Alliance. The rebel Tiger people began to find themselves at a disadvantage. An hour later, nearly 1 million auxiliary warships had reached Changzhou Star. The rebel Tiger people finally recognized their impending defeat. The tide had turned, leaving them with no option but to flee. The Grand Elder and Fleet Marshal led 3 million rebels in a hasty retreat from the Sirius system, escaping to a deep space fortress of the Tiger people 50 light-years away, where they would rendezvous with the lurking Dark Spirit race and prepare to retaliate against the civilization of Sirius. Your Excellency, we have detected the Tiger people's rebels fleeing toward the H018 Nebula, where they recently clashed with the Dark Spirit race and established a military stronghold. Shall we pursue? The insect race's marshal, commander of the Mercenary Corps Kaka, inquired about the next steps in the battle plan. The Tiger Emperor, still ailing, had entrusted command of the fleet to General Wanda and Lin Yang. Lin Yang took on the role of commander for this operation. After a moment of contemplation, he reasoned that since the H108 Nebula had recently witnessed a conflict with the Dark Spirit race, the rebels were likely to collude with them. Given that the stability of the Tiger people's situation was still precarious and the reinforcements' large warships had yet to arrive, it would be wise to wait a few days. They needed to prepare thoroughly, gather intelligence, and once the Sun and Moon arrived with their fleet, they would strike decisively to eliminate the rebels and expel the Dark Spirit race. Chapter 121. The three armies unite to pursue the rebels. Lin Yang understood better than anyone that pursuing the rebels now would be as foolish as opening champagne mid-game. 30 of the large warships had been destroyed in the recent battle, and another 40 had defected alongside the Grand Elder and Fleet Marshal. The remaining large warships loyal to the Tiger Emperor amounted to merely 1/3 of their pre-war strength, although there were many small near-fleet vessels available. They lacked the capacity for faster-than-light travel. Thus, to pursue the rebels would mean discarding the hard-won fruits of victory and relinquishing the advantageous position they had painstakingly gained, only to recklessly chase after a cornered foe. Lin Yang was not so reckless. He would wait for the Sun and Moon and a large warship fleet to arrive, ensuring they were adequately prepared before decisively taking down the rebels. Furthermore, the overall situation of the Tiger people had yet to stabilize. According to the mainline tasks set forth by the system, he still needed to assist the Tiger Emperor in stabilizing the situation within Sirius. Your Majesty, how did you come to realize that the Elder Council and Fleet Marshal were in collusion with the Origin Church? In the palace, the military and political leaders of the Tiger people, the high-ranking officials of the Insect Fleet, as well as representatives from the human race and the Star Alliance, were seated on either side. Lin Yang and the Tiger Emperor occupied the elevated stone chairs at the center of the hall, while Karugia and Kalinda stood by on either side. Having established a strategy of waiting for reinforcements and gaining a comprehensive understanding of the situation, Lin Yang posed his question during a moment of idle conversation. The Tiger Emperor, with a hint of shame, replied, "It is my fault for being overly confident and neglectful in governance, allowing too much freedom in our civilization that it turned out that the Tiger people were a civilization where military, education, and politics were intertwined. During the 82 years of the Tiger Emperor's reign, he had maintained a lax grip over the Elder Council and the fleet, particularly in recent years, scarcely intervening at all. Following the conclusion of the recent defense battle in the solar system, small-scale fleets from the Dark Spirit race began to harass the Tiger people's mining operations in the H108 Nebula. Though the enemy boasted only 20 large warships and several hundred small near-fleet vessels, their advanced technology and resilient shields gave them the upper hand. The Tiger people's defensive fleet, twice the enemy's numbers, engaged in battle but suffered defeat, losing several strategic strongholds in the process. Days later, the Grand Elder and Fleet Commander urged the Tiger Emperor to personally lead an expedition against the Dark Spirit race, claiming that intelligence operatives had finally acquired the shield frequency data of the enemy's vessels. With this information, they could adjust the energy cannon frequencies accordingly, rendering the enemy's shields ineffective and easily destroying their fleet. Following a successful expulsion of the invaders, this would undoubtedly bolster the morale of the Tiger people and enhance the prestige of the Sirius civilization. The Tiger Emperor, already inclined towards aggression and incensed by the recent defeat, promptly acquiesced to the suggestions of the Grand Elder and Fleet Commander. He personally led 500 large warships and 30,000 small near-fleet vessels to the H108 Nebula, intending to decisively eliminate the small guerrilla fleet of the Dark Spirit race. However, upon arrival, as the two sides engaged in battle, the Tiger Emperor discovered that the source of the shield frequency leak was not the Dark Spirit Clan, but rather the interstellar cruiser, the Tiger Emperor Fortress, upon which he was traveling in mere seconds. The cruiser was obliterated in this life and death crisis. General Wanda fortuitously managed to teleport the Tiger Emperor to his own warship, making a swift escape from the battlefield. The remaining Tiger Clan fleet clashed fiercely with the Dark Spirit Clan. Although they repelled the guerrilla squads, nearly all of their 500 large warships and 30,000 small close-range vessels were decimated. Once more, the Tiger Clan faced defeat. The Tiger Emperor sustained severe injuries and, upon returning to the royal palace of Changjo, struggled to recover. Initially, the Tiger Clan remained unaware of the cause until Lin Yang captured a dimensional reaper on New Earth. Disseminating the news throughout the Star Alliance, some loyal members of the Tiger Clan, including General Wanda, then invited Lin Yang to assist them. After the exposure of the Reapers, the Grand Elder, who had joined the Origin Church, resolved to act swiftly, dispatching numerous Reapers to assassinate the Tiger Emperor. Although the Tiger Emperor could still summon ministers and arrange affairs from a sickbed, he suddenly fell into a coma. Fortunately, General Wanda, following Lin Yang's instructions, organized the Tiger Clan to worship and pay tribute to the Tiger Emperor, gradually restoring his consciousness as the Dimensional Reapers attacked him. While he resisted tenaciously, he faintly heard the Grand Elder commanding the Reapers to increase their force. Upon a brief analysis, he grasped the situation. After listening to the Tiger Emperor's account, Lin Yang could not help but reflect that had it not been for the Tiger Emperor's remarkable fortitude in withstanding the Reaper's assault, the Sirius civilization would surely have fallen under the control of the Grand Elder and the Fleet Marshal, leading to dire consequences for the Tiger Clan. The Tiger Emperor stated, "Ultimately, we owe our gratitude to you, Brother Lin Yang. The Tiger Clan will forever remain in your debt. But let us set this aside for now. We must promptly conduct a thorough investigation of the entire clan to root out the remnants of the traitors, reorganize the fleet, and send reconnaissance teams to the H108 Nebula. Once the reinforcements of large warships arrive, we shall pursue and eliminate the traitors. Indeed, I share this sentiment. I hereby appoint General Wanda as the Fleet Marshal and Luda as the Admiral of the First Fleet to hunt down the remnants of the traitors and scout the H108 Nebula." After 30 days of operations, they apprehended over 112,000 traitors scattered across various sectors. The Tiger Clan's advanced brain memory investigation and subconscious detection technologies proved highly effective. None of the captured traitors were wrongfully accused. Within the Tiger Clan's culture, which reveres death, capital punishment is as commonplace as it is in human society. Following the execution of the traitorous remnants, the fleet structure was realigned. Meanwhile, the Star Alliance's support of 5,000 large warships had arrived at Sirius. Huang Yueshi and her companions piloted the Sun and Moon, leading 500 large insectoid warships to the scene. Lin Yang and Karugia returned to the Sun and Moon and promptly set off with the insectoid fleet. General Wanda and Admiral Luda led the Tiger Clan's 1,500 large warships closely behind. The Star Alliance fleet was commanded by the blue-skinned Indigo Hill, the Marshal of the Lyra constellation, with a formation of 7,000 large warships pursuing the traitors at a warp speed of 9.0. The three military forces converged, their combat capabilities far surpassing those of the past. The mission to defend the Tiger Clan's homeworld. Changzhou Star was entrusted to the human fleet and 800,000 small insectoid vessels. The situation in the H108 Nebula had been thoroughly investigated, revealing that the Tiger Clan's traitors had concentrated there too. 500 large warships near the red dwarf star fortress designated H331.IT appear they intended to convert the first planet orbiting the red dwarf into a base for the traitors, gradually altering its environmental conditions to make it habitable. Within this 25 light-year expanse of nebula, no trace of the Dark Spirit Clan's warships had been found. However, absence does not imply non-existence. Perhaps the Tiger Clan's reconnaissance vessels lacked the technological sophistication to penetrate the Dark Spirit Clan's stealth capabilities. Lin Yang, along with General Wanda, Admiral Luda, and Marshal Indigo Hill of the Star Alliance, deliberated on a strategy that involved taking a cautious approach by employing long-range warp-guided weapons to strike at the traitors from a distance. While sending in decoys to draw out the Dark Spirit Clan's warships, Marshal Indigo Hill stated, "I concur. Mr. Lin's strategy is quite fitting." Lin Yang replied, "I encourage you all to share your opinions as well. Let us not fall into a single-voice policy." Marshal Indigo Hill chuckled, "The Star Alliance fleet will unconditionally support Mr. Lin's decisions. We merely hope you can lead the insectoid Seven Eyes into the Star Alliance. Are you still trying to push your agenda at this time? Very well. Then you can serve as the bait to lure out the Dark Spirit Clan." Lin Yang retorted, "However, I must clarify that the Seven Eyes mercenary group is already part of an alliance and will not join any other interstellar organization." Very well. I am willing to follow Mr. Lin's command and serve as bait to draw out the Dark Spirit Clan after the battle commences." Marshal Indigo Hill replied with a hint of embarrassment. "That is indeed the role my sun and moon must play. Since you find no value in the cautious approach, let us bombard from the periphery, make as much noise as possible." Chapter 122. The final battle in the H108 Nebula. When the traitors first arrived in the H108 Nebula, they prepared thoroughly for the impending pursuit. In conjunction with the Dark Spirit Clan's warships, they established an ambush zone spanning 5 light-years. Soon as the Tiger Emperor's faction, or Lin Yang, leading the insectoid fleet entered this trap, their annihilation would be assured. However, after laying the ambush, the traitors and the Dark Spirit Clan's fleet remained concealed for over 20 days, waiting in vain for the Sirius civilization's fleet, only to encounter a few scattered reconnaissance vessels. The Tiger Clan's traitors turned the situation to their advantage, gathering their fleet at the red dwarf star fortress numbered 331, crafting the illusion of establishing a base for long-term habitation. Meanwhile, the Dark Spirit Clan's fleet continued to remain hidden, attempting to lull the Sirius civilization's fleet into a false sense of security, waiting for the opportune moment to launch a joint ambush with the Dark Spirit Clan. Both sides had prepared extensively, executing strategies and tactics with remarkable finesse. When both sides' strategies were evenly matched, the outcome would hinge on the disparity in their respective strengths. The Star Alliance coalition traveled at warp speed 9.0 towards the H108 Nebula, situated 50 kilometers away, requiring 14 days to arrive. During this time, the Sun and Moon evolved a holographic deck and a food replicator. Upon reaching the Sirius space station, the Tiger Clan's dock promptly delivered the holographic deck utilizing quantum field projection technology and a food replicator based on atomic-level material restructuring technology. These two sets of modules designed for the warship were not installed by the Tiger Clan's engineers, as time was of the essence. Instead, Lin Yang instructed the dock's robots to transport them into the ship's cabin. After the joint fleet set sail, the warship's evolution function was activated, shortly after the War Council concluded. A prompt from the system echoed in his mind. The sun and moon has evolved a holographic deck, food replicator, plant cultivation zone, and biosphere, now possessing deep space voyage capabilities. You have completed growth task 13 perfection. Evolution points 200,000. Current evolution points 4,613,000. Growth task updated 14 super god. Evolve a set of super god level modules for the sun and moon. Evolution points 300,000. It seems that evolution points are not meant to be hoarded. It is time to spend them. Up until now, Lin Yang had only encountered one divine level item in the evolution shop, a guiding weapon called the Light Cone AS for warship modules. He had only seen epic level ones and could hardly fathom the power of super god level items. Just as he was preparing to initiate a tenfold purchase, the system's voice resonated again. Challenge task updated. 12. Eliminate the Tiger Clan's traitors. Lead the insectoid fleet alongside the Star Alliance coalition to eradicate the traitors entrenched in the H108 nebula. Rewards vary based on completion level. Eliminate 50 of the traitors. Evolution points 200,000. Eliminate 75 of the traitors. Evolution points 500,000. Eliminate all of the traitors. Evolution points 1,000,000. After completing the previous challenge task, Iron Fist, the system had awaited a suitable opportunity for an update. This new task seemed devoid of difficulty. Collaborating with the coalition fleet to eliminate half the traitors would suffice for completion. However, attaining the highest evolution points would present a considerable challenge. With so many traitors, the likelihood of annihilating them all was exceedingly low. Allowing even one or two to escape would mean forfeiting the 1 million evolution points. Success relies on human effort, but the outcome is determined by fate. Let's start with a tenfold purchase. Lin Yang returned to his quarters and commenced spending the evolution points he had accumulated over the months. Congratulations! The evolution shop has refreshed with a legendary item, Sublight Antimatter Cluster Missile. Only 2,000 evolution points. Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It seems the more advanced alien technology we encounter, the higher the grade of the items. This would undoubtedly have been classified as epic level in the solar system 6 months ago. Now, the evolution shop stands at the forefront of Tiger Clan technology. The antimatter missile, lacking a warp engine, achieved an astounding speed of 280,000 kilometers per second solely based on its direct velocity. As an object speed increases, its mass grows, resulting in a corresponding increase in reaction force that compresses the missile's interior. This inverse relationship between the missile's speed, power, and stability means humanity's technology could never produce such a weapon. From the perspective of the Tiger Clan's 2.6 level civilization, this missile certainly qualifies as legendary. Lin Yang promptly purchased it and stored it in the ammunition depot. Following that, he initiated another tenfold purchase. Epic level black hole torpedo. By initiating another tenfold purchase, legendary level 5D atomic level material restructuring factory. One is sufficient. I shall not buy more. Continue the tenfold. Legendary level escape dormancy pod? No. Epic level mirror generator? Purchase? Absolutely. Lin Yang lost count of how many tenfold purchases he had made, augmenting the sun and moon with an array of formidable weapons. As the excitement began to wane, the evolution shop's interface suddenly illuminated with a thrilling golden glow. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations, host. The luck of the gods is upon you. A super god-level item has been revealed. The oscillation engine. Is this contraption truly of divine caliber? Spatial oscillation engine. Consumes immense energy, creating slight vibrations in the space within a radius of 5 light-years centered around the battleship, priced at 1 million evolution points. A radius of 5 light-years, which translates to a spherical area with a diameter of 10 light-years. It could easily encompass both the solar system and the Sirius system, a weapon of grand scale. No wonder it is classified as divine. Ever since the traversal, Lin Yang's sun and moon vessel had never possessed a weapon of such spatial caliber. This first encounter left him profoundly awed. Although regrettably, It only induced slight vibrations. Its effectiveness against large celestial bodies or smaller warships remains uncertain. Nevertheless, he decided to purchase it. Completing the task came first. The spatial oscillation engine is evolving, expected to take 7 days. Lin Yang glanced at his remaining evolution points, still amounting to 200,000. He thought, since I've spent some, I might as well spend it all, preparing for the impending great battle. He then proceeded to engage in 10 consecutive draws. Whether by fortune or misfortune, after 20 sets of 10 draws, he finally obtained the epic-level historical record viewer. After spending 50,000 evolution points, he had 80,000 left. He spent it all on 4 image generators. Together with one previously acquired, he now possessed 5 image generators, having exhausted over 4 million evolution points. Correspondingly, the combat capability of the Sun and Moon vessel had risen significantly. At this moment, Lin Yang felt an overwhelming sense of strength. He awaited the grand battle at the H108 Nebula. 13 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Sun and Moon vessel successfully equipped the Divine-grade module, the spatial oscillation engine. The growth task was completed, yielding an additional 300,000 evolution points. The new growth task had yet to be updated. They had arrived at the edge of the H108 Nebula, merely 5 light-years away from the 331 red dwarf star. When the Star Alliance fleet exited warp, they began launching antimatter missiles or photon torpedoes at warp level 9.0 towards the rebel base. Meanwhile, the Sun and Moon vessel maintained its speed, still at warp 9.0, carrying over 30,000 advanced guided weapons of the Star Alliance into the depths of enemy territory. General Dean Key, Marshal WND, General LD, and General Kazich swiftly disperse and encircle the H108 Nebula. Once I draw out the Dark Spirit fleet, we will execute a counter-encirclement ambush. Understood. Marshal Lin, do not engage in prolonged combat, lest we be outnumbered. Lin Yang glanced at the 5 image generators in the armory and chuckled. Worry not for me. You all act swiftly. I cannot predict who shall be outnumbered when the time comes. Chapter 123. Counter-encirclement, the upgraded Invincible Fleet, as the Sun and Moon vessel led over 30,000 warp missiles into the H108 Nebula. The Dark Spirit fleet, concealed within the interstellar dust clouds, detected its movements. Simultaneously, the rebel forces of the 331 red dwarf star detected the incoming warp missile strikes via deep space radar. The base's interception system immediately launched warp missiles for interception. However, the rebels' intercepting missiles were ultimately outnumbered by those of the Star Alliance fleet, managing to intercept only 1/10 of them. The remaining missiles had to be intercepted by warships, or the ships had to flee the base, thus disrupting the defense line. The Grand Elder promptly messaged the Dark Spirit fleet. I am willing to surrender the unique stealth technology of the Tiger people, but you must engage in battle immediately. In 31 hours, these warp missiles will reach the base. It is an honor that we have reached a consensus, esteemed Elder. I refer to the ecclesiastical Elder, not the Sirius Tiger Elder. Please do not misunderstand my meaning. No matter. Let us enter battle quickly, that if we can intercept the Sun and Moon vessel and capture the Saintus, the Church will share even more cutting-edge technology. This is a long-desired opportunity, Elder. Rest assured. Once the Sun and Moon vessel enters the ambush center, we shall commence action immediately. To act recklessly now would scare off our prey, leading to a loss. 2 hours later, NZWN gazed at the radar interface, shaking her head slightly. Captain, we have yet to detect any trace of the Dark Spirit warships. Could it be that we have miscalculated? Perhaps there is no ambush here. Do not panic. Let the missiles fly for a while. As time passed, the Star Alliance fleet gradually dispersed. 7,000 large warships formed a vast net, slowly enveloping this 25 light-year nebula. Each of these large warships had at least 100 highly maneuverable near-space vessels on their lower hangar decks. This layout resulted in 7,000 warship groups. The Dark Spirit fleet realized the Star Alliance fleet's counter-encirclement maneuver, but did not react. In their view, the strongest race of the Star Alliance had only reached a level 2.6 civilization, vastly inferior to the Dark Spirit's level 2.8 civilization. They feared neither encirclement nor counter-encirclement. Their sole purpose in coming to the H-108 Nebula was to inflict severe damage on the Sirius Tiger people and strike at the Galactic Star Alliance. The Dark Spirits and the rebel forces merely had a cooperative relationship, each side utilizing the other. After acquiring the Tiger People's unparalleled stealth technology in the galaxy, they immediately commenced their fleet's stealth technology. The Dark Spirits' advanced technology took merely 20 hours to complete the technological update. Simultaneously, they transmitted the Tiger People's stealth technology to the Dark Spirit's stronghold, the Orion M42 Nebula. After over 20 hours of Warp 9.0 travel, the Sun and Moon vessel and over 30,000 warp missiles had penetrated deep into the H-108 Nebula, now only one-third of the journey away from the 331 Red Dwarf starbase. The intercepting missiles previously launched by the rebels had collided with the warp missiles that one-tenth of the missiles were intercepted, while the remaining missiles continued their course toward the base. The rebels' 500 large warships had all been mobilized, preparing to intercept the missiles and besiege the Sun and Moon vessel piloted by Lin Yang. Captain, the United Fleet has formed a counter-encirclement and is launching a second round of warp missile bombardment into the nebula. Good, keep a close eye on the deep space radar. The Dark Spirit warships have appeared. 1 50-kilometer-long annihilation ship. 3, and we are surrounded. NZWN exclaimed in alarm. 5 annihilation ships, 100 solar-class battleships, 300 interstellar cruisers, and 1,000 planetary destroyers. This scale is even larger than the solar system defense battle. Huang Yueshi murmured. We stirred the grass and startled a whole nest of giant snakes. Xing Eming frowned. This battle does not bode well. Are we perhaps being a bit imprudent? SFLG also grew anxious. Captain, we have misjudged the situation, thinking it to be a small-scale Dark Spirit guerrilla fleet, only to discover it is a large formation. Now escaping is likely too late, KLG remarked. It seems today is the day we march towards glory. Lin Yang indeed had not anticipated that the Dark Spirits had laid such an extensive ambush. However, upon careful consideration, he realized that the current predicament was not a guaranteed death sentence. He then coldly smiled. Today is the day we achieve honor, but certainly not through death. WN, Open Communications. I wish to send a message to the Dark Spirit annihilation ships. Once communications were established, Lin Yang stated, during the last solar system defense battle, you were used as pawns by the Origin Church, losing an annihilation ship and hundreds of large warships. Will you again be used as pawns by the Origin Church this time? We only target the Tiger People rebels. I hope you do not become the cannon fodder for the Origin Church. They're the common enemy of all beings. Do not forget, their doctrine is to return the universe to the original singularity. Captain, the other side received the message, but did not reply. Continue. Lin Yang stood up and continued. I do not know what benefits the Origin Church has offered you, but adhering to promises with them is a naive act. Even the self-proclaimed noble races do not cooperate with them. How much less so the profit-driven Dark Spirits? Well, I have said my piece. If you continue to serve as shields and cannon fodder for the Origin Church, then I shall fulfill your wish. After closing communications, Huang Yueshi looked at Lin Yang with some confusion. Are you certain you can intimidate the cunning Dark Spirits? Mere bravado will not deter them. We must deliver a substantial blow. Lin Yang replied, then immediately closed his eyes, transferring his consciousness to the Sun and Moon vessel. Entering a mode of deep symbiosis in an instant, the Sun and Moon vessel became his second body. Changing course, it sped towards the nearest annihilation ship at Warp 9.0, seeing the Sun and Moon vessel actively approach the annihilation ship. The Dark Spirit Fleet commander immediately ordered the other 4 annihilation ships to converge on the Sun and Moon vessel via spatial leap. The spatial leap technology is far more advanced than warp speed, directly creating a temporary small artificial wormhole that in just a few seconds, they could reach their destination, eliminating the trouble of encountering ambushes or obstacles during warp travel. The drawback is that the leap distance is short, with a maximum of 1 light year per jump, consuming immense energy. However, in space combat, spatial leaps are significantly more practical than warp speed. Not good. Captain, we are surrounded by 5 annihilation ships and have entered their firing range. NZWN's words had scarcely left her lips when the Sun and Moon vessel's automatic interception system had already launched over 30 Dragonfly Z-type missiles to intercept the Annihilation ship's photon torpedoes. Excellent. I anticipated they would gather together. UX, deploy all 5 image generators. All of them? Yes. Not a single one left. Success or failure hinges on this moment. Following the increment formula F and N, 1F in 1, summarized by MBN, as the 5 image generators successively launched, within mere seconds, 324 images of the Sun and Moon vessel appeared. Including the main body, there were a total of 325 vessels. This time, the images were even more formidable than during the Solar System defense battle. The previous Sun and Moon vessel was a Whale Shark-class heavy bomber, a near-space vessel of Solar System civilization. This time, the Sun and Moon Invincible Fleet comprised the Sirius Tiger People S-Tiger Mike-class deep space escort ships. Moreover, it is in a state of full combat readiness. This is the source of Lin Yang's unwavering confidence. Collaborating with the Mirror Fleet, they launched a full frontal assault to obliterate the Annihilation-class starship, and immediately activated the Spatial Oscillation Engine. Chapter 124 Lin Yang. I admit there is an element of chance during the previous defense of the Solar System. The Dark Spirit Clan suffered a setback. In the aftermath, they meticulously analyzed the battle footage frame by frame and devised a method to counter the Sun and Moon-class Mirror Fleet, deploying multiple Annihilation-class starships to distribute the damage. While exerting force to suppress the main body of the Sun and Moon, as long as they could endure for 1 minute. Once the mirrors vanished, the Sun and Moon would be as vulnerable as fish on a chopping board. However, the scene before the fleet commander left him dumbfounded. He suddenly sprang from his command chair, utterly astonished. Who could have imagined that Lin Yang had replaced the Tiger Clan's escort ships, and yet they too possessed mirror weaponry? Moreover, in even greater numbers, boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, 3 ion explosive orbs, each with a diameter of 500 meters, struck the Annihilation-class starship, causing a tremendous roar as the entire bridge shuddered. The Dark Spirit Commander, unable to maintain his footing, plopped back into his command chair. When did the Tiger Clan's warships acquire such formidable power? An 800-meter-long escort ship was unleashing ion orbs of 500 meters in diameter, which was utterly outrageous. The energy blasts emitted by the Sun and Moon approached the potency of the Annihilation-class starship's energy weaponry. This phenomenon defied the conventional wisdom of warships, leaving the commander bewildered. Commander, this might be the technique of the saintess from the Origin Church. It's rumored she can amplify the power of energy cannons. Counterattack, quickly execute the plan, concentrate fire on the Sun and Moon's main body, disregard the mirrors. The Dark Spirit Clan had a strategy, and Lin Yang had his countermeasures. Upon discovering the Annihilation-class starships, focusing their fire on the main body, they immediately entered defensive mode. The offensive task was entrusted to the Invincible Fleet composed of 324 mirrors. The individuals aboard the mirror vessels were mere projections from the real universe, their coordination reaching a level of perfection that required no discussion. They promptly made adjustments, dispatching 24 ships to assist the Sun and Moon's main body in intercepting attacks, while the remaining 300 mirror warships relentlessly assaulted a single Annihilation-class starship, ignoring the other 4 antimatter missiles, photon torpedoes, and various energy cannons unleashed a barrage that swiftly shattered the Annihilation-class starship shields, leading to a violent explosion. The 50-kilometer-long Annihilation-class starship transformed into a massive display of cosmic fireworks, denying the Dark Spirit Fleet any chance to react. The 300 mirrors immediately concentrated their fire on the second Annihilation-class starship. In less than 20 seconds, the second Annihilation-class starship was likewise destroyed by the full might of the Mirror Fleet. The remaining 3 Annihilation-class starships generated 3 dark energy vortices. However, Lin Yang was already prepared, having evaded the gravitational range of the vortices in advance. The third Annihilation-class starship then erupted into a violent explosion. At this moment, other warships from the Dark Spirit Clan entered the fray, arriving on the battlefield through spatial jumps. Yet, the Mirror Fleet remained undeterred, solely fixated on the Annihilation-class starships. Boom bang. Boom bung. With the emergence of two intense bursts of fire, the last two Annihilation-class starships were also destroyed. However, the commander and his crew had already transported themselves to the Eclipse-class battleship via particle transmission. Only 5 seconds remained. The mirror fleet was about to vanish. They could not afford to lose 5 Annihilation-class starships in vain. No retreat was permitted. They must press on, capture the sun and moon, and seize Lin Yang and his crew alive. The Dark Spirit commander gambled that Lin Yang would not produce another mirror fleet. He was correct. Yet the unfolding events still exceeded his expectations. Captain, the enemy fleet is increasing in numbers, and the Star Alliance fleet has yet to arrive. We cannot escape. And Ziwin anxiously stared at the radar interface. Do not falter. Deploy the black hole torpedoes. MO ban. Activate the spatial oscillation engine. Just as Lin Yang's words were unfinished, all 324 mirror vessels activated their spatial oscillation engines. Chaos erupted in the bridge of the Dark Spirit battleship. Commander, this is bad. The sun and moon has suddenly experienced a massive, unknown energy outburst. It is powerful enough to trigger a spatial disturbance within a 10-light-year radius. At that moment, Lin Yang's communication reached the Dark Spirit battleship. Did you truly believe I had no trump cards left? I've been waiting for your fleet to gather. Let us change the flavor a bit. The space within 10 light years is about to be frozen by me. None of you shall escape. A new mirror fleet is forthcoming. Buzz immediately. The entire battleship began to tremble. The Dark Spirit commander realized that his body seemed to be fracturing. The space within a 10-light-year radius appeared as a tranquil lake suddenly disturbed by ripples. Everywhere was shaking. Everywhere was fracturing. The 3 large dark energy vortices recently created by the Dark Spirit Clan collapsed instantaneously. Several stealth ships that had been flying invisibly suddenly became visible. The spatial oscillation erased all stealth effects. This scene left the commander dumbfounded, and he hastily shouted, "Retreat! We have acquired the Tiger Clan's stealth technology. There is no need to sacrifice ourselves for the Origin Church. The Tiger Clan's rebels being eliminated poses no loss to us. All units, retreat." The Dark Spirit commander wished to avoid a defeat leading to capture, following the ill-fated path of Guerre. Prior to comprehending the true power of spatial oscillation, he dared not take risks. Nor did he wish to become fodder for the Origin Church. However, the fleet's chief of staff still felt reluctant. "Commander, the enemy's mirror fleet has vanished. This is a rare opportunity. Are we truly going to let it slip by?" Slap! The commander raised his hand and struck the chief of staff. "Did you not hear Lin Yang say he has another mirror fleet? I'm not certain he does, but I'm also not certain he does not. It is not worth taking risks for the Origin Church. Do you understand?" "Understood. I understand. I will order the entire army to retreat." The chief of staff, covering his face, hurriedly withdrew. The Dark Spirit fleet's warships activated their spatial jump engines to flee. However, they soon discovered that the artificial wormhole collapsed immediately after opening. The massive spatial oscillation phenomenon rendered the wormhole unsustainable, collapsing in less than a second. In a panic, the Dark Spirit fleet opted to escape at warp speed 9.0. Yet, the warp speed also exhibited severe distortion phenomena. The turbulent space caused the warp effect to spiral out of control. Warp speed relies on the spatial engine's ability to twist and compress space, allowing warships to move at superluminal speeds without being constrained by mass. However, at this moment, the space within 10 light years was exceedingly unstable, continuously generating disturbances, causing the warp flight to lose control. The Dark Spirit fleet became erratic, soon deviating from their intended course. "Commander, the warp bubble has ruptured, and the directional shields have failed. Quick, exit warp speed." The Dark Wind-class cruiser veered off course and was about to collide with us. Boom! 2 7-kilometer-long cruisers collided instantly, resulting in a massive explosion. Due to both warp bubbles rupturing, they were entirely unable to control their direction. The commanders of both warships could only watch in horror as the explosion loomed before them, walking towards death in regret. Subsequently, a second collision occurred. A 15-kilometer-long Eclipse-class battleship collided with a 7-kilometer-long cruiser and a 2-kilometer-long escort ship. The command group of the Dark Spirit fleet was aboard this battleship. The colossal explosion turned the Dark Spirit fleet into headless flies. The battlefield became increasingly chaotic, with explosions erupting continuously. in less than 3 minutes. 90 of the Dark Spirit's warships were rendered inoperative. A single spatial oscillation caused by the Sun and Moon was sufficient to affect the surrounding space within 10 light-years. The 325 Sun and Moon vessels collectively activated their spatial oscillation engines, equivalent to instigating a violent space quake within 10 light-years. Even after the 324 mirrors subsequently vanished, the resulting disturbances persisted. 0.5 minutes later, the last 100 or so Dark Spirit warships exploded in a frenzy of panic and chaos. The entire spatial oscillation lasted for 10 minutes. Once the oscillation phenomena completely dissipated, the Sun and Moon was left nearly incapacitated, adrift in space. This was not due to the impact of the spatial oscillation, but rather the immense energy consumption from activating the spatial oscillation engine, causing the warship's energy reserves to deplete instantaneously. Even now, it had yet to recover. Lin Yang sighed in relief as he sat in the pilot's seat. Few, I admit, there was an element of chance just now. But I gambled correctly. Chapter 125, Planning Basic Crew Members. What a close call. It was sheer luck. Huang Yueshi wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. Sevrag smiled mysteriously. Maintaining such luck is also a remarkable ability. Mo Ban, still shaken, remarked, if the Dark Spirit warships had not fled and had instead waited in place like us, we would have been reduced to mere debris. Over the past 10 minutes of observation, they had grasped the power and nature of the spatial oscillation, which could influence space within 10 light-years, causing dark energy vortices to disintegrate, artificial wormholes to collapse, and warp flight to spiral out of control. It could even disrupt a warship's stealth mode. Such immense power had a remarkably simple countermeasure. One merely needed to yield without resistance, allowing the oscillation to take its course. In essence, it meant lowering shields and shutting down engines, letting the warship coast in neutral and fully accept the spatial oscillation. The more one resisted, the greater the reaction force of the oscillation, as long as one could endure without resistance until the spatial oscillation concluded. They would safely persevere. After the Sun and Moon activated its spatial oscillation engine, the warship's 4 energy reserves were instantly depleted, passively lowering shields and shutting down engines. By a twist of fate, they managed to pull through. Growth task updated, 15 energy crisis. Evolve a more powerful energy module to prevent the Sun and Moon from falling into another energy crisis. Evolution points 350. 000. The system refreshed the growth task, prioritizing the energy issue. Lin Yang reflected on the earlier scene, inwardly acknowledging the stroke of luck. Thankfully, the Dark Spirits had been thrown into disarray by my intimidation. Upon reflection, had even one warship remained stationary, we would have been doomed. Xing Meng exclaimed excitedly. What a thrill! These past few months have been more exciting than my years of service in the Star Alliance. Karujia joyfully added, this time, we shall become legends throughout the entire galaxy. And Zhuan said, ladies and gentlemen, let us refrain from sharing our post-disaster reflections for the moment. What shall we do next? Lin Yang inquired. Mo Ban, how long until our energy can be restored? The fuel for 3 antimatter energy reactors and 1 thermonuclear fusion reactor have been entirely depleted. Currently, we are relying on emergency backup energy to sustain life support systems. Without adding fuel, the Sun and Moon cannot be restored. What if we use deuterium energy modules as the fuel for the thermonuclear fusion reactor? In theory, after modification, they could serve as thermal fuel. However, our personnel on the Sun and Moon are insufficient. We only have 7 individuals in total. Spending dozens of hours modifying the deuterium modules would be less efficient than simply having the Coalition's logistics ship deliver fuel. Lin Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed, the manpower is lacking. Zhuan, notify the Star Alliance Coalition that we have annihilated the Dark Spirit fleet. Urge them to capitalize on this momentum and immediately launch an offensive against the rebel forces, while also dispatching a logistics ship our way. After the message was sent, 7,000 large warships swiftly converged on the 311 Red Dwarf Star Fortress. The recent spatial tremor had affected an area spanning 10 light-years. Aside from the Coalition forces encircled in the H-108 Nebula, the rebel warships stationed at the interior fortress had also been impacted. However, unlike the panicked retreat of the Dark Spirit fleet, the rebel fleet did not exhibit the same level of disarray. After experiencing hundreds of collision incidents, They gradually exited warp speed. Although flying at conventional speeds remains difficult to control, they at least avoided further collisions, allowing 2038 warships to survive, upon witnessing the complete annihilation of the Dark Spirit fleet. The rebels lacked the courage to launch an attack. Even when observing the sun and moon drifting in the void of space via deep space radar, they suspected it to be a trap. They intercepted the coalition's warp missiles while retreating towards the 331 red dwarf star fortress. Kalugia quietly pondered for a moment on the bridge before finally speaking up. "Captain, why don't we recruit some junior crew members? A general without soldiers does not constitute a mature legion. Indeed, I've been contemplating this issue as well. The sun and moon is the foundation of our venture into the starry seas, and we cannot afford to be careless in recruitment. Even for basic crew members, we must ensure a standard of quality. Of course, first and foremost is loyalty. They must be 100% loyal to the sun and moon. Secondly, regarding capability, while they need not surpass our 7, they should at least be competent enough to handle their responsibilities independently, achieving a 1-to-100 effectiveness within the Star Alliance forces." Lin Yang chuckled. "Your requirements are even higher than mine. Seems you have someone in mind?" Captain, what do you think of the Thunder Special Forces of the Tiger people?" "Impressive." Lin Yang immediately gave thumbs up. Faced with an assault from tens of thousands of rebels at the Tiger Emperor's palace, 300 members of the Thunder Special Forces each fought against 100 foes. Not only were they powerful, but each also excelled in their respective specialties. Their status was no ordinary matter. Each was a descendant of the Tiger Emperor's close aides, with no ties to the rebels. Furthermore, they were all ardent admirers of Lin Yang. All female tigers, indeed. These were all female tigers personally selected by Kalinda, forming a fanbase for Lin Yang. Their loyalty was unquestionable. During future interstellar voyages, these enthusiastic female tigers might even demand unreasonable support from their tiger fathers for Lin Yang's sake. The only uncertainty lay in whether the Tiger Emperor would agree, given that the Thunder Special Forces were the elite among the elite of the Tiger people, selected from 1 billion tigers. They possessed extensive knowledge of the secrets of the Sirius civilization, and their identities could significantly influence the entire Tiger people society. While they are indeed remarkable, I fear the Tiger Emperor may not consent, as those special forces were cultivated at great expense by your Sirius civilization. After serving for a few years, they are likely to spread into various fields as leaders, at least attaining the rank of Fleet Rear Admiral. Would the Tiger Emperor be willing to send them to us? Would those members be willing to forsake their bright futures to serve as basic crew members with us? They would certainly be willing. Kalugia exclaimed excitedly. They dream of serving on the sun and moon. Captain, as long as you give a nod, my father will certainly send them. Even if he doesn't, those 300 members will elope with us. Elope? Elope where? Huang Yueshi, standing nearby, frowned and asked. Kalugia hastily corrected herself. Laughing, I meant to say that they would certainly abandon the special forces to follow us as basic crew members. Huang Yueshi laughed. Did they ask you to plead their case in advance? This was my idea first. When I mentioned it to them, they were so excited they nearly fainted. Lin Yang chuckled. Very well, let us proceed with this plan for now. First, we must resolve the immediate issues at hand. Once we return to Sirius, we can discuss the recruitment of basic crew members. With the recruitment threshold lifted, Lin Yang suddenly became interested in the impending surge of life energy values, anticipating an elevation in his physical capabilities. Opening the evolution shop, the new system notifications were laid out before him. You have destroyed Dark Spirit Battleships 5, Evolution Points 500,000, Battleships 100, Evolution Points 2,000,000, Cruisers 300, Evolution Points 3,000,000, Destroyers 1,000, Evolution Points 5,000,000. Current Evolution Points 10, 800,000, quite a significant harvest. Lin Yang couldn't help but laugh aloud. Captain, you truly are remarkable. You knew I had scanned something valuable even before I mentioned it. What did you discover, Zhuan? Oh, it turns out you weren't referring to me. Let me share some good news. With a flick of her hand, Zhuan transferred the radar screen's content to the main display on the bridge. Look, I've scanned a dark spirit energy reactor amidst the wreckage. It appears to be designed for collecting dark energy, with a completeness of 78. Perhaps M.O. Ban can repair it. Dark energy occupies approximately 68.3% of the universe. So wherever we go, we shall never lack energy. Chapter 126, Spatial Tremor, No Place to Hide. Xingmong, the task of salvaging spoils falls to you. Ensure the mission is accomplished. Xingmong gleefully snapped his fingers, instantly donning the future angel battle armor that in a flash of light. He utilized particle teleportation to arrive at the wreckage area, 100,000 kilometers away. This energy reactor, which had not been completely destroyed, was originally the primary energy source of a 7-kilometer-long dark spirit interstellar cruiser. Given that the cruiser was 2 classes larger than the Sun and Moon frigate, one would expect the energy reactor to be quite large, potentially exceeding the combined volume of the 4 reactors aboard the Sun and Moon. However, in reality, this antimatter energy reactor measured only 50 meters in diameter and 20 meters in height, a short cylindrical device, even smaller than the original factory reactor of the Sun and Moon's Huey-class frigate. Xingmong brought the dark matter energy reactor back to the Sun and Moon, and everyone gathered on the lower deck to observe. While laymen were there for the spectacle, those knowledgeable discerned the intricacies. Lin Yang found the design of the reactor to be extraordinarily sophisticated. Although its completeness stood at 78, its fundamental performance remained intact, emitting alternating bright and dim lights akin to breathing. The MO band circled the reactor, overjoyed, exclaiming, "This is the renowned dark entropy singularity siphon reactor. It's my first time seeing it. Truly, it is the crystallization of a level 2.8 civilization. Safe, stable, efficient, and non-radioactive. IT employs a 4-dimensional topological structure of Klein bottles as its energy storage unit. While absorbing the universe's dark energy, it also resolves the entropy increase problem of traditional reactors. Oldemo, let's not get ahead of ourselves. How long until it can be repaired? Well, Captain, it's hard to say. Why is that? Firstly, we lack sufficient personnel. Repairing this energy reactor requires dozens of engineers or intelligent robots working simultaneously. Every data point must be flawless. Secondly, our 5D manufacturing facility lacks the specialized materials needed to repair this type of reactor. So we will need to return to the Tiger People's dock in Sirius to search for them. It was all for naught. Not at all, MO Ban replied excitedly, through studying the memories of the captured Dark Spirit commander. GOL, I gained deep insights into Dark Spirit technology. As long as we return to the Sirius dock, we can swiftly repair IT in previous times, even if the Star Alliance fleet salvaged a complete dark energy reactor. They would have been unable to decipher its usage. Your analysis suggests this is indeed a significant gain. Let us endure for a while longer and focus on eliminating the rebels first. Several hours later, the vanguard of the Star Alliance fleet had engaged the rebels, igniting a new round of space combat. The logistics supply ship also arrived alongside the Sun and Moon, a 5-kilometer-long cruiser of the Tiger People, which replenished all 4 energy chambers of the Sun and Moon and filled 2 entire decks with spare fuel. The Sun and Moon was instantly revitalized and, together with the Star Alliance fleet, surged towards the rebel base at warp speed 9.0. At this time, the rebels were utterly defeated, both in numbers and strength. Unable to match the coalition forces, the Dark Spirit fleet they relied upon was completely annihilated, and the morale of the rebels plummeted as they had long since lost the will to fight. Surrounded by the coalition forces, they endured relentless bombardment, utterly powerless to retaliate. Captain, the rebels have been eliminated by 85, but we have yet to ascertain which warship the Grand Elder and Fleet Marshal are aboard. After destroying a frigate, an Zhuan reported on the joint fleet situation. Lin Yang furrowed his brow. They have likely escaped, haven't they? Connect me to Marshal Wandar. The main screen on the bridge promptly displayed the image of the Tiger People's Marshal Wandar, who was commanding the battle from the bridge of a Tiger People's battleship. Marshal Wandar, have you found the Grand Elder and the Rebel Marshal yet? Not yet. I suspect they have fled. I am currently ordering random launches of warp interference missiles to search for the cloaked enemy ships. No need for such complications. Immediately instruct the Star Alliance fleet to remain stationary. I will use spatial weapons to locate the cloaked warships. Understood. Marshal Wandar promptly complied. This left Lin Yang somewhat surprised, as it appeared he had assumed a leadership role among the Tiger People. On the bridge of the Zywans, the remaining crew followed me to the engine room. once the spatial turbulence engine was activated. We were to assist the MO clan in adding fuel to the reactor. Moments later, the Sun and Moon vessel unexpectedly triggered a spatial disturbance spanning 10 light-years. Thanks to prior notification, the Star Alliance fleet was prepared, fortifying their defenses. Following the onset of the spatial turbulence, they further reduced their shields, a strategy that mitigated the backlash damage from the disturbance. The rebel fleet, however, was in dire straits in their frantic counterattack. They engaged in rapid maneuvers, only to swiftly lose control. The more they increased the engine power to withstand the turbulence, the greater the backlash they suffered. One by one, their warships were incapacitated, with some even experiencing catastrophic self-destruction. Meanwhile, 2 light-years away, a corvette was attempting to warp out of the battlefield, initially cloaked. However, as the spatial disturbance erupted, it became exposed, the cloaking failing, and it spiraled uncontrollably through space. The Elder on the bridge and the rebel marshal were thrown about violently, desperately trying every method to restore the ship's normal state. The more they struggled to maintain control, the worse the damage became. As they gazed at the distorted images of objects and people, even the air shimmered with ripples. The Elder realized this was a definitive defeat. The prophecy has betrayed me. Who exactly is this Lin Yang? How could he possess spatial weapons with such a reach? With despair settling in, he implored, "O Origin deity, forgive me." With a resounding crash, the Elder slammed his palm onto the command chair, activating the corvette's self-destruct mechanism. The rebel marshal, startled, scrambled to his feet. "No, we can still escape. I don't want to die." With a grim expression, the Elder discharged his phase pistol, creating a gaping hole in the marshal's chest. "Cowardly wretch, you are unworthy to join the Origin Church and have brought shame upon the Tiger people." Thud! The rebel marshal collapsed backward, regretting his rebellion in his final moments. The Elder, not sparing a glance at the lifeless body, pressed the self-destruct button and summoned the captain, first officer, and chief engineer. "We must perish. We cannot be captured or reveal a single secret of the Origin Church. You 3, input the security code. In death, you shall receive the blessings of the Origin deity." The captain, first officer, and chief engineer exchanged glances, numbly entering the security code. Subsequently, violent tremors and flames engulfed the entire warship. In their dying moments, the rebels did not behold the Origin deity, but rather a hunchbacked figure clad in a black robe and hood. One hand wielded a scythe, while the other carried a basket, ready to harvest their souls and consciousness, discarding them as mere fruits into the basket. Even the esteemed Elder, a pillar of the Origin Church who once commanded the Reaper, was treated with the same indifference, his essence collected and tossed into the basket without a second glance. "Congratulations, host. You have led the coalition in exterminating the rebels, completing challenge task 12 annihilation of the Tiger People's rebels. Completion 100. You and the coalition have eradicated all rebels in the H108 nebula, earning 1 million evolution points. You have destroyed 2 Sirius-class battleships, gaining 30,000 evolution points, 30 cruisers, earning 240,000 evolution points, 298 destroyers, earning 1,192,000 evolution points, 4 O2 corvettes, gaining 1,206,000 evolution points. Current evolution points, 14,468,000.